The Eight Immortals of the Mountain is a fantasy novel featuring sorcerers, demons, and deities. For some unknown reason, the male lead suddenly wakes up and discovers he has crossed into the novel and turned into a tiger in a nearby village. Two men sip their drinks while discussing the upcoming grand event. They say today is the day of the offering to the Mountain Lord. The offering they speak of is a frail young girl, pale with white hair and blue eyes, resembling a ghost. For the people here, the sacrifice seems like a normal occurrence, in exchange for peace for others. That evening, the girl chosen as the offering is quietly carried on a palanquin, heading straight up the mountain. She trembles, desperately clinging to something, but is unable to shake off her fear. It is unclear how long they have been walking, but four men struggle to carry the palanquin up the mountain. No matter how tired they are, they dare not complain a word. Once they arrive, they glance at each other and all run away, leaving the girl alone in the desolate mountains. After a long silence, she steps out. In front of her is a gigantic cave, deep and dark with no visible end. She looks up at the cave entrance and involuntarily says, "It is so," but then she suddenly remembers, covering her mouth with her hand. How foolish. I am about to meet the Mountain Lord. I must not act silly. She reminds herself to behave so he does not get angry, since she will become the Mountain Lord's bride. Still, as she steps inside, her body trembles uncontrollably. The surrounding space is pitch black, completely devoid of any light. She gropes around in the dark, extending her hand forward, trying to take each step carefully. Just then, a voice echoes, startling her and making her fall to the ground. "Who are you? I asked you who you are." Sitting on the ground with tears brimming in her eyes, she responds, "I am here to serve you." Mountain Lord. In the darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appears. Its owner is none other than the great tiger Mountain Lord of this mountain. Faced with the Mountain Lord, she is awestruck. Swallowing hard, she gathers her courage to stand up and shouts. The older sister said the first time is very painful, but to become a bride, I must endure. Please accept me. What? As soon as she finishes, the Mountain Lord roars in anger. Get lost. I do not care. Who do you think you are? Terrified, she shuts her eyes tightly, suddenly frozen in place. Her eyes wide as she looks at the Mountain Lord and starts crying. Seeing this, the Mountain Lord asks loudly, "Why are you crying?" Through her tears, she replies, "You chased me away." The girl cries even louder, tears and snot streaming down her face. The once fierce Mountain Lord suddenly lies flat on the ground, holding his head in frustration. Extremely annoyed by the sound of crying, the Mountain Lord can only ask softly, "Stop crying." "But why are you crying like this? I am the new bride of the Mountain Lord." Yet the Mountain Lord scolded and chased me away, with no other choice. The Mountain Lord sighs and carefully wipes her tears. It is late now, and today I will allow you to stay here. Anuntrathi asked again before finally stopping her tears. After confirming she would not be sent away, the girl happily used Sun Quan's foot to wipe her nose. This looks like how a little girl should be. Right, with claws sticky from tears and snot everywhere. So Sun Quan was left speechless. That night, he let her sleep comfortably on his giant body, while he could not sleep a wink, feeling frustrated until dawn. Really sleeping well. White hair and blue eyes. Having such an appearance is very rare in the world. Buk Hait Kuthja, a woman with the cursed bloodline of demon beasts. It is hard to believe that this weak child could one day make the Thapi Shilon, Thech Ku fear her. But the blood of Buk Hait Ku Thodo is the unique elixir that all demon beasts desire to possess. They will fight amongst themselves for it. And having this child by their side would be very dangerous. This child cannot stay here. Just then, I woke up in a daze. Smiling foolishly, "Darling, are you up? We have already spent our wedding night. So now I have become the bride." Not wanting to argue with a child, Sen Quan decisively stood up. "What? Do you even understand what you are saying? The sun is up. You should hurry back." Hearing that, I hurriedly refused. "I can leave. If I can become Sen Quan's bride, I will be punished." Sen Quan asked in surprise. Punished? By whom? Hearing a say she would be punished by the son of B, Sen Quan understood the source of this trouble. Oh my. It turns out that the people living at the foot of the mountain sent hunters after her. That is why they brought this child here as a sacrifice. Being told to leave, I looked up at Sun Quan with a pitiful expression. "Don't abandon me. I can wash clothes. I am not picky about food. Even if I am alone, I will do well. So please do not send me away." Sun Quan thought for a moment as he looked at the girl. If she went back to Buk's village, she would surely be ostracized or even killed, with no other choice. Telling her to go to Gold village far from Bech village would be fine. Giving her some valuable herbs so she could live well. I am so. After thinking it over, Sen Quan told it to follow him, and then gave her some ginseng roots. Seeing the ginseng and cloth, I did not understand and asked, "What is this?" Sen Quan explained. "Since we have a fate together, I am giving you this mountain ginseng. Take it with you and go to Yangon village. I stared in wonder, but I am the wife of my darling. Before she could finish her sentence, Sen Kwon was startled and shouted loudly, why do you keep calling me darling? How bold of you. Stop talking nonsense and do as I say. This is enough to buy a house. So take care of it. While speaking, Sen Kwon wrapped the ginseng with his tail and handed it to I did not care about these things and calmly replied, I do not need these. Just my darling. Suddenly, Sen Kwon radiated a chilling aura. Don't make me angry. I am the mountain lord ruling over Bitch San. I can send your spirit soaring to the heavens. With that, he coldly turned and walked into the cave. But when I called him husband, the mountain lord instinctively turned his head in shock. I am not your husband. I held the ginseng in her hand and hesitated, saying, I do not know the way down the mountain, and I do not know which village Yangon is. Hearing this, the mountain lord sighed. Well, you have some time now. It is fine to escort the girl a bit. He approached the girl and slowly bent down. Come up here. At first, I could not believe her ears and asked again if it was okay. The mountain lord felt a bit annoyed, saying he would not repeat himself. Hearing this, I tightened the bag behind her and grabbed onto the mountain lord's fur, struggling to climb step by step. Stepped on the head. The mountain lord flustered, telling her to be gentle. After living 2 lifetimes, it was the first time he would been stepped on like this. After climbing up on the mountain lord's head, I was amazed by the beautiful scenery before her. Excitedly clapping. I am the first person in the world to ride on this mountain's head. Husband. The mountain lord angrily jumped straight towards the cliff, shouting, I am not your husband. With the speed of the mountain lord, soon, the village Yangon appeared before them, standing at a distance looking at the village. I burst out laughing because its shape resembled a pair of large buttocks. At that moment, the mountain lord suddenly shouted, it is too loud. Do not grab my ears anymore. It turned out that throughout the journey, I had been holding onto the mountain lord's ears to avoid being blown away. Though annoyed, the mountain lord waited until they stopped before speaking. It is really cold on the outside but warm on the inside. I realized she was hurting the mountain lord and quickly let go. The girl thought for a moment, and then suddenly hugged the mountain lord. Smiling happily, despite being repeatedly told to leave, she felt the warm heart of the mountain lord for her. Suddenly hugged tightly around the neck, the mountain lord was a bit surprised. Shouted loudly, stop hugging. Get down. Obediently jumped down to the ground. But as she turned around, she saw the mountain lord leaving. Even though it was just a short time, I had a lot of fun. Let us not meet again in the future. Of course, I could not let him leave so easily. Her eyes lit up as she unexpectedly grabbed the mountain lord's tail. Caught by his weak point, the mountain lord screamed, his tone unusually gentle. Grabbing an animal's tail is extremely wicked. You have to let go. I stubbornly held on, her gaze resolute, saying it was because the husband wanted to abandon his wife here. The mountain lord confusedly asked what wife meant. Anna responded that she had been accepted on their wedding night, thus becoming his wife. The mountain lord tried to leave while ensuring she would not get hurt, saying it was not right for a tiger to take a human as a mate. If she did not know what a wedding night was, she should not talk nonsense. I did not care, closing her eyes and yelling loudly, anyway, I am already married to you. You have to take responsibility. The mountain lord was so frightened by her stubbornness that he broke out in a cold sweat. This little girl, knowing this, would not give up the mountain ginseng anymore. I have given you mountain ginseng. Keep it and live well. Hearing that, I took off the bag and threw it hard on the ground, still not forgetting to hold onto the tiger's tail. I do not like it. Without a husband, I do not need this pile of roots. Seeing no other way, Sun Kwon had to resort to a last-ditch effort. Even though you really do not want to do this, you should take that mountain ginseng into the village to sell. After being caught in a trap, Sun Kwon continued, right, sell that as a dowry. That is how we will keep Sun Kwon's dignity intact. Hearing the word dowry, Choa blushed and happily picked up the mountain ginseng with a big smile. Then I will make it a dowry. I will be off now. You stay here. Do not go anywhere. Sun Kwon agreed with the girl and carefully reminded her to take it slowly. But just as she took a step, Choa fell flat on her face. It is truly concerning. Even after falling, Choa just giggled and got back up, continuing towards the village of Yangon. At this moment, the only thing on the girl's mind was the dowry. So happy that she could not help but laugh gleefully. Sun Kwon watched her back, silent and saying nothing. He believed that with this mountain ginseng, the girl would have a better life. After arriving in the village of Yangold, Choa sought out an old man who was preparing medicine. Sir, I am here to sell this. Suddenly seeing a little girl with white hair and blue eyes, the old man was so startled that he fell back hard. Once he regained his composure, the old man cautiously asked, you want to sell something? Me see. Holding the mountain ginseng in his hand, the old man immediately recognized it as a treasure, his eyes sparkling in disbelief. He asked Cho about the origin of this mountain ginseng, but Cho's answer was really hard to understand. What does a husband and dowry even mean? Hearing a child talk about such things was truly absurd. At this moment, a dark thought crossed the old man's mind. This ginseng must be over 300 years old. It seems that this child has no idea about the value of mountain ginseng. She looked so naive and foolish. Definitely easy to deceive. I could buy it for a pittance. But seeing the hopeful look on Cho's face, those thoughts immediately vanished. The old man sighed, blaming himself for having the intention to deceive a child. He returned the mountain ginseng to her and advised, I do not have enough money to buy it. Take it to Kim Bu. Once there, tell them this is the mountain ginseng from Koi Chilersam Pharmacy. Cho obediently bowed to thank the old man and followed his instructions to find a place to sell the mountain ginseng. The girl just hoped to sell it as soon as possible so she could return to her husband. At this moment, Sung Kwon had returned to the cave to enjoy some private time. The flavor of meat when quietly savoring it alone is the best. That is just how life is. The deceived one is the one who is wrong. The foolish will suffer the consequences. Thinking about it, I am also the victim here. If I just let it be, would not it negatively affect that child? While nibbling on a pig leg, the Sung Kwon was finding reasons for his own deceitful actions towards the child. But he suddenly felt an unusual worry. But what if she really brings the dowry here? Or should I move? No way. I am the mountain lord of Mount B. There is no way I would move just because of a kid. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. Are you worried? Sung Kwon was not surprised at all, and asked back. What? That kid? The voice rang out again. I am not talking about that kid. Sung Kwon licked her claws while trying to dodge the question. So you mean I am worried about the mountain ginseng? The voice went straight to the point. That is right. Precious mountain ginseng. Who knows, it might run into scammers or robbers wanting to seize it. But who knows? They might even kill to keep it quiet. After hearing this, Sung Kwon suddenly realized her mistake could put her in danger. In the Ungold village, a wealthy man was enjoying a meal when he was interrupted by a servant. He slammed the table in anger and shouted, I told you not to disturb me while I am eating. You have ruined my appetite. What is it? The servant bowed and hesitantly reported. The thing is, someone recommended by the owner of the Chi Sam Pharmacy has come to sell mountain ginseng. Upon hearing about mountain ginseng, the wealthy man immediately became interested and personally went to inspect the goods. Seeing the mountain ginseng in his hands, his eyes lit up. This is indeed a rare item. It is the first time I have seen mountain ginseng this big. How can such a treasure be in the hands of a kid? He had blue eyes and white hair, and he seemed a bit suspicious. Confirming aloud, are you a servant of Beechoshley? I was a bit surprised to hear that. How do you know? Confirming her identity, the wealthy man decided to leave the sordid game. He pointed at A and shouted, this servant girl has clearly been sacrificed to the mountain lord. So why is she still alive? You must have escaped this mountain ginseng. You stole it, did not you? A nymph tried to explain. Is not. My husband gave it to me as a dowry. The wealthy man ignored her, continuing to shout. Husband? Where would a little brat like you get a husband? Someone grab the ginseng and beat her out of here. The servant obeyed the order and approached reaching out to snatch it away. But clung tightly to the mountain ginseng. This is the gift my husband gave me. The servant struggled but could not pry it from his grip. For a child, this strength was excessive. Struggling with a child for too long, the servant became enraged and pushed it down to the ground. Even after falling, A still held tightly to the mountain ginseng, refusing to let go. Seeing this, the wealthy man shouted, if you leave that stolen ginseng behind, I will let you go. Otherwise, get the stick here. Seeing the servant approach with a wooden stick, I trembled in fear on the ground. Crying loudly, I swear, I did not steal anything. The servant, without any pity, gritted his teeth and swung the stick hard. Let us see if you can take the beating, or if you will be tossed out with no mercy. With her special physique, the girl was lucky to still be alive. But the mountain ginseng had been taken from her, covered in wounds. She limped step by step to meet Sen Quan, crying as she went, ouch, it hurts so much. What do I do? The mountain ginseng that my lord gave me has been stolen. My lord. But when she arrived, the figure she had been waiting for was no longer there. She looked around, calling for her lord, but got no response. My lord. Where are you? My lord. Please come back. My lord. My lord. One shoe had fallen off at some point, but she did not care, running around searching for Sen Quan, but in response, she was met with glowing red eyes emerging from the darkness, accompanied by disgusting sounds. It is the smell of blood. So fragrant. Little girl, your scent is truly delightful. It seems you have been left all alone. So pitiful. You must feel very sad. Right, come here. We will be by your side. We will never abandon you. Seeing her frozen in place, the demons began to approach, revealing their hunger. Yep. So adorable. Come closer. Just a bit more. A flesh and bone of the little girl. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. How dare you demon scum come to fight me for this girl? Sen Kwon appeared behind her, his imposing aura driving all the demons back. After dealing with the minions, Sen Kwon glanced at her and asked, who did this to you? Tell me. Who was it? She looked up at Sen Kwon, tears streaming down her face. The girl said nothing, only sobbed uncontrollably. Meanwhile, at the rich man's house, after stealing the mountain ginseng, he happily rewarded the servant. You have worked hard. Here's your share. What about the rest? The servant, holding the money, replied with a sinister smile. You do not need to worry. I have taken care of everything. Even if she comes back looking for the ginseng, she won't be able to do anything. Hearing this, the rich man was very pleased and ordered the servant to leave, while he prepared to enjoy the precious mountain ginseng. The servant, with his eyes glued to the money bag, wondered if he should go to Thanlao to indulge. Just then, the gate in front of him was blown apart into pieces. Seeing a figure appear, he shouted threateningly, who dares to kick down the door of a high official's house? Do you want to die? Other servants, hearing the noise, ran to check the situation and saw that the figure was her, and the servant gritted his teeth. You, brat. What do you think this place is to just barge in? You seem to still need a beating. So today I will make sure you get one until you can't take it anymore. He was so occupied with bullying a defenseless child that he forgot how easily the sturdy gate had been destroyed. At that moment, Sen Kwon slowly approached, his eyes glowing red like blood, exuding a frightening aura. Who is going to die? Everyone witnessing this stood frozen in place, not daring to make a sound, not even the slightest. But the rich man, unaware of what was happening, opened the door and yelled, what is all this noise in the middle of the night? A bunch of useless fools. Deal with it quickly. He had not finished his sentence when the scene before him left him speechless. The servants in the mansion were sent flying in all directions, having no chance to resist. Sun Quan looked down on the trembling group before him. A bunch of scum who bullied a child just because they were many. Nothing but trash. I will make you taste the suffering you have caused. Just as Sun Quan raised his huge claws, a figure suddenly rushed forward to stop him. Don't do it. My lord. Thankfully, Sun Quan reacted in time, halting for a moment as he stood in front of the servant, looking up at Sun Quan. I do not want to see you kill anyone. We just need the mountain ginseng. Standing before those innocent eyes, who could resist? Sun Quan paused, scratching his head with his claws in thought. After considering, he stared at the servant and ordered to retrieve the mountain ginseng. The servant barely had time to react when the wealthy man hurried over with the mountain ginseng in hand. Here's the mountain ginseng. I have taken good care of it to prevent it from spoiling. Just waiting for the master to come and take it. In contrast to his imposing demeanor while bullying a child, he was now kneeling on the ground, docile as a puppy. Sun Quan could no longer hold back, roaring loudly. Do you still dare to talk nonsense in front of me? The wealthy man trembled in fear, repeatedly begging for mercy. In his memory, the mountain deity was a terrifying existence. Meeting him was surely death. But Sun Quan suddenly lowered his voice. I was going to tear you apart. But thanks to that child's kindness, I will spare your life this time. In return, quickly offer everything you have. If you keep back even a single grain of rice, I will turn you into a ghost. And even in death, you won't die peacefully. Do you understand? Sun Quan said, breathing down the wealthy man's neck, making him shiver in fear. The wealthy man received the warning and dared not disobey. Yep. I understand clearly. I will have the servants bring all the offerings up to Mount Beach. But when he looked up, there was no one there anymore. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground, his silver hair seeming to have lost much of its vitality. He stared blankly at Mount Butch, realizing he had messed with the wrong person. So it turns out that the master of that young lady is Sun Quan, and the lady is the mountain goddess. The next day, Sun Quan lay in a daze in the cave, gazing at the pile of new items that had just been brought in. How did it come to this? My cozy and comfortable home, my peaceful and serene life. While feeling down, Choa suddenly came over with a pile of strawberries, trying to stuff them into Sun Quan's mouth. My lord, these are the strawberries I picked. Eat them. Hee. Are not they delicious? Even though he handed them back to her, Sun Quan did not feel happy at all. He just stood up, ignoring her continuous chatter. When asked, he simply said he wanted to go outside for some fresh air. Choa, always clinging to Sun Quan, insisted on following him. But after walking for a bit, the girl was already drenched in sweat. My lord, I am so. Where are we going? Thankfully, the two of them arrived at their destination. A beautiful lake nestled among the mountains appeared before their eyes. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the middle of the lake. It has been a long time, Master of Mount Bish. A shimmering golden carp rose from the water, floating in the air, respectfully greeting Sun Quan. Hearing the fish's voice made a chuckle, unable to suppress a giggle. After exchanging a few words, Sung Kwon immediately asked about the item she had entrusted. The golden carp could not help but joke, asking if it was a gift for the Mountain Queen. Sung Kwon was hit where it hurt, feeling angry but unable to do anything. The golden carp pulled out a wooden box from its mouth and handed it to a. Sung Kwon quietly told it to open the box. Though confused, obediently followed. As the girl opened the box, a mysterious purple light shone brightly. Inside the box was a beautifully crafted hairpin. Sung Kwon explained that it was called the Peach Love Pin. Made from a 1,000-year-old peach tree, it has the power to ward off evil spirits, so keep it close. I held the pin in her hand, blushing as she looked at Sung Kwon. Is this really a gift for me? Sung Kwon replied. So it is meant for me to use. Suddenly, his eyes welled up with tears, causing Sung Kwon to jump in surprise. Wow. What is wrong? I hesitated to respond because this is the first time someone has given me a gift. Ever since I was born, I have always been seen as a burden, chased away by my own family, living a life of solitude all these years. The girl hugged the pin tightly to her chest, promising to cherish this first gift, even while sleeping soundly. I could not let go of the pin, snuggling and giggling softly. As Sung Kwon woke up and saw a lying on top of her. Getting up without warning, I rolled over a few times, groggily asking, "Did you wake up?" Husband. Sung Kwon mentioned that the two of them needed to go far away, urging her to prepare their things. I wanted to ask where they were going but was refused any disclosure. Do you think I would tell you? Hurry up and get ready. Even the offerings will do. Although I was curious, she obediently complied, running to gather the offerings. At this moment, a clear voice echoed in Sung Kwon's mind. Do you really have to do this? Sung Kwon replied mentally, expressing her reluctance to be entangled in the fate of this child. The clear voice seemed to understand Sung Kwon's feelings and kept asking, don't you think becoming the Mountain Queen is also the fate of that child? Or are you afraid of getting more attached to her? Sung Kwon retorted, that is not it. Humans have their own fate, and fierce beasts have theirs. I do not want any trouble. The voice continued with its reasoning. Why do you resent what is called fate? In the end, you resent yourself. Sung Kwon licked her lips, showing her disdain. The truth is, your long-winded talk does not change a thing. Not to be outdone, the voice shot back. The older the lake, the wiser it gets. Seems like just a baseless rumor, right? Not everyone lives to this age and knows better. It seems that getting older makes one more prone to anger. Sung Kwon could not escape that either. Furious, she was about to argue back when the voice suddenly went silent, leaving her frustrated and powerless. At this moment, Choa stepped forward with a cloth bag in hand. I'm all set. With everything prepared, the two were ready to set off. A moment later, a black leopard with a scratch on its eye suddenly appeared at the entrance of Sung Kwon's cave. It entered the cave with a woman as if she were at home. The black leopard, seeing no one around, wondered if it had arrived too early. The woman accompanying it spoke up. The message has been delivered. But where is Sung Kwon? Is he trying to avoid the duel with you? If not, then why is not the master of Bichda Mountain showing up? The black leopard, once cool and composed, suddenly burst into laughter like a madman. Right. He must be scared of me. The black leopard, and has run away. Ah. He. The woman sighed in frustration. Will you leave? Yeah. The black leopard jumped straight onto a rock in the cave, rolling around a few times. I will stay here. Who knows? Maybe someday he will show up. I will wait until he makes an appearance. He. This laughter is really unpleasant. The woman felt helpless with her master. Meanwhile, at another location, two teachers and students were walking when they spotted Sung Kwon ahead. Immediately, the master stood in front of his disciple, his gaze fixed on Sung Kwon. But when he saw Choa waving, the disciple seemed entranced. Forgetting about the danger, Sung Kwon paid no attention to the teacher-student duo and continued on his path. Seeing no danger, the two decided to follow and observe. That night, Sung Kwon used his hunting skills to easily catch a deer. Do I really have to hunt like this every day? It is a pain. But there are only a few days left until we reach Hojiang village, so I will endure a bit. As Sung Kwon brought the prey back, Choa rushed over, showering him with praise. Surely among all the tigers, the hunting skills of my husband are the best. Sung Kwon initially wanted to refute, but then proudly boasted, not true. That is, of course, I am an extremely skilled hunter, whether it is humans or tigers. They all enjoy flattery. Sung Kwon felt happy, tearing off a large thigh and handing it to Choa. Here. Eat this. Choa held the fresh, still bloody thigh in his hands, looked at it for a moment, then raised his eyes to Sung Kwon. Husband, I can eat raw food. Hearing this, Sung Kwon asked, is that really? So you do not know how to start a fire? After all, Choa is just a child. How would he know these things? Just as he did not know what to do, a voice suddenly rang out nearby. Ho ho. Seems like the situation is quite difficult. Come take some fire starters here. A little girl who understood the situation offered the two teachers and students some meat as a thank you. Sung Kwon sat to the side, nibbling on deer meat while carefully observing Choa. Why is it taking so long to get some fire starters? Oh ho. Your mouth is stretching all the way to your ears. Really gullible. Once he got the fire starters, Choa started a big fire and roasted the deer thigh. After several days without meat, the girl could not help but drool. At that moment, Sun Quan sat beside her, shyly asking her questions. What are you talking about over there for so long? Let Allah drool and respond. That kid is the same age as me. That is why we decided to be friends. His name is. Even Exton Quan did not realize he had started to care about the petite girl in front of him. Just then, his stomach growled loudly. You must be really hungry. He felt embarrassed, pretending it was not him. If the general is hungry, then just eat. Sahong Kun, not understanding a woman's feelings, casually replied. What are you talking about? It is you who is hungry. That sound came from your stomach. He quickly denied it. No way. That noise came from the general's stomach. Sahong Kun, not too concerned, licked her fur and said, Isn't that the sound made when you are hungry? What is there to be embarrassed about? Choa stood up and shouted. I will never admit that is me. Sasan Kwon glanced at the girl, her gaze puzzled. There are no ghosts here. Just you and me, so you think I can't tell whose stomach that sound came from? Hearing that, Chua picked up a deer leg and sulked away. The general is such a fool. Sasan Kwon stared blankly, not understanding what she had done wrong. At that moment, a voice rang out. Ha! You can't read a woman's mood. Can you? Aren't you going to chase after her? A little girl out in the woods at this hour is in great danger. Sezon Kwon thought she had not done anything wrong and did not need to apologize. Besides, with Dio Am by her side, she felt a bit more at ease. But the voice continued to warn her. Even if you can chase away the evil spirits or ghosts, you can't drive away other spiritual beasts. Moreover, if you happen to get lost, Sun Kwon did not care at all, licking her fur and replying that if that happened, it would be her fate. But the next statement made him ponder. Didn't your actions lead to her fate? Sun Hong Kwon was stunned for a moment and then said, Why should I care about her? Her tone was sarcastic. A master who is not honest with their feelings is truly lacking. Sun Hong Kwon said that was nonsense, refusing to admit it. Just then, the old Taoist drew his sword and headed straight for Sen Kwon, now seeming less like a spiritual beast and more like a man-eating monster. Sen Kwon found it a bit confusing. They had just shared meat a while ago. He slowly stood up and asked the other party what they meant. The Taoist, with a righteous gaze, introduced himself. I am from the Ganrun sect. Do you think I do not know that Tronku is beside you? Tronku is a type of ghost that subdues tigers after its original soul is consumed by a tiger. Tronku seduces people and leads them to be eaten by tigers. That is why the Ganrun sect is so cautious, knowing the opponent is from Ganon. Sen Kwon was not very surprised to be discovered. The Taoists from this place are very sensitive to traces of demons. Unable to explain, Sun Kwon ordered Tronku to manifest beside her. Immediately, the Ganrun sect pointed their sword forward and shouted, I swear by the honor of Ganon Mountain, I will definitely destroy you today. Sun Kwon did not bother to fight back and simply turned to leave. Huajan, this is your doing. You handle it. Dusan felt belittled, angrily shouting, Wait, where do you think you are going? But he will soon realize that the ghostly battle before him is anything but ordinary. At that moment, the gem on Huajan's necklace began to glow, and she pulled out a chipped sword from it. I will take care of you. At a glance, Dusan recognized that the object was the Kong Ding Kang, a treasure capable of containing anything, regardless of size. He widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to believe that the ghost could use this. Once he calmed down, he furrowed his brow and asked, May I ask a question? What is that you are wearing around your neck? Huajan smiled and replied, Those who are enlightened are often too confident in their martial arts and stubbornly fight for justice. You have drawn your sword, so talking like this seems out of order. Hearing this, Dusan immediately took action. He rushed forward, his figure seeming to split into three, heading straight for Huajan with deadly intent. After all, people just want the ghosts to disappear. There is no reason to hold back. But Huajan did not even need to move, effortlessly deflecting the attack with her sword. You have put in so much effort. I will make sure to repay you well. Her gaze blazed with fire, ready to counter this blow. With a single slash, Dusan was sent flying, his arm trembling in pain. Not stopping there, Huajan continued her assault, delivering a downward strike. Luckily, Dusan reacted in time, using his sword to block. But the force behind her strike was not easy to withstand. Just as he was about to collapse, Dusan swiftly used the long form to evade the attack range. But Huajan seemed to anticipate this, having waited patiently, determined not to let him escape too easily. Witnessing his master being completely overwhelmed, he shouted in worry. Even if he wanted to, he could not participate in a battle of this level. After being knocked away, Dusan tried to plant his sword into the ground to stop himself. His entire arm shook. No longer able to grip the sword tightly, he was stunned. unable to believe he was defeated by the ghost. But he also wondered if the woman before him was truly the ghost. Everything so far was indeed hard to comprehend. While he was in confusion, Hu-jan stepped forward, raising her sword. Sensing a chilling aura, Du-san helplessly sat on the ground, unable to resist. Meanwhile, somewhere else, right before the reed field, O was busy eating meat alone when suddenly he heard Sun Quan's voice from behind. Is it good? Finma turned around, sulking and refusing to answer. Sun Quan continued. It is really cold. Hurry to somewhere warm. I'm so mad I do not even want to eat anymore. Turning away in frustration. Seeing this, Sun Quan did not want to coax anymore. Just walked off. I am leaving now. You take care of yourself. I have found this annoying for a while. Seeing this, Cho was extremely anxious, standing up to chase after him. Calling out for her husband, Sun Quan glanced at the little girl, feeling quite pleased. That is how it should be. After all, she is just a child. Maybe you do not realize that you are starting to care more about, Just then, Sun Quan suddenly stopped, causing it to bump into her leg. Why did you stop all of a sudden? I almost broke my nose. And Sun Quan instructed her to be quiet, standing in front to block the way. Eyes fixed on the reed field. Come out here. In the quiet atmosphere, an eerie voice echoed from nowhere. I am not going to ramble. Just leave that kid behind and go. I will spare your life. Sun Quan remained silent for a long time, carefully considering, at least aware of the spirit beast or spirit fire. I knew this would happen, but it came too quickly. First, let us assess the situation. After thinking it over, he calmly spoke. If I hand her over to you, you will spare my life. Right. The opponent burst into laughter. Ha. You really know what is good for you. That is right. I said. Leave that girl and get out of here. I gave him a disappointed look, glancing up at Seven Quan, unable to believe she would be abandoned again. Sun Quan looked at her, instructing her to stay here. Hearing this, his eyes fell with sadness, asking Gaiman, well, is it because I got angry? I promise I won't do it again. Okay. But before the girl could finish her sentence, Sun Quan shouted loudly, it isn't? I almost died because of you. After spending some time with you, I actually developed some feelings, but not enough to risk my life. Let us end this here. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left without looking back, leaving us standing frozen in place, gazing after Sun Quan's silhouette. At that moment, a strange shadow appeared behind her, grinning menacingly. I did not expect to see the blood of the white blood demon beast here. On the other side, Ho-jan did not attack Du-san but simply kept his sword ready, slowly explaining, do you understand? I won't force you to trust me, but I hope you understand that we have not harmed her. In Du-san's side, sweating profusely. Even if I do not believe it, I have no choice. I can only trust you. Ho-jan then sheathed his sword, smiling brightly. That is good to hear. If you understand now, then there won't be any unfortunate events. Why are you and that kid here? Du-san said he and his disciple were simply out sightseeing, but according to Ho-jan's memory, there had not been any worthwhile places to visit recently. Du-san slowly stood up and explained. Not exactly. I heard a rumor. So I came all the way here. Around Bichigo, all the spirit beasts were killed. The demons have come, causing harm to many people. Ho-jan was quite interested in this and wanted to hear more details. Du-san cautiously shared what he knew. All the limbs of the spirit beasts were severed, their bellies ripped open, as if something was being searched for, like a preparation for some kind of ritual. Ho-jan seemed to think of something but did not dare to assert it. Just then, both sensed an eerie aura from Sun Quan, staring into the distance. Sensing something was off, a strange creature appeared near. Looking human but not quite. The Westerner steps forward with a large sword. The White Blood Beast. The White Blood Beast. 200 years ago, the White Blood Beast encountered the Destruction Clan here. I am indeed the luckiest person in the world. Come with me. He laughed eerily, reaching out to who was in a daze. I did not resist at all, allowing herself to be thrown over his shoulder and taken to a dangerous place. In her mind, painful memories surfaced. Since she was little, she had been ostracized and teased by other kids her age, even having stones thrown at her. Look at that white hair. So creepy. Get out of my village. His lifeless gaze made the children flee in panic after just one look. Look, it is staring. Dante looked into its green eyes. Run away. A war-torn clothes, holding a crack bowl to beg for food everywhere. But all she received was a splash of dirty water and the disdainful looks of adults. Do you think this is a place for you? Get out of here now. I was already used to those looks. Remaining silent without saying a word, she struggled to survive day by day, but did not understand why she was still alive. That winter, a sat curled up by the roadside, the cold snow falling, covering her frail little body. Her vitality seemed to be slipping away bit by bit, as if she was about to reach her final limit. Now, she no longer had the strength to beg, helplessly resigned to this cursed fate. But suddenly, a young master from B passed by and saw her. For some unknown reason, he took her back and gave her a job as a maid. From that moment on, O was dressed properly instead of in rags, allowed to sleep in a house with warm blankets, no longer facing the bone-chilling snowstorms, but even so, she was still looked down upon by the other maids, not allowed to get close. A still did not dare to complain a word. She obediently did every task assigned to her, even when it was not her responsibility. In her mind, she constantly reminded herself that if she did not want to be kicked out, she had to work hard. Since everyone disliked her, she needed to work even harder. One day, I overheard a conversation among the noble ladies talking about love, marriage, and family. Everything made her wide-eyed and fascinated. Even if she got scolded for being distracted, I always remembered those stories. That night, she looked up at the starry sky, mumbling to herself, love, marriage, family, and my own husband. Just now, I heard the stories from the older sisters. I do not understand everything, but those things are all wonderful. Is there a God? I wondered. Could I not? Is there someone who can protect me when I am beaten or scalded? Someone who loves me? Someone who becomes my husband? Imagine those things. Foolishly smiling to herself, even though she did not understand anything. Then suddenly one day, the young master came and said she had to marry the mountain prince. Since that moment, I has been in a daze. Even while working, she always thought about this unknown husband, smiling foolishly to herself. What kind of person is Song Kwon? Even if he is not a divine being riding the clouds, it is. I also do not expect him to be a great hero who can summon rain and wind. My family. I am not lonely anymore. Seeing the joyful expression of an older sister warned him about the tiger. A tiger? You silly. You have to marry a tiger that might eat you at any moment. Knowing the truth, I looked dazed, utterly disappointed. So that is how it is. Suddenly picking up a kid like me from the corner of the street, giving me clothes to wear, a room to stay in. So that is why I still can't become a human. Yep. I am the demon wearing a mask of a human. Back to the present. Was taken back to the demon's cave, which was terrifying, filled with blood and flesh of spirit beasts. The demon held a knife in hand, looking at it with desire. Your flesh and blood will merge with me, and I will give you 3 magical abilities. Unlike the tiger that abandoned you, I will never forget you. Don't he feel too wronged? Go peacefully. The demon grabbed him by the head with one hand, while the other stabbed straight at his neck. Even in this moment, I always remembered Sung Kwon. I do not blame him. Our meeting, being in the same place with him, his warm embrace, his protection, the gift he gave me, all those beautiful memories. I closed his eyes tightly, ready to accept the approaching death. Just then, the demon screamed in pain. I opened his eyes to see Sung Kwon appearing in front of him, holding a demon's arm in his mouth. After losing an arm, the furious demon charged at Sung Kwon. Sung Kwon immediately called for Ho Jian. Ho Jian suddenly appeared from thin air, standing next to "Are you okay?" Suzon Yu too, not understanding what was happening, asked in confusion. Who are you? Who is that? What is going on? Ho Jian quickly explained. Suzon Yu too. I am Ho, the demon servant of Sung Kwon. Up until now, I still remembered the trivial matter. Don't he call me Sung Ho? I do not like that title. While Sung Kwon was in a fierce battle against the demon, the situation was dire. Ho Jian calmly explained. That guy is very dangerous, so we have no other choice. Sung Kwon truly values Sing Ho. Still did not understand. Clearly Sung Kwon had chosen to abandon her then. Ho Jian directed his gaze toward the battle. Look, he is fighting to protect Sang Oh. The opponent was much stronger than Sung Kwon. I recalled her own wish and started to cry. Someone please protect me when I am beaten or scalded. Someone who loves me. My husband. The girl realized she had blamed Sung Kwon wrongly, constantly blaming herself. Boo-hoo. I do not know anything. I promise I will listen from now on. Ho Jiang looked at the girl for a moment and took out the invisibility cloth. This place is very dangerous. We should leave quickly. Concerned for Sen Kwon who did not want to go, Ho Jiang advised. You need to be safe for Sun Kwon to fight with peace of mind. Looking towards Sen Kwon, Them Kungogain wished for peace and slowly disappeared. Without worries, Sun Kwon unleashed all his strength. Before long, the balance was broken. The demon was slammed to the ground by Sen Kwon's sharp claws. But something fell off. The blood splattered had corrosive properties. Immediately, Sen Kwon backed away, avoiding the pool of blood. At this moment, the demon gradually transformed, revealing its true form. A giant hairless rat. Not bad. A tiger reaching the level of a spirit beast. I will tear your limbs apart and scoop out your insides. Upon seeing the hairless rat, Sung Kwon instantly recognized it as the blood cat test creature. Before he could think of a countermeasure, the opponent attacked first. The blood drops scattered on the ground seemed to have life, turning into countless blood creatures. Charging towards Song Kwon, Sesung Kwon did not dodge, using his sharp claws to swat away the attacking blood creatures. Even a light touch could destroy them, but his claws were gradually corroded. The rat laughed in delight. That won't work, a powerless being like you can't stop me. You can only succumb to the poison of the blood creatures created from my toxic blood. You will die slowly, no matter how many blood creatures Sung Kwon destroyed. More kept coming relentlessly. He did not know how long it had been. He was getting tired, his body nearly paralyzed by the poison. In times like this, he remembered Ho Jiang. If she were here, things would not be this bad. Just a moment of distraction. Sesung Kwon was attacked in the leg, losing his balance. Seizing the opportunity, the rat charged forward, kicking Sun Kwon into the wall. You miserable tiger. You are poisoned now. Soon you will be nothing but a pool of blood. Surrounded by blood creatures, Sesung Kwon still did not give up, continuously unleashing spiritual power to blow them all away. After a fierce battle, all the blood creatures were completely destroyed, but Sun Kwon was on the verge of collapsing. Just standing was incredibly difficult. Seeing this, the rat laughed triumphantly. Surprising. Although you managed to fend off my blood creatures, you are dying like a soon-to-be corpse. I will directly tear you apart. Sesung Kwon, covered in blood, glared and said, "What the hell is that stinky rat mumbling?" At that moment, Ho Jiang appeared from behind, a sword cutting straight into the rat's throat. The stupid rat was injured, thrashing in pain, blood splattering everywhere. Bastards. Dare to do this to me. Unable to hold back anymore, Sesung Kwon wrapped his claws with flames, charging up for the finishing blow. With just one fairy claw strike, the rat's head was blown off, its body and lair burned to ashes. In the end, only a remaining sword was left. After enduring a tough battle, Sung Kwon stepped outside, his body covered in wounds. Phew, how am I still alive after all this? Isn't it already morning? Ho Jian held a blade and looked at her spoils with eager eyes. After all, we have gathered so many precious items. They will be useful for Sung Kwon later. Sung Kwon did not care much, only asking about her. Where is she? Ho Jiang replied with a smile. I told the old man of Ganon to take her to Ho Jiang village. Seeing Sung Kwon's surprise, she explained, just in case Sung Kwon gets killed, I would lose all my power too. At that point, the blood cat would surely target Sun Hao. Right. Seeing her knowing smile, Sung Kwon felt a bit uneasy, but could not really blame her. Once everything was settled, Ho Jian suggested going to bring her back. Sung Kwon stayed silent for a long time, feeling heavy-hearted. Just as we left Mount Bitch, this happened. Things like this will continue to happen in the future. With my current strength, I am not confident I can protect her. The transformation technique I learned from defeating that creature has been obtained. If I could take on a human form, I could use the 9-circle blade and also access stronger magical abilities. Besides, the flames can't be fully absorbed. Evil Phoenix fight. With that resolve, Sung Kwon's eyes became more determined. I had something to do before, which is to take on a human form. Meanwhile, Choa, worried about Sung Kwon, kept asking questions. Where are we heading? What if my husband can't keep up? It says there is a small village after crossing this mountain. Just wait there. At this moment, someone from Dusan began chatting with Choa. Choa, you can become my husband. As soon as those words left her mouth, Choa grabbed his hair and yanked it hard. What? I said if he is my husband, then he is my husband. Don't say otherwise. He can fight back. Frightened, he hugged his head and trembled. Suddenly, a group of people on horses appeared from behind, and someone from Dusan approached to chat. Who's this? Isn't he this from Dusan of Gonrun? Recognizing this person, Dusan clasped his hands in respect. Disciple of Ganon greets you. Senior brother. Although this person had left Ganon for 10 years, their brotherhood remained as strong as ever. Since it was convenient, everyone decided to travel together and catch up. Meanwhile, at Mount Gizon, a group of demon pigs was loudly pressuring their leader. You must make a decision. The power of humans is growing. Without the spirits, we can only become prey to them. Leader, this is all for our kin. If the leader leaves, who will protect Mount Guzan? The leader of the demon pigs was a massive old boar covered in a bunch of trees. Looking like a small mountain, faced with his kin's pleas, he felt very conflicted. I had planned to follow the natural course of life and return to the earth. But thinking of this foolish and weak group, if I leave now, it would be like pushing them into a dead end. Suddenly, a bird flew in and whispered something in its ear. After hearing the news, the pig king suddenly fell silent and then ordered all the clan members to step back. Right after that, the mountain god slowly approached, greeting him amicably. This is the first time we have met again after 30 years. Right. The pig king knows that this is not just a casual inquiry, but a direct question. That is right. It seems you did not come here just to check in. Did you? What is going on? Mountain god of the Butch Mountains. The Sundering God did not beat around the bush any longer, saying directly that he came here to find Thuo Lianfeng. Hearing that, the Pig King was very curious. In his mind, the Suzhen God was just a stupid tiger, not knowing what he needed that herb for, but just when he was hatching a sinister plan, he used it as an excuse to lure the Song God. Thuo Lianfeng, I can give it to you. The Song God was only guessing, but did not expect to actually find that herb here. But before he could be happy, the Pig King continued. Instead, you must agree to do something for me. Otherwise, you can't take anything away from Guzon Mountain, not even a single hair. The Song God immediately refused. Asking what it was, the Pig King did not specify, only saying that for someone who had defeated a spirit beast, this would not be hard. Hearing that, the Song God agreed to help, but still needed to know what he had to do. The Pig King smirked. It is not difficult. You just need to follow and assist my son. After that, all the pig demons of Guzon Mountain gathered. They marched in a very disciplined manner, like an army. Hojiang observed the situation, cautiously reminding, there are quite a few of them. They definitely won't agree easily. The Sun God replied, there is no other way. I can't face them alone. Anyway, we have got the firing line throw, so if needed, we can run. After a while of marching, I suddenly stopped. We have reached the end. There will definitely be a signal. We just need to wait. From what the Song God remembered, the leader's name was Guzujin, and his son's name was Having agreed to help, the Sundering God asked what he needed to do next. Yu Din smiled and said, you are with us? So you do not need to be overly cautious. I hope you understand that this time, our survival is at stake. At that moment, a bird flew in with news. The Sezong God looked in the direction the bird pointed, and noticed a human trade caravan approaching. Feeling that something was off, he carefully probed further. There are swordsmen. Could it be that the bandits gathered with the sorcerers to do something ridiculous? Are you out of your mind? Udai was not surprised at all, calmly explaining, that is why I did not say anything. This is a matter of life and death. Our goal is the Fiaju Honjin that they are transporting. Upon hearing this, the Sundering God's eyes widened in astonishment. Phoenix Hondan is a miraculous elixir, and just one pill can elevate one's treasure level, something everyone desires to possess. But not letting greed cloud his judgment, Sun Quan realizes this is extremely dangerous and firmly insists on withdrawing. Although had brought Thao Lion Fuong, it still could not change Sun Quan's mind. He was not very surprised, as this reaction was quite normal. Who would willingly walk into a death trap? Yet he smiled brightly, saying it was too late to back out now. On another side, Gu saw the signal and laughed wickedly. It is starting. The success or failure of this matter hinges on the final step. Those attacked by the spirit beasts will never let it go. The sword fairies will definitely come to this gun mountain. My clan won't be able to escape the fate of extermination. That is, unless Sun Quan does not come here today. Back with Sun Quan, the demon pigs received orders and charged forward, shouting loudly, for Sun Quan, for the Lord of Beck Mountain, for Beck Mountain. From all directions, the demon pigs rushed like moths to a flame, heading straight for Phoenix Hondan. The sword fairies on guard immediately drew their swords into a defensive stance. Seeing the Bone General standing in the distance, they all shouted loudly, Tiger! The leader is a tiger. That is the Bone General of Beck Mountain. We must kill that tiger, now. As Sun Quan realizes he has been dealt a painful blow, his body radiating killing intent. That crafty old pig Guzan is despicable. The plan succeeded, and Oi is off to the side laughing heartily. Now the sword of Vodang is aimed at Sun Quan. We must hide very well. The sword fairies of Vodang are all incredibly powerful, easily dealing with the demon pigs. But with such a massive number, it is simply impossible to cut them all down. The piles of corpses keep stacking up, yet they still can scare off the demon pigs charging forward. Observing from a distance, Hojian asks Sun Quan, it looks terrible. What do you plan to do? We can return to Bitch Mountain right now. Sun Quan does not intend to run away, staring intently at the battle. But if he keeps going like this, he will be playing right into their hands. I cannot retreat according to their wishes. Hojian. This time the opponent is a group of Taoists. Be careful. Hojian does not argue or try to persuade, fully following the orders. She takes out an invisibility cloak and gradually disappears without a trace. At this moment, the Taoist sitting in the carriage feels uncomfortable. It is still too noisy. I will go out and see. You and the disciples stay here. Coincidentally, the ones mentioned are the teacher and student Taoists. As soon as the Taoist steps outside, someone rushes over, not needing the Taoist to make an appearance. But looking around, it is clear that the situation is not very promising. The Taoist takes out a small bell and gently shakes it. Immediately, a group of demon pigs around them is swept away, scattering in all directions. Sun Quan watches from afar, his eyes wide with astonishment. This is sound magic. He is an immortal Taoist. Seeing that Sun Quan is still alive, the Taoist grins wickedly. Oh ho. There is still a creature quietly watching. I might be able to catch a decent beast. He took out a talisman and cast a spell, causing countless wooden stakes to emerge from the talisman, hurtling straight towards the beast with immense force. But with its speed and agility, the beast easily dodged the attack, sustaining no injuries at all. Seeing this, the sorcerer frowned in frustration. It managed to evade. A skeletal beast over here is also cautiously observing. If it gets hit, it is game over. It did not use too much spiritual energy, but the damage it dealt was quite strong. An experienced sorcerer, realizing his opponent was somewhat formidable, decided to reveal his true skills. This time he used 10 talismans at once to see where you can run, faced with countless stakes. The beast was extremely tense, concentrating hard to avoid the blows. The sorcerer laughed heartily. Ha, run. Run some more. Just stop for a moment, and you will be done for. Where are you going? But his laughter quickly faded. The beast not only dodged the attacks but also deliberately ran towards the battle, causing damage to both sides. Infuriated, the sorcerer's eyes lit up as he poured all his strength into casting, the number of stakes now reaching an astonishing amount, surrounding the beast with no gaps left, seeing no space left to dodge. The beast stopped and decided to counterattack. It enveloped its claws with blazing flames, instantly blowing away all the wooden stakes with overwhelming power. All eyes turned towards the beast that had countless stakes lodged in its back. The sorcerer was now wide-eyed in shock. What is this? I poured all my spiritual energy into it, and is still alive. How can a beast wield such terrifying powers? Originally, the beast did not want to resort to this. It would only attract more trouble, but if it stubbornly kept quiet, it was not sure it could keep its life. The beast in the raging flames called out. Have you found it yet? Hojian suddenly appeared beside it.
Yep.
It is. But why are you injured like this? Are you okay? The beast glanced at her and replied, exhausted to the point of collapse. But anyway, his spiritual energy was depleted, and he could no longer move. Cough. Cough. Hojia looked at the beast with a sad expression. She knew that the beast was just putting on a brave face. It could barely stand. She took out an invisibility cloak and quickly draped it over the beast. Since the goal had been achieved, they should leave. The sorcerer now realized that it was a hiding treasure. But it was already too late. The beast had vanished without a trace, leaving only the raging green flames. Just then, someone rushed over with urgent news. Sorcerer, there has been a big problem. The Phoenix pill. The Phoenix pill has disappeared. Upon hearing the news, the sorcerer was so furious that he spat blood and fell to the ground in agony. Though he said he was fine, he was extremely worried inside. If I lose the Phoenix pill, I will be expelled from this prestigious martial arts world. The female ghost used a hiding treasure. Suddenly he recognized Hikogar Kaing in the flower field, quickly giving the order to chase after the fleeing tiger. The sword fairies were very worried upon hearing this. But now there were only 3 of them left. Meanwhile, dealing with the extraordinary abilities of the tiger, called the initial group, did not let him finish his sentence. The Taoist angrily shouted. Foolish. Can't you see it is already wounded all over from my attack? Leave one person to protect me until I recover, and the rest hurry after it. No one can be left behind. At this moment, Choa was hiding nearby, listening to the whole conversation. Knowing that the Mountain Lord was in danger, she felt extremely anxious and restless. On the side of the Mountain Lord, he and Ho Jian slowly walked through the flower field. They must be in chaos right now, especially that Taoist's expression. Just thinking about it makes me feel great. Even though he tried to act like nothing was wrong, the Mountain Lord could not hide his dangerous state. Ho Jian saw the Mountain Lord trembling all over and quickly advised. Now is not the time to think about such things. You need to consider your own health. The wound was getting worse, and she worried about what to do now. Suddenly, the Mountain Lord collapsed to the ground, continuously coughing up blood. His condition was extremely critical, and they needed to pull out the stakes immediately. The Mountain Lord's gaze was determined as he struggled to finish his sentence. Grr. Go ahead. After gathering her spirits, Ho Jian decisively pulled the stake out of the Mountain Lord's body. Immediately, the entire forest echoed with painful cries. Seeing Ho Jian stop after pulling out one stake, the Mountain Lord trembled and urged her to continue. But the stakes seemed to have a life of their own. Growing deep within the Mountain Lord's body, the pain of pulling out these stakes was truly unimaginable. Despite the agony, the Mountain Lord ordered her to keep going. Ho Jian was worried that continuing to pull would cause the Mountain Lord to bleed too much, which was too dangerous. But before she could finish her sentence, the Mountain Lord interrupted. If we leave it like this, it will dig deeper and drain all my blood. It is better to pull it out than to wait for death. This won't kill me yet. Hurry up and pull it out. His gaze was steadfast, without a hint of hesitation. Ho Jian, although worried, could only grit her teeth and endure, trying to pull each stake out as quickly as possible. The Mountain Lord's screams echoed for a long time. Just hearing them sent chills down the spine. After a while, 2 sword fairies arrived at the spot where the blood was. The 2 looked at the blood on the ground, cautiously observing. It had seriously injured the Taoist. so they needed to be careful. In contrast to him, the other person seemed very excited. Niklisi Bang. I know his strength very well. That tiger must be on its last legs now. Moreover, the treasure that the ghostly creature brought is very rare. If we get the treasure containing the Phoenix elixir back, we will quickly become Taoists. At this moment, on the side of the mountain lord, the stakes had been completely pulled out of his body, but due to excessive blood loss, he had fainted, lying on the ground. Ho Jian was extremely worried upon seeing this. He lost too much blood. We need to wake him up quickly. Just then, a voice came from behind. He is still alive, but is no different from a corpse. Two sword spirits drew their swords from their sheaths, eagerly rushing towards the flower girl. Want to protect your master? How ridiculous. Faced with the two sword spirits, the flower girl did not back down an inch, determined to protect her lord until the end. On the side of the Taoist, after a time of recovery, his spiritual power had regained a third. Unable to wait any longer, he immediately dashed out of the carriage, heading straight for the mountain lord in pursuit. Although he had recovered nearly a third of his spiritual power, combined with the pure spirit technique, it was enough. The gem that the ghostly painting wore around its neck must be the Kong Ding Kang. And surely it contained other precious treasures as well. A fox using divine powers. A ghostly painting with Kong Ding Kang. Could this be considered turning misfortune into fortune? Just thinking about it made him smile so much he could not contain himself, laughing while charging forward. Before long, he reached the flower field. Seeing the mountain lord lying still, he grinned sinisterly, not expecting to obtain such a priceless treasure. At this moment, on the caravan side, Bai suddenly shouted, "Master, I can find her." She said she was going to the mountain to relieve herself. But then she disappeared. Upon hearing this, Dusan became very worried, knowing that this mountain was full of dangerous beasts. But for her, he did not care about that, still pushing forward despite his fatigue. Clearly, it is my husband. Although I do not know what the fight was about, he has returned. Now I will go to my husband. Just thinking about meeting my husband again made the girl smile brightly. Returning to the mountain lord's side, the Taoist cautiously approached, helping too many clients. It must be dead by now. This is the inevitable outcome. If the fox is dead, then the ghost painting will also disappear. Now I will look for Kong Ding Kang. But no matter how many times he searched around, he could not find anything. Suddenly he remembered that the two sword spirits sent to search had vanished without a trace. Believing they had seized Kong Ding Kang for themselves, the Taoist's anger boiled over. He held the talisman in his hand, decisively beheading the mountain lord to vent his anger. His eyes were bloodshot, his mind only thinking about the treasure. He dares to steal from me. Let us see where he runs off to. That damn sword spirit. After he left. For her, she had also found her way here. The girl stepped forward, picked up the tiger's head that had fallen to the ground, and remained silent for a long time. She tried to smile, holding the tiger's head as she moved forward. Master, I am not fooled. Stop joking and wake up. She tried to fit the tiger's head back on, but as soon as she let go, it rolled away. The girl looked at the head in shock, unable to accept the reality. Once more, she tried to piece the head together and shook it gently. Master, please stop joking with me. That is enough. Now wake up. The head rolled away again, refusing to stay put. But she could no longer muster the strength to keep trying. Tears streamed down her face. And finally, her emotions broke free as she sobbed uncontrollably in the flower field. No matter how loudly she cried or how many tears fell, there was no response from the cold body in front of her. Meanwhile, far away, the flower girl was struggling to drag the mountain lord, taking one step at a time. Why is this so heavy? Her spiritual power gradually dissipated, and her hand slowly disappeared, causing Sun Quan to fall heavily to the ground. This is what caused Sun Quan to wake up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he cautiously looked around. When did I pass out? Ho Jian was extremely happy to see this. Finally, he has awakened. Just as Sun Quan was about to ask what was happening, he noticed Ho Jian disappearing, and he shouted in panic. Ho Jian, you looked just like that a moment ago. Ho Jian bravely held her sword against the two sword-wielding attackers to protect Sen Kun. Even though there were two of them, she easily overpowered them, causing them to sweat profusely. Can a ghost be so skilled in swordsmanship? At this rate, I will be defeated. Just when he did not know what to do, his gaze fell on Sen Quan behind him. Immediately, he used a hidden weapon from his sleeve and aimed it straight at Sen Quan. If I can just kill that tiger, the ghost will naturally disappear. Without hesitation, Ho Jian threw herself in front of the hidden weapon, protecting Sen Quan. The sword-wielding attacker was very pleased to see this. He sacrificed himself to protect his master. Well, if he does not want to disappear, he has no choice but to do this. We are tired enough already. Let us end this now. But he underestimated Ho Jian too much. She is not just an ordinary ghost. Suddenly, a strange aura emanated from her, enveloping the surrounding space. Sahong Kun. I feel a bit of pain. The sword-wielding attacker Mameng saw this and rushed forward, now wanting to enchant with an illusion technique. You must want to die under my sword. His companion tried to stop him. But it was too late. A purple light shot from Ho Jian, sweeping away everything it touched. The sword-wielding attacker behind was lucky to stand back and only lost a hand. But it was not over. Ho Jian walked up to him, radiating killing intent. I have lost everything I cultivated. Why did I have to run into you? Realizing the pressure from Hein Tine, the sword-wielding attacker hurriedly begged for mercy. Please spare me. I was just following their orders. Ho Jia stared at him and asked, now you are asking me to spare you? To keep his life? The sword-wielding attacker did not hesitate to bow and plead. Please forgive me. Just spare my life, and I will do whatever you ask. Surprisingly, Ho Jian did not strike immediately. She asked if he knew how to make the escape pill, sensing a glimmer of hope for survival. The sword-wielding attacker quickly said he could do it. Ho Jian took out an eyeball and told him, good. You look at the method of concocting it etched on the stone and follow it immediately. I have the necessary materials. You must do it as quickly as possible, since this is for you to consume. Make sure you do it carefully. Upon hearing this, Sun Quan understood what would happen next. You are making the sword-wielding attacker eat the foundational pill, turning him into my form. You have worked hard because of me. Ho Jian was still disappearing, showing no signs of stopping. She placed Kegyu Dine Kang's pendant around Sun Quan's neck and said, when Sun Quan was unconscious, I made him consume a phoenix pill, losing so much blood and still waking up, truly worthy of being a divine medicine. Now the only thing left is to fully absorb its spirit energy. I can only do this much. It has been a very joyful time. Sun Quan interrupted. You just need to sleep a little. You will feel better. Don't talk like it is a farewell. Ho Jian leaned against Sun Quan, gently reminding, every time I think about how it is just me and Sun Quan left, I find it hard to close my eyes. Time has passed without me beside you. But before I could finish, you disappeared. Sun Quan looked sorrowfully into the endless night, feeling incredibly lonely. Come back quickly. I will be waiting for you. After that, Sun Quan quietly turned and left, unaware that someone was crying for her. Meanwhile, at Guzan Mountain, Guanjian was very restless and worried upon hearing the news. In the chaos, it has stolen the Phoenix One Dan. I underestimated it too much. If it recovers from its injuries and reaches the spirit harmony realm, it will come back to take revenge on me. Out of fear, it hurriedly ordered its clan members, find it quickly. We can't let our sacrifices be in vain. Although it is a fierce tiger, it is heavily wounded. We do not need to expend too much energy. We must find and kill it immediately, or it will turn on us. On Sun Quan's side, he headed straight to Butch Mountain by the lake. Ong Ho, come out here. The golden carp immediately appeared. You called me. Axu's Roan Quan. What is wrong? Sun Quan got straight to the point. I will tell you later. I am in a hurry. I have to leave now. You can come along if you want. Without hesitation, Yung Ho replied. If Sun Quan says so, then of course I will follow. But are you bringing that brat with you? Immediately, a spirit ginseng popped up, making a loud fuss. What about me? Are you suggesting he leave me here? Sahong Kun. You should leave him behind. One spirit and one fish. Neither would back down. Arguing endlessly, Sun Quan was already used to this scene. Merely sighing. At this moment, a black leopard in a cave suddenly noticed something. Its eyes brightened, and it rushed outside. It is Sun Quan. Definitely the son of Sun Quan. He finally shows up today. He and I will settle things. But as soon as it saw Sun Quan's appearance, it quickly hit the brakes. For a moment, it suddenly got angry and shouted loudly. Who's it? Who exactly did you run into? Sun Quan could not be bothered to explain and replied. What I encounter has nothing to do with you. The black leopard scratched its head in confusion, finally coming up with a reason. What is that, right? That means you won't be able to have a proper showdown with me. Sun Quan did not bother to listen to it, just walked past. I have never met anyone as ridiculous as you. Seeing that, the black leopard shouted loudly. Sahong Kun. Where are you going? Sun Quan glanced back. I will play with you next time. See you later. The black leopard would not accept this reason and pressed for more. When will it be next time? I have been waiting for you until now. Song Quan did not care about this pointless fighting. Waiting until now is foolish. If you want to fight, many foes will soon come to Mount Bitch. You can take them on. The knave Black Panther asked who they were. It seemed it really intended to fight. Song Quan told it the truth. Who else could it be? It could be the Daoxan or the pigs from Mount Gun. As soon as it heard Daoxan, the Black Panther shouted. Daoxan. You fight with those Daoxan. This reaction is understandable. With Song Quan's little cultivation, how could he come back unscathed? Ong, listening from the side, was a bit astonished, surprised that he could survive a fight with Daoxan. At this moment, Song Quan did not want to waste any more time and turned to leave. I have many things to do. You can play by yourself. The Black Panther was about to stop him when it was knocked away by a butt. Song Quan. Can you hear me out for a moment? Sung Quan was being chased. His body was covered in wounds, and he was alone. So could my master accompany you? Hearing this, Sung Quan was a bit surprised. Even the Black Panther did not know about this. Ong Jan continued. My master just wants to duel to determine who is superior to Sung Quan. Of course. That was when Sung Quan had fully recovered. Sung Quan looked at the two, cautiously thinking. There was no guarantee he would not be ambushed before reaching a safe place. On the contrary, borrowing his strength did not seem like a bad idea. That thought was acceptable, yet he bluntly refused the offer. I refuse. I do not trust you, accompanying strangers. Who knows when I might get stabbed in the back? Hearing this, the Black Panther was extremely annoyed. What? Where am I untrustworthy? Hong Dio. You are right to be cautious. Then do you know what this is? As soon as he saw the assistant card, Sung Quan was very surprised. The Black Panther did not know what it was. As soon as it opened its mouth to ask, it was scalded. Master, please be quiet. Sung Quan knew this item well. The assistant card. A treasure that can retaliate against spirit beasts. He stared at the opponent and asked why they had taken that out. Ong did not hesitate to bite his finger and used his blood to write names on the assistant card. I will write my name and my master's name on this card. Immediately, the Black Panther glowed with a faint red light, as if a connection was formed. After completing it, Ong Jan handed the card to Sen Quan with a friendly smile. Please accept this. Sen Quan's eyes widened in disbelief. This was truly insane. Ong then continued. What are you still hesitating for? Surely you know that if we give you the card, we won't be able to harm you. Sen Quan asked back. Handing it over means you have entrusted your lives to me. Do you even know what I will do with it? Handing it to me. The Black Panther spoke up. Sen Quan would not be cowardly enough to use our lives as leverage. Right. Ong laughed, saying he thought the same. This left Sen Quan utterly astonished. It was hard to believe there was such trust in the world. Sen Quan thought for a moment, then turned to leave. It is unnecessary. Carrying that feels too heavy. The two thought they were being rejected, feeling a bit disappointed. But Sen Quan suddenly stopped, turned around, and said, What are you doing? The Black Panther showed clear excitement upon hearing this. It ran to Sen Quan's side, not holding back its joy. Ha! Right. You look so pitiful right now. I will protect you. Just look at that tail wagging nonstop to see how happy it is. After a few days of travel, the group decided to rest. Sen Quan lay down opposite, observing carefully. Having traveled for days without feeling fatigue, from the start, I can say for sure. Unlike me, she has reached a very high level. After some thought, Sen Quan spoke up, asking Hong Jan, Can you teach me how to conceal spiritual energy? Hong Jan replied, Teaching you that is not too difficult, but in return, what will you give me? Sen Quan, somewhat wary, asked back, What do you want? The Black Panther, sleeping, looked at her affectionately. You must have guessed my true form. I lack nothing myself, but my simple master does not know my circumstances. From these words, Sen Quan realized a few things. So that is how it is. Spiritual beasts choose their masters to serve for life. Although she did not know why she served such a foolish master like the Black Panther. While focusing, Sen Quan suddenly jolted at Hong Jan's question. You have the Phoenix Dan, right? Sen Quan startled, feeling a bit tense. How did she know? Could it be she has the divine ability to see through the illusions? Hong Jan suddenly clapped, laughing and explaining. Oh ho, I just guessed. And I got it right. Don't let my appearance fool you. I have lived a long time and know a lot about sense. Hearing this, Sen Quan could only force a smile, regretting not using the concealment technique for the Phoenix Dan. Then, Hong Jan took out a book on cultivation. If you give me that, I will give you this technique book. The name of this technique is Separation of Hand and Void, a technique book from the Man era, although it is quite hard to practice. If successful, the path to becoming a divine beast is no longer far away. Upon hearing this, Sen Quan was stunned. This was a technique for internal alchemy. Spiritual beasts have 6 realms. Spirit Beast, Spirit Harmony, Spirit Void, Spirit Fate, Spirit Tribulation, Spirit Origin, and the final realm that all spirit beasts dream of is the Divine Beast. Inner energy cannot be increased at will. It can only be raised gradually with each realm. If I could enhance my unique inner energy, currently at the Spirit Beast level, I would still possess greater strength even at the same level. Hong said this was a unique technique from some spirit beast, and although she felt regret, keeping it would be useless. Sung Quan understood the value of this technique and asked seriously, Are you sure? It seems you are at a disadvantage. Ong Dian glanced at the black leopard and said, If you want to thank me, just treat my master well. Sung Quan was a bit confused. She was told to treat that black leopard well. I and he are at the same realm. Does she want me to help him cultivate? But there is nothing in it for me. So I quickly agreed. Just then, the sound of wild boars echoed from afar, getting louder and more frantic. Hong calmly told Sung Kwon to leave first. Sung Kwon asked worriedly, "Can you handle it?" Hong smiled and replied, "You came to the secret cave probably because of the fate. Right, I hope you will take care of my master." Sung Kwon happily agreed. With the benefits he received, who knows who will take care of whom? The black leopard, deep in sleep, was shaken awake by Sung Kwon. "Get up," without giving the black leopard a chance to fully wake up. Sung Kwon turned and left. The black leopard hurriedly urged, "Wait, why is Hong John still there?" Hong did not explain much. Just said she would catch up. Carefully reminding her master not to separate from Sung Kwon, the black leopard did not think too much and hurriedly chased after Sung Kwon. Afraid of being left behind, Hong Dian smiled, watching her master's back as he left. But suddenly she became very intimidating. Glancing at the group of demonic boars behind Sung Kwon, after realizing he had just consumed the phoenix pill, he exclaimed in surprise, "Did I just eat the phoenix pill? Then I can increase my vitality." "Right, why would you give me something so precious?" Faced with a barrage of questions, Sung Kwon only replied that he had also received something equally valuable from Hong. But this answer left the Black Panther feeling a bit disappointed. Put that reason aside. Is not there any other reason? Throughout the journey, the Mountain Lord had to endure countless questions of why without end. Finally, they arrived at a dry tree next to a towering cliff. The Black Panther looked around, wondering if they had come to the right place. "It seems like there is no one around here." Sun Kwon instructed him to look carefully, and then slowly approached the dry tree. He placed his claws on the tree trunk, closed his eyes, and slowly channeled his spiritual energy. In an instant, the dry tree regained its vitality, transforming into a vibrant jingo tree. The Black Panther was astonished. This was the first time he had witnessed such a miraculous scene. Just then, the ground trembled, and a long staircase suddenly appeared beside the tree, leading down into the earth. Sung Kwon approached the staircase and explained, "I just happened to discover this secret passage. Inside it, no one will disturb you while absorbing the spiritual energy of the Phoenix pill. There is a maze here, so remember to stick close." With that, he carefully stepped down the staircase, his gaze incredibly determined. "From now on, I will focus on reaching the ultimate realm. I can't let those wooden stakes pierce me carelessly again. Also, I will never lose my people." 4 days passed in a flash, and the flowers on the ginkgo tree had gradually fallen. Ong had been silently waiting beneath the dry tree, not leaving for a moment. Suddenly, behind her, the pig demons howled. "It has been 4 days. We can't wait any longer." Hong's gaze was icy, telling them there was no other way. The pig demons could not help but threaten fiercely. "Hurry up and tell us how to open the secret passage, or we will storm in." Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently, a huge explosion blowing away the surrounding soil and rocks, creating a large pit. From the dust cloud, a human figure gradually emerged. The pig demons, with their keen noses, immediately caught the familiar scent. "It is the scent of the Mountain Lord. If we capture him, we can find the Mountain Lord's location." The handsome young man before them suddenly spoke up. "You fools! I am the Mountain Lord." Hearing this, the pig demons all shouted loudly, "What? You are the Mountain Lord? But why do you look like a human?" The Mountain Lord stood still, saying nothing. Suddenly, his figure vanished, reappearing from the air, using a blade to stab and kill a pig demon. At this point, the demon pigs finally reacted, fearfully backing away. Through the previous strike, the bone warrior clearly felt his strength had increased significantly. Right now, the blade in his hand felt a bit unusual. It kept sucking the blood from the target until only a dried corpse remained. This made the demon pigs furious, but they dared not charge, and due to their fear, the bone warrior held the blade, feeling it tremble with excitement. The swirling spiritual energy looked dark, but it was not bad at all. The demon pigs surrounding the bone warrior were chattering nervously. "How could this be? He clearly is just a spirit harmonization beast. Should we confront him?" The leader, seeing the group in confusion, shouted, "Don't be afraid. The bone warrior is only at the spirit harmonization stage, and besides, he is all alone. We have the advantage in numbers. What can we do?" The demon pigs were emboldened, charging forward together. "Charge, brothers. Kill him." The bone warrior stood in the midst of the encirclement, unfazed. "Exactly. That is how it should be. Fierce and aggressive." He gently stroked the blade's body, and then thrust it firmly into the ground. Suddenly, a cloud of black mist spread out, enveloping everything around. The leader saw the situation was dire and hurriedly ordered, "Don't panic. Let us regroup first." But the space was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Only chaotic voices could be heard, drowning in fear. The leader shouted loudly, "Come to where my voice is." But no one replied, and he was incredibly furious. "Are you deaf? Answer me quickly." At this moment, all that responded were the pained screams of his kin. Suddenly, The space became unusually quiet. From within the black mist, a demon pig with bleeding 7 orifices staggered forward. Human saved. No sooner had the words left his mouth than countless bizarre arms with eyeballs on them lunged at the demon pig, tearing it apart in an instant. By the time the leader realized what was happening, it was already too late. He immediately became prey, screaming the Bone Warrior's name in despair. After consuming everything, the black mist returned to the blade, leaving no trace behind. The Bone Warrior held the blade in his hand, carefully observing. He wanted to absorb blood, so he concentrated all the power of the artifact to swallow the spiritual being. If I am not careful, I could have almost been swallowed by it. Either way, it is mine now. At this moment, Ong John stepped forward and said it was an evil blade. The Bone Warrior replied that he thought so too but was not worried at all, simply reinserting it into Kong Ding Kang. Seeing this, Hong John did not try to stop him, laughing. Anyway, congratulations on reaching the spirit harmonization stage. But why did you take on a human form? The Bone Warrior answered that he found this shape convenient. Ong then asked if this was because of Sun Hao. The Bone Warrior remained silent for a moment before shaking his head in denial. In that moment, Ong also understood part of the reason for this choice. Once the matter here was settled, the Bone Warrior made a suggestion. Now I plan to head to Guzon Mountain. Will you come with me? Hong Di, my companion, was always slow and sluggish. I wondered when he would finally come out. I can't. But as soon as the master leaves, I will definitely seek out Sun Quan to settle this. While speaking, she took out the Atic Sai and handed it to Sun Quan. Sun Quan looked a bit confused upon seeing this. This item is meant for lovers, and for the two of them to use it is just not right. Before he could refuse, half of the Atic Sai was wrapped around his arm, while Hong Jung carefully put the other half away. Hong then asked, perhaps our master won't recognize your transformed appearance. From what I see, it seems you used the force of the Can Hone. Can you give me a version? Sun Quan asked, a bit puzzled. Why would Hong need this? Hong smiled knowingly, saying there would come a time when it would be necessary. After all, this is not a rare item. Sun Quan took out a gem and handed it to Hong Di. After the exchange, Sun Quan said goodbye and turned to leave. Well, I am off. Who knows when we will meet again? Take care. Ong looked into the distance, smiling knowingly. I do not know when, but we will definitely meet again. I will wait for that moment. As night fell, only the mountains and hills accompanied the lonely man. Ian gazed into the distance and sighed. The mountains echoed his sighs. It was all because of that Lakasabang that he was suffering like this. At that moment, someone slowly approached. Someone suspiciously asked if this was indeed the hideout of the tiger Sun Quan. The old man confirmed, saying everyone in the village knew. Just then, another person appeared, saying there was no one in the cave. It seemed it knew we would come, so it had fled from Biak's son. Duong Meng took out a protective item and said, does it think that by fleeing, we won't find it? As long as we put its fur into the Troy Kim formation, we will know its location. But this thing has the downside of stopping operation for 2 days after use. After observing the light, he clearly stated that the direction was southeast, taking 4 days to reach. Apian, upon hearing this, urged them to set off. He wanted to return quickly, so the command was announced, and they set out towards the southeast. His subordinates all echoed the order. The next morning, angry sounds erupted from the mountain. Do you dare to pluck clover in my territory? Even though that person trembled and apologized, they were still scolded and not allowed to take the grass home. Lin Nai's eyes were filled with tears as she explained that the chickens at home were very hungry. If they did not eat, they would not lay eggs. Immediately, a girl Leka, do you want to argue? That sharp gaze shot at her. After all, you raise chickens just to put them on the chopping block. You wicked people. You are not allowed to take anything from the land of the Sun Quan. Lin Nai stammered a reply, but the rabbit angrily shouted at her. What about you? Do you want to test my terrible claws? Though scared, Lin Nai also felt a bit defiant. She had always imagined Sun Quan as a tiger the size of a house, but now it seemed that might not be the case. The rabbit's claws looked sharp, but were quite cute. However, she still felt afraid hearing the threatening sounds. Look at my claws. If I scratch you, it will hurt a lot. The rabbit smugly laughed at her. At that moment, it was punished. Who is the mountain lord of Bak's son? The little rabbit, unafraid, struggled. What are you doing? Do you want to test my claws? Lena quickly advised him not to do that. Because this rabbit is the mountain lord of Bak's son, the rabbit arrogantly shouted. I am the master of this place. How dare you tug the ear of the mountain lord? The real mountain lord just looked at it calmly. So what if I do? Then, the mountain lord revealed a hint of imperial aura to let it know. The rabbit gasped in shock. Mountain lord. Next, he turned to tell Lianai that she could pick clover or whatever, because the mountain lord of Bak's son would not mind. She politely thanked him. After that, Luna quickly ran away. He kept watching her, unaware that the rabbit was very scared. When she walked away, The mountain lord called the rabbit to talk for a bit. In fact, he thought its ears were very sharp. So he wanted to ask a little. If it could not speak, he would cut its ears off. He wanted to find out if many people had come here searching. The rabbit naturally confessed everything. 4 days ago, many Taoists came, and then it saw them heading southeast. The mountain lord immediately understood. 4 days ago, he was in a secret cave. Those people must have been after the treasure to track down the golden trace. The mountain lord's gaze suddenly turned furious. No matter where he was, he could not escape their pursuit. He had planned to go to Gozon Mountain to kill them all. The sword fairy was one thing, but the Taoist level was another. Moreover, the mountain lord did not know how many enemies there were. If he knew what powers they used, he would come up with a very good plan at that moment. When he heard him call, the rabbit hurriedly replied. The mountain lord exerted pressure before speaking. If you follow my orders, I will spare your life. This is very simple. After that, the rabbit returned to inform its companions and also told them that the Taoists had gone to Guzan Mountain. The mountain lord's thought was to let the rabbit spread the news like that, his gaze sharp enough to penetrate through. Of course, only a hawk would have such an ability. Then, the bird quickly left the branch. It spread its wings and flew toward the vast sky. The place the hawk flew to was Gujan. The wild boars there panicked. They did not understand why the Taoists came to this mountain, instead of killing the mountain lord. At that moment, Guan guessed it was because he did not want to die alone. Another wild boar expressed confusion at that statement and darkly explained. The mountain lord must have said that the Phoenix rebirth pill is hidden here, which caused the crowd to explode. Is he trying to say we are in the middle of the Phoenix rebirth pill? How despicable. It is not a sword fairy, but a Taoist? The wild boars were all anxious, because they feared being slaughtered by the Taoists. At that moment, Guan heard someone shout, "We have to get out of here." He was so angry that he stomped his foot on the rock, and his subordinates all bowed their heads in fear of his wrath. Gu Zheng shouted loudly, "You fools! This is our territory. If we leave here, where will we go? Fighting here is beneficial for us to use the terrain against them." He then ordered to kill all the Taoists and reclaim the Phoenix pill from the skeleton commander. The wild boars echoed in agreement, fighting with all their might. Meanwhile, in another corner of the Golden Wilderness, a person used lightness skill to glide past that spot. AP just now realized the group had gone the wrong way and blamed Sen Quan. After asking for his current location, Ju Meng unexpectedly said he had not moved at all. In short, looking at the position, it seemed like he was at Guzan Mountain, so both agreed to go there. Moreover, Aping did not forget to declare that the filthy tiger would definitely be skinned by him. Though tired, the subordinates gritted their teeth and chased after to avoid being lost. At the same time, a young figure stood on Guzan Mountain. Sen Quan spoke quietly. "I have arranged everything. Now we just need to wait for them to appear. Gajan. I will return to you everything you have done to me." The wind blowing through the mountains sounded chilling. Up there, the Taoists were resting after a long journey. AP thought that even though they had reached Guzan Mountain, he did not know how to find the mountain lord in such a vast place. Moreover, he knew that Su had severely injured the ice beast. But if they spread out to search, they would surely find it. Just then, Aping saw a figure peeking from a distance. Immediately, he called out loudly, "Hey, young man over there. Did you just point at me and call me?" Then he pretended to ponder. "A tiger as big as a house." Deng Myung nodded and said they were looking for the tiger that ate people to prevent any more victims from being killed. Xung Kuan slapped his hand as if just remembering. "That is right. Since it is my first time seeing something that big, I was a bit unsure. But thinking back, it does resemble a tiger." He hurriedly asked for the location where Su saw it. The corner of Sen Quan's mouth curled up slightly, but no one noticed. Next, Su said that the place was quite hard to find, so he volunteered to lead them. Thus, in the narrow mountain, Sen Quan led the group forward. He did not forget to mention that although this area was dense, if looked closely, there would be a path that wild beasts often took, leading to where the wild animals lived. He assured them that following this path would definitely lead them there. At that moment, Sen Quan quickly calculated. 2 immortal Taoists, 6 sword immortals. He thought that although their levels were high, dealing with wild boars would not be easy. Seeing them about to fight each other made him very pleased. Just then, Sen Quan casually asked, "Do you know anything about this mountain?" Dong Mi looked confused. Not knowing what Su meant, a moment later, Sen Quan began to recount that there was a story that everyone passed on whenever they came to this mountain. This mountain is where people and monsters realize their foolishness and come to cultivate. And Gazon means ignorance. Even now, wild boar spirits still maintain that tradition. They were all eagerly waiting to hear more. Xung Quan added that because of this, they would see a lot of boar fur on this mountain. Aping found the idea of wild boars meditating very funny and asked Zheng Mai what she thought. But he was more cautious than him because it seemed like Liu Bang's people had also been attacked by wild boars. He feared that if they were lured into the wild boars' territory by Sun Quan, it would be dangerous. Apung sneered in response, saying that even if it was a spirit creature, it was still just a beast. Just listen. There is not even the sound of a fierce beast. Not even the sound of a bug. The lower-ranking Taoists also glanced around. At that moment, one of them made a discovery. Suddenly, a few aggressive wild boars charged out from behind. The boar, as big as a giant tree, knocked both men away just by brushing past them. The other Taoist managed to stay firm on his feet. The wild boar then dashed into the forest opposite. The subordinate stared blankly after it. Of course, a human like him could not understand why the pig did that. Just then, his teammate shouted out to be careful from behind. He was still standing there, unaware that the giant wild boar was about to charge at him. The hat symbolizing his profession was knocked off. The wild boar had turned the Taoist into a pile of squashed flesh. That teammate cried out his name in pain. The roar of the wild boar quickly drowned out the sound of humans. A chaotic and deadly noise erupted behind Young. He casually remarked, "Ambush. Well prepared. Then I must repay you by roasting all of you." Meanwhile, the swordsman was struggling to defend against the wild boar's charge. The pig used all its strength to push forward. The Taoist held tightly onto the sword's blade to block it. Suddenly, heat from the flames hit it. The bluish flames consumed the fatty meat of the spirit beast. Apian continued to pour more firepower into his fist. While the subordinate was very touched by his rescue, he coldly shouted, "Idiot! Stay alert." The pigs could only charge in blindly. Being knocked down was quite humiliating. Young's group continued to observe their surroundings. In the bushes, another pig was staring at them intently. It turned out they were concerned for the boar that had been burned. Fortunately, it was still alive. Currently, the wild boar had spotted the Taoists using their spiritual power just as their leader had planned. While he was laying out the strategy, Sun Quan appeared and said, "Then that one do. You will have to stay here until one side is killed." They were all startled by the sudden appearance of a human. At that moment, the pig was left with a broken thought. It turned out that 2 of its tribe members had been shot in the head, and the culprit was Jung Mai. Young coldly reported that the pigs were very clever. They probably surrounded them, so they had to quickly regroup to earn money. When the subordinate reported that he could not find Sun Quan, he coldly assumed he had been dragged off by the pigs and did not care. Now, they should focus on killing whatever they could. The current situation was out of plan because the pigs, which should have retreated, charged in instead. He did not notice that Sun Quan was sneaking up. He let out a strange howl that startled them, and then 2 pigs ran out of the bushes. This made him hold back a laugh. Sun Quan was very pleased because the instincts of animals are not easily controlled, and wild boars are known to attack without thinking ahead. If this continues, Sun Quan is sure both sides will tear each other apart. Now the strange way the wild boars are moving has caught the attention of one. Just then, the imposing presence of the boars appeared. Gujin declared that he would lead the charge himself. He was very angry because the boars were too foolish. He had called for them to act according to the plan, but they were running amok. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. How could they be running around like that? If you are going to be foolish, at least do it in moderation. Some of the boars were fleeing, others were shot dead by Jamayan, and a few were lined up for roasting. That was all Guan saw when he arrived. His eyes widened in confusion. There were still over 10 left. At the same time, Zheng Meng was informed that a massive pig was appearing. He could feel the immense aura radiating from it, and knew for sure it was the leader boar. While Guji was still trembling, Guan shouted to gather everyone immediately. Suan Quan sat aside and commented, "Finally showing your face. Ah, you hide behind while your kind sacrifices themselves, only to appear when victory is near." The boars were nearly completely wiped out, and the Taoists were also quite exhausted. What will you decide now? It turns out Gujin chose to continue fighting, urging his warriors to charge and eliminate the Taoists, protecting Guzan Mountain. But they were facing 2 fronts, Apiang and Jumi, followed by lower-level sword immortals. Apiang began to release some harmony into the surroundings. Is this the leader boar? Indeed. It was different. My anger will turn you to dust. Now I will gather all my spiritual energy. He wanted to end this ridiculous battle. The fire spirit has begun to flap its wings and fly at the master's command. The targeted aim for was, of course, the leader boar Gon, who was not afraid. He thought that wanting to kill him with that technique was too underestimating. His legs began to dig firmly into the ground. Guzan silently told his enemy to try to hold onto their life with that arrogance. After a loud shout, Gujin smashed through the fire barrier at the center. Apian was left speechless as his technique was shattered, and the fierce face of the wild boar Guzan was about to crash into him. Fortunately, a protective layer timely separated both sides from the collision. But the shock from Gujin hitting the barrier also caused those behind to struggle to stay upright. The other wild boars were thrown around by the shockwaves. Other sword immortals swayed in the swirling wind. Dust obscured their vision, causing them to panic and search for their commander. The gem on the scroll was the source of the barrier. Young Mai reminded them in a deep voice as he heard Aping cursing the enemy. He believed that Gujun was not hiding his power, but was also risking his life in battle. Drops of deep red blood fell to the Mother Earth. Gujun painfully realized that his opponent still had one last hidden move. Although this move was impressive, Hatat had to use a defensive treasure. The other boars ran over to check on Guzan. On Aping's side, the Taoists did the same. Gu thinks this is getting harder to resolve. Next, Jungmong called out to his teammates in a cold voice. Regain your spirit energy. While he goes to finish this, at that moment, the Bone Commander casually appeared, making this fight seem utterly boring. Both the human and wild boar factions turned to where the voice came from. The Bone Commander gently stepped back, and with a swish, only a little dust remained on the ground. Gujin jolted as he realized the movement. He had shifted behind both factions. Moreover, it seemed the Mountain Commander was holding a familiar object in such a dramatic battle, while using a defensive artifact. That is against the rules. I will confiscate it. The owner of the arm was, of course, struggling. A few seconds later, Dongming realized and looked down. The Bone Commander casually discarded the arm, only focused on the guiding artifact. As he moved forward to check on his teammate, Aping shouted, "What are you doing, daring to touch our martial faction? You think I will let you get away with that?" Guan was the most astute, suspecting that he was the Mountain Commander. He unleashed his characteristic pressure. Indeed, the old monster has a keen nose. I have received my item from you, but those unrelated cannot be left alone. The group of sorcerers was angrily cursing him with the heaviest death. The other boars were also shocked to see him. The Bone Commander raised his hand and said, "Everything that needs to be seen has been seen." With a snap of his fingers, he declared that it should all come to an end. A strange force was quickly spreading and had likely surrounded the human faction. Waves of power surged, submerging human flesh. The screams of agony echoed throughout the forest. Along with it were the croaks of the creatures. Aping could not believe his eyes when he saw the magical blade. Guzan was being consumed by the blade, limbs and all. He was naturally unwilling because this belonged to the evil phoenix beast, a species that had disappeared since the man era, when he had not even been born yet. Yet a young man before him possessed the powers of a divine beast. He stared at him blankly, unaware that the Thansi Yu Hone blade of the Mountain Commander was gradually awakening and needed to be unleashed. The Mountain Commander also awakened his ruthless instincts. They needed to know what it felt like to taste disaster. Aping trembled as he sensed the despair. But the Mountain Commander continued to advance with overwhelming force. The Siu Hone blade slowly glided past the two suffering figures. He merely passed by gently. The magic spread to the weak humans. Flames grew larger while life was fading. Next, it was likely Guan's turn to face death. His eyes widened as he looked at the domineering weapon. Then he reluctantly accepted the reality that he had been toyed with. Moreover, Guan Jiang could feel the aura of the spirit fire level from him. The Bone Commander casually asked if he had any last words. Gujan thought it was pointless, yet he hesitated. Turned out that Gujan had something to ask of him. However, the sword was unforgiving, and the blade glided past him as if slicing through soft flesh. A Sun Quan mockingly said, "Are you really going to talk about some last words? What a hassle." After finishing the task, Densiu Honzao was taken aside by him. Over here, Jujin's body was also gradually being scorched. No matter what happens, the sun will rise again the next day. Everything gradually returned to normal in Village B. Sun Quan was mumbling to himself. Let us, even though it is low-level stuff. There is a Gujan's inner core and 2 Kang tripods, along with 2 spirit communication scrolls and 3 spirit talismans. He felt that this haul was quite good already. Then he thought about using the Siu Hone Zao, which would consume everything. Although it is incredibly powerful, being too strong can also be a problem. He hesitated, looking at the 2 envelopes. Seeing that they were sealed on the outside, he thought the contents must be very important. While feeling sad about not being able to read, he ran into Lian Nai again. She was saying that thanks to him, the chickens at home had been eating well and growing fast, and she had sold some to get money for school. Hearing about learning to read, Sun Quan was a bit surprised. Seemed Lin Nai had also noticed he needed someone to read for him, so she directly took the 2 envelopes from him. Lian Nai excitedly declared she would read them right away. The content of the letters she read clearly stated that the battle with the monster had not yet settled, and was gradually spiraling out of control. In Han, a war was declared against the monsters. He did not expect there would actually be a war now. Lin Hai paused to observe him, so Sun Hong Quan requested her to continue reading. The content continued as follows. The movements of the Demon Kings and the 3 Seas 1,000 treasures were also very unusual, and all the Taoists were discussing how to respond. Lian Nai quickly mentioned that her reading skills only went that far, but he felt that was enough. Sun Quan genuinely wanted to repay her, but she refused, believing he had already helped her before. Her innocent demeanor touched something in his heart. A face like a snowflower appeared in his mind. Sun Hong Quan was lost in memories of it for a long while. A slight smile crept onto his lips. Then he took out a purse and said, "Either way, this is my sincere gift. Take it." The golden coins inside sparkled, but she only thought of them as pretty toys. Sasun Kwon carefully instructed. Don't let anyone see it. Take it home. And open it with your mother. So they both bid farewell to each other. Before really leaving, Lee and Nai said that if he needed help with reading, he could come to find her. This meeting made Sung Kwon feel very happy. Then he fell into deep thought while looking at the sky. He was actually thinking about the news of the war. Night quickly fell to end a hard day. Sung Kwon had made a mistake. Honghe was a location to the west, a year's travel away, but he thought the war would eventually spread to Bh Sen. Sung Kwon gently pressed a spot on the rock wall. An ancient symbol slowly lit up. Then the mechanism inside pulled the door up. In just a moment, a passage appeared, with stairs leading down into a deep abyss. Sasun Kwon maintained his usual cold demeanor. If humans and beasts were to start a great war now, do you think that demons would also come and wreak havoc on Earth to prepare for that time? The Mist Army continues deeper into the cave, getting closer to the strange light. Anyway, strength is still the most essential right now, Mist Army said. The divine beast of the era of Manbo Phoenix Evil Sky Beast Bird. Who could have imagined this? Although sealed in the 100 Mountains, its body has turned to stone. But the fire thought still absorbs the mountain's spiritual energy and has not been extinguished. You step a little closer. In fact, the first time I met you, I could not get close. But now things are different. The Mist Army could now walk calmly without fear. The stream of spiritual energy emitted from the evil phoenix is still swirling vibrantly. Then it transforms into a phoenix shadow, letting out a roar from the king of all. The Mist Army remains unafraid, declaring that he will completely absorb it. The evil phoenix lion became furious, preparing to breathe fire, shooting out a massive blast from its mouth. Its internal energy quickly struck him. After a struggle, the clothes on the Mist Army were torn apart. He tried to reassure himself that having reached the spirit fire, he could still endure this much. He wondered if his body could hold out until he absorbed it. The soul of the evil phoenix still radiated killing intent, but was clearly being drawn away. This was because he was in the process of absorption. Its thought quickly drowned his figure in shades of green. The phoenix's head began to shrink as if it had run out of energy. Then a blood-red gaze suddenly opened. The Mist Army stood up straight and released all his strength, telling himself he must succeed. This was just the beginning of making it completely his. If he gave up now, he thought he would achieve nothing. The evil phoenix also cried out in despair as if trying to escape the fusion. But the Mist Army was determined to capture it. If not, he would die here. Once again, he ordered the evil phoenix, "Come here. Submit to me." A surge of power began to flow back into his palm. After a while, only a few final traces remained. When everything was calm, he could hear his own heavy breathing. The Mist Army believed he had succeeded. Just then, the evil phoenix within him struggled, causing internal energy to surge out. The Mist Army declared to it, "I will not be defeated." But suddenly he realized, even if it was a remnant of the past, it was still the fierce fire of a divine beast. Thoughts in the Mist Army's mind began to flow coherently. "That is right. Let us see how powerful you can grow. I will adapt perfectly." Pupil of the fierce beast radiated the killing intent of a sovereign. The Mist Army was merging his body into the flow of the evil phoenix. He did not open his eyes but simply said, "For 4 or 5 years, the azure fire dances madly within me, refining over and over again hundreds of thousands of times. My body feels reborn, and in the end, the evil phoenix of azure fire has completely become mine." Moreover, the thought power of the Mist Army had reached the intermediate level of spirit fire. His hand clenched into a fist, wanting to hold it forever. After the hidden power faded, the Mist Army let out a soft sigh. "You think there is still so much to do in the future, but overall it all feels very unclear." At that moment, Suong Kwan decided to first go meet that young lady. The fossil of the evil phoenix no longer exudes power. The one who absorbed all the phoenix energy is leaving. The rooftops belonging to humans are coming into view. The streets are bustling with people. Suong Kwan is still searching for Lin Hai. A nearby vendor immediately knows he is looking for the daughter of the lion family. According to the locals, her home has fallen into decay, and she has been turned into a servant. This caused quite a stir throughout the county. Suddenly, the lion family came into a lot of wealth. Their young lady was sent to study at the academy. The nobles did not want to study with her, so out of jealousy, they reported her to the authorities about the mysterious source of the money. As a result, the lion family was accused of theft, and young Li Nai was turned into a servant of family B, later becoming a concubine thanks to her beauty. The men discussing her beauty were excited, but just then, his cold voice silenced them. "Where?" he coldly added. "Get out of the way. Soon this manor will be in trouble." The old woman's voice from a small room echoed out. "Life's happiness and suffering depend on how each person thinks. If you accept things nonchalantly, it won't be a big deal. Besides, Brai is the wealthiest person in the region. The maid believes many people are jealous of her, so she should think positively." After getting ready, Lin Hai donned a charming, graceful look, but there was not a hint of joy on her face. Tonight's moonlight is particularly bright. Lin gazes up, letting the bright light shine on her face. She stands in the desolate place, ethereal like a fairy. Just then, someone suddenly calls out to her, So you are here. She did not expect Song Quan to appear so quickly. Lin He was also very surprised and exclaimed, "Young master." That voice made you realize she still remembers you. Lin Nai naturally knows he is the one who helped her 4 years ago, because his appearance has not changed at all. Song Quan briefly mentioned he is here to learn to write, and her face showed surprise. Learn to write. In the end, Lin He agreed. But she also explained that she did not have much time. They chose a nearby tree and began to learn. Lin He gently explained, "If you write it like this, the meaning of the sentence will change. If you analyze it." Then suddenly she went silent, and Song Quan noticed her sudden change. Lin Hai closed her book and suggested they end the lesson there. She stood up and bowed to him. Teaching the young master was enjoyable, but it could not be. Memories from childhood, no matter how harshly scolded, never bowed or knelt, suddenly flooded back. Thanks to the young master, she found the courage. However, Song Quan did not understand what she meant. Lin Hai looked at him with determination. "I have taught you to write. Please grant me one request." Over here, in another hall of the manor, a man was leaning as he approached. He rudely took off his coat and stumbled inside. He would not let go of the bottle and directly pulled the door open. Lin Hai was already sitting on the bed waiting. He asked her, "Have you been waiting long?" "I had a few drinks to warm up before coming here." She looked even more stunning after finishing her makeup. He did not forget to promise her pleasure, as long as she obeyed him. Then he also undid his belt. But suddenly Lin Hai jumped up and hit him, pushing away that filthy hand. A slash appeared on the twisted face of the young master of bitch Jie. Lin Hai pointed her weapon at him, declaring she would end him herself. However, a man's strength could easily overpower this lowly woman. Lin Hai could only endure that powerful slap. Her gaze was as cold as if it had a thin layer of ice. The young master continued to torment her. "I am making you beautiful, and you dare to lay hands on me." Lin Nai's patience was reaching its limit. After a long while, he was gasping for breath from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Lin Nai sat there, motionless. He had not realized it yet and kept cursing, stubbornly not making a sound. Soon after, his primal instincts arose because of her unusual demeanor. While he was still feeling smug, his collar was grabbed. Song Quan threw the filthy man back, and the young master flew like a useless sack of sand. After sensing her breath, he finally spoke. "When you asked me for the knife, I thought you would do something foolish." Her eyes began to regain their spirit upon recognizing him. Song Quan could not help but praise her. "You really are a strong young lady." At this point, the young master had the strength to scream, "What the hell is going on?" He angrily asked who he was. As Song Quan slightly leaned to the side, he revealed a ferocious gaze. A soft voice echoed in his mind, "I can leave. Tell a cocklock that if I do not become your wife, I will be punished." Returning to the present, he coldly said, "I have always thought about the day I would meet you again, and I did not expect it to be today." The young master of bitch Jie surely thought he did not know him. The little one appeared again, pleading with him not to abandon her. Just thinking about it ignited the raging fire of the evil phoenix. He trembled and asked who he was. Song Quan extended his sharp claw-like hand. "I am Song Quan, the one you have desperately wanted to kill." Perhaps everything in the market had faded. Lena quietly followed him up the mountain. She did not forget to glance at the scenery around her, and she also wanted to admire his back a little longer. Although surprised, she had to hide it well. "I did not expect the young master to be the mountain lord of Beach Sen." At this moment, he spoke darkly. "I have heard about you. It is just my fate that brought me here. You do not resent me?" She looked at him with clear eyes. Then Lin Nai expressed that he was her benefactor, and she did not resent him. Instead, she was quite happy to finally do what she wanted. Her tone grew softer. "But I did not expect the jealousy and envy of the world to be so cruel." Then, Lin Nai's voice blended with the sound of water. "I just want to do what I like. Why can't?" She painfully stated that she could not do anything, and did not know how to live in the future. A heavy object was slammed down on the ground, and the mountain lord ordered her, "Take the sword. You will guide her." He told Lin Hai to become a warrior, learn swordsmanship, and protect Beach Sun. Seeing her worried, Sun Lun Quan emphasized that if you were not a woman, you would not be able to do it. Even though the world looked down on her, she tried to learn to read. And moreover, Lin Hai fought for her own life. That willpower was enough. In the end, the Sun Quan did not forget to encourage her. "You are very strong." The somewhat shocking words made her a bit frightened. But with her resilient nature, she understood everything. Lin Nai's beautiful hand reached for the sword, and as she embraced it, fear washed over her. But she quickly brushed it aside because she had to try. After all, moreover, she firmly declared, "The path that Sen Quan has shown me, I will try it." She promised to protect Bach Sun until he returned. He warmly replied that he trusted her completely and urged her to live well. It was now 3 months later at night. White Men. Song Quan was also surprised by the sight. It was the first time he saw a mountain so tall it touched the white sky. While Bhsen looked so small, this Not Nogite mountain was built as a key location for Not Nogite Mun. Inside, there was Tidri Guide E Tong, and entering would restore everything. Senzin Quan knew that thanks to the tension of the force, he had a human form and approached it. But he had no credentials to enter the sect. Just then, Manhwa asked, "Are you the Lung Yutin?" Sung Quan replied indifferently. "So what?" He joyfully said that they were short one person and invited him to join. The others also started to persuade him. Soon, they had moved to another sky. As they walked, he heard that today was the opening of Line NCSN of Not Ningite Enemen, held once every 100 years. He said that this was when various sects gathered. And as long as you helped out, it was enough. If lucky, you might even be accepted into a sect. Thinking that, they joked that standing at the door would get him nowhere. Senzin Quan thought these Long Tine were quite talkative. When suddenly one person complained that even if they participated to help, they had to use the side gate. Sen Quan silently confirmed they did not know what they were really entering Line Nudran Zai Sen for, but seeing the entrance to Not Ingain Munan open, he thought it did not matter much. The group was already nearing the side gate of the sect. Manhwa presented a wooden token as if to confirm. The light from the token began to shake the barrier of the door. Just a moment later, green smoke suddenly poured out from the door. A figure emerged from behind the smoke and asked, "Is it Manhwa?" "You are late." He explained that they suddenly lost a long tin and had to find a replacement. In the end, the other party let it go and urged them to enter. Inside the courtyard, people had already started coordinating. Groups had to remember the assigned ranks. Group 1 was Natagai Mun. Group 2 was Di Mun Tong. The young people were amazed to see so many masters. Just then, someone yelled, "What are those Long Tin doing over there? Move quickly." As he passed Group 5, Sen Quan realized they were the Bong Kung. After a while, the host announced that today marked the opening of Line Nia Sen, held once every 100 years. Welcoming everyone to Night 8 Mun. Present were the great figures of Night Ogite Mn, as well as martial artists from Vizang sect. Next came the representatives of Dovimend Tong and the female disciples from Engamai. And the final prominent figures were from Bongkung and the Isen sect. The host then stated they would commence the Tong Trine to Lin and Nevi Sun. Following the master's command, a beam of golden light burst forth from the courtyard below. Exung Kun was also astonished by this bizarre sight. In an unexpected place, there lay a massive python. But clearly it had become a victim of a stronger foe. The fresh snake meat was still dripping with blood, and a chilling sound echoed in the darkness. Finally arriving, delicious prey, I welcome you with open arms. And then, the entire space was engulfed by the sound of sinister laughter. The magic surrounded the illusions. After a while, the dust began to clear. They were utterly amazed to find themselves in a place known as Line Unzai Sen, in the blink of an eye. Just then, someone shouted in panic, terrified at the sight of a fox-like beast, feeling incredibly small compared to it. Those people were indignant. Having encountered a powerful beast right after entering, unable to fight back, Lia Line merely lowered his gaze at the tiny humans. Just then, a burly man shouted at them, "You fools! Can't you tell the difference between a spirit beast and a demon beast?" The people in his sect laughed along, which is why they could not escape the fate of being illusions. The Beoduri sect was speculating that this fox was a guard beast. The Taoist of the Sun and Moon sect introduced it as their protective spirit beast. As you can see, it is a spirit of gold and earth, reaching the realm of deathly communication. The people from the martial sect began to praise the creature named Earth Spirit. He proudly claimed that this Earth Spirit was one of the sect's prides. Then they also started to realize they should not let their guard down, so the leaders of the sect quickly gathered their people. The Earth Spirit remained silent. Observing them, suddenly, it sensed a disturbance from afar, instinctively warning it of impending danger. Its alertness focused on Sun Quan. The Earth Spirit noticed an unusual red aura around him. Its keen eyes widening behind him, Sun Quan began to feel uneasy. Having sensed something was off from the start, it probably realized he was not human. He thought that if discovered, all the Taoists there would kill him. Suddenly, the Earth Spirit transformed into a friendly form. Exung Kuan was caught off guard as it closed its eyes and he survived. Just then, someone patted his shoulder, noticing he was dazed and urging him to hurry. Moreover, he mentioned that others had already set off. As they walked, they shared stories. "Did you enter the Spirit Inner Mountain 100 years ago?" The person nodded but felt regretful for not having found any spirit herbs, although he still remembered the way. Butch Nahav remarked that they would share the herbs as agreed. However, she believed they were lost. Manhoho immediately stopped moving forward. He gently reassured them not to worry, as he would not let himself suffer losses either. Treffy Sej could not help but warn that if they wasted her efforts, she would take his life. A moment later, something sliced into flesh. Both Bucknesha and her student quickly turned to look. A towering figure that was not human appeared, and a student from the Nagamai sect was trembling and pleading for help, making Butchen feel suspicious. She did not understand why there was a monster here. The Desmku had a long tongue licking around its mouth. The group was using lightness skills to fly away. Even though they were warned that the wandering spirits would not catch up, the martial Taoist still ignored it. He stated that they would not reach the peach spirit herb anyway, and he did not care about the lives of those weak wandering spirits. He even casually mentioned that if they encountered spirit insects, this Taoist would have to issue an emergency stop order. After landing, he summoned a paper crane. Then, for some unknown reason, he quickly ran off. It turned out he was trying to dig something around. The lower-ranked individuals naturally only dared to watch without asking much. His hands were covered in dirt and dust. But the result was well worth it, as he found his target. His junior brother immediately asked, "Is it this one? The golden earth egg that the master told us to find?" He explained that it was just an egg. But the golden mountain earth egg could only be born if golden moss was present. 3 years ago, their master knew it was not the right time, so he hid it here. He thought that bringing this item back would lead to ascension. But then a loud shout interrupted them. A group began to emerge from the darkness. And I wondered why they ignored the spiritual herbs and went elsewhere. The Wu faction, caught off guard, saw the Taishen appear, and the man laughed wickedly, saying, "So there is a hidden agenda. I did not expect you to hide such a treasure." The Taoist from Wudang asserted that the item in their hands rightfully belonged to them. In contrast, the Taishen summoned many experts of all kinds and retorted, "Where did that reasoning come from?" Seeing them pull out the treasure, the Wu faction questioned, "Are you looking for a fight?" He believed that treasures should compete to find their worthy owner. That despicable notion infuriated the Wu Taoist. He had already begun attack first. Was not that an unwritten rule? At that moment, the bright red pupils of the Mountain King widened. He was overjoyed to have found the ginseng. Moreover, its roots were so thick that it must be at least 150 years old. All thanks to the sickle that unearthed it completely. Just then, the River King threw his tools to the ground. He was frustrated because he had almost gotten caught up in the allure of the spiritual herbs. In fact, he had not come here for that. The River King decided to disregard the captivating spiritual herbs. The manager then urged him, "Hurry up. We need to move to another location." The River King obediently accepted his order. In a distant place, the ghost river was sucking all the spiritual energy from the Taoists. He was so greedy that he had to get closer to drain everything. Manhwa bent down and politely asked, "Sir, are you satisfied with these?" The dry corpse on the ground had been discarded by him without mercy. Satisfied. These Taoists are still insignificant. Only ascended beings are worth it. He explained that many more Taoists were still available for him. Then Manhwa cautiously brought up the topic of the agreement. The ginseng demon crushed the victim's core and told him not to worry. He spoke confidently. "I am one of the demon kings of the 10 harmful dragon spirits. I am not human like you." Manhwa quickly agreed with him. Next, the river demon told him to follow him. He thought the man was annoyed by having to wait. Now, the ginseng demon would officially begin the hunt. The man's footsteps quickened in response to the call. "It is running that way." He shouted to his teammates to corner the target. They were chasing a spirit beast that resembled a tiger. The man thought he had caught it when he jumped into the fray, but unexpectedly, the spirit beast turned, causing his strike to hit the ground. Furthermore, it had the chance to snap its mouth full of sharp teeth in his direction. Just then, a spear over 10 meters long pierced right through its neck. Thanks to that, he narrowly escaped death. Ahone shouted orders to capture all the spiritual beasts. No one could give up. Then he reported calmly, "Senior brother, it seems to be over." While they were happily thinking that the pile of spiritual beasts would help them train, another danger appeared. The low-ranking soldiers yelled to be careful behind them. The guard next to him glanced at the appearance of the river demon and thought it was human. His teammate, more observant, noticed the horns and terrifying demeanor. Realizing it was a beast, Ahone's senior brother called him in a low voice. Following his command, Ahone quickly grabbed a spear and charged forward. He cleaved the river demon in two. The low-ranking soldiers were in awe of Ahone's strength, but unexpectedly, the river demon recovered its body, directly using its claws to decapitate the ordinary soldier. In the end, all that remained was a mangled body at his feet. Then the river demon vanished. It spoke in a hellish tone. Too slow. Its target was Ahone's senior brother. In the end, just one sharp strike pierced through his body. After admiring the inner pill, it said, "This must be the only good thing. The rest is just waste. It is a pity I have to collect your souls." The low-ranking soldiers then panicked and fled, but the river demon laughed gleefully, knowing no one could escape from him. Back in another corner of the inner mountain, this person's hand was twitching. John was very curious, wondering if the senior brother was discovering something. He did not respond immediately, but suggested setting up an illusion formation there. She was a bit startled by her senior brother's unusual request. Next, he said he would install an illusion talisman, asking everyone to assist him in protection. The sparkling lights were also released from the jade pendant. When it reached a certain height, it radiated into many small beams. Those small beams began to fall, enveloping the group around the ice bow. John also made an effort to warn everyone. They would be setting up an illusion formation here. The sword cultivators should pay attention to the illusion talisman they are responsible for. The enchantresses she assigned to stand behind must follow her orders to get into position as quickly as possible. A thick mist appeared. But inside, several dark shadows emerged. The other Icebow members were looking around, guessing it must be this place. Just then, something in front caught the team's attention. And one of them spoke up. "You are the Great Tiger. Right. We will protect the area, so do not be afraid. Just focus on gathering the herbs. And do not wander too far." Sasen Kwon agreed out of courtesy, but felt a bit resentful for being treated like a servant. The surrounding air was gradually filled with a cold mist, and the density of the cold air seemed just right. He then added another warning, unsure of what would happen next. Everyone should remain vigilant. At this moment, everyone was puzzled and asked, "Why is senior brother using an illusion formation? I do not see any spirit beasts or spirit insects around here." John heard his senior brother mention the beastly herb hawk. That creature is a renowned beast in the man era. Meanwhile, the people in the icebow were staring blankly at the strange spirit beast in front of them. Seeing its innocent appearance, they intended to capture it. But no one knew it had a very aggressive and vicious nature. In the blink of an eye, its beast energy tore through the man's body. His teammates panicked, calling out his name too late. Back here, Sung Kwon was muttering to himself in frustration. Just then, he heard a sound echoing over here. Listening more closely, it seemed to be a scream. Sung Kwon was also very curious about what it was. Right now, he could not sense any aura due to the illusion formation blocking it. Over here, John's senior brother solemnly said that the sword immortals are no match for the second-level spirit beasts. He pondered. Just think about what would happen if a second-level spirit beast went in a pack. It seemed that Sung Kwon had encountered this situation before. Several bloodthirsty red-eyed spirit beasts were advancing. In fact, there was something even more terrifying about them. They could control the powers of the illusion formation anywhere. If pulled into it, one would suffer great torment. With thousands of blades surrounding him, Sun Kwon was also starting to be drawn into the formation. His body was blending with the blood rays. The usual fate of such victims typically ends in a pool of blood. But perhaps it would not be the same for Sung Kwon. He was striking down hundreds of blows on the spirit beasts. Fresh blood and death had appeared. "But it is for the beast clan that opposed you." Dian hesitated and said, "I did not know there was such a thing as beast love. So maybe we should stay away from this place." Her senior brother said that there was something worth risking for here, which is why he used an illusion array to fight against the beast's illusion array. They will naturally find their way to places with spiritual energy that they are familiar with. So until then, we must remain vigilant. At this point, he realized the skeleton soldiers had lowered their guard. So he unintentionally wiped them out without realizing it. But he also gained new insights from seeing the beasts create illusion arrays. At this moment, he felt confused because all the people from the Ice Palace had died. He did not know whether to continue protecting that place or not. But anyway, whatever should be taken, the Mountain Lord still had to take from them. Suddenly, his body froze in the middle of his action. His sharp gaze darted upwards. "Who are you?" A tall, dark figure stood amidst the mist. While the Mountain Lord remained in his old position to look at him, the other person stood still as before. And the Mountain Lord's gaze was exceptionally vigilant as he glanced at him. He did not know and asked, "Are you from the Ice Palace?" Nearby, fresh blood dripped into a small puddle on the ground. The Taoist of the Taishan sect was controlling a ball of magic. His followers were very angry because there was a white ice formation blocking their way. He was then questioned by his subordinate about what to do, but in the end, he continued to order them to move forward. "It is just a bit troublesome. There is nothing special to be afraid of. In the worst-case scenario, we can always fight the Ice Palace." Thus, the Taishan sect also began to move into the illusion array. The group emerged from the cold mist. A foot that did not belong to a human stomped on the ground. Manhwa respectfully asked, "Sir, why did you let the prey go and just leave like that?" It turned out that the demon believed they would gather in one place by themselves, instead of hunting a few individually. He thought hunting the whole pack would be better. He lowered his voice and replied, "But the illusion array was created by humans. If they all happen to hide in there, he will quickly question me. Do you think I act without thinking?" The creatures wriggling in his hands were introduced as the demon's minions. His eyes began to change color. "Go out. Run and find the heart of the illusion array for me." The demon extended his hand to release the deadly creatures. They did not crawl but directly scattered and rushed in all directions. The demon was very pleased because he knew that the illusion array would soon belong to him. Confused sounds pierced through the mist. "Although I disregarded the illusion array to avoid immediate danger, I did not expect to encounter a foolish fairy here." Reap thought he had walked into a dead end. Not long after, the people from Taishan arrived. "Can you only get this far? Using your fellow disciples as a shield and running away alone?" He was very surprised that they had already chased him down. The opponent smiled wickedly, advising BF Rep to give up. The Mountain Lord now realized that it was the Taishan sect. Beefreep chuckled lightly and spoke up. You have come all the way here. But as a disciple of Wuding, I can't just stand by and watch your disgrace any longer. The golden treasure you desire is lying within this kind Ian Kang. He pointed his sword straight at the enemy and challenged them to come forward. Sezin Quan next to him heard him mention the golden formation. From that, he began to understand what was happening, while the group was confronting each other. The poison was starting to crawl up to where the formation was set, over here where the siblings were standing. He was astonished to discover something. He then reported that some people had entered inside. But he soon witnessed something much more terrifying. He did not know when the chilly mist had turned into strange red smoke. Now he realized that someone had broken the illusion formation. Their illusion formation had issues. In those corners, the guards assigned to protect, despite trying to kill the poison, could not succeed. The bizarre red color had also enveloped the mountain troops. Beasaritz was also taken aback by the strange changes. The leader from the Vice-Sun thought to himself, is there someone outside who knows how to enter and is controlling the formation? First, they must quickly secure the items. So he ordered them to prepare to attack when they received the signal. The rogue standing beside him acted immediately. In the hidden corner behind, a monstrous arm reached out from the blazing red mist. The piercing scream made everyone turn around in unison. Asemku spoke seductively. Are you all here? Below him, the rogue of the Thai-Sun faction was trembling. His nerves instantly picked up the signal of danger. He ordered his subordinates to retreat while pushing the treasure out. The talismans quickly created a scorching explosion. That blast was too much for even the experts to withstand. After unleashing a powerful strike, he pondered and waited. All that was visible was a dim red light and the sounds of chaos. They had run into the barrier. What? Which fool dares? Suddenly, the space in front began to twist, with powers and red smoke intertwining like a maze. Asemku gathered all the firepower and revealed himself. How annoying. That is a treasure created by talismans. Is not. The warriors of thy son began to demand to tear him apart. Asemku was eagerly waiting, challenging them to come over faster. And they indeed got riled up and charged forward. Beefirep muttered. Why did this suddenly happen? Sun Quan was focused on the blood-red skin of the demon. Over here, the demon had begun the massacre, directly using his bare hands to dig out the inner core of the victim. He also noticed the pair of horns growing from his head. The strange rogues did not observe and kept advancing to give their lives. Sun Quan particularly examined the two dazzling red treasures of his. Semku used one hand to unleash demonic power, tearing apart mortals, while the other created inner strength to shred the prey. The rogue of thy son quickly used talismans to create new firepower. Die already. The spiritual fire blazed up to the sky, and he was exhausted, with his hands burning after launching a fire attack, using thousands of talismans at once. Yes, Amku was still able to stride up to him confidently. A sound of a slice echoed. Red blood adorned the space. Biagduriasis was somewhat terrified as Samumku had wiped out the sorcerers in the blink of an eye. As for Sun Quan, you are sure he exists, and known as the demon ginseng of that Halon Thich Kwai. His eyes burn with hellish blue fire as he looks this way. The two of them. Sun Quan flinched and jumped. Then the demon slowly approached with a murderous aura. Sun Quan felt confused, not knowing how to respond. You know that facing him means certain death, but you can't escape the illusion formation. Your eyes are filled with complex emotions. Finally, Sun Quan raised his hand. In that case, he stood there with an air of authority. Sun Quan respectfully knelt and said, prepare offerings for the demon king of that Pathich Loan. Although you do not know what will happen, you and he are both spirit beasts. He pondered, listening to your clear voice, everything rising up. The demon ginseng could not help but praise you as an interesting fellow. Beefear angrily shouted. No matter how much you value your life, cannot lower yourself to kneel before a beast like that. Why do you demean yourself? Hearing him curse incessantly, the demon ended the noise with a wave of his hand. It was too loud. Guri's body was split in two by that slap. He looked grimly at the unfortunate victim. I told you, humans dare to. Sun Quan also looked fearfully at the cold body of Biri Rupu. Now, regarding your power, you infiltrated the humans. Originally a spirit beast transformed into a person. Quite interesting. Due to the battle between that Hai Lone Thich Kwai and humans, the Taoist sect chose several locations, this being their stronghold. Not a place where spirit beasts could endure. The demon ginseng spoke in a deep voice, suspecting you might be a human's minion. So if you could not dispel his doubts, he would immediately kill you. Next, the demon asked why you came here. Sun Quan knew that if he did not provide a convincing answer, he would die. So he told himself he came to find the fourth moon sacrificial hung. His face was focused, as if examining you. After a moment, he smirked slightly. The demon ginseng laughed madly, his laughter echoing. Sun Quan had no idea why this guy was laughing. Finally, he took out a treasure and asked if it was this. Sun Quan was also very surprised that it was in his hands. The demon ginseng excitedly said, even knowing it was here and searching among the spirit beasts, no one expected it to be with me. A bunch of fools. Then, He directly ordered Sun Quan to become his subordinate. He generously said he would not make you work for free. The demon Ginseng cheerfully said he would grant you the 4th moon sacrificial hung. The demon Ginseng spoke without hiding anything. Right now, I am still incomplete. Although I still have my doubts that you could be a human minion. I only borrow your hand to regain my primal power. Later, it will become yours. Better to keep it close to spirit beasts like me, to fall into the hands of humans. Sun Quan knew he could not hesitate. If he showed disobedience, he would die right away, immediately. He respectfully accepted the order, which pleased him greatly. Manhwa then spoke up. I did not expect there to be spirit beasts that could transform into human forms. Sun Quan glanced at him with the wariness of a wild beast, and he laughed, saying, don't look at me like that. Everyone has their own struggles. It turns out he had worked to enter the Japan Moon Gate, but had been exploited for 100 years. If Manhwa saw even a glimmer of hope for survival, even if just a little, he knew that whether in body or spirit, a person would offer everything. He then told the boy to hurry and follow him, warning that they must not get lost there. The two quickly left the place where Bu Rup had died. Vanka stood still, staring into the deep red void before her. Seemingly feeling an invisible fear rising in her heart, the senior brother reassured them that he was maintaining control over the center of the illusion. But he did not know how long he could keep it up. While he could still hold on, he advised them to go to the place with the illusionary elder, reminding them to bring all their immortal swords. Suddenly, someone spoke up. You do not need to do that. Samkwai appeared as if shattering the last layer of glass. There are only a few of you left alive in this illusion. He unleashed a wave of demonic energy, breaking the last barrier before declaring that they should all go die together. The senior brother was bewildered that his protective barrier had been so easily broken. At that moment, he charged forward to confront the demon. The demon's power emanated a dark energy as it flew toward her. The people around were suddenly blinded by dust, only able to see 2 faint shadows within the haze. Vanka anxiously called out her senior brother and sister's names, but she quickly lost the strength to call out anymore. Her senior brother and sister were heavily injured all over. She seemed to go mad, screaming in despair, finding it too noisy. The demon shot out another orb. While she was dazed, another person stepped forward. She drew her icy cold white sword. As the tip of the sword struck down, a thick layer of ice erupted from the ground. The ice grew larger, forming a spiked wall to confront the demon's attack, but the orb only spun a few times before the ice was crushed. After that, its heat gradually pressed down on this senior sister. The hat fell off, revealing her pure white braid. With heavy breaths, fresh blood slowly dripped onto the ground. The girl was using her hand to support her injured arm, and the ground was marked by the devastation of ice and fire. Meanwhile, Sun Quan had arrived at the scene. He felt great respect for someone who could rush in to save the Luna Kanct and still be unharmed. But he thought that person would eventually die at the hands of the demon. Samkwai was also somewhat intrigued that someone could withstand his Lune Kanct. He thought she was very special. Sun Quan silently agreed because if she were weak, she would have been completely consumed by the Lune Kanct, so her survival was not just luck. Still, he believed they would eventually meet the same fate as those others. However, it seemed Sun Quan had realized something. Half of the girl's face was like a snowy sun. This familiar look again. The girl resembled the child who had once appeared in his memories. Indeed, Sun Quan recognized her as his sister from years ago. A question filled with doubt arose in his heart. Why was his sister here, on this side of the river? The Demon King is thrilled to meet the white blood demon beast. He believes this is fate's design. Choa stared wide-eyed at his frenzied demeanor. It turns out that the Demon King only needs her to restore his primal form. As Sun Quan felt a chill. What was happening? Clearly, she had followed the priest Ganon. How did she become part of the Ice Palace and end up here? He knew that if things continued this way, she would be killed by the Demon King. So he had to save her immediately. But his mind was filled with 100 questions. Save her, fight the Demon King. The top of all demon beasts, no way. Moreover, Sun Quan thought he had only been out for less than a month, with no reason to gamble his life. Meanwhile, he began to slash out dozens of sword strikes. The Demon King dodged her attacks while taunting her. You are too stubborn. You are just wasting your effort. Just surrender. At that life and death moment, Choa managed to dodge back, but a small mark was left on her beautiful face. This stirred his emotions. He clicked his tongue, encountering a nimble opponent. After tasting a bit of her blood, the river demon feigned sorrow for her short fate. Suddenly, the leisure in his eyes vanished, and the excitement exceeded his expectations, bringing him joy. Her exquisite flavor was something he had not tasted in a long time. Then, the river demon slipped behind him and sensed a pure, abundant energy. Panic and fear filled her eyes. A moment later, a demon grasped her tiny body, and 1 or 2 drops of blood were barely noticeable. Once I choose you, I can break through to the primal realm, and you will be specially savored by me. At that moment, a sharp blade was thrust straight into his mouth, and his pupils quickly searched for the culprit. And of course, Sen Quan was the one who acted in time. He shouted angrily. What are you doing? Sen Quan did not respond, but used his right hand to slice at him with the 9-ring blade. Suddenly, the Demon King's body could not withstand the pain. He howled to the heavens, his fury blazing fiercely. Cho was mercilessly thrown to the ground. She also recognized Sen Quan as Lung Tian, who had followed the Ice Palace. But his 9-ring blade felt strange to her, as it evoked a very familiar sensation. As if she had seen it before. He thought he must be crazy for attacking a demon. Sun Quan took a deep breath to calm himself. When he looked at Choa, he made a resolution. Even if he died today, he would die alongside her. Thinking about the little girl who had grown up, a sense of surprise welled up in his heart. Chu was a bit wary of his gaze. Manhwa angrily charged out, questioning what he had done to the Demon King. His powerful 9-ring blade tilted slightly. Then Sun Quan made a swift slash. He stuttered in shock. To this, Sun Quan coldly replied, I have no grudge against you. But if you speak nonsense, I will make sure you regret it. You once said that everyone has their own struggles. Right. Manhwa is desperately pleading for you to spare him. After that, he was gradually consumed by your powers. The demon of Sam is still in pain and shock from the betrayal. He questioned you, accentuating each word. Do you even know what you are doing? This action is directly opposing all the demon beasts of the 10 lower lone style. The corner of Sun Quan's mouth slightly lifted. Even knowing that, he tightened his grip on the sword. In truth, he felt a bit of regret now. But there was no other way. The powerful demon of mist declared that it was his instinct. The demon of Sam was a bit curious about what that instinct was. But he thought you just liked to throw yourself into danger. The Than Kuhon sword created a wave of dark energy. One side fiery red with demonic energy. The other the power of fierce beasts about to collide. In front of you was an oppressive void. And sensing the danger, you were filled with fear. This is bad. Thanks to your quick reflexes, you managed to block with the sword. The demon of Sam charged at you in fury, vowing to tear you into 100 pieces. A heavy blow caused your body to slump down. The ground behind Sun Quan was shattered by the internal force. His gaze was filled with murderous intent as he looked down. Sun Quan's pupils reflected no fear. Staring directly back at him, the demon of Sam struck down hard at the target before him. But that blow was unfortunate as Sun Quan dodged just in time. The cracks in the ground stretched straight towards you. The demon of mist was astonished that you managed to stop him. On this side, you were half kneeling on the ground, panting from exhaustion. Moreover, you could not help but tremble. Your precious sword, Fu Vu, was broken. If it were not for the Kuhon sword, you would not have made it this far. A hole appeared before you. The demon of mist stood still, observing something that emitted a faint blue light. More precisely, a wall of ice had appeared before you, causing the demon of Sam to pause in surprise. You clearly heard the person before you commenting, "You are not an ordinary tranquil fairy. But facing him alone is still too much for you. Let me propose to help you deal with the evil demons. And I emphasize, for the sake of our lives." The demon of mist moved his lips as if wanting to refuse. But in the end, you stood up alongside Vo. All right. Let us survive this together. The demon of mist's eyes burned with the fire of destruction. While for the other, it seemed to contain a blizzard in the depths of his gaze. He roared in anger. What do you think the river demon of the 10 lower lone style is? I will show you the power of the demon king. Vo and Sun Quan stood ready for him to make his move, charging like an arrow as the river demon declared they would die in pain and despair. That incredible speed completely surpassed that of a human. At that moment, Sun Quan was the one wielding the sword to block him. The demon of Sam fiercely swung his remaining arms, striking continuously at you. Each slash created thousands of sword energies, shaking the very space. The struggle between the two spirit beasts was far from over. The demon of Sam finally realized something was amiss. He doubts the lowly lineage of the second-level spirit he has encountered. In reality, the Mountain Lord has an internal force divided into 6 incomplete formations, with spiritual power nearly reaching the third-level spirit. But even that has almost no chance of success. A cold, icy sword gradually takes shape. It points straight at the face of the demon Sam, and he even creates more ice swords to attack him, even in this dangerous situation. Asemku still curses her as a wretched girl. His anger is precisely the opening he has been waiting for. Immediately, Senquan tiptoes and leaps. He uses all his strength to spring up over his head. The Si Wu Hon blade is about to strike its target. Below, Cho is also turning her sword toward his belly. Asemku glares at both of them in anger. You too. His right foot slams down, creating a crack in the ground. Then an explosion like molten lava erupted, attacking them. Sun Quan was knocked away by its force, falling hard onto the solid ground. In shock, she gasps out lava. She never expected the monstrous spirit before her could create lava alongside fire. Her precious sword is falling nearby, so she immediately summons it back. But the demon Semi directly crushes the sword with just one foot. Her expression freezes completely. He plants the demonic sword into the ground and then kneels down. The tip of the sword pierces into her hand. A sudden pain hits her, causing her pupils to contract. Ignoring her cries, he curtly instructs, "Stay here obediently until I return." Afterwards, the demon Sem disappears. Sasun Kwon slowly stands up after being blown away. Once fully alert, he frantically searches for Choa. But suddenly another hand grabs his face. Semku lifts him up like a worthless object. He is furious because the boy has made him exert effort. The boy's nerve is quite substantial. Thus, he declares he will make the Mountain Lord melt away without a trace. In front of him, light gradually shines through. The dark energy from his chest shoots through his body. It is powerful, like the thrust from a rocket's tail. Moreover, it directly sweeps across the land for miles around. When that strike dissipates on the ground, it leaves a deep trench. Moreover, it seems that the blow has even shattered the glass. Choa feels as if she is frozen in place, due to that ruthless dominance. Asemku releases a breath of heat and speaks up. The obstacle is gone. It is time to leisurely enjoy dinner. Is not immediately. He turns around to walk past her. His whole body sways as if he is very excited. Suddenly, Miche's instinct warns him that something threatens him. From within the gap, a shadowy figure emerges. Cho seems to have seen that shadow too. Thinking of the current situation, she knows she must support him. However, she is very worried about her hand. In the end, she slowly raises her hand despite the wound widening. Her arm hurts so much that it trembles. Yet her determination is even stronger. Before her is the little junior sister Vanka. It seems like a has found an opportunity. Back here, your clothes are torn, and Sun Quan is breathing heavily. Although Hasnemku has poured all his strength into the Fate 4 spirits, he still thinks it is not enough. Then he reveals a secret to you. That little white blood demon beast was trained in the Ice Palace, so it counters me. But you are different. So he is determined to end everything this time. Semku lifts a chunk of lava and declares, "Let us finish this once and for all." At the same time, Sen Quan lightly pivots on his heel. His fists are enveloped in spiritual energy. He silently calls the detestable demon king to come. Asemku charges forward with the huge chunk of lava, challenging you to take it. Sen Quan looks incredibly small against the colossal attack. Just then, a slender figure steps in front of you. The unexpected support comes from Choa. Cho channels her spiritual power, while thinking that if the barrier is created from her own blood, the ice energy will continue to expand into larger circles, forming a shield to block the lava head. Waves of hot air keep spilling over here. Semku gathers more strength into the chunk of lava. Sen Quan feels an overwhelming fear. Flesh and blood suddenly splatter like falling rain. He cries out in pain for Choa. Beneath the ground, everything is sinking deep into a sea of flames. In the hazy atmosphere, a woman's voice echoes from all directions. Junior sister Butch Lion Ka is continuously searching for her sister in the void. After a while, she finally spots two figures flickering. As she tries to look closer, Vanika sees her sister Butchlin, who is actually Choa, unconscious on the ground. The stone not far away, initially still as a statue, suddenly starts to tremble as if something is beneath it. About a second later, a hand pushes the stone up. Asemku is now furious for being disrupted by the barrier, and with Choa intervening, his previous attack is rendered useless. In her daze, Choa feels her body as if it is being burned. Asenkwon is also very worried, thinking of the worst-case scenarios. Fortunately, Venkai has made it over here. Is the junior sister okay? Meanwhile, Choa is radiating hot energy. Seeing her feeling hot, she tries to channel some cold energy to restore her consciousness. Bechlian is also surprised to see her radiating fire energy. This needs to be dispelled quickly. But even with all the cold energy she channels, Venka still does not have enough strength to dispel this fire energy. She knows she needs to get her out, or else the situation will become increasingly critical. Senkwon gently sets her down and insists that he will take care of it. Moreover, he carefully instructs her to entrust Bechlian to the young lady. Asemku is already waiting there, ready to face him. He clicks his tongue in curiosity as he sees Sen risking everything just to protect the white blood demon beast. Furthermore, he notices 3 things about you: erratic breathing, depleted energy, and a hint of death energy. Asemku speaks in the most contemptuous tone. Are you out of your mind? Sun Quan suddenly grits his teeth and strikes out at him. But the blow is easily blocked with one hand. The thing is, you still want to back down and are channeling more energy. The demon spirit is also pushing more dark energy back at you because of that. He was so angry that he stabbed straight through your shoulder. But if you look closely, the real reason for his rage is that the demon's left arm has been severed. Sun Quan also grabbed the remaining arm that was stabbing him. His right arm surged with energy, slicing across the top of his head. At that moment, 2 bleeding scratches appeared on his furious face. He kicked out in a fit of rage. Dare to fight me? This surprise attack forced Sen Quan to be pushed back, but the sharp claws of the fierce tiger were not simple. He managed to maintain his balance despite being on the ground. However, Sen Quan's internal organs had taken some hits from the kick. Yet he stood up in an instant. There was no time left. He thought even if his body was torn apart, he had to exert all his strength to tear apart the demon king of the Thapi Sai Thich Lone. Sesen Quan moved like a predator pouncing. The speed and aggression caught the enemy off guard. While he was still dazed, Sen Quan clawed wildly like a true tiger. The demon spirit wanted to curse, but did not have time. In the end, he let Sun Quan experience a lava eruption. The magma column, hotter than 1,000 degrees, shot straight up at his command. The demon spirit laughed triumphantly. That poor soul. You will melt and merge into my lava. But clearly, the one being burned seemed to gain more energy. There were blue streams curling along the outside of the hot flow. That was the special energy he was unleashing. It was not water, but blue flames. Not stopping there. The blue fire enveloped Sesen Quan and ripped the lava apart. The demon spirit could only watch as his proud attack was dismantled. He did not even understand how his opponent managed to do that at that moment. Sun Quan used the phoenix fire to burn his hand. The flames initially flared gently before spreading to the demon spirit. Then the fire grew larger and larger. The agonizing screams of the demonic creature enhanced the blue light of the phoenix fire. The demon spirit was becoming a delicious morsel for the flames to devour. The redness of his skin gradually turned black, and his entire body dried up like branches in a forest fire. Seeing this, Sun Quan finally eased off the heat. He was also exhausted after this uneven battle. The heat was gradually subsiding. Then she slowly opened her eyelids. Venka was also exerting herself to channel more ice energy to her. Hearing that she still wanted to provide support, she reported that the demon beast was dead. Hearing Itsuka report something bad, Venka immediately realized that these strange words could be true. The Juhon blade of Sesen Quan was emitting a faint light. The demon spirit had collapsed on the ground. Sen Quan was still standing. Watching him, at that moment, he breathed a sigh of relief because after all the hardships, everything was over. Yet, the deep voice of the enemy echoed. This fire is not ordinary. It is the fire of divine beasts. It is a destructive flame. Possessing it is far beyond your capabilities. Immediately, Sun Quan's nerves tensed, and the demonic spirit regained its fierce light in its eyes. Do you see the true power of the Demon King now? His chest burst with immense strength, his flesh now ablaze like molten lava. The sudden heat and pressure causing him to buckle at the knees. The flames erupting from the demonic spirit's skin crackled eerily. Sun Quan was extremely cautious, thinking he had reached a higher level. But surprisingly, he had lost all cultivation to achieve this. The demonic spirit's head was shooting out small sparks, and the horn on its head had transformed into a new blade. He launched his weapon toward Sun Quan. After all, the demonic spirit believed he had to kill Sun Quan at all costs. While Sun Quan was completely oblivious to the imminent danger, the dark sky suddenly lit up with a massive beam of light. That slash created a gust of wind that swept through. Seeing that Sun Quan had dodged, he felt slightly annoyed. The demonic spirit resolved to unleash a flurry of attacks on such a weak enemy. Like a small mouse, each horizontal slash generated fierce gusts of wind. Sun Quan utilized the nimbleness of the fierce tiger to evade. But naturally, he could not avoid getting slashed. There were 3 long gashes on his shoulder. And even though fresh blood was spurting out, he would not stop. He could not help but exclaim, "Is this the agility of a fierce beast?" The demonic spirit then unleashed fiery claws. He challenged Sun Quan to try and dodge his attack. This attack was like a wave of heat from a flamethrower. The heat radiated as if it were the temperature of the sun. The demonic spirit struck with a powerful blood attack, all aimed at one person, Sun Quan. As he approached a dead end, Sun Quan knew he had to risk everything to evade. On the demonic spirit's side, he was very proud of the strength that justified his title as Demon King. Sharp spikes kept shooting up from the ground to encircle Sun Quan. He did not know how many times he had declared he would end it. The spikes twisted like tentacles, wrapping tightly around Sun Quan up in the air. In that moment, he paused for a few seconds, realizing that his opponent was exhausted. The demonic spirit thought he should use immediate tactics, since the enemy before him possessed spiritual power surpassing the limits, posing the greatest threat to Thapio Theach Lone. In short, the demonic spirit wanted Sun Quan to die there. Each sharp blade was merely an inch away from piercing him. A loud pop sounded, followed by a spray of dark red blood. Perhaps Vanka had acted quicker than the demonic spirit. He turned around and called her foolish. Vanka seemed to have exhausted her courage and began to tremble. At that moment, many streams of purple energy coiled around his wrist. Despite struggling, those strange phenomena clung to him tighter. Sun Quan was sharp enough to realize that these were vengeful spirits. This was the second chance he had been waiting for. His sharp claws were sensing all the power within him. Sun Quan strained all his muscles, and the hidden energy surged forth. The demonic spirit was furious, roaring, "You think this is the end?" He also took a ready stance, ignoring the vengeful spirits clinging to him. The Mist Prince rushed in with blazing arms of Than Fa. While Samumku was already ready to strike, he pushed Than Haka deep into the enemy's body. Semku stared blankly down at him. This time, the power he declared was coming to an end. His Thanvium Huftro immediately unleashed flames, enveloping the demonic body, while the inner energy continued to pump additional force into the strike, right where he and the enemy stood. Manhwa rose into a towering pillar. A silhouette of a divine beast flickered within the NFHA, soaring up to enjoy itself above the lowly ground. At that moment, a pure white form was quietly observing the scene. Its body long enough to wrap around a massive stone pillar. The creature's eyes sparkled like emeralds. And after a moment, it gradually transformed into a smaller form, ultimately taking on a human shape. All that could be summed up in one sentence. Has the river demon been killed? Below, the others were trying to maintain a more serious guard. This was because they needed to uphold the etiquette in front of the other sects. At that moment, a shadow with a strange gait swept by. They guessed it was a Taoist from the Da Menon sect, but it looked very unusual. Ahon Ete Hai shouted about the demon beast. They listened but found it hard to understand what he meant by the demon beast and all being killed. So they asked him to clarify. He could barely organize his words. Everyone was killed in an instant, and he could only flee for his life. The martial arts elder could see that he was losing his composure. When asked for his opinion, the senior added that Ahon must be talking nonsense. The Taoist of the Nat and Guide grimly responded. It has been a long time. Yet I still have not seen the other sects as the overseers. I cannot turn a blind eye. Subsequently, the Taoists of Natagad and Gaiaman were ordered to prepare treasures and weapons. They were instructed to go inside, while the lower-tier sword cultivators waited outside. Just then, a few people were helping each other out. Upon closer inspection, it was Veniko assisting Sun Quan. While he was carrying someone, they speculated that Sun Quan's group had encountered a demon beast. Before Venka could speak, she heard the person recounting that Ahon had survived and escaped to tell the tale. Meanwhile, Ahon heard the announcement that the demon beast had been defeated. He reacted as if going mad. Denying it? No way. It could be stronger than Tam Thung. And all the people here could not possibly defeat it. Naturally, his humiliating words earned him a scornful look. Venka then spoke up to explain that although the Bang Kung had suffered greatly, the demon beast had indeed been defeated. And because of it, my junior sister was seriously injured. They then instructed her to lay it down and call Wai Tin over. But soon, her condition was diagnosed as requiring a return to the main hall. Sun Quan was extremely worried but could only silently watch. At that moment, the earth spirit appeared and asked if he was the one who killed Sam Ku. Sahong Kun, feeling guilty and startled, recoiled. He quickly communicated with it. Did you let Sam Ku into line I son? The earth spirit sincerely recounted that it had been bound by humans there for hundreds of years, so it made a pact with Sam Ku. If it let him in, he would break the binding that constrained it. That artifact was created to bind powerful spirit beasts. By taking the blood of the spirit beast and writing its name on the artifact, it will obey. The earth spirit blamed you for making its dream of freedom vanish. You also thought it might want to kill you, yet it smiled wickedly and said that the mountain lord would be the one to break its bonds. But you believed your realm had just reached spirit fire, and in human form, you were at most a Taoist, and that artifact is held by a high-level illusory immortal. The earth spirit interrupted you. It said that only you, the spirit dancer, could help break through to spirit void. It thought someone who could kill the ginseng demon, even with just 2 connections, should be able to do it. Sun Quan hesitated and replied, what if I refuse? The earth spirit snapped back. You still want to ask? If it is discovered that you are a spirit beast here, you will have 2 choices. Die here or rise to the spirit void realm. Sun Quan knew from the start that he had no choice, especially since he had narrowly escaped death once. He could not pass up the opportunity to rise to spirit void, so he agreed. In another place, where the moonlight was gentle at night, voices of reproach echoed in the pavilion. Those bloodsuckers worked hard but were ordered to leave, leaving no reason for them to stay. Yet it seemed they were still being exploited and chased, which was quite annoying. Sun Quan felt there was nothing special anymore. He thought that Ven Ka had kept her promise to silence Tam Kwai. Sun Quan could not do what Kim Min Chi A Lung needed anymore. He thought he should act from now on. The treasures and other items that Senshum Ku took included Sim Sidam Chi Thai and Tiden Gai Ti Asian. Sun Quan pondered for a moment and said, those treasures and dreams could actually be obtained. Still, he felt an emptiness inside. He lowered his head to let his emotions mingle with the moonlight. In that moment, Sun Quan regretted not saying goodbye to Azong Hong. Reflecting on it, he could not help but smile slightly. Sun Quan thought that nothing would be different. If anyone called him the Mountain Lord, no one would believe it anyway. He remembered that it was probably at Bechkan by now. Sun Quan felt that she had a very genuine life at the moment. In fact, it was too short. There was nothing that could be called a memory. He convinced himself that it was just a fleeting connection. Suddenly, all his thoughts began to fade, and his gaze sharpened as he sensed danger. The presence of another was approaching, making him turn around. Who is there? Lu then replied politely. I apologize if I have been rude. There is a stranger who is not a disciple of the Knight Might Nimen, so I came here. So Quan asked him if he knew Tun Thum the Min, thinking that the other party was a celestial level figure. Lu Tin succinctly replied, I am Long, named Lu. This name surprised him a bit. as it belonged to the main character of the novel Sen Hai Fight Sen and Si. This character had long been known as one of the best among young Taoists, the protagonist of all romantic connections, and someone like that was standing right in front of him. Sun Zun Quan explained that he was temporarily staying here. You were originally a guest tasked with exploring Mount Ingen. Liu Tina found it very strange since he had never mentioned any guests from Not Ongate My Men coming, and he felt a pang of guilt for being exposed by him. Immediately, Sun Quan unleashed over a dozen different green and yellow talismans. Liu Tun glanced and instantly recognized it as an An Then Fefir, a block of sparkling light shooting straight up into the sky. That inner energy was generated by his treasured fan. Do not underestimate it as it pierced through earth and rock, and even the construction bricks were destroyed. Liu Tinai thought of him as an interesting kid who could use and then have fun. So his plan was to kill the Taoists and exploit them. Sun Quan was on high alert against the enemy. Someone who could create such power with a single fan was indeed worthy of the title, that Trafang Beva Bi Teen in that Teen Blow Sechu. However, he felt that the continuation of the Samku was too few. Only this monster Liu Tin appeared, so Sun Quan gathered his fire energy and flew up high. Liu Tinai did not expect the enemy's hidden power to be that great. Now he was filled with murderous intent, extending his hand. Liu Tinai believed that using fire before the treasure could control the wind would only make him easier to eliminate. The inner strength gradually gathered into a brilliant sphere. It was a condensation of numerous powerful fire forces behind the Mountain Lord. Liu Tina stared blankly as he performed the technique. Sun Zun Quan's gaze grew increasingly intense with killing intent as the technique concluded. A flame like a sword sliced through the mountain. The pressure from the fire pushed in all directions, and the sound of crackling flames turned into a roaring blaze. Below there was a figure struggling against the brutal burning. Liu Tin used the fan to create a wind that shielded against the fire. He shouted angrily. Is the fire always suppressing the wind? If I did not shield in time, I would be finished. The flames were still raging up to the clouds in the sky. A sinister laugh suddenly rang out. Scared yet? I am crazy enough to fight in the sky. Moreover, you see, the place is surrounded by ordinary people, which is very dangerous. Sun Quan also realized that he had overexerted himself and his injury had flared up again. While telling himself to get out of there, a hole appeared above his head. This caused his bird form to encounter some trouble flying. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from nowhere, making all the downy feathers of Sun Quan stand on end. The enemy was controlled by the thunder. Seeing this, Liu Tun felt very pleased. Got you now? You thought you could escape my grasp. At that moment, the treasure orb of the river ghost shattered the thunder body, allowing him to escape a disaster. He had not anticipated that situation. Although he was somewhat surprised that the kid could transform, the fact that he had a treasure to block his now a land was astonishing. In the end, he felt like he had grabbed gold. Thinking the kid was also holding the treasure that created the fire. If he could steal it, that would be great. The scepter in his hand continued to gather thunder, as if celebrating a new opportunity. Liu Gunan let his laughter echo across the sky. He raised his voice, ordering to eliminate him. Lan. The lightning gathered densely as if to trap him inside. Sun Quan knew for sure that if this continued, he would not be able to escape. Although he valued that thing highly, he could only do this. Liu Tine still had no idea and flew over, facing a strange blue light, which was forming eagles soaring after the Mountain Lord. Liu Tine probably thought his ultimate move was a body duplication technique. At first, he thought he could catch it, but then he exclaimed, "No way. My technique can perceive everything. Are you using body duplication to fool me?" He was very angry for trying but still losing track. The eagles transformed by him had escaped. Liu Tine could only remain silent for a long time, thinking that missing him would waste an opportunity to seize the treasure. So he reluctantly took out the fan from earlier. Liu Tine believed that, if he could get the treasure orb from the Mountain Lord, destroying one or two mountains would be nothing. In a hidden corner, the Mist Lord was watching him with a faded form. He was confused because he did not chase after the duplicates. Each duplicate had a very similar inner essence, yet he remained calm. Inside, he was worried that he would discover something, but also did not believe he had the ability to see through this strongest hidden technique. Currently, the Mist Lord only had one last inner essence left, and if discovered, he could only die. At that moment, a purple-blue halo distracted him. Above his head, he was being covered by purple light. The Mist Lord had a premonition that Liu Tin wanted to blow away all the duplicates along with the mountains here. A hole in the sky then summoned a huge lightning bolt, striking a distant mountain into rubble. Not stopping there, sent lightning to the next mountain. Suddenly, death enveloped the mountain. At the same time, at the Sun Moon Gate, flames were surging down like streams. The screams of people echoed out, urging each other to extinguish the fire. They panicked, pouring water in an attempt to save the situation. Moreover, Taoists capable of water manipulation were also summoned to stop the fire. They acted while wondering about the cause of the incident. Water jets spiraled like tornadoes into the flames. The flames also seemed to twist around the water stream. To their astonishment, the phoenix fire swallowed the source of water. Seeing this, They quickly jumped to another place. No one expected this fire could even destroy water. Just as they were arguing, Wanwu appeared. First, a Taoist reported that water was useless against this fire. He then angrily shouted, "Why are you all just standing there watching the flames wreak havoc? Why are the Taoists here so pathetic?" They cluelessly asked him what to do. Immediately, Wanwu ordered to seal the flames, pulling out all the sealing papers to proceed. The shouts of the subordinates rang out. "We understand." However, Wanwu was very angry because the arsonist dared to cause such a big incident without anyone noticing, and here were all Taoists from the Sun Moon Gate. Everyone was still shouting to go seal the fire. Only Wanwu was aware of the commotion in the distance. Seeing the lightning striking more violently, he used a teleportation technique. On this side, the force of the thunder was hurling stones into the sky, and the Mountain Lord had also revealed himself to dodge the blow. He lost his balance and fell flat on the ground. He was also very scared of someone daring to blow away the entire mountain range. Just then, a boulder like a meteor was falling, landing right where Sun Quan was about to fall. He reacted quickly, bracing himself against the stone. He knew it was time to use his strength to fight back. Sun Quan's eyes were bloodshot, his fangs visible. Just at this moment, another rock was falling down now. He was surprised by this, but Sun Quan could only curse silently in frustration. At that moment, a hand grabbed the collar of his shirt, lifting him up like a kitten. After pulling Sun Quan out of danger, the person used their hands to block the boulder. Instinctively, he called out softly, "Sit." But I could not finish what I was about to say. The other person subtly gestured for Sun Quan to stay quiet. A second later, the massive stone crashed into the ground, and everything around suddenly fell into silence. Lu Ten found it strange because he felt no traces at all. He thought of the worst-case scenario that Sun Quan had escaped. But then he denied it. "I have blown away all the clones. That guy might trick the sorcerers at Nut Ungwite Mun. But there is no way he can expand his concealment technique." The scenery ahead was also beginning to crumble. Lu Ten angrily shouted, "Are you planning to hide until your energy runs out? If I catch you, I will definitely kill you." At that moment, Vineng suddenly appeared. "The one causing all the chaos was you." Right. He did not expect the master of Night Iguite Men to arrive, especially at the Hoan Tian level. Then he heard him introduce himself as Liu Tinun, a name that sounded somewhat familiar. Finally, Vineng Gung remembered that Liu Tin was the youngest and most talented among the young sorcerers today. However, he revealed a pressure to force him to recount the entire incident. The anger towards that person completely crushed his pride. Liu Tinun quickly explained that he did not intend to cause a commotion. He recounted that there was a fake sorcerer, so he could not let it go. And because the fake was too cunning, he had to search aggressively. This issue of the impersonator also made Veneneng cautious. He believed that he had no reason to lie. Due to the battle between the two, the sorcerers had already taken the opportunity to leave the mountain. However, he wanted to directly question him. "Don't you think this is important? Even if this is a normal mountain, it is still the territory of our sect." Lugu Tanner countered that the opponent was not an ordinary person, capable of using transformations and also employing concealment techniques. Then his mind had a different thought. Wait, he could not seek help to find that guy. He might use the territory of Night Ogwai White Men to seize the treasure, which meant he could only watch it fall into someone else's hands. Seeing his demeanor, Vernon quietly asked, "Did this old man say something wrong?" Lu Tin was very hesitant because he did not want the treasure to fall into someone else's hands. In the end, Lu Tin had to concede. I did not think of that. That guy might have been eliminated. I hope you won to be angry." Venenu was now somewhat satisfied. Yellow Teeny still secretly cursed him as an arrogant old man, who was still obstructing, so he temporarily bowed his head to him. Next, Vang slowly said, "You caused such a commotion. That guy is nowhere to be found now. We will talk specifics back at the palace. I also want to hear why you came to this sect." Even though he vowed in his mind to repay this cruel debt, he still obediently followed. But Lu Jing kept looking back. "Although I let you off today, I will definitely find out and take what your family is holding." The strange phenomenon in the sky gradually disappeared, but the destruction from earlier still left some traces. A hand suddenly dug through the ground, and no one knew that Sun Quan had escaped from this disaster. He exhaled a huge breath from his mouth. At that moment a gentle voice said, "Fighting that guy must have been tough for you." Sun Quan simply nodded. "I have gotten into debt again. Thank you. I owe my survival to you." He thought that if it were not for Hong Jun's concealment technique, he would have been eliminated by Hong Tian. Sun Quan felt helpless because, despite sharing the same technique, the gap in strength was insurmountable. Just then, a piercing scream came from beside him. "Hey Sun Quan, why is it that every time we meet, you are always injured? If it were not for the sisters this time, I would have really died." He looked at it with both fear and suspicion. Could it be that he finally guessed that the figure in front of him was a fox spirit? Even though Hong tried to calm the fox, it still irritably scratched its ear due to the itch. Sun Quan hesitated for a long time. He was surprised to find out that it was a female. The fox calmly told him to ask the obvious questions. But it was only concerned about the fact that he did not wait and left. Even though he explained that it was because it went off on its own, the fox angrily shouted that it was because he left it behind that it had to face such punishment. Finally, it declared that he should not think about going anywhere anymore. The fox leaned close to him and asked, "Do you hear me clearly?" Suong Quan felt so embarrassed that his cheeks turned as red as a girl's with makeup. Inadvertently, he noticed the serpent-shaped bracelet on his wrist. This surprised him a bit. Instinctively, Suong Quan turned to look at the object on his wrist. Suddenly, he raised his voice, asking Hong Jun if she could remove this. She nodded, saying that it could be undone, so he could not help but order, "Remove it for me right now." Immediately, since Suong Quan had asked, she would help. There are two ways to remove it. The first way is if a person wearing it dies, it will disappear. The second way is to directly cut off the hand with a knife. Ong transformed into a scary form and asked which method he wanted to choose. Her beautiful body was suddenly stained with darkness. Suong Quan tentatively called her name, Honggon. Thinking it over, he found this acceptable. "I have made it clear. But I wear it out of my own will. Not because anyone forced me. So calm down. I know I was wrong." The sunset finally sank after a long day. Suong Quan walked alone through the meadow. After checking, he realized that his body had recovered. But his inner strength was only half restored. The reason he came up with might be due to having lost his main strength. To recover, he needed to achieve 3 pure connections. Suong Quan thinks that things have turned out this way. The news that Dianlin mentioned has become an opportunity. But with his current abilities, he will have to accept many difficulties. Looking at Xu Bangdong, he thinks that he must first reshape the treasures. Here, he finds it a bit different because the aura is weaker, so it is used by wandering practitioners. Then he thinks that Liu Tine might still be hunting him down. But he would not expect him to be living among humans. Therefore, Sun Quan decides to temporarily live there to get by. Hulai is a bit upset because it has only been a few days, and he chose this place to stay when there are many better spots. The simple reason is that he dislikes the hassle of encountering humans everywhere. Dong Quan can't help but mock him for being so picky. If he wants to follow, he has to stay quiet. After a few hours, the moon has risen. There is also a fairly large cave underground. Inside, Ong Jan and Holy are sleeping soundly. While he seems to not have rested yet, the girl has also noticed Sun Quan standing outside the cave. But then Hongan decides to continue sleeping. Tonight's moonlight is not clear anymore. Sun Quan can also sense that the yin energy cannot be released today. But he still has to prepare in advance. When using the 4 Moon Emperor incense, Sun Quan seems to see that it can unleash its power in a joyful manner. So he starts with the most valuable essence. But as soon as he absorbs it, he can achieve a strength surpassing 3 levels. Enduring such risks, he feels it is quite worth it. He opens the incense burner and adds in the essence. Sun Quan stares at the treasure with great anticipation. He knows that if something happens, it means that it was never his to begin with. After all, he has no intention of claiming it. Suddenly, a gust of wind is blowing away the dark clouds. The change in the sky is enough to startle him. Sun Quan is very excited because the moon is full. And then he quietly thinks that the moonlight is shining down on him. So he starts to use the 4 Moon Emperor incense. This will spread its power under the cold moonlight. A beam of light is emanating from the incense burner right below. Sun Quan is still actively watching. The light gradually makes it hard for him to keep his eyes open. After a moment, the object inside has appeared. It has indeed doubled in quantity. Sun Quan's pupils are constantly fluctuating. He gasps and exclaims, "All right, an exact duplicate has appeared. No treasure can surpass it. That is for sure." Without waiting long, Sun Quan quickly enjoys the result. Just a few seconds later, a hazy aura envelops his body. As soon as he opens his eyes, light shoots out from his 2 eyes. Moreover, his whole body is lifted by the royal aura, and in an instant, he undergoes many breakthroughs that he can hardly bear. Next, a small explosion occurs at the top of the mountain. As the dust gradually clears, a dark figure slowly appears. Sun Quan speaks along the thread of Kai inside. With this power, he can ascend to the capital of John Hio. After a long, exhausting night, morning comes again. The waves of red yin are crashing against the stones. Sun Quan is quite satisfied because that amount is just enough. Then he takes out a green treasure. When it shines, water spills out from the air. Looking at the stream, he mutters, "Is the Gongdung River facing any difficulties?" The live fish shook their heads to say there was nothing wrong. Sun Quan briefly stated that he would stay here temporarily. Then he presented another item and said, "You have absorbed the Tao essence. Now create your own." Yang Ho shook his head because he did not dare accept it. He knew how much effort it took to obtain it. Sun Quan carefully explained, "I have gained divine powers and will become a divine beast. If you want to follow me, you must accept it and become stronger." They kept saying they did not dare. But he thought that was not the right attitude. Because normally, fish can become dragons too. After hearing this, Yang Ho fell silent. Both of them gratefully said, "We accept your kindness." Song Quan lowered the Dao essence into the water, and then dropped a handful of soil down too. Song Quan continued to manipulate the magical artifact in his hand. Van Samvo joyfully jumped out because he had waited too long, seeing it so playful. He could not help but feel it resembled a child. Then, he also mentioned that they would stay temporarily, and would give this pile of herbs to it. Moreover, when he presented a pill, Van Sam covered its nose complaining about the smell. Seeing it despise it like that, he did not want to force it to take it. However, Song Quan cleverly told the story of the fate of Ho, and why Ho about to ascend to the dual flower spirit. While it would remain at the first level forever, Van Sam quickly demanded food and gritted its teeth to chew and swallow. His eyes widened as he looked at it like a picky child. After a while, Song Quan spoke up saying he had to deal with the remaining parts, mostly relics and weapons. But he saw that none were as useful as the Ju Huan sword, and since it had many cracks, he thought it must be very strong now. But he could not use it until it was repaired. Besides, he looked at the medicinal herb for a moment. As it was a divine medicine that had been used once, it began to get accustomed to the medicinal properties, and its effectiveness would decrease. If he could nurture the medicinal beast, he could have the fourfold medicinal strength, but the problem was Song Quan did not know how to nurture it. Just then, the centipede from the previous day of Sam Kwai reappeared. It had caused his nerves to have different calculations. But first, he had to scold it a bit because it had been causing trouble. He shouted, "I can only recreate one more." In an instant, the centipede's eyes shone brightly like light bulbs. It suddenly jumped back toward its kind. Song Quan was somewhat confused, not understanding what was going on. While it was enjoying the massacre, he panicked and shouted, "Why are you eating each other?" At that moment, Ongan appeared and told him to pay attention to them. They were also a type of famous spirit insect Imimbo. He was a bit surprised that this centipede had a name. Turns out its name was Them Ho, a wandering spirit insect that absorbed blood and swallowed everything. It inherited the greed and devouring nature of other individuals. It transformed itself and became stronger. The only limitation was that it had no awareness. Them Ho suddenly spewed out countless golden threads. The shimmering threads twisted and turned with its movements. Ongan thought it was a strong creature, but you said it was a different kind. In short, Ongan knew that based on how it was raised, it would hatch into another type of spirit bug. So she advised you to give it a try. Song Quan gradually became excited. A spirit bug that can become stronger without limits. I thought it was doomed when it swallowed that, but it turned out to be lucky. Then you asked her about fixing the 9 circular blade. Ong honestly admitted she once thought it was a fake treasure. However, she believed she could fix it. The materials are a bit hard to come by. Hearing that, you said you would take care of it. After a while, Song Quan understood the problem. He had enough materials but lacked the necessary equipment. I guess I have to go down to the human village to search for it. While you muttered, someone asked, "Where are you going?" Instinctively, Song Quan slowly searched for that person. The fox, looking dazed, was clearly just waking up. You honestly told her you had something to do and planned to go to the human village, surprisingly inviting her along. The unexpected joy made her smile. Finally, the fox cheerfully replied, "If you want me to go with you, I can refuse." Then it quickly ran to your side, as if afraid of being late. Back in the cave, Ong Jian was looking at the 9 circular blade. She quietly said, "Even though you have fooled everyone with the disguise on this blade, you won't be able to deceive me." She unleashed several energy particles, forcing it to reveal its true form. The energy particles were forming a lotus shape, releasing fragrance right under the sharp blade. After a while, the scent of the flower reached the hilt of the blade. The cries of the demon echoed through the cave, with Hong Jian being the only witness. He angrily shouted, "You little bastard. How dare you pull this stunt in front of the demon lord?" She did not understand why he referred to himself that way. Hong somewhat sarcastically replied, "What is going on? The famous demon lord is now just a fragment of a soul." He thought she had no right to make wild guesses. He should have punished her for this disrespect. But if she pretended not to know about it, he would not only forgive her, but also have his soldiers protect her. But suddenly, Ongan struck something in his forehead. The demon lord panicked and yelled, "What are you doing? Do you want to kill me?" Ong Jian revealed a devilish expression and said, "But the owner of this blade will become the spouse of the one I escort. So the only option is to eliminate you." The demon lord quickly demanded that she negotiate with him. The condition was that he would teach her the secret technique to break the celestial demon method. But Hong Jian sneered and replied, "Isn't he that technique only passed on to the 3rd circle? But just that to keep her life is a bit much." Immediately, he promised to offer the celestial young treasure. But if she knew the location and did not go with him, she would not be able to possess it. Ong believed that no matter what, it was still a trick. Even if he had something, it would only be the achievement of the demon soldiers. She thought this demon was indeed beyond saving. His painful scream echoed even further. Next, Ongan spoke of a secret technique, and since Qin Yang's treasure was quite valuable, she would keep a part of his soul to study later. The rest she used to refine the discarded treasures. He hesitated and asked, "How do you separate the soul? Isn't there anyone to respond to your power?" As the soul separation technique began, the mist around his spirit gradually dissipated. The story was shifting towards the human town. The fox curiously asked him, "Didn't you say there was something to buy?" It did not understand why he kept looking around. Dan and Kwon explained that although the items at the sect's pavilion were very expensive, that is where the forging techniques were. Smaller sects often cut corners on material costs, which he did not believe. The fox lifted its head slightly, as it often did when confused. Finally, it bumped into Sen Kwan's back, spotting an old, dilapidated roof. Sen Kwan said, "Found it." The fox also peered out in curiosity. It stifled a laugh seeing him wander around to find such a shabby place. Moreover, looking at such a house, it wondered if anyone lived there. Sungrin Kwon stepped through the front door and quietly asked, "Is anyone here?" Inside, there was indeed no one. But if you listened closely, there were faint whispers. How could they hide? They were the guests after all. "Then you go ahead. Let us leave together." In the end, two sisters, one shy and one eager, stepped out to greet him. The fox felt a bit surprised inside. What? These were twin children. Neither beast nor human, but residing on human land. Diem Kwon said he came to recreate the complete core into the 5 elements laughing crane. The older sister Jummi was excited about seeing it for the first time, while the younger sister Jeon Eunmi was slightly worried about being given something unusual. Sunlong Kwon straightforwardly mentioned money, and Jum rubbed her chin as if thinking. Finally, the girl quoted a price of 500 spirit stones, making her sister jump. Song Kwon thought that amount was enough to buy a brand new core. The fox unexpectedly chimed in. "Let me help. You have spirit stones. I will throw in some more." It placed the pouch down and carefully reminded, "Don't be shocked when you see it." On the table were only 3 small green stones. The two sisters Demu stared wide-eyed, while Sun Kwon struggled to express his feelings. It proudly burst out laughing. "That is a lot. I estimated it while chasing after you." The sign with the shop's name fluttered outside, causing the fox to silently curse him. To introduce briefly, these characters originate from the mountains and seas, though not significantly influential. After 100 years, they became masters of the core transformation. But now, they were just orphaned girls. Like him. Thinking of that, his expression darkened. In the end, Sasun Kwon generously paid 500 spirit stones. The two girls stared at the pile of money, shocked, seeing Onmi about to refuse. Jummi quickly stopped her, assuring that they would not disappoint him with the item. Just then, he proposed to join in the recreation of the core transformation. The two girls exchanged knowing glances. Sunsun Kwon quickly agreed to retrieve the spirit stone, but they insisted that he not disclose the reconstruction project to anyone else, and had to swear before them. Just then, another character spoke up, indicating a guest. All 3 fell silent and looked towards the door. They all called out in unison. "Hansu, do you know?" Finally, "We have our first guests." The two girls congratulated him excitedly. Seeing that there were guests, Hansu asked to take his leave. What was the reason? He could not cause trouble. After all, he only intended to stop by briefly. Jummi and Ji Mi went to the door to say goodbye to him. However, Sasun Kwon felt a bit uneasy. He decided to inquire about the master. Jum said he was a Taoist from the Nadaguite and Men. Unmi added that he was the one who helped them stay. Sung Kwon replied mechanically. Was that really so? What a generous person. Yet deep down, he felt suspicious about why Hansu would help these people. Outside, his handsome face was being supported by the sunlight. But just a second later, that expression turned extremely gloomy. The fox was complaining about how long Sun Kwon would be inside. Its little ears started to listen in restlessly, but the sounds outside seemed to be more enticing and lively. Just then, a ball flew out. The kids excitedly chased after the ball, which then bounced back to the left. The little girl struggled to keep up with the fast-running kids. The fox could not help but act childishly. First, it ran to the right with the boys. Then it playfully raced after the crowd. Seeing it with a body like an adult, but acting playfully made the children a bit hesitant. When the kids said they did not know it, the fox had to calm down. Next, they whispered, "Maybe it is a crazy person. That girl must be missing something." When the fox got angry, they quickly ran away. It thought it should be honored to play with them. At that moment, its little ears detected something unusual. Immediately, the fox turned to look, but only saw a white-haired woman gliding by, and its eyes focused intently. In fact, that person was just a passerby, but it did not know and continued to stare. The only thing the fox noticed was a very cold aura. In short, the person was a strange female Taoist. Then someone called to it. "Black Fox. Tell the speaker to bring it back for Honggon." It turned out Sen Kwon was not done yet, so he called it back first. The fox replied somewhat spoiled. "Where can I go?" "You do not understand the meaning behind that," the fox seriously recounted. "Last time you left without saying anything. This time, are you not letting me go with you?" Its frustration made his throat tighten. Dizan Kwon had to soften his tone, assuring that he would not go anywhere unfamiliar. so not to worry. If he did go, he would let it know beforehand. The fox's mood gradually improved. Really, this is the promise between you and me? Okay, seeing you nod. I reminded you not to tell anyone about it. As soon as you entered the shop, you heard the warning not to make any noise while forging. The reason is that even a slight distraction could lead to failure. Once you agreed, the work began. Mi and Jumi closed their eyes, controlling two small orbs. Both girls focused intently, reciting strange incantations. A bright spot gradually appeared on the creature, and more lit spots began to rise higher. The materials were completely transformed by the girls. They dissolved and would then recombine. The mist reflects on the boundary between existence and non-existence. That is their unique way of crafting. If one does not understand the connection between earth and sky, they won't be able to succeed. This is not a familiar task. It requires understanding the essence of the flow. There is no special forging method, and they are practicing in a shabby place. You see them as wonderful kids. After a while, the girls reported success and invited you to name the item. Its wheel shape has now been named Ancient Wheel. Xingquan Kuman did not forget to thank their extraordinary strength and promised to meet again next time. And me, Sha, wanted to thank you. While Jun was already promising future collaboration, the cave outside the village echoed with the fox's pent-up frustration. Hong Zhan tried to advise, but she was quite worried since Sen Quan had not returned for days. She believed that if you promised, you would definitely come back. Just then, a familiar figure gradually appeared. The fox ran out like a puppy to greet its master. Siu Ho radiated a powerful force. Sen Quan held it comfortably, but he was more surprised that Honggon used the soul of the river ghost during the forging to turn it into a precious orb. She replied that she was not sure if it was his soul, or that of the wrong spirit, but after forging, it became a precious orb. Sen Quan now realized that he had been hiding in the sword, and was always lurking behind you. Without Honggon, you would be in danger. The enormous soul of Samahu loomed over you, and just thinking about it scared Sun Quan. His thoughts became deeper. There are many things in this world that he cannot predict. Now that I have reached the level of dual perception, I think I need to be even more cautious in the future. Anyway, he felt that having gained another precious orb, he should be happy. He reached out for the slender item that was coiling around him after consuming the strengthening herbs. He felt the power of the curse seemed to have increased. It even displayed some spoiled actions he had never seen before. Next, Sen Quan announced that he would go to the round. Although unsure how long it would take, the fox immediately jumped in to question him. You are going to make me wait for days, and then leave again. Do you always like doing things your way? His gentle voice made her blush. That is why I was going to ask if I do not know what dangerous sorcerer might be involved this time. I also do not know how long it will take. But do you want to go with me? Both girls felt embarrassed at the same time because of you. Lai hesitated to ask you why you suddenly asked that. Sen Quan immediately cut her off, suggesting that she probably did not want to go. Right. It quickly regained its aggressiveness. I said I did not like it before, but we always hang out together. Back at the blacksmith shop owned by the twin sisters, one of them was stepping on the shop's doorstep. They were very curious, thinking there was another customer. Both girls cheerfully greeted the newcomer, but it turned out the person who showed up was Hansu. He said that place was within the area managed by his moon and sun sect, called Chu, because there was a monster trap there. After being transformed, it was named as such. It contains a secret technique. Fearing disputes, the great immortal sealed it away, but for 100 days. There will be one day when the seal weakens. According to calculations, that day is today. Zheng Mi and Umi immediately guessed his intention was to have them help find the secret technique. Hansu quickly denied that. He justified it as being due to the relic of his late master. His master, more than just a relative, had imprisoned himself there. At that time, he was told there was no more time left, so he needed to go right away. His master would leave a treasure in hopes that one day he could find it, and he promised not to forget. Back in the present, Hansu sadly expressed his desire to bury his master, so even though he felt embarrassed, he still asked the two sisters for help. Jummi and Umi thought he had helped them too much, so they would be very happy to repay him. While he thanked them, one person quietly absorbed everything with their eyes. Afterwards, Jean and the guy Jiang also stepped out of the alley. The two girls looked a bit shyly at the unfamiliar men. Hansu introduced that Jin and Jiang were colleagues, tasked with protecting the two sisters. A few hours later, they arrived at Yoga. There was a suspicious tree inside it, and more precisely, that suspicious character was Sen Quan. When hearing Hefele ask what he was looking for, the answer he received was looking for teeth. Sen Quan said he had only heard a little about it. They said the tooth that helps protect the phantoms was in the tree, but not this one. Avrilai eagerly wanted to take action but was immediately denied. It turned out they had shifted their suspicion to the tree emitting green smoke. Sun Quan stood in front of the spot needing observation. After a while, he made a preliminary assessment. Although it sounded like what happened yesterday, it felt like it had been a century. During that time, an entire ancient tree like this had formed. After rummaging for a while, he managed to create an opening. When the two leaves parted, there was indeed something like a fang inside. A Sung Kwon could not help but shout. Found it. Avali was also surprised by that announcement. But it found it strange that he was kneeling down, not knowing if he was asking for forgiveness from it. A Sung Kwon blushed and shouted at it to shut up. If you do not know, be quiet. The bickering between the two echoed for 2 more lines before stopping. At the same time, a very tense situation was unfolding. Someone was determined to enter the dangerous place. But after 100 years, the entire battle with the monster 2 was also over. At that time, all the great immortals participated. And overall, the situation was very hard to explain, but Hansu decisively spoke up. The lifespan of a sword immortal is 300 years. But waiting for 100 years. I do not have much time left. In the end, no one could do anything but agree with him. The order to open the path to Chogu had been carried out. Seeing her sister worried, Jum reassured her that everything would be fine. Then the two sisters held hands tightly and set off. The 2 small figures gradually blended into the space door. In the end, only a blinding streak of light remained. Here, the towering mountains made the scene even more majestic. The group led by Hansu was facing nature. The guy Jiang only introduced the entrance, and Jin was already amazed by its vastness. At that moment, Hansu called the sisters Jum and me to him very gently. Thanks to you too. The girls quietly stepped into the mist. Jiang was a bit worried, because he did not know if they could open the seal. He felt uneasy leaving this task to children. On the contrary, Hansu replied cunningly. Just watch. Meanwhile, the 2 girls could not help but gasp as they looked up. And Mi was very amazed, because it was the first time she saw so many seals like that. Jummi just subtly signaled her sister. Let us begin. Small hands were touching the layer of seals. The incomprehensible incantations Jum was reading continued non-stop. The mystical sound caused the barrier to crack. Just a few seconds later, a hole higher than a person's head appeared. Jin was very surprised because they had actually opened it. He praised the 2 girls without holding back. Are those girls the transformation fairies? So impressive. On the other side, sweat soaked the delicate face, and the hands were gradually losing strength. Finally, the warrior collapsed after reaching the number 108. The sharp teeth were emitting sparkling rays of light, and the hole in the tree trunk was widening. Seeing the door open, a Sung Kwon proudly said, Now do you understand why I had to bow? He led the 2 girls inside. The light from outside cast their shadows long within. Afile was very surprised to discover many luminous herbs and grasses, but she did not know what he intended to do. After contemplating for a while, she realized this was a space created by transformation. She saw that place was full of vitality, separated from the outside, and cultivated the herbs to cycle the energy. Overall it was wonderful. Efurlai was delighted thinking there would be precious treasures inside. A Sung Kwon had to walk a few dozen more steps. After a while, he finally stopped. Looks like we have arrived. The sound of astonishment came out reflexively. What is that? That is a wolf. Everlay did not know why it was sleeping there. A beast was opening its mouth to threaten the enemy. Jin coldly struck a fatal blow to end its life. After finishing, he began to search. It turned out what Jin was looking for was the inner core of the beast. Jiang was also very excited about the work of slaughtering wild animals. Seeing Hangsu not exerting himself in the sweep, they laughed and teased. Does the Master of the Sun and Moon sect not need to help? On the contrary, he did not respond to any of their words. The crack in the barrier was showing different signs. Turned out that the sisters Mi and Jum had opened another new path. Hansu was a bit thoughtful. Having opened the forbidden technique without wasting time, they seemed to tire faster than I expected. If it is like this, it is troublesome. Jiang and Jin are heading somewhere else. The surprise at the current scene is very high. Just then, the tree with white leaves appeared. Hansu, being knowledgeable, introduced it as the guardian spirit of this place. By holding onto the leaves, it strengthens the spirit living here. His Sun and Moon Gate has reforged it, creating a unique beast form for use. Hansu handed the leaves to them, because since they were here, they might as well take a few. He was quite happy. Seeing the guardian spirit meant they were close to their goal, and the secret technique would be in his hands. At that moment, he noticed 2 girls approaching. It turned out they wanted to inform that from that point, there were many seals, and the situation was chaotic. As if there were living creatures there. Mi and Jummi thought that to break the seals without causing any issues would take several days. Jiang lost his patience and shouted back. Are we really going to be stuck here a week just to break 1 seal? What do you think? Hen brother, you said there were no problems. What about the secret technique you promised? Hangsu took out a dagger and spoke up. Is it already at this point? Although it is a bit early to do this, we have no choice. He decisively slid the blade across the 2 children. The long cut began to ooze drops of blood. Turning back to the boy, Sasun Kwon was reminding the fox to keep quiet. He said if the spiritual beast woke up, it would be due to its own stability. Hearing him confirm this was a spiritual beast, Ong Dian gradually understood. She thought that place was the grave created by that wolf. Sasun Kwon nodded and said, the spiritual entity before us was once pursued by the earthly spirit. And the earthly spirit is the spiritual beast imprisoned by the Sun and Moon Gate. In fact, this wolf is a spiritual beast named Unryan, who loves the human world and also takes on human form. Years ago, she met a master, and they both fell for each other. However, the earthly spirit and her clan fiercely opposed it, but it only deepened their love. Although they managed to overcome the clan, there was still one thing they could not surpass: their lifespan. They both had equal abilities, but the spiritual beast could live for thousands of years. The master could only live up to 300 years at most, and that master could not surpass it. He passed away, and she could only preserve his grave. Although the earthly spirit hinted at helping her extend her lifespan, she refused. Unri felt that she had encountered a fateful bond that she could never meet again, so extending her lifespan was meaningless to her. She said she would return to where she lived and follow the course of life. Now she realized what she cherished more than anything else. Moreover, she hoped the earthly spirit would also encounter a bond like that. So what the heavenly mandate and earthly spirit could do for her was to create a grave. It acted foolishly to build the grave. It had consumed too much spiritual power. So it was captured by the masters of the Sun and Moon Gate. The fox could not help but ask, "Is that true?" Unri looked as if she were still asleep. Sesen Kwon could only silently gaze at her. In his mind, he was thinking about lifespan. He knew that if he achieved pure spirit, he could live for 2,500 years, while a human could only live up to 1,000 years at most if they achieved transformation. Thinking about it, he could only say they were quite far apart. Returning to reality, the soldier spoke in a low voice. "The reason I came here is for the red box placed on this stone table. In fact, it is the geospatial treasure meant for Unryan. The crystal-clear gem, called Chu Buch Dun, is unknown to them, especially to the clueless fox." He explained that Chu Buch Lun would find troubles through the Ki of Ling Thro, which is useful for the pure spirit. After finishing, he urged them to leave quickly, to avoid disturbing the rest of the departed. Just then, something was stirring beneath the ground. The fox hesitantly called out to him, "Lord, do not you wonder why you are being called like that?" At that moment, several strange bubbles appeared in front of him. The fox wanted to rush over to help, but it seemed the Lord was about to be surrounded. Suddenly, a bubble burst, and they both froze in place. Seeing me collapse in pain, Jum called out to his sister. Luckily, she only got hit on the outside. Then, Jum hesitantly asked, "Lord Hanu, why are you—" He replied with a hint of sarcasm.
Wow.
His gaze no longer held any humanity. It turned out he was doing it because of their bloodline. After that, Hansu called the girls to look at what he was doing. Dark droplets of blood had stained the barrier. A second later, there was a cracking sound. In an instant, the barrier had been breached, creating a hole. Hansu declared without holding back, "This blood can break every seal and forbidden technique. From the very beginning, I brought you here to shatter them, but also because you possess that bloodline." Jum hesitantly mentioned how he had treated them well. He questioned how they could treat something half-human, half-elf so kindly. Hansu was just putting on an act to exploit the sharp girls who had fallen to the ground. He pretended to be generous, saying he could take their blood right away, but would give them the chance to do it themselves. That was the last mercy he offered them. After that, Hansel looked down at them like a superior looking at lowly slaves. Turning to this side, both the fox and Hongun were frozen. It was also worried because it could not see the Lord. Immediately, the fox turned to ask Hongjian why he had disappeared. It feared something might have happened to him. Next, Hongjian checked a bit and said, "Indeed, looking at this strange flow of spirit energy, the space where the Lord was had been shifted elsewhere, due to the influence of other transformations." The fox did not understand why that was happening. She explained to Nepi that this place was generating those transformations. The transformations easily affect one another. The tremors just now and this flow of spirit energy. So it is possible he has not gone too far. There is no need to worry. The Lord was just pushed to another place. Instantly, the fox knelt down in relief. Thank goodness. But it still felt sad because there was no way to find him. Then Hongun mentioned that bracelet. If the transformations are close, it means he is still inside. There are many beasts here. So she advised him to hurry up. The fox also feared that he might be getting attacked by someone. At the foot of the mountain, the soldier was gradually being moved out. After it was over, you were completely astonished. What surprised you the most was that you were still alive. Then you became confused about your location. Clearly, you had just been in a cave. But now there was no sign of your teammates. However, the thick aura made you realize that this place, Ling Mountain, was incredibly beautiful, though you wondered which powerful being it belonged to. Just then, you abruptly stopped. In front of you was a beautiful branch with white leaves. That is when you remembered its name, Hung Bo then Mex, a tree that grows in Trondagaldung. Finally, you were horrified and shouted, "Am I really in Chana Herdung? Only the divine wood could possess such luck." A red eye suddenly lit up. A human, that is great. Using a human to restore energy is much better than leaves. You were bathed in the glow of the red light. You guessed that the monster had reached the 3rd level of pure energy. But thanks to the divine wood's aura, you did not notice it. Over there, the monster roared, offering its body for you to feast on. It lunged at you like a starving spider. Then it used its claws to slash at you. You stood still, your hair flowing in the wind, while the monster passed right by you. Next, you felt quite satisfied as it gave you the opportunity to test the Siwu Honyao that had become a treasured weapon. The monster was furious at being underestimated by you, while you gently lowered your blade and calmly introduced that you would be using a light strike first. The enemy was shooting out green toxic rays, while the Siwu Honyao released streams of purple energy. You were shocked because just a little infusion of spiritual power could pull off such a powerful move. Moreover, you did not expect such a small strike to have such force. The monster was stuck in a stream of dark purple slime. Then its joints became stuck as well. In an instant, fresh blood sprayed out like red plum blossoms. You coldly declared your verdict. Have I destroyed you? In the dark purple smoke, the Demon King reappeared. The smoke was also taking on different shapes. They seemed to be powerful spirit beasts. Now you understood that the spiritual senses held by the Siwu Honyao still carried their forms. You cautiously turned your head. If that was the case, you did not know what those giant shadows were. As it seemed you had never encountered such entities before, you were very wary of the terrifying energy that could envelop the entire Mount Tai of those souls. You did not know what it was, but you could feel it. However, the more you looked, the greater the pressure from the souls became. You were too small to stand up to it. You knew that you probably would not be able to see clearly, but you were sure that these were the spiritual senses within the demon dance. Unlike the spirit ghost, those spiritual senses could not show their true forms either, and perhaps you do not understand why they are trapped in it. Originally, the master of the 9 blades was Bloodgrave Scholar. Unexpectedly, it had a terrifying form that you could hardly imagine. If Bloodgrave Scholar were to pay attention, you would surely become a spirit perception in there. Then Sun Quan sighed softly. Indeed, the more you understand, the more you realize how many monsters exist in this world. Just then, another presence appeared, as the shadow emerged. He vanished because by the instinct of wild beasts, keeping a distance is essential. He did not even know what was happening. Kim Ken stood there calmly watching him. He joked that the spiritual beasts like him were completely unguarded. If it were a person, they would have lost their head by now. After being asked his name, he felt a bit awkward. In a moment, so Sun Quan had to think of a new name. He borrowed the name of the person he hated the most. My name is Liu Ten. On this side, June was opening her mouth, realizing she was gasping in pain. Hansu saw that just using the sword he gave would be fine. She firmly stated that she would not use his things. Then, Jum gritted her teeth and pressed her hand against the glass barrier. The spot where blood seeped through quickly shattered. Hansu seemed very pleased with this. The Jiang guy also found this blood trick quite interesting. Hansu turned to ask if he felt more comfortable now. Of course, he had to apologize for his rudeness earlier. He was afraid they would waste their efforts, so he acted this way. Hanyu reminded him not to be arrogant about the ceiling. He should remember his role and not let the monster kill him, since they knew they would need more blood soon. Junmi will provide temporary bandaging. Omi is worried about her sister, so she volunteers for the next turn. While her sister was still surprised, the girl explained that they did not know how many seals needed to be broken or how much blood would be required, so it was best to take turns. Omi thought that was the only way for both of them to survive. Jiang noticed the 2 girls making noise and urged them to move. The sisters exchanged a determined glance at him. Over here, Kim En casually asked, "Did you get moved here from Chog?" He said he did not know how the kid was doing, but the transformations were in chaos. Sun Quan did not respond but focused intently on the old man. He could clearly see that the old man could break the transformations just by walking, indicating his ability was beyond comprehension. Then, he hesitated before speaking. "Can I ask you something?" Kim Kine jumped a bit and asked what it was. It turned out Sen and Quan wanted to ask why the old man had come to this place. Kim Ken remained silent for a while before answering. "It is because of the Butch Ku Di for Hein. I am on the path to find it." He felt a chill when he heard that name, because it is a blood festival to select the Demon King that happens once every decade. The path to the festival is extremely treacherous. That is because thousands of monsters are fighting to the death without pause. The blood festival will choose the last surviving Demon King. Just as he was about to say more, Kim Kian interrupted. Sung Ku is one of the Demon Kings who has already died. I do not know which one killed him, but if the Bu Di Fi Hein ends, all the monsters will hunt him down and kill him. The enemy's presence sends chills down your spine. Back over here. Heavy breathing could be heard. The 2 sisters, Jimi and Jungmi, were about to face off. Jimi struggled to say something. "It is," then the girl, with wide open eyes, fainted. Hansu was standing on a nearby hillside. He opened his eyes wide to observe. There it was. It could not be wrong. Clearly, the master had left this mark. He was getting closer to a small plant. It turned out to be the Mangjiang for the seal that his master had used as a bridge for communication. Hansu instinctively wanted to touch the soft cotton layer. Then he roughly squeezed the flower. At that moment, bright waves of light began to emanate, and a wave of dark energy began to gather. A familiar shape from his memory appeared. Hansu had waited for this moment his entire life. He hesitated to call out for his master. The other party had long since lost all vitality, but he still trembled. Wanting to reach out, the surge of emotion made him shout, "So it is you here. The one who used yourself to hold on to this." Hangsu stomped his foot and declared, "Now." I asked to take it. His master's corpse fell backward lifelessly, and his skin and bones began to disintegrate. Hangsu was lost in joy. He laughed maniacally at the box, finally falling into his hands. The line of Danesha in Sen Quan's memory was blazing bright. "You are worried. Asking yourself, does he know about the dead devil ginseng? There was only one sorcerer in me unconscious at that time. How could it be just a few days?" Immediately, you asked the elder if he had any information. Kim Khan replied that he still did not. But the elder said they would find out because the surviving subordinates would know. Song Quan silently felt lucky that the elder still did not know he was the one behind it. Then, Kim Khan suddenly became pensive, making you wonder what was wrong. It turned out he had found the reason why you were transported here. But of course, Sun Quan did not see anything at all. Back on this side, Hanzo was saying that he found something in the box and a lot of elixirs. He specifically chose the palm tree and the blue vial, while dividing the others among his companions. Jiang and Jean looked at the pile of treasures with great desire. Hansu thought that the treasure would help him become the immortal beast, which was rare. Moreover, he knew that the palm tree was something his master always kept close, and he had everything he needed already. Just then, a glowing red foot appeared. Why did these guys break the path themselves, causing the illusions to turn out like this? Jin and Jiang both thought they had encountered a monster. Kim Khan, angry, unleashed his full power, creating a mild storm that made it hard for them to move. Hansu immediately recognized Kim Khan's identity. Then he knelt before him. Above all, Hansu did not forget to show familiarity. "Master Kim, Hansu has arrived. I have brought the items you mentioned." Seeing this strange behavior, Hansu's companions were also taken aback. Song Quan was somewhat wary. This sorcerer was clearly up to something. "And you guessed from the start that he had a plot," Hansu happily introduced. "This is the Luong chief. This will be very useful when you carry out the Night of 100 Demons." Kim Khan was quite surprised that he had come. Hansu sincerely requested to be taken in as promised. Jin and Jiang were shocked that their leader was colluding with the monster. Hansu had to reveal his true nature. "Indeed, if not for that, why would I and you go into danger together? The simple goal is to use you as a shield in times of danger." They were all furious to encounter such a shameless person like him. Hanyu wickedly declared that he would soon become a beast. He did this to avoid struggling with his lifespan. He wanted to live 1,000 years like a beast. Then Hindu respectfully said, "So Master Kim Khan, please turn me into a beast as promised." Kim Khan smiled enigmatically and said, "That can be done." He raised his voice. "Moreover, I will grant you that." The red eyes of the elder began to glow, and tentacles started to sprout from Hansu's body. Seeing the transformation, he laughed loudly, believing he had been reborn, becoming a beast. He was very proud that he would live for thousands of years. Right after the transformation, he seemed a bit awkward. Then, it seemed like that eye became like a human eye. Hangsu trembled all over and emitted a strange sound. Song Quan observed and immediately knew he was hit by an illusion spell. Kim Khan angrily spoke, "Just a dreaming human. How dare he call us beasts? So just let him drown in that illusion. We need to deal with the others now." The sky suddenly turned dark with a layer of black mist. Then, hundreds of spiders, big and small, began to descend on their webs. Below ground, Jin and the guy Jiang were panicking as they were surrounded. The mist soldier looked out and realized it was a complete trap, immediately confirming that the old man was the mastermind behind it. On this side, Jin and the guy Jiang were trying to kill the venomous spiders to escape. But it was not working. Seeing the monsters multiplying, they could only scream for help. And soon all that could be heard were cries of anguish. The mist soldier knew they would not survive. But at that moment, he saw sisters Mi and June were also surrounded. A venomous spider suddenly dropped down, fresh blood pouring from its mouth. But in reality, it was the mist soldier using a weapon to block its mouth. Thanks to that, the two girls were able to escape. Next, he swung his sword to chop off the legs of the venomous spiders. Insects' bodies flew around, creating a rather unsettling scene. When it was all over, the mist soldier gently asked, "Are you okay?" Sister Mi was sobbing, while June just stared at him in confusion. The little girl quietly called out to him, "Young master." But you see that the girl's hands are covered in blood. That wound made his heart tighten. At that moment, Kim Khan approached to ask what he was doing. The mist soldier explained that the two girls were blood spirits, not humans. But Kim Khan insisted that they should be killed for being traitors who obey human commands. The mist soldier immediately shouted at him, "They do not want this. Look at them." Kim Khan explained that being exploited by humans was a disgrace, so they should not be allowed to live. Meanwhile, Hansu was still lost in a trance. But notably, the pen in his hand was gradually radiating spiritual energy. Then, his body swayed a few times. And finally, Han-Soo was enveloped in golden light. A mocking laugh rang out. Truly, things have become interesting. My disciple seeks me out in such circumstances. The mist soldier thought to himself. This strange energy. His body feels the same but completely different. Han-Soo tilted his head, assessing that this situation was indeed extraordinary. The Kim Kan put on a dangerous expression and said, a dead man trying to seize the body of a young one. Do you have no shame? With that, he launched an attack, and those things rushed toward him immediately. However, Han-Soo broke them immediately after. He arrogantly said, what can I say? If there is a way for me to revive, how could I let it go? Kim Kan roared in rage. No matter how powerful you are, get out of that guy's body. Do you think you can resist a soul like mine? He revealed a dark expression in response. No matter what, this is my opportunity. Do I have to let it slip away? The confrontation between the two became extremely fierce. The Kim Kan angrily proclaimed, life and death are the natural law. Someone who refuses to accept that and is stubborn is truly foolish. After that, he shot spiky weapons toward Han-Soo. He remained unfazed and said, a spiritual beast that has lived for thousands of years like you could never understand. With that, he launched an attack on Kim En. The clash of two powerful forces created a massive shockwave that affected everyone to some extent. And Mi and Jummi were left in awe witnessing this scene. Sung Kwan was also taken aback by this sight. How long had the battle of illusionists taken to reach such a state? The three of them were still dazed, unaware of the imminent danger approaching from behind. Seeing this, Kwan quickly warned the two girls of the danger. Then he swung his sword to shatter a boulder, and Mi gasped in surprise, exclaiming, two princes. Song Kwan focused on the front but still reminded the two girls not to stray from him. Meanwhile, the battle between Kim Kan and Han-Soo was still raging intensely. The old man was frustrated, thinking that the ability to use illusions was indeed infuriating. But he could not fly. It seemed he could not surpass the limitations of being human. With that thought, Kim Kan smiled happily and said, if that is the case. After saying that, he began mumbling a bunch of incantations. His hands immediately began to glow. Kim Kan believed that before that body was completely taken over by Han-Soo, he would end everything here with all his strongest spells and energy. Han-Soo noticed this and began to feel uneasy. He stared in shock as the old man charged toward him. He quickly began to gather energy. Regretting, you have figured out my weakness. I need to be careful. As Han-Yu finished speaking, the two engaged in a fierce battle again. Kim Kan poured all his strength into the attack. His face contorted, and he was not much better off, even appearing slightly weaker than the old man. The clash between them created a shockwave felt throughout the earth. Sung Kwan was astonished. The blinding light emanating from their battle forced him to shield his eyes. After a moment, Sung Kwan saw they were still fighting as before. This time, the tables had turned. It seemed Kim Kan was the one on the defensive. Meanwhile, Han-Soo smugly said, I thought you were done for in an instant. Seeing you struggle so much, I will make it easier for you. He saw this scene and thought that the spatial barrier surrounding Kim Kan had vanished. If he was taken down, we would be next. In a life and death situation like this, there was only one chance left. Sung Kwan believed that taking action was his only opportunity. The opponent was a monster capable of suppressing even souls. What can you possibly do? Mi and Jum sitting behind are shaking like leaves. Sung Kwan thought for a moment, and then cursed himself for being an idiot. Because if he did not act, he would just wait to die. To avoid a stupid death, Sung Kwan had to be ruthless until the end. Thinking that, he dashed towards Han-Soo intending to attack him, but he quickly noticed and blocked Sung Kwan's attack. And Han-Soo immediately angrily called him a worthless piece of trash. After cursing, he pushed Sung Kwan away, sending him flying. The counterattack made him skid across the ground. The pain hit hard, causing Sung Kwan immense suffering. Han-Soo cursed him as a damn fool, then prepared to finish him off. Just then, a gleeful voice rang out. You left an opening. When Han-Soo turned around, it was too late. Kim Kan had seized his opening. He frantically attacked, even praising Sung Kwan for doing well. Kim Kan giggled excitedly and cursed. You beast. Han-Soo, though close to death, still defiantly said, no way. I have worked hard to get this body. After saying that, he let out a cry filled with agony. But the more he screamed, the more excited Kim became, launching more attacks. At that moment, Han-Soo suddenly remembered the Kiat, telling himself he had to connect with him. But immediately Kim Kan shattered that thought. He felt excruciating pain as the old man twisted his arm with magic. Kim Kan joyfully exclaimed, the outcome is clear. Only I can see you flailing. What a waste. Han-Soo was pierced by countless sharp objects, but still managed to say, after over 1,000 years, I have overcome many adversities to reach this state. So this is truly absurd. I have to endure these pointless moments. With that, Han-Soo gasped his last breath, officially exiting this world. Not far away, Sung Kwan witnessed everything. After it was over, Kim Kan turned to him and said, if it were not for you, we would have been in danger. Well done, he hesitantly asked. After all, The person earlier was interrupted by the old man who replied, "He is the master of that Hansu. He intended to steal his disciple's body to prolong his life. A cunning bastard trying to cling to life is truly despicable." A moment later, Song Quan moved Hanyu's body to a flat place. He nodded and said, "Is there a treasure that has both of these? This spirit pearl is the terrifying long, and this gourd is a defensive treasure. I wonder what is inside. I will have to ask Honggun later." Song Quan looked at his rigid body and thought, is this what they call karma? Because of his own ambitions, he turned others into tools, only to end up in such a tragic state. After a moment, he suddenly wondered, what needs to be kept should be kept. Right. Whoa. What is this? Looks like something's here. As he finished speaking, Siquan pulled out a large brush. He did not know what to do with it, but it definitely was not an ordinary item. On the other side, Kim let out a dissatisfied huff. He had been channeling energy for a while, and a faint white smoke emanated from him. After a moment, Kim cried, finally feeling like he was alive again. Although there had been unexpected events, everything had been resolved satisfactorily. Unmi and Jummi immediately hid behind him when they saw the old man. He noticed and reassured them. There is no need to be so cautious. Sen Quan helped me, so I won't harm anyone. I have no more business here, so I will continue with the Bach Ku Dia Hein. There. I will introduce you to the Demon King. Finally, Kim Ken concluded by saying they should follow him. After hearing this, Sasen Quan whispered to himself. Becoming the demon servant of Thap Hai Thai Ven and Thech Aus was indeed an enticing offer for a spirit beast. But not right now. Thinking that, he said frankly, "Thank you for your offer, but I am just a spirit artist. I still have many shortcomings to take on that role." Kim Kun immediately rebutted. "I know your abilities have surpassed that. You are more than capable, so there is no problem." Sasen Quan continued. "Right now, my teammates and I have things to do. So this," at that moment, the old man lost his patience and interrupted. "Just do as I say. Hurry up." The sky was beginning to brighten. The group of Kim En flew swiftly through the sky. He quietly watched the old man's back. Deep in thought, Sun Lung Quan began to calculate. The battle with the Taoist had reached its peak, and prolonging it like this would not achieve anything. With a spirit artist like him, how much support did he need? The lingering doubt was overwhelming. Wait a second. Could it be that when he first met Kim Kaivan, Ku Vun had opened up, bringing along the spirit senses at that time? Could it be that Kim Kain had seen the spirit senses of the three demons? What if he knew Sun Quan had killed the three demons? It felt like he was going into the stomach of those guys. He had to escape at all costs. But how could he get out? Could he deal with the old man? At that moment, it was different from when he met the three demons. Not only was it him, but there were also the kids he needed to protect. He needed to think of a way. Find a way to escape from Kim Kin. Just then, Jimmy transmitted a message. "Young master, looking at your face, it seems the situation is quite difficult, just as I thought." The Sung Kuan was a bit surprised by her speculation and finally admitted, "That is right. We are being pulled towards the residence of Thap Hai Vin Thech." Hearing this, the girl gradually understood. Then Amy made a suggestion. "As spirits, we can sense things that others cannot. Jum can sense the changes and energy of Hoan Tron. I can sense the essence flowing inside." Sun Run Quan was very surprised by her question about needing someone to accompany him. Jimmy remained calm and continued to transmit. "When breaking the seals, I sensed a very strong aura. I felt the Hoan Tron continuously tangled, as if someone was searching for something. This struck deep into his nerves." Sen Quan realized it was none other than Hong Jian and Hai. "You secretly guessed they might be here to find you. What a stroke of luck." Right after that, Sen Quan reminded the two girls to hold on tight to him. Finishing his words, he decisively jumped off the carpet. Seeing this, Kim Kin asked, "What the hell is this guy doing?" After jumping, Sen Quan casually struck a blow against a nearby mountain. A flat piece of land immediately appeared. He placed the two girls down and carefully instructed them to stay behind him. Then Sen Quan slowly turned around to face the challenge. In less than a second, Kim Kanan appeared right in front of him. The old man angrily said, "Do you want to die? I am losing my mind here." Standing before Kim Kun's fury, he remained unfazed. The two stood silently facing each other. The Kim Kun impatiently asked, "What are you doing?" Sen Quan calmly replied, "I can't abandon my teammates. I am just waiting here." Hearing this, he became extremely angry. Sen Quan sensed the old man's killing intent and remained alert, never letting go of his weapon. Finally, Kim Kan could not help but curse the deceptive group. If they obediently listened, they might just keep their limbs intact. Them Havo immediately emerged from his sleeve and then spat out a bunch of golden threads. The golden threads blocked the impact of the red threads, causing the old man's attack to miss its original target. Kin recognized that it was Kim Trung Ti Edger. Meanwhile, Sen Quan was still cheerfully petting them ha. Then he spoke dangerously, saying that if he returned with an intact body, it would be no different from dying. The treasure he had just taken out immediately demonstrated its power, transforming into 3 Sen Quan in the blink of an eye, leaving Kim Kan astonished. "Is that Hoan Chan? Where did you find such a trick? I will destroy you with my Hoan Chan." With that, he used his illusion technique to surround Sen Quan. Moments later, the Kim Kan was stunned, wondering, what is this? Can it withstand my illusion? That spirit artist must have borrowed and amplified the power of the treasure. He thought in fear. The mind-calming technique was sensed. Before him were strange glowing spots. A moment later, the figures of the two girls gradually revealed themselves. Finally, Mi and Jum, along with the treasure, officially appeared before Kim Kan. Seeing this, he angrily shouted, "You dare to oppose me? I should have killed you all." But as soon as he finished speaking, two strange forces surged forward. They attacked like a storm, making it hard for Kim Kan to dodge. Afterwards, he breathed a sigh of relief, almost getting hit by that force. Could it be the treasure? Wait, this is the type often used by the three demons. Taking advantage of Kim Kan's distraction, Sen Quan stepped forward and delivered a strike. Shortly after, he muttered regretfully, "Damn it, I can't use this human form anymore." Meanwhile, he thought wildly, "This is not enough. I need to finish this quickly." Thinking that, Sen Quan prepared to strike a few more blows, but just as he raised his blade, something strange suddenly happened to the old man's body. A second later, that body exploded, shaking the entire sky. Kim Kan suddenly unleashed power that also affected Mi and Jum to some extent. After transforming, Kim Kan spoke up, "You can imagine. It was you who made me revert to my original form." Sen Quan was completely stunned by what he was seeing. The old man kept rambling on. Truly an extraordinary spirit. I should have complimented him as a form of gratitude. Once he finished, he charged forward to tear you apart. Immediately after, Kim Kan rushed in like a madman. His attack forced Mi and Jum to dodge to the side. He hardly exerted any effort and already injured Sen Quan. A sudden wave of pain made his vision go white. Just then, the bracelet in his hand suddenly shook. The fox looked at the bracelet on his hand with confusion. Ong immediately turned to ask, "Master, is something wrong?" It spoke in a panic. "This bracelet is ringing again. Just like when Sen Quan was chased by that human master. Clearly, Tam Quan is in danger. What should we do? What if Sen Quan gets into trouble?" At this point, the fox started to cry loudly. Ong Dine urged, "We have to break the Hoan Chan and leave now." Ong Di asked seriously, "Which direction is this bracelet pointing?" After seeing the bracelet point in one direction, she took action. A second later, a strange pathway appeared before the two of them. The fox's eyes widened in surprise. Seeing this, she casually picked it up and explained, "We will take this shortcut." Suddenly being lifted like this, the fox did not have time to react before she pulled it into the fast lane. This left the fox extremely flustered. Meanwhile, the battle between Sen Quan and Kim Kaivan, which was not evenly matched, continued. He charged forward like a madman to corner him, but Sen Quan still fought back until the very last moment. The old man calmly said, "Indeed, the appearance at Kuvi is the form of the three demons. Lutositi is now a precious orb often used by the three demons. Clearly, the death of that lord is related to you. There is no way you could have done anything to the three demons." Just as Kim Kainan asked who killed the three demons, disaster struck. It clung tightly to his leg to attack, but he quickly shook it off and said, "If you tell me what I want to know, I will leave you alone. No suffering involved." Only then did Sen Quan speak. "If you want to know, I will tell you how the three demons died by my sword." Kim Kan was taken aback by his words. At that moment, Sen Quan activated the evil staff Than Ho, and a blue flame immediately erupted, engulfing Kimmen's body. Seeing this made him even more energized. Before long, the flames roared fiercely, surrounding Kimmen, forcing him to utter sounds of deep agony. Kim Kan helplessly watched his body being consumed by flames. He was utterly shocked as he could not extinguish the fire. This was not ordinary fire. It clung to his body and was burning away all his energy. In panic, Sun Quan suddenly spoke. "That fire, once it catches you, can't be put out. It will erode your body bit by bit, and in the end, you will be reduced to ashes." Just as he said, Kim Kan's powerful body was slowly being destroyed. Suong Quan coldly remarked, "Just like how I dealt with the three demons of the 10 seas." Kim Kan screamed in agony. At that moment, Suong Quan suddenly thought that if he missed this opportunity, there would not be another chance. With that thought, he stepped forward to try to subdue the old man. Moments later, countless streams of dark energy surged toward Kim Kan. But as soon as he glared, those streams of energy were instantly extinguished. Sun Hung Quan was left in utter shock at the sight. Just then, Kim Kan spoke up. "Surprising, is not? I never expected someone who just reached the spirit painting realm could possess innate, divine power like this. But even if you unleash such terrifying strength, it still won't be enough to defeat the might of nature," he solemnly praised. "Though you started strong, I just need to kill you before your power can burn out." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed countless limbs towards Song Quan, barely missing him thanks to his quick reflexes. Just as he began to feel relieved, another leg lunged at him, aiming to take his life. He immediately drew his sword and struck downward at that leg. A flash of purple light suddenly appeared. Kim Kan's power erupted, shaking the entire sky. Before long, the area around them was engulfed by his power. At that moment, Sun Quan was out of breath, panting heavily. Nevertheless, he steadfastly held his sword, preparing to continue fighting. Meanwhile, the Kim Kan had already grown a new leg. This left Sun Quan utterly astonished. It was astounding how quickly that leg had regenerated. He silently lamented the terrifying power of Kim Chinen. This time he was lucky to dodge. But what about next time? At that moment, Kim Kane echoed the sentiment. Consider yourself lucky this time. But luck won't come twice. He resolved silently that this situation could not go on. With the opponent having a life spirit realm, Sun Quan had to use everything he had. He needed to activate his sixth sense from head to toe. Even if he got hit or caught and torn apart, from this moment on, it was hunting time. With that, Sun Quan decided to charge forward recklessly. He leaped at Kim Kun's long legs, but was soon tossed away and attacked. Sun Quan dodged like lightning. Seeing this, Kim Kan thought that this coward was moving completely differently than before. If that were the case, he would turn this place into a battlefield. A second later, he began to destroy everything around him with multiple legs, flames continuing to engulf Kim Kan's body, creating thick smoke. In the distance, a shadow suddenly emerged. He immediately assumed that Sun Quan was there. Lord Tamko. After saying this, he attacked in that direction. Elsewhere nearby, the Sun Quan was quietly preparing to attack him. After being hit, Kim Kan was in immense pain. Furious, he shouted, "Where the hell is that coward hiding to pull off such a pathetic trick?" After saying this, he attacked, nearly landing a hit on Sun Quan. Sun Quan deftly leaped to avoid Kim Kan's attack. However, he was not about to give up. He became even more aggressive. Kim Kan decisively struck at him. Sun Quan stood firm and countered, but he was gradually falling into a passive position. A second later, Kim Kan successfully delivered a fatal blow. His leg pierced through the thick smoke. I do not know when it pierced through Sun Quan's shoulder. He yanked the old man's foot off his shoulder and let out a painful scream. Kim Kan was extremely pleased that the old man had blocked it, just in time. He laughed heartily and said, "With all your brutality, no matter how many treasures you possess, or how much divine power you wield." Meanwhile, Sun Quan cursed inwardly for not being able to lift his hand. Kim Kan cheerfully taunted that he would not be able to surpass his own limits. While he thought that maybe this was the end. Right after that, the old man fiercely unleashed his attack. "Then now, you shall die." Sun Quan suddenly wondered, is this a memory before death? Well, why me? But he could not remember what his face looked like. If only Sun Quan had pretended to know him, he would not have known he was going to die like this. Suddenly, a loud bang interrupted Sun Quan's train of thought. At the same time, someone called his name, and he did not know when Ho Jin had appeared and blocked him. She was both blocking the old man and scolding. "Is that all it takes for you to give up? I have never followed such a weak master." Sun Quan was extremely surprised by her sudden appearance and could only mouth her name. Even Kim Kan was wide-eyed at her entrance. Just as the shock from before had not faded, another shock came. From the speed tunnel, someone suddenly appeared. A second later, Onggun and Hole stepped out one after the other. Ong had an expressionless face as he looked at Kim Kan. Sun Quan was astonished and called her name. This inadvertently drew the old man's attention. Standing before those scrutinizing eyes, Hong Jian remained calm. He said nothing and just focused on one direction. She shot him a cold, angry look. Kim Kan wondered who she was. Immediately, Ho Jian made a new move. She aggressively said, "You must die to pay for torturing my master." Upon hearing this, the old man ran away while justifying to himself, "I have to run. I can't face them." Ong Di immediately appeared to block his escape route. Kim Kan shouted angrily, "Look, you are not even a spirit beast like him." She coldly replied, "That person will become my master's husband. You can't treat him like that." After saying that, Ong Dio pulled with force. Ho Jian jumped in to join the fight, soaring towards Kim Kan and shouted, "Return the sword." Sun Quan below calmly assessed, "Indeed, those are some scary women." After saying that, he even smiled slightly. Then Sun Quan grew wary and fainted. Huli saw this and immediately rushed over to grab him. Seeing Sun Quan go limp, he helplessly called out his name. Even when Huli shouted, Sun Quan remained silent. Tears welled up as he caught him. Sun Quan's eyes remained tightly shut as before. It was unclear how long it had been, but suddenly his eyes twitched. A whisper unexpectedly echoed, "Open your eyes. Sun Quan is awake now. Lord Sun." As soon as you opened your eyes, you found yourself surrounded by a bunch of flowers. Sun Quan was immediately stunned, eyes wide open. The girls took turns anxiously asking about you. Seeing Sun Quan not responding, they eagerly pressed on with their questions. "Say something. Call my name. Try to check if you can move your body. Why is not he saying anything?" And then there were countless other words. After a while, Sun Quan finally woke up and removed the bandage from his arm. As soon as he moved, The wound on his shoulder began to throb. Sung Kwon felt the pain hit him and concluded that he was still alive. A moment later, Sung Kwon appeared on the cliff watching the sunset. He was deep in thought. Surprised that he was still alive, Sung Kwon began to worry, thinking that even after using all the treasures, without the help of the Jum sisters, he would surely have died from Kim Eun's curse. If he had taken a hit from that old man, he would have definitely been dead. If Ho Jian had not shown up in time, if Ong Jian had not found him, he believed he would have died several times over. Sung Kwon had used all his spells, called souls, and exhausted all his protective treasures. But it was useless against that overwhelming power. In the end, he concluded that he could not break through the wall of the realm. Thinking of this, Si Kwon silently cursed. Just then, Ho Jian appeared. So you were here. He unexpectedly called out her name and quietly changed the subject to the scenery, to which she nodded in agreement. Ho Jian suddenly dropped a vague comment. You should speak up, leaving Sung Kwon quite surprised. Seeing he did not understand, she explained. Whatever you are thinking, do not keep those worries inside, just say them. After hearing that, Sung Kwon pondered, his eyes filled with contemplation. Finally, he admitted, I have reached a level where I can use the fierce wind and fire. When I obtained the treasures, I was very confident. But facing that beast earlier, I realized I was just a small fry. Even now, I find it strange that I am still alive. I was too conceited. I have realized my own limitations. Now, that should be enough. No need to sacrifice anymore. Let us just go back to Bitch Sun. While he was still rambling on, a punch suddenly came crashing down. Ho Jian angrily retorted, do you really think you are something special? You are just so full of yourself. You are just one among countless spirit beasts at the realm of spirit painting. Hearing this, Sung Kwon was confused and did not understand, but Ho Jian did not care and continued. Your opponent is a spirit being 2 levels higher than you. It is natural that you can defeat them. But the fact that you survived against such an opponent is already incredible. You have accomplished the impossible. Sung Kwon immediately turned his teary eyes towards her. Ho Jian calmly said, besides, even if you go back to Bitch Sun, you have to take it with you. Right. You are still thinking about it even at the last moment. Hearing that, he shyly denied it. Why would I be thinking about it? She looked at him with a knowing expression. You still have not realized it. Have you? I'm Trungkwai, so I can only feel your affection. Sung Kwon immediately tried to cover up, saying, at that time, I was not aware either. Ho Jian calmly replied, fate is a scary thing. Once you are caught up in it, you can't cut it off or deny it. The chaotic times you mentioned are coming, and we will need strength to protect you. After hearing that, he merely huffed in response, before finally denying it later. It is not for you. I decided from the beginning to attain the 6 divine powers to become a divine beast. Ho Jian chuckled at his reaction and said, that is the spirit. Sung Kwon, filled with determination, exclaimed, I won't stop until then, so do not complain and just follow me. Ho Jian, from afar, the voice of the mountain lord softly echoed, you all can leave now. Yumi and Jumi obediently replied. The Yum group paused for a moment and added, anyway, we have returned, and now we will follow our own path. Causing no more trouble, Sung Kwon did not respond but asked, do you have a place to go? The 2 girls, Ningtho, answered, not really. But if it is a place without people, it is. He was so stunned by their response that his face twisted in surprise. Yumi and Jummi turned back and replied, for us, there is only you. Young master, we will never forget you. You saved us without asking for anything in return. After saying that, the 2 girls happily took each other's hands and left. A figure of a suddenly appeared. Sung Kwon watched that scene and began to waver. In the end, he could not help but grab the 2 girls back. Sung Kwon took out some treasure and said, please take this. Yumi and Jummi were surprised by the 2 red orbs in front of them. He casually explained, it is a Dao Bung Han. The 2 girls immediately panicked and asked, isn't this the elixir that can help us rise to the 2 spirits? Why are you giving us something so precious? He replied sadly, I can only help you this much. Only you can protect yourselves. Whether human or spirit beast. This world exploits the weak to devour them. You have to be stronger and survive. Finally, the mountain lord concluded, don't think about pride anymore. Just accept it. Yum and Jumi agreed upon hearing that. One day, we will definitely come to repay you, and by then, you must be safe and sound. Sung Kwon silently looked at the 2 girls, filled with determination. Before reluctantly agreeing, the scene shifted, and Kim Gon was suddenly thrown harshly to the ground. He panicked and exclaimed, what are these terrifying things doing here? Sung Kwon had not finished explaining when Hong Jian interrupted. I do not need it, but I am sure you will. Kim Khan's eyes had a special illusion, capable of equipping divine powers. The legs can enhance the communication technique. If practiced, it would become the best weapon. Upon hearing this, he thought to himself, although I am not quite sure, I know what those legs are. Thanks to it, my body feels as light as a feather. The girl paused for a moment and then continued. Moreover, this is a treasure made from the essence of a myriad of poisons. This contains a part of its master. But it is just enough. Of course, this is not given for free. Ong was speaking when something suddenly rushed in. Seeing the sparkling object in her hand, she began to guess. Iniju Butch Zine. Just as she was trying to understand, Sen Quan explained, thanks to it, I survived. To reach the pure spirit, I have to meditate alone. Ong Dian suddenly realized. Is this the reason for our temporary separation? Then during this time, I will abide by the rules. You closed the door while casually thanking her. After saying that, the door immediately came down with a thud. Inside, Sen Quan was alone. Gazing at the white crystal, he muttered to himself, if I absorb this, I can achieve purity. Sen Quan half closed his eyes and began to absorb the white crystal. A second later, his entire body was enveloped in a gentle layer of energy. Meanwhile, voices began to echo. I have heard the rumors. The master is accepting disciples to save us. They say the master's lifespan is 3 years. So please give me the secret technique to become a master. Or at least extend my life. This is my goodwill. Lasabong replied calmly. If you are in such a hurry, I can't ignore it. Just leave it. And I will report back later. The other person immediately thanked him. He walked away muttering, those foolish masters are not just some fallen beings. I do not need to know everything. Just open my eyes to longevity. Right. And remember, I have assets. Just feeling pleased. Someone suddenly appeared to block his path. Lasevben quickly asked who they were. The stranger gently pulled down their hood. It was none other than Choa. Upon seeing her, he smirked. What preparations do you have? Impressive, truly a pitiful girl. Before Lifebong could finish his sentence, she leaped up. A second later, Choa's blade struck Lasibong, leaving him stunned. Luckily, his agility allowed him to escape the Grim Reaper's scythe. After escaping, he shouted, what is this? An assassin. Lasibong angrily yelled at Choa. Who sent you? A sorcerer. Choa replied slowly. I came here because your family is not part of any sect. Living among those who know nothing. Hearing this made him even angrier. What did you say? You arrogant little girl. That filthy mouth dares to speak to me like that. I will take your life without a second thought. Msisi Then Fitiyu said nothing but quietly summoned his power, and powerful cold winds erupted. Lasibong was stunned, exclaiming, how is this possible? A moment later, his cries of agony echoed. At this time, Lasibong was trapped in ice, and all his darts had been frozen by Choa. Only then did Lasibong begin to panic, the chilling air freezing him in an instant. Are you the sorcerer of the Ice Palace? I have never held any grudge against the Ice Palace. There must be some misunderstanding. Choa casually called his name. Lasibong, surprised, asked, how do you know my name? She frowned and asked, do you remember the mountain lord of Bakshsan that your family killed 14 years ago? Lubing hurriedly explained. How could I forget what happened 14 years ago? Because of that incident, I was chased by the sects into the city, living like this, a wandering immortal. After explaining, he had another question. But why did the young lady say coldly, the tiger you killed back then was my husband? He was stunned and exclaimed, that tiger was your husband. What nonsense are you talking about? Still, facing her sword, Lubing trembled as usual. Finally, he shouted, that guy is still alive. Seeing Akong again, he took the opportunity to continue. The mountain lord of Bakshsan is still alive. Just as expected. She was stunned and asked in return, on that day 14 years ago, I thought you were dead, which is why I once intended to throw my life away. Dong anxiously asked, are you going to starve yourself to this extent? Planning to die like this? Seeing that, also sighed and called her name before stopping. Angap hesitantly asked, what will happen if I become a Taoist? He immediately replied, you are still too young for that choice. When your abilities are sufficient, you will see the world with different eyes. But if your thoughts remain the same, then I want to stop you anymore. Saying that, he turned and left, but was silently thinking, a Taoist. That is right. Taoist Lubing. I can't die like this. I have to kill that guy so my husband's soul can rest in peace. Because of my husband, I followed Than Dao Mountain to Kolun. At Kolun Mountain, the landscape was a mix of rolling hills and ancient houses. But where did she get the soul of a snowy spirit? The disdainful glares were no different from living a transient life. But it did not matter. I was too used to it. I just need to wield my sword. She practiced so much that her hands bled. Unable to hold the sword anymore, the sword slipped from her hand and fell straight to the ground. O was panting heavily, sweat pouring down her face, her once delicate hands, now covered in scratches. When her right hand was scraped and trembling, a silently switched to her left hand. She swung the sword wildly, ignoring the passage of time. Even when Than Dao Mountain, who had cared for her and brought her to Kolun, passed away, even when Kolun was closed off, forcing it to return to a wandering life. One day she suddenly appeared in the cold winter. O was exhausted, exhaling warm, Humid breaths. She did not pay attention and dropped her bag on the ground. Then it began to practice swordsmanship as before. As she drew her sword, a dazzling light appeared. A calmly slashed down to the ground, and the snow beneath burst out immediately. Yet, she was still unsatisfied. Telling herself, this is not enough. A thought as she crazily swung her sword. This won't do. She wielded her sword fiercely, but still wanted more. No matter how hard she practiced, always wanted more. Suddenly, a stranger appeared in front of her. The image of the mountain lord with closed eyes. While she stood there, Lu Bing, proudly appearing before her. Choa was lost in thought when suddenly she called out his name. That Li Bing immediately flashed a provocative smile. A second later, he ruthlessly split the mountain lord in two. Seeing this, Cho exploded with emotion. Screaming Los Bang's name, her power surged violently. And eventually, Choa could not hold on any longer and collapsed onto the white snow. She told herself she needed to be stronger to kill him. A strange voice suddenly rang out. It felt like you were thrashing against a wall. And no matter how strong you were, doing it alone was very tough. You are a child with special blood. If I help you gain the strength you want. He concluded with, what will you do for me? Choa had traded her own body with a random cultivator she met. She became a servant of the Ice Palace. And later, she became a Taoist, eventually reaching the realm of the Sword Immortal. Choa never expected the demonic blood from the curse flowing in her would be so effective. No matter who they were or what they did to her, it did not matter, as she only needed the power to kill Li Bing. Once she killed him, she would return to the side of that person. Her hands clutched Choan's clothes tightly. She quietly warned, if you dare to say that nonsense again. Just then, Li Bing shouted, cutting her off. I am the one who has been deceived. That guy also called another disciple of the martial arts school to follow him. Hearing this, Cho's heart suddenly wavered. He then continued, if you do not believe me, you can verify it with the evidence I have here. I was planning to find him anyway, so please, you babe, get me out of this ice. I am about to freeze to death, Ko said casually. The cold energy has seeped into your organs. This type of cold can freeze your spiritual power, she calmly added. You were dead from the start. A moment later, Choa began to ponder, murmuring, Lung Kun, are you still alive? If so, why have not you come to find me yet? She immediately snapped back to reality, confirming that everything was still unclear. Ko needed to go to Beach Sen to confirm things. Some time later, Chu arrived at Beach Sen as planned. She gazed nostalgically into the distance and declared, this place has not changed at all. Old memories suddenly surfaced, making her feel sad. Thinking she was the only one who had changed, she quietly observed everything, and Choa bowed her head, telling herself not to linger any longer. Finally, she gathered enough courage to step inside. Choa slowly took steps deeper into Beach Sen. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. A miracle. Who's it? It is not Lung Quan. Where is this place? How dare you? Thinking this, she coldly said, come out, she yelled in anger. Who dares to defile the Thinhasi Lord? The previously quiet space suddenly had a sound. Someone stepped out and asked, it must be you. Who are you to be so full of killing intent? Choa boldly replied, this is where the master of the mountain lord of Beach Sen lives. How could anyone else come here? The person was stunned after hearing this. The mountain lord, Lina suddenly realized, are you a relative of my master? She thought to herself, is it a female? A second later, she repeated, master. She immediately clarified, it is the one who taught me about swordsmanship and entrusted this place to me. Seeing that she recognized this place as Qian Ho Jun, he assumed she must be acquainted with him. But I can't let someone with an unclear background in here. After hearing this, he blankly asked, is your master really Shan Jun? Since when? Lina patiently replied, that was 10 years ago. He is not here now. You can try to find him later. But if you remain stubborn, I will have to take action. Upon hearing this, she immediately understood everything and burst into tears. He silently affirmed that the boy was still alive, and then she cried even louder. Just then, the sun began to shine, and she felt a mix of sadness and joy as she softly called out my lord, shifting the scene to the hideous monsters. Behind them, a blinding purple light suddenly emerged. The monsters immediately scrambled towards it. A second later, they were all ruthlessly beaten and screamed in agony. Lu Jing gasped heavily while silently observing. A chilling sound suddenly echoed. Amazing. They were wiped out completely. Where is the strongest treasure orb among the protective orbs? But it is like a monster that devours spiritual energy. He gasped like a dog suffering in the heat of May and June. I have waited for what I needed to wait for. Now I will tear you apart. After saying this, it charged straight at Lu Jing. He did not hesitate and immediately pulled out his treasure. Lu Jing swung once, and a surge of power erupted. The monster was momentarily pushed back by that force. But a second later, it recovered and began to attack. Seeing this, he quickly jumped to dodge the attack. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from somewhere. The power from earlier seems to have dwindled. Another one unexpectedly appeared in front of Liu Jing without him noticing. It suddenly unleashed an attack and cursed him to die. Liu Jing fought back while thinking about the defensive treasure. A second later, he decided to use the invisibility technique. And so, the sharp blades of the monster slashed through the air. However, some blood still lingered on the blade. Seeing this, it whispered in lament. Too thin. The scene shifted to a remote area, and immediately Liu Jing appeared. A few drops of blood suddenly fell, and his body had several wounds on his chest. The monsters arrogantly said, "Using invisibility to dodge seems to be too much for him. Even if he endures with spiritual energy, it will only bring more pain. Now, die at my hands." After saying that, they prepared to charge again. Liu Jing panted and muttered, "I did not think I would have to use that move here." 10,000 Extreme 1 Sword. This is a sword made to carve the soul into the heart. Although it is not a technique meant for annoyances like you, I am running low on spiritual energy now, so feel honored to die. After saying this, he swung his sword, cleaving through everything around. The two monsters were no exception. They stood in shock at their bisected bodies. Their surge of power was shattered in an instant. As they fell straight down, they stammered the word monster. Right after that, the monster was held back by Liu Tine. He coldly said, "You are not dead yet, although there is a relationship of mutual slaughter between beasts and humans. Why have you stubbornly clung to me for all these years?" It immediately exploded in anger, replying, "Well, you killed the demon king of the 10 seas. Thinking we would just let it go." Liu Anong was astonished and asked, "Killed the demon king? What do you mean?" The monster shouted in fury, "Even if we lose here, my teammates will definitely come to eliminate you. Liu Tining, we all know your name. All the beasts of the kingdom will come for you, and you will pay for touching our demon king." Before it could finish its sentence, Liu Anong silenced it. He wondered in confusion, "What is going on here? Which of you dares to use my name to cause trouble? I will kill him." In a different turn of events, the sun had risen. The cow happily looked straight ahead and started walking, a slender hand quickly darting away. It turned out to be Sen Quan. He was feeling down and wondered who was cursing him. A moment later, Samson Quan asked, "Old man, is there still a turn ahead?" He replied, "You have to go a few more miles." "Just rest," he replied with a sound and thought to himself, "It has been a long time since I have had such a leisurely day." Just then, Ho Jian suddenly spoke up, "There is no need to go to beach, son." Someone Quin Limdi thought, "Right. Once the work is done, I have to go back." Ho Jian then asked, "Why are you so sure about that?" Under the warm rays of sunlight, Sessen Quan quietly said, "Let us go back to bitch, son." A figure flickered between the vast rice fields. That person was none other than Sen Quan. As he was strolling, he suddenly noticed something. The mountain in front of Sessen Quan was filled with momentum. Transitioning, the sound of heavy breathing echoed relentlessly. The group of Ven and Zio looked ahead in astonishment. One of them suddenly said, "No matter what mistakes were made, they were from long ago. I have heard that the demon lord has boundless power, but I did not expect his subordinates to be just as powerful." Sessen Quan stood high, watching the impending battle. Seemingly lost in thought, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. On the way to Trempen Mun, I sensed a chaotic energy. Is there some brawl going on there? They are really bold. How can they do that right in Trempen Mun's territory? It must be because their power has weakened due to the battle against the demons. That pattern is the symbol of Trempen Mun. If so, then they are indeed the Taoists from Trempen Men. Sung Kuan began to consider that if he rescued them and joined Trempen Mun, arranging future matters would be easier. Below, the arrogant Ghost King scolded, "Those arrogant and foolish Taoists. Is this all you have? Stop resisting and just become food for my subordinates. Kill them all and bring them here." With that, his subordinates charged forward at lightning speed. The Taoist was utterly stunned by their speed. He hurriedly urged, "Yang Taoist, quickly get out of here with the others. I will do my best to hold them back." He confusedly asked, "What is Brother Wen doing?" He immediately gathered his energy, then replied fiercely, "This is something my brother must do. Hurry back and inform everyone." In that moment, Yang Taoist shouted, "Brother, the monsters are already closing in." Just then, something fell from the sky, breaking the situation in a surprising way. The Ghost Soul King, who was about to enjoy the show, was momentarily stunned, while Wen Taoist was even more surprised by what he just witnessed. He looked at the figure before him and wondered who it was. The Frost General jumped down from above, slowly stating, "I am just a passing Taoist." He casually introduced himself as Deho. The Frost General coldly explained, "Seeing you confront the Demon King, I could not turn a blind eye, so I want to lend a hand." Upon hearing this, Wen Taoist exclaimed in astonishment, "A Taoist?" The Ghost Soul King on the other side angrily said, "Another despicable Taoist, unaware of your place. How dare a lowly one like you interfere with my minions? You were lucky to take them down by surprise. But what will you do now? How can you handle this many enemies alone?" "Right." Faced with his disdain, the Frost General calmly retorted, I am not alone. He called out to awaken his allies while asking, "Who told you that?" A stream of mysterious light quickly swirled, and soon they began to take shape. Now it was true that the Frost General was not alone, as he was surrounded by strong warriors. The Ghost Soul King was utterly stunned, and even the Taoists of the Zheng sect were no exception. They were all surprised by this scene. At that moment, the Frost General gently asked, "Do I look like I am all alone?" His subordinates were all fired up, matching the energy of those empty white eyes. The Frost General confidently stared down the opponent without fear, while the opponent ground his teeth in anger. And the Taoists chose to stay and watch the drama unfold instead of fleeing. Finally, the Ghost Soul King angrily spoke. "What do you think these ghost souls can do to my minions? I will tear you into 100 pieces." After saying that, he ordered his minions to attack. Faced with this ferocity, the Frost General simply replied, "Eliminate them." His ghost souls immediately charged into battle against them. Both sides fought relentlessly, each one risking their life. One of his ghost souls suddenly vanished. This caused the opponent's team to be momentarily stunned. A second later, it reappeared and grabbed the opponent's head. The Frost General's ghost soul showed no hesitation and slammed the opponent straight into the wall. The Ghost Soul King's minions began to counterattack, but soon enough, her long, tangled claws were rendered ineffective. She was utterly shocked by the giant claws of the opponent. However, the ghost soul of the Ghost Soul King refused to give up and intended to continue the attack. Looking at the whole situation, most of his ghost souls had been defeated. The Soul King muttered angrily, "My subordinates. I have spent hundreds of years training them." A Sung Kwon sighed in disappointment. "I thought I could take this opportunity to increase my number of soul spirits, but they seem like soulless corpses. Not worth anything. I will have to settle for just one." "You ordered your subordinates to bring him here, and they immediately rushed in." The Soul King yelled. "Come on." He transformed while speaking. "You are underestimating me." A second later, a Sung Kwon soul spirits were defeated. Each one was sliced both horizontally and vertically into pieces. Some even had their heads brutally grabbed by him. The Soul King countered while saying, "I am the true soul spirit here. Now I will show you the true power of a demon king." The expression on Sung Kwan's face suddenly turned serious. The Soul King lunged forward crazily, saying, "I will turn you into my personal subordinate." The enormous eyes behind you suddenly lit up. Hands that were 10 times larger than him suddenly reached out, gripping the Soul King tightly, making him struggle. The strength of Sung Kwan's subordinate kept increasing, causing the Soul King to grit his teeth. At that moment, you ordered a halt. Sung Kwan looked at his struggling figure and sighed, casually saying, "Look, they are raging. When I am hungry, my eyes turn red without me even knowing. My binding technique has its limits. So shall we have a little chat?" The Soul King trembled and asked, "What the hell are you?" You did not answer him but continued to ask, "How did you manage to cultivate to the level of a demon king?" Transitioning to Tremin Kwan, the massive temple sat behind the cliff. Mayang leisurely asked, "You say he subdued that troublesome monster in an instant." At that time, there was also John Bo's group. Through this, his true nature has been revealed. He is always busy training, which is why he looks so pathetic in real life. Finally, he concluded, "Take that guy to Feng Kus." Deng Feng hesitated and asked, "Do you plan to recruit him?" Mei Heng smiled happily and replied, "How could I pass up a tasty morsel that comes right to me?" In another development, a faint voice of instruction echoed, "If there is anything, feel free to say it. We can hardly refuse your request." A Sung Kwon comfortably lay back on the bed, sighing. It has been a long time since he felt this cozy on a warm, soft blanket. A second later, Ho Jian wondered, "This is just the beginning. But why did they let him in here without any suspicion?" Just then, a strange sound echoed from outside the door. "Excuse me, Master Tiger. Forgive me." With that, Diedring Feng opened your door. He continued politely, "I am Mui Feng, here to express gratitude on behalf of the elders." Upon hearing this, Samson Kwon replied, "It is nothing. Those in the same path of toe must help each other." Duzing Feng paused for a moment and continued, "The elders sent me here because they are busy. So if you need anything while you stay here, just let me know." You responded confidently, "Is that?" Then I heard there is a guardian spirit protecting the Qiandi mountain. Sometimes I can go see it. Dizung Feng's expression suddenly changed. Kim Mundalin. "Ah." He chuckled awkwardly and replied, "That is right. It is quite famous, but if I can't." He knows he slipped up and immediately laughed it off. "What are you talking about? It is something we always take pride in." "Of course. I have to take you to see it, but there are many people who want to see it too. The teleportation stations are set up all over this mountain, and this is one of them." Dijing Feng looked around for a moment and pointed in one direction, saying, "It is from this way." Meanwhile, Ho Jian said in disbelief, "I did not think we would meet it so easily." Sen Kwon agreed, "This is too easy." On the other side, Dizung Feng began to warn, "Now I will activate the formation. It might be a bit dizzying. As soon as he finished speaking, the formation was activated, and soon after, they arrived. Ding Fengchong cheerfully introduced. This is the entrance to the Qianda mountain. And over there is the guardian spirit protecting this place. Dia Lin was delighted to see him and whispered, "You finally made it. You must reach the realm of pure spirit." Sung Quan said nothing but sighed heavily. He began to complain. "I have heard all that before. I am so sleepy now." It heard this and doubted. "No way. You came all this way just to check on me," Sen Quan replied casually. "Sort of." Dai Lin chuckled and said, "If that is the case, you really empathize with me. Those people left me here and always treated me like a plaything. Some looked at me and asked them to approach me. Sometimes I think I should kill all those who come to see me, and they would also destroy me, and in the end, I would have to beg a lowly person who has only reached a lowly realm." He was taken aback by this. Lowly. On the other side, Di Lin was mixed with joy and tears. Sung Quan then asked where Kim Bai was, but it bluntly replied, "I do not know. You say I have to search everywhere to find it. Also, what if I get caught by the guards? Have you lost your mind? Don't be ridiculous. The guards of Trempen Mon are currently at Hong Tian, and the spiritual power I sense from you can't be weaker than theirs. I think most of them are at Hong Tine. I know a place that might be hiding Kim Bi." Sung Quan immediately replied, "I will help you get there." But Delin suggested, "Aren't you asking too much for each thing to get Kim Bi? How about this? If you release me, you will receive eternal protection from T.N. Guide Afe. T.N. Guide Asia has 4 noble clans living concentrated in the south of Liaoning. 4 generations live in their territories without interfering with each other, because each clan is a different species. Each has its unique customs. But among them, T.N. Guide A Cheer is the most unique with the noblest bloodline among wolves. If any member of the clan receives its protection, no matter who they are, they will be treated as a member of the clan, and the entire clan will act in response to the favor. But if that person causes harm to their own clan, the entire clan will come and tear at their neck." After a moment of contemplation, Sasung Kwon concluded, "Kim Ming Align. I hope you can achieve this." It immediately responded proudly, "Of course. The 4 Moon Lake is one of the 4 great clans in the south. I have inherited that bloodline." Time flew, and night fell. Sumung Kwon stood in the room muttering. He wanted to help himself and gave him this, which looked like one of the ancient poisonous herbs. Then he thought to himself that if he used this to obtain the blessing of the talisman, memories would suddenly surface. The Aline solemnly said, "First, we need to do one thing. There is a curse embedded in my heart, so even if I escape the curse of the talisman, my heart will be crushed immediately. We must find the Hai Fong stone to break the curse first." Senzhen Quan privately thought that finding it would not be easy since it is the stone that can release all curses. Ho Jiang agreed, replying, "That is right. The Hai Fong stone is not an ordinary stone. Things are getting worse. However, you are still the official protector, and it is worth it. If we can obtain the Hai Fong stone, we can understand the heavenly cultivation technique." She was shocked to hear the 3 words heavenly cultivation technique. Song Kwon calculated silently. Until now, he had only relied on internal power and spiritual energy to level up. The next realm involves a different level of spiritual destiny. To reach that level, I will have to delve deep into internal energy, and if there is any negligence, I could lose my life and turn into a true fate tree. This is a special heavenly cultivation technique unique to the 4 Moon Lake to protect them from turning into true fate trees. True fate trees can sometimes resemble animals when they want to cross the threshold of evolution. Those things are the bodies of failed souls transformed into trees. Ho sighed. Crossing the threshold is a bit terrifying. Thus, the heavenly cultivation technique assists in successful evolution, and the protection of the 4 Moon Lake will be the accompanying reward. Suddenly, a panicked sound rang out. "What did you say, Hai Fong stone?" Mei Yang looked at him in shock. Speechless. Moments later, the expression on his face changed dramatically. "Does this person think the Hai Fong stone is just some ordinary stones? There is no way I will give him one of our treasures." Sung Kun understood and realized from his expression, "They think I am a fool." After silently cursing, Mei Yang pretended to be regretful and said, "Unfortunately, there were no Hai Fong stones left here. Searching for things like this is quite exhausting." Sundrin Quan thought he would say that, but then Mei Hang spoke up, "But I know a place where you can find it." He immediately asked with great hope, "Really?" He secretly scoffed, saying, "But I am not too sure if we can actually get it. If you do not know, I can take you there." The scene shifts to a lonely tower situated amidst picturesque mountains and rivers. Upon arriving, Exun Quan asked, "Is this the place?" Mei Heng introduced, "This is called Vikukang, one of the cities of Onion, where an underground auction sells items from Taoist practitioners." Hearing that, he exclaimed, surprised that such a thing could happen here. He chuckled and said, "Of course. That is why it is called an underground auction. That tower is known as the Du Nian Quan. It is managed by the Chaman sect. The underground auction is held here, and occasionally they have precious items. If the values are equivalent, they exchange or use spirit stones to buy. As they were walking, the guard stopped them. They coldly warned that this was not a place for casual visitors. Mayang said nothing and showed a token. Soon, they entered the auction house. The sounds of bids rang out continuously. Mayang introduced. This place is the Thin Long Hall, where only the elite can enter. He responded with a nod. The auctioneer then raised his voice, saying, "This is the inner Kai of the Thunder Dragon. Whoever can absorb it will gain its elemental powers." The masters below thought to themselves, "I must have it." A moment later, he added that it could be refined and merged with the celestial orb to achieve light power. Hearing this, people below began bidding, and the auctioneer finally closed the bid at 2,000. Sexton Quan started calculating. 2,000 spirit stones for just one inner Kai. That is really expensive. I only have about 3,000 spirit stones. The auctioneer continued to present the next item, which was a treasure. It was used since the original treasure era but has since been lost. The masters murmured. A cover from the original treasure era. A torn talisman was presented, named the teleportation talisman. The guests found it incredibly confusing. They immediately countered. "This is just paper. What do you plan to do with that torn piece of paper? Trying to trick us?" The auctioneer quickly clarified. "It has a remaining symbol of a long-lost secret technique. Who knows? You might find a clue about the teleportation technique." Hearing this, Mayang disdainfully said, "Which idiot would want something like that?" Unexpectedly, Sen Quan spoke up. "I will buy it for 500 spirit stones." He turned back and asked, "What? 500 spirit stones?" Mayang then doubted, thinking, is he really planning to buy it? A second later, Sun Quan boldly quoted his price. "Here are 500 spirit stones." Everyone around immediately turned to look at him, making Sun Quan quite embarrassed. The auctioneer then confirmed the price for him at 500 spirit stones. People suspected he was foolish when they saw the attendant hand the talisman to him. Mayang expressionlessly handed it to you. Sun Quan quickly took it and said thank you. "You look bright," and stared intently at what you just bid on. Meanwhile, he stirred up the audience again. "Let us continue as I introduce the next item." While the auctioneer was still introducing, something strange suddenly appeared in the sky. He was stunned and looked up to see what it was. Facing him at that moment was a terrifying skull-shaped face. The auctioneer was immediately crushed right on the stage. The experts panicked and asked each other, "What is happening? Are they performing a surprise act for the item?" Suddenly, through the thick smoke, a graceful figure appeared. Tian Loing chuckled. "How lucky. It seems everyone has gathered here," she arrogantly said. "Then it will be easy to absorb you all." He looked at Tian Loing with a disdainful smirk. "What? Eat us?" she excitedly said. "Eating while playing is the most fun in the world." Suddenly, someone spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. A giant beast skeleton. "The female ghost energy is not used." They heard the words from that man and shouted. "The ghost sound of the ghostly softener. What? Could it be that crazy female ghost? So the ghost path has reached this place." Sesson Quan frowned, contemplating the ghost sound of Lisette. "Isn't that what people often call the one and only madwoman? Strange. It clearly is not the time for the ghost path to rampage." Tian Al-Yin licked her lips, speaking mockingly. "You all are welcoming me so warmly that I am getting all hot. I should warm up the atmosphere in return." Right. As soon as she finished speaking, she snapped her fingers, and immediately a group of people in black rushed down to surround them. They tightly held their staffs and began chanting some spell. He stared wide-eyed, a hint of blood appearing in his eyes. He shouted, looking at the sharp end of the staff. The backlash was intense. After speaking, he thrust the staff hard through his body. Blood began to spurt out, and the staff emitted a wave of dark energy. The scene was chaotic. Everyone was panicking and screaming. "What? The exchange formation." Tian Al-Yin laughed maniacally. "Let us enjoy the blood festival together." The bodies of those people suddenly changed. They screamed in pain. "My body is too hot. We have to escape this exchange formation." Sun Quan saw this scene and sighed in frustration. He looked at her causing havoc. Feeling annoyed that the purification stone he sought was nowhere to be found. Yet this unexpected disaster happened. Over here, they were struggling with the pain inflicted by the exchange formation. Blood began to flow out. "Help me." Blood was continuously oozing from his mouth and eyes. He fearfully stuttered. Blood kept pouring out. Sun Quan also noticed the blood running down from one eye. He wiped it away with his hand, frowning in thought. This is the ghostly energy reducing the impact using a sorcerer as a sacrifice to enhance cultivation. It feels like an invisible pressure is weighing down his whole body. But if it is an exchange formation, he has enough experience with that. Sun Quan narrowed his eyes as he unleashed a secret technique. Duanlin recited a spell, and the scene in his eyes changed. This technique penetrates the transformation array, which I obtained from Kim Kun's eyes. Quickly, Sun Quan discovered the core of the formation. Once he found the heart of the array and created the transformation array. At the center was the guy who had just stabbed himself, with weapons from the staff continuously pouring out, and guards on both sides. He shot a glance at all three of them, thinking to himself, "Found it." Sun Quan glanced at Duongfeng struggling on the ground, then instructed, releasing spiritual energy that spread around his body, and said, "Let us get out of here." Having said that, he decisively walked away, leaving him behind. The Taoists are becoming more irrational. My body is too heavy. The exit. I have to find the exit. Where is everyone? The two guys could not help but mock. It was really ridiculous. The road was right in front of them. Yet they were still rolling around like that. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Quan suddenly appeared behind him with a face full of murderous intent, looking like flies trapped in a jar. He was shocked and turned his head, eyes wide, staring at him. Sun Quan's face looked terrifying at that moment. He coldly uttered two words. The end. The bright red blood gushed out again, and on this side, one Taoist collapsed to the ground, trembling in pain. He gritted his teeth in anger, glaring at the filthy demon Taoists, using despicable magic. Hearing him curse like that, Tin Long suddenly burst into laughter, infuriated. He charged at her with his weapon. What is there to be proud of? Ignoring the pain torturing him, he shouted, "This kind of transformation array will disappear as soon as I kill her." Tin Long, upon hearing this, exclaimed in disbelief at such foolishness. Oh my. He used all his strength to strike the skull, shattering bone fragments. After breaking it, he would take the head of that filthy woman. However, the skull showed no signs of damage. Instead, his blade was cracking. He stared in shock at the shattered blade before him. My treasured blade. The skeleton opened its mouth wide and lunged at him to his astonishment. Then there were the sounds of cracking bones mingling with the flow of dark red blood. He was still alive, his body trembling and gasping within the skeleton's mouth. Tin Long watched him in such a predicament, unable to hide her delight, thinking how the little girl had offered herself up so willingly. Was there anything more romantic? She moved closer to him, licking her lips. "Little girl will especially enjoy you first." Saying that, Tin Long extended her long tongue towards him. Suddenly, she turned and looked into the void ahead. Her eyes wide in shock, was broken. The transformation array. Thinking of this, she pulled out a scroll from her chest. Tin Long swung her hand forcefully, opening the scroll, and suddenly it emitted a strange light, summoning 3 zombies that appeared before her. Tin Long ordered the 3 of them. "Alright, no more playing. Look here. Now there is a new game for you, which is to find the one who broke the transformation array." They became excited upon hearing there would be new toys. "I will give you lots of interesting toys. Do you understand?" Receiving the order from Tin Long, all 3 quickly rushed off. Let us get started. Looking into the indefinite void ahead, it is clear that only the celestial beings remain. The Taoist can pierce through the formation and shatter the heart of the array. While the celestial observer is still pondering who that person is, he has already wiped out all his subordinates. At this moment, Sun Kun looks terrifying, his entire being enveloped in a powerful aura. The celestial observer is getting more excited. He has successfully made me feel this thrill. It is exhilarating. The group of people in black is currently in a state of panic. How could this happen? What is going on with that guy? The fierce aura surrounding Sun Quan walks in, shocking everyone. How could he enter this array without a scratch? He glares at them with his fiery red eyes. They instinctively step back, raising their guard. Just as they are about to speak, Sun Quan slices them all over. Preparing to leave, the sharp blade directly cuts their bodies into pieces, leaving both stunned. Sun Quan suddenly speaks up, certain that the demonic and celestial paths are in conflict. In this place filled with demonic energy, something must happen. He slightly smirks with a hint of mystery. What I mean is, if the resistance to the demonic energy is not infused into my body. Sun Quan suddenly remembers the old tree and thinks to himself, the Hunbroth enemy size was taken from Chen Zhou Dung. Although I know how to cultivate pure spiritual power, I did not think I would remain unaffected in such a dense area of demonic energy. He remembers the sword at his right arm, which he created to resist the demonic creature and perfectly implanted into his body. Suddenly, Sun Quan notices the staff that has been radiating dark energy. He swings and slices it into 3 pieces. Sun Quan thinks to himself, by now the 2 eyes of the array have been destroyed. I must quickly eliminate the remaining traces and leave this place. He glances at the spirit pill lying on the floor, wondering where the next spot is. Sun Quan approaches, picks it up, and studies it. Is this the internal pill of the earth dragon that I saw at the auction? An old man looks at him, his voice trembling as he speaks. Sun Quan looks at the old man, then back to the internal pill in his hand. It has a wonderful allure, all because of the demonic energy affecting my spirit. He suddenly contemplates something, his gaze slightly dazed. Sun Quan turns and walks away with the internal pill, leaving the old man struggling to speak. How can you leave something so precious behind? This is yours. He does not seem to hear the murmurs, unaware of who the owner of this item is. But he must quickly find that person. After taking a few steps, Sun Quan suddenly stiffens, his eyes reflecting an indescribable surprise. What is going on? Sun Quan grips the sword tightly, trembling slightly. Can this thing control my body? Suddenly, a blue liquid bursts from the gourd. Sun Quan's eyes widen in astonishment. Why is this blue liquid surrounding me? The liquid quickly forms a shield, blocking incoming attacks from somewhere. Sun Quan looks at the 2 arrows that are close to his face, unable to help but sweat. Bone arrows. So it was the undead that did this. He looked at them, bit confused, and one kid immediately retorted, I am a zombie with the essence of a demon. Sun Quan could not help but be astonished upon hearing this. You are that zombie. He continued. Thousands of 99-day-old newborns had been gathered, and the zombie was a new body created from the lustful essence of each of those children. I am much stronger than zombies formed from thousands of lives. Sun Quan asked in confusion, why does it have to be newborns? He spoke up to explain, because the purer the lust essence, the more powerful and dense the demonic energy can accumulate. He replied softly. Realizing this was the reason, he continued explaining. The first one held a bow. Although I look like a child, I am not human but a zombie. The second one held a drum. I operated the protective barrier and threatened Sun Quan. The last one held a magical weapon, and the power binding Sun Quan at that moment was also from the protective barrier, controlled by those zombies. He seemed to understand everything, suddenly exclaiming that it all made sense. The arrows flew without a trace, creating a sound wave that bound the skeletal body of Sun Quan. Sun Quan glanced at them with cold eyes. Indeed, it was a useful protective barrier for hunting opponents. Facing that must not be pleasant at all. The sword within him faintly glimmered. If it were not for the anti-demonic protective sword. Following Sun Quan's shout, the binding energy on him was broken. The zombie's magic was neutralized by Sun Quan. The zombie beside him laughed loudly, teasing him, which made him angry. He bared his teeth in a grin, raising the drumstick high. The zombie struck the drum hard, creating an energy wave rushing towards Sun Quan. He looked at that light, mumbling, could it be lightning? Always bringing back those terrible memories. Sun Quan quickly used his sword to slice through those lightning bolts. He took off quickly towards the 3 zombies, swinging his sword at them. But they managed to dodge. All 3 laughed in the air as if mocking Sun Quan. Below, he glanced at them, a slight smirk on his lips. These cute little things are so funny. Sun Quan maintained his calm expression, calling out to his companion. The centipede, hearing him call, immediately rushed out. Sun Quan commanded, do not pierce through them anymore. Just wrap around them tightly. It responded with a few sounds. The centipede spat out countless threads from its mouth, capturing all of them. The threads formed a binding rope that tightly tied the 3 zombies together, causing them to fall to the ground, crying out in pain. Praised by Sun Quan, it rubbed its face against him. Well done, my friend. Now no matter how strong your sword energy is, it can't cut through that golden thread. They heard this and angrily yelled. Sun Quan looked at them thoughtfully, with the appearance of a child. It must be tough for him to kill them, but even then, it could not be a lesson about fairness. Saying that, he pulled out a stack of talismans from his robe. Didn't I receive a talisman from a sorcerer last time? They are still angrily screaming, unaware of what is about to happen. Sun Quan quickly sticks the talisman to their foreheads. They suddenly fall into silence, which delights him. This always works. Just as he was enjoying himself, Sun Quan felt a powerful source of magic closing in on him. That aura belongs to Tin Long. She has found Sun Quan. He narrowed his eyes at Tin Long, wanting to kill her right here. Tin Long laughed loudly. I have found you. Sun Quan assessed her presence from head to toe. A sinister aura. It is neither human nor dead. As a demon, she stands in opposition to the celestial path. Her face looked extremely distorted and terrifying. She is the demon Yin Lasat. Sun Quan clicked his tongue and cursed. Damn it. He looked at Tin Long warily, thinking he just needed to break the transformation array and escape. Spoke up, sounding very interested. Your appearance can just be that surface level. I actually like that look. Tin Long looked at him, introducing herself. Nice to meet you. I am Demon Yin Lasat Tin Long. Sun Quan looked at her disdainfully, thinking even with those useless words, nothing good would come of it, as you are famous for being a lunatic with strange thoughts. Continuing on, to be honest, I was a bit startled. Those at the Phythean level are powerless in this array. They would not just come to the transformation array wanting to destroy it. That made me curious about what kind of guy you are. Tin Long glared at him, her tone slightly angry. Moreover, you managed to suppress my little ones in such a short time. You seem to be a much more remarkable guy than I thought. Sun Quan turned pale at this. That can be. Thinking that, he immediately turned and ran quickly. The obsession from that woman was more twisted than he thought. Truly a disaster. Sun Quan ran while thinking that this woman could cause strange trouble at any moment. He had to find a way to escape before he got further distracted. But before he could run far, the skeleton suddenly lunged at him, leaving only one eye. It hit Sun Quan hard, sending him crashing into the wall. Tin Long raised her hand, her entire palm covered in a strong wave of demonic energy. Don't these cute boys know that ignoring a woman's greeting is incredibly rude? Her face showed extreme excitement. I am getting annoyed now. Sung Kwan unexpectedly kicked the skeleton away from the pile of debris. The force from his kick sent it flying. Teen Long looked at the scene in front of her. Speechless in shock, Sung Kwan stood up. Two bright blue lights appearing behind him. Damn it. Is this really happening? I do not want to face you at all, in the end. It has turned out this way, has not it? He glared at her, his face filled with murderous intent. Anyway, that is what happened. So let me do as you wish. The seer suddenly trembled, unsure if it was from excitement or fear. It turned out to be excitement. She broke into a big smile. The seer was getting wilder, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Who would have thought you were such a warm-hearted guy, she said, pulling out a pair of scissors from her bosom. All right then. This woman will have to return the favor. With that, the seer cut off a part of her hair. Strands of deep red fell before the skeleton. Gradually turning white, the skeleton's eyes suddenly lit up, and its body began to transform, becoming a truly terrifying monster. The Misty Prince glanced at it. Unable to help but sweat a little, it quickly transformed from a dry skeleton into a huge, powerful monster. What do you think? Do you like me? She still kept that wild demeanor, staring at you intently. Now let us warm up our feelings together. The Misty Prince broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. He waved his hand, and a gust of energy appeared. All right, the Misty Prince was enveloped by a powerful aura that slowly lifted him up. Let us sync up nicely. The Misty Prince reached out towards the unbroken core of the formation and spoke. But today, that won't work. A dazzling light burst forth, accompanied by the panic of the guards. What is that? No way. With a loud bang, the core of the formation was shattered by the Misty Prince. The seer could not hide her astonishment. Could this be the last remaining technique of the formation? The hidden weapons from the staff gradually dissipated. The Taoist priests fell to the ground. Motionless, the Misty Prince slowly landed, facing her and spoke. If you really want to play with me, then why not play with those over there? He looked at the group struggling to stand up and sighed. They are quite a lot. You know, upon hearing this, the seer suddenly burst into laughter. She laughed louder and louder, as if she had just heard a very funny joke. Suddenly, the seer fell silent. She looked seriously at the Misty Prince without saying a word. He seemed a little wary of her. What is going on? Why does she suddenly become serious? The seer spoke, her tone back to normal. I have played with you enough today. May I know the name of this esteemed scholar? The Misty Prince did not respond, thinking to himself. Do you think I am crazy enough to tell you my name? Who knows what tricks you might pull on me later? Suddenly, a loud voice called out from behind him. Great Tiger. They are calling you. He yelled. The formation has been destroyed. The Misty Prince glanced at that guy Yang Feng, cursing inwardly. That Amenchi Dechka. The Taoist priests had regained their composure, all of them declaring fiercely. We will help you. Great Tiger. The formation has been destroyed, so prepare yourself. Ghost Girl. We will make you pay, Jian Liang murmured, repeating your name. Day. Is it really Day? Suddenly, a crack appeared behind her. There were too many interruptions during our intimate conversation. Tuan Logyu spoke as he stepped into the crack with his monster. Even though today we part like this, it is, we will meet again. Jian Liang turned to look at you, implying, I will engrave your face and name in my mind, so until then, I leave a peaceful message and disappear into the crack. Deha. Take care. On this side, a crowd was debating back and forth. How could this happen? Every sect is in chaos now. Are we really supposed to ally with the devil in these times? What nonsense is this? Before making a fuss, think of a way to deal with it. At this moment, a very young person spoke up, interrupting the debate. Well, there is always a useful point, because everyone is suffering greatly from the war against the evil spirits. He is somehow the elder, who is responsible for the Fai Long sect. One of them stammered an answer. Yep. Elder, he hurriedly spoke loudly. According to the investigation results, there is a traitor among us working for the evil spirits. Now we have to find that traitor. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. All right then. He rested his chin on his hand, looking frustrated and asked, You are saying that a lone rogue against the demons is a fairy? He quickly replied. Yep. I heard there is a new dragon slayer appearing right in the fairy realm. He murmured. They are definitely all watching that fairy. I want to have him too. But once we pull him in, a lot will happen. We must act flexibly to soothe this rumor. What a pity. The scene shifted to the Mountain Lord. He looked at the dazzling gem in front of him, wondering, is that the item I am looking for? He smiled politely and said, if it were not for the master, our Theanta sect would have faced countless difficulties. I was also going to say I am looking for the release stone. Sung Kwon spoke directly. How much is something this precious worth? The other person replied, You can keep it, sir. He looked at him in confusion. But in return, I have something to ask. Sung Kwon inquired. What is it? His next words made you a bit suspicious. Please become a distinguished guest elder of our Theanta sect, he calmly explained. Nothing strange about that. At this sensitive time, A battle against the evil spirits is occurring. This incident has raised doubts and criticisms from the other sects that have yet to calm down. The great master he mentioned is Sen Quan. A great master who directly prevented the worst situation from happening is here, so everything will be resolved in just a moment. You look at him with doubt in your heart. What? You want me to be an honored guest without any obligations? Thinking about this, Sen Quan could not help but smile. And later, if he needed something, he would face him and speak up. I understand. You mean to say that the Heavenly Self Gate has no connection with the Demon Steel Exchange? Right. He was very pleased to hear that. Do you understand this for us? Thank you very much, Master Great Tiger. From the side of the Sun and Moon Gate, someone shouted in surprise. What the hell? He asked in confusion. Are you saying that guy will become an honored guest of the Heavenly Self Gate? The other replied confidently. Yep. That is exactly it. Mei Hung's expression immediately changed. He disdainfully said, that guy is just a guest of the Sun and Moon Gate. How can he claim to be an honored guest? Mei Hung put down his pen, internally lamenting. How shallow. Sigh. But in just a moment, other sects wanted to lure him in too. Rushing in like the wind, he raised an eyebrow, glancing at Duongfeng. But is it true that that wandering immortal alone stopped the rampage of the demonic path? He firmly asserted. This person found and destroyed the eye of the spell in the middle of the chaotic formation, filled with demonic energy. Without Master Great Tiger, all the immortals there that day would have been. Duongfeng hesitated for a moment and then added, drowned in a sea of blood. He frowned, slightly sweating. Not just Xi Shen but all the masters there witnessed everything. Mei Hung stood by the window looking far away. After all, it was not a piece of fat fish but a whole big fish. The Sun and Moon Gate might be getting closer. We need to speed things up now that it has come to this. Duongfeng asked with a hint of worry. What if Master Great Tiger firmly refuses to come here? Mei Hung shot back at him. Have you not shown any sincerity all this time? What good is saving your life? Duongfeng lowered his head, stammering his reply. It is not like that. After all, that guy is only doing this to save my life. He smirked, ordering him. All of this is for our Sun and Moon Gate. Hurry and bring that guy before me. The scene then changed. Late at night at the home of Song Quan, you stand there holding a talisman. Everything is all set. Right. Song Quan looked at the crumpled talisman in his hand and whispered. Others will surely ask why I bought these useless colored papers, but for someone like me with a constant death curse, the story is completely different. Saying that, you waved your hand, and the colored papers immediately flew up. Now the invisibility spell will be restored. If I connect these pieces of paper together, I can recreate the relics from the era of countless treasures. The colored papers flew to the luminous inner pill. The inner pill immediately absorbed the colored papers, although a large amount of spiritual energy is needed for the invisibility spell. What is lacking will melt the inner core to supplement it. At this moment, Sang is fully focused on casting the spell. In that small house, beams of light were shining outwards. After finishing the spell, something was panting, his face dotted with sweat. Looking at the complete charm in front of him, he could not help but feel joy. All right, I can use the invisibility spell with this. Suddenly, someone outside broke his private space. Master Zai. I am Dutring Feng here. Ding quickly tucked the charm away and replied, please come in. As the door opened, Deng Feng quickly stepped inside. The elder legalist of our group wishes to meet you. Master. I will take you to the guest room. He remained silent, glancing at him without responding. Ding Feng lowered his gaze, a hint of deep contemplation flickering in his eyes. At this moment, he was leading Sun Quan ahead. They stopped in front of a large door. Du Feng spoke, we are here. As Sun Tring turned to enter, he was called back by him. Confused, he asked, yep. What is it? Ding Feng turned away, avoiding his gaze, his tone sounding like he was hiding something. It is nothing. Seeing this, Sung frowned at him but did not ask further. He stepped into the room, leaving him still dazed at the door. Mei Hing warmly greeted Sun Quan, finally meeting him in person. Please come in. Let me introduce myself. I am Man, the one in charge of Niguate Mun. He briefly introduced himself as Long Tin Vaa. The man politely invited him to sit down. Mei Hing brought out 2 cups of tea, happily introducing. Recently, there have been many chaotic events, so my mind has not been at ease. I specially prepared the female spirit tea. A proud tea of Night Naiman. Come try it. The water inside the teacup emitted a faint glow. This tea is brewed from spirit herbs. Sasung gently lifted the cup and took a sip. He had just taken a small sip of tea, and the spiritual energy in his body began to react. Indeed, the way he looked at him seemed very sly. After sipping tea, he felt his spirit and physical energy become purer, and the taste was quite gentle. Mei Heng immediately returned to his previous smiling demeanor, saying he heard that Song faced that female ghost alone. Feeling relieved to have someone like him around, possessing both spiritual and demonic power, Sazun lowered his head slightly, politely replying, you flatter me. But is it not the case that you called me for a reason? Mei Hung, Let us get straight to the point. You should join our Notngai Mun. He was a bit surprised. Staring wide-eyed at the man, Mei Heng continued to list favorable conditions for Sen Quan, including spiritual herbs, elixirs, and of course, both protection and rewards. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. What do you think? He stared at the man, thinking. Interesting conditions. If I were an ordinary person. Sazin politely declined Mei Eng's offer. I am very grateful for your elder's suggestion. But this is quite difficult for me. He calmly asked, Is that? What do you want? Mei Eng's expression immediately changed. He glared at you. Is there no other way? At this moment, Sun Quan realized something might be wrong. But it was too late. The poison spread and engulfed the soldier, causing him pain. Is this poison? Mei Eng slowly stood up and walked towards you. There are situations like this sometimes. Wouldn't it be better if you just obediently listened to me? He explained while moving closer. Maybe you have heard it at least once. This is blood toxin, one of the 10 most deadly poisons. But do not worry, because I do not want to kill you either. How could I step into the path of the immortal and kill recklessly? Mei Heng continued to ramble on. Everyone is in an uproar because of this provocation from the demonic path. Our immortal path must repay what it has received. That is why I am selecting people to confront the demonic path from each sect. Of course. Even from the Notngai Mun, he looked at you struggling with the poison and calmly continued speaking. But the people I have in mind are locked in the training area and can only train, even if it is just a demonic path. They are already very troubled. I will definitely protect the weak. So you should be proactive in the upcoming battle with the demonic path, Mei Eng bluntly stated. What I mean is to let you go to the front lines. Sun Quan burst out laughing after hearing what he said. I am just a wandering immortal, so even if I die while being used. What does it matter? He called out again. If you try once to receive the support of the sect, your thoughts will change a lot. If you are a man, should not you step into the grand path like night men? Sun Quan glared at Mei Heng. Is that what you call a grand path? Using poison in such a despicable way? He calmly replied as if nothing was wrong. Observers from a higher position are indeed different. Mei Heng did not look at you, asking, Now, I will ask one last time. His cold eyes were fixed on Sen Quan. Will you join Notngai Men or not? Seeing you increasingly tormented by the poison, he continued, Just die there. He urged the soldier, Hurry and choose. Although your abilities are indeed outstanding, wherever you go, you are just an immortal. Nothing more. Dying like this will only leave a bit of regret. You could not help but burst out laughing. I see you are quite special. Mei Heng looked at Sun Quan, confused, as he laughed maniacally. He then spoke up, What is yours? But before Mei Heng could finish, blood started to spout from his mouth. Mei Heng clutched his chest in pain, blood pouring from his mouth. At that moment, Sun Quan suddenly stood up, while Mei Heng struggled on the ground. What is going on? What trick did you use on me? In his hand, he held a vial of some kind of fragrance that was emitting a scent. This vial contains poison. But do not worry. Sun Quan glared at him, returning the favor for what Mei Heng had done. The amount of poison in his body would not kill him. Not with so little. He widened his eyes, unable to believe what he heard. A mere mortal. How could you possibly know about this deadly poison? Did you forget that you were poisoned by me too? The next words from him hit Mei Heng like a slap in the face. This won't work on someone like me who has reached the level of being immune to all poisons. The poison in his hand suddenly dripped down to the ground in front of the shocked man. Mei Heng's voice trembled. A mere mortal can be immune to all poisons. Impossible. Not even I can achieve that quickly. The poison surrounding Sun Quan vanished. Do you want to live? There is only one way for you to survive. He glared at him, grinding his teeth in anger. What is it? A Sun Quan shot a fierce glare at Mei Heng, revenge to protect Nansai Sen. Hand over the flexi tabi of Kim Men Mai Halai now. He was astonished. Questioning himself, Tatine. Does he want to seize Kim Menzi Halai? He maintained his cold expression and spoke again. If I can take my revenge smoothly, I will eliminate all of Vife Techchu from your body. If not before he could finish. Mei Heng hastily agreed. He looked utterly miserable, trembling as he said, So I just need to hand over the Fixus to a B. Right, on the surface. He agreed, but in his heart, Mei Heng cursed him silently. I will follow your orders. You bastard. But just watch. Saying that, he took out a token, with the Fixus Tkabi radiating a white light in the center. A beam of light appeared before the two, revealing a secret staircase. The staircase was wide, and it seemed to have no end. Both of them descended into the depths below. Mei Heng held his chest in pain and led the way. Sun Quan thought to himself, even with it right in front of us, it is still so complicated. He wore a bored expression, implying that he still held the treasures of night and white men, which were precious and placed in plain sight. What does that mean? Sun Quan sighed softly. I did not expect the poison from Kim Men Hai line could be used like this. I should have realized the filthy appearance hiding behind the memo men and fly, or should I let them catch me first before realizing I was tricked? Watching Mayang struggle down the staircase, Sun Quan silently judged him. Anyway, as the human sorcerers were lost in thought, the scene before them suddenly changed. Startling him, Sun Quan glanced around. Wide-eyed, are all these treasures? At that moment, Ho Jian suddenly spoke, catching his attention. Lord Sun Quan, please look over there. Do you see that small stone tower? Sun Quan asked the other person. Is this thing really a priceless treasure? She explained that this is the unique Liarsling Tai Tower among the 10 treasures. His eyes instantly lit up upon hearing that. There are 100 treasures. Mei Hung turned to Sun Quan and shouted. What are you doing? Don't forget. We can only use the Foxy Tabai from Dechvuch. Sun Quan coughed lightly. His personality indeed seemed to suddenly stop before the blue light. Perhaps they had arrived. Mei Hung pointed ahead. Was this? This is the Fix Tigabai of Kim Men of Ziha Lane. He placed his hand before the Fi Tihabi, muttering some sort of incantation. And the Fix Tigabi was released from the box that held it. Mei Hung grabbed the Fis Tavia. Dotting him. He repeated. The ban of the Foxy Tabi has been lifted. If I give you this item, you must not forget the deal to remove the poison from my body. Quan smirked at him. Sighed lightly. If you doubt, your feet will freeze until the very last moment. You and I have already made a deal. He continued without hesitation. The moment you violate the agreement, I will decide to break the spiritual power. Mei Hung gritted his teeth in frustration, unable to speak. After thinking, he handed the Fix Tigabai to Sun Quan. All right. The Fifia Tabai in Mei Hung's hand was slowly coming to him. At that moment, the Fif Tobi was snugly in Sun Quan's palm. Seeing this, he hurriedly said, now you must remove the poison. He looked at the item in his hand and asked softly, before performing the deal, can I check the treasure one last time? With this item, I will fully possess the Kim Maya line. Right. Mei Hung yelled impatiently. I already told you. That is right. Then Sun Quan suddenly turned hostile, his eyes flashing with a terrifying light. Go ahead and cry. Tech Chu. As he finished speaking, Mei Hung's body reacted immediately. He widened his eyes at Sun Quan, his voice trembling. This bastard. Mei Hung was now bleeding severely. Do you want to make me lose all my spiritual power and become a cripple? Sun Quan waved his hand, looking at him and spoke. I did not do anything. What do you mean? He glared at Mei Hung and explained to him. I am just taking back the Kim Menjai Halin intact. I thought you did not know that a different ban was imposed on Kim Men Ri Halin. Sun Quan continued. If I only rely on this Fisi Tikata B and escape from the holy realm of Night Gait Mun. The more he spoke, the more absorbed he became. At the moment the ban took effect and his heart shattered. Then the internal essence would also become a stone. Did you hear that? The one who violates the ban. With that, Sun Quan pointed at him and declared. You. Mei Hung was extremely shocked after hearing him. How can this be? I do not know. Sun Quan turned and walked away, leaving him to die slowly behind. Even if you say you do not know, it does not change anything now. The deed is done. Holding the fixed Titabai, his eyes were glued to another treasure. The Mist Prince flashed a smile that hinted at some mischief. Transitioning to Kim Menzi line looking defiant, its eyes were still tightly shut. But suddenly, it opened them as if sensing something. Finally, the Mist Prince appeared right in front of the Earth Spirit. It is here with me now. At that moment, one hand held the Blessing Seal card, while the other held the Wind Release Stone. Upon seeing what it needed, its eyes lit up with excitement. That is right. The Blessing Seal card. Damn it. As the Earth Spirit finished speaking, the Wind Release Stone and the Blessing Seal card fused together. A loud bang erupted, and a brilliant light burst forth, illuminating the cave. The entire mountain began to shake violently, and soon after, it shone brightly and exploded into pieces. The Earth Spirit soared out from the heart of the mountain, standing beneath the full moon. It began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As it absorbed the spiritual power, it thought to itself, exactly 1,000 years. It angrily lifted its head. The time I have been imprisoned here has been exactly 1,000 years. The spirit excitedly soared into the sky, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy. Finally regaining its freedom, the Mist Prince, sitting on its back, panicked and shouted, What are you doing? We need to leave here secretly. The Earth Spirit glanced back at him and replied softly, It is useless. They already noticed when we destroyed the Blessing Seal card. Just as it finished speaking, 3 Hauntan rushed up the mountainside. The 3 quickly formed a line to block the Mist Prince. The elder leader of the Night Ingait Mun, Mihan, asked in confusion, How did the Kim Men Earth Spirit escape? Clearly, Mayang was managing the Blessing Seal card. The elder of the Night Ingait Mun, Venen Nining, was extremely angry at this moment. This man, I separated the sect by this boundary, yet it dared to escape. The elder of Not Ngait Mun, Akim, spoke up to draw the attention of the other 2 brothers. Look at the Kim Men Earth Spirit. As soon as they saw the Mist Prince appear on its back, everyone was astonished. Clearly, The Kim Men Earth Spirit alone could not break the seal. There must be a connection to that person. He gritted his teeth in anger. Internal traitor. While the incident with the Vine is already noisy, why is this happening in our not Agite Amen? If this gets out, what will we do? Hakim calmly proposed. Then let us capture the Kim Men Earth Spirit and kill the internal traitor. Then keep an eye on the disciples' mouths. Venen Ninning. Hearing this, grew even anger and shouted. A mountain that was once a symbol of Night Ungite has collapsed. It is different from the previous time, when the beast burned half of the mountain. Mi Hun stood up to mediate. Come on, let us calm down first. We need to prioritize the events happening right now. The Mist Prince cast a wary glance at them. They were all Hoan Tin. He whispered to the Earth Spirit. What do we do now? It was also on high alert when it replied to the Mist Prince. What else can we do? With that, the Earth Spirit emitted a powerful aura that enveloped the sky. Then it quickly turned and fled, leaving the trio still in shock. Of course, it ran away. No matter where they ran, they were being chased. Song Quan shouted in confusion. Run. Did not you have another plan? He asked back in confusion. What plan? What plan could there be? How can someone with no treasures deal with them? I can only think of the shortest way to escape from here. The three elders had caught up. Hokim yelled. Do you think you can escape? Then he raised his fan to cast a spell. The firebird from Hokim flapped its fan strongly, creating a fireball that flew towards the two. Dai Lin saw his spell and disdainfully said, Common fire magic. It won't break through my lightning aura. Saying that, he created a shield from lightning to withstand Hokim's attack. Wang Wu raised his two weapons and declared, Heavenly Thunder, you won't break my dual defense. With that, he threw it towards the two mountain warriors. Fly away. Super Monster. Van Nu's dual defense collided with Delin's Heavenly Thunder, causing sparks to fly. Not only that, it spun violently in several circles. Van Nugu's dual defense cut through the shield before slowly stopping and falling down. Song Quan's eyes widened in shock, his face momentarily stunned. Despite blocking with powerful magic, it was dangerously close. The two, Hokim and Van Nu, kept casting spells to attack them. The opponents not only pressed forward with their treasures, but their processing speed was also slower, and their spiritual energy was depleting quickly. The lightning from Dai Lun's Heavenly Thunder was increasingly spreading. At this rate, there would be no time to escape. His shield probably would not hold out much longer under this relentless pressure. Suddenly, a treasured sword pierced through the shield and stabbed toward him. Sung Quan was now in a panic as he spoke. He clenched his fist, and the palm of his hand suddenly emitted a red light. The shield opened, revealing a gem covered in red mist. It immediately transformed into the two swords he usually used. Song Quan stood on Delin's back, using both swords to block the treasured sword. The moment they collided, a blinding light erupted. Song Quan used all his strength to shout, pushing away the heavenly sword that was coming down. My Han, who was wielding the heavenly sword, was also somewhat surprised. Block this. He suddenly opened his eyes, his cold gaze glancing at him. At most, it is just a fairy, and you will be severely injured. Song Quan shouted to Dai Line. I will help, but at this rate, we will be doomed. He glanced at him and replied, the southern High Fairyland is not far anymore. We just need to hold on until then. Hearing this, he felt a bit reassured. High Fairy, the land of one of the four great clans. All right then. Song Quan turned back, looking serious as he said to him, I will do my best to hold on. Focus your spiritual energy. At that moment, you were surrounded by three elders of the Sun and Moon sect. Sezong Quan glared at them as if ready to do something, then suddenly charged at the three, clearing a path for Xianline to escape. He assessed the situation silently. It was not good at all. A beast without a treasure and a fairy who was useless. Venunning gritted his teeth and cast a spell, saying, this is outside the realm of the Sun and Moon sect. Just like this, Mu Hun suddenly called out to both of them. Veningang shot him a glance. While Hek Him also noticed the one calling his name, he ordered to release Long Thun, and as soon as he finished speaking, the other two were taken aback. Di Lo's Haunt, that is the pet of the sect master. If it Mehun would still keep that cold expression and speak up. This is the realm of the celestial immortals. If we can't capture them and let them go, the reputation of the Sun and Moon sect will be harmed. We must eliminate them no matter what. Get ready. Sung Kun watched the three members of the Sun and Moon sect gradually fade away. Panting, feeling something was off, he thought to himself, what is going on? Ti Dong stopped attacking, and suddenly, a white light appeared in the distance. The light flew towards Sen Quan at an incredible speed. That light suddenly transformed into a dragon god, charging to attack the two people. Sung Hon Quan's eyes went wide in shock as he screamed, watching it get closer. The dragon god was both massive and powerful, opening its huge mouth to lunge at Sen Quan. Line was a bit surprised to see it. That is the dragon god. He could not help but be astonished. The dragon god, the strongest summoning spell among all spell types. Even though I have reached half of the immortal transformation realm, This is still too dangerous. That dragon god is like a fierce beast relentlessly attacking them. Its mouth wide enough to swallow both of them. Sesen Quan shouted, "It is coming." He looked at the dragon god, exclaiming, "So strong. That size. That power is incredible spiritual energy." Sen Quan's hand instantly transformed into two swords. He yelled, launching his swords at it, but unfortunately, Sen Quan's attack had no effect on the dragon god. In disbelief, he was frozen in shock. It charged forward, wanting to bite both of them. At that moment, Yi-Lin cast a spell, his eyes sparking with lightning magic. Yi-Lin let out a low growl, his body enveloped in a surge of lightning. Lightning struck down from the sky, and Yi-Lin darted away swiftly, escaping the claws of the dragon god. Sun Quan grabbed hold of a few tufts of its fur to avoid falling. "I avoided it this time." The peak summoning technique. Yi-Lin panted as he spoke. "I avoided it this time. But next time might not be so lucky. I have used up too much spiritual energy from the last encounter." He looked at the dragon god still madly charging toward them, feeling helpless. "So this is how I am going to die. The realm of the celestial immortals is right in front of me. It is insane." Sun Quan suddenly spoke while standing on Ziha-Lin's back. "Then I will try to stop it." His words took Dua-Lin by surprise. "What?" "It is coming at us with deadly intent." Sun Quan clenched his fists, his palms still glowing red. The red gems he created were ready to launch an attack on the dragon god at any moment. Dua-Lin was also amazed by the scene before him. How can they all be treasures? At that moment, the three elders within the dragon god were equally astonished. At this moment, Sun Quan looked incredibly wild, grinding his teeth. With only a piercing red glare left in his eyes, he yelled out, his entire body enveloped by a massive surge of fiery spirit energy. Van Wu gasped and shouted, "That flame is from our brother. That is the heavenly flame that burned our mountain." The power from the spirit flame combined with the red gems formed a mighty vortex. They had merged into a sphere of power. The spheres hovered behind Sun Quan. With just a swing of his hand, the sun and moon sect could be destroyed instantly. Ho Kim, slightly astonished, said, "Clearly, his level is lower than ours. Brothers, he can't control all those treasures at once." Van Nu shouted at the same time, "Brothers, he can't control all those treasures at once." Sun Quan was like a mad beast now. Clearly not an ordinary opponent. My Han, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "Everyone focus. No matter what tricks he pulls, it is useless in front of the dragon god." The spheres immediately charged at him, but the dragon god opened his mouth, aiming to swallow each sphere whole. Sun Quan glared at them, his tone low and even. Summoning, he faced the spheres, and at that moment, he activated the spheres to explode simultaneously. The power from the spheres prevented the dragon god from continuing the fight. The explosion left Van Nu stunned. What kind of bizarre treasure could explode so loudly? Brother's power is too strong. If this goes on, Mahen will also lose his composure. Just hold on a little longer. Sun Quan yelled even more frantically. Burn brighter. Fierce flame. The terrifying explosion immediately engulfed the sun and moon sect in flames. The three elders were reduced to ashes by Sun Quan's fire, which grew larger and soared into the sky. Everything had come to an end. At that moment, Ho Jian kept calling out for him. Sun Quan had lost consciousness, falling freely downwards. "Sun Quan, please wake up." She grew increasingly worried as he remained unresponsive. "If he keeps falling, it will be disastrous. I can manifest now." The earth spirit above had also seen him, extending its long claw towards Sun Quan. One of the earth spirit's claws caught hold of him. Suddenly, from the clawed hand, it began to transform into a human arm. The earth spirit grasped Sun Quan's wrist tightly, sighing inwardly. Truly impressive. The earth spirit transformed into a beastman, cradling Sun Quan in its arms. It looked at him softly and whispered, "He has exhausted all his spirit energy. That is why he is unconscious. He must be so tired." My benefactor. The scene suddenly shifted to Bakshun, Sun Quan's hometown. A woman's silhouette stood in the vast field, gazing into the distance. So it was for him. She looked up at the endless sky, prompting her to remember memories from the past. The sword back then must have been the nine-ring sword. The vague memories began to clearly emerge. Very familiar. His figure flickered before her eyes. They had once been side by side, and bowing his head in thought, could not help but recognize him. Especially when he was right in front of her. Her tiny figure was hidden in the tall grass. But the more I thought about it, the more confusing it became. Why pretend not to know? She sighed softly, yet that person remained unchanged. It reminded me of when he fought the huge tiger alone. Just like back then when she was attacked by the river demon. It was Xuan who rushed in to protect her. At that moment, I looked up at the clear sky, telling myself that when someone scolds or yells, that person will protect me and will get angry. Not hesitating to deal with trouble for my sake, she could not help but smile lightly. "My lord." The scene opened in black and white, perhaps reminiscing about the past. In a field of nothing but grass and mountains, something suddenly appeared. Its body was riddled with arrows. It was a cub. It trembled, dragging its bloodied body step by step forward. The cub was gradually exhausted. It stopped, panting heavily. At that moment, a figure appeared before it. A woman leaned against a tree. It mustered what little strength it had left, and let out a loud roar. It was not in vain that it screamed. The woman finally noticed it. The louder it roared, the more intense her gaze became. She stepped forward, reaching out her hand to help it. The cub felt a mix of surprise and fear. It hesitantly moved back. The woman remained there, extending her hand towards it. Swan had now awakened, slowly opening his eyes to observe his surroundings. Before him was a hazy figure of a woman, the scene gradually becoming clearer. So it is you, Ho Jian. You are awake now. He lay on her lap and softly asked, where is this place? Ho Jian. She gently reassured him. Don't worry. This is the realm of Cao Tian. Specifically, this is the area of Tingait land. Swan closed his eyes, lightly mocking himself. Is that? I thought I had become much stronger. Yet here I am. So embarrassed. He looked at Ho Jian for a moment and continued. But being in your arms is not so bad. Hearing that made her very happy. How do you feel? Ho Jian suddenly brought up an old story, causing his face to flush. Back then, you were always the one jumping into my arms first. Each time, I would stroke your hair. At that time, Swan was very pleased. The more she talked, the more embarrassed Swan became. It seemed that back then, you were chasing after me, wanting my affection. He jumped up and walked outside, muttering, why is it so hot here? I need to go outside for some fresh air. She found Swan's reaction amusing and laughed softly. At that moment, Swan and Ho Jian stood before the gates of the Tigait Hei tribe inside the town. Everyone lived together very harmoniously and friendly, and the children were eagerly making snowmen. Swan was a bit surprised. I heard they do not interact with the outside world. I did not expect their lives to be so peaceful, she replied. This is a completely different world from the human world. Ho Jian seemed to have discovered something. Her expression suddenly darkened, and she transformed into wisps of smoke that slipped into Sun Quan's body. You asked in surprise. Why did Ho Jian suddenly do that? She calmly answered, I am just a ghost revealing my true form. What is that? At that moment, a voice interrupted their conversation. The benefactor has awakened. In front of you are 3 fox spirits. He introduced himself. Greetings. I am Note, the master of Kim Men Dia Line. Sexton Quan widened his eyes in shock, thinking, the master of Kim Men Dia Line. He is the leader guiding the Tu Guayat Lang clan. The scene now was of several empty wine barrels scattered on the ground. I heard my child recount it already. He seemed very excited, wondering how one could display such talent in that situation, risking many treasures. How could one control them all at once? The Hon Teen guys were also knocked away. Right. The benefactor is the first person in thousands of years to act so recklessly. At this moment, Suan Quan asked, but why do not I see Kim Men Dia Lang? Ningokthu softly explained, my son has gone into seclusion to reach the next level. After all, time in Hat Nugayaman is not short. You wiped your mouth and replied, even so, even if it is a spirit beast, it can't be immortal. Nuthu suddenly became serious, praising the earth spirit. Ngoktha looked at you, somewhat impressed, having heard that he was over 100 years old. Yet he did not seem arrogant about his level. He was very determined, and day by day, I found myself more and more impressed by him. Ngokthu poured more wine and said, to repay the life-saving grace, I feel that nothing I give is enough. How about this? When Suang Quan heard the word treasure, his eyes lit up. The greatest treasure of mine. His next words made the sip of wine he just took come out. I offer my daughter. You blushed and waved your hand. I do not need it. I really do not need it. Ngoktha looked at Sun Quan with some confusion, thinking, I am quite serious here. You suddenly spoke up, catching his attention. Actually, there is something I want here. Thientha was startled by the law. Hearing Sun Quan's request, Ngokthu pondered for a moment. He gently explained, I do not know where you learned this, but to enter the spirit fate, you have to create another network. It only increases the probability. If you do not achieve enlightenment, it is easy to fall into mental demons and die. Ngoktha looked at you and asked, I heard that the benefactor has lived for about 100 years. And in that 100 years at that level, you must have cultivated yourself. Do you need a rush? Suang Quan replied seriously. Thank you for the advice. Leader, I am at the line quiet level, and even if I face danger, I must do this. Seeing you so determined, Ngokthu could only sigh, feeling a bit embarrassed. But he had nothing to hide. His next words caught Sun Quan's attention. In fact, there are 2 rare items in Thientha's law, but their whereabouts are very vague. So it is hard for me to fulfill the benefactor's request. You gritted your teeth in frustration. What? They are lost because of it. I have to sacrifice all my treasures. And Thientha lowered his eyes, lost in thought as he looked elsewhere. It is something in the realm of high immortals, but having it won't bring peace. Sun Quan anxiously asked him, Do you know? But Inugritha calmly replied. The other spirit clans often clash due to differing views. Which is why I am enforcing a ban on incursions between clans and can't go outside. Sesung Kwon listened intently as he spoke. The brush and ink stick are a pair. The seer long brush and blood ice water are a pair. As long as we find them. The rest can be found too. He suddenly spoke up. Then let us search together. I am not part of the 4 great clans, so I can roam freely. Ingikitha was a bit surprised to hear Song Kwon say that. But how could I let my benefactor do that? He stood up without hesitation. Please tell me the shape of the blood ice water and seer long brush. He asked. Right now. Sung Kwon smiled and said. What are you waiting for? A little hope is worth trying. Ingikitha was momentarily stunned. Staring wide-eyed at him, Ingikitha slightly bowed his head, sighed in defeat. It can't be helped. The benefactor is right. He began to describe the shape of the blood ice water. It is something you can recognize at a glance. It is a small jar containing blood. The jar may be small, but it holds an endless space. When poured out, it never runs dry but keeps flowing endlessly. Sung Kwon was very focused on listening to Min Chi-thech. The Sihar long brush looks no different from a regular brush, but it radiates a mystical aura that anyone can feel. Its color is red. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised and thought, a red brush with a mystical aura. After thinking, he cast a spell to bring out something. Could it be that Sung Kwon has a very large brush in his hand? He looked at it doubtfully and asked, is it this? Ingikitha was astonished to see the brush in his hand, his eyes widening. It is the seer long brush. The scene shifted to Sung Kwon, who was now struggling to breathe on a snowy mountain. The wine he drank with Nashi Thai earlier has now been vomited out. Ho Jian worriedly asked, are you okay? He spoke warily, now feeling a bit easier to breathe. She was a bit surprised and said, I did not expect the brush you randomly got in Then Jang Dizeng to be the CR long brush. Sun Kwon replied softly, that is right. Although I have struggled all day. Over here. Ingikitha is causing a ruckus while drunk. Oh my. I really did not expect my benefactor to have the seer long brush, the treasure of my clan. This is not only destiny but also the heavenly mandate bestowed by the heavens. He excitedly shouted. Then my benefactor and my daughter will definitely. Sung Kwon rubbed his tired temples. His head hurt too much. Hearing so many proposals was exhausting. Behind him, someone was approaching, making him aware it was time for an appearance. The person approaching was Ingikitha's daughter, Kim Menvieth. Sung Kwon turned around to look at her. The first thought that came to mind was another woman. The Zihatha spoke with a cold expression. I humbly greet you. I am Kim Menvieth, and I will accompany my benefactor. You did not respond. Turned around and walked away, leaving her behind. After a while, Sen Kwon glanced back at the earth beast stealthily. Suddenly, he recalled the conversation with Ingis Tull. Since he did not agree to the marriage with my daughter, so he still wanted to find the blood crystal. So I sent my daughter to assist him, hoping he would not refuse my goodwill. Sung Kwon silently cursed that sly Ang Fi. He thought to himself. From the beginning, he wanted his daughter to stay close to him. Clever indeed. Sesung Kwon let out a sigh and asked, does the celestial maiden know the exact location? The earth beast calmly explained. I am simply following your orders from the road master. You should know that. With that, she decisively turned away, leaving Sun Kwon feeling cold inside. Ho Jian suddenly spoke up. Well, it is understandable. Being rejected like that, who would take it lightly? You did not give up and continue to chat with the earth beast. But asking where it is on this heavenly land seems a bit much. She glanced at Sen and Kwon. Deliberately vague. Are you irresponsible, sir? Forgive me. It is like treating the matter of marriage as a joke. As the earth beast spoke, Sen Kwon could not help but feel uneasy. That is why he rejected it. After all, her words struck him like arrows. Even though you are a benefactor, you are still at the spiritual void level. I never expected you to refuse completely. Or perhaps you know your place. No one can easily accept a woman whose level is higher than theirs. The earth beast continued to be self-absorbed. And a woman as beautiful as that would make it even harder. I understand. I completely understand. Sesung Kwon was left speechless by her words, and he angrily turned to leave. At this rate, I will freeze to death. Sung Kwon declared firmly, with high determination. It would only take a year to traverse this heavenly land and find it. The earth beast, following behind, suddenly spoke up. I have something to clarify. My anger is because the marriage proposal was made without my input. Moreover, I was rejected before I even knew about it. Of course, I must thank you for saving my brother. But different matters should be kept separate. Sung Kwon, not bothering to look at her, replied indifferently. The celestial maiden is right. If Ho Jian teases you and you respond vaguely, you will be punished. The earth beast asked suspiciously. Do you prefer men? Sung Kwon looked at her helplessly, shaking his head in denial. No way. At this moment, the two were standing on a high rock. He pointed towards a small village. First, we should go to the humans' village. The place with the La Safety of Ring Guite Lang. Maybe we can gather more information about the blood crystal. Meanwhile, at some sect, smoke and fire filled the sky. Inside, the group from Tan Lang had arrived and set the place ablaze. Suddenly, a figure wrapped in a hood appeared. Catching the attention of one of the guards, he asked the guards, "Has the prince not finished yet?" They quickly replied, "The ceremony has ended. But he has not come out yet. We dare not approach the prince." He stepped inside, leaving them in shock. "I know. Let me go check it out." With that, he entered to assess the situation. A tiny hand appeared from beneath the ground. He calmly walked past, looking up at the one called the prince. Before him stood a tower of people, and the one sitting on top must be the prince. He looked at the person and said briefly, "They will be coming." She rested her chin on her hand, as if pondering something. "How strange," Tin Long said absently. "Even if I eat more, it won't quench this thirst." She placed her hand on her chest, feeling uncomfortable, as if something was growing inside. Tin Long suddenly stood up, releasing a powerful aura. "I am going crazy not knowing what to do." The subordinate below could only stand there silently, not responding. "I seem to understand everything now." "That is right." It was then that Tin Long suddenly remembered Sun Quan, who kept calling his name while reminiscing about him. Tin Long regained composure and said, "I need to see him again." He stood below, silently thinking that someone had transmitted useless emotions. She on the tower began to withdraw the aura she had released. On this side, the beast continued to dissolve. "I am not a talkative person, so I hope you can forgive me." Sun Quan's eyes briefly revealed exhaustion, but he still asked her to continue speaking. They were sitting across from each other in a small room. "Is this the benefactor's plan?" He replied uncomfortably. "What nonsense are you saying?" Remembering the boss Sun Quan's confused expression, she could not understand why there was only one room left. How is there only one room left now? He sighed in frustration. Initially, it was the fourth moon wolf that was looking for rooms. Is not this the fairy's plan? She blushed at his words, her hair standing on end. Men and women should not be so close. Would I really do that? Watch your words. Sun Quan sighed helplessly. If you find it inconvenient, I can step outside. After all, I can't leave a woman outside. Upon hearing that, the beast seriously asked him, "So you mean girls are troublesome?" "That is right," Sun Quan explained a bit flustered. "I did not mean that." She suddenly stood up, startling Sun Quan. "You mean I am troublesome? So I have to go outside?" "Right." With that, the beast turned and walked away decisively. "All right, the benefactor cannot pass this place." She approached the door of the room and declared, "I am going outside." But just as she reached for the door knob, the beast suddenly paused. She glanced at him, and Sun Quan was also looking at her with a confused expression. The beast blushed and changed the subject, realizing this was not very appropriate. "You are our benefactor, so I should take care of you comfortably." Saying that, she turned to the cabinet behind Sun Quan. The beast grabbed a set of bedding and started to lay it down on the floor, brushing off dust from the blanket as she fluffed it up. The beast stood up, saying, "I am right outside. Just call if you need anything." With that, she decisively walked away, slamming the door with a loud bang. Sun Quan sighed tiredly, unsure of how to please her. At that moment, Ho Jian's voice unexpectedly echoed in his ears. She appeared before Sun Quan with a fierce expression. Ho Jian spoke irritably. "I usually avoid showing up in front of others, but this time I guess I have to face it." Sun Quan looked at the terrifying aura radiating from her, feeling a sense of fear. "What is going on?" "What do you mean?" Ho Jian shot back. "I initially thought I was a little heartbroken over being rejected, but after observing, it seems that is not the case." Sun Quan's face showed confusion. "What do you mean by that?" She suddenly pointed at the bedroll that had been laid out and shouted, "The bedding. You do not even understand what she is saying." The more Ho Jian spoke, the angrier she became. The beast had brought Sun Quan here, yet only provided one set of bedding. This means. With that, she turned and walked towards the bedding. Ho Jian lay down, feeling jealous, and exclaimed, "Of course you want to share a bed with me?" He asked in confusion. "Even if that is the case, why are you lying there?" Sun Quan helplessly replied, "So the three of us will share one blanket." Hearing this, Ho Jian immediately retorted, "I have been by Sun Quan's side for so long. How could you leave me outside?" He did not respond, turning to walk outside, leaving her calling his name. At that moment, on a rock outside the inn, the two of them were enjoying the view together. It was really peaceful. Ho Jian felt a bit sad, lowering her eyes and softly saying, "Yep. It is so peaceful, is not this was originally a Thanbine village?" "Right." He remained silent, his face serious. Sun Quan knew very well what she was going to say next. In front of them was a ruined village. Signs of battle were everywhere, and the smell of blood still lingered in the air. They had just entered human territory. Yet this was the scene they encountered. At that moment, two guards with weapons were running towards them from afar. "Who are you? You are not allowed to enter this place uninvited." As soon as the two saw Ho Jian, Their eyes lit up. A woman. It has been a long time since we have seen a woman. Especially such a beauty. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind them, squeezing one of the guards' heads and saying, "Even if she is not a beauty, she is still quite something." Suong Kwan glanced at him, secretly assessing that this figure was definitely not human. The monster raised an eyebrow at him, teasingly saying, "What is wrong? No need for a man." The two guards suddenly charged at Suong Kwan, wanting to kill him. Suong Kwan did not dodge, and they slashed and stabbed him directly. But at that moment, they were striking at thin air. Suong Kwan had vanished. Both were fumbling around for him, completely unaware that Suong Kwan was standing in front of the monster. Where did he go? Where did he disappear to? He was a bit surprised, glancing at Suong Kwan. Suong Kwan maintained his calm demeanor as usual and spoke, "I thought the Chaos Blood was here." The Chaos Beast angrily swung an axe at you. Suong Kwan calmly curled his fingers and snapped. With a snap, the axe in his hand flew elsewhere. "Let us chat a bit." The axe broke in two after being knocked away, the handle spinning a few times before it lodged straight into a nearby tree trunk. The scene suddenly fell silent as he was taken aback. The Chaos Beast roared, "You are not an ordinary person after all." As he spoke, he transformed into a monster. "This is what you brought upon yourself." His fangs were starting to grow long. At that moment, he was like a mad beast, continuously screaming. Suong Kwan frowned in annoyance as he looked at the Chaos Beast. "Oh, come on. I just said to talk a bit." He ignored what you said and rushed to attack. Suong Kwan easily pushed the Chaos Beast's head down to the ground. "Why do you like to go berserk like this?" The scene before them left the two soldiers wide-eyed and speechless, witnessing the image of Suong Kwan easily taking down the Chaos Beast with one hand. The two soldiers stammered, "Big bro, how could it be over with just one move?" He glared at them and asked, "How many people have you killed with him to make your bodies reek of blood like this?" The soldiers turned pale, holding the Than Kohon Dao, and he said his final words. "It would be too easy to let your souls return to the underworld. I will make you into ghosts and forever imprison you in this Kohon Dao." At that moment, a huge hand appeared. Seeing this, the two were terrified, staring in horror at the hand rushing toward them, followed only by the sounds of their tragic screams, echoing throughout the mountain. Meanwhile, the Earth Beast was relaxing in the bath. Just as she finished speaking, the figure of a female subordinate appeared behind her. The Earth Beast asked her, "How do I look?" Lun Than replied, "You have hidden many places and look quite like that person." She tilted her head slightly and countered, "Not that. I meant to ask how beautiful I am." She glanced at the electric beast and uttered 3 words. "You are beautiful." She seemed a bit disbelieving and immediately asked back, "Really? You think I am beautiful?" "Right," the Earth Beast, feeling a bit sad, said, "But the benefactor treats me like this. Lun knows a little about you. I heard that person works very hard to cultivate, being someone who pursues great ideals. So surely he will steer clear of women." She softly replied, "I know. Just over 100 years may have led to achieving the spirit void realm, which is true." The more she spoke, the sadder the Earth Beast became. "But even so, I still feel uncomfortable. Who will mend the heart that has suffered and been rejected?" Suddenly she stood up, pounding her chest in anger. "There is nothing to say. I am this beautiful, this perfect, yet rejected by a man at the spirit void level." Earth Beast turned to ask Lun, "Do you think that is right?" She could only helplessly agree with her master. "Yep. That is right. Perhaps the benefactor made a big mistake." She was still talking to Lun when a strange sound suddenly reached her ears. It was not a mistake but a realization of her situation. The beast turned and ordered her, "That person seems to be the benefactor returning." "Lu. Hi." She smiled slyly. Perhaps the benefactor was coming in here. Lun beside her immediately dismissed it. "That can be." The beast anxiously urged her to hide quickly. She looked outside with hopeful anticipation. They should be coming in soon. A moment later, San Quan still had not arrived. Is it taking too long? Or is he tying up? An hour passed without any sign of movement. The beast no longer looked eager. Half a day passed like this. He must have forgotten. Right. She angrily slapped the water, causing it to splash loudly. The beast stood up abruptly, still feeling very restless. She thought, "This can be. It is impossible for this to happen." She stood there, fuming, thinking, "I can be ignored like this?" Her anger caused tears to well up. Wondering how he could treat her this way, she pushed the door open and stepped out, reminding herself, "I will make him pay." As she stepped out, a monster fell right in front of the beast. Startling her, she froze and hurriedly asked, "What is this? It looks really fierce." Sen Quan, sitting nearby, noticed her and struck up a conversation. "You are out." He stood up and began to explain. "This is a monster, a combination of demons and humans with spirit beasts. Or it is created using the blood of spirit beasts." The beast curiously turned to look at him. A monster. How fascinating. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the person standing next to him. She stared at the strange figure and asked Sen Quan, "Who is that? Are you bringing a demon with you? The girl saw her asking about her and shyly bowed her head. He coldly stared at her, saying, "This is my confidant, the beast." Hearing him, could not help but mock him for having such strange tastes, abandoning their engagement for a demon. Seeing her attitude towards the strange figure, Sen Quan glared at her angrily. His gaze emitted a killing intent that shook the beast. Behind her, Loon was suppressed to the ground by his aura. She was sweating bullets and struggled to stand. The beast quickly composed herself and stared at him, saying, "Can you handle this?" Sen Quan remained calm in response to her words. Of course, the beast stared intently at him with her golden eyes. On the other side, deep within his gaze, a hint of killing intent radiated. Ho Jian, sensing the tense situation, hurried to intervene with Sen Quan. The beast stood back, watching the two from a distance. Thinking the spiritual power erupted and vanished in an instant, Ho Jian looked at him with sparkling eyes and said, "I was wrong." Sen Quan retracted his earlier murderous gaze and looked at her, asking, "What did you do wrong?" She stepped back, keeping her distance from him, her voice sorrowful. The existence of Chan Ku had never been good. So it turned out like this. Her words reached the earth spirit, making her curious. Thinking, "Demon Lord, if that is the case, then my benefactor must be a tiger." The two, Sun Quan and Ho Jian, stood there, one coaxing, the other denying, and the earth spirit, irritated, interrupted them. "Are you causing a commotion in front of me?" She reminded them. "You think you can challenge me just because you have reached the spirit void realm?" Hearing the provocation in her voice, Sun Quan glanced at her. Although it was only enough to destroy a village, that level should be enough against a spirit. Ho Jian quickly pulled him to calm his emotions, seeing that she did not want him to fight. He sighed and then retracted the floating spheres around him. The obedient spheres settled neatly in his palm. He turned to leave but still said, "It seems I have figured out how you lived as the princess of the four-moon wolf. You can be rude to me, but if you tell my soulmate about this again," his tone hardened as he warned the earth spirit, "I can only act ruthlessly." Behind him, scolded him for humiliating the earth spirit, saying he was really arrogant. Sun Quan ignored those words and continued to walk away. Ho Jian beside him politely bowed to bid them farewell, then quickly chased after him as he disappeared from sight. Lun stood there, lamenting that he was really arrogant. He was too full of himself. The earth spirit had been staring at the two of them when Sun Quan spoke up. And there was only one reason. Lun understood what she meant. Could it be the middle ground of the spirit void realm? And the spirit energy earlier had surprised even the gods, she asked, puzzled. "Don't you see his treasure?" Hearing this, she replied, "I have seen it. But did not the princess bring a treasure too?" The earth spirit felt she did not carry many treasures, while Sun Quan had more than one set. They transformed into the shape of marbles, each one a set of treasures. Lun gasped in shock. There is no way he can carry so many treasures. She remained calm, saying that initially he had freed him from the sorcerer's place by himself. He could not have done it alone. Her lips involuntarily curled up, thinking that if he became her opponent, he would be about that level. At this moment, as Sun Quan was leaving, the snow-covered path did not hinder his steps. He walked aimlessly, not looking back even a little. While walking, he thought that the day Ho Jian became his demon lord, he had anticipated such events would happen. He knew that the identity of a demon had denied death, and the fate of being a demon lord was to seduce people and lure them to the tiger's den. If they were still alive, they would be expelled. But he himself could not accept that. Ho Jian saw him stop and asked, "Where are you planning to go?" Hearing her voice, Sun Quan turned to look at her, their eyes meeting as he resolutely said, "On the contrary, you can't accept my words, but He frowned and continued, "I am one who knows how to calculate the past and future. If I kill the princess of the four-moon wolf, I will definitely be hunted down." His voice shifted from anger to deep regret. "About 100 years ago, if I had saved you," Ho gently touched Sun Quan's trembling body. She looked straight into his eyes, saying, "After all, we can't live forever." Her gentle voice asked, "Do you regret turning her into a demon?" Sun Quan's eyes showed no hesitation as he confirmed that he did not regret it. Upon hearing his answer, Hoge smiled softly and replied, "That is good to hear." She nestled into his embrace and continued, "I am very grateful to you." In the quiet scene, she whispered to him, "Thanks to you, I can be close to Sun Quan. Otherwise, I would be wandering alone in the snowstorm." Suddenly, the item in her hand stirred violently. Seeing this, she curiously asked, "Where are we that it spins so fast?" Suddenly, she heard a noise behind her, causing her to turn around quickly. She stared into the darkness, asking who had come. The newcomer, noticing her tension, said, "You do not need to be on guard." A figure stepped out of the shadows, adding, "I am just passing by." Still not dropping her cautious expression, she replied, "Then please pass through." Teen Long appeared before her and calmly said, "Isn't meeting like this fate?" "Don't be like that. Why do not we talk together? After all, we are on the same path. She glared at her, raising an eyebrow and asked, why should I do that? Seeing her attitude, the woman asked back, do the Kautin priests always act like this? So indifferent. She looked directly into the woman's eyes and firmly said, I am not a Kautin priest. I have no obligation to talk to you. Teen Long, sensing her sudden cold tone, teased, see now. I misunderstood. Then why are you heading toward the Kautin? You are quite rude. She wondered who this strange woman was. She needed to quickly catch up with her husband. Teen Long, seeing she did not respond, looked off into the distance and said, I am looking for a man. She felt the sudden shift in the conversation and paused briefly. The woman smirked. By the way, I am also here to meet my subordinates. Seeing her expression, she could not help but ask, you must really miss that man. Teen Long, hearing her mention the words miss him, paused with some suspicion. She calmly said, whenever I think of him, I remember his expressive eyes and words. If I am wrong, I apologize. Teen Long seemed to understand and stood silently, thinking, is that? She suddenly realized that the feeling inside her was actually longing. After thinking, she spoke to her, can you talk to me a bit longer? She continued, I do not want to be apart from that person. But I also do not know what this feeling is. She felt that the woman's situation was very similar to hers. Only after losing did she understand what that feeling was. Letting go of her guard, she said, I see. Let us walk and talk. A little while later, at Sun Quan and Hung Kuei's location, he raised his hand to slap Hung Kuei, who was lying on the ground. Seeing him groggily wake up, he said, you are awake. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was met with Sun Quan's murderous glare, making him panic. He looked at him and continued, if you answer clearly, I will let you die peacefully. And N. Kuei, confused and sweating profusely, looked at him speechless. Seeing he was not answering, he threatened, fine, just die then. Ho Jian calmed him down, saying that getting angry for no reason is not good. He calmly wrote something on N. Kuei's forehead, and an image appeared in his mind of a thin old beggar, a large shadow looming over him, followed by a swarm of monsters rushing out like ants. The scene before him made Sun Quan's pupils dilate. He looked at the creature on the ground, suspiciously thinking that he had just suddenly noticed someone behind him watching. He slowly spoke, I have a question. Lu, discovered by him, felt a jolt of fear. Seeing her step out, he immediately hinted to find the blood ice water. She calmly answered his question, Princess. Before she finished her sentence, she was startled by the pressure radiating from him. She endured the oppressive spiritual pressure, clearly at the same level, yet this power. Sun Quan gritted his teeth and continued, now is not the time for you to choose. Just speak. Lun stammered a reply. I do not know anything. I only know one thing. The place called Hun Sun is the most likely. Ho Jian, noticing his curiosity about that place, explained. Hun Sen is right in the middle of Kaotian. She continued, although it is an inviolable land, the boundary line divides the 4 spirit clans in the gap. It is the village of humans. This village is where spirit clans and humans coexist naturally. Sun Quan once again exerted his pressure, and unable to withstand it, he immediately collapsed to his knees. She was sweating and said, I heard that the benefactor wants to raise the law of heavenly longevity. If you maintain this attitude towards the princess, it won't end well. His face remained unchanged as he calmly said to her, then how about this? He was searching for treasures on behalf of the TDN Gait Lang. Yet his close friend was being ridiculed. What if the leader of Tang Gait Lang knew about this? Lun stared at Sun Quan, stammering and at a loss for words. From afar, the earth beast approached and said, if that is the case, then I must apologize. Lun was shocked at her words, thinking, is an apology really coming from the mouth of the golden fate earth beast? She wondered if this was really the princess who was always aloof. She looked at Sun Quan, softening her tone. I have been very rude. For someone who has done great favors for T.N. Gait Lang. As part of T.N. Gait Lang, I truly acted improperly. She bowed her head and continued, now I can only simply apologize like this. When I return to the palace, I will give you something you want as a gesture. Hoping you can forgive me. Lun was so shocked he could not say anything. Just staring at her, Sun Quan's gaze remained steady as he called Ho Jian outside. When he saw her appear, he began to speak. The person you need to apologize to is not just me. The earth beast bowed its head and apologized to her. I am very sorry. Ho Jian bowed her head in confusion and replied, it is nothing. Sahong Kun. Not satisfied, demanded she bring 2 more items. He looked at her and said, both my friend and I are being mocked. You owe us 2 treasures. Lun internally cursed. Are you a thief or what? The earth beast calmly accepted his somewhat unreasonable request. Sun Quan smirked, thinking to himself, in times like these, you have to seize the opportunity. Masters can miss out at the spot for An Tain Lao Ying. They decided to part ways from here. Said, this meeting was not bad. If fate allows, I wish you find that man. Saying that, she turned to take her leave first. Next to Teen Lugging, a masked figure appeared, asking in confusion. Why did not you take him? She glared at him. I have already said it. You should know my feelings. I am a princess of sorcery. Are not emotions important too? He hurriedly explained in response to her questioning. We sorcerers aim to become demons. Such emotions will only be a hindrance. He looked straight into Teen Lugging's deep eyes and continued. Everything I do is for the princess. She did not want to discuss it further, turning away to say, all right, whatever you want. As she walked away speaking to the person behind, we should continue on our way now. Sung Kun looked at the unfamiliar path and said, this does not seem like the way to Hun's Sun. Where are we going? The Earth Beast replied. Of course. I checked first. She led him to a towering cliff. He approached the cliff and looked down. The chasm was so deep that it seemed like a single misstep would mean certain death. She introduced. If you cross this cliff, you will reach the spirit realm of the 5H Palace, one of the 4 spirit clans. Senzren Quan and asked about their relationship with the Teen and Guite Lang and received a satisfactory answer. He looked down the cliff again, thinking that the place where human memories are born is right at the foot of this mountain, unexpectedly being the spirit realm of the 5A Palace. His gaze sharpened as he used his golden eyes to see through the mist. The mist before him gradually dissipated in his view, revealing a crack with light behind it. Before him, a cup of blood-red tea was poured into a bowl. The Earth Beast noticed his puzzled expression and asked, what do you see? He began to explain. Even though the traces had been erased, he could still see 8th level sorcerers and 8th level transformation sorcerers. Always wondering why the sorcerers were so arrogant in this sacred land, the Earth Beast beside him thought that although Light Beam could understand the complete cycle of the transformation sorcerers, she spoke up. We do not know what those sorcerers are plotting, and this is also the spirit realm of the 5He Palace. We have no reason or identity to intervene. Sung Kun turned to look directly into her eyes, asking, if so, what should we do? Those people possess blood ice water. Ignoring her shocked expression, he continued. Their actions create chaos and disrupt the order of the high sorcerers. The Earth Beast regained her composure and asked, are you sure? Sung Kun knew she would not fully trust him. He said, just do it and see if it is certain or not. I have no grudges with the 5He Palace. He turned to look down into the deep chasm, thinking about it. You throw yourself straight down, wanting to go alone. Loon panicked and shouted for you to stop when he saw your reckless move. She watched your figure flickering and sighed. Truly a crazy person. She turned back to ask the ground beast. No matter how strong it is, that place has a transformation fairy. What if something happened to the benefactor? Her expression unchanged. She walked calmly toward the abyss and said, that is right. It would be disastrous. She seriously ordered Luan. I will follow the benefactor. She observed the movements while eliminating all the digging tribe members, saying that the ground beast dashed down the cliff after the mountain lord. She looked at your back, silently thinking that she would try standing outside to see the benefactor's strength. She quickly approached, getting close to the mountain lord. In midair, a crack opened up, pulling you inside. You passed through that space, completely disappearing from her sight. The scene before her left the ground beast astonished, because the mountain lord could use divine magic to manipulate time and space. She suddenly understood that you had always concealed your realm. At that moment, a blood demon was dragging a monster forward when it suddenly paused. Seeing something ahead, the mountain lord appeared right in front of him. Staring intently, the demon's face was full of disdain as he asked you, Daoist, why are you here? You calmly waved your hand, and a dagger immediately appeared right in front of both of you. The demon suspiciously touched the hilt and then asked what it was. The mountain lord showed no change in expression as he used your technique. A wave of purple mist filled with killing intent emanated from the dagger, and a wrinkled hand crawled out from the mist. A dark figure materialized with a hoarse voice saying, what is all this commotion? You appear as an old demon master. The old man looked at the scene before him and asked, this place was supposed to be very quiet, right? He continued, the barrier is normal. How did you get in? Is it because of my disguise? I did not expect you to find this place. The mountain lord calmly withdrew the dagger full of killing intent. Curious about the meaning of the transformation fairy in the old man's words, the old demon master snorted coldly and said, then there is no other choice. Saying that, he charged straight at the mountain lord, filled with killing intent. As he attacked you, he said, because you have seen what you should not have, you must die. You quickly dodged the old man's cracked attack. The old demon master sat on a pile of wreckage, seething with anger. He roared, you brought this upon yourself. I will throw you to be food for the chaos monster to make a blood pancake. From behind, the mountain lord stabbed the dagger into the old man's back, causing him to spit blood. You still calmly said, how come? Because you have always believed in your realm. That is why it ended up like this. You looked at his pitiful state and continued, you have to think that one day you will be avenged for taking so many lives. The deserved end of Z-Man. The old demon master screamed. unleashing his second move, emitting a wave of killing intent. From that mist, a blood-red gem flew straight out. The gem zoomed past you and vanished into thin air. Xun Quan chuckled softly. Really? If it is Han Tine or Lyman, can they control the entire group, or other lives at will? For the first time witnessing it, a blood-red gem flew away a short distance. From the ground, a centipede crawled up, chasing after the gem. It twisted and quickly caught up. The centipede leaped into the air, snatching the gem in its mouth. A crowd saw this scene and began to whisper. A group of blood demons looked towards Sen Quan and recognized him as a human Taoist. He stared at them. Feeling that 7 of them seemed a bit few, Sun Quan slowly moved forward, a 9-headed snake behind him adding to his aura of menace. Sahun Quan, filled with killing intent, charged into the group of blood demons in front of him. They still casually mocked him, saying, "What kind of creature is this? Part snake and part butterfly. It must be looking for death." Delusional, he ignored their words, still filled with killing intent as he swung his blade down, cleaving one of them in half with a single strike. They still had not grasped the situation, believing he was just lucky, and they all charged at him in unison. From behind, one blood demon was pierced through. He trembled and looked back, wondering what had happened. Several dragon heads of his were poised to attack the blood demons. Susun Quan calmly said, "It has been a long time since the 9-loop blade went hunting, has not it?" Suddenly, a claw lunged at him, aiming to attack. He nimbly countered, blocking the strike in front of him, but the powerful blow pushed him back. Sun Quan looked toward the attack, thinking to himself, "There it is." From that direction, someone stepped out from behind the lion, saying, "A bunch of useless trash can't handle just one person. I have so many people on my side." His expression remained unfazed as he thought, "Oh, respected master, is not this guy a bit strange?" He pulled back his cloak and spoke. Though the poison had just been completed, the cloak was fully drawn back, revealing a ghastly thin arm. He was also a sorcerer, and his arm looked worrisome for a moment. Ho Jian saw him and quickly warned, "You must be careful. That is a type of soul-harming artifact. Just one use will bind you forever. Its destructive power is on par with that treasure blade." The sorcerer saw Sun Quan still calmly standing there, and called the lion beside him. He ordered the lion to tear Sao Quan apart right in front of him. Upon receiving the command, it charged straight at him. It tore apart the 9-headed dragon behind him and let out a roar that was both majestic and terrifying. The sorcerer smugly said, "The claws and fangs of the lion are sharp enough to shred steel, let alone these worthless demons." He swung his claws at Sun Quan, shouting, "In the end, I will throw your corpse as bait for my ancient insects." He remained calm, using his earth-shifting technique to teleport elsewhere. So Sun Quan quickly vanished before his claws. He was filled with doubt, wondering where Sun Quan had disappeared to. From behind, Sun Lung Quan swung his blade straight at the sorcerer. His cloak was torn in half by your strike, revealing a row of bones that were not cracked even a little. Sun Quan was astonished by the sight before him, as the sorcerer calmly waved his hand, sending him flying away. Caught off guard by the sudden blow, he was very confident. No matter what you did, you could not touch his bones. He had now merged with the Fide the sea. But you surprised him by being able to use spatial magic. He sneered and said, "Even if you are strong with that magic, it is still just some cheap tricks. Fighting me is just hopeless." Sun Quan stared at him, wanting to deliver a decisive blow to take him down. After thinking, he said, "Well, Umeng has gone too far." The arrogant sorcerer replied, "With my body merged with the Phi, my body will be an iron fortress. No matter how you attack, it won't matter. Of course, with your dull blade, it is even more impossible." Sun Quan did not take those words well and disdainfully scoffed. "Well, that is great." He calmly looked at his taunting demeanor and continued, "Let me show you something good that I just acquired. The power of the Daisy line Phi up." He saw it clearly and trembled, saying, "Oh no. If it is the Daishlin Phi up, how could it appear here?" Immediately, the sorcerer called his cutthroat back to him. Sun Quan mockingly said, "Good boy. That is not how it works. Calling the Daisy line Phi up made me forget to use the power of the Siwu Hon Zaya to see which one is duller." The shadow was now much larger than the cutthroat, as he had endured many poisons until now, and in an instant, the shadow annihilated the cutthroat right before the sorcerer's eyes. He fled, saying, "I have to get out of here quickly. How am I still not free?" He looked back in disbelief, wondering how it was still following him. Finally, he gave up on fleeing and turned back to confront you. The sorcerer transformed into a terrifying form and said, "If I can't run, then I will face you." The Daisy line Fithop moved toward him, and he screamed in agony, unable to endure it any longer. It was getting closer, as if it wanted to crush him. The sorcerer did not want to give up, still struggling to resist, but it was too heavy. Sun Quan showed no mercy and continued to let the tower press down. Before he died, he still managed to scream, "Are you turning me into beef jerky? Save me." Finally, there was no more movement from that sorcerer. Song Quan calmly retracted the Doctrine Fi Ana. He stared at the scene before him, seeing him turned into fragments. Sighed, thinking, all dried up now. He thought to himself. But the Fedja remained intact. Even though it was not the final goal, he wondered what abilities it had. Suddenly, Song Quan glanced over to a spot, looking into the thick white mist, and said, "Since you have seen everything, come out already." The earth beast stepped out from there. "You are quite perceptive," he calmly replied. "Why would I not know?" She felt a bit embarrassed by being called out like a little mouse. Song Quan continued, "Since you are here, let us go see what they are plotting." She stood silently watching his figure walk away. The earth beast thought to herself, the opponent is someone at a higher realm, yet you still dare to confront him. Moreover, the last thing is clearly one of the 7 legendary swords. There is so much I do not fully understand. But with this level, she felt more and more curious about him. The essence of the ancient poison is a cruel curse. Putting various highly poisonous animals in a jar and letting them fight and eat each other. In the end, the last one surviving after drinking all that poison is born as a type of extremely poisonous spell. Sundrin Quan looked at the large cup spilling walked like blood in front of him, further confirming his suspicions. He then looked down at the large pit beneath him. Realizing that the blood demon targets humans for the ancient poison, the earth beast curiously asked, "That substance flowing is blood ice water, right?" She continued. "However, it seems it does not just share and contain. Does it?" Her subordinates never expected blood ice water to be used this way. She glanced down at the U-line below and continued. "Creating a monster to consume blood ice water and the ancient poison. What the demon is plotting is impossible to guess." She saw the two looking at her and looked up. The first thing she uttered was, "To kill me." Surprising both of them, her voice was extremely sorrowful and wary as she repeatedly said, "Just kill me." Wu Lin felt utterly powerless. With no strength left to plead with Sen Quan and the earth beast to end her life, Wu Lin was kneeling, looking at Sen Quan, her body emitting faint red smoke. Wu Lin pleaded with him to quickly end her suffering. Usually, those afflicted by ancient poison lose their minds and often become incoherent. Sun Quan turned to the earth beast, as he noticed this person still retained some humanity. Could there be no other way? But she replied that although she had not fully transformed, she had never heard of such a thing. Wu Lin continued, saying that all her family and friends had died because she had consumed them all. Even now, Wu Lin still sees the gnawed forms of those people, including her own child. Wu Lin cried, her tears flowing black. What should she do? Wu Lin had no will or meaning to live anymore. Only death could free her from this pain. Sung Quan stared intently at the woman before him with fiery red eyes, biting his lip in silence. Unsure of what to think, suddenly, Sen Quan reached out, saying he would fulfill a nice wish. Then, the green flame on his hand transformed into a phoenix, soaring toward her. Wu Lin saw it and let out a sigh of relief, then embraced the phoenix, saying, I truly thank you. After that, the two seemed to merge, lighting up the entire sky. Sun Quan clenched his hand. Trembling, thinking of the demon, he watched Wu Lin disappear from sight, frowning angrily at the thought of Kuai Jiang Qiyu. Then, flying tigers came in, and a man riding on a flying tiger approached where Sen Quan stood. Seeing the group in front of him, Sun Quan thought to himself, with those swift wings and solid body, this must be a fox concubine. Was it merely coincidence that everything happened after it was over? Or was there more to it? Just then, the Earth Beast introduced herself as the Golden Fate Earth Beast of the Four Moon Wolf, and the third young lady of the Golden Fate Spirit Beast. The two of them have no intention of violating your sacred place. Please do not misunderstand. Traintain Chi looked at the two people in front of him and recognized her. But he did not know who the person accompanying her was. The creature introduced to Tratong Chiti that this was her benefactor. He stared at Sen Quan, saying nothing. Then Trinjaping Che introduced himself and said he would not pursue the matter of their trespassing any further. But he needed to hear the whole story. Trotting Chiu, riding on the back of a tiger, invited them to the protective pavilion of the Phi Palace. At the Kimjiang Mountain, standing tall above the sea of clouds at dawn, there was a small house at the peak. At the mountaintop, there were a few figures standing nearby. That gate was the entrance to the protective pavilion. Patrong Chi handed each of them a token, telling them to keep it safe as it was the key to enter here. And it would also protect them from the restrictions of the protective pavilion. After finishing his instructions, Trapping Chi stepped into the large painting at the entrance. He said everyone should stick close to him. Sen Quan was very surprised at this scene. He reached out to touch the painting. Unexpectedly, a separate space was created from within. It was different from teleporting using the power of talismans. To his surprise, Sen Quan could see it directly with his own eyes. The creature stepped in first and asked him why he was suddenly so quiet. Was it his first time seeing this kind of magical space? Loon followed in and teased him about being a country bumpkin, making Sen Quan blush. Eventually, he stepped inside the protective pavilion. As soon as he entered, Sen Quan was taken to a different space. The protective pavilion was a completely separate realm from the outside world. This place was an enchanting land filled with mythical creatures. Looking around, Sen Quan saw rare lynxes, even more so than in the famous Lane Sun. The air here was filled with spiritual energy. Truly astonishing. When they reached a small temple, Triumphant Chi told them he would go meet the leader for a bit. They should wait here. And if they had any questions, they could ask the maid. After that, Tritoming Chi spread his wings and flew away. Sen Quan focused on the little girl standing in front of him. She looked back at him with sparkling, innocent eyes. Seeing her gaze linger on him for a while, Sen Quan asked, "Do I look strange to you?" The girl blushed and said she was a bit rude, because it was rare to have visitors here, which is why she stared at him like that. Then she looked at Sun Quan and asked if he was a tiger. Sen Quan was startled and asked back, "How do you know?" Hearing that, the girl quickly replied that her sense of smell was keen, and she could detect the scent of a tiger coming from him. After that, the two of them chatted back and forth in front of the creature and Loon. She did not expect her benefactor to talk so much. Then the creature asked Sen Quan, "Why are you answering so readily?" After hearing that, he was stunned. It seemed that Sen Quan had just realized something. His gaze turned toward the girl, staring at her in disbelief, while she still smiled as if nothing had happened. After that, Sun Quan focused his gaze to see who was in front of him, but even with Donlin Kim trying, he could not see anything. The girl, despite being scrutinized by Sun Quan, still smiled. Diathu and Lun wondered what Sun Quan was doing. He did not respond to her and continued to stare at the girl, urging her to reveal her identity. Yet, she still looked up at Sun Quan with sparkling eyes. If it was like that, he would ultimately have to resort to that method to force this person to reveal their identity. Then, Sun Quan opened his eyes wide and unleashed the three great pupil illusions to break through space-time. After that, the space between him and the girl seemed to crack, falling into another dimension. Diathu and Lun were also pulled into this space. Diathu incredulously asked if this was an illusion realm. Sun Quan now radiated an indescribable oppressive aura. Yet, the girl laughed joyfully, praising him for being amazing. Then suddenly, her sparkling eyes turned sharp as she looked at Sun Quan and said, "With such an incredible spiritual connection, opening an illusion like this means Sun Quan has surpassed the realm of spiritual destiny." Right after that, the girl raised her hand and clapped, and the space shifted to another place. She had transformed into a different young woman, greeting him with a slight delay. "I am Theat, the leader of the Guardian Wing," she introduced herself. In Hansun during the early morning. This was a peaceful land where two people were wandering when one stopped and told the other to look at something. The other person immediately blushed with embarrassment upon seeing it. At a nearby shop, he was waiting for someone. They all wanted to approach to get acquainted but hesitated when they saw the sword by her side. He picked up the compass to check and saw that the Chai Kim formation had stopped, but it was not broken. Then she reached out to spin the compass. Seeing the hair of the general still intact meant the general was in another space. He reassured himself that it would be fine. Not to. Just then, a strange male voice rang out asking, "Is this a female Taoist?" Moreover, she is a beauty. It is a pleasure to meet her. A disciple of the Taoist master of Thangayan. The one smiling and asking that was Dukan. He continued to look at him, and said she seemed to have embarked on the path of rigorous cultivation. Dukan then said, "Would you like to join me?" He also added not to misunderstand. Establishing a connection would be useful when going to the Demon Dao Hall for missions. They could rely on each other if anything happened. But all Dukan received in return was a long silence from her. The people around them laughed at this scene. He was embarrassed to be looked down upon by the beauty. Dukan gritted his teeth, seeming to be angry. But he still smiled and spoke to Choa with a slightly warning tone, as if she had not heard what he said. Though his mouth smiled, Dukan secretly scratched the table with his gauntlet to warn her that he was speaking very politely to her, but was being disregarded and insulted. Then Dukan leaned down, glaring at Choa, indicating he would not be gentle with her anymore. Just as he was about to say something, suddenly a hand grabbed the back of his collar. Then, Ian felt an immense force pulling him back. Unable to comprehend what was happening, a masked man dragged him and threw him back, causing everything to shatter and scatter. The person looked towards Cho and murmured, "So you are here." Then he sat down in the chair opposite her. Ignoring Yi Sinan who was lying in agony in the distance, the masked man removed the hat he was wearing. "If you have come to Hun 7, then you must be here to manage Nabuvang Palace. I told you to be careful because your appearance is very striking," he added. Taking off the hat revealed that this person was Phi Than. While speaking, he suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "I guess I can keep this from him. What you did could get you killed. Did not you talk to the masters?" Then, Phi Than closed his eyes and calmly told Cho that Lasing's Bang's body had been dealt with, even erasing all traces of her. Now, no one could trace Lassie Bang's whereabouts. He opened his eyes and stared intently at Cho, saying that he had helped her take revenge as she wished. But now, it was time to stop. Phi Than wanted her to return to the palace with him. However, in response to Phi Than's words, Ko had remained silent until now. Suddenly, she called out Phi Than's name. Startling him, Ko told Phi Than that she had something to confirm. Unexpectedly, when he looked up and met Cho's gaze, he was stunned and stammered, asking if she wanted to confirm it. Ko calmly but firmly said yes. She needed to see it with her own eyes and apologized to Phi Than. But she could not go back to how things were before. His pupils widened in disbelief. Ko was no longer the same as before, habitually and living only for revenge. That was not the Ko he knew. What had caused Cho to change so much was a concern for Phi Than. He then sighed. This seemed too complicated to think about. Phi Than stood up and told Cho that when he learned she killed Lafast Bang and ran to Biach's son, he was so worried that his heart was racing because her purpose and will to live seemed to be solely for revenge. Phi Than did not know what this change in Cho would lead to, but it did not seem too bad. Right, he put the hood back on, revealing only his eyes looking at her. Then, Phi Than calmly walked away, stating that he would only give Cho 3 days. Anything longer would be too much. Ko watched him leave without saying a word. Meanwhile, in the dimension created by Thit Huzzer with Sen Quan, he was still using his divine eyes to look at her, saying, even if you are an outsider, is this really how your Phi He clan treats guests when you invoke the soul charm on me? Thit He did not get angry, but simply explained that they only wanted to know the reason why the mountain soldiers entered this sacred place. Because they knew that those evil spirits were doing something on their territory. Then she turned to ask Ziha Thiu and Lun, who were standing there. However, the 4 great spirit races of Cao Tine also could not interfere in human affairs. Isn't that the same for Tai Gait Lang? Thithi introduced himself and replied to her that, as Thit He said, the 4 great spirit races do not interfere in human matters unless provoked, but the one who becomes the benefactor of the 4 moon wolf is prioritized above anything else. Thit He seemed not too surprised to hear the term benefactor. It had been centuries since she last encountered that word. Then Thit He began to deduce that since Sen Quan was a benefactor, he could receive treasures from the 4 moon wolf. And what he wanted was the eternal chronicle. But now Sen Quan was searching for traces of something else, and got lost. So he followed the footsteps of the demon path, resulting in chaos in her sacred ground. After hearing this, Sung Kwu Quan broke into a cold sweat from Thit Hi's terrifying deduction. She continued, because of the pact, the 4 moon wolf assisted. And then the young lord unbound by the pact would do his utmost to find the K-Long pen, and the blood crystal water. Thit looked at Sun Quan with her sparkling purple eyes, saying, you really have a lot of luck. After hearing this, Sun Quan thought to himself, if even the head of the 4 moon wolf is called a kid, how old is this person? Tidetro laughed and said they would not impose any restrictions until Sun Quan's group found the blood crystal water. The earth beast could not believe that things could be so easy. They were able to move freely in the sacred ground of the Kung Fai Ave. Everything was going too smoothly, making Sun Quan feel that something was off. To find the blood crystal water, there was no way but to confront the demon path. So what benefit does this bring them? After thinking, he chuckled, saying, that is it. Then Sinden Quonon looked at He's beautiful flower-like Fey face and mentioned the 5 ghost kings of the Thapang Eth Thech Lone Ghost. He smirked and asked a puzzling question. Do they even know? The Yahoa Men. Sung Quan's eyes sparkled as she told her. As soon as he finished speaking, Thit H emitted an extremely powerful aura of killing intent. She gradually floated higher, staring down at Sun Quan. Seeing this, the earth beast panicked and asked what was happening. But she and Lun were trapped in a glass frame. The earth beast tried to break the glass to escape, but it was no use. The other 2, one green and one red, were floating in the air, seemingly ready to fight. Thit now asked Sen Quan in a deep voice, what do you know so far? He felt a bit anxious but still flashed a provocative smile. There are a total of 5 forces, including the 4 great spirit clans ruling the east, west, south, and north, and a force overshadowing the 4 great spirit clans. This organization is called the Mask Fakid, and its true name remains unknown. But the organizers always wear a wooden mask, hence the name given by the world. And the successor leader of this organization is a high-ranking expert at the highest realm of Zihatin, named Han Mang. It is said that the 4 great spirit clans established a peace pact for the sake of harmony among the spirit clans. But the truth is, it was a humiliating oath unilaterally signed under the overwhelming power of Han Mang to prevent their extermination. The 4 great spirit clans had to kneel and submit to the masked Fakade. However, they are also waiting for an opportunity to break this cursed oath at any time. Kung Fai had sharpened her knife long ago, nurturing her strength to confront Hoan Mang with that sharpened blade. What is being sound as the demon lord of the 10H alone Thech? Thit H told Sen Quan, tell her what you know so far. Although Sun Quan seemed somewhat overwhelmed by Thit E's power, she still boldly claimed it was all true. Hearing this, she got very angry and told Sen Quan to stop talking nonsense. She asked him how he knew about this. Who else? Besides Sen Quan, could possibly know. Teeter warned him to answer carefully. Even a little slip. If she hears someone babbling about this, Sesenkwan would be finished immediately. He showed no fear and raised his hand for Thitcheri to see, asking her, "Are you threatening me?" After seeing what was on his wrist, Thit-Heavy was quite surprised. She asked what he could do with that. Sesenkwan calmly replied, "For you, killing me is very simple, but if I die, my partner will immediately go to the Disguise Eyes organization and tell them that Kung Fai has long wanted to break the oath and plans to join with the 10 apps alone Thech, and even intends to use the methods of the demon path." After hearing this, Tite 8 was stunned. Stuttering, "What?" He continued, "Of course. I know Kung Fai and the demon path are not colluding. But what would the Disguise organization think about allowing a large number of Taoists to come here and kill?" Thit H, furious, shouted, "You little brat. Do you dare threaten the great elder Kung Fai?" Sesenkwan replied coldly, "You are only starting to threaten now." The shimmering purple eyes of Thit 8 flashed with a hint of hatred, but she did not dare act recklessly. "First, let us deal with this damn illusion. Just holding on. You are already dead." Moreover, being too shocked by the elder's threatening actions, "I can keep my mouth shut now. I do not know what words will come out to shut my mouth. You must offer some treasures. With those, I could keep it shut tightly. If not, what can you do?" "Just right. The two of them could happily go to the other side together." Thit trembled, stuttering and unable to form a complete sentence. She clenched her fists, reminding herself to hold back. The opportunity Thit had been waiting for was right in front of her. In her heart, she cursed Sun Quan 1,000 times, having lived for 3,000 years. This was the first time she had been humiliated like that. A shocking experience for her, both humiliating and infuriating. She then told him in a trembling voice that she would lift the restrictions. They would lift the restrictions. After watching Sun Quan's group leave, Thit stood there thinking. Tratung Chi appeared behind her, now asking if everything was alright. Thit felt helpless. Even if there was a problem. "What do you want me to do?" "Now whatever he wants to do. I have to follow along." He also wondered how that kid knew such a secret that very few people knew. Who knows, that little brat might have received a treasure and spilled something. Thit replied, "If he is such a person, the reputation of the 4 great spirit clans will inevitably fall to the bottom. Even they cannot remain safe. 2,000 years can't end in such a meaningless way. We must immediately summon all the elders." The scene shifts to Kwaitan Pavilion, where a hand is pulling Song Quan's cheek, asking. Sung Kun asked her what she was doing. She replied that the master's cheek was too greedy, so if it did not get fat tonight, she probably would not be able to sleep. Right. Earlier, the master almost stepped into the other world. You know, how can this face be so calm after such crazy actions? The two of them argued back and forth, neither willing to back down. And then they both fell to the ground. The fall caused Ho Jian to sit on Sen Quan, who then smirked and teased her. "Are you attacking me?" She blushed and hurriedly said. Then he put himself in a state he called electroshock grounding. Then Sun Quan told her, "Let us take a walk and come back. So you should relax your mind a bit. Next time if you attack me again, I will gladly let you do it." She was in the building, angrily shouting his name. Samson Quan was leisurely walking outside, thinking to himself that if what Ho Jian said was true, then what he did earlier was crazy for threatening an entire Lion clan, although he did not expect it to turn out like this. More importantly, this secret had long been their unfulfilled wish, so they had no choice but to give what they wanted. While walking, Sen Quan encountered Zihathu, and he seemed a bit unhappy. "Meeting anyone is fine, but why do I have to meet her again?" The Niathu called him benefactor. At this moment, she sternly said that she could not understand why he would think of causing conflict with the tiger consort. Sinzong Quan explained that there was no way that could happen, as a wandering immortal are going to fight with the tiger consort in the 4th Lion clan. What good is that for you? But Dihathu did not understand why Sun Quan was so rude to them. Hearing that, he chuckled. "Rude. If the princess sees it that way, then let it be. But we do not have a special relationship or share those private matters." She was startled by Sun Quan's words. Then she quickly retorted that while they were not close enough to share personal matters, they were also cooperating for a common goal. "Because you are my benefactor, and I am the daughter of Ta Guai Lang, I have an obligation to help you." Sung Kun was taken aback, not understanding why Zihathu suddenly got so angry. "It is, but this matter does not affect her, so do not ask any more." Zihathu yelled back, "Since the last time, you have always acted cold, but I apologized, so you should accept my apology. A great man like you is so petty to nitpick like this." He was startled and said, "What do you mean petty?" The two of them kept arguing, and Ihathi even dragged Sen Quan's marriage into it, in a moment of impulse. He told her that she was very annoying. Ihathi immediately stopped, her voice trembling. Did you just say I was annoying? The third princess of Tanguite Lang. Then the two of them started arguing again. Song Quan was angry because she could not understand his position when she asked if he would marry someone he had never met. Meanwhile, the beast was just angrily cursing him back. What is that? Is the sky done talking? You are not afraid to retort back like that. Ah. Hearing this, she got so mad that she called him a loser. Song Quan simply crossed her arms and insisted she was right. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared from the beast, as if she was transforming into something else. Then, the beast's bright eyes, now in beast form, stared at him. She angrily raised her claws towards Sun Quan. The scene shifts to the sacred ground of the Faiho Palace, where the beast's attack cracked a part of the cliff. After the fight, rocks were shattered, and dust filled the air. Then, from the dust, a pair of red eyes gleamed. He transformed into beast form, stomping down hard, and said to the beast, "You want to fight me? Right. I will show you what happens if you touch the whiskers of a sleeping tiger." Song Quan growled. Then in a flash, he charged at the beast with his mouth wide open. Now it is too late for you to regret it. Just as he finished speaking, he let out a loud screech. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a hand landed on his head, causing Sun Quan to stop abruptly. The beast's warning voice rang out. What are you trying to show me? What kind of threat is this? Looking as tiny as a pea, she angrily slapped him. It seemed that their fight had attracted the attention of the entire Faiho Palace. Theodho flew over and asked what was going on. One of her subordinates told her that when they arrived, this one and the young lady from the Four-Moon Wolf were already fighting, so we are just watching them for now. Theodho seemed quite surprised and asked if they were really fighting. They looked down and saw Sun Quan and the beast fighting harder than enemies, leaving them speechless. Theodho stared down without saying anything. Sun Quan was knocked back, blood streaming from his nose, gritting his teeth in anger. Then he was punched in the mouth by the beast without mercy. The subordinates of the Faiho Palace hesitated, unsure if they should intervene, but an elder nearby stopped them, saying to let the kid take a few more hits. Theodho quietly observed them without speaking. In the darkness of the dungeon, Sun Quan's groans echoed. He secretly cursed the Faiho Palace members for being so petty. Sun Quan lay on the ground with a swollen face. Every part of his body hurt now. Suddenly, the dungeon door appeared, and purple smoke startled Sun Quan. From the darkness emerged the silhouette of a girl. It was Ho Jian slowly walking in. She fixed her piercing purple eyes on the person in the dungeon. Seeing her, Sun Quan immediately broke out in a cold sweat in fear. She approached him and said, "You really have caused quite the trouble." Sun Quan was startled and felt a chill. Ho Jian angrily yelled at him that she had just left Sun Quan for just 2 moments. Hearing about you getting into a fight with a girl would make even the dog crossing the street laugh out loud. She continued to scold Sun Quan. You tried to plead for Ho Jian's sympathy by looking up at her with your bony face. But not only did Ho Jian not comfort Sun Quan, she told him he was like a flattened bean cake. Sun Quan tried to defend himself, saying he was not that pathetic. Ho Jian yelled angrily. Do you think you would not get mad if you saw your beloved puppy getting beaten? Sun Quan cried, thinking that was a bit too much to say. Ho Jian, now tired of scolding, sighed and approached to touch Sun Quan's wounds, asking him when he would grow up. Look at these wounds. Clearly, the princess went easy on you. He sighed and said, growing up is exhausting. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said that, Ho Jian became furious, her entire being radiating overwhelming hostility. Her voice echoed in the room, saying the princess should not have gone easy. She should have hit harder. Then came the sound of Sun Quan groaning in pain. In front of her was the beast in human form, embarrassedly stuttering, rolling around. Don't you find that term a bit odd? Loon sighed helplessly and asked the beast. So you won the fight then? As soon as he finished speaking, the beast laughed proudly. Of course. I was wondering if he was hiding his strength. But turns out he was not. You can tell after just one fight. It should have been fierce for a pure spirit. The palm should be a bit more ruthless. But he bears the title of pure spirit, and can't he change at all? Lu did not show much emotion, proudly saying, so that is why you are this injured. Mentioning his injury, the beast stuttered. He used his horn to stab me sneakily. I still do not understand how that is sneaky. To which she replied, but I do not have horns like him. Besides, the beast suddenly remembered what her father once told her, that the ancestors of the tiger concubines also had horns. And Loon wondered if their benefactor was not from the tiger concubines clan, and did not have wings either. Although they are all tigers, their unique bloodline would not allow them to be like that rogue. Hearing Luna's explanation, the beast seemed to understand. Right. Luna immediately confirmed. Of course, just think about what he did earlier. This crazy tiger is only mildly insane. Confronting the grand elder of a clan. Even they were almost swept away. Loon was furious, gritting his teeth and saying, his brain must have melted and disappeared as his strength increased. Right. Otherwise, how could he do such things? Loon's curses echoed throughout. If you want to die, at least die alone, at the steep cliffs of the guarding area. The elders of the Tiger Concubine clan were arguing about the sudden appearance of Semen Kwon. Thit stood below, silently observing their dispute. Truong Chi turned to an elder and said that Sun Quan was also a tiger like us. If we could convince him to side with us. The old man suddenly yelled, cutting him off. He is just an ordinary tiger. Completely different from the winged tigers like us. We are like birds in the sky, while he is just a tiger crawling on the ground. Truong Chi rebutted. Did not he see the horns on that kid's head? It is insane. But it looks just like the ancestors of the winged guardians. The ancestors of the winged guardians had magnificent horns and 2 pairs of wings. Their ancestors ascended to become divine beasts. The elders kept arguing back and forth. Some said as time passes and generations change, the bloodline becomes less pure. From now on, instead of 2 pairs of wings, there is only 1 pair left, and the horns have also disappeared. The group continued to argue while Thayat Ho remained silent. Eyes closed. Saying nothing, she thought to herself, recalling a pair of wings that had disappeared from the winged tiger clan. This is a family that is increasingly degenerating. Yet a horned tiger appeared before their great undertaking. Could this be a jest of fate? How are we supposed to choose? The clamor of the elder winged tigers echoed through the mountains. A single tiger could disrupt an entire clan. The weather was chilly with fog hovering over the tall buildings. On the city road, a man in a robe was hurriedly running. As he reached a woman, he immediately knelt down and said loudly, I pay my respects to your highness, the princess. It is truly an honor to meet you like this. The subordinate beside Teen Long introduced him, saying this is King Can, who rules over Han Sun. He is a loyal vassal of the Ghost Gang. Upon hearing this, Teen Long smiled and said it was commendable, and she looks forward to that in the future. The king Can trembled and stuttered, unable to speak. Both Teen Long and her subordinate were still in shock from just talking to her. Teen Long and her subordinate continued walking down the path. She asked how their work was progressing, and the subordinate replied that everything was going smoothly. She then asked how much longer it would take. Upon receiving the answer that it would be finished by the full moon, Teen Long halted her steps. She had already gathered all 108 ancient artifacts. Teen Long looked up at something and said, let us use it as a sacrificial item to create a snow point with the ice boundary. In front of her were the bodies of people and animals pinned to the poles. Teen Long sighed, saying, this is truly a beautiful sight. In the cell, Song Quan was looking in the mirror at his eyes. The wound had healed in just 1 day. He silently marveled that indeed, his body was a spirit beast. Song Quan looked at his handsome face in admiration. Suddenly, the prison door made a noise, startling him to turn around. The door opened, and a familiar figure stepped in. It was Thayat Ho. She was staring intently at him. Song Quan teasingly asked, have you all made your decision yet? Thayat Ho replied that because this matter was significant, they could only come now. She then reached into her pocket to pull out something. These were the treasures that Sun Quan had mentioned, along with various elixirs. Thayat Ho took out the treasures from her pocket. This was the answer from the Phi Ho Palace. Upon seeing the treasures, he immediately felt delighted, thinking, this is great. She obviously did not miss his gaze, stared at Sun Quan for a moment. Then Thayat Ho added, and there is one more thing. She then took out a round, opaque white object, saying that this was her reply to him. Thayat Ho indicated that the stone had the inscription Hai Thien Giak on it. This was an object invented by their ancestors. It had been passed down for generations to the leader of the Phi Ho Palace through a unique communication method. Song Quan looked confused, wondering why a unique communication method from their clan was given to an outsider. Yet Thayat Ho asked him if he had ever claimed to be Sun Quan Dae Ho. Right, she continued. After this is over, can you come back here again? Song Quan was startled. Come back here again? Was this an invitation from someone who created an alternate space just to avoid outsiders? But he did not ask much, merely saying he would come back if he had time. After hearing this, Thayat Ho fell silent. Then suddenly a vortex appeared in front of Sun Quan. Thayat Ho said the door of the Guardian Yuk Ko was always ready to welcome him when we meet again. How will our grievances with you be settled? The outcome, whether good or bad, would depend on your fate. The light from the vortex illuminated Sun Quan's red eyes. Then the brightness grew, obscuring his vision. Soon, Sun Quan was taken out of the Radiant Guardian. He looked around and suddenly realized this was the exit. Lun saw Sun Quan and immediately ran over to ask. It turned out she and the Earth Beast had already come out earlier. The Earth Beast felt shy upon seeing Sun Quan. He looked at her, confused, asking, what is with that expression? Wasn't she the one who went crazy and beat me like a dog? Sun Quan cleared his throat, saying as the Earth Beast mentioned, their path ahead was still long, so let us consider this as nothing. He noticed she seemed a bit distracted, so he asked what was wrong. Don't he like it? But the Earth Beast quickly said, she will do as her benefactor wishes. Then they began searching for blood ice water in Hen Sen, a human village. Upon hearing this, Sun Quan thought to himself, if what he had read in the book Thean High Fight Sun and Sea was true, Then the goal of the demon path was to open the ice plan, and the main location was Hunsun. Sun and Kwon did not know when that thing would awaken, but if the ice plan was opened, it would be soon. The fake faces and demon path, along with the 4 great spirit races, would cause a massive chaotic war. Right now, the ice plan had not yet been opened. This was his chance to find the blood ice water. In the palace at Hunsun, Tian Lunyu was sitting before his subordinates with legs crossed, asking, "Do you mean that all the guards there were killed, and the poison has almost completely been burned away?" She asked who did it. The subordinate reported that it was a member of the 4 Moon Wolf clan along with a young man around 20 years old. Besides, our people also saw a blue flame. Upon hearing this, Tianlong was startled and asked again, "A blue flame?" The subordinate continued reporting that shortly after, Kung Fei arrived and took them away. Upon hearing this, she immediately realized who that was. It was definitely her person. It could not be wrong. The subordinate continued, "If it is a member of the 4 Moon Wolf clan, then they are likely searching for the blood ice water that we are holding. The problem is that there is currently no poison to complete the real poison fusion." Tivan Luzi, upon hearing this, licked her lips and said, "Just proceed normally with the 107 types of poison for now." The subordinate is worried that this might relate to the safety of the deputy sect master. Little did I know. I just glanced at that and said it has nothing to do with us. After all, that body is neither alive nor dead. What does it matter? The subordinate continued to say that during the ritual. Our people could be eaten by those poisons. But Tianlong Yi still acted oblivious. She stepped outside and said she had to cool down her increasingly heated body, so the rest of the work would be handled by them. In the late night, under the gentle moonlight and breeze, a voice called out the name by AI. Tianlong leisurely stepped outside, muttering to herself, "Are you afraid that I will forget you? So you use this method to send news to me. Why do you make me feel so excited? I am drowning in my own fantasies. I really want to feel the burning fire from you. And I want to feel your soft insides and taste your blood. I wonder how enchanting that flavor would be." Speaking of this, Tina Ling's eyes sparkled with joy. She was walking when she spotted someone standing on the hill. And that person was Choa. She turned around and, seeing a familiar face, called out to Tain La Yu Ten. She seemed surprised, not thinking she would run into Choa in this place. Under the moonlight, the two of them chatted, and Tan La then asked Choa if she had found the person she was looking for. Choa Trum Trum Ten replied, "He is someone who leaves no trace. So searching has been a bit difficult. But now I have found some clues. So it is alright." Choa then turned to ask, "What about her?" Tian Al Ying said nothing. Just turned to stare at her. Choa, seeing her smile, remarked that everything must be going well. But then Tan Ling smiled and said, "It is not that I have not seen his face yet, but I am waiting. Perhaps it won't be long before he finds me." Choa, holding a compass in her hand, asked, "Find you? That is really envy-inducing." Tian Long Yin then turned to her and asked, "Curious about who could make such a beautiful fairy wander around like this. Can you tell me who he is?" Choa looked away, pondering for a moment. "That person always found me very troublesome at first. Although he treated me coldly and indifferently, inside he was very warm. The only one who brought me comfort." His fiery red eyes sparkled with blue flames, wielding a gigantic black sword. "He would not hesitate to face danger to protect me. That is the kind of person he is." Hearing this, Tian Al Yin immediately gasped. Choa's pupils contracted as she stared intently, asking if the name of the man the heavenly prince was searching for was. Choa calmly turned and cheerfully told her that it was Vaa. His name is Ei. Upon hearing this news, Tian Al Yin's eyes widened, and she radiated a murderous aura with a chilling grin. The night was clear and breezy, but the bright moon was partially obscured by dark clouds. Sung Kun wandered through the forest. Looking around, he noticed there was no one around and quietly thought that he needed to check what he had received from the tiger concubine. With that thought, Sen Quan took out all the treasures he had received. Then he suddenly noticed something. This is the Trong to Zui. Something that, when implanted in the body, would help strengthen the muscles. Perhaps even Sen Quan did not think he would receive something so valuable. Originally, it was something that had previously been given to Hu Chun, the master of Then He Tossen Si. Then he reached out, thinking he had to check it. Sasen Quan placed a stone next to the blue gem, and the two emitted sparks of electricity. The blue gem then began to darken, releasing a smoky purple light. Indeed, it had been sealed. If he inserted this unknown item into his body, the inner elixir would be destroyed, and he would be left crippled. He then thought to himself, that is right. It is the response from the tiger concubine, is not. However, there was still something that concerned Sen Quan. He remembered that Thid A had once given him a treasure from the tiger concubine, saying it was their answer for Sen Quan. Thid H was the general who had taught him the unique technique of the clan. Sen Quan looked at Vianius, truly unsure of what to do. He had to start by checking what kind of incantation it was, since it was an incantation that used horns. As long as the horn protruded, Sen Quan would read the incantation. He then held the eyeball in his hand, mumbling an unclear word. On his horn, a pale yellow light orb gradually appeared. The orb then kept growing larger and larger. The light shone brighter and brighter, leaving Sen Quan astonished. The orb was now very large, and the light shining down was extremely intense. Then the light orb shot forward like a rocket. It crashed into and blew up a nearby cliff. Cut to where Loon and the beast were sleeping. Suddenly, Loon woke up, scratching her head, seemingly aware of some noise, but then she ignored it and lay back down to sleep like usual. At this moment, Sun Quan was thrown back by the impact, staring in shock. Speechless, he still could not believe his eyes. What was going on? Sun Quan had only recited a few lines of the incantation, yet it was able to shatter half of the mountain. Truly impressive. Outside hence, a carriage was preparing to enter the city but was stopped by the guards. An underling of Tenlogging greeted. You have worked hard to come all this way. Vingwen. It is an honor to welcome you. He smiled, but his eyes did not. What was so hard about it? They were trying to build a good relationship with each other. Then Viengun pointed to the carriage behind and said, This is the poison he has created. Viengun suddenly fell silent, using his sharp eyes to look at Tainol, Ningi's underling, saying he heard that a poison they had worked hard to build was lost. Was there something wrong during the execution? The underling replied, hoping he would not worry. The plan would not encounter any issues. Viengun said in a heavy tone, It better not. Because we have staked the fate of the Xi clan on this. If everything goes awry, your demonic sect will become the first prey of our clan. The underling continued to say that he had something to ask of Viengun, which was to kill a man. That was the one who had leveled the poison and obstructed their work. It was said he was with the daughter of Ti Nguyen Lang, so Viengun might easily recognize him. He seemed quite surprised after hearing that he was with Ti Nguyen Lang. Viengun retorted that since he had planted a few spirit clan members. Does that mean you want him to deal with them now? The underling replied that if he knew about their business, he could not be allowed to live. Alright, then who is he? What is his name? The scene shifts to Sun Quan's group, who were standing on a rooftop, with the beast asking if Blood Frost Water was really here. Sun Quan replied that although he did not know exactly where, he was sure it was here. First, he told them to split up to search, then regroup. Sun Quan entered the city, walking along the streets and observing everything around him, seeing a man holding something and speaking loudly, while people were drinking and laughing together. Sun Quan looked at the scenes along the street, feeling that this place was truly peaceful. You can't believe that the shadow of the evil path would fall in a place like this. Suddenly, a voice echoed in your head calling your name. Axuzron Quan. And then you turned your toes back. Looking back, Sun Quan saw a beggar following him. He asked, Why have you been trailing me this whole time? The other person shyly replied that he did not mean to disturb the young master. He explained that he approached because he saw Sen Quan was a Taoist he had not met before at Hun Sen, and just wanted to ask for a few coins. After hearing that, Sun Quan seemed a bit puzzled. Really the first time we have met? Then Sun Quan thought for a moment and suddenly realized. Sun Quan then continued. Indeed. You gather information better than anyone else. I did not recognize you since you were not wearing a mask. The other person laughed but was sweating with worry. Sun Quan stared intently at the person in front of him, knowing it was useless to strip away vitality with the essence of the golden elixir at this moment. Yet, just arriving at Hun Sun, a Taoist with a false face approached him. Anyway, he had already sensed the movements of the evil path plotting something. Sen Quan reminded himself to stay alert around outsiders as he was approaching a confrontation with the false face, the evil path, and even the spirit clan. Then Sen Quan spoke up, Since you are a Taoist of the false face, I won't hide anything and will tell you directly. I am looking for the blood ice water of the 4-moon wolf that was taken by the evil path. There is a lair of the evil path here, so we will surely face each other as enemies. He secretly smiled, thinking that pretending to be on the same side would allow him to sneak away. After both sides fought, he just needed to take the blood ice water and leave. The other person stared at him with his purple eyes without saying anything. Then he sighed and said, So you have discovered me. He introduced himself as Traham Thian, a Taoist of the false face. Sun Quan also introduced himself as Ziai, the benefactor of the 4-moon wolf. Trong then waved the staff in his hand, seemingly realizing something. Then he suddenly exuded killing intent, staring intently at Sun Quan, asking if he was the one who turned the night ungaitement of being Siko Si to dust. Sun Quan looked at Tra Trong then without blinking, thinking that it was not like that at all. At a corner of a stone roof at Hun Sun, a foot jumped stealthily past that corner. Loon was chasing after the earth beast, asking the princess where she was going. The earth beast replied that the place with the strongest luck of the blood ice water was spreading throughout the Kao Sen area. However, the energy sensed at Hun Sen is indeed the strongest. Until now, she could not enter here because of a promise. But this situation was different. Even Loon behind her agreed that what the benefactor said was absolutely right, although she could not sense the blood ice water like the princess. Someone who always played childish tricks but could not deny that person's ability. Right. The earth beast jumped down onto a roof in response, Still unable to determine where it was, the two stopped on that roof, looking into the distance. Wondering, is this the palace of Hun Sun? The earth beast stared intently at the thing in front of it. Below, it saw countless dense restrictions. The restrictions were layered closely together. Still, the earth beast felt an immense, unusual power. What on earth is going on down here? Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. I heard a princess from the Four Moons came, but I did not expect it to be you. The earth beast and Lun turned around in shock to see where the voice came from. She quickly turned to glare at the person lounging above. Speaking incredulously, Vugam bent down, smiling at the earth beast. It has been a while since we last met in the palace of Han Sun. Someone was rushing in with hurried footsteps. He ran while asking his subordinates where the offering was. Puzzled as to why his master suddenly ordered the welcoming ceremony to be prepared immediately, he silently wondered how this had come to pass. Even if it was an offering, it was all too sudden. Upon entering the room where the artifacts were kept, the subordinate stopped when he saw his master was binding someone to a garden pole. He reported that he was looking for a substitute offering for the artifact. So he asked his master to wait a little longer. To his surprise, she turned around and laughed, saying, I have found it already. Teen Long laughed wickedly, telling her subordinate, the substitute offering for the artifact is the one being tightly bound before her. She lowered her head, struggling to breathe. On the other side of the city, Trutong Thin was glaring at Sen Quan. He thought to himself that he knew how this would turn out, but was not a Kim Menazia line, not Sun Quan, who caused the disruption at Not Nungite Amen. This is truly unfair to you. Sun Lung Quan stood tall and asked Trong Thin if he thought of him that way. Trong Thivin replied that he had no other intentions towards him. He knew about the events at Trong Thin to Men and was watching Sun Quan chase the demonic path here, so you might know the situation. But it would be better if you could stay put here. Sezin Quan countered by asking him if he was aware of the rampant demonic path, and received the answer that he was aware. After hearing Troping Thin's response, Sezin Quan glared and said, knowing that and still sitting idle, at this moment, even commoners are making sacrifices. Trapping Thivin replied that for the greater good and sacrifice. There was no other way. What would a mere fairy know about the importance of the times? Sun Quan glared back, saying that one must sacrifice for the greater good. He recalled when he killed Yu Line, she had cried, saying that both her family and friends were devoured by him, even her little child. It was clear how much she had suffered. Sazin Quan glared angrily and told Trentang Thin to stop talking nonsense. He was not backing down either and furrowed his brows while looking back at him. Trapping Thifin told Sun Quan not to judge things based solely on what was in front of him. What we are facing is not just the demonic path, but also the need to maintain peace and protect everything in this land. Sun Quan then asked, so you bound the 4 great spirit clans in chains to imprison them? Trotling Thin immediately retorted, what the hell are you talking about? That is a strategy for humans and spirit beasts to coexist peacefully. Sasun Quan glared, angrily asking, but have those people ever wanted that? On the contrary, your hypercritical stance is nothing but a selfish righteousness, based on a hierarchy of power. Trapping Thivin gritted his teeth in anger after hearing him. But Sen Quan thought that he could not blame this person. If it had not been for his body being turned into a spirit beast, he would not have known. Sasun Quan explained, it is people like you who rely on that power and oppress everything. You have only protected the peace that you decided upon, of course. How could a mediocre Taoist know anything? Just a puppet that shakes its tail at the master's command. Triumphing Thin shouted, how dare you insult the law master? He was furious to the breaking point, when suddenly a whirlwind came flying from the neighboring house. Loon flew in and landed on the rooftop, calling out to Sun Quan. She shouted to him that there was a problem at the palace. Truong Thien heard the unfamiliar voice and immediately turned to look at Sun Quan, who was also distracted by Lon. Then he transformed right in front of Truong Thien. He quickly realized this was spatial magic. Sun Quan appeared right on the rooftop, reaching out to Luan. He glanced at her and said, hurry, grab my hand. Then, in the next moment, the two of them disappeared from the rooftop together. Truong Thien watched this scene in silence. Suddenly, a voice rang out, urging him to stop being dazed and to chase after them. In the capital, Diathu and Vugon were facing each other in mid-air. She asked him, are you the one scheming to collude with the demonic path? Vugon scoffed. Collude. We are just temporarily cooperating because we share the same goal. Diathu still did not understand why. Vugon replied with a laugh, isn't it obvious? It is to render the promise invalid. Upon hearing this, Diathu's eyes widened in disbelief. He continued, even if you chew and swallow, the throat of Huan Mang can be filled. Even though I do not want a conflict with your side, since you have seen it, I can't let you go back. Just cooperate and let me take you back. The Kim Men Diathu swung a chain, whistling through the air with terrifying speed. Turns out this was Vungon's weapon. He swung the weapon at Diathu, but she managed to dodge. After dodging, Diathu yelled at Vungon, asking if he was still sane. Then she asked him again if Vungan really would collude with the demonic path. Vungan did not answer her but muttered, "This is why cowards hiding in the spiritual realm can never understand us. Everything I do is just to prevent the extermination of our clan." Then the two charged at each other, creating a blinding flash of light. Diathu continued to persuade, "You call this preventing extermination?" In her eye, this seemed more like self-destruction. Yet Vungan replied, "Thanks to being cornered in a small corner of Kao Tian, now our clan is also breaking apart. After thousands of years of being imprisoned, our clan has already self-destructed because of that damn promise. We will break that cursed promise and reclaim our freedom." The two clashed again and were knocked back. Diathu placed her hands on the ground to stop herself. She continued to persuade Vungan, "Wake up already. The opponent is the Earth Immortal. How could someone as wise and discerning as you make them this foolish?" Vungan calmly smiled and replied, "That is why I have naturally prepared something special for him. Aren't you curious how his arrogant face will look when it is blown away?" Then Vungan once again tempted Diathu to join him. She replied with a wave of her hand, apologizing but stating she did not think she would self-destruct with him. She seems ready to strike at Vungan. Just as she is about to launch her attack, two monstrous beasts rush in front of her. Vn then swings his weapon at the beast. She quickly dodges to the side. Another strike follows, and the beast evades by jumping up. Vn seems to be running out of energy. He breathes heavily, whispering that he was going to capture her. But it is too late now. She must die. Vn says this with a fierce look in his eyes. Then two formations appear right next to the beast hovering in the air. Two snake-like beasts charge out from the formations. This is the ambush. The beast fights with both hands. She tries to defend herself. Then the beast says that even if Vn kills him, she does not care. But if her clan comes, will he be able to stand against them? Vn stands at a distance, laughing, saying this is exactly what he wants. If the four-moon wolf arrives here in a rage, what will happen? In the demon path along with Chai Mai Ti will create a great chaos. This is destined by heaven's will. So letting it unfold endlessly is not a bad thing. So just With that, four-moon wolf Vikon swings his weapon at the beast. And immediately, she is struck from behind by his blow. Vikun transforms into a beast, laughing as he charges in. Wondering what the taste of four-moon wolf meat would be like, he then bites down, causing blood to splatter, when suddenly another voice rings out, saying he has been waiting for this. Engen's pupils constrict, looking in disbelief. It turns out that Sun Quan had blocked his mouth and said, "So what about the taste of snake meat?" The onlookers below are astonished by the scene. They scream, "Mortal Daoist, is that you in disguise?" Seeing this, Vegan shout, "Where's Chimoti guarding the camp? Come out now." Then, countless circles appear, and the beasts emerge from them. He orders to absolutely kill Sun Quan without mercy. Sun Quan looks up at Ainigan, his eyes full of anger. Then he unleashes a lightning strike towards the beasts. From his blade, countless bolts of lightning and purple light emerge. The beasts are blown away, confused about what is happening. Some even scream as they are knocked back. The sky is filled with shades of purple and the lightning from Sun Quan, accompanied by screams of pain right in front of Vian. He is astonished. This aura from him is truly marvelous and terrifying. Then Vian immediately charges forward. "How dare you flaunt this nonsense in front of me?" Sun Quan remains suspended in the air, unaffected by the lightning. He is stunned, thinking to himself, could he have cut them all down? If it is a disguise technique, he would not achieve such a marvelous aura. After that thought, Viangan seems to start being more cautious of him. At this moment, Sun Quan is supporting the beast as it descends, and upon seeing this, he immediately rushes over. She quickly kneels down to ask the beast. Sun Quan stands there, imposing and majestic. "I did not bow my head. You told Vinya. I never expected that among the four great spirit clans, there would be a branch of the dead clan collaborating with the dark forces." He smirked and said, "That was you who had destroyed the ancient poison and interrupted the ritual. And now, touching Viangan's clan, I will tear you apart and swallow every piece." Sun Quan stared at Vigain, thinking this was a matter of life and death. A high-level confrontation. This battle seemed a bit tense. The scene shifted to inside Hun Sun's palace, where Tian Mun was torturing her, forcing her to reveal what she had done with my husband. With every swing of Ten Lao Ying's hand, blood from her splattered everywhere. She screamed, demanding to know what I had done to Sun Quan. On the blood-soaked ground, as blood splattered around, Tian Lin Yu paused, and as painful moans echoed in the air. Then she gasped and spoke each word slowly. "I am the wife of Sun Quan." Hearing this from a maid Tile, Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. I recounted that 14 years ago, on Beach Sen Mountain, she had married Sun Quan and was recognized by everyone living there. Sun Quan must be my husband. After hearing this, Tian Leng scoffed. "You have only been repeating the same words. But no matter what tricks you use, I will find out the truth." Suddenly, the dark palace went silent. Her subordinate rushed in to report that someone had sneaked in. Hearing this, Tian Lin Yu shouted in anger, Kill him, the subordinate stammered, saying the intruder was the man who had eliminated the ancient poison. Upon hearing this, she immediately glared. Then Tianla grinned wickedly and said to A, "I told you so." She was delighted, thinking that Sun Quan had sneaked in here to find her. I could not believe that he was really her husband. Soon after, Tianlong's fingers jabbed into his mouth, bringing her face close and telling her that there was no need for her to speak anymore, because she would hear directly from the mouth of the husband. Just watch as the husband becomes mine, and then you shall die. Tianlong curses you. In the strong wind, a tattered robe fluttered. Trapping Thin stood on the roof of a nearby building, looking down and immediately recognized that there was a dead clan member present. Trapping Thin was utterly confused, wondering how he could be in Hun's son. Could this be related to the dead clan? He thought to himself, given the situation, it is possible one of the 4 great spirit clan families has been murdered. The Sun Quan was gathering strength, swinging his sword toward Vigan. He was not an easy opponent either, swinging his jewel scythes and gritting his teeth in retaliation. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Sun Quan quickly blocked the whirlwind from Vigan's scythe with his blade. He gritted his teeth, trying to hold on, his eyes nearly sparking with intensity. Then, Sun Quan successfully hurled him away. Little did he know, this was a trap that Vigan had set beforehand. He lunged forward, swinging the scythe, aiming to stab straight into the Sun Quan standing below, but the latter showed no fear or avoidance, simply grunting, "Just block it like last time." Unexpectedly, a chain struck the hilt of his blade. In the next moment, countless chains from Vu Nung's scythe wrapped around Sun Quan. It turned out his intention was to imprison him. Seeing his plan succeed, Vugon yelled arrogantly, "It is over now." This guy, Sun Quan, was encircled by countless chains like a cage. He glared outwards. Vugon continued to sneer disdainfully. He told him it was useless to resist, because these chains would bind him cruelly. Then Vugon raised his snake-like tail, slowly saying, "With my minimal mercy, I will let you go without pain." Saying that, the tail lunged straight towards Sun Quan. But he quickly looked up at Vugon and replied blandly. He was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Then Sun Quan swung his blade fiercely, shattering all the chains around him. His body was enveloped in a blue flame. The tail that Vian and Kot had always boasted about was now severed. He screamed in pain. Even the chains were cut by Sun and Quan, with blue flames flickering at the cut. Vian cried out in agony, "My strong body was forged from my spirit life, my protective weapon. I will turn you to ashes in an instant." Vian thought that the blue flame made it so Sun Quan could neither hear nor see. He then gritted his teeth, half in fear and half in anger, asking, "Has your master trained you to control fire?" Yet Sun Quan merely replied indifferently, "So what?" Then he pretended to remember that your kind is weakened by fire. "So is it frustrating for you, being so weak since birth?" "This is fundamentally because you are too weak," so Sun Quan said slowly with a tone of disdain. Vegan's face was now pale with fear. He could still hear his opponent's voice, taunting how your kind would attack only after being ensnared. But even a protective weapon can be used that way. Having lived like a plant in a high greenhouse for too long made you forget how to survive. Although you think you have been imprisoned on this high immortal land and escaped from it, in a world where big fish eat small fish, you are no more than fresh prey. While Sun Quan was speaking, a large stone cage appeared in the dark sky right above Vigan. He recognized it immediately as the lies Ling the in that silent space, the helpless latter of Vian code. He bowed his head in acceptance of his fate. Besides saying he was weak, there was probably nothing more to say. Then Vigan turned his head to the side. His gaze had grown much gentler now. Vugon turned to speak to the celestial beast outside, saying she had treated him like a fool for over 2,000 years. Now, Vugon did not have much time left. The celestial beast focused on Vugon, who was hovering in the air, and continued to say that he had dreamt the same dream when he was still a spirit. Vugon had leisurely floated along the endless Changjiang River. Those scenes and that freedom would likely remain unforgettable for him until his death. He almost could have shown it to his descendants. Before the tower fell, Vugon looked at the celestial beast one last time and apologized to her. Then, the tower fell, obscuring half of his face. It then crashed straight down, completely trapping Vigan inside. But a moment later, it shot up, soaring into the sky. On a rocky outcrop, person stood, while the beast and Loon looked down into the deep, bottomless pit created by the fall. Sun Quan did not hesitate and quickly jumped down with the rubble. He dove down and soon hit the ground with a thud. Sun Quan slowly stood up, his whole being radiating killing intent, his eyes glowing red in the darkness. Sun Quan looked at the scene before him, reminding himself that he needed to know where everything was heading. Then he closed his eyes again, thinking that he did not know what would happen, so he needed to focus on recovering his spirit energy. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, realizing something was different. Sun Quan slowly moved forward towards the rare light in this place. While walking, he thought, Even though he could not sense any demonic energy, the smell of blood was becoming increasingly overwhelming. What on earth happened here? Moving a little deeper, what appeared before Sazun Quan were towering pillars shining with ancient poison. He stared at what was before him, unable to believe his eyes. Are these all ancient poisons? If this is the case, then the number of lives sacrificed must be immense. Sun Quan exhaled, calming himself down. He reminded himself that what was important now was the blood ice crystal. First, Sun Quan would start searching for that. As Sun Quan was walking, he suddenly froze. In this space, where the smell of blood was thick, there was another strange scent. Sun Quan took a few shallow breaths, wondering what this was. This was the smell of blood, and it was clearly from someone Sun Quan dared not think about. His hands began to tremble violently. Then Sun Quan had to accept the truth, that this was the smell of Choa's blood. It was Choa's scent. He recalled the small girl from back then. Then Sun Quan lost control and shouted loudly. He did not understand why this smell was here. Sun Quan quickly rushed past the ancient poison pillars with chaotic thoughts in his head. Right now, there was only one blood demon beast in the world. Sun Quan shouted out Choa's name. He was so worried that he could hardly control himself. His calls echoed throughout the palace with no response. The ancient poison pillars stood there as the clearest witnesses to the brutality of the prophecy. Sun Quan's hurried footsteps splashed through the pools of blood on the ground, scattering them everywhere. He ran headlong forward, shouting Choa's name. Sun Quan was like a car with no brakes, continuously screaming, "Where on earth is Choa? I'm coming. Where is she?" Sun Quan quickly weaved through the pillars, searching for his beloved. You suddenly turned around and were startled to look behind. Then Sun Quan realized that Choa was tied up to a nearby pole. At that moment, her hair was disheveled, head lowered, and her body was covered in wounds. Sun Quan quickly rushed to her side. He reached out to gently touch her face, afraid that he might hurt her. After checking, Sun Quan felt a bit less scared. Thankfully, she was still breathing. He looked up and saw that Choa's hands were tightly bound above her head to the pole. Sun Quan gritted his teeth in anger, wondering what Choa had to endure. He then reached out to forcefully break the chains. Afterwards, Sun Quan carefully laid Choa against the stone pole. He looked at her, unable to understand why she was there. But above all, who was responsible for this? Just thinking about it filled Sun Quan's eyes with rage. After being freed, Choa slowly opened her eyes. Seeing this, he looked worried and gently asked, "Choa, are you awake?" Choa did not respond but timidly reached out to grasp the hem of Sun Quan's shirt. Now she finally spoke, her voice heavy. "Finally, I can see this face again." Choa looked up at Sun Quan, who was astonished. She looked at Sun Quan with her bright, sparkling eyes and said that she had never forgotten a single day since leaving Beach Sen and parting with him. Hearing this, Sun Quan was stunned and spoke in disbelief. Could it be that she has? She immediately hugged him tightly and whispered, "You have no idea how long I have been searching for you." Hearing this, he felt deeply moved, never expecting that Choa had been looking for him. Sun Quan remembered her small face and her clear voice. She would obediently listen to him. He also remembered the bright eyes of Choa when she called him Lundang Quan. Then Sun Quan seemed to realize something. Deep down he thought, so that is it. Only her appearance had changed. Choa was still the same as when they first met. Then Sun Quan held her close to comfort her. "All right. It has been a long time since we last met, Choa." But at that moment, he did not notice the darkness in her eyes. She whispered, "Isn't it? I had hoped it would not be like this." Just as Choa lifted her head, her bright blue eyes changed, and she radiated a dense killing intent. Then she used her claws to stab straight into Sun Quan's stomach, leaving him no time to react. Sun Quan was struck with a fatal blow to his abdomen and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The gentle Choa in front of him had vanished, replaced by a deranged being screaming like a madwoman. "I have never received a look of such deep affection from you. You made me feel something. Then went off to flirt with other women. I smile, but my eyes are full of rage. It is a pity. But it does not matter, because now I have you." Sun Quan now clearly sees who is in front of him, his body trembling in pain, unable to speak. Tianlong lifts beyond Sun Quan high with both hands, teasingly saying, "Why so impatient? Can you feel my hand inside your body?" Tianlong Ying crazily revels in the sensation of becoming one with him. Sun Quan struggles but can't move. The dark energy within him is causing him to lose consciousness. Eventually, Sun Quan can't hold on any longer and lets his hands drop. Seeing him faint, Tianlong exclaims, "I look down and see that this Sun Quan is indeed weaker than I thought." Then Tianlong Yi licks her lips, speaking with delight and satisfaction. "Now you can escape from me." She keeps Bingi Sun Quan suspended in the air, wondering what to do with him next. Stands far away, still shackled, tears streaming down her face at the sight before her. However, this time she is silenced, unable to say anything. Outside hens, everything remains peaceful, as if no battle has ever taken place here. Suddenly, a large crack appears in the gloomy sky, followed by more cracks. From these fissures, figures in cloaks emerge. A sorcerer holding a jar says, "From this moment, the ceremony of offering 108 sacrifices to connect with the ice realm will begin." The other sorcerers start chanting in an incomprehensible language. They mutter long characters together. Suddenly, small red droplets rise from the jar. Yet, in the next moment, those droplets shoot straight up into the sky, staining it red. Alongside the red cracks, thin black smoke begins to rise. The sorcerers, seeing this, raise their hands and laugh, sensing something approaching. The sky overhung sun has completely shattered, and the sorcerers loudly welcome the opening of the ice demon realm. The loon and earth beasts below are amazed, looking up at the sky. They have no idea what is happening above. Suddenly, the ground in the palace area shakes for a moment, then bursts open, and a figure flies up from underground. Teen Leng ascends into the air, laughing heartily, feeling exhilarated. Beside her is a bundle containing a person. Inside is Song Quan. The earth beast looks at the bundle next to Tien La Ing in shock, thinking, could this person be the benefactor? A sorcerer reports to Tien La Gang that everything is prepared, and she throws him the bundle. Tien La Yingyu orders him to guard it well until the ceremony ends, as it is her precious offering. Then Tien Lot In looks up. She is about to perform the sacrificial ritual. Grant me strength, Tien Lung states with satisfaction. The scene shifts to the ancient poisons she has collected beneath the palace. One poison, despite being shackled, suddenly opens its eyes wide. Then the other poisons awaken as well, as if their life force is being drained while white smoke rises into the sky, accompanied by piercing screams. The white smoke gathers towards Tien Lo Wang above. Everyone begins to panic. Oh my, what is happening? I am so scared. Beggar at the back laughed loudly. Finally, the day of the apocalypse has come. The world is falling apart. Another person responded, are you talking nonsense? The beggar shouted, from now on, this filthy world belongs to me. Let us destroy everything. In the distance on a rooftop, Triumphing Thin stood alone, observing the situation. Worried. That is the cold energy. It seems hard to break through the ice barrier now. But did they launch such a surprise attack? Trapping Thin bit his lip, thought for a long moment, then suddenly shot up into the sky. Trapping Thivin murmured, don't worry about worldly matters because life is born with birth and death. He placed his hand on his forehead and said, life is both dawn and dusk. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful purple light emanated from Triumphing Thin's forehead. A few seconds later, he transformed into a masked figure. Triumphing Thin's eyes were cold. Life is the path to death. One could say that to live is to die. He tightened his grip on the iron staff with both hands. Triumphing Thin shouted as the owner of the mask, I command you. Just as he finished speaking, a massive beam of light shot straight up. From that beam of light, a series of masked figures appeared one after another. Trapping Thivin's voice was filled with determination, vowing to sacrifice for the world's survival. An enigmatic figure stood across from him. Had they finally arrived? That person commanded decisively. Everyone, move out. A group of blood demons quickly broke through the invisible wall, and both sides began to shout loudly in unison. Eliminate them all. Immediately, both sides charged at each other in a fierce battle, neither side giving an inch. Various techniques were unleashed one after another. Some used firepower. Another fake face wielded a blade, striking down on the blood demons repeatedly. A blood demon charged like the wind at the fake face, as if wanting to devour him whole. The blood demon executed a secret technique aimed at the fake face. One blood demon laughed heartily, feeling exhilarated. Just as he was enjoying himself, a staff jabbed him right between the eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Trapping Thithan had appeared before him and struck the blood demon with his staff. The blood demons laughed and said, no one can get out of here. Trapathin calculated silently. Each of them had grown stronger due to the demon chain. He could control them, but his side would suffer heavy losses. He looked around and saw that woman absorbing the ice demon aura. Trong Thin felt he should not think too much and needed to target the first one quickly. He thrust his staff through the blood demon, aiming straight at the first target. Anticipating Trocking Thin's plan, one blood demon shouted, everyone, form a protective formation around the princess. Meanwhile, Trapping Thin rushed toward the target. Suddenly, a green light came from nowhere, blocking Trocking Thin's path, causing him to recoil and spit blood. So it is the Chimem Fiksa group. You can get any closer to that spot. The group of fake faces was astonished. Excellent. How did you get here? A Chimem Zexa member looked at them with dark eyes. Do you think you are the only one who can be the master of the fake faces? A bit regretful. But I have to eliminate everyone here. Those common folks below can be dealt with later. Trapping Thivin cursed in anger. Damn it. How dare you disrespect the oath? The Chimem Zex member replied nonchalantly. That oath was set by you yourselves. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Now, go die, he shouted. From now on, I will make your fake face perish. We will seek our freedom. At that moment, the sword within Sun Quan's body seemed to be purging the dark energy. After being purified, the sword regained its purity. Sun Quan remained still with his eyes closed. At this point, his consciousness slowly returned, and he opened his eyes. Sun Quan thought to himself that he was still awake. Thanks to the Kang Bro Ti Nahan sword absorbing the dark energy in his body, he unconsciously called out in his mind, Hafajian. Answer me. Sun Quan reassured himself. But he was still connected to Hakejan's soul. She only fainted from the dark energy. She will be fine. He felt foolish and naive for being drawn in by her image. Sun Quan wondered. Does the demon Sound Lasat know anything about her? The things only the two of them know. He suddenly caught a familiar scent, because this smell of blood is unmistakable. Sun Quan's eyes lit up. Is this for me being here? He thought to himself that he just needed to search first. Considering the current situation, Sun Quan observed the disguised blood demon, and also the Chimo snake. Finally, the barrier was broken. He started glancing upward and stared intently. Above, the celestial prediction was covered by a source of energy. Sun Quan discovered that it was indeed blood ice water. He felt pleased. Thank you, I have searched for that thing for so long. But now you have brought it right to me. Sun Quan did not think much and planned to snatch it, because this was the opportunity. He used all his strength to break the barrier. Next, Sun Quan used the instant teleportation technique. He quickly teleported to where the blood ice water was. Then Sun Quan quickly reached out and grabbed the blood ice water in his hand. A blood demon panicked. Could it really be blood ice water? He ordered his teammates to protect the princess quickly. Even though his body could not get close, he had to stop him. Seeing Sun Quan wake up, the celestial prediction exclaimed, My lord. Sun Quan held the blood ice water in his hand, shouting in anger. Where is it? His gaze turned furious. Where are you? After hearing that, the celestial prediction felt a sudden silence. Not saying anything more, black energy continuously radiated as her voice deepened. Why do you have to shout at me like that? While she was speaking, the black energy kept radiating. The celestial prediction's gaze was terrifying. Is that woman so important to you? At that moment, she screamed in pain as the barrier drained her blood. The blood demon thought that the barrier was draining the princess's blood, because there was no blood ice water. Sun Quan grew angrier, quickly answering, What have you done to her? The celestial prediction clutched her body in pain. You are too much. I am trembling. I am right in front of my lord. Can't you see I am in pain? Sun Quan looked at the celestial prediction with a cold gaze. Who is your lord? At that time, everyone felt the abundant spiritual energy coming from somewhere. Suddenly, the ground below exploded, and everyone was bewildered. What is happening? How could there be such ancient curses in an instant? What is happening down there? The stream of spiritual energy grew larger and began to swirl, the aura gradually overwhelming. A figure was slowly emerging from the stream of spiritual energy. A bright gaze shone. It turned out to be no one else but you. Sun Quan stared in astonishment for a moment before recognizing you immediately. A few minutes earlier, you were chained and tied to a huge pillar. You thought to yourself, it was so hard to meet again. You blamed yourself for this, thinking that if it were not for you, Sun Quan would not be in this situation. A tear fell to the ground, and you still silently blamed yourself. All right. It is all my fault that you were shackled to the pillar. Because from the very beginning, I was born with these cursed words. Suddenly her hand emitted light. Her gaze sharpened as her very existence was a curse. She used her power to shatter the massive stone pillar. She would curse those who had looked down on her. Curse everything. Even a single blade of grass would not be spared. She would curse the heavens, even if it was just a fleeting hope. Yet they gave her nothing. Not even herself. Furthermore, I also curse myself right now. Chi Moxe and Dying Nan are locked in a fierce battle. And no matter how much they struggle, it is all in vain. The fight is intense, with Jia Dying Nan at a slight disadvantage. Chimose shouted, I will kill all of you here. While fighting, Chimose suddenly turned to look in a certain direction. Chimose exclaimed excitedly, This scent. This sweet scent. The Chimosa all turned their eyes towards her. As it was hers, Chimosa crazily rushed towards her. I will devour her. I will devour her. I saw her first. She belongs to me. Do not touch my food. Blood Demon felt confused. What are you doing while fighting Jia in a hand? Are you all crazy? Sun Quan thought to himself. What is this? The smell of blood is getting stronger. The scent is so intoxicating that it clouds the mind. In front of him was the entire group of Chi Moxa rushing towards her. And Sun Quan was worried. This is bad. The Chi Moxa are rampaging towards her. Thinking that, he quickly rushed to stop them. Danger. Stop now. But it was too late. A blinding green light flashed from below. The green light hit Sun Quan's face as he rushed down. That vast light illuminated the entire sky, along with the astonished gazes of the blood demons. Witnessing the scene, Jia Dianhan was also terrified. With just a light touch from her, the entire group of Chi Mosa was frozen. Sun Quan was secretly frightened. In an instant, all of them were frozen. It was a cataclysmic fire sufficient to freeze even souls. He seemed to have guessed that her technique was Bai Vin Nahan Ho. She looked up as if watching someone. It turned out she was staring intently at the ghost Sound Lasat who was being protected. Seeing her, Song Quan felt a dark cloud over her face. In an instant she quickly lunged straight towards the ghost Sound Lasat, screaming wildly while releasing a vast source of energy towards her. Song Quan thought, has the white blood demon beast taken her blood to enhance its power? If so, then she would be swallowed by that power and could never return. He was determined to stop it before it happened. After saying that, Song Quan used the holy fire to transform into wings, flying quickly to block the ghost Sound Lasat. The collision between Song Quan and her caused a strong earthquake. Song Quan tried to reach through the barrier to get to her. He shouted loudly as if to wake her up. Stop it. He struggled against her sleepy, angry gaze. Wake up quickly. Song Quan shouted desperately. Look at me. You must stop before you are consumed by that curse. You used all your strength to awaken her. Can she hear what I am saying? Song Quan continued. The more that power is used, the more dangerous it becomes. Choa suddenly screamed angrily at Song Quan. Despite the powerful shout and energy, Song Quan still tried to defend himself, while Choa frantically clawed at him with both hands. You were in so much pain that your voice trembled. Song Quan quickly used his hand to push back Choa's power and shouted, Please. Choa. Choa withdrew her power and jumped back. Her eyes sparkled with a fierce killing intent as she looked at Song Quan. She hovered in the air, her fury radiating from her. Her spiritual energy was so powerful that even the blood demon and the disguised figure had to retreat in caution. Meanwhile, Song Quan still tried to move closer to Choa. Truong Thien silently wondered, what kind of situation is this? How could a woman like her destroy a clan with just one strike? Why is she confronting the great tiger? A disguised figure spoke up. Hold on. Let the disguised figure follow the orders of the unlawful master. The disguised figure continued. Let us see who survives this battle. Choa began to gather all her strength to unleash a powerful strike towards Song Quan. He secretly feared that through the evil phoenix's sacred fire, the cold energy would penetrate deeper into his body. If I stop Choa, it will only make her angrier. She is getting more and more ferocious. At this moment, Song Quan seemed unsure how to handle the situation. His expression revealed his worry. She is now being consumed by the curse. What should I do? At that moment, Choa struck again. Song Quan did not know how to save her. After taking a direct hit of cold energy, he felt nearly exhausted. Song Quan gasped for breath. Is it really impossible to go back to the beginning? At the moment the curse began, it was already too late. He thought to himself, do I have to kill her? With my own hands. Song Quan bit his lip. All right. If I do not want to see this world fall into disaster, I should let her live this terrible life, he continued to think. If I have to do it with my own hands, then I will. Suddenly, something fell onto his face. Tears fell from Choa's face. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. Were her tears filled with pain? At that moment, Song Quan understood everything. So that is it. She is trying to fight back. Seeing Choa rushing towards him, he said, You foolish girl. Song Quan gently said, Then all I need to do is hold you, and everything will be all right. Right. Choa immediately charged forward and pierced through Song Quan decisively. Blood from his body splattered onto his tear-streaked face. Suddenly, a golden light flashed before her eyes. Sung Quan quickly transformed back into a giant fox. He immediately rushed forward to embrace her. Sung Quan pulled her into his arms. It is okay now. Do not be sad anymore. This familiar feeling made her recall the memories of the past, when they were together. Her eyes softened. She trembled as she raised her arm, cried uncontrollably in Song Quan's embrace. Lang Quan. Lang Quan. He gently reached out to wipe her tears. Sung Quan softly said, You are all grown up now. Yet you still cry like before. Hearing Sung Quan's words made a cry even louder. Meanwhile, Kun Last was furious at witnessing this. She is furious. You can't touch her. She is my Lang Quan. Kuem Lasit screamed in a rage. She summoned dark energy that enveloped everything around. Then, Kuem Last sacrificed the blood of the blood demons. Fresh blood pooled into that dark energy sphere. Sung Quan quietly suspected that something was off. I have held the blood ice and saved. But Sezun Quan turned to look at her. You should stay here for now. But exhausted, had fallen asleep at some point. Just then, a figure appeared out of nowhere searching for Sung Quan. She shouted from afar towards Sung Quan. Are you okay? Seeing the figure, he felt relieved. That was Diang Zaiba bro. Meanwhile, the demoness Lasat's voice echoed. Well done. Release it from here, inside the magic sphere. She writhed, clutching her body and screaming in pain. The demoness Lasat looked up towards Sung Quan and saw him flying away. She felt a sharp pain in her heart. Lang Quan, if you leave me, where will you go? The demoness Lasat reached out towards Sung Quan. Please do not leave me. The earthman glanced back, not questioning that white blood demon beast. Does she know you? Sung Quan replied. We had a brief encounter, but it was a precious connection. He said this while looking in a different direction. Hearing this, the Earthman looked at him with a confused expression, thinking to himself, if that woman is the white blood demon beast who annihilated the snake tribe, and if the master had not intervened, Loon might have died along with the Chimoksa. Now she is trying to suppress her desires with a sweet fragrance. In front of Loon was a rare elixir, considered a treasure. A scream rang out. What is that? The scream startled Sun Quan's attention. Something black with lightning struck directly into Sun Quan's group. A wave of black energy crashed down to the ground. A stream of black energy suddenly descended from the sky. And from within that energy, a blue ball emerged. The ball rolled continuously on the ground and suddenly stopped. Surrounded by a lot of white energy, the ball slowly melted away, creating a hole on its surface. Sun Quan supported a while asking, is everyone alright? The Earth Beast replied, yep. Everyone is fine. Loon asked, what is going on? Suddenly, someone appeared in front of them. She was teen looking. She looked at them with her fiery red eyes and began to resentfully say, this is too much. I am close to dying, and you leave me behind. I was so sincere with you. Fine. I will just go ahead and kill. After all, my body won't die or live. It was born this way, so just kill. But if we can hold hands until the end, yep. As long as we kill them all, everything will be fine. And doing so, I can also develop greed to possess you. My Lang, she shouted fiercely. Get out of my way. Do not stop me. You are not worthy to hinder me and Lang Quan. A black sphere formed in the air, surrounded by countless dark energies. A masked figure asked Trofeng then, Sir, now that Chimosa has been exterminated, is not it the perfect opportunity for us to eradicate the demon path? Are you just going to stand there? A Tremering then replied, don't you see that the ice demon energy is moving? It is like a container full of gunpowder. If the demon path carelessly touches it, it will spread everywhere, and then Hansun will become a land of death. I am thinking. After all, I can't leave. I need to do something. The master must come here quickly. Looking at the sphere suddenly frozen, anxiety surged within him. What is going on? Since when did the black sphere stop moving? That black sphere suddenly cracked with fissures. Then all those cracks gradually spread across the sphere, and immediately a huge crack appeared, splitting the sphere in two. With light shining out from within, the sphere shattered into pieces, scattering across the sky, and around it, dark air began to rise. The blood demon was taken aback by the sight. Stammering. The demon. That is the ice demon. They all shouted in unison. The ice demon is taking form. The hand of the seer is gradually emerging, just like a human hand. The disguised ones shouted, we have to run. Before they could finish, the seer shot a glare at them, then unleashed streams of black air towards the group of disguised ones. They were thrown into panic by this unexpected attack. The seer's move was so powerful it could even lift an entire mountain range. She attacked while looking down at the group standing below her. Truong Thien was also shocked by the situation. He thought there was nothing we could do anymore. Things that should not exist in the human world have already come into being. The seer glanced down with her fiery red eyes, her face looking terrifying. The disguised ones over here were sweating profusely at the sight. Truong Thien yelled, don't back down because life is a path unto death. Remember what the master taught you and be a determined disguised Taoist to the end. Hearing this, the seer turned her head to look far away, where a figure was rushing toward them. The seer stared at it and quickly dashed toward it like a lightning bolt. All the disguised ones and Truong Thien were confused by this. Truong Thien exclaimed in puzzlement, constantly stammering to the princess. What is going on? The earth beast signaled for silence, saying, don't act recklessly. Just stay there. Sundring Quan thought in panic. This is too dangerous. It is very risky. Then suddenly he shouted, Earth Beast of the Golden Fate, please transfer your spiritual power to me. The Earth Beast asked, what do you mean? Are you going to confront it with that? Are you determined to kill her? Because if she lives, it will be very dangerous. Exung Quan shouted loudly, hurry up. The Earth Beast snorted, extremely worried about the coming future. She yelled, if you kill her, you will regret it for the rest of your life. A heavenly fire arrow was launched, the fierce flames piercing through the seer. But then the seer waved her hand. The fiery spark was deflected and shot straight up into the sky. As a result, the Earth Beast was extremely exhausted, slumping down to the ground. Sungrum Quan looked at her and thought, they say no living being survives this move. But then he thought of something and calculated in his heart. He definitely had to use it. Above the seer, many green lights appeared, causing her to involuntarily look up, and suddenly she was wrapped by those rays. It created an immense pressure on the seer. Swan Quan believes that by combining the power of the Golden Fate Beast with her own, it has grown larger. Even if she is unaffected by the Sixth Spirit Tower, she won't be able to escape. That is right. I can buy enough time this way. Her gaze sharpens as her claws scrape the ground, and she begins to unleash her dark power. The blocks that Sun Quan painstakingly created to hold the prediction down are shattered by her punches. He panics and says, the Sixth Spirit Tower. Then, From above, a jet of pure black energy shoots straight down to the ground. The beast pushes him away in panic. What are you dazed about? Sun Quan stares blankly at the scene before her. The beast says, you must survive. In response to Sun Quan's blank stare, then, that black energy tears through the beast's body. Before him is the sight of the prediction, having severed the beast's head. The beast's head falls, and Sun Quan can hardly believe her eyes. Even after her head has fallen, he still cannot look away. The prediction filled with killing intent stands behind. Sun Quan's eyes widen in shock. Golden Fate Beast. You think to yourself, she can still survive. She is at the spirit fate level. She still has one life left. Then, as long as her head is safe, there will be a way. The prediction seems to know what he is thinking, and she steps on the beast's head. Sun Quan helplessly witnesses everything. Even the beast's head disappears. Lun screams from afar in pain. But it is too late for everything. Tears stream down her face. You dare to kill my princess. She screams with hatred. I will kill you. With that, she transforms, her sharp fangs appearing. She rushes towards the prediction. Sun Quan cries out in panic. Do not do that. The prediction raises her hand slightly towards Lun and makes a move towards her. Sun Quan yells loudly for her to stop. He stares in disbelief at what is unfolding before him. Lun gets hit by this strike, her transformation slowly fading away. Until finally, only a clawed hand remains in front of Sun Quan. The prediction stares intently at Sun Quan, who bows his head in silence. She looks down at him from above, more arrogant, suddenly extending her hand with the dark claws towards him. Sun Quan's voice rises now, filled with rage. He growls. I told you not to kill anymore. Then an incredible power erupts from within him. The prediction is also taken aback by this. A beam of light shines towards her as he unleashes powerful strikes, breaking through the demon's defenses. The image of the beast appears extremely fierce. He enters the spirit fate realm, and his eyes burn with a violent flame. It makes the opponent feel a chill from this surge of power. The scene shifts to a very dark place. A voice arises. The unique technique of the three demons. Ong says, I have recalled the memories of the three demons' souls. It is a technique that can gather the power of the next realm in a short time. After hearing this, Sun Quan gasped. You think so? I suddenly leveled up due to nearly being killed. But is this really a spiritual technique? Hongan handed him the gem and said, now that you have reached purity, you can master this technique. I have inscribed the seal on this gem for you. Please take it. Sun Quan replied. Thank you. Hong continued. But since it is a high-level technique, if you overexert yourself, it could destroy the elixir. If you abuse it, everything you have trained for will definitely be lost, and your level will drop. Sun Quan seemed skeptical. Ong then said, that is obvious. In this world, nothing is just beneficial without drawbacks. Sun Quan retorted. So it is something to be discarded. Right. Who loses their level and can still use techniques. Ong pointed out that Sun Quan was skilled in the separation technique. How many elixirs do you have? Sun Quan asked back. It is not someone else's responsibility. So of course, I can speak casually about it. Hong John advised. Make sure to remember that the hardest time should only be used when your life depends on your awareness. The techniques unleash the phoenix's deadly flames. Below is an image of Sun Quan charging towards the fairy to attack. Another technique was unleashed with the tiger claw technique. A sudden surge of energy raised the fairy to the middle stage. A new technique was unleashed. The phoenix fiery suffering. Streams of golden light rushed towards the fairy. She gritted her teeth against the powerful light, then screamed and split the golden energy in two. Replaced by her dark power, countless holes appeared in the ground from the fairy's strikes. And Sun Quan was also hit by that technique. The lightning bolts caused him immense pain. He let out a few soft cries but bit his lip to endure. He sprang up, escaping from that battlefield. The fairy immediately grabbed him and charged forward. She had also collapsed, her hands bracing against the ground. Her body was now surrounded by dark energy. Sun Quan was also extremely exhausted. His body was electrified, smoke rising around him. He thought that only at the level of life could one feel such helplessness. In his mind, there was only one thought left. To survive. Then he gritted his teeth and said, come back to life. You are not the type to die easily. You can only die at my hands with all my elixirs. A lot of holes appeared on his back. He unleashed the celestial demon spike. Gathering all his strength, he and the fairy faced each other. Neither willing to back down, he moved his lips, reading each word of the level. The life tribulation. Sun Quan radiated a stream of spiritual energy. He slowly stepped forward, his power shimmering like a galaxy. While the deathly dark energy enveloped the fairy, she shot out black ink stains like paintings. Sun Quan stood in a very relaxed posture. He extended his hand, sending out a white streak of light. It acted like a protective barrier around her, causing her to lose control and movement. She crashed straight into the barrier. Sun Quan was very confident, thinking, if this is the power, then I can tear the bandit apart and kill you. A deep red killing intent shot from his eyes. Looking ahead, the enemy was right in front of him. The slash from the tiger claw technique created a long arc. It cut through her body. But the fairy showed no signs of damage. That also made Sun Quan a bit furious. Why did you use relentless execution to interrogate him? Why did you kill her? The slashes crisscrossed each other. And Sun Quan's cloak fluttered in the wind. You clawed your way toward Tin Long. Anger had overwhelmed Sun Quan's reasoning. The question of why was shouted repeatedly. The sound ripping through the wind emphasized his voice. Why did you kill her? The bright, deadly light made his body feel like it was drowning in darkness. Blood had splattered on her face from this side. Tin Long, with fiery eyes, screamed in response. That madness made you hesitate for a moment. Then a shadowy strike smashed down to the ground. Next, countless dark orbs appeared. Crackling with thunder, the balance of the spirit pills began to shift. 2 of them shattered like pieces of stone. Sun Quan also sensed that the spirit pill had broken. According to his calculations, he would have 7 left. At this moment, he could only vaguely see Tin Long's cruel expression. He noticed her body had been torn apart. So Sun Quan started to calculate. If so, the blazing fire of the sword in his hand was rising. Perhaps he thought he needed to be even stronger. Tin Long's pitch-black orbs were also rising. Right now, the blue flames were blazing fiercely. They easily incinerated the orbs. Her moves gradually turned into shattered stone. However, Sun Quan felt this speed needed to increase. She transformed into a jagged black streak, which he blocked with 2 cuts. But unexpectedly, Tin Long was actually flying out from behind him. This indicated she had reacted to the teleportation. A second later, Tin Long's entire body was thrown out from the oscillation. She then calmly executed her leaps. Sun Quan could only continuously slash at the dark orb. After finishing, he realized she suddenly reappeared. So yet another spirit pill shattered on him. Sun Quan was thinking to himself, even though her body was torn apart, she still charged forward as if nothing had happened. Moreover, she was getting faster, and at this rate, he would be caught up in an instant. The light shot was being struck by her. Choa was precisely the target she aimed for. He instinctively called out Choa's name in panic. Tin Long then realized this key point. It seemed all the focus was on Choa. Tin Long was straining to summon more power. The black whirlpool covered the sky, creating more dark orbs. Sun Quan had not reacted to that change in time. Only after finishing did he respond belatedly. He knew that if he did not stop her, she would be swept away. So he decided to concentrate all his spirit energy into the inner pill. That way, he would have the strength to surpass the realm. Then the phoenix of blue fire manifested. It looked enormous compared to her tiny black smoke. Tin Long lost control in her eyes, screaming as she charged. Sun Quan was not weak either. He used all his strength to confront her. Countless spirit energies were raining down from the sky, turning the poor ground into a target. That power is clear even from a distance. Truong Thien can't help but marvel. It is truly an immense surge of spiritual energy. That immortal seems like they could win, but the others are very frightened by this strange situation. They fear that if they go in, they will be infected. Ultimately, only one guess is put forward. It will be the end for those monsters. Back at the brutal battlefield, the cliff stands tall, looking as if someone has deeply chiseled it. The spiritual pills around have all shattered, and the sounds of sobbing echo from within the soul. Sun Quan was in a daze for a moment and thought, so this is the realm of pure spirit, losing 4 inner cores at once. The strength of the divine beast is indeed affected. However, this power along with the monster below the ground, the stacked rocks have been thrown aside. Its whole body still exudes an overwhelming strength. She flew in front of you. The light from her inner power shone on your face. Tin Long extended her clawed hand towards Sun Quan, her fingertips creating a small black sphere, which she then gently pushed aside. Sun Quan did not understand what that meant. They were standing and kneeling over there, while he remained motionless here. Tin Luong intensified the fierce fire in her eyes, and the black sphere gradually erupted with more thunder. It was aimed at the spot where he lay. Her finger thus transmitted more magical power. Sun Quan realized the current perilous situation. You were trying to tell yourself, move, you damn body. But right now, the black sphere was growing bigger by the moment. At that moment, the spikes on your head lit up again. Sun Quan immediately sprang up. You exerted all your strength to grab her hand, gathering magic. A bolt of lightning was striking down to the ground, but luckily, it hit the empty ground a few inches away from you. Sun Quan continued to struggle against the enemy. Your hand tightly grabbed her left wrist. You did not forget to warn her. Damn it. Who do you think you are messing with? If you have not killed me yet, do not even think about harming her. Tin Long maintained her emotionless expression, unfazed by the aura she was burning. You tightened your grip. Sun Quan growled. In the end, I can't strike against you, but that does not mean I won't retaliate. He then summoned the 10,000 poisons flame, crushing the poison vial with force, explaining that what was sealed was the 10,000 poisons flame. After pinning Tin Long down, the poison began to rise. The toxic gas seemed to caress her face. Suddenly, Sun Quan spoke in a deep voice, apologizing to her. The toxin on the ground erupted like a giant water spout. You did everything to ensure she would live. Sun Quan did not want to abandon her. Compared to being by your side, You thought she would be safer in her own embrace, so you sent her away. Moreover, Kwon promised not to forget what happened. The image of her growing up, becoming the master of the ice bow made you very happy. For you, that was more than enough until you crossed the fragile moment between life and death. Only then did you realize how important she was in your heart. After that, he went looking for her, following the traces she left behind. But she had turned into a wasteland. So he went to the ice palace to meet her. He did not know why, but something urged him to at least send her a greeting, not expecting it to turn into a bloody reunion. 14 years ago, he saw that she had not changed at all. In the end, Sen Kwon wanted to say thank you. So he had to save her even if it meant sacrificing himself. At that moment, Sen Kwon's nerves were awakened. Above his head, the anicap was flickering back to life, its blue flames contrasting with the fiery venom of Vin and Kegs. More accurately, Fi Yang Yap Than Ka was trying to take him, and he thought it was because she was protecting him. In contrast, Tian Long was corroded by the myriad of poisons, her body exploding with red flames. Sen Kwon felt a chill run down his spine in disgust. The poison was radiating flames like this. Could it be that monster? One of her limbs was still being burned by fire. But Tian Long curled up, taking on a strange posture. Sungren Kwon did not understand what the enemy was doing. The flames were still blazing, and Tian Long seemed to be gradually getting accustomed to it. Moreover, he could see she was still able to move despite being burned. Tian Long took slow, deliberate steps, and after a while, she collapsed in front of him. But it seemed her will urged her to continue, so Tian Long struggled to crawl again. She was nothing but a grotesque corpse, trying to attack against all odds. Her blackened arm was reaching out, and Sen Kwon's gaze turned sorrowful. Was this the end? Unexpectedly, that voice became soft. Finally, she could touch him. Did he know that? When she first felt Lang Kwon's touch on her hand, Sung Kwon seemed unable to believe what was happening. Do you remember just now when you held my wrist? Could it be that Tian Long softened her tone? Because there was nothing left to regret. Even if I die like this, it is still fulfilling. Just then, someone interrupted her, saying that she would not allow it. The golden light awakened the space. A circle appeared, shining directly at Si Taizong Ing. He looked down from above at the lifeless Fum Tron. That glance caused the collar to burn her. Meanwhile, Sen Kwon could only stand by and watch everything unfold. He was filled with rage as he spoke. Is it enough for you to just die after causing such a ruckus? That won't do. In his heart, Sen Kwon gradually relaxed. You have finally come, the great leader of the celestial realm in the mortal world. And this one is Iha Tianhain Mang, he said disdainfully. Once again, the Death Heads have created something bizarre. Just a bunch of mixed methods. And Tian Long was furious. But he continued to mock her. Whether alive or dead, they were just a bunch of hybrids. Because living was hell for you. So I will grant you an eternal life. A golden hole shone above Tian Eng's head. When it connected with the bottom part, it transformed into a cage. She screamed in pain, not wanting to, saying it would be better to let her die. Then she sought help from Sung Kwon. The golden light flickered once and then disappeared. Hein Mang was also turning to leave. And in front of him, the enemy disappeared. Sungren Kwon could not help but stare in shock as everything ended in a truly surreal way. You blame yourself quietly, thinking you should have been quicker. Then they would not have to die. Suddenly, Han Mang appears right next to you. A beast acting like a human. Right now, you are breathing a sigh of relief, are not you? Sesen Kwon sits before him, looking very small. And you painfully reply that it is too late. Seeing this, Hein Mang assumes you are trying to blame him. Sexton Kwon straightforwardly states that many people have died, including many of your own. His gaze at you is incredibly complex. Then Hein Mang says he has closely examined your footprints. He thought you would disrupt the world. He had seen you twice. And you broke every rule, using precious resources to level up without training, affecting the lower realm. Because of you, many people have died. Hein Mang thinks it is best to uproot the problem. But thanks to you holding off the monsters, his children are safe. In short, he will let you off the hook. But there are a few conditions. Hein Mang starts listing them. He does not know where you got the poisonous artifact that was sealed in Teal Loon. But now you have the task of sealing it. Do not set foot in Cao Tin again. Then Hein Mang raises his voice specifically. Go take the life of your woman yourself. The expression on Sun Quan's face stiffens. Your sister is being used as leverage. Instantly, you shot out in anger. What did he say I must do? Han Mang calmly replies that it is not needed immediately. What he means is that at some point, you will understand his intention. After that, Sexton Kwon gradually loses consciousness. Your sister has remained unconscious from start to finish. Now she has a companion lying beside her. Han Mang is not in a hurry to leave. At that moment, a man jumps out from somewhere. Trappen then respectfully asks, have you arrived, Great Master? Han Mang nods and inquires about the situation. According to his account, the deputy masters are working together to clean up the remaining demonic minions. This chaotic situation will soon be resolved. Hein Mang responds that the incident has occurred. But he still does not believe they could break the seal. Even trying to drag the 4 great spirit clans into it, it almost caused an irreparable disaster. And Hein Mang cannot deny that you helped them hold up very well. Chuang Thin hesitates for a long time, saying nothing. But it turns out he wants to ask how the matter should be handled. Perhaps he is referring to the issue with Sen Quan. Hein Mang knows you have made a significant contribution. He also believes you will follow his instructions, so he will observe you further. For now, he sees that you can still work for them. Then he orders him to clean up and leave. On this side, eyes filled with hatred are glancing around. As commanded, everyone needs to display their protective treasures. In a moment, countless soldiers are injured, fresh blood piling up, creating a moment of death. Large wings are spreading wide, and the ground is being smashed to pieces. A body not belonging to humanity slowly stands up. At the same time, another voice rings out. Horrifying indeed. It is truly the 10th calamity. Ven Lon Thich Kuvazong, are you here to break the siege? He called out the name of the tiger consort in a deep voice. Where is my little sister? On the contrary, he replied casually. Your little sister. The iron tiger appeared, its whole body bound in golden chains. He pointed at her as if presenting a product. And seeing his little sister injured, he felt irritated. At that moment, the red-faced man recounted how he was very annoyed because the Master of Fate told him not to kill. And since he could not do what needed to be done, why should he go capture that guy's little sister? But he did not expect to catch such a big fish as the Demon King. After realizing the situation, the Iron Tiger trembled and asked, Brother, why are you here? You should run away. On the contrary, her senior brother sadly said, Our clan has been destroyed. Everything we had, even my little sister, is being captured like this. Where can I go? Laughter echoed everywhere. Although they praised him for being cool, it was actually mocking. His wings were shining like quartz. Then suddenly, an explosion erupted from beneath the ground. In the hazy smoke, a slender figure appeared. And that person was Sun Quan. He was looking around from all sides. At that moment, he suddenly spotted the Earth Beast. And the two gradually closed the distance. After he closed his eyes, the Earth Beast began to glow. She found that expression very confusing. So he explained that even though she often caused trouble for him, he was very happy to see her again. The Earth Beast suddenly mentioned if he still remembered the last words they exchanged. After confirming that the other party remembered, the Earth Beast questioned why he was still playing these little tricks. He thought that when one reaches a dead end, there is no need to calculate anymore. The Earth Beast looked at him with empty eyes. Then, Quan had to speak up. I do not understand that either. But if I do not do this, I can endure it. The corners of her mouth had a heavy expression. The Earth Beast knew his personality well, so she decided to say it one last time. That action was done for her. She truly felt wonderful and happy. Then the Earth Beast urged him to let go of the burdens in his mind. Those words seemed to drill into his mind. After Yan Quan opened his eyes, he instinctively called out his name. She gently responded, Have you woken up? He softly replied with a hum, and then asked himself how long he had been asleep. In fact, there was someone who had been waiting until now. She wanted to relieve the thoughts in her heart immediately, but she knew she should let him finish his work first. She gently assured him that she would wait for him. Sun Quan confirmed that he would not go anywhere and would stay by her side. Her eyes brightened as she softly said yes. After a while, Sun Quan was walking along the outdoor wall. Although 3 days had passed, he felt peace had come too abruptly after experiencing life and death moments. Therefore, he felt a bit out of place, as if he were dreaming. And in that final dream, he did not know whether it was stubbornness or something else. Gentle moonlight filtered through the leaves. And Sun Quan entered the forest where someone was waiting. A familiar figure stood straight under the moonlight. And Qi turned around and said, You have arrived. Sen Quan politely replied. Yep. Then he began to tell that our clan had cremated and scattered the remains into this oak tree. The fruit that grows from it is called spirit fruit. It is sweet and soft, so it is loved, later made into wine, and no other wine can surpass it. It has absorbed the essence of the earth beast and grown into such a herb. It will surely bear fruit this spring. Sun Quan closed his eyes as if trying to grasp the meaning in his words. Ngutho suddenly criticized the ugly tree, but he shook his head. Then, he announced that from now on, he could go back. While his daughter's fate had already been sealed, there was no turning back. The two were sitting in a different space than before. Ingiki Fifth said that the outcome was exchanged for the blood ice water is about this much. Sun Quan closed his eyes to calm his mind. He reached for the glowing item on the table, then decisively walked away. But Ingiki tried to call after him. You can tell me when you figure out the heavenly law. And please do not worry about my daughter. As a four-moon wolf, it is natural to protect the benefactor. The door slammed shut. His shadow was etched against it. Inthi sat quietly in the silent room. He drank the liquid in his hand. A tear slipped from the corner of his eye. The sparkling droplets fell like morning dew. Someone was introducing that this is the stone room being used for cultivation. Although I brought you here at the request of the benefactor, you should leave this place. There are many others. Song Quan refused. He found this place very suitable. Seeing that he had made up his mind, the other person just reminded, well, if you need anything, just let me know. Song Quan and Ho Jian stood in the cave. The stored treasures began to be summoned, and the Kim Sam immediately jumped out one after another. He looked at them and said, it has been a while since I let you out. Kim Sam cleverly said, hello. Men Ho and Yang Ho greeted politely. He was also very surprised because during the time they had not met, Hola had grown significantly. Then, Song Quan got to the main point. From now on, I will step into the cultivation of the spirit fate. This stone room has plenty of space, suitable for you to cultivate. I will give you elixirs. So you need to make the most of your time. All of them obediently complied. At that moment, he turned to tell Ho Jian to go outside to talk privately. Song Quan then quietly asked, since when? Don't pretend you do not know. How much time is left? It turned out that the two were originally one entity, so he would naturally know all the secrets. Ho Jian bowed his head and then spoke. When the ceiling realm fully opened, my connection with Sun Quan was shaken. Perhaps it was from that time. It will be a long time later. About 10 years. You see, 10 years is really too short. Just a moment later, Sun Quan presented a small incense burner. Ho Jian cautiously asked, what is that? It turned out to be what he received from the elder of the Ph Palace. Among the treasures, many items can preserve souls, but this one can keep the soul intact. She guessed that was why he had angered the elder. Song Quan simply continued to say that he had known this day would come, but it arrived faster than he had imagined. It has been 100 years living in this world. Just 100 years. You think she should try to take a short nap? But Ho Jian immediately refused. She thinks prolonging the time is unnecessary. Ho Jian believes that entering reincarnation is not so bad. Who knows? They might meet again, and her existence, being trapped here with you, goes against nature. Now she thinks they should give up and accept the rules. Holding Sun Quan's hand tighter. The time for me to be powerless, just watching her slowly approach death, is over. I will definitely find a way, if that means going against the rules. I won't hesitate. Then, he firmly ordered, as the master, I command you to come inside. Immediately, Ho Jian began to lose consciousness. Before going in, she threatened that when they meet again, she would give him a slap. But Lel Danzheng probably would not stop absorbing souls because of that. After it was done, Sun Quan thought to himself, as much as it takes. Lodrung was showing that she had successfully trapped Ho Jian. He stood there watching his treasure for a while. Just then Cho spoke up, as you have said, it is all settled. Did not expect Cho to come here. A moment later, she gently mentioned that while waiting, she had prepared a feast, so he should enjoy it. Immediately, Sun Quan felt embarrassed as he found it a bit unfamiliar. He awkwardly replied, may I invite you to a drink? After he poured the liquid, she began to fill his cup. Just as he was about to drink, Ko hesitated and said, I have really wanted to do this for you once. Back then, I was young, so I misunderstood that Lang Quan had closed his eyes. She said she had always received from him without ever repaying him. Ko sincerely confessed that she regretted it, having been too foolish to resent him. But now, the misunderstanding has vanished. She felt very happy to meet her Lang Quan like this again. Sung Hong Quan realized that when she saw him collapse, she thought he was dead, but suddenly, she interrupted his thoughts with a question. But what is wrong with Lai Nai's son, the love beast that once saved me? Why do they act like they do not know? Do you know how much I suffered after that? He was a bit taken aback by her overwhelming emotions. He explained that he did not know until now that she was still alive. Looking at her master's image, he thought she was resolute on that path. Sessun Quan lowered his gaze and added, because the time we spent together was brief. Immediately, Ko rebutted that although it was brief, it was everything to her. Finally, Sessun Quan asked that question. How much longer does she have to live? Ko casually replied that the lifespan of a Fitin is 500 years. If nothing happens, that is about it. Sessun Quan replied straightforwardly, because she is also a master. She would know the difference between ordinary people and spirit beasts. I will be here cultivating a spiritual life equivalent to a human's fairy. If successful, my lifespan will be 2,000 years. Hearing him mention the wall of lifespan, Ko immediately promised to practice diligently. Next, you explained. I think it will be hard to achieve the spirit fate, but if we do, it would be great, compared to humans. Spirit beasts becoming stronger can be life-threatening. Even a small mistake can take everything away and end a life. Cho is very worried. She does not understand why you are so anxious. Dizeng Quan replied firmly. Because I have something I must complete. Before I met her, before having her, my path was already determined. If she stays by my side, that path will not be easy at all. Her heart felt heavy. Did he know about this? Time without a husband. She had lived like a dead person. She said she continued living with a desire for revenge, like a gasping corpse. Now that life has given her him again, she vowed not to let go a second time and was determined to practice diligently, no matter the path. As long as she was with Sen Quan, she believed she would be blessed by the heavens. He thought that fate was a frightening thing. Once entangled, it could not be ended or refused. Suddenly, the conversation shifted to this topic of wine under the moonlight. Right. He actively invited her for a drink. And that night became very long. The sun rose over the hills. After a night of confessing feelings over drinks, our couple was tangled up, sleeping in each other's arms. Chu was still drunkenly swaying. She did not know that someone's affectionate gaze was watching her. Sensing someone approaching, Susumu quickly stepped outside to check. It turned out to be Trenthav Thin. Sen Quan asked in confusion. What brings you here? He yawned as he walked. Triping Thin explained. You are out, Master Zai. I came because I have news to report to you. Hearing that, Sen Quan woke up and asked. What news? He tossed something to Sen Quan, saying, Take this. Sen Quan quickly caught it. Looking at the pitch-black stone in his hand, he did not understand. It is Trong Thin who answered quickly. It is the residue of viney chalked rum that has been petrified. I think through it, you can find his location. He still did not understand. Suddenly it dawned on him. You mean it exists as a life form? Triping Thin continued to explain, conjuring an image of a blazing red flame. It is not ordinary poison, since it has consciousness and will. Considering it a life form is correct. Sen Quan pondered over the stone, thinking, is it a flame with will? Handling it seems more complicated than I thought. Triping Thin interrupted his thoughts. Then you need to follow me to prepare for action, Sen Quan asked. What has happened now? He reminded Sen Quan. Why do you think I came all the way here? Because you agreed to the elder's proposal. So follow me. Hearing this reminder, Sen Quan seemed to recall something. The scene shifted to a dark place, filled with chained beasts that looked like hell. Sen Quan asked, is this place? But Trong Thin beside him explained. It is a place that holds the cruel beings disturbing this world. He glanced at the beasts tightly locked in chains. Those who disrupt nature or the masters who caused great massacres. Besides the furry beasts, they also capture criminals, dangerous and harmful to the world. Truong Thien leads the way, but suddenly he stops. They arrive, and before them is the Iron Tiger, chained and even missing one wing. She looks pitiful, as if she has been kept in the dark for too long. Sun Quan looks at the Iron Tiger, not knowing what to say. But it is the Iron Tiger who breaks the silence. He interrupts her, saying it is a bit strange that we meet again. Is not? She speaks while struggling to open her heavy eyes. I was just wondering why you let me live. I tried to understand why you spared my life as an example for other tribes, but I truly could not find the reason. But you are right, are not you? Sun Quan calmly asked. Why did you treat me well? I came to ask about that, the Iron Tiger responds. Is that why you spared my life? Sun Quan replies nonchalantly. I do not understand what you are saying. Your survival is surely due to Hoyantine to wanting to keep you. I came here simply to see you again as I promised before. She pauses for a moment and mutters. Your survival is surely due to Hoyantine to wanting to keep you. Sun Quan explains why he came here. I came here simply to see you again as I promised before. The image of the majestic tiger with horns and stubborn wings appears. The Iron Tiger explains slowly. Our ancestors had 2 pairs of wings and a pair of horns long ago. Sun Quan thinks to himself in doubt. Then they must have hidden the horns. She continues. Clearly, all the tiger consorts I have met have no real horns. So I offered you the chance to change fate. You look at the Iron Tiger and say, among the tigers I have met, you are the only one with horns. Her face darkens. I won't deny it, though I am the elder. I can't ignore the opinions of other elders. So I offered both. When you return, I plan to take full responsibility and atone for my sins. You still listen to what the Iron Tiger says. But now everything has disappeared. It no longer holds any meaning. After hearing the Iron Tiger explain, Sun Quan seems to understand everything. He turns to signal to Truong Thien. He steps forward and casts a spell to remove the chains. You are really lucky. The chains on her dissolve, and the Iron Tiger falls before the 2 of them. Sun Quan, with fiery eyes, says, from now on, you are free. All the other tiger consorts have been killed, so it does not matter anymore. You can move freely. She sits on the ground, coldly looking at Sun Quan. The Iron Tiger suddenly speaks. Elder Tiger. She gropes her hand on the ground and says, do you know the atonement and responsibility I mentioned? Her eyes shine with determination. It is to marry you and bear your seeds. The 2 men, their faces flushed, stumble over their words. What girl? Tato said seriously. I have not given up yet. There are many treasures hidden and many secrets created by our ancestors. I believe this is a marriage contract and I will devote everything. Please accept me. Sir, Tato pleaded. Please give me your seed. Sun Quan's eyes were red, wide open, wondering what was going on. Truong Thien turned red and looked away, while Sun Quan was embarrassed and held his head. She spoke up confidently, saying a man being a bit flirtatious is no big deal. A person next to her interjected. What is this guy talking about? Sita said so simply. Sun Quan sat down, cradling his head, saying, that is nonsense. Do not worry about it, she asked. Is that true? Taito remained determined to ask for the seed. All right, Since you already have a primary wife, I won't shamelessly ask for that position, she unabashedly said. Please let me be your concubine. The person beside her blushed and stammered. What are you saying, concubine? What about that? Tied ho. Seeming relaxed, said, if I am healthy, serving many children is only natural for a spirit beast. The response was absurd, but for humans, that was unacceptable. While the two women were arguing noisily, the wife was human, and the husband was a spirit beast. Why are you comparing human behavior with spirit beast behavior? Sun Quan sat to the side, holding her head, wondering what kind of situation this was. The scene shifted to another mountain, where vague figures were talking. Are you really going to be okay? One person replied. The fox, hands on her hips, said. Anyway, that guy has not been gone for long. He plans to leave me and level up alone. Right, Ong replied. If the dimensional barrier is opened, it will hibernate for about 100 years. But it feels like going through thousands of years in an illusory world suffering like that, the fox answered. But anyway, he is focusing on cultivation. Who knows? He might be about to reach the spirit fate realm. Even if I go find him now, it would only be temporary. He is not the type to wait for me. She closed her eyes and replied. I understand. So please return to your true form. After saying that, the fox transformed into a black panther with bright golden eyes. Ong looked at her mockingly. Miss, what do you mean by that? Why do not you transform back into your true form? It awkwardly replied. What? What are you talking about? This is my true form, she said nonchalantly. Why do you need to hide it? I saw it all last time. Ong said it so accurately that the fox had nothing to argue back. Finally, it agreed to transform into its true form. It really was a four-tailed fox that looked pitiful. Keep it a secret from Sun Quan. Okay. Ong did not care that the fox used a false true form. Didn't I already say? What do I gain from that? Well then, let us get started. As soon as she finished speaking, the formation was activated, and the fox was surrounded by the circle of the formation. Ong stood outside chanting spells. The formation was complete. She smiled saying, I will wait for that person. The fox grinned and replied, no need to worry. The mountain is now surrounded by the aura of the formation. The scene shifts to him standing there, lost in thought. Did Hefe approaches from behind to strike up a conversation, not knowing it might be the last time. Is she really planning to leave without saying goodbye? She responds, filled with emotion. I do not want him to see me. I want to give him hope, not a burden. Below the towering mountains, the two figures of the young women can be seen. He asks, but why are you here? She follows Lang Quan closely and replies gently, my husband asked me to do something. He wants me to stay by your side to protect you. She orders him around. Stay with me until Thine the finishes the formation. He politely responds. If someone at the spirit realm is protecting me, can I ask if that is true? I know you might already know, but you are stronger than Lang Quan. Right. Thid is a bit surprised by his question, but her lips unconsciously curve into a smile. Thid Heavy comforts herself, thinking that no matter what, if he knew these two women were steadfastly waiting for him, he would come back right away. The scene shifts to another place. Tianguite Bung, Sen Quan Jigo steps onto the mountain. As he reaches the gate, the tribe members rush out to greet him. The benefactor has returned. Benefactor, you are back. Ingiki Thich and a few subordinates come out to welcome him. You are back. Sen Quan replies. Yep. Thu says, just in time. All the preparations are complete. He instructs people to draw the formations while talking to Sen Quan. But you know we can guarantee we can borrow the power of the Neon, for the formation. He continues explaining. Because ascending to the spirit realm is a completely different matter. To prepare for the worst-case scenario, he asks Sen Quan, do you have any last words? Sen Quan smiles and replies, it is, let us start right away. And Kyuth begins to activate the formation. Yep. Let us start then. He takes a brush and draws a seal. The wolves in the tribe emit a snowy light, empowering the formation. The formation ignites with spiritual energy. Sen Quan stands in the center, absorbing the energy. Needing to focus and remember, Sen Quan recalls being engulfed in darkness, with a hole in his chest. At that moment, he saw Long Trine issuing orders down below. He must revive that feeling. After the formation successfully activates, lightning strikes down from the sky. Many years later, Chu is on her way to Tianguite Bung. The people there recognize her. You have arrived. Chu replies. Yeah. Nothing special. The guards respectfully say. Yep. Since we are on watch, nothing has happened. Are you going up the mountain? One of the guards asks. Has it really been the 30th year already? The other one marvels at her persistence. You have not missed a day. Does he really climb the 4-moon peak every day? Who would be foolish enough to do that? He is advancing alone. A delicate figure was shrouded in mist. She was looking up at the mountain lord floating in the air. Practicing, his body was like he was in hibernation. She looked at him with eyes full of longing. She did not know when Taihu had arrived. She stood behind, watching him, finally leading him down the mountain. She turned to look at the mountain where the mountain lord was practicing. alone in the vast mountains. Suddenly a light radiated from the four-moon peak. She was startled and turned back. She could not help but hope that light was from the mountain lord. That it was the four-moon peak where Lang Quan was training. She was full of anticipation. Could it be him now? She immediately rushed toward the mountain. As she rushed toward the mountain, she thought, Finally, Lang Quan's Taihu wings have healed. She could fly back now. She called out, Madam, grab my hand. She also saw Toho, reaching out to grab her. They both flew toward the mountain. As soon as she landed, her mind felt foggy. She stared in surprise at the figure in front of her. It really was the Mountain Lord. He had successfully trained and awakened. They stood facing each other. And the Mountain Lord also called out to her, Choa, why do you look so thin? Her eyes were misty because he had returned, and she joyfully rushed to embrace him. The scene shifting to somewhere else. In the evening in a village. There was a place called the Ice Palace of the Underworld, where someone called out, Hey Phaethan, I heard the master of our palace has arrived. Phaethan turned back with sharp eyes. He lifted the veil and opened the door, revealing a man with long white hair and a guard. Phaethan respectfully said, You have arrived. Sir Tuthuk put down the book and replied, It seems I have found someone named Luk Fuong. Is that? Then he turned to look at Phaethan, frostily asking, Where is Bach Lian? He awkwardly replied, I went with Bach Lian to that place. But that coward vanished. But you knew that after becoming a benefactor to the Thai school. He started planning to escape. Hearing the unwanted answer, Tuthuk became furious and kicked Phaethan. He stepped on Phaethan's chest and cursed, You worthless scoundrel. Can you lie so blatantly? 20 years. Nearly 20 years. Wasted time because of a foolish fairy wandering around. TV Thafe glared. An aura so intense it could suffocate others. But still, after exchanges with Bach Lian, you were accepted into the group. Can't you at least handle this properly? Phaethan struggled to respond, as the old lady had assigned to Thasi to follow Bach Lian. But if he let the old lady choose like this, he said. So what if I know? He widened his eyes in shock, his gaze still dark as he said, Even if she loses limbs, as long as she is alive, it is, to the old lady, Bach Lian is just an unripe medicine. Teeth smirked savagely, thinking that once the old lady chose her, it would not matter if she became my plaything. He turned away, feeling frustrated by the waiting. It was time for him to take action. Teeth licked her lips, looking quite eager. Wait for me. Bach Lian. I will be there soon. Back with Sen Quan's group. There were people waiting for them from a distance. Over there. Finally. You have returned. Sen Quan spotted 3 figures waving at them. Sen Quan is here. But you did not recognize them. You are Men Ho and Ja Ho, standing here early. You have reached the realm of spiritual life. You have successfully shortened your training time. Sen and Quan. Vinsum stood beside him, laughing. I knew you would return safe and sound. Vinsum Sen Quan smiled in congratulations. Seeing that you all have transformed into human forms, you must have ascended to the realm of purity. Right. Men Ho expressed her gratitude. It is all thanks to Sun Quan. And Vinisum and the others wish to join you. Sen and Quan. Now, no matter where we go, we can be your right hand. However, Sen Quan declined. Thank you for your kind offer, but for now, it is not necessary. Now, shall we head home? Hearing Sun Quan say this, they were taken aback. Yep. You mean now? Right. Sen Quan replied, Exactly. You are looking forward to it. Let us return to Bich Sun. The majestic Bich Sun basked in brilliant sunlight as night fell. As Sen Quan approached Ingpasitha to greet him, it has been a while, has not it? Ingakitha was preparing to reward him when he was surprised to see him. Sen Quan. You are back. He was even more surprised to see Sen Quan's obvious changes. This is definitely someone who has surpassed the realm of spiritual life. I could sense your power from afar. Sen Quan politely replied. How can I compare to the master? Are you comfortable in this position? Why are you sitting here? Infi responded. Because today is a very suitable day for stargazing. I see. Ninithi handed a bottle of wine to Sen Quan, saying, Take this. Sen Quan agreed, saying, Okay. As he poured the wine, he added, This has been aged for about 30 years. I guarantee its color and flavor. Ninithi explained the origin of the wine. After cremation, I placed its ashes in this oak tree. This oak will absorb the ashes, grow, and bear fruit, which is called Detring Musi. Sen Quan looked at the wine glass in his hand, silently evaluating it. If you soak this fruit in liquor and drink it, there is no more famous drink than this. You down the whole glass in one go. Ngiaftha spoke up to ask. Right. Are you leaving now? Sen Quan set down his glass and replied. Of course. Because I have my own dreams and promises. He looked at Ningvich and said. The wandering fairy is just a cloud drifting with the wind. He closed his eyes, acknowledging. Yep. That is the true meaning of the wandering fairy. Under the moonlight, they enjoyed their drinks and chatted, moving from place to place, creating many fateful connections. Let us have another drink. Sen Quan did not refuse and replied. Yeah. The scene shifts to another mountain. What just flew by? A house with a few people sitting on it excitedly exclaimed. Indeed. It is a flying treasure. It is Vin and Sam eagerly coming back to talk to the two. Along with Jaho and Manhwa. At this rate, we will reach Butch Sun soon. Right. Manhwa behind replied. Because of the pig from Manhotan's son. We had to leave Bach Sun without knowing it would take a long time to return, apparently. Sen Quan was also with them. He closed his eyes and said, that is what I mean. Those 40 years of Bach Sun. However, Sen Quan looked disdainful and turned to ask Tratong then. Why are you following us? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned to stare at him. Tratong then blushed, coughed a few times, and explained. It is an order from the Grand Master. Do you think I want to do this? Sung Kun had a face that reflected disdain towards Tratebing then. I see you have nothing better to do. What do you think I am doing? I am just a wandering fairy. Suddenly, he lowered his face, and his voice became serious. Do you know what the common point between you and me is? It is daring to speak the unspeakable thoughts of the Grand Master. Sen Quan did not care about what Tratong Thien said, and turned to everyone. Don't he mind that sorcerer? Just treat him like air. This made everyone burst into laughter. While Trungta then was left speechless in anger. Thidha stood with an aura of terrifying hostility, threatening Trakung then. If you want to follow, then go ahead. But I hope you won't come into my sight. Because I do not know when I might strike if my gaze lands on you. Hearing this, he broke into a sweat and forced a smile, while her hostility continued to radiate. Sen Quan sighed, wondering why she followed them all the way here. Thidha retracted her hostility and asked, what is Beach Sen like? So Sen Quan calmly recounted. Though it was not an extremely special place, or a famous sacred mountain, it was a quiet place very suitable for living peacefully. A sweet voice said, that is also where I first met Lang Quan. Thidha frowned upon seeing the two act affectionate, and added, so it is a place worth looking forward to. Trakung then suddenly looked at Sen Quan seriously with a curious gaze, thinking, yep. What do you mean? Trakung then recalled standing on the mountain talking to the mysterious old man, who was floating in the air. I understand why you let him go. But if I accept your offer this time, will I have to keep an eye on those beasts? Why do you have to pay special attention to that guy? The old man replied. Based on his current level, the abilities that came naturally are starting to fade. Normally, if one increases their level, a regular person would not be able to handle such immense spiritual power. Or perhaps it would unlock abilities deep within their mind that even they themselves are unaware of. According to the mysterious old man's account, images of the mad Taoist, as if possessed, showed that those Taoists once known as sages had turned into slaughtering saints. Among the beasts that had committed vile acts, one would become a saint among saints. An image of a beastman wearing a robe radiated a celestial air. At this point, the old man began talking about the mountain lord in the form of a tiger and a human. Look at how that guy is developing. It is truly miraculous. Right. Originally a beast, yet he exhibits a more human-like demeanor than anyone else. Trakung then exclaimed. Could his level be comparable to the Grand Master? The old man calmly responded. That does not make any sense. That is just a very ordinary level, even for a beast or a Taoist. The old man continued. That is why we need you to keep a close watch on him, not to supervise, but just to keep an eye on him. And in his heart, the old man thought that if it were you could treat him with unbiased eyes. The image of the mountain lord was full of vitality. The house soared through the tranquil night. Upon arrival, Thidha admired the scenery and suddenly turned around. The tall houses stood amidst the mountains. Thidha looked up, still seeing the serene landscape. 6 figures stood gazing at the scenery. One spoke. This place is really peaceful. Is not? Avinasam was astonished by the changes in Beach Sen. This is clearly Bech Sun. Both Ho and Manhwa were equally stunned and speechless. Can someone speak up? What has happened here recently? She turned to the mountain lord and saw him radiating killing intent. Lang Quan, you are very angry. Despite marking the mountain as your territory, you have encroached on my land. That is a provocation to me. And it implies that he intends to seize my mountain. His eyes were bloodshot. Who are you? The one daring to challenge the master of Bach Sen. Thidha looked at the mountain radiating spiritual energy and firmly said. Contrary to what I have heard, the spiritual energy felt in Beach Sen is truly remarkable. She looked at Sen Quan and said. It is amazing that such spiritual mountains have gone unnoticed for so long. Sen Quan, cold and expressionless, gazed at the mountain. In his heart, he recalled the time 40 years ago when he absorbed the phoenix's evil fire, which had drained Bach Sun's spiritual energy. At that time, Sen Quan stood alone facing a black phoenix. After defeating it and watching it vanish, Sen Quan realized that this was indeed the true form of Bach Sen. The flag flutters in the wind. While Bach Hai and Sen Quan continue their inner dialogue, 40 years have passed. And while it is not strange for only one sect to emerge, there is something that worries him. Lin Hai. The image of her holding a sword in her arms, her body covered in wounds, appears in Sun Quan's mind, though he shows no emotion on his face. He is deeply worried inside. I entrusted the responsibility of Bak's son to her so she would have a reason to keep living. Back then, this mountain was just an ordinary mountain. But now all I can do is hope nothing happens. Sun Quan leads the way with confidence. First, we need to find out who the master of Bach Hai is. On the mountain, a spirit beast is wielding a whip, shouting at the enslaved people. Hurry up. You humans, they keep threatening. You pathetic turtles. If you do not want to be caught and eaten, move faster. Ming Ho exclaims in shock. A spirit beast. I thought humans established the sect. John Ho beside her can't help but comment. Why are there only spirit beasts? Aren't those people from the bitch village? Sun Quan can't believe the spirit beasts are committing such brutal acts. A spirit beast stands on the platform, pointing at Sun Quan and his group, shouting, "Wait, what are you standing around for? If you do not want to die, move it." He jumps in front of the spirit beast. Surprising it, Sun Quan uses magic to bind the spirit beast with bloodshot eyes. You demanded, I asked, where is the girl who protected BH Sun? Live in High. Sun Quan used his fierce gaze to intimidate the beast and pressed on. Where is she now? The beast, sensing Sun Quan's overwhelming power, trembled and replied, I do not know. I came here later and only managed the human slaves, not receiving an answer. But Sun Quan was tempted to blow up the balcony. The slaves in the distance heard the loud explosion and turned to look. They kept asking each other, what was that? The alarm drum sounded, and several beasts gathered, shouting, intruders. All beasts of Bach Hai. Gather up. They charged towards Sun Quan like a fierce, savage army. One of them looked at Sun Quan and disdainfully said, Is that all you have got? Is that really all there is? You glanced at them, your body radiating killing intent. You commanded, without needing anyone to step forward. Sun Quan approached them alone and asked, I will ask each of you. Does anyone know the girl named Lin Hai here? The beast, still unafraid, arrogantly replied, You are a bunch of crazies with nothing to back it up, invading Bach Hai and spewing nonsense. It ordered the beasts behind to act quickly. Do whatever you need to. Capture them all as slaves, Sun Quan coldly said. I just want to hear the answer. You are about to witness me taking down these clueless beasts myself. From now on, I will personally find her, the beasts growled, charging forward, while Sun Quan's red eyes betrayed his anger. Suddenly, an eerie voice echoed in the space. Feeling it, the burning spiritual energy was unforgettable. Finally, you have arrived. A cloaked figure who could be the leader of the beasts. Alone, the Sun Quan faced all the beasts, stepping over their corpses, his body radiating astonishing spiritual power, causing the other beasts behind to tremble. Sun Quan looked at them with a piercing gaze, and the frightened beasts stammered. Monster, we are not capable of anything. Run. Run away. Before they could finish, sharp tentacles shot out and pierced the beast, which collapsed instantly. Sun Quan assessed the tentacles. With just a swing, the beast was torn apart, revealing it to be their leader. Angrily, the leader shouted, You worthless trash. As the gatekeeper, you could not even handle one of them. The beasts trembled at the sight of him, calling out, Lorun. The Sun Quan looked at him fearlessly and asked, Are you the master of Bach Hai? Then you must know. Right. Where is the girl who has been protecting this place? Inga Lan, with purple eyes, emanating the dark aura of a villain, said, You have not changed at all. Have you? That is why I could recognize you in an instant. Sun Quan asked, You know me? I do not know who you are at all. He does not care and says, That does not matter. Soon you will know who I am. He then learns the whereabouts of Lin Ai and says, The girl you are looking for must be the one who wielded an old sword. Right. He smirks and says, Let us. What have I done to her? Nugo Lan speaks as she pulls out a treasure from her person. In your hands, you took the lives of my ancestors, Ingo Dan, and my father. Go to. Guess what I have done to her? At that moment, Sun Quan rears back on his horse. Ingo Dan. Could it be Ngo Tuan Mountain? He swings the treasure towards Sun Quan and shouts, That is right. I am the last remaining bloodline of Ngo Tuan Mountain. Nugolan Van Sam looks at Ngolan in disgust and asks, What is that thing? Thiet Ho, who has been observing, has figured out how many treasures are wrapped around him. She looks towards Sun Quan and Nugolan and thinks, feeling an insanity that goes beyond obsession. Nugolan charges to attack first, but does not see Sun Quan. Did you avoid me? You are still pretty quick. Sun Quan flies up above, and Nugolan below sarcastically says, But what will you do about this power? I have lived these days in longing for your death, even giving up my own image. Sun Quan says, At this rate, Bak's son will be destroyed. Saying that, he activates a technique to break the timeline, transporting the guy to another space. If so, it will be difficult, so let us move to another space. The guy is astonished and says, Illusion technique. So you have reached the realm of spiritual life. At this moment, a pair of glowing red eyes appears behind him. Surprised. Right, the Sezin Kwon unexpectedly attacks, catching Nugo Lan off guard. He grabs the tentacle on the guy and angrily says, "That day I thought I had burnt all the pigs of Ngo Chuan. But it turns out there were still survivors." The tentacle in Sun Quan's hand is crushed with force. But he grits his teeth and asks the guy about Lian Nai's whereabouts. "I still have not heard your answer. Where exactly is Lian Nai?" Despite being hit, Nugo Lan still arrogantly says, "Don't get too cocky just because you have destroyed one treasure implanted in me. Because I still have countless treasures left." The guy sneers, saying, "But I will be generous and tell you. The woman you are looking for is still alive, being related to you. She can't be allowed to die easily." Nugo Lan keeps provoking him. "That woman is around here, so find her for me." Sun Quan, without a ripple on his face, says, "Why make it so complicated?" As he speaks, his image fades into nothingness, forcing you to give me the answer. Nugo Lan still has not processed the situation in front of him. The guy is guessing about the illusion technique. He also begins to unleash his moves, the tentacles gathering strength to strike from over there. Right. The image of Sun Quan appears hazily, and Nugo Lan launches a direct attack on Sun Quan. The guy laughs wickedly and says, "You did not expect that among the treasures I have. There is a useless transformation array." "Did you?" Nugo Lan throws a finishing move. "These silly transformation arrays won't affect me at all. This illusion is enough to kill you, sorcerer." With that, a beam of purple light descended, shaking the very space. Not stopping there, Nugo Lan charged at Sun Quan with a knife. "I will tear your fragile body apart piece by piece." One slash pierced through him. He laughed triumphantly. "This kid won't leave you alone until he drains all your blood." How pathetic. Before he could laugh for long, Nugo Lan was taken aback. Yet Sun Quan still stands there unharmed. "And you are blocking my knife with one hand," Sun Quan mocked him. "Don't you know that no matter how strong the implanted treasure is, it can't surpass your own realm? Do you even know what my realm is?" With that, he crushed the knife, tearing apart the guy's tendrils and shouted, "It is the realm of the soul." Nugo Lan cried out in pain. He clutched his bleeding wound. Zero could not help but gasp and stutter. What is this power?" Nugo Lan was sweating. "I have surpassed the realm of the soul before. There is no way anyone can possess such power." He looked at Sun Quan with difficulty and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Since he had used illusion magic, the outside world could not see what was inside. Only a large swirling column could be seen. Anyone watching could not help but worry for Sun Quan. Thit 8 looked at A and comforted. "You do not need to worry about your husband." In response to Thit He's comforting words, she replied, "Although Lang Quan is at the realm of the soul, you see, his opponent has countless treasures. Thit A insists that if it were a normal soul realm, then we would need to worry. But your husband is no ordinary person." At this moment, something flickered in her eyes. A memory suddenly came back. Thit A crossed her arms and thought, "Even someone at a higher realm is not easily defeated." She thought of Sun Quan, a man resembling a monster. Inside the battle between Sun Quan and Nugo Lan, the ground was littered with bizarre objects. He stood looking at Nugo Lan and asked, "You see, I have torn apart most of your treasures, have not?" Looking at Nugo Lan kneeling on the ground, Sun Quan taunted, "Look at you. So pathetic. I have only just torn your treasures apart. Truly a fool. Relying on tools instead of nurturing his own strength." Nugo Lan's face darkened at this point. Sun Quan stepped forward and asked again, "So let me ask you one more time. Where is Lin Hai?" He squinted and did not answer. Outside, the enslaved people had gathered. Standing in front to ask if she was the companion of Sun Quan, she gently replied, "What is the matter?" They suddenly became excited and joyful. "Oh wow. It is just as Lin Hai said. Sun Quan has come to save us." Hearing information about Lai, A lost her composure and asked, "Do you know Liva Nai? Where is she now?" An old woman slowly replied, "She sacrificed her body for him in our place." In her farewell words, she told us to hope and wait for Sun Quan to come save. In Sun Quan's mind echoed the voice, "We beg Sun Quan, please save her from that monster." Nugo Lan suddenly laughed wickedly and pulled back his cloak. "Come here. I am the girl you have been searching for all this time. I turned her into powder and infused it into this body along with other treasures." Zangland. "Although I can't use my own power to avenge my fallen clan, I won't die easily." He wore a victorious smile, arrogantly declaring, "I have to let you taste that feeling." Sun Quan was still shocked that Nugo Lan had hidden Lin Nai within his own body. What would it feel like to lose someone so important? Perhaps he wanted to share eternal destruction with Lin Hai. A golden light flashed, and Nugo Lan found himself unable to move, unable to comprehend what was happening. He panicked at the sudden halt of time. His skin prickled as Sun Quan unleashed his ultimate strike. Sun Quan coldly said, "I let you waste your strength." He was freezing Nugo Lan's time in place. "The grand ultimate technique of pure spiritual energy," he said. "Are you trying to purify spiritual energy? This is a technique that only those at the final realm can use. How can you? He approached Engi Lan, slowly pulling Lin Nai from his body and said, at that time, I bled a lot too. Lin Nai's body gradually floated towards him. My people were also harmed, with wounds that cannot be erased. And I lost those victorious days that can't be turned back. He stood like a high judge delivering a final verdict. This is all you're doing. I can't sit back any longer. Sen Quan declared, if you wish to die, I will let you go alone. With that, a vortex appeared, and he trembled, stammering. It can't be. Engi Lan was sucked into the endless vortex, leaving only echoes of his cries. That bottomless vortex, destroying Engi Lan, caused the illusion to vanish. Sen Quan held Lan Nai in his arms and gently landed. At this moment, he felt exhausted, thinking, I only mimicked the technique of the array, yet my spiritual energy is already depleted. Luckily, I have not lost the spirit pill. Sen Quan looked at Lin Nai in his arms. And thanks to that, the people around cheered. Lin Nai is back. That must be Sen Quan. Right, Sen Quan has saved Lin Nai. Seeing Sen Quan and Lin Nai safe and sound, Chua breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward. You saved Lin Nai, he asked. But what about the chaos? The spirit beasts spoke among themselves. I can't sense Engi Lan's aura. Another spirit beast replied. Could it be that Engi Lan was taken by that person? Sen Quan turned to look at the spirit beasts with sharp eyes. They trembled at his cold gaze. One said, if it has come to this, we all kneel. Please accept us. So Sen Quan and Chua pondered over them, both stunned. Sen Quan was surprised to see him pretending to know nothing, while holding the girl in his palm, listening to the insults. What the hell are you talking about? An angry man shouted. How can you still have the face to beg Sen Quan to accept you? Someone nearby echoed. Have you forgotten the things you have done? The beast pleaded desperately. We did this just to survive because that Engi Lan threatened us. If we do not listen to him, he will kill our entire clan and family. Now we have nowhere to go, so please accept us, sir. Those men won't leave us alone, trying to expose us. How dare you speak such deceitful words in front of the Mountain Lord? Who could believe such nonsense? The Beast Legion insists they are not lying. It is the truth. They continue to influence the Mountain Lord's spirit. Mountain Lord, you can't let those guys get away with this. Amid the criticisms from those close to him, the beasts vowed they would never do such a thing again. The Mountain Lord, holding someone in his arms, shook with anger, wishing they would just die. The voices still have not stopped. Please forgive us. In the twilight of the mountains, you gave a firm order. Get out of my house, all of you. The sky is blue and the mountains are deep. Everything has returned to its rightful place. You stood alone among the trees and grass, gazing at the sky and earth. Years have passed since the Mountain Lord returned to Bh Sun. Finally, you decided to accept the spirit beasts that Engi Lan had lured away. But Big turned back, leaving a ban in doubt. There are still many rooms available that can be used. So we can't let this magnificent building be abandoned like this. The one who replaced them to guard it, Live in High, woke up a few days later. You never anticipated that Butch Sun would become Line Sen and entrusted it to that child. Surely, she has endured a lot of hardships recently. You performed the energy transfer procedure for her. The Mountain Lord was imparting all the supernatural techniques and elixirs he had to the girl. Since she has spiritual awareness, she will surely ascend to immortality. The villagers formed long lines carrying various clutter. Waiting. Their unified voices startled the Mountain Lord. Please accept us. Many people secretly disguised themselves among the villagers of Bech to become disciples. Just dealing with the spirit beasts is already a headache, yet even the humans are unbearable. Lin Hai pressed her two fingertips together to form a small peak. The Mountain Lord understood. But there was no other way. He had to rely on the help of his only beloved disciple. Live in High. It had to be this way. The scene of spirit beasts and humans happily sharing food was joyful. But the presence of spirit beasts and humans made Bh Village noisy all day. When the beast received the baked cake, it immediately crumbled due to its clumsiness. Because they are fundamentally two different species, aside from the happy times together, there were inevitably conflicts. The incident with the cake made the girl burst into tears. The Mountain Lord concluded. In short, it is a nuisance from those annoying creatures. Shifting scenes to the water. The group of Hole had returned to occupy the space at the lake. The eggs they produced after leveling up would be beneficial for practitioners. Just like elixirs, in the barren land, a flower bloomed miraculously under care. Vensum also began to plant spirit herbs. Although he could not check everything right now, once his spirit herbs were planted in the ground, they would grow quickly in no time. I once sneaked in to steal the sacred wood. Song Quan stood in the middle of the enchanted forest, reflecting on recent events. He sighed, and when he turned around, he saw her approaching, looking worried. What are you thinking about? Lang Quan, Song Quan said. I just remembered that one day a little girl suddenly ran up to me. Thanks to her, I ended up carrying a whole pile of luggage. She chuckled. Consider it a punishment for how you abandoned me. His gaze softened. Her lips turned a deep rosy hue. The two lovers shared a tender moment in the heart of the mountains. When a bird perched on a branch, They both felt a deep sense of peace.
Yep.
If only time could just stop right here. Can I ask if you are leaving again? He replied, it seems so. Since Bae-sun is somewhat stable now. She was quite troubled. Before leaving, how do you plan to talk to teacher Theat-ho Luck? Seung-kwan did not understand. What about Theat-ho? What am I supposed to say? She got angry and pulled away from his embrace. Men really are all the same. That is someone who has waited for you for decades. You need to consider their feelings. Seung-kwan's eyes widened. What? What did you just say? She closed her eyes sadly and said, I can accept it, though it would be a lie to say it does not affect me. But a person who has lost everything and has no ideals is no different from being dead. I asked, please take her in. Her hair fluttered gently, asking him to be the light for her as he once was for me, the red-robed. White-haired figures relentlessly attacked the spirit beast. Their strikes precise, causing it to bleed. A pair of sad cream-colored eyes could barely withstand it. Along with the plea, my sister. Blood splattered everywhere. Theat-ho's eyes were filled with despair as she sat up, gasping anxiously, sweat pouring down. A cry that tore at her heart. Brother. On the other side, Seung-kwan felt astonished. She had insisted she would never accept her. I did not expect her to change so dramatically, you guess. Perhaps the two of them have grown closer recently. Even so, I only have you. I will go and tell her directly. After all, I am a tiger with principles. Suddenly, Song crows. A figure was standing on the wooden floor, looking out into the distance. He called out, are you out there? Her eyes gazed into the distance. In the midst of peace. Suddenly Seung-kwan shouted, that damn author. Theat-ho approached, making him jump in fear. Wait a minute. Calm down. She questioned. Are you planning to leave again, since I can't play to the death yet? He repeated. Wait a minute. Calm down. Her eyes sparkled, angrily saying, you are telling me to calm down now, someone who has waited for you for thousands of years. Theat-ho ruthlessly attacked Seung-kwan. Regrettably, having lost all her kin, now I am left all alone. The last of my bloodline with someone like that. What else can be done? She glared in hatred. Do you know how much you have taken from me? Even so, I endured and waited for you. And you dare to say that to me? She set the conditions. Fine. Let us go with that. No one in Bae-sun can stop me. I might as well take Bae-sun as my home. Seung-kwan's eyes widened in madness. She has gone crazy. Looking into her eyes. She does not seem normal at all. Am I really going to be robbed like this? You trembled, struggling to break free. I told her to let people finish speaking first. That day when I returned, she said she would do everything to please me. Right. Her voice was cold. That is right. So Thid-Haiti has returned to normal. Fine. I will wait for you one more time. You still can't control your body. Which is why I asked her to be here. I sighed internally. What principle is this? I need to survive first. Seung-kwan began to speak calmly, as if she knew I had things to handle. But if I left, I would not feel at ease. Thid-Haiti seems to understand the situation. Get it? You mean for me to protect this place? Right. But if you do not return or do something else, Seung-kwan will definitely claim this as my home. Words like a storm left her momentarily silent, her body flying away like a shooting star. Fine. Let anyone look in that direction. Lin I looked after her and asked, Master is going again. Why is not Senemu going? She became contemplative. What can I do if I follow you? I do not want to be a burden by always following Lang Quan. I prayed with folded hands. Heaven and earth, please bless Lang Quan. At this moment, Sen Quan sighed with relief. Living kindly still gives me the chills. Luckily, I had anticipated this beforehand. Someone riding on the clouds wondered. Are you just setting out now? Where are you headed? You replied. For now, I will head east. His eyes were thoughtful. For now.
Yep.
You confirm that there is a lot to do, like climbing Mount Tay. But do not worry. I always keep my promises. Both of them took a flight together. Let us speed up. The two men finally landed in a valley. Atrangthi then asked. Heavenly Sun Earth treasure. Sen Quan nodded. That is right. You are still amazed. Isn't it a treasure but a Heavenly Sun Earth treasure? Something like this. In a mountain that looks like nothing. Sen Quan explained. It is not nothing. This is on the back of Atatu Mai Long. Trapping Thiven's eyes widened. Isuumi Long, a form of a terrifying spirit beast appeared. One of the disasters of the era of 10,000 treasures. A legendary beast that thousands of masters gathered to defeat. Sun Quan commented while Trachang Thin was speechless. It is better to see with your own eyes. Expand your divine perception to the max. He looked up at the sky. Suddenly his demeanor changed. No longer calm as before. He stood observing from afar. Something was slowly drawing them in. A voice exclaimed, Oh my god. Is that the corpse of Hao Mai Long? A group of people has been detected. Discovering a special person. Your master looked around and asked in a confusing tone. What is going on? What is with those guys? Trong Thi inside. This is going to get more complicated. Is not. Over there. They recalled some things. The elder's earlier words turned out to be true. A muscular man with white hair turned to observe the mountain, and sighed lightly. When I came here, I was also quite hesitant. There was a mountain growing on the back of a Hamai Long. Truly surprising. A scholarly young man with long black hair laughed. Why would I lie to you? Although its body is dead, it has not rotted away. That is why the immortal masters built a mountain on its corpse. He was the elder of the Taishan Immortal Valley. Continuing to direct, now we are heading towards the tail. Where there is a hole. The only place we can enter the body of a Hamai Long. He looked around and then made a hint. But are there people here I do not know? I clearly said this matter is extremely confidential. A girl showed her dissatisfaction. She defended. He is trustworthy. He is particularly excellent in forbidden formations. That is why I brought him here. The one speaking was none other than the representative of the Shaping Mountain Music. And he would definitely help us. Jianzi seemed skeptical. And we do not know what could happen inside Hamai Long's body. Elder Yang Fang Jianzi was worried. Van Hu also had bold opinions. Saying, that is the heavenly sun earth treasure. Is not it worth accepting some risk? Elder Van Hu of the Huangshan sect added. If the sects find out, we won't have the face to return. Zhu Shen sect Zhu Munjing also added. I have said. I am not interested in the heavenly sun earth treasure. But if we can find the relic that the ancestors of the Zhu Shan sect swallowed, then that is fine. Kok Nong laughed heartily. Great. Doing it alone might be tough. But if we join forces, I believe there is nothing we can't do. His eyes became cunning. Adding that if not the heavenly sun earth treasure, there could still be many other treasures inside a Hamai Long. It is a fierce beast that has captured and eaten hundreds of thousands of masters. So I do not need to say more. Right. These cursed beings only have one ambition. Let us go there and bring back a heap of treasures. A snap of fingers made a sound. Then he ordered. Let us go. Behind the deep cave, streams of black-red energy intertwined. Atrandong Thin and Sen Quan sighed. After examining for a while, he sighed. No wonder there was no entrance visible. Trodong then understood the principle. It was covered by a transformation spell. He glanced at him. So what do you plan to compensate for? They are all greedy for treasures like you. We have to follow behind. Trodong then warned sternly. I am telling you to take care of yourself, no matter what happens between you and those people. I won't take either side. Because in my eyes, both sides are blindly obsessed with treasures. Sung Kwon found it ridiculous. Obsessed with treasures. So you are not like that? He retorted. But was taught from a young age that the sorcerer of the Dao Yai sect would not participate if it was not their own, according to the Grand Master. I am here to watch over you. Do not expect me to help with anything else. He thought silently, blinded by that treasure. Sung Kun raised an eyebrow, looking like the deputy master of Daoya. Although he is ordinary, following a long path is not suitable for this world. A place where people are blinded by greed and desire is obvious. Vineche walked for a while. Astonished, the Qian Trung Trung just arrived and already treating us to monster bugs. Truly extravagant. The quantity is more than I expected. Duthi suggested. Let me handle it. She cast a spell. And a large circle appeared with her hand movements. A beam of cylindrical light shot straight at the swarm of Thax Tranong Trung. The scene was chaotic. The battle truly messy. And someone remarked, indeed a distant symbol. Its power is impressive. Mungkun took out their weapons. As the Lady of Music had already paved the way. So let us handle the rest. The others agreed. That is right. The battle was reaching a tense point. Fire and ice clashing directly against each other. Sun Zun Quan remarked when he saw the petrified creatures deep within the grand scene. Even if Thokstrung Trong were a transformation fairy. With numbers like this, they must have exhausted quite a bit of strength. He laughed wildly, thinking there would not be anything else to happen. So we can just leisurely walk down the path they have already opened. This counts as not needing to lift a finger, but still getting a delicious bite. Right. The spirals clung tightly to his hand. Greed leads to disaster. Sun Kung Quan asked the spirit beast, are you hungry? You can eat everything here. He was feeling a bit uneasy. Although it was very comfortable following the path they had opened, something felt off. Sun Quan started to tighten the chain. How do they know about the existence of Hu Ou Mai Lung and the heavenly Yang Earth treasure? I only heard that when Hong Jian tore the souls of the three demons. Did I learn about it? An image of a woman gradually appeared. Mun Kun acknowledged that the quantity was indeed much more than we thought. Luckily, I am not someone without a brain. Kefi Nung reminded him urgently. If we delay, the others will smell blood and come over. The scene intertwined with red and blue. Oh my. This is quite a river. What is this? Let us. Perhaps it is the nectar of A2 Mai Lung. If this is nectar, it won't be long before we reach a higher place. Vivian and Qin Chu charged ahead. I will go first. He was extremely confident. I will end this hardship. Qin Chuk suddenly felt something was off. Vinechi was confused. Oh look. Spiritual energy. He interpreted the guy's stuttering. The spiritual energy was ineffective. He refused to accept his fate. Are we really going to fall like this? A dark sky appeared before them. Bodies falling into a purple liquid with desperate cries. Help! Help me, the serious lady replied. I will help you. Hold on to this. He was confused. What? Even the precious flying saucer fell. And that body slowly vanished. Everyone was bewildered. What on earth was happening? Could the two transcendent beings be like this? Kim suddenly appeared as a woman. Explaining. That is the restriction of the high realm. Panic spread among the crowd. Tixi Nang turned back. Kim too. He noted a few things. As it was a binding realm causing the pure spirit power. So no matter what technique was used, it would be useless. Since they could not use techniques. Even a transcendent being falling down would be helpless. He questioned. If so, do you know how to break this restriction? Kim Tuzine. The elder shook his head. Not only do we not know where this restriction was placed from, but the one who set such a restriction must be immensely powerful. It was set by one of the first celestial masters to become a soul master. Xi Anning asked Kim T for help. So what should we do to get through this part? From what you said, there must be a secret technique. Right, Kim Kan's expression grew serious. It did not matter what the secret technique was, but there really was a way. However, he turned around, announcing loudly, startling everyone. There are eavesdroppers here, so speaking out is a bit, at this point. You should reveal yourselves. Right, the cave was still deep. There were two voices negotiating. It seems we have been exposed. Let us get out. Stay quiet. Who knows? Just bear with it a little. Are not you just fooling yourself? All the people outside held their breaths and watched. Sexy Nang shouted. What are you doing still hiding? Get out now. This person is unbelievable. The deep cave was still being closely monitored. Two figures appeared. This person is unbelievable. Sung Kun helplessly smiled. Hello everyone. Sexy Nang fell into a defensive state. Who are you? The boy raised his hand. Wait. Everyone, please calm down. Sessun Kwon found an excuse. As I passed by, I happened to see you all. It seemed you were having a serious conversation. So I could not interrupt. He was not too convinced. Passing by the mirror, feeling more unsettled than anything, Sexy Nang's suspicion deepened. What nonsense are you talking about? He did not hold back. Please show us your true form. Otherwise, the boy calmly said. So that is how it is. Let us. Sung Kwon pulled out a gold token. Introducing himself. I am a guest elder of the Feng Ko Thien to Gate. Ku Chun was stunned. Is that the token of the Thiven to Gate? His voice muttered. It is Aku Chun again. Monkulon remarked. Indeed all factions are looking for treasures. But I did not expect you to come all the way here for it. Swan Quan felt uneasy. Is he really the elder of the Tianzi sect? Damn. So you are here to hunt for the Heavenly Yang treasure too. How on earth did they find out and come all the way here? Seeing their ready-to-fight stance. He thought to himself that if things went south, they would just have to face death. Xuan Quan also took a moment to introduce his companion, who is the master of the Doi sect, and known as Cheng Chan. Kafi Nang exclaimed. So you are the master of Doi. He had to respond vaguely. Very pleased to meet you all, he said resignedly. You should have mentioned it from the start. Creating misunderstandings for no reason. Having the master of Doi here makes us feel very reassured. He looked at them lazily, disdainfully thinking that of course they felt reassured. Who said Doi ever cared about treasures or anything? I know your hearts well. Just look at the change in your faces. But quickly, Xuan Quan changed the subject, recalling that he had heard them mention earlier that the restriction made the pure spirit power unable to pass through. Just then, something like a long hook flew towards him. It turned out to come from the purple water earlier. They were all startled. Suddenly he tensed up. Damn it. Why are you down there? The wriggling creature moved in the air, making playful sounds. Seeing it like that, he calmed down. All right. As long as you are having fun, that is fine. Kim Ken commented that it was the disaster Ungu Tung. Most types of divine powers became its meal. Utho exclaimed loudly. The disaster Nu Tung is that thing. But no one has seen it since ancient times. He concluded that the essence of Ha Mai Long was not much different either. He took something out from his sleeve, and the situation became simpler. A sturdy creature appeared before everyone, startling them all. Kim Ken explained. This is the back of the sea beast, Chukwai Xuan, and its hardness is equivalent to diamond, so even the essence cannot digest it. Let us climb on this and go to the other side. The sea beast twisted through the dark purple space, and everyone admired it. Indeed, the one rowing the boat of Chukwai Xuan was the disaster Nu Tung, a perfect combination. Who would have guessed we could cross the Essence River so easily? Kieheng Neng did not know whether to compliment it or not. After all, being an elder of the Tianzi sect means even insects are treasures. Xuan Quan replied that he is just a guy with some good fortune. He observed him silently for a moment. Kim Ken's gaze became serious. The air thick with a dark atmosphere. Someone's foot stepped forward. Ling was still under the water while everyone had reached the shore. Kim Ken retrieved it. The group decided. Then let us continue moving forward. Xuan Quan called the disaster. Now that the job's done, you can leave. A creature jumped up from the water's surface. He smirked. Did you really like that so much? Swan Quan pondered. Then I guess we will leave it here and move on. The more bile is absorbed, the better it is. Suddenly, it surged up. You called its name. Disaster. Disaster swept through like a bolt of lightning. Everything happened in an instant. It twisted tightly into large loops, and the air grew increasingly terrifying. Wait, could it be? Finally, Sen Quan realized it was the foot of the water calamity. The spirit creatures molt 3 times, instinctively creating a cocoon. And then they either shed their skin or undergo metamorphosis into butterflies. And on the third and final molt, they escape from the cocoon. They will possess intelligence and the form of their second molt. A shape appeared from the flames, but it was only a faint black shadow. He thought to himself, while being stronger is good, why does it have to be now? Sen Quan struggled to figure out how to gather the absorbed spiritual energy back into the river at this moment. If he did that, who knows how long it would take. What should he do? Trapping Thin asked what he was doing. Master Hujuchan. They all went ahead. He nodded. Staying in the Daich Madi with the reverse restrictions will be safer than ever. The two temporarily left disaster behind and continued forward. Let us go to an environment dominated by green tones with broken trees everywhere. The Theta of Macy truly embodies the idea that the higher you climb, the taller the mountain becomes. Qi Zhengang analyzed that the appearance of the Masis was an omen of misfortune. This meant we were nearing the peak of death. His eyes were sharp, but Master Ho Chi-san internally wondered why he was late. Did something happen afterward? He seemed a bit guilty. I arrived late. He looked around. And we were also worried about whether he encountered any trouble. They assigned tasks to each other. And from here we will split up, Kim Kan directed. This incense burner will prevent both of us from cheating. Lady Nevidich and I will go ahead. Everyone around became quiet. Sexy Neng also said, let us go. Mun Hunken suggested that each person present a treasure to protect everyone from deceit. Luthi stepped up high but turned her head. I will go ahead and wait for you. Sung Kun and Triarthane sighed in relief. What are they up to? Those people, without protective treasures, would probably be gone by now or resting at home. Thanks to the help of the caterpillar. They might not make it until the day after tomorrow. Those shameless things. He urged. Let us go. He hesitated a bit. Is it okay to just go in like this? You reassured him. It is, because inside my body, I have the protective spirit weapon. He thought to himself. Keeping the sword inside the body of a spirit beast might be possible. Reflecting on the things he did, he truly was a cunning person. Even though they were acquainted, there were still times he got confused. His hand formed a stance. And then a white pillar appeared in his palm. A bright staff striking straight down. Upon closer inspection, he realized it seemed like an ordinary mountain, but appeared to possess the aura that resisted evil. Indeed, it is a precious treasure. They were ready to explore, escape the lush forest, the sacred and toxic jungle. She asked, you mean to accompany that girl? The old man walked ahead, recounting a story. The reason I revealed information to the Taoist was to use them as a safe meat shield until we reached the heavenly Yang Earth treasure. Thuthi guessed you meant to accompany that girl. Right, looking at the yellow vial releasing vapors. She continued. But they got here too easily. A Kim fight. With a situation like this, those who are meant to die will die. Whether they want to or not. A spirit beast appeared, causing her to scream in fear. Kim Kan warned. Don't make a fuss. Those things can't perceive us. Thuthi was bewildered. What on earth is that thing? The old man could not answer. I also do not know why the corpse would appear. There are many souls that Hifafu Mai Lung consumed, but could not digest. Those undigested remnants gathered together and turned into demons. The inner self is trying to find a way to overcome adversity. If we want to survive, we must defeat them and move forward. Mun-kun observed stammeringly. Are they demons? I do not have any treasures containing luck to exorcise demons. Exorcising demons by fighting them. Sexy Nan retorted. You too. I do not have any either. Everyone is confused. Damn it. Then let us sneak away for now. Those things are still sleeping anyway. Trapping Thin also noticed the strange object before him and asked for your opinion. The ALS. Of course. Sung Kun noticed that. And I am seeing it too. He is trying to find a way to get through. We must defeat those demons to pass. I am quite worried about the Taoists leading the way. He used magic to control the situation. But first, we need to solve our problems before worrying about those Taoists abandoning you. A sharp, extraordinary sword appeared before Sung Quan, driving straight into the muddy ground. Everyone considered that to capture demons, we must use demons. He noticed something, and you ordered to disperse it. A stream of purple liquid erupted, spitting out relentlessly. A major challenge on their path. Standing in the dark space, both were extremely shaken. You noticed the spatial flow evolving. Secretly mocking. My martial demon could probably even eat equivalent demons. Let alone these small fries. Once the Siwu Honzao absorbs all the death energy here, the martial demon will surely become even stronger. Right. You mumbled an incantation. The demon of greed transformed into a humanoid with 2 red horns and a golden bell. The Sun Quan looked at it sleeping, speechless, as it sucked on your hand to wake up. After a while, it bit his hand. The Sun Quan jumped up in pain, then had to remind it, "Girl, this name means I am your master." It looked like it was not fully awake and appeared very angry. Your hand was smeared with a large area of poison. A Sun Quan mumbled, "This name really is something." You grabbed the stick, intending to teach it a lesson. "I do not understand what this is. Do I need to go this far?" The eyes of the demon of greed turned hostile. "You are not gentle either. You want this? Right. You like this?" Its eyes widened with a sparkle as it returned to a pitiful look, nodding continuously. Finally, Sen Quan looked at it and said, "All right. While you finish this, I will let you take it with you. When you are done playing, come to me." Got it. It hugged its owner's treasure, smiling with joy. He felt reassured. They really were a good match. At first, the Si Wu Honzao wanted to make him eat too. Right when the 3 demon spirits broke the seal, they suddenly wanted to merge with each other and created a zombie. Though they seemed to have some humanity, they still had a rebellious nature. In the space without Sun Quan, a fierce battle broke out. The lights crisscrossed in the dark night, looking very harsh. After finishing the task, Sun Quan reminded Tratav then, "Let us move on." A triumphing Thin still followed him, but his thoughts were elsewhere. Contrary to our righteous path, the demonic path or the ghost realm has a completely different approach, using many treasures that emanate death energy or zombies, with no clear distinction between monsters and saints for that guy. He does not differentiate between good and evil. Sen Quan's back continued to stride forward, broad and steady. He could not tell whether that guy was a good person or a bad person. The group on the other side faced an obstacle. At this moment, Afi Nung's hair was messy as she stammered, That must be the Heavenly Yang treasure. Right, it is not a duel but just a practice." Yeah. Kim Kane understood him well. "That is indeed the Heavenly Yang treasure. But it has been sealed," he replied. "I have sensed that for a long time. It seems this place was known before. But clearly, I was the one who informed you about it at that moment." He countered, "Is that still important? The Heavenly Yang treasure is right in front of us. The important thing is, who will it belong to?" Contrary to the urgency of the group ahead, Tratrong Thiven remained much calmer. Everything was fine. Then he sensed something unusual. But he did not see the masters of the Trekhouse Sen sect. Kefti Nang guessed. "They must have been chased away by Themis sects. I do not know anything more, so do not ask me." He turned to walk away, while Sun and Quan sighed, and Tramping Thin was at a loss for words. His eyes seemed to sense something, a blue light emanating from the messy pile. Sun Quan called out, "Elder, what are you planning to do? There is a seal. Do not approach it carelessly." He held the stone in his hand, becoming ruthless. "You do not need to worry, because I have this." Uthi was surprised. The release stone, something even major sects could hardly own. Kefineng was pleased. "That is right. The one who gets it first will be the master of the treasure. So of course, one needs to have something prepared." The stone was released from his palm, glowing in the water, a blue light spreading around, highlighting Kivnentinga's shadow. He became arrogant, unable to suppress his humanity. "The Heavenly Yang treasure will ultimately belong to me. But there is something that draws my attention." Another seal. Isn't he standing on a monster? Isn't there 1 or 2 restrictions? Trapping Thin looks behind. "Oh my. There are restrictions back here too." He looks up at a red barrier appearing, clearly attacking. And we had already broken the restrictions. Those thick red streaks stopped overwhelming him, and he screamed in panic. The elder was angry. Could the illusion fairy be defeated so easily? What the hell are those things? At that moment, Sen Quan's eyes became sharp as knives. That barrier is growing stronger, charging straight at the one who provoked it. Thuthiki is running out of options to block that dazzling light. She has to face a huge monster alone, but it seems completely unaffected. Just the same as before. Thuthi is stunned. Why is it still exactly the same? It seems like it understood what she just said. It shattered everything it touched. Kim Kane also tried to hold it back with Thuthi to control it. He shouted, "Where's the soul extraction? What are you doing? Do you want to kill it or not?" He reminded her to get a grip. With so many forbidden techniques appearing, they can't afford to be hungry like this. Thuthi only knew one thing. If we go in there, we won't make it out alive. We have to get out before everyone dies. Her foot was tightly bound, and she screamed when the forbidden technique restrained her. Starling Kim Kanen as well. Thuthi cried out, "Sir Kinnen, save me." But in the end, she was swallowed by the fiery body. Kim Kian observed, unable to act, his expression grim. Kim Ken stared intently at the other side, silent. Over there, Trapping Thin was trying to control it with deadly attacks. All he knew was to shout. Stopping those things seemed pointless. "If they keep pressing us like this, we will just die. You are cursing because you got caught in the forbidden technique. of the spiritual tribulation. Right, he asked. So what should we do? Lai Seste Sun Quan said softly. I have a plan. So for now, just hold on. An explosion occurred. A light shot forward. And the forbidden techniques surrounded Sun Quan like a net. At this moment, Trong Thin was restless. What is going on? Charge into the center of the barrier. You have lost your mind. Lassie says. His eyes turned dark. First, the golden egg flashed with a blue light. Mother. You appeared, surrounded by ocean blue stones like a pillar. Because I have thought of a way. One stone approached the sensitive part like the eye of the barrier. Instantly. It shattered, though it was very small. Its attacking power was great. He was taken aback. Are you crazy? Is that the release stone? You are using everything you have. Sasun Kwon grabbed a stick this way. Then stood straight. I will seize the heavenly treasures. Kim Ken gritted his teeth. Damn it. The head of the wooden handle was still emitting a stream of energy. Hongan has entered here. Right. At that time. You bravely threw the spear into the barrier of Thin Dao and survived. Sasun Kwon is surprised. But I did not expect to meet here again. Not exactly a happy reunion. But it has been ages. Has not it? His true identity has been revealed. Kim Kan speaks coldly, truly a master of quick thinking. In that situation, you must have heard her calling my name. Right. You pointed out something unusual. I thought it was odd from the start that you two were together, acting as if you knew this place well, and the treasures were used perfectly. Sung Quan looks down from above. I thought it would take you hundreds of years to regain your body. Yet here you are in the form of a girl. You are ready to tease. Isn't that look of yours quite heartless? Different from before. But this is a whole different level. You must be having a hard time adjusting. A round orb appears in his palm. For whom did I end up on this path? Kim Kan pulls out a treasure resembling a lute and calmly says. Now that you do not have those monsters from before around, I will kill you and reclaim the heavenly Yang Earth treasure, he boasts. Behold the power of the 5 classics Pipa. One of the 7 treasures of the 7 immortals. Another attack follows. With multiple beams of light spreading across the road, amidst the chaos, Trimthing Thich Bitch cries out. Lace. Sea Master. He reveals a cruel form. The moment you hear that sound, you will be dead. You won't be able to react because of the speed of the sound. His red eyes appear again from behind. How could I die by your hands? Is he really trying his hardest to play that lute? You scoff and ask. Is that all the 5 classics Pippa can do? Or could it be that without being in his own body, he can play properly? He has been attacked and tries to escape. Sun Quan's eyes are now filled with rage and provocation. Where do you think you are going? Another explosion echoes. He grabs the old man's wrist tightly, who can only scream helplessly. Kim Kan struggles. The pressure is overwhelming. I must escape, but can T move? He curses inwardly. This guy was clearly just an ordinary spirit before. Only 50 years have passed. And what happened in that time? Sun Quan lifts him effortlessly with one hand. This is where you once pierced my body with your attack. You reminisce. Thinking back to when you thought you would truly die by his hands. I will repay you in full for the debt you owe me. The old man panicked, trying to offer something in exchange. Wait a moment. Through this body, you will obtain the golden earth jade leaf of the Hai Long clan. Sun Quan pauses for a moment. Hai Long clan. He nods vigorously. Yep. Yes, indeed. Kim Kan adds. If you kill me, the Grand Spirit King of Hai will be furious. The Hai Long clan, the race that rules the Eastern Sea. One of the 3 powerful kings of the Eastern Sea. The Grand Spirit King of Hai. You seem to exert more effort upon realizing the old man's scheme. This damn guy still wants to resort to tricks. You laugh loudly. It seems I will indeed become the enemy of the Hai Long clan. The smoke from Sun Quan's sword touched the old man. And Kim Kan felt horrified. What are you doing? You did not answer the old man's question directly. The name of this sword technique is Galian Hoi Kiem. Compared to the heavenly Yang Earth treasure divine power it possesses, it is much more amazing. Don't you know that already? The sword is reaching its maximum effect. What an idiot. Do you think I came here without knowing anything? The scream echoed once more. Go to hell. The flames on the sword roared up. The bone general slightly bowed his head. It is over now. You disgusting leech. Truong Thien approached from behind. Is it over? He replied politely, but you are seeing it now. He felt a coincidence. The 6th master is noisy wherever he goes with his grudges. Truong Thien also noticed the differences. It seems there is a new soul here. The sword technique suddenly spoke up. Finally, someone picked up this sword technique. He was surprised. The sword technique can talk. Something escaped from the sword tip. A white orb appeared before them, then manifested as the soul of an old man. Truck Van exhaled. Then suddenly turned 180 degrees and burst out laughing. He laughed heartily. Indeed, the air outside is the best. Being trapped in the sword technique, he lost track of how much time has passed. The bone general asked casually. Are you a subordinate of the 3 demons? He shouted angrily. What the hell? Who are you calling a subordinate? Truck Van added. Don't mention those 3 little brats of the 3 demons in front of me again. Understood. Sun Quan's eyes looked judgmental. He is an enemy of the 3 demons. It looks so obvious. He asked. feeling discouraged. Looks like you have been tricked by the three demons. Ah. He was startled. Tricked. What deception? Who tricked whom? Sun Quan went straight to the point. You were sealed in the sword technique. If you were not tricked, then how did you end up in that situation? Truck Van seemed impatient. This brat talks arrogantly. Ah. Are you a subordinate of the three demons? You think I am blind? The three demons died at my hands about 50 years ago. He was surprised. What? Did he die? Really? Sun Quan's eyes blazed. But who are you? The level of the three demons was already at the pure spirit level. Truck Van laughed loudly. In the end, his fate was also death. The one who turned me into this form has finally died. The one who boasted he would destroy me if I returned. Since you know his level is pure spirit, your words might be true, he thought to himself. While the three demons said the one who caused them to be like this was that fake guy. If so, when he was alive, his level must have only been that of a Taoist. Right. Something was rising from the surface of the water, then slowly sank and disappeared. This is all making them jump. The commander assessed that the water was anything but normal. But surely Hakumai Long is not back to life. Right. A Truck Van Nai suddenly remembered something. Oh right. You all need to hurry and run. The commander was waiting for him to explain. As when the three demons broke free from this sword, they set a trap. Something created a shock on the water's surface. Which is why those shadows appeared in that mysterious explosion, he exclaimed. Oh look. Those corpses. And one of them is my own. The corpses gradually approached. And Truck Van felt a surge of resentment. Those despicable ones turned my body into a corpse. Trucky Van's face suddenly darkened. Casually announcing it. My level is a spiritual tribulation. Strange shapes appeared on his forehead. Both Tring Thin and Sen Kuo dashed toward that beam of light. The voice scalded. Damn it, he should have mentioned that from the start. Right. Trucky Van said nonchalantly. It is just that it has been so long since I have breathed fresh air. I got a little carried away. Triumphing Thin shouted. Can that heavenly treasure do anything? He yelled. Do you think using a treasure is that easy? If you want to use it, you need to meet a lot of conditions. He asked cautiously. But to get that useless thing, are you betting your life on this? He reminded, instead of wasting energy talking. Just run as fast as you can. At that moment, a hand reached out, begging. Help me. Munkin was surrounded by spirit beasts. Struggling and pleading. My body can't move. Please have mercy. The commander was surprised. Is not that the Taoist from Trekkie Sun? He reminded. If you want to stay alive, hurry and run. Do not worry about others. But he did not care. He turned to save the person. Dijing Kwon felt helpless, thinking to himself, this is tough. Damn it. A Trong Thin is the deputy leader of Vo Ai. If it is, the Hoan Men leader want to spare me. Besides, the master never liked me from the beginning, he shouted. This is ridiculous. A Sen Kwon created a green orb, telling the girl it was the body that Kimch had borrowed. First, you should get in here and wait for me. Sen Kwon's gaze shifted to another person from the other side. An attack struck, forcing the monster to release the person. A Triumphant Thin gently asked, Are you okay? Munkon knelt down. Thank you so much, sir. He urged. Hurry. Follow me. A series of strange objects were flying towards them. He was suddenly taken aback. They unexpectedly flew down instead of straight at them. The commander used his treasures to save them. At that moment, he was truly furious. Those treasures are like my blood. Do those guys not know how much it hurts? He signaled for the two to get up. That power lifted both of them up. Outside that mountain, it remained peaceful. But a transformation was occurring inside. Monkon remarked, the power is truly terrifying. Suddenly, the light supporting them seemed to dim. He hurriedly urged. What are you waiting for? Run faster. This won't last long. A zombie head lay still on the ground. An explosion had really happened. And Truckiafan's body seemed to have been resurrected as the three of them discussed. How long do you plan to run? Earlier, the Taoist communication was decent. Why do not we join forces? Stop talking nonsense. He is clutching his head but seems quite pleased. While he is not boasting, his power is on par with that diamond monster. Moreover, I also possess the same divine technique, so I am even stronger. The Fog King can take it anymore. Why is he still saying such things at this time? The disciple recognized him and asked. Could it be that you are Lord Trexie Vine? You admit it too? Yep. And who are you? He introduced himself. I am a disciple of Trekiman from the Trek Sen sect, paying respects to the ancestor of Trekkie Sun. Did you notice something? A Sen Kwon called out to Trajing the Master Zai. You kept rushing forward, asking, are you going back to fight them? You replied, if we keep running, we will eventually reach our limit, and now the four of us are at the immortal transformation level. So let us give it a try. Trapping Thid did not understand. Four of us at the immortal transformation level, Munkini added. But there are only three here. A Singthi rushed forward at lightning speed. Master Zai. Be careful. A flash of light appeared before the three of them. Sasung Kwon announced. I forgot to mention, at this moment, a spirit appeared. indicating that there are 4 of us. The heavenly discipline stood on the corpse, with streams of purple light striking down to the ground. 3 other corpses stared at them with murderous intent. Sen Quan's group also prepared for the battle between humans and corpses. Shadows with spiritual energy appeared before everyone. So Sun Quan instructed, "Each of you choose one." Manhwa wondered, "If everyone takes one, what about the remaining one?" You quickly climbed forward while still answering him. "Whoever is unlucky can take on 2. The zombie corpses stood still. As if taunting them, they charged forward, creating a whirlwind. The shadow of Truckee Van stood tall there. Manhwa used his ability, cheering himself on. "Come on. Let us give it our all." Trtrongthi also would not back down, bravely charging in like a warrior. In the green forest, a decisive strike. The expression of Truckee Van was grim. His trembling fingers clawed at the rope, as demons materialized around him. Sun Quan leaped from above into an attack stance, a surge of power smashing down. But he remained silent. The corpse stood in the open air, a few strands of hair fluttering, slowly collapsing as if gradually vanishing into nothingness. Sun Quan finally shouted, "Now rest peacefully." Your eyes rolled back. A beam of light tore through the space between the two. The screen advanced with many whirlwinds. Trapping Thin was stunned, unable to say a word. The zombie behind him coming into view, its dark body full of demonic energy slowly approaching, causing him to feel deep dissatisfaction. Damn it. Is that black-legged guy me? Trifi Van Heen was helping from behind. That was the divine weapon of my master. While it did not possess any special powers, its aura was incredibly terrifying. Right, he exclaimed. That aura. Both sides, human and ghost, stood in confrontation, gritting their teeth. Damn it. Why is it so strong? The zombie attacked with all its might, its eyes rolling back. This situation, the demonic energy surged. Wanting to swallow the weapon, he exclaimed. That is the zombie summoned by Master Hu Chun. The ghost licked its lips and attacked the zombie. He felt grateful, thanking them for their help. Its bell was still ringing, his hand gripping something that turned to scrap metal. The ghost's smile grew mischievous, reaching a level of unexpected excitement. The weapon felt exasperated. Surely, it understood his thanks. A beam of light shone from behind it. It circled like a scythe, shooting directly towards the mountain lord. Another pillar of light shot straight up into the sky. His hand trembled. Holding something like a torch of the ancient gourd, the zombie wielded an axe in defense. He saw a stream of electricity bright as a network, like the ghost rushing down, and he panicked and shouted. The ghost's purple aura aimed directly at the zombie, while the green light twisted through the battle. The battle now consisted of only 2 colors, purple, pink, and green. He unleashed a new ultimate move. The ghost, the skeletal warrior with a sword, could firmly hold the line in this situation. The ghost fell into the master's arms, and the skeletal warrior caught it. He scalded gently. This guy was unconscious. The skeletal warrior caressed its slumped body, sighing that it came to support him. Compared to when he was in the righteous Jiang, the spirit of the warrior was truly expressed here. The zombie continued to launch attacks from behind the mountain lord and pet. This sudden attack blurred everything around. He managed to counter them. Hang in there. You will recover quickly. So just lie down and wait nicely for now. The zombie charged forward uncontrollably. The skeletal warrior assessed. Thankfully, it seemed like that of his could not cut through this 9-circular blade. No need to rush like that. His bravado included the heaven-shattering demonic spear, the courageous family regiment, the hardship of heaven's return, the evil phoenix fire. The skeletal warrior whispered. The level he reached. The level I reached. We will fight until one of us is dead. He knew well how to adjust. The duration of the heaven-shattering demonic spear would be a moment. 15 minutes. If it exceeded that time, the inner essence would be destroyed. So before then, in this parallel battle, all strength must be exerted. The ghost appeared in beast form, swirling, with superior magic, its movements so fast that no one could catch up. Its orange eyes were tightly shut, then suddenly opened after a moment. At this point, both sides emitted a powerful aura. Facing the mountain lord and the zombie Tritonian Venom filled with demonic energy, he remained highly vigilant against the opponent. The stillness broke as they charged at each other with the speed of a whirlwind. Seekingly Triven struck down, and he quickly parried with the Bing Siwu Hon Zhao. As the energy from both sides surged, their power exploded even more. Then Sun Quan finally forced him back. Sun Quan was annoyed by this oppressive aura. He could block it with the Siwu Hon Zhao, but the pressure felt like it was about to tear him apart. He needed to suppress it from the Raijia kind first. Come out now. He quickly swung his blade down, and the man jumped out to meet the descending strike. Truffy Venevi Hun's body was like a machine focused solely on combat, and as he looked down, he saw the Siwu Hon Zhao gradually unleashing a different kind of power. He was frustrated because the energy kept spreading, and he swung a blow toward Sun Quan. The boy whispered. Demon General. The demonic energy spread out, blocking the massive form of Trekvine. The higher the realm, the greater the power. At that moment, facing him was a gigantic spirit, its power constantly rolling with darkness. The force radiated out like a strong wind, blowing him away. Si Hong the Trivan was pushed to the side by it. Sen Quan felt pleased. The higher the realm, the greater the power. Inside the Siu Hon Zao was a super strong demon asleep. While weaker demons could easily be defeated due to their lack of form, this one would be different. How does it feel? Pretty painful. Right. Sikingli Triven slowly stood up, his body battered from the previous exchange. Sen Quan was a bit cautious. Although he had suppressed the treasures, compared to him, that was an upper-level undead, and he could not afford to be careless. Then he raised his hand to execute another move. The boy noticed Trivavanan's weapon trembling at his feet, before it was suddenly lifted into the air, returning to its master. Sejong the Trekvidian controlled it to fly right back towards him and grabbed it tightly. Sen Quan panicked slightly. It did not even need to be summoned. It jumped straight to the old man. That damned old man. Sejong the Trekvidian tightened his grip on the weapon with both hands and swiftly split it in two. Sen Quan could not believe what he saw. The old man claimed he had no special techniques. Yet this was clearly a trap. Tertrim Van's soul remained calm and unaware. He laughed heartily and confidently, thinking, can that kid really fight my body? Over there. The two were still locked in a fierce battle. With no clear victor, Traki Ven praised him without reservation, saying, although he was just a 6th-level spirit master, his abilities were unbelievably powerful. Even Uman Kun had to be astonished. What? Grandfather just said he is a 6th-level master. Are you saying Hu Chin Oas is not human? He explained. Aren't you unusual? Just looking at him, you can tell the boy is a spirit beast. And I heard his name is Zia too. Meanwhile, Sen Quan continued to swing the Siwo Hon Liao at seeing the Treki Van. The demon and Treki Van were constantly testing each other's strengths, with neither landing a hit. Using that weapon split in two, he continuously defended against Sen Quan's spirit. The boy seized the opportunity to swiftly fly behind his opponent and swung a powerful strike while he was distracted by the spirit. The influence made the zombie back away. The ground was overturned by him. The Mountain Lord calculated that although he had become faster, his strength was dispersed as if split in two. If that is the case, then I will charge in and push back like this. Then you rushed in with a harsh celestial blade strike. The zombie jumped up to dodge, using one side of the scythe to block the 9-return blade, while swinging the other side with the intent to slash at the Mountain Lord who was being held by the blade. Suddenly, his horns emitted light as the scythe swung closer. His arm was surrounded by an aura that rendered it immobile. Then it was slashed across the arm. The Mountain Lord's soul had not been defeated yet. It seized the opportunity to sever his arm, causing his remaining hand to drop the weapon. The Mountain Lord was pleased because the opportunity had come. At that moment, the zombie turned, raising one hand to grasp, the scythe falling into his hand. The weapon that had just fallen unexpectedly shifted, merging into another weapon. Even the Mountain Lord was wide-eyed in surprise. The moment they merged, the zombie wielded the weapon downwards, slashing simultaneously at the Mountain Lord and the ghost beside him. The ground and rocks in that area were also affected and flew up like an earthquake. The Mountain Lord's soul was hit and fell, slowly vanishing into thin air. The Mountain Lord took a direct hit, blood spraying out on the spot. He coughed up blood at that moment along with the pain. The bamboo sect was startled. Master Big Tiger. Zhuan frowned over here. What a pity. Fought so well, but got careless at the last moment. At this moment, the zombie intended to deliver a finishing blow to the Mountain Lord. In that instant, he swung the powerful scythe down. Death was close for the Mountain Lord while he was gravely injured. When suddenly, the Calamity appeared and took the finishing blow for him. The zombie was somewhat surprised. The Calamity intended to do something to protect the Mountain Lord. At this moment, the zombie could not do anything to reach him. His soul over there was puzzled. What is going on? Seems something is wrapping around that master. From afar, the distant view clearly showed that it was the centipede summoned by that master. But what was with that terrifying power? From a distance, a strange figure appeared amidst the fierce battle. The Bone Lord donned an ultimate armor for protection, so the centipede had transformed into armor, like a beam of light passing through him. If it were a human body, it would have died instantly. The Calamity transformed into armor to receive the attack in his place and helped him heal. The Mountain Lord closed his eyes, relaxing his facial muscles. Feeling the heart of the Calamity, his whole being resembled a beetle, strong and firm, doing everything to protect himself. The zombie held a spear with 2 blades. His expression unclear due to being covered by a purple headband. Immediately, he swung out a move intending to take another's life. The Mountain Lord was now in a precarious situation. Because of the previous wound, he could not move. He felt something unusual. The body of Sun Quan moved, and he was surprised was his body moving on its own. A beam of light stood upright. The attacker faced the defender. A grand scene of battle. Indeed, the Mist Soldier had grasped the spearhead. This move made it difficult for the bamboo zombie to attack. His face was cold and serious. Then, the Mist Soldier launched an attack. A beam of light shot straight down from the sky, and a figure unknown appeared, landing with a force that shook the surroundings. Truong Thien held the spear, breathing heavily, surprised it took longer than he expected. He was drenched in sweat. To minimize killing, he had tried to memorize only the information technique and had chosen a stick as his treasure, a weapon that was not sharp and would surely reach its limit in dealing with zombies. The enemy would attack you even when your limbs were falling apart. The surrounding scene was shrouded in darkness. Perhaps it was time for him to change. Truong Thien looked around the ruins and said, "I just remembered how to deal with what is left." On the other side, a figure stood in the mixed space. Truong Thien landed and asked, "Are you safe, Sir Taoist Truck? Have you seen the great Tiger Master?" The mirror sect turned to greet. It turned out to be Taoist Duai. He wanted to witness the glorious battle, wishing he could see it with his own eyes. For the first time, I witnessed something like this when both sides were at a stalemate. The mist soldier was in no rush, slowly approaching with a heavenly aura. Truong Thien felt something familiar after hearing that armor. I remember the great Tiger Master never had such a treasure. Did he? At this moment, a truck van appeared as the armor guardian, and the mirror sect was surprised. The armor guardian had a rather peculiar power. It is a type of information technique where the insect reads the thoughts of its master and transforms according to the master's desires. It is a living armor, considered one of the best defensive treasures, according to your knowledge. Of course, it might be a bit confusing. Among the many insect breeders I know, I have never seen or even heard of something like this. Truck Van explained that it was necessary for it to change to protect its master from being bound. His face grew serious when mentioning that issue. He did not kill his instincts but obediently kept them at his side. Because usually, such large insects tend to eat their masters, making them rare. One could say it was a golden opportunity. So open your eyes and appreciate it, as not everyone gets to see it. The battle that Sun Quan had to adapt to was unpredictable. It transformed to match the relentless attacks in the battle. Indeed, the living armor was extraordinary and adaptable, but he had some questions about that terrifying ancestor's armor that could not withstand the disastrous expectations. While not paying attention, the bamboo zombie received a punch from the mist soldier. He forcefully pressed the bamboo zombie down to the ground, his balance slightly unstable. As light flared from beneath him, he reached out his hand, intending to do something, revealing his power to seal the bamboo zombie. Each beam of light pierced through every part of his body, a sight that surprised all three of them. After that, Sun Quan pulled back his hand. The three stood from a distance like spectators watching a live broadcast, their emotions a tangled mix. Even though they witnessed it firsthand, it was hard to believe that powerful zombie could easily torment my body. A Sun Quan triumphed in a majestic and glorious way. Give it a beautiful appearance when it is defeated. He turned my body into a rag. Truong Thien now felt a bit suspicious. Overwhelmed. He is really strange. I can guess for sure that during that time he leveled up again. The battle ended, and the scenery returned to its picturesque beauty. A group of people was heading toward the mountaintop. So V1 used his sixth sense to work, and I felt it absolutely right around here. Dan Den Dong shouted loudly for everyone in the group to be aware. Did everyone hear that? In this area is the princess we have been searching for. He ordered the guards to spread out and search for the princess. We must find her, they shouted clearly. They were like hunting dogs, searching every possible place. Suddenly, something large and round approached, and it exploded right in front of them. A beautiful blue light. What was that? The group was extremely cautious, suspecting an enemy ambush. So everyone stay alert. On the other hand, they continued to venture deeper with carefree spirits, finally overcoming it. Right, but what if I accidentally let my thoughts slip out? You would really make us burn. Along the way, they had many different thoughts. But what could they do now? The disaster would not leave them alone. What if we can't cross the river of fate? How will we see the sun then? Just then, both sides encountered each other. What is this? That is the Kaim clan. I guess, from their appearance, they could be the Sea Tribe. Sun Quan felt curious. The Sea Tribe, those people are numerous and savage. But I heard that the Sea Tribe usually does not appear on land. Why did they come to this bone valley? Many questions popped into his head. But why are they staring at us? Truong Thien then glanced at Sun Quan with little fondness. I suspect some misunderstanding has occurred. You should tone it down. It must be because of the fire that someone called out to you. Then Niam is not an ordinary flame. The long black nails pointed to the opposite side. That person, the Vun said emotionlessly. The one wearing the black armor. I can sense the princess's aura from him. Den Dong widened his eyes to look closely. It is Sun Quan chatting with some young men from Ziam Tu. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Then Hung ordered all the soldiers, all sea generals, to ready their weapons. It is the one in black armor. Capture the one wearing the black armor. Seeing them all on the move, Sun Quan wondered, what is going on? Tretong Vivin thinks that now you are even picking fights with the Sea clan. I do not know what you did wrong, but I did not do anything. The sharp spear is raised, ready for battle. Tredrawing Vivin, feeling frustrated, says, I thought we could finally go out after that bloody battle. I am tired of this chaotic fighting, and now we are stuck in this situation again. They are fighting for their lives over there. Capture that guy in the black armor. Trafing Thin feels utterly exhausted. If there is another fight now, it will be really annoying. It seems like they are targeting that great tiger. What are we going to do? Everyone. Sungkran Kwon raises his hand to his forehead as if to grab something. You rush out and say, "Let me handle this." Sung Kwon shouts and teleports. Electric shock. Dan Ding watches with wide eyes. That thing really is what I thought. It is an electric shock. As soon as he finishes, Sen Kwon punches him in the chest. You say lightly. What I want to tell you is that I just went through a life and death trial. So right now I have no strength left. Dae Gong glares at Sung Kwon, even in this dangerous situation, still causing trouble, making me really annoyed. You find these guys to be a nuisance because you started this, and since you gave me a headache, you all should just die. Suddenly a voice interrupts. Hold on. Great Tiger. It seems to be coming from you. They are here to find me. Could you let me out for a moment to see what is going on? Sung Kwon forgot something very important. He forgot that he left the daughter of the sea leader in the non-love river. The jade pendant on him fell off, revealing the silhouette of a woman. The soldiers cheer. Princess. That is our princess. She pleads with Sun Kwon. You are choking than dodging. He can barely breathe. Could you please calm down and let him go? Atsu Long Thin says nothing and agrees. All right. As soon as he is released, Dane Hong coughs and holds his neck, and she explains. These people are the ones who saved me. She immediately orders the soldiers. If you continue to be disrespectful, you want to embarrass me. Stop it. If you continue to be disrespectful, you want to embarrass me. Stop it. She is very grateful to Sezon Kwon and apologizes again for causing trouble for him. You politely reply. Saving someone is completely coincidental. There is no need for thanks. She touches her chest and speaks sincerely. Even though my soul is sealed by that old man, I can roughly guess what happened. Right. If it were not for the great tiger, the sealing would have lasted longer. And I would not know if that guy would absorb me completely. You saved me. So it is only natural that I thank you. She offers an invitation to repay her benefactor. I also can't thank Sung. Can you come with me to the Dragon Palace? Right now. I do not have anything valuable to repay you, so please understand my shamelessness. Sung Kwon thinks slowly. I know it won't be a loss, but as a fairy, I must avoid meeting them. You have a reason to refuse. Stepping right into the enemy's mouth is no different. The fairy immediately declined. But I do not have time to go there with you. What a pity. She found it very strange. Why is that? The princess kept pleading. Can you reconsider? The fairy turned and left, not giving a chance for lingering. I appreciate your feelings, but I am busy where I need to be. This left her dumbfounded. The fairy conjured a pavilion. I have handled everything. The princess continued to chase after her. Wait a moment. She handed him a jade pendant, hoping he would accept it. The fairy did not fully understand. The princess still wanted to see him once more. If he brought this to the Sea Dragon Kingdom later, they would treat him well. I will wait for another chance to meet you. The fairy accepted the kind gesture, preparing to leave. That is it. He immediately flew up into the sky. Then Duong approached and asked, Princess, do you miss that guy? She gritted her teeth and said, Miss him. The princess' expression was finally revealed. It was all for gain. It was simply because he had obtained the heaven and earth treasure, as he possessed the treasure that is hard to find a second time. Who knows? I might become the next master of the Dragon Sea Kingdom. Thanks to leading him there. She watched the fairy soar high. And although she could not invite him this time, we will just wait for him to come on his own. The princess remembered and glanced aside. She scolded her subordinates. I have been captured for ages. Why are you only just arriving? They did not know how to explain. Well, it is because it is land, so it is harder to move. The princess' voice grew harsher. Is that all you can come up with? The pavilion flew across thousands of miles. Listen. Lu Shi. Where are we going? The fairy answered Mon Kun's question. You asked. And I just realized I forgot to inform you all. I am looking for the order token. I want to confirm the order token. Mon Kin still had some doubts. He had heard rumors. But does it really exist? Where did Ju Won come from? Criticizing Mon Kin's poor talent. Nothing in this world occurs without reason. There must be something behind it, he politely asked. Has the master ever tried to find it? He honestly replied. I have not. But I have heard about it. Zuon squinted. Guessing. You are probably looking for the Turtle Mountain. Right. The fairy turned back and admitted. Yep. You are correct. Where they were headed was a beautiful place, with lush green scenery and fresh air. Turtle Mountain. The turtle spirit there is 19110 compared to Chu Kwai Thong Shuang clan. They have enormous bodies. And their shells are so massive that people misunderstand it as an island where they reside. Zuon Didi said it would not be easy to find. The Mist Warrior has to search once. But he must try to find it. Your eyes show a determination that we will definitely find it. Then you turned and asked about the plan for the mirror technique that Master Truck had in mind. The Mist Warrior asked, and then he remembered. Right. Truck van over there is calling for my body. The mirror technique casually replied. I intended to come to retrieve the remains of the master. But the centipede ate it and brought back the harmony. But since there is nothing left, the Mist Warrior turned away, not wanting to interfere in private matters. Letting him decide slowly, Truck van jumped out to express. I like it like this. Sun Quan was puzzled. Yep. You are not going back to the mountain, he happily confided. Now, going back there to create a new body for me will take a considerable amount of time. How long will it be before I can return to this new world? I do not want to be stuck in Truck Sun during that time. And Truck Van saw that you had many things to explore, and that name. I think following him could reveal many interesting things. Of course. He would also bring many benefits along, and one thing is for sure. Compared to being stuck in Truck Sun for cultivation, following him will bring you much more benefit. The mirror technique seemed to sense something. He turned to look at Sun Quan, who was lost in thought, admiring the scenery. The mirror technique walked over to Truong Thien, uttering some confusing words. I thought, if I want to break through that wall, I need to practice some other techniques. Right. That is my stubborn wall when I can't accept change. The mirror technique pondered for a moment. As the roof rushed past the clear water, he replied to Truong Thien, both of them. The Mist Warrior held an exquisite cup made of gold in his hand. He fiddled with it, thinking for a long time. The time that Ho Jiang could stay in this vessel is 100 years. It may take longer. Perhaps by then I won't find the return mountain. The Mist Warrior felt a bit more at ease. If so, Ho Jian will disappear. Right. But for now, his eyes suddenly changed. It is because I have the Tili Itzai sword that can hold souls without being limited by time. But just having that is not enough. What does it mean to have a soul without a body? The Mist Warrior became a sharp person, doing everything for the one he loves. I must find something that can shape her body without breaking the connection with me. To do that, the last place to go, the Mist Warrior said to his lover. The Sword Order Flower of Hojan, striving to hold on for a little more sleep. I will definitely find her. The voice of lamenting continuously echoed. Master Luck. How long does he want to wander in that sea? The mirror technique tiredly chimed in. That is right. I have been wandering for months now. The Taoist knows hunger too. Even Truck Van complained. I have been patient for a long time. He looked towards Sun Quan, who was opening the Venan Ling Kim Tine, and advised. Aren't you pushing yourself too hard like this? Sen Quan immediately looked back. And in front of him were just 3 people from the Truck Van and Truong Thien sex, sitting tiredly and waiting. Finally, he decided to stop, as he was already exhausted from using his spiritual energy. Sun Quan sighed in compromise. All right, let us find a place to rest first. Which made the 3 others breathe a sigh of relief, feeling as if a burden had been lifted. Sun Quan looked up, thinking he needed to find an island first. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy caught his eye, radiating across the vast sea. What is that? The energy over there. Although the range of this spiritual awareness far exceeded his understanding, he could sense it was an extremely powerful type of energy. Immediately, Sun Quan steered the boat straight toward it, determined to check it out and obtain it. Suddenly, the boat accelerated, and someone was momentarily startled, wondering why it had sped up like this. When Sun Quan brought the boat closer, everyone felt a wave of joy and gratitude. Fortunately, there is an island nearby. Suddenly, Truong Thien noticed something unusual. Wait, that is a barrier. This small island in the middle of the sea is completely surrounded by a barrier. He looked at Sun Quan and advised. This is the territory of the Sea Tribe, so this barrier must be related to them. However, Truong Thien only received a surprised response. Why are your eyes changing color? At this moment, Sun Quan's expression was filled with excitement. He replied. I was just thinking about how to break the barrier. So I got a little stirred up. In the blue sea with white sand. Is someone calling for HUD? There is no HUD. Just Truong Thien and the boat crew, who were dazed on the beach, standing there bored. Why do I feel seasick as soon as I touch the ground? Sun Quan assessed the situation. It is because you all are too weak. Do we really have to find a place to rest in this desolate place? He turned back to remind them. I will go check the situation and come back. There are barriers all around here, so everyone be careful. Without further ado, Sun Quan took off. See you. Truck Van could not help but wonder. What was the rush about? As soon as he set foot there, he took off running, as if someone was chasing him. At this moment, Sun Quan was in the forest, moving quickly while sensing his surroundings. He could feel that everywhere here was filled with spiritual energy. As soon as he entered this place, it was not the Young San Island but just an ordinary island. Suddenly, Sun Quan approached a cliff and saw someone. He quietly hid and carefully observed. By the cliff was a boy with green wings. And suddenly someone called out. A girl resembling him rushed over. She hurriedly ran up. Why did you come here again? The boy softly called back. Sister. After stopping, the girl gasped. I told you not to come close to the sea. What if someone finds out? The little ghost asks innocently, "Sister, can't we get out of here?" Hearing this, the girl dismisses it. "No way." The playful demeanor vanishes as she scolds. "Have you seen the family of T Non? Do you know what happened to them after they fled? They were captured by the High Tribe and suffered terrible torture, even if you are lucky enough to escape. What about the other cultivators on the continent? From now on, I won't allow you to say such things again." Got it. Her words cut off the little ghost's hope. Seeing her brother silent, she gently takes his hand and pulls him away. "This is a safe place for us," she explains. Choked up, "No matter what, are not we still alive right now?" she worries and asks. "You have not eaten anything all day. Have you?" "I brought food here." The little ghost refuses. Not interested. "Is that for finding?" Sun Quan hides and observes the two siblings, wondering if they belong to a hybrid beast-human race. Those look just like those of a fox spirit. Completely unrecognizable. Suddenly, something bursts from his sleeve. A mischievous creature heading straight for the two siblings. The giant centipede rushes in, causing the two children to scream in fright. Suddenly, the mischievous creature stops and picks up a cake. The two children are still terrified but watch as the mischievous creature happily eats the small cake. Sun Quan is left speechless. Watching it with annoyance, he scolds. "You little troublemaker. Can't you stay still? You are going crazy over food again." The mischievous creature turns and scurries away. Looking dejected, the two kids still had not recovered. Sun Quan looked at the siblings and said, "It took your food. I am really sorry on its behalf." After they resolved the misunderstanding, the three sat down to chat. Sun Quan was curious about something called the divine tree, so they explained, "That is right. I am also growing a tree called birch and nurturing it like a divine tree." Hearing that, Sun Quan thought to himself, if it is a divine tree, it makes sense why this island has such a strong spiritual energy. But does this divine tree really exist? The little ghost was munching away when he suddenly looked up and asked, "How did you get here? I have never seen anyone from outside come to this place before." Sun Quan gave a vague answer. "I just happened to pass by here and popped in." The little ghost could not help but continue his curiosity, saying, "I heard there are many miraculous things on the mainland. Right. They say there is a gigantic mountain floating in the sky, and its peak is so high that it can touch the moon. Is that true?" Sun Quan boasted, taking advantage of his size. "A mountain floating in the sky. Are you talking about Mount Shuksan?" "Of course. That is real." The boy replied cheerfully. "It is called Shuksan Mountain, but in fact, Sun Quan has never seen it." Then he made a suggestion to the two kids. "All right then, here's the deal. I plan to stay here for a few more days. If you have anything you want to ask, I will tell you everything I know, and keep my presence here a secret." "Okay." Without hesitation, the little ghost agreed. "All right. Of course." Then both of them said goodbye to Sun Quan, promising to meet him again tomorrow. Big Bro, watching the two kids leave, he fell into deep thought. When Sun Quan returned, everyone was surprised. "The divine tree. It is unbelievable. A small island like this has a divine tree." Triving then spoke up. "From what I know, hybrid beast species like the butterfly monsters have mostly been captured by the sea tribe and made into slaves." Munkini added, "A butterfly monster is not a type of magical beast. It is strange for them to appear in a place like this." Sun Quan also speculated, "No matter what, everything here has human influence. We can learn a lot more through them." Mun Kun worriedly asked, "But are they trustworthy? What if they report us to the sea tribe?" Sun Quan calmly responded, "I am sure they hold a grudge against the sea tribe." He pulled out the princess's token from the sea tribe and said, "If anything goes wrong, we still have this. This is the token the princess of the sea tribe gave me." Suddenly, Sun Quan hesitated, and his mischievous nature began to surface. "Even if the people from the sea tribe discover us, we can just tell the princess we got lost. What else can we do?" Trapping then and Mum and Kun looked at him with concern. How can someone be so shameless? Sun Quan was still filled with excitement. Tricking them like this is really fun. Every day, Sun Quan went to the cliff to wait for the two sisters, who died. The two sisters did not let him down. They came together every day, and then the three of them sat down to exchange information. Mala suddenly spoke up. "Sister, on the way back, the boy mentioned that not all the sorcerers on that continent are bad." Mira agreed. "That is right. I also think that man earlier was a good person." Mala said hopefully, "So I have decided. I will also become a sorcerer." Mira asked suspiciously. "A sorcerer?" Mala continued. "That uncle said there is a lot of spiritual energy here. So I think it is possible." The boy was filled with confidence. "If I become a sorcerer, I can fly freely in the sky. Then I will take everyone away from here." Mira remained silent, looking at her brother, and suddenly she smiled with hope. "If you become a sorcerer, then everyone here will follow suit." Suddenly, a sword slammed down right in front of them. Two large Sea Clan members stood in front of the two children. Meanwhile, Sun Quan was still planning. What should I tell them today? I have almost shared everything I can with them. What now? He silently calculated. I and they are getting closer. But so far I still have not extracted any important information about this island. I wonder if it is because they have a prejudice against sorcerers, or if they are still wary of me. He then glanced toward the forest, waiting for the two sisters, Mala and Mira, to arrive. It seems a bit late now. A day has passed. It is already dark, and Sun Quan was left hanging by the two kids. He thought to himself, if they do not come soon, I will go out there. In the forest, the sounds of celebration rang out. Drink up. Good job. Tomorrow will be my last day in this boring place. Let us raise a glass to all the struggles we have faced. Suddenly, one of the Sea Clan shouted. What was that? They looked at Sun Quan warily. An outsider. There is a restriction set outside. How did you get in here? Sun Quan warily presented the princess's token and asked, you fools. Do I still look like an outsider? The Sea Clan was surprised. It was a royal token. Suddenly, one Sea Clan member approached and ordered. Everyone, put down your weapons and step back. This old Sea Lord seems to be the leader of the Sea Clan on the island. Sun Quan exchanged pleasantries with him. Tomorrow is the scheduled day. I really did not expect you to come early. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. But he smiled, squinting his eyes. The entourage is not around here. It seems they came to confirm things first. So we can be sure this is a treasure. Both were heading toward the trees, where there were butterflies similar to Mira and Mala. The Sea Lord proudly said, quick, take a look at this divine butterfly tree. Sun Quan stood in awe at the scene, while the old man continued his introduction. Ultimately, the hybrid butterfly larvae did serve a purpose. Thanks to being nurtured by the birch tree, the divine altar tree became such a miraculous plant. The old man pointed to the unfortunate butterflies and said, aren't they still growing well? This way, we can harvest 1,000 divine altar trees. Sun Quan, who had been silent until now, suddenly asked quietly, what about the other hybrids? Hai Tripung smiled and replied, follow me. How could they go this way? He led Sun Quan in another direction, saying he had gathered the rest in one spot. They were still very small but quite useful. Before Sun Quan were the tiny butterflies that shared the same fate of becoming fertilizer for the trees, including the two sisters, Mira and Mal. This scene truly pushed him to his limits. At the bottom of the deep sea. Please come in. It is wonderful that our three great sea tribes can gather in a place like this. The Jiao Nun tribe's #1 hair, Shi Ha Tu, spoke up. It is all thanks to the divine altar tree that we can be at peace like this. I come representing my family as per my father's wishes. What are your plans for the future? Next to her was the #1 hair of the Gu Hai tribe. The Afsai Long tribe's #1 hair continued. Let us get straight to the point. Tomorrow we will transfer 100 divine altar trees to each tribe. Chi Tu asked in surprise. 100 trees? That is a lot. Xiu Hai also questioned. While we may be allies, what does it mean to casually hand over such valuable divine altar trees? I wonder. Do you plan to use a similar approach to influence our Xiao Quack's Kine tribe in the future? Achiho replied nonchalantly. Exactly. We need to eliminate this suspicion before we encircle the outsiders, he cunningly said. You claim the Hai Long tribe captured the butterfly Trung. How do you explain that? Hearing this, Aku Hai fell into deep thought. Butterfly Trung. Indeed. Jitu asked. What is that? He explained to her. It is a type of larvae that, upon dying, merges its body with nature, transforming ordinary trees into divine ghost insects. Even so, Zihai could not shake the doubts in her mind. But I still do not understand. Whoever captures the ghost insects will die. So would not that mean we could have 200 divine altar trees without forming any alliances? Chizio cryptically replied, usually, that is the case. But if it is the type of butterfly larvae that can shed their skins, that is a different story. The two listeners were taken aback. Shedding skins, he clarified, is purely a matter of chance or coincidence. My father once discovered the type of butterfly larvae that can shed its skin. Chizio laughed more mischievously as he spoke. If we capture it, then breed it to create hybrids and nurture them within the divine altar trees. He insisted. Doing this would yield 1,000 divine altar trees. That would be the number our Hazai Long tribe possesses. He painted a vision for the two. We will use the divine altar trees to create protective equipment for Hazai tribing. By doing this, our plan will become a spaceship capable of breaking any restrictions and sweeping away all the sorcerers of the Eastern Kingdom. Chitio advised. We must prepare well for the impending war. On the small island now, the butterfly beings are being captured for fertilizer. A tritring calmly boasts to Sun Quan. Since they are still young, I am not sure how long this will take, or what form the divine tree will take. But I can assure you this will be a good experiment. You just need to go back and tell the prince that I have dedicated myself to fulfilling my duty. Looking at the shackles that have been removed from the ground, he fell silent. Sun Quan remembers the time little Mira came to meet him privately, pleading for a favor. Please, Take my brother out of here. Sen Quan was surprised and asked if it was just her brother. The girl earnestly replied, this is the territory of the Sea Tribe. It will be very difficult for you to take us both out. Then the girl offered a gem. I won't let you work for free. I will give you this Hai Feng stone. Sen Quan looked at the girl and asked, well, as you said, sorcerers on the mainland are dangerous. Do you know that if someone does that, they could very well lose their life? This place might be safer for half-blood children like you. Mira hesitated and then replied, I know, but if I continue to stay here. Sen Quan still looked at her, and Mira gazed up at him, earnestly pleading, please, sir. My brother. I want him to live a truly free life, so please take him out of here. Sen Quan thought to himself, even if we leave for the mainland immediately, it would at least take a few months. I do not have time to waste on pointless matters like this. He thought that, but his conscience still softened, even though he should not. He finally gritted his teeth. Sen Quan took the gem from Mira's hand and said, just this small stone is not enough. The girl was taken aback. So Sen Quan bluntly suggested, I just do not know much about this place. If you can tell me what you know, I will take your brother out. Just those words ignited hope in the girl. Gratitude still lingered in Sen Quan's mind, but those two siblings had now become sacrifices. What was he regretting? How could I have the nerve to take a spirit stone from a child? Then, to Hai Trahung's astonishment, he turned around, saying it was nothing, just feeling a bit uncomfortable. Suddenly, there were beats echoing behind him, pulling him back. Sen Quan looked towards the two siblings, who were still producing the beats. Sen Quan could not hold back and rushed over. Mira and Mamalu were still holding each other tightly, becoming nourishment for the tree. Sen Quan was astonished by that weak breath. Then he decisively pulled out the thing called Divine Elixir Tree. Hai Trahung was horrified. What are you doing? The roots of the tree were pulled out and scattered everywhere. Sen Quan picked up Malo to inspect. Fortunately, except for the arms and legs, everything else was intact, and there was no danger to life. Then he looked at Mira, who was gradually being swallowed by the tree. So that was it. The little girl had used her whole body to protect her brother with all her remaining strength. Hai Trahung shouted. That is the nourishment for the Divine Elixir Tree. Why are you destroying it? Sen Quan snapped back. Shut up. The old man would not back down. What did he think? In response, he was met with eyes filled with murderous intent. Are you telling me to shut up? Hai Trahung, still loudmouthed, was suddenly frightened into silence. Sen Quan knelt before Mira, holding Mal. Seeing the girl lifeless, he softly said, you saved your brother, so do not worry and just sleep well. Then he took out a gem. From now on, I will fulfill your request. A strange blue light radiated from the gem, causing the ground around them to crack. The divine elixir trees will take all the children up high. I will take all of you out of here. The small island seemed to have a chunk taken out of it, and suddenly a light burst forth, illuminating the area. After the dust settled, only Sen Quan and Hai Trapper remained in an empty space. The old man trembled and looked at him. My divine elixir tree. The divine elixir tree. Hai Trahung yelled in rage. Who the hell are you? Are you that master from the eastern country? Then he immediately attacked Sen Quan. Do you think I would let you go unscathed after doing this? But before he could do anything, he was grabbed tightly. Sen Quan angrily asked. They know how to laugh when happy and cry when hurt. That means they are no different from you. How can you have the heart to push them to their deaths like that? I struggled to speak. I do not understand what you mean. They are just like livestock, raised by humans to be slaughtered. Hearing these words, the killing intent in Sen Quan's eyes deepened. He shouted again. We have always just followed the laws of nature, Sen Quan said quietly. How can someone like you be so arrogant? You call that the law of nature. The anger within him erupted. So I will follow this law and do the same to you. The small and weak will be eaten. Saying this, he squeezed Hai's throat even harder. The old man gasped for mercy. Wait, if you kill me, you won't get away unscathed either. Before the old man could finish, he channeled his spiritual power to deal with the wicked old man. Watching him vanish, he said solemnly, people like you do not deserve to exist in this world. Then, the killing intent in Sen Quan's eyes shifted, and he drew his weapon towards the Awala Sea tribe. You are no different from him. A tremendous wave of spiritual power spread out. The pressure from Sen Quan terrified them. He threatened them with fierce killing intent. Get out of here. Under the self-detonation of Sen Quan, the monsters panicked. They screamed for help amidst the explosion of thousands of lightning strikes. The Haivalong clan was in chaos, shouting, don't come here. Help me. In return, he remained cold and indifferent as he killed. Then he said, the half-bloods of the butterfly clan also long to live, just like you do now. The battlefield was filled with a gloomy aura. The other two were left stunned. I wonder what is happening here. So Sen Quan stepped out and simply said a sarcastic remark. You are here. Mun Kun has just been waiting to scold you for a long time. You are here. After all this chaos, You can speak so calmly. Who told you that messing with the Hai Long clan would lead to anything good? I said you should be careful. Trapping then was just confused. Could it be because of the divine Dan tree that you said that? Manhwa did not care about him. He had to think of his own life first. Whether it was because of the divine Dan tree or not, in the end, we would still die. Right. He tossed Trapping then something strange. And he caught it. Puzzled. So it is the Kaigan Tainsei Jung. Why are you giving this to me? He explained briefly and asked for their help. The divine Dan tree and Kone are placed inside it. Take this to Bitch Mountain for me. The rest will be taken care of by Vin and Sam. After hearing this, Trapping Thin's eyes lit up with excitement. Perhaps it was because he and those half-bloods had a connection that he did this. Sesen Kwon sighed. It was just a commission. Just a commission. After giving his instructions, he told them to go ahead. He would stay behind to bait them out. In the meantime, you all should quickly leave the Hai Long clan's territory. Trapping Thin was worried. Alone. Isn't he that too reckless? The general was just coldly dismissing. They left quickly while there was still time. I have to stay to monitor the waste that has been dumped. The people from the Sea clan will be here soon, so you all should leave quickly. Munkin urged everyone. Just follow Master Tiger's orders because the Sea clan is approaching. Though Trungde Thin was reluctant, he could only wish for his safety and urged him to be careful. Hearing this, the general laughed coldly. You know I am not the type to die easily. Under the star-filled sky of the Milky Way, the general watched the two of them leave. The energy radiating from him was untouchable, like a death god waiting for its enemy. The lake began to boil as dozens of Sea clan members rose up. At this moment, the general summoned the demon law, which gradually materialized. Ready for the next fight, the Sea Dragon clan shouted, demanding to know his identity. Is it the intruder of the forbidden area? He merely glanced at them with disdain, clearly showing how foolish they were. I am that intruder. Then the general's eyes glowed with a fierce light, like a flame igniting. Those Sea clan members will kill us. Above, a group was silently observing, led by the second heir of the Sea Dragon clan. Chi Lei. He was astonished. What is going on? How can such a small island be destroyed? Even the Kalong appeared. A subordinate reported, saying it was just a Taoist. After hearing this, Chi Lei was even more stunned. A Taoist. He slowly fell silent to think. After a while, Chi Lei ordered the deployment of the heavenly net. The subordinate asked in confusion. Is it just to target that one? That key figure will soon chase after us. Chi Lei turned and shouted, Exum Dun. Your eyes are the weak spot. How can you still say that after seeing this? Then he ordered. Gather all the members of the Sea Dragon clan here. We must not let them leave this sea. They immediately obeyed without hesitation. Below, the battle between the general and the Sea Dragon people was fierce, and they were gradually being defeated. The demon law wielding the 9-loop blade looked at the Sea clan like they were a delicious prey, striking repeatedly, while the ghostly souls emerged to assist the general. They were terrified by the previous scene. Could these guys not stop? The demon law fought fiercely against the Kalong. It swung a blade and managed to take down the massive Kalong. The Kalong's head fell, blood pouring down as it collapsed, then sank into a dark aura as if being devoured. The demon law and the ghostly souls were in a bloody state. The Sea Dragon clan was in a panic. What is happening? Are they trying to eat us? What exactly is that monster? The general warned from behind, not to be distracted by them. He used the holy flame and swept clean without leaving a single one behind. After a while of fighting, the general fell into silence. He felt a bit tired and began to think. Days have passed. This is the 13th or 14th battle. Regardless of whether it is a split or a decisive fight, if this continues, our energy will only run out. You turned to see the Discipline panting. The Discipline looked quite exhausted. We need to quickly get out of this place. But wherever we go, lost in thought. One of them ambushed the Discipline. This one seems much stronger than the others. I heard that the sea field has vanished without a trace, so it is because of this treasure. Then he brandished his long knife, intending to finish it off. So you better die fast. The strike made it hard for the Discipline to defend. It was pushed back a bit by that big guy. He looked on with contempt. A zombie dares to block my long knife. It was struggling to hold on. The Discipline's cold gaze flickered with a frenzied anger. It was about to charge at the enemy when suddenly its legs could not hold up anymore. The Mountain Lord managed to catch the Discipline in time, stopping it from exhausting its strength. Stop it. That is enough. You withdraw and rest. Discipline. I will take care of the rest. You have done very well. The Discipline hesitated, looking at the Mountain Lord. But it really seemed to have reached its limit. Hearing this, the Discipline let out a sigh and retreated to rest, leaving the Mountain Lord to continue the fight. This one is Chi Fi, the third heir of the Sea Dragon clan. He assessed you again. I thought he was just some insignificant guy. Does he dare to act recklessly in the territory of the Sea Dragon clan? Behind him is a whole army waiting for orders. But seeing it up close like this, that guy really is the craziest among the crazies I have met. The two stared at each other, signaling that a deadly battle awaited. You coldly replied. That guy. compared to those who treat hybrids as sacrifices, is no different. He looked puzzled at your words. You stole our stuff and now you are standing there talking nonsense. They are what we created and nurtured ourselves. No matter how it is not at all our dedication. Besides, what makes people like you so great to talk about us? How could we know this? We learned it from your priests. Chief Ophi spoke things that left the mountain lord stunned. We only did one of the things that you had done before. You can do it. But we can't it. Humans are indeed just demons in human disguise. With insatiable greed. Looking at you like that, I am afraid you won't willingly hand over the divine altar. Then Chief Ophi roared and attacked. Better to kill an innocent than to let one escape. Even provoking you to make you angry. Later I will take your soul out to sea. The strike shook the entire sea, creating a whirlpool in the water. The strike shook the wide sea, shaking the heavens and the earth. I gradually moved forward. He was stunned, receiving a blow from Sun Quan with just one punch. The aura of death radiated from him as he slowly replied. You think you can do whatever you want. I finished my words, and that murderous aura spread out, causing the little demons to tremble, even drawing more than before, affecting even the sect. He questioned the previous justification. Even if you try to cover it up with words, your crime will not disappear. Saying that, he prepared for them to vanish. You all better die under my ghostly blade. The sharp blade filled with dense ghostly energy slashed through the body of the sect. Meanwhile, Trepping Thin and Mummin Khan were flying towards Beach Mountain. Triumphing Thin was still worried about the mountain troops. He had not seen any of the sea tribe pursuing them yet. Seems they are still being held back by Masters Ria. Monen Gun was concerned if he could break through the sea tribe's encirclement and return safely. Tredrawing Thivin, confused, asked, What do you mean? He hesitated. Forgive me for being honest. Do not you feel any pity? Trapping Thin questioned him back, understanding his implication. You mean pity for leaving him behind, letting him risk his life as bait for them? Munkun calmly replied. I know. Although Master Lasses is struggling out there, are not we also having a hard time? That is why I said we should at least get one tree. Just 1 out of 1,000 would be enough. Trapping Thin fell silent, pondering. Then explained. Initially, those trees were created by the hybrid butterfly spirits. The master of the divine tree is not us or Master Las, but the hybrid butterfly spirits that escaped their forms. Mun Khan was about to retort. However, Trapping Thin cut him off, saying we should not speak carelessly. Hearing this, Mun Khan's eyes filled with disappointment, and he sighed helplessly, truly regretting it. He then assessed Trutavang Thin, seeing him just like Master Zei, such stubborn people. Back with the mountain troops. The sea was calm after the battle ended, concluding the fierce family feud, and the Sea Dragon Man had finally fallen. The mountain troops had won decisively. He looked around and saw everything was quiet before swiftly taking off. Immediately, on the other side of the sea, there was some disturbance. The water there bubbled as if something was happening. The distant sea tribe had not died, just lost an arm. He shouted angrily. Damn it. My arm. He was terrified, knowing he could only dive into the sea to try to survive. If it were not for that, he would have. The call from behind was Chi Lai and the army flying over. Hearing the voice, his junior brother turned back to reprimand Chi Fi. You thought he was just an ordinary person, so you rushed in. Chi Fi had underestimated the mountain troops. I am really sorry. I just wanted to catch that guy. Chi Lai did not blame his younger brother, only instructing him to recover. It is, just focus on restoring your energy. He was surprised. But should not we chase him down and kill him? Chi Lai reassured him. Don't he worry. With Thin La Zihavang here, he won't he escape this sea. Chi Fi now remembered. Dian Laviavang, that is right. I have sent a message to the senior brother, so I am sure he will be here soon. Meanwhile, their senior brother, Chi Zio, had received the urgent news. He clenched the sound transmission letter in anger. Chi Zio received the news with a dark expression. At this moment, the mountain troops were flying around the sea area. You fly close to the sea, waiting for the opponent to appear. Trekkie Van's voice echoes. Even if it is a bait, wandering around like this, sooner or later I will get caught. Sasun Kwon mockingly asked him, silent like a dead mouse for a moment, now suddenly coming back to talk. You know the tentacles of Vin and To. Right, they are the ones who act recklessly towards hybrids. You know that. And while I know it too, this is still the first time I have seen it with my own eyes. We do not do this kind of thing in Thaksh Sun, so there is no need for misunderstandings. Although it can't be done. This is the long-term way to survive in the world of the strongest. However, you are too obsessed with this. As if you have encountered something similar. Sen Kwon also silently admits that he has even risked his own life. You suddenly remember, when thinking about the 3 words sacrificial offerings, and ask, Trekkie Veman, can we escape the pursuit of the sea tribe this way? Seeing him puzzled, you reiterate. Didn't you say you would speak up if there was a way? At this moment, Trekkie Ven remembered. We should head east. There is a place called Zyquops, where many sects gather, since they live together on the same sea. They are bitter rivals with the sea tribe. Just getting close to the Vine Quok area will turn into chaos, as if poking a hornet's nest. What is more interesting than just sitting back and watching them fight? Right. Sung Kwon murmured as Truckyvavan mentioned one koof. Just then, a giant sea monster suddenly appeared, lunging up it, with one mouthful. Swallowed Troping Sung Kwon. But soon it widened its eyes in surprise. Before it could feel anything, the sea monster exploded into pieces. Standing on its remains was 7 Kwon, followed by the appearance of an entire army of the Hai Long tribe. You were excited. Great. Then let us head east and see. The scene shifts to a clear moonlit night. The sounds of people cursing echoing across the beach Sen range. The voice of this woman is none other than Thet H. She angrily scolded Sun Kwon. That poor guy. That damn man. I think he really wants to die. I just left not long ago. And now he wants to let 2 women here remain loyal for him. The aura of the woman made the 2 young men feel scared. Such a terrifying pressure. Seeing they were not reacting, she angrily shouted. What do you mean by that expression? Why did you leave my husband alone in a dangerous place like this? Trong Thin turned his face away. Lai spoke with a guilty tone. You know how stubborn Loxisizei is. Moreover, with things having come to this, saying more is useless. Hearing that, she exploded even more, shouting. You just wait. I will go find him myself. A woman's voice from afar gently intervened. Please stop. The voice that interrupted reminded Thit A of Sun Kwon's words. Didn't my lord say so? He has his own plans. She turned to listen as Choa continued speaking. She instructed Lin Hai. Just follow his instructions. Take the child Lai and Thun Thai to Beach Sen. Then respectfully say. And Master Trang Thiven. You have come a long way. You must be tired. However, once this matter is settled, I hope you can return quickly. The 2 could only agree, unable to refute anything. The scene shifted as they were led to a guest room, and the complaints of Mun Kai began. Wondering how they got caught up in this. But truly, this was astonishing to me. This little-known bitch Sun could sense a much denser spiritual energy than ordinary mountains. Even our Thaik Sun could not reach such a level. Not only that, but this was the first time I saw humans and spirit beasts living harmoniously together. I thought such things only existed in legends. And occasionally one could see great figures at higher realms. I also just saw a female master at the Thai Tin level. Right. Who was that white-haired woman, clearly at a lower level than us? Yet she appeared so imposing that I did not even dare to challenge her. Trapping Thiven did not hide it. She was the wife of Lai Siyai, the master of Beach Sun. And that is not all. Have you heard about the incidents in the Kim Tien region? Mun Kinin asked. The Kim Tivan region. Are you talking about the 3-way demon war? A battle like that? How could anyone not know? The masked master and the 4 great spirit clans initiated a life and death battle. And it even involved the 10 evil demons. Didn't the masked master ultimately win that fierce fight? Trapping Thin explained to En Kamen that everyone believed that dreadful disaster was stopped by the masked master. But the truth was different. That woman was the one who, in an instant, transformed into the Earth Mother Master, one of the 4 great spirit clans, causing that clan to completely vanish. Hearing this, Munkin was not only surprised but also skeptical. She was just a fairy. How could she do that? To put it bluntly, it was unbelievable. Trong Thiven reflected on that battle in silence for a moment. Although that terrifying disaster was stopped by Lai Les Zei, his gaze became lost. So how could I not be afraid? Seeing this, Mun Kun secretly criticized. Don't tell me you are scared. Why do you look so pitiful? After a moment of reflection, he returned to the main topic. After all, is not it said that every 1,000 years, someone breaks through the initial realm? She is that person. Troffing Thin silently admired her. She was not only the offspring of the Buk Hait Ku Thublu, but also a concubine, praised by everyone in Bh Sen. The scene shifted to the intense battle of Sen Kwon, who had broken through the encirclement. You single-handedly used your sword to send the Hai Long Nunen back to the dust. Thousands fell. The screams of the Hai Long Nunen being cut in half echoed across the surface, blood staining the sky. He must not be allowed to escape. After breaking free, Sen Kwon was confronted by a dragon that emerged to block his path. It dove down, aiming to finish him off. Of course, it is not enough skill. You used the Phoenix Melody sacred fire and stirred up the entire sea. The Sea Dragon clan could only watch helplessly as they were swept along by the pressure of the Phoenix Melody sacred fire. The aura spread throughout the area, raising the danger level of the Mountain Prince in their eyes. The Sea Dragon clan screamed in despair. This fire simply could not be extinguished. At this moment, Zhu-Won inside the sword formation remained silent, and the Mountain Prince noticed, but stayed quiet as he was quite exhausted. The Mountain Prince quickly flew away from the chaos. Only then did Zhu-Won speak up, saying the closer they got to the Eastern Kingdom, the more fiercely they attacked. He asked him, with the area around them being all islands, do we really need to keep moving forward? Zhu-Won replied, right now. You must have entered the border area between the Eastern Kingdom and the Sea Clan. I did not expect they would pursue us so relentlessly, but if you can endure a little longer. The Eastern Kingdom over there won't just sit back and do nothing. Suddenly, a bunch of red hooks shot out from the water, aiming to capture the Mountain Prince. He inadvertently lowered his guard and was surrounded. The Mountain Prince was forcefully pulled down and began to sink into the deep sea. Those red ropes were used by the Sea Dragon clan to restrain him. The Mountain Prince was tightly bound and thinking, damn it. What should I do now? I need to get out of here quickly. Suddenly, his eyes widened as a sound wave emanated from beneath the water. The Mountain Prince was shocked by the scheming of these guys. Is it sonic magic? My body can't move anymore. His body was paralyzed, tightly bound by many ropes in the heart of the sea. At that moment, a giant clam had opened its mouth nearby. Then it quickly trapped the Mountain Prince inside its huge shell. The Sea Dragon people were delighted, finally catching this troublesome guy. If he was swallowed by the abyssal sea cables, even with wings, he would not be able to escape. The leader warned not to let their guard down, immediately setting up an illusion formation and sealing him inside. One surprised person asked, but he is already surrounded by the abyssal sea cables. Do we really need to do this? The leader replied, if that is the case, there is no other way. Although it is a bit regrettable to do this. We have to take down the abyssal sea cables with him. But just then, the abyssal sea cables opened its mouth. A surge of energy erupted from it, lifting the Sea Clan high into the air. That energy surged up from the surface of the sea. The Mountain Prince emerged from it, wearing armor formed from calamity. The Mountain Prince seemed quite exhausted trying to withstand it. Now, he prepared to face both Tram Than Long and the Sea Dragon clan alone. Zuwan, hidden in the treasure side at the battle. It was a massive fight just to capture you. They set up a heavenly net. Breaking through their encirclement won't be easy. Do you have any ideas? Donned in battle armor, remained silent. On the other side, the roar of the elite faction echoed. Brothers, it is. He not only stole our divine fragrant loot, but also injured my arm. When he swung that sinister blade, he had lost his demonic martial arts. It seems he is exhausted. And yet he still provokes you. You bastard. Your death is near. Chai Dao secretly doubts his thoughts about him. The Admiral has killed hundreds these past few days. Can he really be on the same level as me? It is hard to believe. The Fog Warrior observed them, and realized that there were quite a few people here, on the same level as him. He really was at the same level. Fortunately, the Sea King had not shown himself. He made a decision. I am completely surrounded now, and after Liu Yumin, I will only be captured. I must fight them here, on this side. Chai Da had the same thought. It could not drag on any longer. We must strike quickly before the Eastern nations people arrive. Take him down swiftly, and capture that bastard. Then Chai Da ordered, all members of the Hailong clan, listen up. Cripple his limbs to appease the spirits of our Hailong clan. After that, a powerful army charged forward, with 2 from the clan watching the show above. Lord Du, should we also intervene if the Hailong clan investigates later? Du Hai replied indifferently. We have already suffered heavy losses supporting their heavenly net. I won't let our clan's enemies be sacrificed. Surrounding that guy like this is already fulfilling our duty. The other clans also realized the intentions of the Kaich Kain clan and stopped helping. Indeed, the Kaich Kain clan had no intention of intervening. And someone responded, even if that guy grows wings, it is hard for him to escape. Why should we take action? Chiapol beside him interjected. After all, they did not expect to lose troops. We have already lost valuable treasures from the Hailong clan. The Hailong clan must give us an answer. At this point, the Hailong clan surged forward, easily pushing past the mountain warriors. They were puzzled. What was happening? This is too tough. He swung it away, slicing them into pieces. Suddenly, a terrifying dragon tail lunged out, intending to smash him, but was split in 2 by the mountain warriors. Those from the Hailong clan who overestimated their strength tried to attack. If they could not pierce through, then he would smash them into a pile of meat. He swung his powerful mace down, causing the mountain warriors to spit blood. Hundreds of sharp claws reached out to pull him down. The situation was truly dire, and the call to action rang out. At that moment, hundreds above shouted with their trident swords, using their energy to strike at him. This situation forced the mountain warriors to call for assistance. Then they used the golden staff. A thin light shot out, transforming into hundreds of rays that shredded the Hailong beings. At this time, the Blue Dragon clan outside realized and called their subordinates to retreat. Getting out of the way so we could talk to him. Trapped within the circular area, he threatened the mountain warriors. If you can't withstand the blades and are not strong enough, then I can only use greater external force to crush you and your armor. Under the pressure, a shadow enveloped the mountain warriors, and then numerous large tentacles emerged from his body, slicing the blue dragons into minced meat. The entire Hailong clan was stunned, and both Du Hai and Cheato were also taken aback. Chai Da was horrified to witness this scene. In front of them stood a man in battle armor, surrounded by the bodies of fallen dragons. Chief Ai shouted angrily, "Oh my! What armor are you wearing?" At this moment, Chai Da's anger erupted. He unleashed his ultimate technique, beginning to merge. Below, Sun Quan felt his strength waning, although his current form maximized damage. It consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual and physical energy, and he had already exhausted himself in the previous battle. Suddenly, a beam of light shone on his face, resembling a surging river, causing the surface of the water to tremble violently. As it calmed down, a three-headed sea dragon appeared, known as the Tam Da Hai Long. Zuan saw this and reminded Sun Quan. This is the secret technique only the Royal Sea Dragon clan can use. You need to be careful. Once they merge, their strength and spiritual essence will be equal. The sea dragon roared as the previously calm water began to rise into a vortex. It swirled around Sun Quan. Surrounding him, Sun Quan also felt uneasy. They could manipulate the air around him, and their power was formidable. The wind howled, pulling Sun Quan into the whirlwind. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by the vortex. As the voice of the three-headed sea dragon echoed, fall, lightning crackled, thousands of bolts striking down as if to annihilate Sun Quan. His cries of agony echoed. Sun Quan released himself, the armor gradually dissipating. He slowly returned to his previous state. At this moment, Sun Quan seemed to be affected. They were ecstatic that they finally stripped away the cursed armor from him. They excitedly praised Tam Long. The princes truly were extraordinary. A voice echoed with concern. Fake. You better shut up. Once you are done talking, find me a body. You can be the first to charge in. The three-headed sea dragon began to threaten. Your armor may withstand normal magical artifacts, but it is definitely no match for our thunder array. I respect the secret technique you have shown so far, but it does not change the fact that you slaughtered my clan. Now we will finish you off. Go die. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled up. Holding his sword collection, his gaze sharp and calculating, he gradually raised his sword collection. Planning to deal with them differently, he confidently declared to them that he still had one hand left. The three-headed sea dragon roared in defiance. You are holding an empty bag of swords, and still dare to speak without shame. Do you think we do not know? Your spiritual power is nothing but a handful of dust, he angrily retorted. You fools. Do not you think about it. The prey is right in front of you. Why would not I use the 9 circular blade? Because all that is here are the souls of your sea clan. They were taken aback upon hearing this. What? Zuwan's voice came from inside the sword collection. You little brat. You have already stepped halfway into the coffin. What is the use of bringing this out? Even if you are not injured, you can guarantee you will unleash your full power. Hearing this, Sun Quan threatened. You better stay obedient inside the sword collection. If not, you might meet with disaster, breaking the heavens. Then he began to channel his spiritual energy, manipulating the sword from the bag. The three-headed Hai Long looked at Sun Quan in shock as he started to circulate his energy, using the soul trapped in the bag as a foundation. From the bag, a beam of light converged and obeyed Sun Quan's command, forging into a sword. Then, he grasped the hilt, drawing a brilliant sword from the empty bag. Facing the three-headed Hai Long, he said, it can separate the sea from the sky, with unpredictable clouds and rain. They are just now regaining their senses. We must stop him. He absolutely cannot swing that sword. One of the three, who was a leader, shouted orders. Split up, divide and conquer. Hurry. The cloud-ascending blade. Move now. The three-headed Hai Long looked at Sun Quan in fear as he prepared to swing the sword. They no longer had time to escape. A powerful wave of sword energy swung toward the three-headed Hai Long, instantly knocking all 3 brothers of the Hai Long tribe and their followers away. The earth shook violently as if it would split in 2, with water columns shooting up to the sky. The three-headed Hai Long lost 2 heads, leaving only one in the middle. Facing Sun Quan, who had just unleashed a palm strike, the sword in his hand began to fade, and Sun Quan could not hold on any longer. Spitting blood, Zuwan, behind him, exclaimed, You scared me to death. I did not expect you to release so many souls at once. I thought you wanted to use me to forge a sword. You scared me. Seeing the 2 severed heads, the three-headed Hai Long was left with just one, the leader, who was crying in despair. My brothers. My brothers. He blamed all the sins on Sun Quan. You bastard. You dare to kill my brother. I will personally chop you into 1,000 pieces and grind your bones to dust. He glanced around, struggling, and saw that one fish had slipped through the net, thinking to himself, this is going to be a headache. Suddenly, a fleet of warships appeared in the distance. The sea tribe panicked. Is it the human Taoist? They yelled as they looked at the warships charging toward them. The people from the Eastern Kingdom have arrived. Exhausted, Sun Quan still complained, saying they were too slow to arrive. The sea tribe would not back down either. They ordered, Hai Long, protect the princes. The leader still wants revenge. Lemia, I can take his life right away. I have to kill him. The others are blocking me. We must leave quickly. They continue to persuade him. Right now. We are not the match for the Eastern Kingdom, but the leader is blinded by hatred. Shouting out, but he has killed 2 of my brothers. Hearing this, Sun Quan asked, "You are heartbroken, are not you?" The leader was startled by this. His gaze turned icy as he questioned. "The butterfly that died because of you felt the same pain. You should experience the sorrow of losing a loved one too. Right?" He then raised his middle finger in provocation. "And get lost," the insulted Hai Long leader shouted, ignoring his subordinate's pleas. "Your Highness. Please," he continued to curse. "Bastard." Seeing Sun Quan turn away, the leader yelled, "Where do you think you are going? The sun has risen. The battle is over." As Sun Quan walked alone on the sandy shore, "Your steps are a bit unsteady from the fatigue of the recent battle." Suddenly, Sun Quan smiles faintly, and then his legs give way as if losing gravity after the fierce battle. Sun Quan finally collapses on the sandy shore, and then he suddenly hears a voice calling, "Get up! Hurry up! Wake up!" Sun Quan jolts awake. "Heavens! Did I faint? How long have I been out? The aftermath of the battle is still causing your body pain. The calamity is still swirling around you." Calling out. Trekti Van speaks from within the sword sheath. "During the month you were unconscious. It stayed by your side to protect you. It really understands your nature, even though you are its master. It could have swallowed you whole." Sun Quan looks into the distance and sees Ku Lut sitting there with Than Siwu, Hon Jiao. He continues, "Do not be fooled by how it looks now. It is always observing the surroundings." Sun Quan feels grateful and replies, "Then I must thank it." Ku Lut shyly turns away. Suddenly, Trekti Van asks, "What do you plan to do next?" Sun Quan stands up, brushes off his clothes, and says, "Right now, my vital energy is severely depleted, and my spiritual power is exhausted. So first, I must recover well." He continues, "What was the last technique you used? If you had used it from the beginning, you would not have had to suffer so much." He responds, "That is because I gathered all my spiritual power in an instant. There was no other way but to use it." Hearing this, Trekti Ven expresses regret. "What a shame, but it is true. If that world-destroying technique could be used at any time, what else would be left?" At that moment, his steps falter. Before him lies a long line of mixed corpses of the sea tribe and the human tribe washed ashore. Sun Quan says grimly, "The bodies of the eastern nations Taoists and the sea tribe have flown here." Trekti Ven add, "It seems that after you left, both sides fought fiercely for a long time. I can also sense the fluctuations of spiritual power here." Suddenly, he emerges from the sword sheath. Sun Quan is momentarily startled by this scene. He approaches the pile of corpses and joyfully exclaims, "Achifi Venian. It is like a child receiving a fruit. I found it." A year pass, and Oman Konya stands in front of the cave, wondering if this is the place. Troping then replies, "Yep. The place where Troy Cham decreed is indeed here." Mungkun is surprised, truly unable to believe that he actually overthrew the sea tribe. Suddenly, he sees a beam of light appear and reminds, "There is a restriction here." Troping then adds, "Even though both sides clashed, it seems Lichasi has also suffered greatly. In the end, both should send sound transmission talismans in first." Suddenly, someone steps out from the cave, looks at the two, and speaks. "I thought it was someone wandering in front of the restriction. Why are you two so slow?" A woman steps out, scolding them for being slow like turtles. Seeing this scene, both Tretring Thiven and Mumvan Kun fall silent. He smirks disdainfully. "Who are you? How dare you point fingers at us?" Suddenly, Troping then asks, "Are you Trekkie Ven?" Mun Kine adopts a cautious demeanor and asks, "Are you really the Grandmaster?" Hearing Trompa then say that, Tretri Ven laughs heartily. No wonder he is the master of deception. He is indeed sharp. Master Kun exclaimed, "Is he really the Grand Master?" He admitted, "That is right, you little brat. He has not fully returned yet. So why do you look like that?" A truck van looked at the woman's body and said, "Considering the secret techniques I practice, a woman's body, with its wood attributes, suits me better than a man's. Remember, my master was a woman." A truck van looked at the two of them. "How long are you going to just stand there? Come on, follow me inside." Inside the cave, Ku Lut was sharpening a knife when it suddenly stopped. Sensing something unusual, it looked up, alert, and then charged forward, aiming directly at its target. The strike gathered all its strength, aimed at a bun head. But the blade did not even touch a single strand of hair. The half-eaten bun was dropped to the ground. Themma pondered for a moment, regretting that Ku Lut interrupted and made it drop the bun. Then it turned back to remind Ku Lut not to misbehave. Seeing this, Ku Lut exhaled a breath, and then both of them rushed into a brawl. Master Ken watched this scene, puzzled, wondering who the kid fighting with Ku Lut was. It was someone he had never seen before. Truck Van had a serious expression. "Introducing, this is my child in Xiaa," he casually replied. "Is that?" Suddenly, Master Ken realized something was off. Both their hearts raced, and their legs trembled, unable to believe their ears. Terrified, "Oh my goodness. Grandmaster, you actually like things like this?" Seeing the two fools being led by him, Truck Van excitedly responded, "Of course it is a joke. You fell for it, Did not you? Don't you know that a fairy can't give birth before becoming one? Both of them felt like donkeys. Their faces darkened. They were so surprised that they had forgotten about that. But can this be casually joked about? Then both of them looked towards them to discuss. But seeing its appearance, could it have transformed? Truck Van walked ahead to clarify. How could that be? The thing could only hide here. And with its large body, it could only use a camouflage technique to take on its current form. Master Kin understood this to some extent, so that means it has not successfully transformed yet. He turned back and said, at that time, it was self-hunting, fighting against countless sea clans, having battled hundreds of times, pushing back thousands of sea clans, and swallowing them whole, including many tiny fragments of spiritual realm. Its essence is greed. When food is served, how could it not eat? Eating so many sea clans, it is natural it would develop intelligence. But it is just not perfect yet. Master Kin sighed. In just a few short years, it has quickly surpassed IA Lakshas. Truck Van looked at his junior and replied, nothing in this world flows smoothly. Sometimes, the opposite will lead to a solution. He accepted the advice. Yep. I will definitely remember my master's teachings. That said, Truck Van still encouraged himself. What is there to be disappointed about? Just endure a little more stimulation and think harder. Only then can one reach enlightenment sooner. The three of them stopped in front of a large gate. Truck Van announced, we have arrived. Deep inside the cave, Sen Kwon was gathering spiritual energy, his mind fully focused. Suddenly, a message came from outside. Trekkie Van Lor announced that the two guys who went to Bech Sen had arrived. Sen Kwon turned his attention to the door and saw Moon Kun and Trying Kun then waving hello. Lati Sisi, are you doing well? He politely replied, long time no see. At the Hai Long clan, a wailing cry echoed. His father, Chi Zio, was kneeling on the ground, pleading for another chance. An elder of the Hai Long clan declared from above, you are no longer part of our Haftra Vang clan. From now on, you have no right to meet me again. Leave. Chizio continued to plead. At least let me take revenge for my two brothers. I must kill him to do so. Before he could finish, guards pushed him away. The elder of the Hai clan ordered, take him out. But Chiho refused. Let go me. Father. Please. His father's cries echoed. Stirring the Hai Long Vajing inside the hall, he angrily said, a lowly Toist dares to humiliate our Hai Long clan. It is truly shameful. He sat on his throne and coldly declared, you can have more children. The Hai Long warriors can be trained again. But the divine altar cannot be disturbed because of that brat. Suddenly, a figure appeared, and the Havzia Vung commanded, this time, let you take action. Great Elder, the one sent to the battlefield this time, was the Great Elder of the Hai Zai Long clan. Chi Trung stood high, looking over the devastated island, asking his subordinate, you said he has red eyes, wears black clothes, can use fire attribute techniques, carries a large sword, and his armor seems alive, along with a treasure from the heavens. The subordinate replied, that is right. But why have you come here? He must have fled to the mainland. But Chi Trung listened and said, I will handle the rest. Saying this, he dove down into the deep sea, pondering that this was the domain of the Sea clan, and people from Lin Kuo would not dare to enter recklessly, even if that were not the case. Breaking in here would be difficult. But he said he came for the divine altar. Something feels off. All of this happened too suddenly. In other words, he is an outsider. I do not know why he came here. But if he dares to venture this deep, he must have something significant to accomplish. If that is the case, he will definitely return to this sea area again. Chi Trung took out a gem and said, the Great Sea is my birthplace. My home. He then ordered, become my eyes and ears. Suddenly, a light flashed from the sea, spreading to cover an area. On Sun Quan's flying ship, everyone was discussing, and someone asked, do you really want to return to Zi Hai? Choosing this time must mean the Hai clan is furious, he said. Now I know the exact location of the Turtle Mountain. There is no need to delay any longer. He glanced at Trekiven in her female form. I have followed your instructions. But you must keep your word, Trekiven angrily retorted. What kind of person have you made me into? Sundrin Kwon thought to himself. From the beginning, he was only interested in being with him for fun. But with this kind of play, even 100 lives would not be enough. In the end, you are just helpless. After all, I have died once. What is there to be afraid of? Trekiven did not care and continued. Head southeast. After hearing Trivempan's directions, Senkwon gently reminded, I have opened full speed. Everyone be careful. Do not fall off. Then, the ship soared swiftly like the wind. Meanwhile, below the sea, Chi Trung was casting a spell when he suddenly sensed something. Senkwon's ship shot down from the sky into the sea. The ship sliced through the water, about to reach the edge of the formation. Sen and Kwon, never one to back down, boldly charged right through. So Senkwon looked at Trekavine and asked, aren't you going to tell us how you know where Kwaitha Sen is? He replied casually, I have my ways. I can't easily reveal my tricks. He glanced at Trek Yvonne, who was smut, thinking, aren't all Quaitha Sen the same? The Quaitha Sen I want to find can be accessed through Hyamline Island. He felt a sudden loss of gravity hit him. Sen Quan warned everyone to hold on tightly as the ship began to tilt, almost throwing Trek Yvonne off. Luckily he managed to grab onto something. I have secured the master. The ship was suddenly plunging into the water. Trek Yvonne shouted in alarm. What is happening? Chi Trung surfaced from the depths of the sea. I can't believe you managed to avoid my ambush. He angrily pointed at the ship. You are that little punk. Hung Xing. I have finally caught up with you. Chi Trung declared furiously. You have brought great shame upon the Hai Long clan. You should pay the price. Today, I will personally punish you. Streams of water surged towards the ship at his command. Caught off guard, Sen Quan's ship tried to evade. He pushed himself to maximum speed, not expecting to face a powerful opponent. I miss my old body so much, Sen Quan anxiously asked. Aren't we there yet? Triki Venian, terrified, clung to the ship's edge and said, almost there. Just a little further. That Chi Trung is still chasing us through the waves. He roared. On this, do not even think about escaping my grasp. He then directed his energy towards Sen Quan, saying that running away will only prolong your suffering. Even now, the ship was speeding above him. Mocking him, Chi Trung was furious. That magic weapon truly was a nuisance. Sen Quan was not faring much better. Still trying to escape, shocked that besides the Sea King, there was another formidable foe, and encountering him in the ocean. It seemed like survival was becoming increasingly unlikely. Suddenly, Trekiven shouted, we are here. And he pointed to the spot. Indeed, the ship was heading into a pitch-black storm. Seeing the ship racing towards it, Chi Trung roared, the ancient triangular continent. You really ran into a dead end. He laughed joyfully. Winning without a fight. You rascals have been fleeing everywhere, and now there is no escape left. Seeing the statue in front of them, Munankun and Tridivine were astonished. It is disgusting. The road is blocked now. Trekiven was also stunned. Clearly they had arrived. But who would have expected this on the way? Sen Quan silently said, we have to go in. Everyone was shocked to hear this. What? Are you crazy? Can't you feel the energy of heaven and earth surging ahead? Once we go in, we will either be crushed to bits or die instantly. He explained. As long as Quaitha Sen is there. Whether it is the energy of heaven and earth, or a sea of fire and blades, I have to go. Sen Quan signaled. The boat charged straight into the black cloud. Sen Quan's ship rushed in like a moth to a flame. Trung Trung was shocked. What? He could not help but shout. That guy. That madman. The energy of heaven and earth is very dangerous. It can even distort space and time. They know nothing about this place. Yet they still charge in. Chi Trung gritted his teeth in anger. Sen Quan's ship has entered. This is inside the ancient void triangle. Munkun looked around and sighed. Surprisingly, it was quite calm here. Sen Quan turned to Trekivine and asked, how? He was still observing the situation and replied, indeed. There was luck in this misfortune. I can sense the aura of Quaitha Sun. It has become our guiding light. If we had not realized it, we would have been trapped in this space, waiting for thousands of years. Sen Quan's ship continued sailing in the ancient void triangle. But we must not let our guard down. At any moment, we could be sucked in due to the distortion of space. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure surged toward them, and he shouted a threat. Do you think I will let you go so easily? He then swung an axe straight down onto Sen Quan's ship, transitioning to a place with bright sunlight and peaceful scenery. Suddenly, a furry mass emerged from somewhere, scaring off the birds that flew away from the dense foliage. An old man with white hair stood up and lamented. My back. He looked up at the sky and said, it has been hundreds of years. Really a long time without any visitors. Suddenly, he opened his arms to welcome them. Welcome, everyone. Surrounding us are countless swords embedded in the ground. From the clear sky, a ship suddenly pierced through the clouds and plunged down. Seeing this, he was delighted. Welcome, everyone. Why are you here? Unlike his hospitable attitude, the ship crashed straight into him. Moreover, it slid a long way, knocking over the swords. Finally, the ship came to a stop, leaving a long mark on the ground. Along with the flying ship, Tri Trung also descended from the sky. Soon after, he was filled with vigor. The island where both sides landed was vast, with lush greenery. Yet the area where everyone landed was flat. Chi Trung Dodhing led him toward the dilapidated flying ship, yelling, how long are you planning to pretend to be dead? Get out here, instantly. Movement could be seen in that place. Something suddenly emerged from the pile of wreckage. He was on guard, thinking it was a ghost. Yet he still possessed this kind of magical item. From the rubble, Sen Quan appeared, saying, I never expected you would go this far, risking your own life just to eliminate me. He smirked. If you could get in, then why can't? That damn flying artifact is destroyed. Let us see how you can escape. With that, he channeled his spiritual energy towards the axe blade. Chi Trung, filled with killing intent, stepped forward. Each of my Long Clan's moves, and every mockery you have thrown at me, today I will make you pay for all of it. Sahong Kun, seeing this, became anxious and cautious as the two prepared to deal with the blood sea deep hand. When suddenly a scream rang out, the artifact was slowly being drawn into the nearby sword. He was startled. What is happening? The sword is swallowing my body. Before he knew it, the sword had already consumed the artifact. Trapping then was also astonished. The Taoist is being sucked into the sword. Seeing the scene, Sen Quan felt like he had grasped a lifeline. He is being sucked into the sword. There is a way now. Even Chi Trung carefully stepped back from the swords. And trying the Thane shouted, "Everyone, step away from the sword." Suddenly, Traki Ven spoke up. No need to be surprised. Trapping Thin was astonished. The one who just disappeared is your disciple. How can you be so indifferent? Traki Ven calmly replied. He is not dead. He just entered the dangerous spirit island. Lala Jai. You recognized him at a glance. Suddenly, a laugh echoed. It was the old man who was hit earlier. He recognized him right away. He lightly tapped his cane and said, "Indeed. A thunderstorm in clear skies." The guest this time really made a big scene. Atrangtha then asked, "You are the one who introduced yourself with a cane." "I am the gatekeeper of Dangerous Spirit Island, responsible for welcoming guests." He then whispered a warning. "But fighting is not allowed here." Clearly referring to Sen Quan and Tri Trung, he looked at the old man with caution. I do not sense any aura from that old man. He only spoke a few words. Yet the pressure was overwhelming. Suddenly, the old man burst out laughing, cheerfully saying, "The atmosphere seems a bit off, does not it? If you are here, of course, you must draw a sword. Come here. If you want a sword, just draw it." Suddenly, a hand was placed on him. He glanced at Sen Quan suspiciously, asking, "I told you to draw your sword. What do you mean by grabbing my hand?" He calmly replied, "What I am holding is a sword." Hearing that, he became intrigued and praised. How interesting. Then, a wave of light radiated from the old man, and he finally transformed into a sword resting in Sen Quan's hand. You turned back and said, "I will go ahead." Then you vanished into the sword. Seeing the pre-escape, Chi Trung rushed forward and shouted, "You bastard. Where do you think you are running off to?" He grabbed the sword. He lifted the sword, shaking it while cursing. "What the hell? Why am I not being pulled in?" The old man appeared again and said, "This sword won't do. You need to find another one." Chi Trung angrily protested. "This is ridiculous. Just get me to where that kid was." He was scolded by the man but remained calm, saying, "This sword has an owner. But do not worry. All the other swords here lead to the perilous island." Hearing that, Chi Trung threw away the sword and grabbed another one nearby. "Wait for me. You bastard." Immediately he was also pulled inside the sword. Trukven looked over at Trahang then and said, "You should go in too." He asked back, "What about you?" The old man explained, "I do not need to go. I plan to stay here and search for familiar items to restore and improve my realm." Hearing that, Tramang then bowed respectfully and said, "If that is the case, then I will take my leave." He then touched a sword and entered the perilous island. A blinding light suddenly appeared in the high sky, from which a beam of light shot straight down to the ground. Shaking the area, a figure stood from afar watching the beam of light, excitedly exclaiming, "It has been a long time since we had a visitor." On another cliff, someone was also heading towards that beam of light. Others were also looking in the direction of the beam that was placed over a spot that had been empty for nearly 1,000 years. The highest peak among the 5 peaks of heaven and earth. The demon said with delight, "The master of that true energy. Who could it be? It must be the mountain lord." You stood up, then sighed in relief and said, "Looks like this is the place." You looked around, where there were towering stone pillars. The perilous island. Exun Kwon gazed intently at the scenery before him. You realized that the place you were standing was indeed the perilous island you had heard about for a long time. Below the mountain lord were a series of large and small mountains. Suddenly, you felt something strange. Sun Kwon was startled as a sudden pain shot through his head, but he gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Sun Kwon gathered all his strength to unleash the power of the ultimate sword. After releasing it, he could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. However, Sen Kwon broke into a strange smile. He felt something flowing within him, a massive incantation engraved in his mind. Although it was cryptic and hard to understand, he could confirm that this was indeed the ultimate sword. Remembering this, Sung Kwon clenched his fist and struggled to stand up. Sung Kwon looked up at the sky, thinking of Ho Jan, silently telling himself that soon we would meet again. The ultimate sword was formed by combining 10,000 swords into one, using the user's spirit as the foundation, then splitting from the essence of Ho Jian into countless strands. As the realm is elevated, the 10,000 swords will gradually merge into one. When it reaches 60%, it will be the realm where the sword reveals its true essence and can awaken the soul. Sessun Quan sat in meditation, thinking that from now on, he must face trials completely unlike before. It is the responsibility of the meditation master to cultivate the meditation methods himself. He began a process of quiet and powerful cultivation, and then 10 years swiftly passed. At this moment, Sun Zhen Quan's anger erupted as he slammed his fist down on the ground. Clearly, he only needed to follow the mantra in his mind to cultivate, but he had no clue at all, not even a little. Sun Zhen Quan's gaze was dull and vacant, wanting to use his mind, spirit, and intent to form a sword, and then use his spirit as a foundation to sense things in all directions. But he completely had not grasped the key point. Until now, he had always focused on cultivating spiritual power, but now he had to cultivate the mind, which was truly very difficult for him. Sun Zhen Quan could only helplessly lower his eyes to the cold ground, but he then pulled himself together. I can't give up like this. This is just the first step. As long as I persist and start over, it will be fine. Another 20 years passed, and Sun Zhen Quan's figure remained the same. He laughed mockingly at himself, realizing he could not even successfully forge a single sword. Sun Quan, having exhausted too much energy, could no longer stand. He tiredly gave up everything. Lying flat on the ground, Sun Quan began to talk to himself, saying that the flower only lasts in the incense burner for over 50 years, then exists for 10 years under the guise of a spirit, but for 30 years, he had not even forged a single sword. When would he be able to forge 10,000 swords? Reaching 60%. What was he so proud of before? He truly was a fool, thinking success would come easily, but in reality, he was still far from it. Sun Zhen Quan's hand tried to grasp the distant image of the flower, but could not. His eyes were exhausted, seemingly unable to open any further. Finally, Sun Zhen Quan let his body relax. Then, the image from the past appeared, a girl scolding loudly. What are you doing? I have told you so many times. Do not swing wildly like that. Sun Zhen Quan replied blankly. But I am practicing according to the mantra you taught me. The girl gently corrected him, saying that just like spiritual energy has a flowing direction, the sword also has its own flow. Remember when you first started controlling your spiritual energy? That is when Sun Quan struggled with the tiger. The girl immediately knew what he was thinking and reminded him. Don't dwell on useless things. Focus your mind, and calm yourself in a quiet space, feeling the flow direction and resolving the illusions in your heart. This is how you use the sword. Without a sword in hand, but with a sword in your heart. As soon as those words finished, Sun Zhen Quan's eyes immediately lit up. He sat up quickly. Sun Zhen Quan gradually realized something. He did not need to be stubborn with ideas. Everything has a flow direction. This is the infinity of the spirit, not being burdened by quantity, time, and space. When I started wanting to understand, I was completely wrong. But within that, there must be a flow direction. Let me feel it once. When I elevate my realm, although it was not my intention, my mind was forcefully expanded to sense its flow. The sky was clear and silent, not a sound. As a hand tapped against the undefined barrier, Trimping Thin assessed the surroundings as a restricted area in the sky. With this in place, no one could enter or exit. Was it meant to keep me loyal and train my swordsmanship here? As soon as I stepped in, the mantra was automatically engraved in my mind. But what I am using is a staff. The two are not the same. Yet here, I can't do anything else. I can only learn. I believe right now Zia Lessia is frantically learning sword techniques. I can't let him fall behind. In the real space, the Bone General sat in meditation, when suddenly a strange light appeared above his head. The hazy light, resembling mist, gradually transformed, becoming a gigantic phantom sword. Moreover, thousands of such swords began to materialize. When Sun Quan opened his eyes, an incense burner had appeared. From the burner, a mystical smoke emerged. It turned into a brilliant pink flame. He raised the flame high towards the swords. This is the sword in my spirit, created along with the flow in my heart. Hurry and enter. The flame soared high, merging with each sword. But at that moment, blood began to flow from the Bone General's nose. The thousands of swords ultimately vanished. A satisfied smile spread across his lips. After all the effort, Sun Quan finally succeeded, allowing himself to lie down. The Bone General was pleased to have successfully cultivated 10% of the ultimate sword technique. At this moment, Mun Kunyan stood amidst the mist on the mountaintop, reflecting that the sword techniques appearing in his mind could be ranked among the top secret sword techniques in the Dao world. Furthermore, the surrounding area was filled with the essence of heaven and earth. No wonder it is called Sword Spirit Island. It is easy to see why this place is dubbed the sacred ground for sword lovers. However, something made Mencken hesitate. In front of him now were countless sword practitioners, each giving their all to wield their swords. Their spirits were overflowing as if limitless. Munan was bewildered by this scene. They were truly insane, practicing swordsmanship all day long. Although this place had the essence of heaven and earth, so they did not need to eat or drink, and their stamina would not easily deplete. This was still madness. Suddenly, someone from the nearby mountain called out, "Why do you have time to stand there dazed?" Mun Kun turned around, confused. "What do you mean by that?" The other person calmly replied, What else could it mean? Even if you immediately dive into sword practice now, you probably would not make it in time. Munkin retorted. I am also a swordsman. So I know what kind of sword training suits me. My matters do not concern you. The Taoist laughed heartily. Indeed. Many are as arrogant as you. Hence they still can't grasp the essence of swordsmanship. When the mantras were just engraved in my mind, I felt I could learn them all in an instant. I once boasted just like you do now. Why have not you considered what made them not write down the sword techniques and instead implant them directly into our minds? Is it because this sword technique is truly too difficult? He asked. Your sword technique is the flying dagger technique. Right. Munkin was surprised he could know that. The old Taoist just smiled faintly. Because the old man on your mountain practiced the flying dagger technique. It is just that as his life was nearing its end, he still had not grasped the sword path. So he could not leave Sword Spirit Island and ultimately perished here. It is not surprising. This is just the normal state of those who enter the island. You must understand. If you can't learn this sword technique, it means you won't be able to leave this place. Munkin felt like he had been struck by lightning upon hearing this news. The old Taoist continued. Every 100 years, the restrictions will be lifted. And at that time you can come and go freely. I hope you can survive until then. Because many people who become obsessed with cultivation have ended up in a state that is neither human nor ghost. But the reason they are so crazed is because they want to survive and leave this place. After hearing this, Munkin was immediately stunned. Realizing, damn it. That means I do not have time to stand here dazed. I need to quickly focus and remember the mantras from earlier. Munkin stood frozen among a crowd of people still diligently practicing swordsmanship. In another corner, where Sun Quan lay motionless, he kept fainting without any signs of waking up. Suddenly, a wet cloth from nowhere slapped against his face. The curious Tam Ho asked a few questions, and Sun Quan calmly replied that he was fine. He took off the cloth and asked, Who taught you this? It replied flatly that it was from Ho Jian. Sun Quan's eyes widened in disbelief, and Tam Ho innocently asked, Every time someone hits you, does Ho Jian treat you like this? Sun Quan just nodded, thanked Tam Ho a few times, and his mind was now filled with thoughts. He recalled how Ho Jian had always been like that, and coming back to reality. He wondered, Where did you get these things? Tam Ho calmly replied, There is plenty down there. Saying that, it led Sun Quan there. There are even houses and caves here. He was astonished, unable to believe this place was once used by swordsmen. I never thought a place like this could exist. Sun Quan pondered as he observed the scenery before him. He told himself, although he had entered this place for nearly 30 years, this was the first time he could properly explore Sword Spirit Island like this. He had successfully cultivated the first level of the 10,000 grade sword, infusing Ho Jian's soul into the sword. So he did not need to worry about her soul scattering. Therefore, now I finally have the free time to wander around and explore. However, due to the limitations of the restrictions, I cannot leave, and the following days remain unchanged. A lonely and quiet life like this. If it were not for the vague silhouette of a person appearing on a nearby peak. Who could that person be? It seems they also know of my existence. But I can't tell if they are friend or foe. That figure had moved somewhere else now. Sun Quan continued to observe for a while longer, but in the end, he did not care much. It was better to focus on his training. I have only reached the first level of sword training. With 6 more levels to go, it seems the road ahead will still be long. Sun Quan began to forge 2 gigantic swords, gradually merging them into one. As the 2 swords merged, they radiated an overwhelming power. But it did not last long before quickly dissipating. Sun Quan clicked his tongue in frustration. It really was not easy at that moment. The disaster rushed over as if something was happening. It said the barrier had something very strange about it. On the other side, Truong Thian had also noticed. The barrier's reflection from the other mountain recognized some movement, and the surrounding barrier began to blur before disappearing completely. The immortal realized that the barrier imprisoning us had vanished. In other words, the next year will be filled with dangers waiting ahead. After saying that, he ran out of his mountain. Munkin turned to see him rushing towards him. He did not say a word. Striking straight at Munkin's mountain, catching him off guard, he shouted, What the hell are you doing? The immortal's face had now become terrifying. Haven't I told you yet? I am a man. Munkin's eyes were filled with shock after hearing that. He calmly continued, To endure this lonely training, I have no choice. Every 100 years, I must taste the flavor of blood again. Only then do I feel alive. Furthermore, what you have is the Wan Wing fan. A treasure from Shuchen. How could I let this treasure right in front of me slip away? And look, is not everyone aiming for you now? Even if you die at someone else's hands, is not the Wan Wing fan ultimately mine? His every word made Munkin feel more and more uneasy. The sky was now covered in a thick white mist. Sun Quan raised his hand to the sky, touching something intangible. He also realized, hearing that the barrier would be lifted every 100 years, that today was that day. Thinking back, He wondered what Truong Thean and the Shuchen Taoist were doing earlier. I always found the two of them annoying. But now that I do not see them often anymore, I feel I should go find them first. Suddenly, a sound caught Song Quan's attention. It was coming from behind him. He immediately sensed someone approaching, with such powerful momentum. Could it be the leader of the Sea tribe, Zizhong? Song Quan warily called for Disaster and Ku Lut to quickly stand behind him, his gaze filled with killing intent as he focused ahead. Then a fierce flame erupted in front of Song Quan. A tall figure emerged from the flames. As soon as he saw the fire, he felt that the figure was no longer Zizhong, but whose terrifying face was it? The big, burly Daquan cheerfully greets Song Quan. Upon seeing him, the boy freezes for a few seconds, silently guessing that he does not look like a Taoist priest. Although I can tell this is a spirit, I can't figure out his true identity. However, I can confirm that his level is above mine for sure. Song Quan politely bows back to him. Daquan bursts into laughter. No need to be so formal. Are not we all sword masters here at this Sword Spirit Island? No need for rites and formalities. Song Quan thinks seriously to himself. It is not that I am being formal. I am just being cautious of you. It seems the calamity has not moved at all, indicating that the other party has no ill intentions toward us. But I can't let my guard down. At this moment, the calamity also waves back at Daquan. He sees the cute reaction of the little girl and is delighted. Are you greeting me? Hello. Little one. At first glance, she does not seem to be your daughter. Does she? You have a really lovely maid. But then he suddenly changes his tone. This is interesting. I was wondering about the master of the 5 elements. And you are certainly not an ordinary man. You have a strong flame aura about you. As soon as Daquan finished speaking, Song Quan pushed the calamity behind him, his eyes full of hostility. Seeing him so on guard, Daquan hurriedly explained. Don't you misunderstand me. I also use fire, so I am attracted by your flame. Let me introduce myself a bit. I am the earth deity of Sword Spirit Island. Don't be fooled by my appearance. No one has stayed here longer than I have. Song Quan's gaze changed slightly afterward, just as he opened his mouth to introduce himself a bit more. Daquan interrupted him. He explained. Here, we are all practitioners of swordsmanship. There is no need to disclose our names. Here at Sword Spirit Island, you and I are just ordinary sword masters. After realizing this, Song Quan replied. Then you can just call me Daeho. Upon hearing his name, Daquan chuckled, but Song Quan still had doubts. But you came here. Surely it is not just to see the master of the 5 elements. Right. You must have something you need from me. Which is why you came to strike up a conversation with me. Correct. So what exactly do you want me to do? At this moment, Menkin was surrounded from all sides. Being caught by the sword masters around him, Menkin could only curse in frustration. Being brought to Sword Spirit Island for no reason was already bad enough. And now he was being chased by a group of people. What the hell was going on? The others chasing him were all taken out by that Taoist, along with a few others, charged forward closely behind, his face showing a menacing look. Shu Shitty. You are really fast. Hearing the word shitty made Menkin's skin crawl. But at that moment, 2 others appeared above him, also jumping down. Just as they swung their swords to deal with him, another attack sent both of them flying. It was Truong Thean. He arrived in time to help. As soon as Menkin saw Truong Thean, his eyes welled up with tears of emotion. He hurriedly ran towards him while still being chased by hundreds of people behind. Truong Thean was taken aback by the sight. He could not help but mutter. Where did all these people come from? A Truong Thean quickly turned in mid-air, then dashed off, not forgetting to shout at Mun Kan. What are you waiting for? Run. Mun Kan, who thought he was being saved, saw the scene and felt disheartened. He could not help but scoff. You just appeared with such confidence. And now you are running away like a scared dog. Is this still the Trinavan then I know who always stands for justice? Back at Senin Quan's location, he was still interrogating. What do you want me to do? If Lei Quan sees through you, then I am worried. Am I being that obvious? Then let me show you my magical weapon. This sword had another name, but after being reforged, it was called the HP Han Han Hien Kim. Sesin Quan whispered to himself, evaluating the HP Han Han Hien Kim, which meant the sword would transform when it met fire. Although it was a decent magical weapon, its technique was not the same as the Siu Hon Zhao. The sword energy condensing on the blade was quite normal. Still, it was a good sword, suitable for women to use. But if he liked it that much, I would not say much to him. Li Quan began to share. This sword is like my lover. Its power is very special and requires fire magic to refine. Hearing this, Sesun Quan gradually understood his intention. You want me to use my fire essence to reforge that sword for you? Zi Quan's eyes instantly brightened. That is right. You are indeed a clever one. Of course. I want to let you work for free. As long as you agree to help, I will offer you my precious treasure. Sen Quan's eyes lit up at the mention of the treasure. Zi Quan fished it out. This item is useful for cultivating fire magic. You must have heard of it. This item only appears when enough Jiao Nun ginseng is absorbed. For someone like you, who is just a step away from the spirit realm, this item is absolutely essential. Even the demons and disasters must be cautious before its power. Ziquan continued. Moreover, there are many good things at my mountain peak, where I have plenty of magical weapons, elixirs, and treasures accumulated over the years. As long as this matter is satisfactorily completed, I will hand over everything I have to you. The breath of the Hakka Jiaolong was extremely hot, almost capable of melting rock. Each time it was time for shedding, the Jiaolong would seek caves to reside. Thus, after 100 years, 200 years, 500 years, enduring the intense heat in the bubbling lava cave, the ginseng, after absorbing the fiery energy, would take root and sprout, forming the Long VM Som. This was the genuine item that all fire magic practitioners longed to possess and use. A precious item like this. And yet he only requested to borrow a bit of my fire. Isn't it a bit of a loss for him? Or is he aiming for something else? Although I do not know what kind of medicine he is selling in that gourd, the allure of Long VM Som is just too strong. In the end, Sun Quan could only sigh and replied without hesitation. So what should I do to help you? The corner of Ziwi Quan's mouth curled up, revealing a satisfied smile. He tossed the Long VM Som to him and said, I will give you the goods first. After all, the higher your fire god level, the better the refining effect. Sun Quan looked at the thing in his hand, feeling astonished. Are you really okay giving this to me like this? This is Long Vim Sem. What if I take this and run away right now? Zi Quan looked at him confidently. I do not think you are that kind of person. Besides, we are both swordsmen. We have kind of become brothers in arms. So we should trust each other. After all, meeting like this is fate. I was originally going to give up. But luckily, I met you here. I have to go now. I still have a lot to prepare. Sun Quan wondered. So when do we start refining? Li Quan does not know either. Maybe we have to wait another 100 years. Then he remembered something and reminded. You have to be careful of the Subai Tilan when going down the mountain. I do not know much about them, but I have heard they are discarded sword spirits, and some people call them immortal sword spirits. They will blindly attack anyone practicing sword techniques, so they are a major threat to us. While you do not have to worry too much about them, some of those Siubai Lan have lived for thousands of years, so you must be cautious. They are called Siubai Loven, and you are currently only at the spirit level, so you are definitely not a match for them. Sezin Quan understood what he needed to do after hearing this. After their conversation ended, Zi Quan left, promising to meet again when the barrier opened. Sun Quan stood on the mountain peak, watching Wei Quan's sparks fade away. He turned to observe the Long VM Som in his hand. The fiery energy was breaking the barrier to escape. Definitely top quality and genuine. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could use Ngai Takajing to replicate this, then proceed with cultivation. Since there is currently no way to consume it directly, I will just keep it in Kaigi Kankang for now. Saying that, he turned to look at Ha and Ku Lut, who wants to accompany me. But those two kids were completely unfazed and did not care at all. Sahong Kun, feeling frustrated, questioned them. Do you want me to go alone? Is it greed for treasure? Don't you even want to go with me? Right now, the school grounds are surrounded by hundreds of people. One of those guys spoke up. Why is he intentionally running down there? What should we do now? It is a pity to let such a good opportunity slip away. Another replied. What else can we do? If you are tired of living, just follow him down there. Anyway, I want to be part of this chaos. As soon as he finished speaking, the others began to leave as well. But the Taoists stayed there, observing. They do not know they are digging their own graves. They might even feel lucky that we did not chase after them. When Mendenkon saw there was no one behind, he quickly reported to Traveng Thin. Traveng Thin found it strange that they were not chasing anymore. But Menenkind did not pay attention and just wanted to rest for a bit. The two of them landed somewhere. But Trantring Thin still did not let go of his suspicions. They would not just give up for no reason to guard against any bad situations. We can't let our guard down. Of course. Munkai knew that too. Both of them cautiously moved forward slowly. They walked in a foggy space that obscured their vision. Munkin assessed. This place is eerily quiet. But we can't turn back. Suddenly, Trapping Thivin shouted to stop, startling him as well. His gaze was fixed on the void ahead, where the white mist, which seemed empty, suddenly revealed something black. That black thing became more and more distinct. As soon as the two saw it, they immediately got into a fighting stance. It was a Su-Bait Levin covered in swords. At this moment, Exung Kun had to stand directly opposite it. He suspected that this was indeed the Siu-Bi Tilan. The monster suddenly charged aggressively. Sundrin Kwon calmly took out the Venet CC Nek Kim. He analyzed carefully. It appeared to be at the level of a spirit beast, said to attack blindly at swordsmen. Could it really lack intelligence? It did not hesitate to charge straight at someone at the spirit realm like me. Last time I used my sword to cut that stone. It was no problem. I wonder what it would be like to cut a living creature like this. The Siu beat Lavan, seeing Sun Quan rush over, seemed puzzled, but he saw that it remained intact and was confused. Why did it seem like nothing had happened? I clearly chopped it. Sung Sanon immediately got furious. What kind of situation is this? Is my sword just for show? I even risked my life to slash, and it turned out to be in vain. The Siu Lavan continued to rush forward to attack. But suddenly, it froze in place. Then it just collapsed in front of Sun Quan, which startled him as well. Sun Quan still could not understand if it was dead, but it had no wounds on it at all. Suddenly, he realized something. Could it be the lone Ling Kim Ten? As soon as the Siu beat Lavan fell, it roared defiantly. Electricity seemed to radiate around it. Sun Quan could not believe his eyes. He actually used his sword to sever its energy. So that is it. It means this sword can indeed cut through the void. That is how it is. But my last move did not threaten its life. Could it be because it is a Siu-Buka Lavan? They possess a body like a ghost, but are not actually ghosts. Sun Quan said nothing further and called for them Hua to eat it. Them Hua asked in confusion. What about those creatures too? Now in front of them are dozens of Siu beat Lan. Sun Quan nodded, urging it to eat quickly. Them Hua was just waiting for that. Its eyes lit up, and flames blazed brightly around it. It charged straight into the group of 9 unforgivable ones without hesitation. Truong Thien and Mon Kun stood facing the 9 unforgivable ones. Both of them were confused, unsure of what was in front of them. The 9 unforgivable ones growled, its eyes glowing bright red, suddenly becoming more ferocious as it charged forward. Mon Kun took the initiative to step forward to observe for a moment. He fiercely attacked with his myriad winged fan. Thousands of sharp shards emerged from his wings, flying straight at the 9 unforgivable ones. It was pushed back a long distance. Temporarily pinned down by the shards and unable to move, Mun Ken thought he had defeated it and felt pleased. As if it was not that formidable. Truong Thien had just been standing still observing the situation. But he suddenly exclaimed as if sensing something strange. The mist cleared. And behind Mon Kun were countless 9 unforgivable ones clinging to the mountain. But Mon Ken was still unaware. These 9 unforgivable ones all jumped down towards him. Fortunately, Truong Thien reacted in time to push them back. Mun Kin did not expect there were so many above as well. He panicked and shouted to Truong Thien. What do we do now? They are swarming like bees from all directions. Even the sky is blocked. We have no way to escape. Truong Thien tried to calm him down, slowly taking steps and channeling all his strength into his staff to attack. While attacking, he directed, we just need to take out the monsters in front of us. There are just a few too many. But ultimately, they are just spirit-level monsters. Mun Kin seemed to understand something from this. That is right. They were just low-level spirit monsters. Recently, all the monsters he encountered were of a higher level than him. That is why he had unconsciously lost his composure. After all, I am an illusionary immortal. How could I let them distract me? Thinking this, he reacted to the monster that was about to attack him from behind. He swung his wings fiercely again, elegantly taking down 5 or 6 of them. Truong Thien noticed Mun Kun's fighting style. His techniques were completely different from before. Could it be that the sword techniques imprinted in his mind, when he first entered the sword, Spirit Isle had come into play? Previously, to avoid killing, he had focused solely on staff techniques. But the sword techniques he first encountered, when entering the sword Spirit Isle, were not that different from the staff techniques. Slash, swing, stab, block. Whether it be staff or sword, the foundation remains the same. Everything depends on the user, as it can become a tool for killing or saving lives. Thinking this, Truong Thien's power suddenly surged to its peak. Seeing him like that, Mun Kin felt invigorated. Just now I felt like I was being overwhelmed by something that covered the sky and the earth. Endlessly vast. But now I have hope. After all, we are 2 illusionary immortals. What can they do to us? Suddenly, a gigantic 9 unforgivable one appeared, 3 to 4 times larger than the others, shocking them. Its eyes lit up when it saw the swordsman charging at it, as if wanting to devour him alive. Trapping Thin and Mun Kun were caught off guard by the sudden attack, with Mun Kunda getting slashed across the body. Truong Thien noticed and panicked. But as he turned around, he saw something coming at him. He quickly grabbed the staff to defend himself before being attacked. Trapping Thin tried to stop Cob Talun from getting close to Mun Ken. Mun Ken was drenched in sweat, still wondering why everything was so simple. Cob Lovin was mumbling while trying to approach. Eating the sword master will turn into a sword spirit. But suddenly, Cob Lone glowed and vanished. Mun Kun and Traching Thin were both wide-eyed at this sight. Where did this disaster come from to eat up that Cob Lan? Sung Kwon asked from above. What are you doing here? The 2 were surprised to see Sung Kwon standing there. Mun Kun's expression brightened. Are you here to save us? I knew you would come. Sung Kwon had not intended to. But seeing Mun Kun like this, he nodded in affirmation. Trim Thin of course noticed he was lying without a blink. Sung Kwon smiled and said, There is no such thing as a free meal in this world. Let us discuss how you should repay me. Just as he finished speaking, something suddenly struck him far away. It was a strange force from nowhere, making everyone turn to it. Chi Trung appeared with a sinister look. Just as I predicted. Everything is going according to plan. As long as I follow these two, I can definitely find you. Sung Kwon was now pinned down by one of his bugs, his eyes blazing with anger, determined to stand up and lift the huge bug, and then ordered the disaster to come to him. Upon hearing the order, it rushed over without hesitation. But before it could reach, Trung blocked it in the middle of the way. He struck a blow to the head of the disaster. Trapping Thin and Munkine were taken aback on the side. Sung Kwon became frantic with worry for the disaster. The Chi Trung's axe spun around, finally returning to his hand. He had already understood Sung Kwon's intentions. How could I let you and that damned creature merge? Otherwise, things would become even more difficult. Right. This is not an endless ocean, but a sword spirit island. There won't be many places for you to escape. This time, I will definitely chop off that dog head of yours. Hearing this from him, Sung Kwon stood in contemplation. Chi Trung hovered in the air, a purple aura enveloping him. This time, I will chop off your head. As soon as he finished speaking, the guy rushed down to the position where Sen Kwon was standing like a storm. He gritted his teeth, gathering his spiritual energy while cursing him. Foolish. 9 rounds. But before it could be used again, the gem showed signs of instability. Sung Kwon was stunned, sweating coldly. Oh no. I did not forget the place of punishment. Did I? At that moment of desperation, the 2 blades of Chi Trung shot straight down near his head. Sexton Kwon quickly threw up a shield to block it. But the axe seemed to have a will of its own, not hitting head-on but swinging down, and then chopping sideways towards the mountain soldier. Chi Trung suddenly appeared behind him, taking the axe and slashing across the mountain soldier's body. Suddenly, his body vanished, as if it were just an illusion. The guy squinted his eyes in suspicion. The real body of Sun Quan had appeared somewhere else as if teleporting. He swallowed nervously. It was too dangerous. Another swift attack, completely different from his clumsy appearance. Chi Trung had charged in like a bullet, startling him. You mean the earth manipulation technique in this fragile form? The axe's blade slammed down onto the shield in front of Semin Kwon. He constantly sneered in contempt. You have already learned to be arrogant without any effort. Since you have gained an advantage in using information techniques, my Long clan has no choice but to confront you. Sen Kwon gritted his teeth while defending and thought to himself, indeed, Siu Beat Lan has developed strongly in a short time. He shouted an order for the shield to reach its maximum size. In an instant, it expanded to twice its original size. Chi Trung was so furious that his face twisted. You think hiding behind that tiny shell will save you? Once I am in this position, I have been forced to learn sword techniques. Even though it is the sword technique of those Taoists that I hate the most, I have to admit its power is terrifying. He kept chopping at the shield with wild, frenzied strikes. Just look. The power of this sword technique will smash through the shell of the spring spirit. The shield gradually showed cracks that began to spread. Sen Kwon could not hold out much longer against it. Glancing over at them Ha, who seemed unable to stand up, another axe came crashing down on the shield that was already battered. Sen Kwon gritted his teeth against the trimmers, knowing that even fleeing would not escape this sword command. So he had no choice but to be captured. What should he do? What can I do to escape this situation? Suddenly, his eyes widened and a spark of light flickered. Got it. That is the way. At this moment, the axe blade had sunk deep into the shield. Chi Trung smugly smiled with satisfaction. The final axe struck down, and the shield shattered into 1,000 pieces. He shouted with excitement. The game of hide and seek ends here. A victorious smile was on his lips. Come out, you coward. Just as he finished speaking, a flash of light suddenly appeared behind Chi Trung. When he turned around, Sen Kwon had already set up the Ven at CC Net Kim formation. His pupils widened, filled with alertness. Venom Yip Kim seemed to respond to the command, thrusting straight towards him. Waves of strikes following one after another. The initial brilliance of the sword light gradually dimmed, and seemed to start disappearing into the air. Chi Trung, in a panic, raised his hand to block, confused about what was happening. A surge of spiritual energy suddenly appeared behind him, turning his face pale. Sen Kwon laughed heartily, already terrified. It is actually nothing at all. It is not time to start yet. Chi Trung, furious, turned to glare at him as if about to explode. Mouth moving without a word, he jumped forward in anger, cursing, that damn kid. Sung Kwon slightly smirked, his body gradually fading away. Thanks to a beautiful fall, I have enough time to cross space, so I will go ahead. Okay. Just as Chi Trung caught up, Sung Kwon's figure vanished. Looking around at the jagged hills, he remained silent for a while, his teeth clenched in anger as if he wanted to chew everything to pieces. Chi Trung was so furious he could have gone insane, continuously shouting, You bastard. You dare to play with me. His power suppressed everything around. But it did not force what he truly needed. After a moment, he gradually calmed himself. All right. Even so, he could not go far. He had to find him quickly. Before Chi-Trung could finish his sentence, he suddenly groaned, feeling something rise in his throat. Unable to hold back a stream of thick black liquid that spewed from his mouth. Looking at the familiar substance in his hand, Chi-Trung wondered. Could it be that what I saw earlier was not just a mere illusion? Chi-Trung furrowed his brow, using his spiritual power to wipe the blood from his hand. Speculating. Wait. Thinking back. That guy also learned the sword techniques just like me. He broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that even so, there were still differences. He hurt me. A lifetime of injury. I must eliminate him before he matures. Chi-Trung began to focus his mind. Concentrating hard. Prepare yourself. We must find that guy. We have to catch him. Chi-Trung's spiritual consciousness quickly spread out in all directions as he willed. In a space similar to another rugged mountain range, Song Quan was moving at a speed hard to catch up with. He sighed inwardly. Determined. Lucky he managed to mislead him, but sooner or later, he would catch up. Before he got caught, he had to quickly reach that place. He flew around searching. It seemed like it was somewhere nearby. Song Quan stopped to observe his surroundings more clearly. Then his eyes lit up when he discovered the place he was looking for. In front of him was a mountain like the others. But something bright was inside. That is the spot. Exactly it. Suddenly he felt a chill behind him as if sensing something. Dongtu Song Quan flinched and glanced back, uneasily confirming Chi-Trung's spiritual presence. It was heading toward him at a terrifying speed. Song Quan quickly darted toward the mountain. He had to hurry, seeing the spatial circle in front of him. He let out a sigh of relief, finally made it. But just as he was about to enter, he had to dodge a stream of spiritual power striking up from below. Song Quan's body hurriedly dodged back, and he himself was taken aback. Chi-Trung stood ominously beside him. Is this all you can do? Run away to here. Song Quan gritted his teeth. Turning his head in another direction, Chi-Trung swiftly kicked down at him. Where do you think you are going? His massive foot slammed directly into Song Quan's chest, sending him crashing 80 meters. Hitting one rocky mountain after another. The place where he fell was so hard that even the ground shattered. He landed on the ground from the sky. Song Quan struggled to sit up, clutching his chest in pain. With a warm liquid at his lips, Chi-Trung's eyes lit up with anger. I can't believe I was so careless. Now I won't give you any chance to escape. With that, a strange force surrounded Song Quan. He was startled. Is it pure? The source of spiritual power quickly poured down from above, trapping Song Quan like a bird in a cage. The pain surged down on him, causing him to kneel, unable to suppress his groans of agony. Chi-Trung remained calm. You damn idiot. Other smart people would know to surrender. Yet you keep fighting. Are you really that clever? He raised the axe and laughed mockingly. Whatever. I will personally end your life. Suddenly, another hand appeared and grabbed his axe tightly. That is a bit tricky. From a spatial vortex beside him, Chi-Trung saw a large figure with a sharp crown on its head. Song Quan smiled smugly upon seeing the newcomer. The great official appeared with a big belly, laughing heartily. The sword cultivators have come this time quite lively, full of vigor. He smiled warmly. Even though I said to come if anything happened, I did not expect you to arrive so quickly. Great Tiger. Junior brother. Chi-Trung frowned and thought, who is this guy? How could he pass through my pure barrier? He is at the same level as me. Otherwise, he would explain that this is a grudge between our families, and I do not want to create enmity with you. So step back. The great official glanced at him. Assessing. There are rules here. I do not know what happened between you, but you cannot kill here. Whoever you bring in is just a swordsman. Nothing more. Deal with it outside. Chi-Trung was already boiling with rage. Unable to think further. He could not waste more words. If so, there is only one answer. Overwhelming power. Chi-Trung unleashed his spiritual power around him, causing the great official to be thrown back. He shouted loudly, swinging the axe. I did not come here to madly practice swordsmanship like you. The great official remained composed. If so, you must have taken a wrong turn. This place is only for sword training. He effortlessly blocked Chi-Trung's axe in a weak stance. Unbothered. The clash of spiritual powers caused the ground around them to collapse. An explosion suddenly occurred, making Song Quan stumble back slightly. The two golden rings on the great official's hands were not at all weak against Chi-Trung's axe. He smiled politely. Can we stop here now? The arrangement between me and that junior brother is extremely important to me. Chi-Trung gritted his teeth in resentment. I also have blood vengeance in me. I will absolutely not back down. He swung his axe down, forcing the great official to dodge. Chi-Trung's axe quickly twisted and stretched, then continuously attacked the great official from all sides. He roared. Let us see how long you can keep this up. The great official still advised. Once you are in Sword Spirit Island, I hope you can endure. When you leave this place, you can do as you wish. Before the Grand Master finished his sentence, a sword shot out, deflecting Chi Trung's attack. He stared in shock at the cracked sword sheath. My sword. The Grand Master lunged forward to grab the sword. Once he held it delicately in his hands, he fell silent. Seeing the Grand Master quiet, Chi Trung seized the opportunity to charge. Are you out of your mind to act so arrogantly in front of me? The Grand Master glanced back slightly, his eyes showing a red glare filled with intense anger. This damn catfish. Just a second later, Chi Trung's face went pale as if something was suppressing him, and the mountain soldiers stood frozen, bewildered by what was happening. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an unusual silence. A crack appeared in the air as if the space was shattering. A stream of bright red spiritual energy erupted like lava from that crack. The Grand Master stood in shock within the pool of lava, watching the arrogant opponent being pushed outside the barrier. The mountain soldiers stared in astonishment as the Grand Master unleashed a terrifying move. Chi Trung on the other side of the cliff had to use an axe just to sit up. He grinned, looking at the burning wound in his abdomen. That is right. It should be this way. Now I am really in the mood to fight. He glanced at the Grand Master with appraisal, surprised that he had such a presence. How could you hide such vigorous life force? Looking across, Chi Trung continued to pick up the axe. All right. Now let us officially fight. Suddenly, a voice echoed across the air, asking them to stop. 4 figures appeared above all 3 of them. The voice continued. This is the middle layer between Kuai Feng and Jianling Island. There can be no killing here. The 3 men and 1 woman all looked directly at them. If there is any more chaos, we will not be lenient. The 4 stood in a line surrounding the area of all 3 below. Chi Trung looked at them, pondering what to say. The mountain soldier also raised his head, thinking, what now? Taoists have appeared, but there is no reason for them to do so. The Grand Master was still burning with fury, yet he did not act. After a while, the mountain soldier saw him let out a slight grunt. The intense energy in the Grand Master's hands gradually diminished. Indeed, they had appeared, even though he knew they would. He paused for a moment, and the lava beneath his feet had also stopped smoking. The Grand Master turned around, happily looking at the mountain soldier, but was surprised that all the masters of Wu Feng Can had gathered this way. The mountain soldier widened his eyes in surprise. What? Wu Feng Can? So these people, you followed the shadow of them in the air and concluded, the masters of Wu Feng Can, who had disappeared for 100 years, had reappeared. But Chi Trung was different from him. He silently cursed in his heart. These Taoist priests are all ridiculous clowns. He begins to unleash his spiritual power and shouts loudly, this is a matter for our leader. Humans have no place here, so get lost. Jiang Long frowns and responds, this place makes no distinction between leaders and humans. Everyone here is just a swordsman. The spiritual power of all 4 begins to erupt. If you do not stop, we will have to take action. Sung Kun holds his breath, watching them. It is a bit different, but that is the one sword of the infinite extremes. Even Chi Trung seems to recognize something familiar about those spiritual swords. He recalls the previous sword fight. Was not that shape very similar to the sword that damn brat used? Chi Trung pressed his lips together. Though I feel uneasy, my strength is more than enough to suppress them. I just need to finish them off quickly. On the other side, the Grand Official waved at him casually. Be careful. Their martial arts are not easy to control, even for me. Chi Trung chuckled at the warning. It was unexpected that such nonsense came from someone immortal just because of a few pathetic little fairies. Or do you think I will lose my momentum just because you brought more people? He thought silently. The key was that bright red guy. As long as he could control him, it would be fine. The Grand Official dismissed his taunts. It seems you do not understand my point. Don't you know the power of that technique after learning swordsmanship on Sword Spirit Island? They are the masters of the highest 5 winds universe on Sword Spirit Island. It is completely different from the sword techniques we have at Central Flow Peak. Since you are involved, you should know. Right. Clumsy swordsmanship learned over 40 years. Chi Trung was taken aback when he heard the Grand Official mention his past. He wondered if the Grand Official already knew. He remembered the blood pooling in his body earlier, and the thick black liquid he had vomited out in anger. The life force beside the Grand Official surged with energy. Even a small wound can be significant when facing an immortal like me. I do not mean to scare you. I am just giving you a way out. If I have been this lenient and you still want to continue, I won't hesitate to break your neck and smash your stomach. Chi Trung fell silent for a moment, unsure of what to do next. His eyes were filled with heightened vigilance. The 4 members of Jiang Long were still gathering spirit swords, ready to unleash them at any moment. Chi Trung's hands tightened around the axe, struggling to decide on something. Suan Quan remained silent beside him, waiting for the next development. Chi Trung smiled slightly. Are we really going to let you go right in front of me? He began to recall a few things. At first, he thought it was luck, but later, he found himself in an unavoidable situation. Now he realized that everyone was protecting him. I will spare you now, but be careful. If I see the slightest opening, I will pounce and take your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Chi Trung channeled his spirit power and shot upward, quickly escaping the encirclement. Suong Quan sighed in relief. The grand official no longer blocked his way and turned back happily. Thankfully, everything ended well. Suong Quan politely thanked him for helping him keep his life. The Jiang Long group also stood above, quietly apologizing for offending the grand official. He just laughed. It is nothing. Is not everything resolved because of you guys? The reason you are here is because the great tiger is here. Right. Jiang Long looked down at them frankly, feeling ashamed, but it was true. Ziquan also left comfortably. All right. There are still many questions between us, so you all should talk a bit. I have something to attend to. Elsewhere, a finger tapped rhythmically on the tea table. The disciple's irritation showed on his face, thinking it was really too much. Tredrawing Vivian, sitting opposite, asked in confusion. What are you talking about? He looked around and called out. Look at this place. In such a vast space, there is a house, food, and even starlight. Trafung Thin slowly took a sip of tea. This is the highest place among the energy formations here, so is not that natural? Suddenly, the disciple shouted angrily. He can't understand his heart. In a place full of madmen practicing, where is there a place to rest and eat? Then the disciple started to cry, unable to say a word. Only Trungting Thin had to comfort him. After all, they had decided to stay on another rocky peak. 4 people at the tea table heard Sun Quan speak. What would you like to discuss? The atmosphere fell into silence for a moment. Finally, Jiang Long spoke up first. You should join us. Hearing this, Sun Quan was dumbfounded. Not understanding what was happening, the others urged. King, why are you talking nonsense? Only you understand like that. He feels a bit anxious and wants to introduce himself again. T Bean looked at him kindly. Call me Li, the Great Tiger 6th Master. Hung Kang was very brief. I. Ho Feng also casually introduced himself. Jiang Long smiled politely. And I am Sahong Kun, seriously looking at them as they finished introducing themselves. Responded. Call me Gaia. Knowing their names, Jiang Long continued straightforwardly. So now to the main issue. The sword technique you are practicing is the Vinanan CC Net Kim. Right. Seeing him startled, he added. Because what I am practicing is Lei Woun's Lun Hi Ving Kim. Tibine and the others then added. I practice Kathoi Thech Kim. Ho Fong practices Height Ven Lone Kim. Hung Kang practices Sti Thun Giup Kim of B Faith. Then, they pointed at Sen Quan and said he practices Ven and Si Sen Net Kim of the Divine Consciousness. We are all practicing Vundan Boze Ha, the sword technique that makes the body create a sword. Ho Fong frowned seriously at him. You also know that once you leave the Sword Spirit Island, you have to finish practicing the sword technique. Right. Sen Quan nodded, indicating that he was already aware of this. Hung Kang continued to explain. Climbing up to 6 Kim Tine does not mean completing sword training. You must gather 5 swords, forming 6 Kim Tine. Then practice the Divine Sword Unity to leave the Sword Spirit Island. Sun Quan was slightly shaken, thinking to himself, is not it just about reaching 6 Kim Tine in sword technique? Isn't that similar to not being able to awaken the flower? While thinking, Sen Quan suddenly heard someone ask. Right now, you are stuck at Kim Tine too, are not you? After hesitating for a moment, he admitted, that is right. Since the 2nd Kim Tine, I have not been able to progress anymore. As if blocked by a wall, Jiang Long shrugged, appearing to understand that even if one achieved a Kim Tin, climbing to Kim Tine 2 was a different story. To grasp Kim He, we also spent 500 years. His eyes suddenly focused on the person opposite. So we will help you achieve 6 Kim Tun for the unification of the Divine Sword. Sun Quan could not help but be astonished. They would pass on what they had comprehended to a stranger like him. He looked at each person in turn, and thought to himself that they seemed to have no ill intentions. Their faces were filled with determination and sincerity. If not, that high-ranking official would have taken him away from the beginning. Sun Quan slowly stood up, feeling no reason to refuse. Instead, he clasped his hands and bowed to them, hoping for their guidance. All 4 of you, let us happily start cultivating from today. We do not have much time, so I hope Alyssa understands. When Sen Quan wondered why they called him that, they explained it was just because they were from the same Kim Mimen. Thus, Sen Quan established his order and began cultivating. Starting with Not Fong Song, Sun Quan hesitated a bit, asking Kang Hein for guidance. He chuckled warmly, saying, I am just here to guide you. It is nothing grand. I hope you can directly realize and experience it. Practicing from the sword technique of Vidun Thin's fire, Jiang Long unleashed his sword spirit, and then his eyes seemed to shine as they focused on Sen Quan. Try your best to stop my sword with the, or else your body will explode. Even if it is just an invisible sword. The Sun Quan was slightly stunned and did not react in time as Jiang Long shouted, starting him like a real deadline chaser. The power continuously exploded along with long screams. Cultivating was a bit different from what he had imagined. At another time, Ho Feng unleashed the Blood Vin Lone Swords to Kim Tin, instructing that when igniting, One must pay attention to the flow changes within the body. Sun Quan was hit by the 2 Kim ton of each person one after another. Although he was quite unaware, Hung Kang was even bolder when using the lethal armor sword, needing to feel clearly the sensation as it pierced through his body. A Tam Fong Kin Kan. Only the sounds of Sun Quan's groans remained for a moment. Oh my. What kind of cultivation is this? I am so worried. A Sun Quan lay flat on the ground in silence. The worried them Hao rushed over to put a cold towel on his forehead. Sahung Kun. Are you okay? He merely murmured a sound and pondered. After all, he had learned the divine consciousness, things that were completely invisible. Although it was a bit faint now, he could still sense it. He continued to stand up and practice, trying to cultivate a bit more, until his own hands of Susun Quan created another sword spirit after repelling the 2 Kim Tin. His eyes sparkled with joy. Great. I was lucky enough to stop 2 Kim Tin with 1 Kim Tin. Suddenly, he hesitated, looking up at Taban, wondering how to stop the remaining 4,980 swords. Another wave of sword spirit descended upon him. Sun Quan struggled to resist, but perhaps his sword spirit was about to shatter. You grit your teeth, bracing for a blow that is about to hit your face. Suddenly, Sun Quan's eyes emit a blinding light. In an instant, he unleashes the Venet CC Net Kim. 2 golden stars shattering Dine's sword spirit. Jiang Long watches nearby as Ven Kim shoots straight up into the sky in awe. Finally, he has achieved 2 golden stars. Incredible. He reached this level in just 1 year. Ho Feng also praises him proudly. No matter how much we push him, it is his perseverance that drives his rapid progress, even though his body is recovering quickly. This speed is still frightening. Jiang Long lowers his eyes with a smile. Isn't this a good thing for us? Today is over. Everyone gather and let us begin training. His eyes glint with something unusual. Our junior brother has done exceptionally well, so we must give it our all. The location will be at the highest point. And since I am the best, I will claim the top prize. Ung Kang feels disgruntled. Was not this decided from the start? It is so unfair. Meanwhile, Tabi-mon pats Sun Quan's shoulder, comforting him as he trembles. When asked, Sun Quan simply sniffles, claiming he just caught a cold. Outside, at Tam Fong Kin Kan, a different scene unfolds. A person's consciousness continuously envelopes the mountain peak, covering all the surrounding peaks where Sun Quan is. The mastermind is the one doing this, quietly waiting outside. Elsewhere, a mischievous spirit nibbles on a delicious hot bun, watching Sun Quan handle 2 opponents while Ku Lut laughs behind him. Holding his sword, Sun Quan is sweating, supporting himself while attacking, far from enjoying a peaceful scene. In the following days, congratulations keep ringing out. Congratulations to our junior brother for achieving 3 golden stars. Until the Vivian Seaside Kim transforms into an even more perfect shape. The 2 sword ends facing each other before merging and emitting blinding light. Surrounding Sun Quan are the merged swords, their attacking power visible enough to hurt the eyes. His powerful spirit energy erupts into the sky. Vinci Net Kim has been refined into 6 golden stars. Sun Quan smiles confidently. He tightens his fist, finally achieving 6 golden stars. Now he can truly meet the flower fairy. A sweet, faint image appears in his mind. The 4 of them watch the sword spirit erupting from Sun Quan, nodding in approval. They can help but admire how he can refine 6 golden stars in just 100 years, making some proud and others envious. Jiang Long turns to the 3 brothers. Now, we just have to pass the test. In other words, if we complete the test, we can return to the human world, where we once dreamed of martial arts. If there is another meaning, do not worry. Hung Kang frowns seriously, his tone unchanged. Tabin also seems a bit hazy, thinking back to how we fled to this sword spirit island. Ho Feng looks ahead, realizing it is late but time to conclude. They stood silently and alone on top of Mount Feng. The mist from the training session broke the stillness. The senior brothers. He clasped his hands and bowed to them. Thank you all. It is all thanks to your guidance. Jiang Long smiled modestly. We just lent a hand. Tu Bing behind him chuckled. The success in cultivation is due to the determination of junior brother Dai Ho. Congratulations. Junior. At this moment, Shuang Jun asked. But are you worried if you have reached the realm of Master Track Sun? That was the intention. Yeah. Jiang Long kindly explained. Now that you have completed 6 levels of metal essence, time has passed. You will surely have an awakening. Shuang Jun wondered. But it seems there is a powerful energy. Right, above them. A raging lava fire poured down. The grand aura surged between the 2 sides. 100 years had passed. Is it time to fulfill the pact with me? He turned to look at Shuang Jun, waiting for a response. Shuang Jun was slightly startled. Has it really been 100 years? He had focused so much on cultivation that he lost track of time. But why does he suddenly feel so suffocated? What is this overwhelming aura coming from his body? He swallowed hard, pondering. Yep. He had made a pact with him. But is it alright for him to keep following me like this? Jiang Long next to him spoke up. Master, this is my territory, the boundary of the universe. Yet you force your way in. Should I treat you like a guest? For us, Junior brother Daiho is more precious than anything. Therefore, if you want to take him away, you must step over our dead bodies. The Grand Master turned back, not backing down. I know that. But has not Daiho made a pact with me first? His eyes bore into them. You must follow the right order. Right. Zhang Long's side also would not back down. They remained silent, ready for an attack. Shuang Jun was startled and intervened. Please. Everyone. Stop. He awkwardly stepped between them. Master. Senior brothers. We have no reason to fight. It is true that we must fulfill the pact with the Master first. Shuang Jun turned to speak to the Grand Master. So right here. You must ensure that I will return safely after fulfilling that pact. He crossed his arms irritably. What more do I need to say? Why would I kill you? Ho Feng glared at the Grand Master. Are you promising not to harm Junior brother with that fierce demeanor? There is no convincing argument here. The Grand Master raised his hands. Looking up, he let out a small sound, indicating he understood, then tapped his body. This feeling is a bit strange. I do not know why I suddenly feel so energized. The lava on his body quickly retracted. You all know, even as time passes, the things that have deeply rooted in the body cannot just vanish. Zhang Long's group was momentarily silent, unsure of what to do. Shuang Jun in the middle was just as tense. But the Grand Master remained calm. Explaining. I know what you are worried about, just like me. The existence of Daiho is a blessing. I promise I won't touch a hair on Master Tiger's head. I stake my honor on it. The others softened a bit upon hearing this. But they still remained silent. Suong Quan bit his lip, a glimmer of something flashing in his eyes. In another scene, a high-ranking official politely spoke up. I apologize for not being able to offer you a proper cup of tea. I am in a hurry now. But Suong Quan can follow behind. He said it is fine. Seeing him point in a direction deep into the Rocky Mountains, Suong Quan hesitated. He followed the silhouette of the guide ahead and contemplated in his mind. He only staked his honor. Yet everyone was convinced by his straightforward demeanor. It can be said that he exuded an aura. What could this guy's background be? Earlier, when sitting atop the mountain, Sun Quan had asked Zhang Long, what kind of person is the high official? He replied casually, I do not know. He has lived the longest here. Then Zhang Long rubbed his chin thoughtfully for a moment, before looking towards the Rocky Mountains and asking him, how many masters do you think have been buried on this Sword Spirit Island? Suong Quan was slightly at a loss. I am not sure. I can only guess it is an unimaginable number. He crossed his arms in agreement, saying how many people? How many treasures have been buried because of the 9 unforbidden orders? So no one could know. 1,000 years ago. Zhang Long descended to the wind and air level below. He thought to himself, that was the first time I met the official and saw him massacre the people of the 9 unforbidden orders, whom I could not fight against. His appearance then was very different from now. The official then coldly grinned at him. You are the new one. Back then, the official was wandering around and rummaging through Sword Spirit Island as if searching for something. To the point that he looked mad. Zhang Long closed his eyes, recalling. So I simply thought he was frantically searching for treasures. But suddenly he disappeared for a long time without coming out. Suong Quan could not help but wonder why it was suddenly. He looked ahead and continued. I wonder if he found what he was looking for, or if he could not find it and gave up in frustration. That is all I know. When Sun Quan went to ask to Bine, he received a similar answer. Well, he is a madman in search of swords in a different sense. As soon as he saw the gaze lifting the sword of his, it could be described as the gaze of someone in love. Even though he wondered why Sun Quan asked that, he did not share anything more. Back to the present. The official glanced at the person standing far behind him, thinking back to when we last met. You used the earth-sensing technique. Right. Sun Quan obviously admitted it. That is right. It worked because of luck. He chuckled lightly, suggesting that with luck, you have acquired a superpower there. The official continued walking forward, recalling a rather tragic story about the earth sensing. Do you want to hear it? Out of curiosity. Sun Quan also asked what the story was about. The official quietly recounted. I only heard it from my great-grandmother, long ago. Or perhaps very long ago. There was a man and a woman. They loved each other. But the man left. He traveled across the world, forming relationships and writing a new history. Meanwhile, the memory of the woman slowly faded away. However, the woman continued to wait day and night for the man to return, until she passed away under the silver moonlight. Right after hearing news of her beloved's death, the man was deeply saddened, remaining silent for a long time. As tears fell unconsciously, the man realized how important she was to him. But it was too late. Suddenly, he remembered one of the fragments of memory. If I can step onto that moon. The man began to look up at the moon, the place he had long awaited, staring blankly. Those who saw him mocked. Are you really going to just die like this? What do you mean step on the moon? Have you lost your mind? How could a human set foot on that moon? It is impossible to move through space. But the next day, also under the moonlight, the man vanished without a trace, leaving only a lonely footprint on the ground. The great officer walked indifferently, claiming that the art of stepping on the ground was born this way. What do you think? Did that man ever get to the moon? Song Quan hesitated to repeat. Moving all the way to the moon. Truly a fantasy. The great officer burst into laughter. That is right. Everyone says that even celestial beings on the ground would fly up and die. No one believes it, but the great officer stopped laughing slightly. Song Quan was a little surprised. Could it be that he finally reached the moon? Even if the body dies, the soul still moves toward the moon. The great officer glanced at him without saying anything, making him feel a bit uneasy. Could it not be so? Suddenly, after a moment of silence, the great officer let out a laugh. Then his loud laughter echoed in the valley, and he collapsed completely. That is right. It is like that. It could also be like that. Right. His eyes shone with madness. It might be like that. After the strange action, the great officer decisively turned and walked away, quickly leaving Song Quan in a daze. The door was slightly ajar, silent as a sheet. His hand slipped into the gap of the door, revealing a vibrant interior filled with red-hot energy. The great officer stood in the middle and shouted, "This is the place." Song Quan could not hide his astonishment at that surge of energy. In front of them was a furnace with a sword being forged inside. He spoke and then looked at Song Quan with a hopeful expression. "Let us get started." The great officer led Song Quan to a certain place, telling him, "I have prepared everything already to melt everything necessary for the refinement. You just need to put the then Vium into the furnace." He looked at the scene before him, puzzled, and asked again, "Is that all?" Song Quan felt that just using fire, he could refine it himself. Before he could finish speaking, the great officer voiced his concern. "You want to ask me why I need your help? Right," the great officer calmly explained. "What you need to do is not just refine, because Fian Nixi Thana Hilar is a type of fire that can incinerate all evil spirits. Extremely pure, so it won't be tainted by any filth." The Rain Prince asked in astonishment, "You know my fire is the Phoenix Music Pure Fire." He snapped the chain binding the cauldron and continued, "That is why I ask for your help. This furnace is very sturdy, with a firm yet flexible nature, and its quirky temperament won't accept anything that comes close or touches it. You know it won't merge with your fire either." The Grand Master continued, "Next, I will chant the incantation. No matter what happens, you must not stop." After a brief explanation, the Rain Prince calmly agreed to his request. Seeing the prince agree, the Grand Master began casting ancient spells to refine the sword. Accordingly, the Rain Prince started to blow the Phoenix Music Pure Fire into the furnace. The furnace began to bubble furiously from the green flames he blew into it. The green fire emanating from him grew larger, continuously flickering in the cauldron. The sword was gradually placed into the refining furnace by the Grand Master. As soon as it touched the Phoenix Music Pure Fire, it began to react. The refined sword gradually absorbed the flames, and the light it emitted started to become blinding. Both the Grand Master and the Rain Prince were astonished by this movement. As the refining process concluded, a sharp sword gradually emerged. The prince was shocked by the series of events, standing frozen in place. His eyes were glued to the divine sword, thinking to himself, "That is definitely a treasure. What is called 100,000 magical artifacts can't compare to 10,000 precious items. And 10,000 precious items can't match 100 of these treasures." He hesitated to ask the Grand Master if it was successful, intending to stop the flames, but he was told to continue. He paused slightly, biting his lip and lamenting internally. In the end, he stared at the sword before him and continued, "Is it still a failure?" He reached out towards it and said, "I can't feel anything." The Rain Prince, while casting the flames, thought to himself, "What is he really talking about? The sword is clearly radiating a chilling aura." Seeing the puzzled expression on his face, the Grand Master explained, "Our race has endured for hundreds of years alongside the cycle of time. And finally, a spirit has been born and exists to this day." He continued, "Thus, the scent of her body and every action she takes are contained within this sword. I want to separate her soul from the sword that holds her spirit and awaken her." The Rain Prince was astonished when he said, "This sword is not yours. It is your beloved's. This sword is what she used to point at your face during your first meeting. The images of your first encounter with her are etched deeply in your mind in this sealed world." Only his shallow knowledge could not explain these mysteries. The Grand Master, with sparkling eyes, looked at him and continued, "Thanks to you, I might find a way that could succeed." The Rain Prince was astonished to hear him say, "When I talk about the tactile, you are the only one who gives me an answer different from the others. Perhaps it is because my ideals are too far-fetched, which makes me desire recognition." He wants to use himself as the final material for refinement. He transforms into a flame before Sun Quan's astonished eyes. The entire grand figure turns into a fiery blaze. He watches as the man leaps into the furnace, shouting, "What are you doing? You would discard your own body. You discovered a new world because of her, and now you have no attachments to life." The struggle between the races still holds an unshakable trust that he believes in, but all of it is just an illusion. The Grand Master continued, "I said I would give you a gift of gratitude. Did not? Then take this sword, along with everything else here. Sehun Kun, astonished, tries to persuade him, saying, "Why do you still care about this now?" He shouted again. "If you have something you cherish, you would not hesitate to reflect on what is truly important." The Grand Master touched the sword in front of him, saying, "Then I have completed the refinement with this sword. Now I will merge with her." As he touched the sword, it shone with a blinding light. Sundrin Kwon was dazzled by the light and could not react in time. In the Grand Master's subconscious, a figure of a young girl gradually appeared in the distance. He slowly began to see the features of the person in front of him. Surprise and confusion were evident on his face. He bit his lip, as if wanting to say something, but then hesitated. The corners of the Grand Master's mouth involuntarily smiled, and then slowly disappeared. The peak where Sun Quan was located flashed with a ray of light. The original sword had now merged with the Grand Master, becoming a powerful weapon. Sun Quan could not help but exclaim in disbelief. He truly became the sword. Trong then rushed in from outside, shouting, "Leicester, are you okay?" He froze at the sight before him, unsure of what to say. At this moment, a Sun Quan was on the peak of Tin Con Tam Feng, holding the sword and saying, "It transformed into two swords. Do not tell me they could not reunite even as swords." He continued, "Earlier he said this could be called the Hoan Aish Hien sword. So it has this meaning. It turns out he had intended to give up everything from the beginning and transform into a sword." He went on, "Even though I have obtained the treasured mind, why do I feel so complicated in my heart?" Sun Zun Quan picked up the token from the ground, saying, "And this token too." Seeing the inscription on the token, he said, "This is the token of the Demon King, the 10th Chaos Demon. I never thought he would actually be the 6th demon. The 6th demon is the first demon king among the 10 demons. But he is also frequently compared to the tyrant. Due to the frequent conflicts among the 10 demons, the Demon King changes every 100 years. But the first demon and the 6th demon are the only two demons that have held the position of Demon King without changing for thousands of years." He sighed, truly not expecting to witness the departure of a legendary generation. He recalled the image of the Grand Master smiling foolishly. Suang Quan continued, "But he transformed into a sword for a woman." He thought for a moment and let out a soft sigh of regret. After a while, Sun Quan gathered all the treasures that Day Quan had collected on this mountain from the entire Sword Spirit Island. There were many items he did not even know the name of, including some spiritual elixirs. He paid special attention to an old scripture, staring intently at the particularly difficult content that mentioned sitting atop the 5 peaks of Namfeng. Quan folded the scripture and said with suspicion, "This does not look like a text from the human world." He felt a headache coming on and sighed once more. Suong Quan whispered, "It has been 130 years since I left Butch Sun. Has not it? I wonder if she is doing well." The scene shifted to a snowy place, where a Tanda fiercely pushed forward. The person above said, "Though it may be a bit early, it is time for you to fulfill your promise." That person looked at her, full of pain, and continued, "Just follow me quietly." The two children of the white blood demon beast. The noble one spoke to the one kneeling below. "Although it is just a little, you have indeed awakened the power of the white blood demon beast." The look in his eyes was one of disdain. "What happened to you? What have you been through all these years? Who turned you into this?" He looked at her with resentment and added, "Especially those eyes of yours." He contemptuously continued, "It is truly disgusting. I do not know who did this, but seeing your angry face, I will definitely find that person and kill him. Along with your crazy look," he shouted. "This is infuriating." A Tan charged forward angrily, shifting the scene to the peak of Kan Kan Uning Fong. Suong Quan stood firm on the towering peak, where a formation was drawn on the ground. Phi Than looked at the scene and said, "This sword formation looks terrifying." Trong then next to him said to Sun Quan, "You go ahead. We will hold the fort here." Upon hearing this, he smiled and nodded slightly to the two of them. He stepped forward and asked, "Seniors, how can I help?" The others standing there pointed to the person drawing the formation and said, "Only Brother Kine can draw the sword formation. We can assist him." Soon, the sword formation was complete, and they planned to center Jiang Long in this sword formation since Ven Nc Sing, Nick Kim itself was the center of Quan Lin Blow Ho. Feeling so honored, he awkwardly scratched his head and said, "I mention this just to be safe." He blushed and said, "Our meeting here is a significant fate, and during these days together, we have developed some feelings. Let us exchange names in case it is necessary." The people around stopped him, saying, "Why are you suddenly saying so much? Acting as if we will never meet again. And then wondering why you said such unfortunate words." They continued, "Let us wait until we leave Sword Spirit Island to say this. It is not too late. Once we are outside, we will always be brothers." Jiang Long listened to these words without rebuttal. He smiled brightly and said, "Let us decide on that. Let us work hard together." They started to spread out, taking their positions in different formations. Jiang Long began to use the technique of weaving void and illusion sword power. He held a sword in front of him, drove it straight down into the formation to start executing it, and then used the technique of Blood Shadow Chaotic Sword to open another link. On the other side, the Fire Sword technique opened another link. The Sharp Armor Sword technique continued to open a link next to the Bone Commander, executing the ultimate Chaotic Sword technique. He opened the last link in the formation on the ground. The entire formation in front gradually began to rotate and open up. A massive surge of energy appeared right at the mountain's peak. Everyone around looked at the light radiating from the formation in amazement. Everyone stood dumbfounded, gazing at the scene before them. Sighing, Chi Trung stood at a distance. Looking up at the mountain without saying anything, he solemnly remarked, the entire Sword Spirit Island was resonating. The runes gradually appeared on the ground before them. The golden light from the formation slowly shifted to red. Lightning began to strike down, forcing everyone to brace themselves against the formation. Someone among them asked doubtfully, Brother Kuang, is there really no problem if we continue like this? They asked in confusion. I do not know what this is about either. And someone replied, we need to stop the sword formation. They struggled to pull the swords out, then tried to block the spiritual energy to halt the formation. But no matter how hard they tried, they could not pull the swords out. Song Quan called out to them, confused, saying, brothers, try pulling the sword out one more time. But despite your efforts, you still can't move your body. Mun Kin stood outside, looking at the formation and asked, what is going on? Trong Thien shouted, if we do not quickly come up with a solution, it might cause a disaster. We need to break the sword formation. As he thrust Than Jiao forward, he thought, I will maximize my attack power. He pushed Than Jiao straight ahead, wanting to break the sword formation. The formation before him did not budge even a little. Trong Thien sweated and said in confusion, it did not move at all. Outside, the discipline rushed to attack the formation, fiercely trying to stop the sword formation. But no matter how hard they attacked, the formation remained unyielding. The people within the formation could not help but scream in pain, being battered by the formation and unable to move. Sung Quan looked around and shouted. All of his brothers had turned into swords. He tried once more to pull the sword in front of him. Seeing that he was in trouble, he cried out in panic to protect himself. Annoyed, he let out a curse because he could not move either. He suddenly froze when he saw several swords lunging at him. The blades pierced straight through Song Quan. The formation has turned a brilliant shade of red. Words echoed in his mind. Are they still doing well? Could it be that they have forgotten about me? It has been 1,000 years. It seems there is really no hope left. The master of the ultimate sword has not appeared yet. Sun Zun Quan realized these were memories of his senior brothers. Their memories flooded into his mind. Their aspirations, desires, and ideals became vividly clear in his head. Sun Zun Quan felt like his mind was about to explode with their emotions surging in. Sun Long Quan sank into darkness until he woke up to a voice saying, why are you here again? Your body has not fully recovered yet. The sweet voice continued. Or did you come because you missed me? He opened his eyes to see the beautiful woman in front of him. The woman sitting dreamily by the window, looking at him, was Hojun. At that moment, Sun Hung Quan had transformed into a small tiger sitting by her feet. On the mountaintop, the formation was still being activated. Everyone around watched in amazement, saying, stop it. Master Trombo Thin. You have done your best. Trapping Thin was panting, thinking to himself, I have expended so much energy, yet the barrier has not even cracked. And I can't even see what is happening inside. He was exhausted, squinting at the formation, feeling he could not hold on any longer. The demon beside was still trying to break the formation when suddenly Chiha Trung appeared, shouting, the heavenly lords are dying one by one. This time, heaven is truly helping me. Trong Thin was sweating profusely, stammering, Elder Chi Trung, why did that guy show up now? He smirked arrogantly, sensing the shockwave from earlier, and realized the aura of Vai Kwang had suddenly vanished. And he still could not sense it now. He knew that as long as those hindrances were dead, once the barrier was broken, it would be like fish in a barrel, unable to escape his grasp. Chi Trung confidently stated, now I just need to sit back and wait for the catch. Shifting to the present inside the sword formation, Sung Quan was still being tormented physically and mentally. He screamed out, slowly sinking into an illusion. Inside his mind, Hojia looked at him with gentle eyes. She calmly gazed at him and said, all right. I understand. She stretched her arms towards Sung Quan, beckoning him to come to her. Without hesitation, he dashed into Ho Jian's warm embrace, her voice softly saying, it must feel strange and unsettling for you here. Right. After all, you have been through this already. She patted Sun Quan's head, soothing him to sleep. After he woke up, Ho Jian gently said, I just noticed your wounds seem to have healed quite a bit. She looked closely at his face and continued, if you were a spiritual beast, I should be able to sense that aura on you. It seems you are just an ordinary tiger after all. How strange. Sun Quan's sparkling gaze fixed on her, letting out the cutest sounds. Ho Jian smiled and said, "Look at your eyes. It is like you can understand what I am saying. Our meeting feels like." Outside her room, a woman was yelling loudly, "You old bastard. How dare you think about taking my honor?" Someone behind advised, "We have no choice. The power of the 10 evil ghosts has spread all the way to Ho-Sun. Our current strength at Ho-Sun is basically no match for those ghost beasts." After hearing this, the woman yelled, "I know that too. But that old jerk keeps whining about old age. How do you expect me to endure this?" The other person shouted back, "He has already lived for 1,000 years. An old, crusty man like him does not even realize how ridiculous he sounds talking about old age. Truly, an old man loves to chew on tender grass." After hearing those words, Ho Jan's expression darkened. She sadly held Tram Sikhan in her arms. Remaining silent, Ho Jian Kuvik sat alone in the room. Holding him while singing, his eyes widened, looking at her sad face. He listened to her song and tightly closed his eyes. Drifting off to sleep, Sen Quan could not understand how he had turned into a tiger, and whether this world was real. But he knew Ho Jan was the only light illuminating his life. Sen Quan ran and tripped over a bathtub. Ho Jian chased after him, saying, "You clearly like sticking to me like this. How come you suddenly ran away? Come here. Let us take a bath together." Time passed, and he realized he was at Ho-Sun sect. His daily life with Ho Jan was joyful, making him feel that it did not matter where he was. Sen Quan felt that no matter where this was or what this world was like, he was happy just being by her side. Sen Quan kept licking her hand playfully, and she said to him, "Why do you like licking me so much? My hand is not food." You know, suddenly, the door was pushed open by someone outside calling for Ho Jian. That person calmly informed her of everything so she could grasp the situation. Sen Quan looked at that person with wide eyes as they spoke at length. That person did not even glance at her. Simply said, "This is how it is." Ho Jian listened to the whole story, her expression serious. On the day of Ho Jian's wedding, drums and gongs resounded everywhere. Everyone immersed in the festive atmosphere, singing out loud. Ho Jian's face was now beautifully made up. She sat quietly in a red wedding dress. She asked Sen Quan in front of her, "Big tiger, what do you think of me?" He stared at her blankly, unable to blink, complimenting her beauty. Ho Jian looked at him with her beautiful face and said thank you, her expression still calm. "If so, you should go now." Sen Quan, not understanding anything, just stared at her. Frozen, Ho Jian continued, "Don't be stubborn. Staying here might not lead to a good outcome." Suddenly, someone forcefully pushed open the door and said, "Just let it stay here." The guy grinned slyly and added, "Having someone watching is not too bad." He continued, "Although she is my 5th wife, she is still the wife of the sect leader of Trung Nam. I hope she does not mind the little details too much." He reached out with his wrinkled hands to touch her, saying, "We can use our bodies to understand each other better." Hu Jian resolutely pushed his arm away and said, "Don't touch me. I will do it myself." He was slightly taken aback and said, "All right then. Do whatever you want." He continued, "I did not expect my wife to be so proactive. I guess I should reciprocate." He did not notice Hu Jian's expression and said, "On your wedding night, it is natural for you to be nervous, but you will soon understand the pleasures in it." Sung Quan remained still, staring blankly at her. Hu Jian smiled gently at him. Sung Quan stared in shock at the statue in front. Unable to say a word, she used her magical power to strike at the sect leader in front of her. He stared blankly at Ho Jian without blinking. Ho Jian intended to deliver a finishing blow, but before she could act, he grabbed her arm tightly. She was momentarily stunned and speechless. He held her arm right in front of her and clicked his tongue, saying, "What a shame." Immediately, the grand hall was blown apart. Before Ho Jian could react, she was lifted and suspended mid-air. He approached her and said, "Occasionally, women like you appear. Those bitches who dare to rebel against their master." He mocked while executing his moves. "For such biting dogs, you either kill them or make it so they can bite anymore." Ho Jian screamed in pain from his strikes. Her spine was crushed to the point of breaking. She was in excruciating pain and coughed up blood due to internal injuries. Seeing Hu Jian unable to continue, he calmly released her. She involuntarily fell from the sky to the ground. She lay there painfully, coughing up blood. He stepped closer, thinking that a lowly illusionist knows her own limits. Believing she would fight back, because she did not want to cultivate with him, he continued, "But what can you do? What I am cultivating is the central technique. I want to help you, no matter what form you take. It won't affect my ability to absorb your yin energy." He added, "Just think of it as a new experience." Hu Jian trembled at his words. Sung Quan beside her suddenly rushed out, shouting at him. She lay weakly on the ground and said, "Don't do it. Get away quickly." He replied with suspicion, "I do not need useless creatures like you around, as I have already lost my way." Before he could act, he was distracted by movement nearby. A group of monsters emerged from the ground. Everyone around was shocked to see the demonic beasts attacking Lone Thech Ku. They scrambled to grab their weapons to stop them. The leader of Trung Nam glanced over and clicked his tongue, saying, "Today is my big day. What a downer." He then looked at Ho Jan and continued, "You wait here for a bit. I will be back to finish our conversation." Saying that, he rushed off to deal with the demonic beasts on the other side. Ho Jan was left pitifully lying on the ground, struggling to speak. Though it was a bit noisy here, it was not too bad. Jejun Quan carefully licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, looking at her with sorrowful, round eyes. Ho Jian, trembling with pain, said to him, "Big Tiger, please kill me." Ding Kuan was taken aback by her words and shook his head vigorously, wanting to refuse her request. Ho Jian then said to him, "I am afraid that when that old monster returns, I will suffer even more than death, but right now, I have no way to end my own life." Looking at the bright moon in the sky, she added, "I have heard that if someone is eaten by a tiger, they become a ghost." She continued trembling, "Take my golden pill. Then I can become your ghost. You will be my master. And we can live a peaceful, happy life together." She squinted and said, "By then, I will belong to you. And you will become my mountain lord. I want to be your ghost and find a mountain where we can live freely together." She lay there, describing a future life filled with peace and happiness. When hungry, they would go hunt. When thirsty, they would drink from the spring, living a carefree life. Hot tears streamed from the corners of his eyes as he listened to Ho Jian continuously urge him to kill her. Sen Quan's tears flowed helplessly. He shook with determination, wanting to eat Ho Jian. At this moment, his mental state completely collapsed. Sung Quan screamed in pain, feeling helpless. He was suffering both physically and in his soul at this moment. Images of his brothers flashed in his mind. Ding Tu Ban wanted to return to Qiulan Mountain to fix everything, find the lost path, and search for his woman. Hong Kang, not understanding the laws of the world, did not know about love between beasts and humans or cultivators. He had killed many people, which is why he wanted to spend his life at Tanning. Only now did Ho Feng have the courage to face the truth. Returning to Ho Sen for an answer from her father, and to determine who she really was, Jiang Long was determined to ensure that the children born and disappeared would not be left behind. He would not allow such things to happen again, even if it meant exterminating Thiengai at Mun. He would not hesitate. Those thoughts continuously flooded Sen Quan's mind. They made his face blur. He looked down at the water below, wanting to find his reflection. Looking at his own face, Sen Quan questioned who he was. His delicate features had become blurred, making it hard to see his facial features. Suddenly, someone stepped in, causing ripples on the water. He looked up and saw the silhouette of the person who had just appeared. On the other side stood a lonely flower in silence. Outside, the blood-red formation remained unyielding. But suddenly, it gradually vanished before everyone's astonished eyes. Mun Ken was shaken by the sight before him, standing there in shock, stammering, "The sword formation is gone." Chai Trung, confused, said, "I can sense the presence of the others. They can just disappear into thin air." Could he have absorbed all the other celestial beings? He thought to himself, if he really had absorbed those celestial beings, the story would take a different turn. There were up to 4 celestial beings. Should I act now or talk? Truong Thien gasped and said to Sun Quan, "Sixth Master type, are you okay? What about the others?" His face was pale, standing frozen, unable to process what he was saying. Sun Quan stood there in a daze, looking up at the sky, when suddenly a strange light appeared in his mind, and he radiated a peculiar glow like a sword. Truong Thien felt the killing intent emanating from him, and Chi Trung also sensed this strange aura. Wondering, what is that? Suddenly, he realized the light surrounding Sun Quan was the true fire of cultivation. He stared at them, thinking, this crazy guy is really ascending now. Without hesitation, he swung his axe to attack Sun Quan, saying, "You want to die? Fine. I will grant your wish." Truong Thien sensed something was off and quickly blocked the incoming attack. Chi Trung saw him standing in front of him, which made him furious. He bravely shouted at him, "If you want to touch Sixth Master, you will have to get through me first." He saw the boy's defiance and darkened his face. "I did not want to argue with you before, but if you insist on stopping me, even if you are a fake, I won't let you go." The discipline did not hesitate to swing his sword at Chai Trung. Truong Thien was astonished to see it rushing to assist him. Mun Kin watched the battle unfold before him and sighed. "This is insane." He continued, "If discipline is like this, fine. But why is Truong Thien joining in too? The opponent is a master of the spirit realm." He looked over at Chai Trung, filled with rage. Thinking that his ability was at the celestial level, he gritted his teeth and roared, "You fools really do not know how high the heavens are or how deep the earth is." Back at Soquan, he kept repeating the question. Who? Faces gradually appeared in his mind. Jiang Long of the Shuigayant sect. Ong Kang of the Vodong. Dong Tu of Kolan Mountain, Ho Feng of Ho Sun Sect, or Dai Ho of Back Sun. Suddenly, someone called out, startling him to look up. Before him was the fleeting shadow of someone. Song Quan stared at the person in front of him. Confused, asking who they were, the person replied, "Don't you recognize me? I am the hatred, the regret, and the longing within you." He continued, "You know me? Think about me." Song Quan was led by him, as if he wanted to become foolish. In front of him, the dark shadow gradually took on a human form. The face that gradually appeared before him was Ho Jian. She criticized him for taking her life and turning her into a vengeful spirit. Song Quan immediately denied everything. "That is not how it happened. I truly never intended to kill anyone." Ho Jian continued to accuse him of imprisoning her soul, and now wanting to turn her into a sword spirit, binding her life to his. Song Quan explained once again, "I did it because I did not want to lose you, and to preserve your current form." She interrupted him, saying, "You just killed me." Upon hearing these words, he trembled in shock. He felt utterly helpless, letting his hands drop. No longer wanting to resist, he did not dare to look at her furious expression, only lowering his head and saying, "I have thought about it many times. If I could go back to the past, perhaps the outcome would be different." His dazed gaze remained fixed. Speechless, Ho Jian touched his face and said, "But it is okay. This place is not Ho Sun, nor Ba, and there are no ghost battles here." Song Quan stammered, asking if she was okay. She continued, "Of course. This place is just you and me. Only the two of us." Song Quan gradually sank into the water below, saying, "That is right. You are my lifesaver, and also my initial desire. As long as you do not mind. As long as this is what you want," he continued, "then we will both stay here together." Just as he finished speaking, an image of an old man appeared in his mind, urging him to stab his woman. Outside, Chi Trung was still struggling in a fierce fight with Kuai Luat and Truong Thien. He grit his teeth, saying, "These troublesome names." Chi Trung fought back, injuring both of them. Truong Thien was knocked back, and he charged towards Chi Trung, saying, "Dealing with trash like you." He got hit and spat out blood. He then rushed close to Kuai Luat, saying, "I do not even need to use any techniques." He slammed down into the ground below. Kuai Luat had now fainted and was unable to fight. Chi Trung glanced over at Sun Quan on the other side. He swung his axe over there, saying, "It is ridiculous. They struggle to save you. But you do not even know the current situation and are leisurely soaring." Seeing him in danger, a centipede lunged out from his body. Chi Trung did not have time to react before the centipede appeared before him. The ground was shattered into large pieces as it crawled across. Next, he used a golden staff to shoot towards that direction, firing a beam of light straight at him. Chi Trung stood there unfazed. He inhaled deeply, saying, "And that damn bug of yours." He swung an axe straight at the head of the centipede in front of him. Chi Trung calmly stood facing Sun Quan. He stepped towards you and said, "You really have not changed at all. Wherever you go, you just stir up trouble." You did not move as he approached, and he raised his axe, saying, "I have had enough. You can ascend in your dreams, while I will take your head." Chi Trung's expression remained unchanged as he struck straight at you. Before he could act, the ground cracked open with a killing intent. At this moment, as Su Quan echoed the words, "Stab your woman," a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Sung Hun Quan and Chai Trung were shaken by the lightning strike. The two took a hit from a powerful bolt filled with killing intent. An explosive shockwave erupted where the two stood. Chi Trung gasped for breath, staring intently at Sun Quan in front of him. He was sweating profusely and looked up at the sky in shock. His gaze landed on the spot where the lightning had struck. Realizing it was the heavenly lightning tribulation, the lightning at that spot began to prepare to strike down again. Chi Trung sensed the unease and quickly dodged the lightning's strike zone. Sun Quan stood there motionless, taking the lightning strike head-on. He frowned as he watched you being struck by the lightning. Chi Trung said in shock, "That must be the lightning tribulation." At the moment he achieves his ascension, the heavenly tribulation appears. He looked at you continuously being struck and said, "Only those who ascend must face tribulations. His situation is simply not normal." He suddenly realized something was wrong, sweating and saying, "Could it be he is ascending?" Chi Trung thought to himself, that would be even more absurd. But given the power of the lightning tribulation, even I, someone who has experienced it, would struggle to withstand it. He lamented inwardly. The level of this lightning tribulation is simply beyond what a human can endure. He clenched his fists, stammering, "But what if he lingers? What happens if he survives all 9 tribulations?" At this moment, inside Sung Quan's mind, he suddenly awoke from his daze. Staring in shock at the scene before him, Ho Jian gently touched his arm, passing through him, saying, "Why are you doing this to me?" She trembled and said, "Did I do something wrong? What do I have?" Sung Quan shouted loudly, explaining, "This is not my doing. My hand can't act on its own." Suddenly, he changed his expression, filled with killing intent, and said, "But who are you really?" Sun Quan looked at Ho Jian with suspicion. She clicked her tongue coldly and said, "What a pity." It was clearly about to succeed. He watched as Ho Jian gradually turned into a shadow, saying, "Even though I do not know who you are, your trick is truly despicable." Hearing his question, he laughed loudly and replied, "You want to know who I am?" His face gradually morphed into Sun Quan's, saying, "You." The scene shifted to Tratong then, who had been blown away, struggling to sit up, coughing and wondering, "Where have I been blown to?" He looked in shock at the lightning striking down at Sun and Quan, trapping Thiven, then added, "This is the heavenly lightning tribulation. When Lai Jesse ascended to become a spirit, he also went through a lightning tribulation like this, as the lightning struck continuously. He silently hoped that you could safely get through it." In Sun Quan's mind at that moment, the stranger had transformed into his inner demon, filled with admiration. "You had only cultivated for a few hundred years but could clearly distinguish illusions. Thanks to your awakening that allowed you to exist." He smiled wickedly, reaching out to you, ready to attack. The inner demon gleefully looked at your struggling form and continued, "Just consider it as you being enlightened." "So what?" His gaze locked with yours as he added, "I will force you to sleep again." A flicker of green fire suddenly ignited in Sun Quan's heart, and his whole body ignited in the phoenix music blue flame. Upon seeing you like that, the inner demon clicked his tongue and said, "Oh dear. Are you trying to challenge a grasshopper to a fight?" You were engulfed in a murderous flame. Staring at him as you said, "I seem to understand everything now," looking at his face, which bore a striking resemblance to your own. You were sure he was your inner demon. Bolts of lightning continued to strike down. The physical body of Sun Quan stood firm against each strike, while in his mind, he was being attacked by his inner demon. Sun Quan suddenly froze. Realizing the technique he was using was the Phoenix Music Blue Flame, he confidently said, "If I am your inner demon, then of course I can use your techniques." His powerful strike sent you flying outside. Your body continued to endure the strikes of the heavenly lightning. Inside your mind, you struggled to resist the pressure from your inner demon. He disdainfully told you, "Hand over your physical body. After all, I am you and you are me." Sun Quan used the flame of the phoenix to scold him, telling him to stop the nonsense. Your sharp claws swept past him, causing the form of the inner demon to lose its shape. Taking advantage of this, you attacked fiercely, wanting to eliminate him right there. Just as you were about to strike again, your body suddenly froze. No matter how hard you tried, Sun Quan could not budge an inch. The inner demon moved closer to you provocatively. "What is wrong? Why won't your body obey my commands?" He also used the flame of the phoenix to strike back at you. He pinned you to the ground, saying, "You are outside facing heavenly tribulations, and inside you are fighting me. Of course. You could not split yourself. You are basically no match for me." Sun Quan gritted his teeth in anger. "What is this heavenly tribulation you speak of?" The inner demon explained. "When you two become one, your body will automatically start to ascend. It is quite funny to say. Clearly your life is under threat, but you still have to face ascension." He continued, "If you die, I will also disappear. That is why I called the thunder tribulation. You should be grateful to me because of me. You can keep your life." The inner demon tightened his grip on Sun Quan even more. He softly said to you, "Just obediently sleep soundly for me." Sun Quan seemed to collapse into the suffocating darkness. His hands were covered in a dark, viscous substance. The figure of Sun Quan loomed like a shadow, his fierce grin echoing far and wide. He stood tall, filled with delight. Outside, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, scattering the earth and rocks around. Sun Quan, with his singed clothes, remained still as if waiting for something. Chi Trung observed the person facing the tribulation, but could not get any closer. He broke into a cold sweat. This was already the 8th lightning trial. Could that guy really survive the tribulation? Since it has come to this, I will strike when the 9th lightning bolt descends. If he survives the heavenly tribulation at the moment of his rebirth, I will unleash my full spiritual power, drawing it back like a bowstring ready to fire. Wait for the perfect moment to release it. The sky above is gathering the lightning of the tribulation. Come here. The final lightning trial. In the deep, abyss-like consciousness, Sun Quan remained steady. I can't stay in this trance forever. I need to wake up. I must stay alert. But this place is so comfortable. It is making me a bit drowsy. Even now, I still can't afford to let my guard down. Not even for a moment. A flash of light suddenly appeared before Sun Quan. He stared in horror as it appeared in an instant. Sticky, viscous liquid erupted again, enveloping his mind and body. Sun Quan thrust his sword through that fake body, but the figure laughed with smug satisfaction. Frustrated, he glared at the figure. Suddenly, Sun Quan was startled by a familiar soft moan. The shadow appeared before the tip of his sword, filled with sorrow. General. General. It hurts so much. Why are you doing this to me? Sun Quan shouted urgently. Shut up. Do not insult my brother. The inner demon stopped playing along and simply smirked. He bore a semblance of compliance. This trick seems useless now. But there is no need to be so harsh with someone like him. He coldly faced Sun Quan, saying, even if you escape my control, they have lived for thousands of years, accumulating feelings over millennia. Can a mere few hundred years like you handle that? Sun Quan coolly looked at him. You do not need to worry about that. Just get out of my sight immediately. The eyes of the inner demon began to redden. All right. I will fulfill your wish. As long as you still have a breath left. I am immortal and will only grow stronger. He smirked condescendingly. Well then, see you later. The figure of the inner demon seemed to dissolve right before Sun Quan's eyes. The black liquid exploded violently. Sun Quan silently gazed at the glowing sword in his hand. He cautiously questioned it. Have you always been here protecting me? The figure he longed for suddenly emerged from the sword. A flower fairy he had always wanted to see again. Her eyes sparkled with joy. Were you waiting for me? Sun Quan looked at the flower fairy in front of him, full of affection. Yep. I have been waiting for you for a very long time. Why are you only arriving now? The flower fairy chuckled softly. Because I wanted you to worry about me a little more. Their gazes locked. 1,000 words unspoken passed between them. She hesitated before finally speaking up. Now is not the time to revisit the past. You should leave quickly. So Sun Quan startled and reached out. Right. Ho Jian softly replied and placed her hand in his. A blinding light quickly enveloped them. Outside, the thunderstorm was gathering with immense power. Chi Si Trung, filled with energy, shouted, here it comes. The final thunderstorm. Just as he finished speaking, the thunderstorm crashed down towards the motionless body of Sen Quan. Chi Trung scrutinized everything. But he felt it was not enough. The thunderstorm continued to strike, tearing the earth and rocks apart once again. Chi Si Trung braced himself, his internal energy on the verge of bursting, when Sen Quan's figure seemed to vanish in the thunderstorm. It suddenly closed with a speed almost imperceptible to the eye. Sun Hung Quan appeared tattered yet seemed to be rejuvenating. Chi Trung's eyes sparkled. This was the moment. He darted towards Sen Quan like a lightning bolt. His double-edged axe swung down rapidly, as if his head could not keep up. The force of the axe struck the ground, causing it to tremble, and familiar lines of energy began to appear on its surface. A pure white figure rose beneath the axe, and a pair of wings suddenly appeared before Chi Trung. His pupils dilated sharply. As if facing a great enemy, he quickly stepped back, increasing the distance from Sun Quan. After the tribulation, his body seemed to shrink. And suddenly, wings and a pair of antlers sprouted from his back. Chi Trung stared at him for a long time, unsure of what to do. As Sen Quan's current realm was the spirit tribulation, Sen Quan's red eyes locked onto him, causing Chi Trung to break out in a cold sweat. Filled with worry, he shouted angrily. Even if you ascend to the spirit tribulation, your current state is still unstable. You can't possibly defeat me in the middle stage. He continued to wield his axe with skill. These 15 years of mine are not just words. I have fused sword techniques with the art of communication into a new technique. His axe spun, creating a thunderous power. Behold, the sword energy surges like a storm. I will use this to shred you to pieces. But as he approached Sun Quan, the latter blocked it effortlessly with just one hand. Chi Trung's pressure suddenly dissipated into nothing. A Sun Quan gently pressed a finger down, piercing through the axe blade, and the cracks rapidly spread. In the blink of an eye, he had crushed one side of the axe into 1,000 pieces. Chi Trung stared in disbelief. And before he could finish his sentence, a strike as quick as lightning slammed into his face. His small frame surged forward, delivering a thunderous punch. Chi Trung's heavy body flew through the massive rocks. It crashed down violently. From the top of the high mountain, Chi Trung fell straight down towards the deep abyss of Feng Mountain. Sun Hung Quan stood up straight, watching where he fell. He stood on the rocky cliff, contemplating and assessing his own abilities. Beneath the rocky mountain, Chi Trung trembled, unable to rise. How did it come to this? My body can't move. I clearly only took one hit from him. Just one hit. Yet I am left in this state. But he just ascended to the spirit realm. He is only at the early stage of that realm. How could he be my opponent? Chi Trung looked up at the figure floating in the air, waiting for him. Seeing that face, he could not help but feel horrified. Could this be the power of the spirit realm created by absorbing those 4 celestial beings? And Chi Trung's eyes filled with bloodshot defiance. This can't be happening. I refuse to accept it. His body momentarily changed, a chilling smile appearing. I am the most powerful elder of the sea dragon tribe. A massive dragon form erupted into the blue sky, as Chi Trung gathered spiritual energy in his mouth. From now on, I will shed my armor and take my true form as the Sea Dragon King to compete with you. Powerful waves of energy surged towards the mountain warrior. He moved forward into the attack without dodging, his eyes glowing with fierce light. His true form, a large winged horned tiger, transformed with the situation. Chi Trung's eyes bulged as if they would pop out. A horned winged tiger. You are definitely not an ordinary spirit beast. It turns out you are the descendant of the celestial tiger. The mountain warrior ignored his words and lunged to attack the prey. Chi Trung panicked, dodging each sharp claw strike. Why is it a celestial tiger? I heard that the fake priest of the palace was eradicated. The swift flight ability and sharp claws made the attack even more difficult. He quickly retreated his dragon body, realizing that in close combat, he had no chance against a water snake-like form. He had to use the illusionary dragon fist technique to push himself away, keeping his distance from the warrior. The mountain warrior quickly folded his wings to block the outside wind. After his wings opened, the fierce red eye of the warrior gazed forward. Chi Trung had set up a myriad of water waves. Still the same but with more combined attacks. He bared his dragon teeth and grinned. No matter how fast your reflexes are, you can't block this move of mine. Watch me tear you to shreds. Continuous barrages of attacks rained down like cannon fire, forcing the mountain warrior to dodge repeatedly. Those standing below the rocky cliff also felt the shockwaves. Above, he was dodging while simultaneously launching rapid attacks. The onlookers below were horrified as they watched the water waves crash against their feet. Along with the sight of a dragon and a tiger battling, he looked up at the scene in the sky, stuttering. Is that the battle between two spirit beasts of the same spirit realm level? No matter how well he dodged, the mountain warrior still took hits. The tiger's strength was not in the air. In a moment of desperation, another wave of attacks surrounded him. Chi Trung grinned widely. Success. The water waves crashed down on the mountain warrior from all sides. You need to set up a barrier to stop it. Chi Trung watched you sink into the water, laughing. The wave barrier water spell is meant to protect us. Under the pressure of tens of thousands of pounds of water, even if you can fly, you won't be able to do anything. You will drown in seconds. But before he could relish his joy, he suddenly realized, inside the floating water sphere, something like fire was beginning to accumulate. The sea tiger of the mountain lord erupted like a stream of lava, shooting straight from the water sphere towards Chi Trung. He gaped, his eyes wide with fear. He glanced back, seeing the spiritual energy that just brushed past him trembling. How could something so powerful exist? Just as Chi Trung was lost in thought, the voice of the mountain lord was right beside him. Yet it felt off, but this time, it would not miss. The phoenix song fire was already poised by your claws. A swift strike of the fire claw shot straight at Chi Trung. The blue and white flames engulfed the entire hazy sky. Chi Trung was surrounded by the flames, burning continuously. He groaned in pain. It was too hot. What kind of fire is this? How can I extinguish it? Why is this happening? Our Sea Dragon clan has always feared fire, so we are always prepared. I have also condensed tens of thousands of pounds of water to form a barrier around myself. This should keep the fire away from me, but his fire can still burn through my barrier. His eyes are nearly closed. One side has been corroded by the blue fire. Shameless. I never expected you to hold back such a move. Only then did Chi Trung realize it was a fire capable of burning spiritual energy. He looked up at the phoenix in front of him. Could this be the fire of a divine beast? With one side of his face burned away, Chi Trung began to grasp his situation. Looking into those fairy red eyes, he started to panic. No way. Our Sea Dragon clan can't withstand the fire of divine beasts. He gritted his sharp teeth. I must stop him. I can't let him go to my clan and cause trouble. Chi Trung was determined to fight to the end. All right. You bastard. Today I will have a real deathmatch with you right here. Let us do this. The two powerful spirit beasts charged at each other in the raging flames. The terrifying spiritual energy between them exploded in all directions. Water and fire continuously mixed, igniting the blue and white sky. The mountain lord kept clawing at him, but Chi Trung did not back down. His dragon body swung like a whip, striking straight at your belly. The roar of the dragon echoed across the sky. The phoenix also would not be outdone, charging up like a madman. The clash of spiritual energy turned everything white. The onlookers below gazed at the blazing fire above, sighing. This fire is truly astonishing. As if it is about to swallow the heavens and earth. One person stepped forward to explain. The water manipulation technique can destroy a solid mountain, combined with the overwhelming fire technique. Clearly, their execution of these techniques is unlike ours. The flames above gradually transformed, the silhouettes of the dragon and tiger spiraling down from the lofty skies, while the crowd below buzzed with anticipation. Had they finally determined a victor? But unfortunately, Sun Quan's fangs had only just sunk into Chi Trung's body. He bit down hard on the scales of the foe. The pain caused Chi Trung to fall back, and the flames burned even brighter around the dragon's tail. Seeing that Chi Trung still had the strength to rise, the crowd realized the outcome was still undecided. The dragon's body instinctively coiled around Sun Quan, who tightened his grip, stretching the solid tendons. Watching Sun Quan struggle and roar, Chi Trung shouted, "No matter how much you squirm, it is useless? Do you know what the deep sea is like? Ah no. A coward like you living on land certainly would not understand. This is the deepest part of the ocean. A dark space where not a single ray of sunlight can penetrate. The water pressure there is so great it far exceeds your imagination. To survive under this pressure, you must contract all your muscles and nerves into your spiritual energy. Otherwise, you will be crushed to pieces. On the other hand, want to see if you can withstand it. I no longer care about my own survival. I just want to see whether you will be burned to death first or crushed to pieces." Sun Quan's limbs were stretched apart by the dragon's body, and even with sharp claws, he could not claw his way out. Seeing him begin to drool, Chi Trung laughed heartily, clearly enjoying the outcome. Just then, Sun Quan's red eyes lit up, the Dan Hu Vong sword piercing through his upper body, blood splattering as the chaotic sword shadows cut a path through the surrounding area. The Firebone sword also assisted below, executing a powerful strike that sliced directly through the dragon's neck. With 5 swords working together, dark liquid pouring down like a waterfall, Chi Trung still could not comprehend his situation. Laughing joyfully, "What are you doing? Even if these intangible swords stab you, at most, you will just suffer internal injuries. This is the last resistance of a pathetic beast." After his insults, the divine treasure of the Mountain King was activated. After the 6th awakening, the sword spirit could tear his body into countless pieces. Watching his precious body shatter, Chi Trung was left speechless in shock, his eyes nearly popping out, wondering how he could be so easily sliced apart. With the head still emitting liquid, Chi Trung quickly darted off in another direction. "Though I may not accept it, running away is the best strategy. I have destroyed his wing, so he won't catch up to me for now. I need to escape this place as soon as possible." Seeing him flee, Sun Quan's cold eyes locked onto him once again. Chi Trung kept deceiving himself. "Our rivalry has deepened. Sooner or later, I will take my revenge. I must return to report back, telling them that the enemy is growing increasingly powerful beyond imagination." But just as he was about to escape, Sun Quan was suddenly right in front of him. At that moment, Chi Trung's foolish mind finally caught up. That is right. He has the earth essence. The rain god charged straight into Chi Trung's body without hesitation. And when he came out, he brought with him a huge inner core. Your body also returned to human form. Holding the smooth purple inner core in hand, the dragon form had turned to dust. The voice of the guy echoed, "I have lost. I know I have made a mistake. Just spare my life, and I swear the Hai Long clan will never provoke you again." The rain god's pupils contracted. He lost patience and shouted, clenching his teeth. Immediately, his 5 fingers dug tightly into the inner core. In an instant, the inner core that contained everything of Chi Trung shattered into many pieces. The sunlight continued to shine down as usual. The rain god gently waved his hand to brush away the remnants. Mun Kun watched everything vanish in the sky and quietly wondered, is it finally over? Before he could fully grasp the situation, a huge stick crashed down beside him. Trong Thiven along with Kulot and Themhatar appeared. Mun Kun hastily pointed to the sky. "Tradrying Thiven. That one." He merely nodded thoughtfully. "I believe the others will see it too. But I truly did not expect to witness the scene of the spirit tribulation successfully ascending." The people below all gazed up at the rain god soaring high, with wings ablaze with spiritual power and a form after ascension that captivated everyone. "That is the rain god. You have reached the realm of spirit tribulation." He looked at his small hands, his eyes filled with sorrow. "I have indeed grown stronger, but my current abilities cannot be compared to others. Perhaps it is because I absorbed those senior brothers. It is for that reason I could break through Kuan, then Bro Ho, and survive the heavenly tribulation." He clenched his fists in pain. "All of this is thanks to their sacrifice. This is not my fault. It is because their souls were absorbed by me, leaving no way for them to reincarnate. Yet, 4 of them had to sacrifice themselves just to forge a sword. I really did not expect such a deadly sword technique to exist. In the end, who invented this sword technique?" The rain god was feeling very unstable when suddenly a hand reached out and rested on his shoulder. Ho Jian gently called his name. "Rain god, it is not your fault. Although saying this might be a bit selfish, it is fortunate that you are safe." She continued to soothe him gently. "Let us go down quickly. Many people are waiting for you down there." The rain god's emotions calmed down a bit. He fell silent for a moment and then agreed to fly down. In his heart, the rain god made a quiet resolution. "One day, when I ascend to the upper realm, I must ask about this." As soon as he landed near Chartabuthin, he saw Thumha joyfully running over to call out to them. Its eyes lit up when it saw him at his height. "Rain god, you have shrunk." The rain god just nodded and asked with concern, "That is right. But is your head okay?" The discipline emerged, raising its hand as if measuring height with Sun Quan, then leaned back. Grinning widely, Truong Thien and Mon Kun smiled and approached. "Congratulations, Master Ho. He is pretending to seriously assess you. Looks like I will have to show you more respect from now on. Will you want me to call you Great Tiger from now on?" The one behind kept rubbing his head. Yet Sun Quan's expression remained aloof, as if saying no flattery needed. Just like before, he took the chance to mock. "You actually dared to attack with such recklessness. That was incredibly reckless. You nearly lost your life." Truong Thien shrugged helplessly. "I did not foresee it. With the order of the Grand Law Master in front of me, I had no choice but to comply." Sun Quan smiled lightly at him for a moment, then noticed Mon Kun peeking from behind. "But causing such a commotion, you all seem unfazed. This is truly great." The bright sunlight continued to shine down into the dim darkness. Those close to Sun Quan remained safe. Inside the sword tomb, a sword trembled continuously, with countless cryptic inscriptions appearing on its body. An old man with white hair looked up at the large sword with a staff in hand. He was overjoyed. It seemed the final step had been completed. The 36 Kovthi Bao Ho. If so, he exhaled a stream of spiritual energy, then shaped it into a familiar character. The spiritual power suddenly flared up, and he began calling from within the sword's body, his eyes closed halfway, gleaming with light. I have waited for this moment for tens of thousands of years. The spiritual energy in the large sword erupted violently. But afterward, it slumped down into the dry ground like any other sword. The old man frowned in confusion. How could the celestial power fail? His eyes suddenly sparkled, focusing intently on that spot. You see? Observing the inscriptions and the bright purple source of spiritual power within the sword's body, he realized it was the heavenly law unlocking the celestial gate. He sighed inwardly. It seems that during the ascension, he encountered a heavenly tribulation. No wonder he could not unlock it. Although he had thought of the constraints of the mortal realm, he did not expect such an incident would occur. His frail, worn-out body slightly bent as he pondered. It seemed he had no other choice. Immediately, he raised his hand to manipulate a sword from the sword tomb. The sword quickly withdrew from the ground, shooting towards him. He continued to inscribe a character on the sword's body. The spiritual essence within seemed to receive reinforcement to awaken. A humanoid spiritual essence rapidly expanded. Are you looking for me? The old man glanced at him. Looks like I have to trouble you to go to the Sword Spirit Island to retrieve the last sword for me. Jianxian pondered lightly. Go to Sword Spirit Island. He turned to leave. Since your cultivation level is the lowest, you should not be bound by the constraints of the heavenly law. The people on the Spirit Sword Island come and go, so it won't take too long. The Sword Spirit obeys the command without hesitation. Like a flame that bursts forth and darts away, the old man walks in a daze, waiting. Finally, I can create a perfect sword. That sword is the peak of a mountain, surrounded by lush green hills that rise like islands in the sea. In another gloomy place filled with incense smoke, a jade tablet engraved with someone's name shattered on the cold ground. A figure with thick, twisted horns appeared in the haze. He stood still before the jade tablet for a long time. The sky was filled with lightning. He mocked softly. What a coincidence. Earlier, he did not say a word and left, but in the end, it is still a matter of fate. He poured out a jar of wine and said, Drink a cup. This is your favorite cheap white wine. The precious drops of wine fell straight to the bottom of the deep abyss. He raised the wine jar, casually sending a message. I hope you fulfilled your wish before you died. In the end, you still left me all alone in this world. The person stood there in silence for a long time. After a while, he suddenly spoke without looking at the one behind him. Who are you? How did you find this place? He turned around to face the newcomer. Lu Jing smiled faintly. I have finally found you. It is truly an honor to meet you like this. The initial words of the 10 evil spirits are indeed the first spirit. Hearing his name, he raised his eyes to look at Liu Jing. The first spirit glanced at him and coldly said, You know who I am. Yet you dare to come find me. Liu Jing, though somewhat teasing, looked lonely. The first spirit still asked, Who are you? The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It was really laughable. Liu Jing, somewhat confused, asked him, You used to send people to hunt me down, and now you come asking who I am. At this moment, the first spirit seemed to recognize him. Could it be that you are Liu Jing? Looking at him with a fierce expression. That is right. I am Liu Jing. You killed the 3 spirits. And I do not even know which bastard spread this rumor. He frowned at the first spirit, his voice filled with threat. But it does not matter. Sooner or later I will kill all of you demon beasts. He looked at Liu Jing like a calm clown and replied, What a delusional fool. But that is true. If you were not crazy, you would not have come here alone. Thanks to you willingly bringing your head to my door, I can finally obtain the secret technique of the 3 spirits. Liu Jing was no pushover. Each step he took shattered the ground. Then I will kill you, the first spirit, first, and then go on to wipe out all of the 10 evil spirits. Hearing Liu Jing's direct threat, he growled, How dare you? As soon as he finished speaking, the white dragon form of the first spirit soared out, but countless arms shot up from below the ground to grab him. Switching scenes a bit, there are many towering mountains here. You stand on a large rock, looking down and whispering. Finally, it is time to leave. Saying that, Sen Kun looked up at the sky with a pensive expression. Ho Jian saw him like this and asked, Are you thinking of them? Sundrin Quanan believed that it was thanks to them that he was able to save her. The world out there was a ruthless place, where everyone fought for themselves. He always had to be on guard, but in this place, he felt like he could truly live as a human. He lowered his eyes and softly said, Like the time spent beside you. Ho Jian let the silence linger. Sasen Kun touched his heaving chest. Whenever their memories surfaced in his mind, he could not clearly distinguish who he really was. It seemed that their wishes and regrets all remained within him, Sen Quan decided he would help fulfill those wishes. As it was the least he could do, he suddenly smiled, recalling how she knew Ho Feng. Sun Quan recounted that in her memories. She was just a snotty little maid. Ho Jian immediately became embarrassed and waved her hands, shouting at him, "Stop looking." Meanwhile, he found that mischievousness even more amusing. Then, Didong Quan touched the corner of Ho Jian's mouth and gently said, "After going through this, I realized that there must be a way in the celestial realm to bring you back to life." Her eyes betrayed her emotions as she softly called out, "Sen and Quan." The dark clouds have covered the highest skies. But when they are together, the weather does not matter. Ho Jian broke the mood by teasing him. "You must be tired stretching your hand like that. Right?" By now, Sen Quan's group had gathered completely, and he spoke up, asking if they were ready to set off. Triumphing Thin worried whether they could go outside since no one was skilled in swordsmanship. He calmly smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I have a clever plan. Do you all want to split up and go alone?" Sun Quan raised an eyebrow in thought. Was not it said that when successful, a path would open up? Why was there still no sign of it? But even if there was a way out, it seemed like only he could get out. At that moment, he suddenly noticed Menkin. "Right. Do you really have to stay here?" Munkan smiled softly. He wanted to stay and start over. He bowed deeply, expressing that meeting him allowed him to escape from the narrow world he had before. Sun Quan felt a bit shy and scratched his head, saying politely, "I did not do anything." "Really?" Sun Quan waved his hand to summon the disaster back inside. The jade pendant on him began to glow, and then the sword appeared in Sun Quan's hand. Tredrying Viven, witnessing this scene, could not help but ask, "Isn't that the treasured sword you got last time? Why bring it out?" He then shares that he discovered this sword has a mystical space not long ago. Sun Quan stares at it for a long time, secretly pondering. Could it be that their strong desire to reunite with their loved ones has transformed into the ability to transcend time and space? He raises the Than Bao Kim and tells Trempang then he has another way. But doing it this way is still the most convenient, hesitating and making him curious. Then, Sen Quan swings the sword and strikes Kechu Trung, saying as he does, "I do not know where it will take us." Just after finishing his words, a spatial rift suddenly appears in front of them. Samsung quickly jumps down and shouts, "See you later." Bamboo Taoist. The worst part is the one pushed down. A triumphing this cries echo endlessly. Mun Kun hesitantly responds, "Take care on your journey." Just as Mun Kun finishes speaking, the rift closes. He stands there chuckling softly, still looking the same, reckless and impulsive. It seems the Taoist will have to endure quite a bit of hardship in the future. As he prepares to begin his cultivation, the sky changes. In fact, everything is witnessing the arrival of a person. The light that just flew in the sky is none other than the sword fairy. He stands there, pursing his lips in silence for a long time. While below, where thousands of swords are buried, someone is shocked. What? That attitude is because the person has escaped from the Sword Spirit Island. At this moment, the sword fairy suddenly speaks, asking him what to do next. Darkness begins to cover the mysterious face. He suddenly releases a lot of aura, and his gaze gradually changes. Kill him, cleans the entire Sword Spirit Island. Then go to the mortal realm to find that sword. The sword fairy replies softly, "If you can make it to the mortal realm." He adds, "I will give you my things. This thing, although not perfect, will not be limited by rules. Go and retrieve my items." Upon hearing this, the sword fairy immediately obeys the command and shifts back to Sword Spirit Island. At this moment, the light in the sky gradually reveals itself, and his face is revealed. The sword fairy utters words filled with killing intent. "Now I will cleanse everything that exists on Sword Spirit Island." As he finished speaking, the swords flew out of their sheaths all at once. 5 swords formed a horizontal line hanging upside down behind him. They suddenly expanded 1,000 times from their original size. The onlooker was still unaware of what was about to happen, when a shadow suddenly appeared, catching his attention. The sharp metallic light shot straight down to the ground. At that moment, the onlooker turned his head, just in time to see the sword crashing down towards him. The gigantic sword hilt radiated a dazzling light, and the destruction it caused left everyone gasping. What is up with that giant sword? They stood from afar, witnessing the scene before them, each one in shock. It was actually cleaving the mountain. Oh no. What is happening this time? Humanity was terrified that someone could wield such a sword. Suddenly, a voice caught the crowd's attention. "Everyone, look up at the sky." This time, all 4 swords plunged into the ground at once. One of them stood there, staring intently at the sword above. The other 4 swords simultaneously struck down, their impact reverberating through the surrounding mountains. The scene shifted to a barren, desolate place. A dry skull lay on the ground, suddenly cracking open. Suddenly, a rift in space appeared in the sky. From within the rift, 2 white streaks shot out, crashing into the mountain. Both struggled to stand up amidst the dust and smoke. Coughing, Trutrong then glared at Sun Quan, shouting, If you want to do something, at least tell others first. They looked at the strange scene before them hesitantly, but the echo of the voice surrounded them. Where is this place? Triumph then brushed his hand across the ground, looking at the dirt in his palm. He said, "Look, the soil here is completely dead. But strangely, why can I sense any demonic energy?" Trapping then suddenly realized something and abruptly stood up, calling out to Sen Quan. He understood Trapping Then's intention and replied softly, "I got." Then they both continued to examine their surroundings a bit more. On this side, a shout echoed, "Hurry up." The others following them were warned that if anyone fell behind, they would be in danger. Among the crowd was Taiyu, who suddenly tripped over a small stone, her body instinctively lunging forward. A loud thud was heard as Taiyu struggled to stand up, softly groaning. That hurt. At this moment, she turned her head back. A giant figure with golden eyes appeared, each of its steps crushing everything beneath it. The monstrous demon with a terrifying face yelled at Taiyu, "Get up fast, if you do not want to die. Move forward." The girl fearfully stammered in reply. The group continued onward under the escort. In the distance, Sen Quan was watching them. Triumph then spoke up, saying, "That is not a demon. It is a spirit beast and a human." He innocently asked him, "Can't we just call them demon beasts like usual?" Sexton Quan looked at the group in confusion and spoke up, but the ones being driven forward were just ordinary people. What was going on here? He excitedly shared his speculation. Could this be a human trafficking and cannibalism organization? Suddenly, a beastly demon appeared, interrupting the conversation between the two. "What are you doing here? Don't be slow. Hurry up and catch up with the team ahead." Triumph then fell silent, giving it a cold glare. And Senko, "Hurry up and act." "I was wrong. I really deserve to die." The little man quickly caught up with them now. Sung Kuan turned and shouted at Tratong then, "Hey, you damn human. How could you let me fall behind like this?" Then he quickly signaled him to respond accordingly. He then swiftly grabbed Tratong then by the collar and pulled him down. "You damn human. You would better follow me closely." The two quickly blended into the crowd below. They were now following closely behind. Heading straight ahead, their journey would likely lead them into that desolate mountainous area. Suddenly, a beastly demon screamed, and everyone stopped. The crowd quickly halted. Looking up at the sky, a multitude of stingrays appeared, creating a terrifying dark red hue. The group below looked incredibly small in comparison. On the backs of the stingrays, there were other groups, and the people Sun Quan had infiltrated were following along. Sung Kun looked at them from his perch, assessing. "Wu, this is a fire spirit beast that can control fire clouds. But to tame so many shows, this organization is very powerful." Sumon Quan suddenly noticed the girl sitting behind him, calling out to Taiyu to get her attention. He brought a bun in front of Taiyu, smiling as he asked, "Do you want to eat?" Upon seeing the bun, the girl's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, Taiyu snatched it and took a bite. But suddenly Sen Quan asked, "Hey little friend, where are we going right now?" Taiyu looked at him in confusion and asked back, "Aren't you a spirit beast? How could you not know that?" Her answer left him astonished. "We are heading to the dwelling of the great 9 demons." She then confirmed that it was the 9 demons from the 10 lower links. His hand tightened, trembling with suppressive force. 9 demons. If that is the 9 demons I know. Sasen Quan glared, exuding a fierce aura. I will definitely kill him. If he had not invaded Ho Sen to expand his power, then Ho Jan would not have been sent to marry, and none of the subsequent events would have happened. Taiyu Hen noticed Song Quan's strangeness and asked, "Are you okay?" He quickly regained his composure and replied, "But are not you afraid of being taken by the beast?" Taiyu innocently replied, "What is there to be afraid of? Lord 9 Demons is a good person. He wants to take us to a safe place and protect us." As the girl continued talking, he became completely stunned. It was because a beast would save people. And furthermore, it was a demon lord. The beast in front suddenly turned around, shouting, "We are about to land. Hold on tight, or you will fall." Before them loomed massive mountains. But first, they had to cross a deep chasm. Yet the group showed no fear and even quickened their pace. Suang Quan gazed at the scene ahead, silently thinking that this was the lair of the 9 demons. He widened his eyes, and deep within Sun Quan's gaze was a strong resentment against the 9 demons. Suddenly, a hand appeared behind him, gently calling his name. Ho Jian spoke softly to reassure him. That was all in the past. I have forgotten it a long time ago. Suang Quan remained silent, pondering for a long while, then placed his hand on Ho Jian's. I know what you are worried about, he said, maintaining a calm expression as he turned to her. You do not need to worry. After hearing him, Ho Jian smiled gently. He just wanted to confirm everything with his own eyes. At this moment, the group was not far from their destination. Just then, a man suddenly coughed a few times. He spread his arms and smiled to welcome them. Welcome, everyone. Taiyu then shouted from a high platform. Thank you for your long journey to get here. Before you settle in for the night, I will explain a few rules of this place. As long as you can follow the rules, you can live comfortably here. Truong Thien whispered to him. I still have not noticed anything unusual until now. The demon beast standing on the observation platform looked down, cursing in frustration. This is driving me crazy. One of the demon beasts exuded a powerful aura, bringing along a group of humans. The one sitting next to him advised. All right. I can't do anything else. This is the territory of the 9 demons. We can only follow their rules. He snorted coldly, turning his back to avoid facing those detestable humans that spoiled his drinking mood. He muttered casually, but then again, I have almost finished my drink. His anger grew, radiating more terrifying energy. Below on the streets, the spirit beasts and humans coexisted together. The spirit beasts worked, and humans had to pull carts as well. Suong Quan and Truong Thien looked at the scene before them. Somewhat surprised, they noticed many differences from what they had thought. He said seriously, back in Baisun, each of us was a Taoist with a common goal. But here, people from all walks of life gather in one place. This cannot be fake. Suong Quan felt that this place was so peaceful it was somewhat eerie, which made him want to delve deeper. He walked ahead and called back to Truong Thien. Let us explore a bit further, he asked in confusion. Why did you suddenly change your attitude? At that moment, Ho Jian suddenly called out to him. Sun Quan, you also find it a bit strange to see her. Ho Jian said emotionally. I remember now. That mountain over there. She emphasized that it was Ho Sun. Transitioning to another location, a man asked the spirit beast. Is everything arranged properly? The subordinate reported. Yep. It will be done soon. Tiu then smirked wickedly. This time you brought back quite a few people. The great master of the 9 demons will surely be pleased. I will report this to him. He bared his toothy grin and replied. All right. In the distance, behind the wall, a little girl was eavesdropping on the two. It turned out to be Taiyu. The girl pressed herself against the wall, wide-eyed as she watched them. The beast seemed to sense something suspicious. Terrified, the girl quickly hid into the wall. At this moment, Taiyu had managed to escape, wandering down the road in a daze. She was still in shock from the earlier incident. Suddenly, Taiyu had noticed a chipmunk standing not far from her. The chipmunk turned its head and stared at the girl. Upon seeing it, Taiyu was startled, but the little creature quickly jumped away. Seeing this, her eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Taiyu quickly ran after the chipmunk, swiftly darted into a hidden corner to escape before she could touch it. Suddenly, Taiyu bumped into a large shadow in front of her. The impact caused her to fall to the ground, groaning in pain. In front of her stood a beast with the body of a wild boar. Taiyu looked tiny against its massive figure. The boar demon glared at her with a terrifying expression. Damn it. Another human. Seeing the fierce aura around him, she could not help but feel scared. He noticed Taiyu's silence and became even more excited. Are you mute? If that is the case, let me taste you and see what your flesh is like. Suddenly, another spirit beast appeared in the distance. It spoke, demanding him to stop. The pig demon halted and really stood still. The large spirit beast walked up to Xiaoha, shifting the scene to Shan Jun. He shouted after hearing Hu Zhan say, Is that Hoa Mountain? She explained that the surrounding terrain had changed so much that she did not recognize it at first. But it was definitely Hoa Mountain. Changchen was also very surprised to hear that. What? In other words, the 10 harmful Finns have chased the people of Hoa Mountain away and taken over this place. Suddenly, the wall in front of them exploded, attracting their attention. A pig's hoof appeared in front of them, and they panicked and screamed. What is happening? The wild boar shouted frantically, sending the crowd into more chaos. You humans! Shut up. Naturally, the crowd became even more panicked. His eyes were bloodshot as he spoke to the spirit beast. I found that girl first. You only have one arm, and you dare to fight me for her. Return that delicious scent to me. Changchen rushed forward. It is a girl. Indeed, a demon beast is a demon beast. You all better let that child go. At that moment, a powerful creature appeared in the sky. Who dares to cause trouble here? Golden aura spread down to the ground. The people below were shocked, gasping in amazement. 9 demons. It is Lord 9 Demons. He also looked up at the sky and whispered, Lord 9 Demons. Suong Jun furrowed his brow as he looked at the person hovering up there, thinking to himself, that person is 9 demons. He screamed loudly upon seeing 9 demons. He claimed it was because Xiaoha had intruded into his territory. It looked at him and could not help but mock. I really can't tolerate this. Your spirit beast thinks it can monopolize humanity with me. Then a loud bang echoed, and 9 demons immediately dove down. The one who was still up on the observation deck silently assessed the situation. Sure enough, it was a big commotion. Back to the battle scene. 9 demons was exuding overwhelming pressure, while that pig demon, after taking one hit from him, lay motionless. Changchen was extremely astonished. That is a level of demon beast from Hoyantine, and she killed it with just one strike. I did not even see her move. Over here. And Xiao King was rushing over, loudly calling out Xiaoha's name. He opened his arms to hug the girl. "Oh my. Are you okay?" Xiaoha, frightened, ran to his side. Upon seeing Xiao King, she immediately burst into tears. Snot and tears everywhere. Everything happened too quickly for anyone to understand what was going on. He frowned, lost in thought. Even though she had responded lightly, it felt like a thunderbolt from the sky, truly deserving of the title Demon King. The Bone General looked at Qiu Kuai with some doubt, wondering if she really was the Qiu Kuai he knew. Suddenly, it turned and stared intensely at the three of them. The three Sun Quans were momentarily stunned by Qiu Kuai's gaze. The figure standing on the body of the dead demon beast suddenly disappeared. It turned out that she dashed towards them like a bolt of lightning. The three could only watch Qiu Kuai in shock, unable to react, mumbling a few sounds. But why did that small leg look so familiar? It turned out that the Bone General was being hugged tightly by the fox spirit. His gaze froze at the unexpected situation. The fox spirit scolded him, tears still lingering in her eyes. "You bastard. Why did you only come now?" He could not find the words. Just standing there staring at her, the fox spirit cheerfully pointed at herself, saying to Sun Quan, "I am your black fox." Upon hearing this, Sun Quan looked dumbfounded and hesitated to respond. "You say you are the black fox?" He looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. A moment later, Sun Quan noticed the drastic change, and she explained that she had ascended to the spirit realm. Completely transformed. Ong observed from a distance, surprised to see her here. Then she looked straight at him and greeted, "Long time no see." Sun Quan. He seemed quite surprised to see Hongan but quickly replied, "It has been a long time." After a while, she glanced around at the flowers and commented, "You have changed quite a bit." It seemed clear that both had gone through a lot during their time apart. The fox spirit noticed everyone standing there and eagerly invited them to come over and reminisce. After they left, Truong Thien pondered alone. "I know so many people. Why am I left here feeling lost?" The scene shifted to Ho Sun. Initially, the fox was the most excited, drinking with everyone. But 5 minutes later, it was the first to pass out. The Bone General shook his head in disbelief. "How can you pass out after just one drink?" Ong Dian quickly defended it to avoid Sun Quan's mockery. "She was so happy to see you that she drank too much." She knew Sun Quan did not understand, so she had to explain. "After the Atiksa was shattered, the master thought something had happened to you, so she was always sad. That is when he noticed his empty wrist and sighed. No wonder I feel so empty-handed." Then Dong Quan secretly speculated that it must have been broken during the calamity. He looked at the drunk fox and absent-mindedly said, "I really did not expect you to be a fox." Hong John replied, "You just do not know. The master transformed into a black tiger to look like you." Moments later, he heard her mention that she recommended it as Qiu Kuai, so he asked, "You did this because of the 100 Demons calamity, right?" Ong replied, "That is right. After all, this calamity is beyond my control." After hearing this, the Bone General fell into deep thought. So that is why she became Qiu Kuai and governed Hong He. He heard that the 100 Demons calamity could withstand the heavenly calamity. Yet she managed to lead her master to ascend to the spirit realm. Truly impressive. Thinking that, he politely opened his mouth. "I have a question. This place is originally the territory of the Ho Sun sect. Why has it been occupied by the Thaphi Lone Thich ghost? Could it be her?" Ong John was still hesitating about how to explain when a voice interrupted. "Let me explain." Exun Quan wondered who it was, so she explained that it was the person in charge of managing this place. She meant he could be trusted. Tiu then spoke up from the other side. "Although I did not see it with my own eyes, my father, who was a Longtian of Ho Sun, had told me about it." On that day, a fierce battle broke out between the Thaphi Lone Thich Ku and the Ho Sen sect, and the conflict between both sides had never subsided. His father was just an unnamed Longtian responsible for logistics, so he escaped the disaster but witnessed it with his own eyes. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a beam of red light shot down below. The red light shot towards the battlefield, engulfing all the Taoists and ghost beasts, leaving only shadowy figures submerged in flames. The expression of those who witnessed it was one of shock that never faded. That fire had burned the leader of the Ho Sen sect, and ended the brutality of the Siu Kuu. The red light had turned everything there into ashes. Hearing this, Exun Quan pondered, burning everything to ashes, but they are all at the spirit level, right? Just then, Hong spoke up. "After arriving here, I realized that fire might be Vin Tai Phi Viem." Sun Quan was stunned upon hearing Ven Tin Tin Vi Viem. Then Tiu then continued. "Since then, there have been no more conflicts between the two sects. The war that lasted for hundreds of thousands of years finally ended. From then on, everyone was busy making a living. The Ho Sen sect splintered and left Hung Hai, while the Thaphi Chui Lone Thechku had to leave in a hurry to escape the toxic gas. People like them were surrounded by toxic gas, so they had no choice but to build defensive walls. But even doing that would only prolong it for about a month. With resources running out, we could only wait to die at that time. A glowing figure rode in on a herd of fire clouds. Below, 2 brothers were waiting. The fox spirit saw the 2 lonely figures and ordered, "Those are living people. Quickly take them along." They immediately descended and urged the 2. "Hurry up. There is no time." The ghost beasts grumbled in frustration. "Why do we have to take these humans with us?" Before long, the red light returned. Everyone shouted in panic. "It is Van Vijf Viem. How could this happen? Run. The city is about to collapse." But Van Ten Viem kept getting closer. And many people had already been struck by his attack, including one of the ghost beasts. Just then, Satiyu Than's father used earth magic to block Ven Tin Asik Fim. He struggled while urging, "I can't hold on much longer. Quickly take my child away." Hearing this, Satiyu Than and the others refused to leave. They insisted on going with him. Seeing his strength waning, Satiyu Than's father firmly reminded, "Quickly take the kids and go." The demon beast had no choice but to grab the 2 children and quickly flee. Little Than watched as Zisexavam was about to swallow her father. Unable to call out to him, he reached out desperately. But it was all in vain. Before he could even respond, he was swallowed whole. Back in the present, Little Than's voice trembled. That scene must have become a haunting memory for her, which is why she could not speak about it since then. Samson Kwon and Hong Dian exchanged knowing glances, choosing not to ask any further questions. After hearing this, Trapping Thivan also looked at Little Than with sympathy. The nearby demon beast remained silent, lost in thought. From the beginning, Little Than felt that this place was incredibly eerie. After all, Little Than had never heard of demons and humans coexisting peacefully, and everyone had lost everything. They did not even know what the future held. At that moment, after realizing everyone felt this way, Ephilie angrily scolded these foolish ones. The 2 factions of beastmen fell silent, and it shouted angrily, "We are all here for survival. How can we harm each other? If we are to fight, it should be against Vin Artin Kufiyam." The demon beast quietly retorted, "But that is just unreasonable." The humans agreed, stating that it simply was not possible. Hearing this, it became furious and shouted, "Of course. One person could not do it alone. Even with my own strength, I can't accomplish that." However, the fox spoke with determination, pointing to the sky. It paused for a moment and then firmly declared, "As long as we unite, nothing is impossible. I will turn the impossible into possible. You all come help me drive back Men FK. Follow me." Returning to the present, Little Than's voice trembled as she reflected on those truly absurd words. But at that moment, those words were incredibly moving. All the beings looked up at it with a sense of awe. He gently continued, "We have chosen Lord Siuku as our leader, one side to confront Men Sha, the other to survive. Lord Siuku is the hope of Hung Hai." Ong Dai he merely pondered in silence, not speaking, but Sun Quan was surprised, thinking, "Hope? I never expected Huxiachi to be one of the 10 C's enthusiasts for demons. And furthermore, she was the hope of everyone." She waited for him to digest everything before starting to ask questions. Compared to her master's matters, I was even more curious about what he had experienced. "Why did you grow another pair of wings?" Samson Kwon replied. "I know, but I still have no clues. Right now, I feel quite lost." Saying that, he secretly thought that perhaps he was like the fox consort, inheriting the bloodline of the 2-horned tiger. Later, Hong Dio, "This is also quite interesting. Your battered appearance is still vividly etched in my mind." As Sun Quan felt shy, while Ho Jian replied without hesitation, "It was because Sen Quan had tasted quite a bit of bitter melon that I remembered it clearly." While the 3 were talking, a commotion from outside interrupted. "You can't come in. Please stop." The room immediately fell into silence. Shortly after, a large figure pushed the door open, loudly asking, "Where's the 9 ghosts?" The beast politely responded, "I greet the Ghost King. The esteemed 9 ghosts has ordered that no one may enter." The figure angrily slapped the beast and shouted, "This is a matter for our Ghost King. So a little nobody like you should get lost." As he dismissed the troublesome figure, he yelled, "Come out here." Ong was already there to greet him. "Have you arrived? You are none other than the 5th ghost of the 10 evil lone demon king. The tall figure beside him is the 7th ghost of the 10 evil lone demon." After calling out everyone's names, she continued, "Today our lord is reuniting with an old friend, so we have organized this banquet. But I do not recall inviting you all. So please behave yourselves." As Sun Quan wondered, "Are they the Ghost Kings? I remember the Ghost Kings would be in their respective domains. I did not expect there to be another Ghost King here. Just when I wanted to probe them." The 5th ghost roared upon hearing this. "Reuniting with an old friend. She has beaten my subordinate to such a state, and she still does not know how to behave. You witnessed this scene and felt that their relationship was not very good." Hong calmly replied, "You do not know the management rules of this place. Do you? Was it your subordinates who were at fault first?" He interrupted her, tossing that rule aside. "We came here to assist as commanded by the first demon, but you have forced us to coexist with humans, and we can't take it anymore." Then the 7 demons spoke up, "As we are all demon lords, We came to assist at your command. But our feelings only go so far. Do you realize you are slapping us in the face? Sung Kwon was left dumbfounded after hearing this. What do you mean by this? In reality, humans see beastmen as food or to tame spirit beasts. To resist this, the Thapai Lone Thich demons emerged. But now humans and beasts live together in peace. This goes against the original purpose. Faced with their mockery, Hong Xin remained calm and responded. What do you suggest we do? Aren't you also powerless against the Vinnet and Tin Vai Phiem? That is why we are hiding here. The 7 demons hesitated before answering. But at the very least, we demon lords must maintain our dignity. The 5 demons chimed in immediately. She was puzzled and curious. So you two are suggesting we should usurp the throne? Right. After saying this, Ongen's initially gentle gaze vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness. Usurping the throne. Among the demon lords, power represents strength and status. As demon lord, the weaker we are, the more we will be oppressed to the point of having no way to survive. At that moment, Sen Kwon spoke up. I do not agree with this. The 7 demons were stunned and angrily asked, which demon lord dares to speak so recklessly while we are in conference? He replied without flinching. Are you saying that demon lords slaughter each other? The demon lords I know are not like this. You all lack any sign of true demon lord spirit. The 5 demons were enraged upon hearing this. What did you just say? I think this little brat is tired of living. As soon as he finished speaking, San Kwon cast an illusionary realm. They gasped in astonishment. Is this spiritual pressure? They could not believe he was using spiritual pressure on just the 2 of us. The demon beast found their faces suddenly contorting very confusing. Then Sen Kwon calmly spoke. You all seem very confident in your own power. Including her. There are 3 spiritual cycles here. We came here just to eliminate the Ven and Tini Phi VM. But it would not hurt to do a little something else first. If you have the skills, come here. If you want to usurp the throne, then let us compete fairly for it. The 5 demons muttered angrily. How annoying. Besides Ongda, are there still other spiritual cycles here? Moreover, the opponent is an unknown figure. Furious, they unleashed the illusionary realm. Before they could think further, the 7 demons simultaneously sent a warning to him not to act recklessly. Triumphing then sat sipping tea, puzzled about how it escalated to this point. He had not even provoked the Thop Afai Lone Thech demons yet. On the other side, the 5 demons started lowering their tone and asked, you said you came here to eliminate the Ven Tin Ix. What does that mean? Sahong Kun, too lazy to explain, coldly replied. It means just that. The Deputy Lawmaster Ji Line also personally came here for this matter. The 2 of them gasped. Ji Zin, Honggon, what is going on? Are you planning to betray the 10 evil spirits and team up with the false deity? You see him starting to speculate. So you loudly interrupt. Are you deaf? Didn't I say we are here to eliminate the Vintin Vi FEVM? Or do you not understand human language? Especially you, the failed spirit. I have never liked you. And now I will make sure to shut that full mouth of yours. Don't twist my words. I knew there would be people like you. A snake with a poisonous tongue who always stirs trouble and stabs others in the back. He was suddenly insulted right in the face and felt furious. But the failed spirit could not retort. So he just clenched his lips in frustration. The 5th spirit, still unaware of the looming danger, replied aggressively. Do you know how terrifying the Vin Tine Dai VM is? Even I can get near the Vine Tine Phi VM. You calmly respond. The Cessnonda has a brilliant plan. Otherwise, I would not have come to this godforsaken place. After finishing, the Sun Quan turned to Tra Hung Thin. What do you think? Is that right? The Vice Master Tra Feng Thin, who was relaxing, was suddenly called out and had to respond in a panic. You are right. We received orders from the Master to come here to eliminate the Vin 10 Rifek VM. But I can swear on the honor of the false deity that everything I said is true. Hearing this, the 5th spirit had nothing more to argue about, so he chose to remain silent. After a while, he finally spoke. All right, let us forget about this for now. After all, the order from the 1st spirit is very important, and we can lose face for him. But I am doing this because I can't do anything about the Vin Tine Uzakik VM. After laying everything out, the sleep demon commanded the troops to withdraw. The failed spirit had nothing more to say, so he left with him. The figures of the 2 demon kings and their subordinates gradually faded away behind the door. Tiu then sighed in relief once they were gone. Then Hong Diam politely said, thanks to you. They left here obediently. After a moment, she suddenly whispered, but actually, you did not need to be so ruthless toward the failed spirit. It is not good for the demon king to turn against them. You agreed and replied, that is right. I unconsciously recalled some bad memories. But for now, I won't think about that anymore. While speaking, Ong Jian suddenly remembered. But the poison in the Ven Taizin Tafavyum is very dangerous. We can even prevent the infection. Sung Kwon was not afraid at all and chuckled. You have helped me many times. So this time I will repay that kindness. You do not need to worry. Just trust me this time. A second later, you thought to yourself. You are the one who brought this world into danger. So of course I know how to handle it. I just did not expect it would involve the fox. Thinking of this, Sen Quan wondered why she was still sound asleep. Just now, something almost happened, but she was completely unaware. The fox was still drunk, even innocently calling out to Hong Jian for water. Transitioning to the evening at Ho Sen Heng V. Sung Kuan and Ho Jiang stepped out of the main hall. While walking, you suddenly turned back to look at the scenery behind. Seeing Sezun Quan silent, Ho Jian asked, "What is wrong with you?" You casually said, "It is nothing. It is just that this place does not feel like Ho Sen at all. After returning to visit the old place, I seem to have no feelings at all. After all, at that time, I was not even a spirit, just a little fox. My memories of Ho Sen are only the days I was with you." Then Sen Quan suddenly asked, "But are you okay?" She pondered and replied, "Indeed. I have spent my whole life here. Everything I do is for Ho Sen. Whatever Ho Sen tells me to do. Clearly, I have devoted everything to Ho Sen, but in the end, they just abandoned me. Perhaps from the very beginning, they saw me as a pawn to nurture. Later, I borrowed your strength to change my fate. Even though I transformed from a fairy into a demon, I actually prefer my life now, even if I become a sword spirit. Every time you were beaten up in the past, I took care of you. Life back then was not easy at all, but even if I could choose again, I would not hesitate to become your demon. Just being by your side like now makes me feel happy." Sung Ku looked quite confused upon hearing her words, and after a moment, he quietly smiled. Then Sun Quan did not probe further and just said, "It is getting late. Let us go inside." The scene shifted to the next morning when a call rang out. Sen and Quan, early in the morning. It urged, "Come out now." Seeing Sun Quan did not respond, I fully opened the door to call him. At that time, he lazily got up from the warm, cozy blanket. Afurli noticed Sun Quan was not dressed and became curious. He calmly replied that wearing clothes to sleep was a bit inconvenient. Hearing this, Ethele thought the reason was quite reasonable. Then Afurli put her hands on her hips and urged him, "Now's not the time to talk about this. Hurry and come with me." Sahong Kun, confused by what she said, asked, "Where are we going?" Ethele giggled and replied, "I heard Hong John say that today we have decided to go inspect with the fire Dayu van." Then Sen Quan remembered Honggon's request from yesterday. However, he still wondered if he had agreed to it. But she did not give Sun Quan any time and dragged him out right away. Not long after, they boarded Hadiyu Vine. A second later, Adiyu Van quickly took off. Heavily began to exclaim, "So lucky for us? The weather is really nice today." Suddenly, she threw something at him and said it was for him. Sung Kun was taken aback for a moment and then asked drowsily, "This is a support item." Lai replied, "I heard Hong Dian say you wanted the fire Du Van." After a moment, Sen Quan confirmed, "So you gave it to me?" She casually replied, "Why not? I am no longer the Black Tiger but the 9 demons in the 10 harm Lone Thech Ku. Just tell me what you want." Hearing her, he suspiciously asked, "Anything I want?" Immediately, Herlei excitedly replied, "Exactly." But after hearing him say he wanted to dry it, she immediately turned to stone. Sung Quan noticed Heavily hesitating to respond and began questioning her. "Why is that? Isn't he everything supposed to be possible?" "I want Hong." The more the fox hears you, the more its face changes, and sweat pours down. After a while, it panicked and refused. "Not that. But other things are fine. Only Hongjian is not allowed." "But if that is the case, then you want me even more," Song Quan bluntly said. "I do not need it because their mind is not normal. You want talent, not idiots." Right after that, it threatened him with force. "Who are you calling an idiot?" To save his own life, Sung Quan could only explain that it was a joke. The fox finally let him go, but it was still annoyed because he had his sights set on its close companion. A moment later, the fox curiously asked, "But what do you think about the 10 harmful spirit-eating ghosts?" Song Quan replied in confusion, "What is there to think? Isn't it true that the 10 harmful spirit-eating ghosts see priests as enemies and consider humans as food? How do you want me to think?" Hearing this, it began to ponder over his words. Then the fox retorted, "Aren't humans the same? They see us as food. Whenever they see us, even if they do not want to kill us, they still want to subdue us." Song Quan wondered why it accepted humanity. It immediately replied, "The 10,000 stars poison flame does not care who the opponent is. In the face of such slaughter, all are equal. If you want to deal with crazy people, you should not think too much. But that is why there is a pile of complicated situations waiting for me to sort out every day. Look over there. That is the territory of the 5 ghosts. And over there is the territory of the 7 ghosts. In such a small place, they even divide territories. So how can we avoid conflicts?" At that moment, the people discovered it was the auspicious omen of the great Lord 9 ghosts. They immediately waved and greeted the fox warmly. The fox said nothing but waved back just as enthusiastically. "After flying here," it recounted, "then we built a wall here to prevent the 10,000 stars poison film. In other words, this place is the front line." Sung Quan observed for a moment and asked, Is there anything unusual here? Little then saw the fox and reported. The city building work is going very smoothly. I tested the metal you sent last time, and it really is quite effective against poison. Upon hearing this, the fox happily exclaimed, "That is great." Song Quan beside him then asked, "Effective against poison?" The fox slowly explained, "Because the toxin is quite strong. They fuse soil and minerals to prevent the toxin from penetrating, allowing them to maintain this place." Song Quan pondered. Could it really stop the toxin from invading? The situation does not look very optimistic. Before leaving, the fox did not forget to remind everyone keep working hard. Ho Du Ven continued to soar through the sky, then quickly angled up higher. Looking down below, one can see a black fog rising. Song Quan found it strange. So it explained that this village had almost been burned down by the 10,000 stars poison flame before. Luckily, the useful translation technique of the fox allowed for this, which is much stronger than earth magic. And at a crucial moment, it could directly elevate this place. After hearing this, he could not help but feel amazed at its power. The fox added, "But this technique has drained my spiritual energy, making me lie down for months." However, she then said seriously, "I can't do anything else. The people here are not spirit beasts following me, but the ones I brought along, so I must protect them." He recalled what Hongan had said. Since arriving at Honghai, the master has not rested for a moment. Perhaps today, meeting her soulmate here is why she can fall into such a deep sleep. After recalling those words, Song Quan could not help but pinch the fox's cheek, which immediately turned as red as a tomato, and it stammered, "What are you doing?" This time, Song Quan expressed frankly, "I find you very impressive." At the same time, he quietly affirmed that she was no longer the lazy black fox on the mountain as before, but now a master of spirit beasts, the demon king among the 10 evil spirits. The scene shifted to the place the fox called the front line, where a small flame suddenly appeared nearby. The demon beasts working hard also noticed this anomaly. They looked at the flame growing rapidly with fear. Unable to speak, a second later, the toxic flame erupted like a volcano. The warning sounds began to ring out. "It is coming. Everyone be alert. Hurry and report to King Ju. What is coming is nothing unfamiliar." But the Vinan 10 toxic flame, it was growing stronger, as if wanting to swallow everything. The red smoke began to weave through the crowd, as if it aimed to leave the mountain and engulf everything. People often whisper about the giant toxic flame, the dark red light consuming the space like demonic fire, causing everyone there to panic and flee. The young boy stood frozen in shock. The crimson aura of the toxic flame was spilling out like a tsunami, and the buildings began to burn. Just a little longer and even the corner of the street would be swallowed up. A flickering light spread out, and the house below gradually turned blood red. Its poison rose high enough to be seen from afar. Inside, innocent people were trapped. The cries of alarm rang out incessantly. "Master 5 Ghost, it is coming." The door was immediately opened. According to the announcement, what appeared was the Ventine toxic flame. The momentum today was so great that they did not know what he had gone through in the past few days. The 7 ghosts believed that the toxic flame had gained sentience and had brought all its flames back here. Looking down at the chaos, he thought this might not be a bad thing, as it proved that the toxic energy in the surrounding area had weakened and nothing was stopping them from fleeing if the poison attacked. Ignoring the comments from those around him, the 7 ghosts merely glanced over. Because the toxin was still raging and destroying everything, he thought from the beginning it was not necessary to flee. They initially came to help the 9 ghosts stop the fiery calamity, but now they are trapped like beasts in a cage. In their minds, there is a hope that someone can control this monster. Perhaps that person has already appeared. Seeing Sun Quan lost in thought, Hulai was also taken aback. The screams of humanity echoed within the body of Doc Wiem. Dark figures flickered within the poison. At that moment, lightning struck from the sky, hitting the person below with a powerful jolt. The people and the magical beasts began to run towards them. "Thank you, Lord Hongja. Thank you for saving our lives." She did not dare admit she could not save everyone. She also did not expect Doc Wiem to arrive without any warning. At that moment, Atiyu then was staring at the ground. After a few minutes, he slowly looked up. Doc Wiem was still rampaging, seeking revenge on all living beings. That scene stirred something deep within him, because during that time, they had broken mountains, shattered stones, and struggled to build fortifications. They had conducted almost all experiments, but everything was destroyed in an instant, their efforts going to waste. Yet then a gentle voice echoed in his ear, denying that reality. Tiu then was gradually stepping out of despair. In fact, if it were not for everyone working together to build the fortress, Doc Wiem would have already destroyed the village. After many struggles, there would now be a glimmer of hope. Therefore, the next task at hand was suddenly interrupted by thunder and screams. That bastard's blue sphere slammed hard into the ground. Hulai summoned 6 tails, riding on the blue sphere. It declared it would show them what it could do. Then it pointed a finger at the sky, and dozens of stones like silkworm cocoons appeared. They broke through the ground and rose up. The fox's eyes blazed. It lowered its hand in front of it. The green stones began to sway, and a giant one fell like a shooting star. They emitted a thrust, launching towards Doc VM. At the same time, Sun Quan was also approaching. He realized that those minerals were dispersing the poison, meaning they had managed to retain this direction. Truong Thien announced he would evacuate everyone. Having recognized the terrifying power of Doc VM and fearing for his safety, Sun Quan gently responded, "If it does not work out, it is. If I can't eliminate Doc VM, then another master will intervene." Truong Thien hesitated, wanting to say more, but ultimately flew away, reminding him to retreat. Meanwhile, Hulai was flying alongside the spirit stone, determined not to let him have his way. Huli declared that these minerals would render his poison useless. The blue stones were pushing back Doc VM. He struggled, but his opponent would do whatever it took to suppress him. Suddenly, Huli noticed something to the left and directed both hands to control the minerals. After the command to stop, the minerals fell, resembling comets crashing into the poison. Upon contact with Doc VM, the minerals began to spread a purifying aura. As they suppressed his toxins, a faint figure appeared within the flames. Huli threatened, "True form, are you here? Quick! Get out of this land for me." The meteors rained down like hail, aiming to extinguish his very being. About 3 seconds later, the meteors buried the poison fire. The fury of the fox slightly diminished. He gasped after a tiring battle, yet he erupted once more. The poison had knocked away the meteors. A monstrous voice echoed, "I will burn you all to ashes. Turn everything into dust. Just like what you did to me." The fox paused its nerve activity for a few seconds, and Hong John turned around at the noise. The poison fire erupted like a flamethrower, targeting the fox for annihilation. Hong desperately called for his master, the red poison swirling like silk, with a green glow mixing in below. "Long time no see. It has been 200 years. Do you still remember me?" A contemplative face emerged from the poison. Below, the spirit general was still creating a barrier to block the poison. The poison fire growled, "I recognize you. You are the one who unsealed me. The first to appear in this world. And only you can contain my fierce flames." He clearly understood his feelings, hating the boy. The spirit general replied briefly that it was too late, revealing that he was now in the boy's grasp. Then he turned to tell the fox that it had struggled long enough, so it could leave it to him. Just then, Hongan entered looking for the fox. The spirit general quickly pushed it through. Just in time. Black Fox was safe. "Take her away." She quickly expressed her gratitude and bid him farewell. Hong transformed into a dark red lightning bolt. She dashed past him and then vanished. "Next," the spirit general said in a deep voice, "since I created you, I should personally seal you again." "Right." The blue flame of the soul-devouring fire surged, and the spirit general conjured jewels from within. He commanded the spirit beast to devour the enemy. The phoenix music blue fire feastly spread its wings, and many such spirits rushed forward. The growls of the demon beast intensified the tension. Soon after, the phoenix music blue fire bit into the poison fire, while from another side, a streak of green light surged through. His expression twisted in rage, while the clones continued their frenzied assault. This battle was difficult to observe from the outside, as one could only see a few blue flames devouring the poison fire, and where the spirit general stood, Ongan and the fox appeared. He was astonished that the dark energy was slowly dissipating, and he could not even sense a hint of pure energy. This was the first time he witnessed such a miraculous blue fire. It was clear why the Grand Master had entrusted the Spirit General with the task. Reflecting on it, he realized that the boy was the heavenly adversary, the only one capable of controlling the poison fire. And outside they began to cheer for him. The one-star poison fire was screaming in pain, stuttering as he tried to speak, his mind consumed with a single thought: annihilation. The Spirit General calmly launched the blue fire at him, and just a second later, a wave of ghostly flames erupted before him. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his poison flames burned even hotter. The red mist began to swirl, and at that moment, the flame of the Mountain Lord erupted. He used the thrust from the fire to launch himself into the sky like a rocket. Below were two contrasting patches of blue and red. Receive VM hesitantly spoke. "Why are you still not dead?" A Sun Quan glared back. "It is useless? Your flames are just a dance before a craftsman." He then unleashed the explosive move. Than VM Heikao, with green flame claws gripping the fire, his face pressed down by the poison. Sundrin Quan bluntly declared that victory and defeat had been decided, and it was time to accept death. The white ray in the poison flame trembled with the sound of the scream.
Wow.
"Why are you only targeting us?" Sasun Quan stood facing his wide-open mouth. His wings were extended behind him, and he seemed to transform into an arrow. The arrow's destination was Xifi Fime, but the flames caused his eyes to widen. In the hazy space, a voice cursed. "Sum Sun is that idiot." The Mountain Lord had now shifted to a strange place, coincidentally where two children rushed past him. Their laughter was incessant, mostly mocking the guy named Han Sun. Before he could distinguish reality from illusion, he saw 3 coins in someone's hand. Perhaps the owner only paid a meager amount after exploiting others, then took the money to buy buns. The shopkeeper thought this customer was buying too little. Xifi VM shyly explained that he was not eating because he was not hungry. He found it somewhat unreasonable for him to explain that way, but then realized he had never seen him eat before. After a while, Xifi VM ran to the place. His mother smiled warmly to welcome her child. As soon as he sat down, Xifi VM urged his mother to eat the buns. Sun Longquan stood still like a statue watching them, but it seemed the mother and child did not see him. He was sure this was not an illusion, but did not resemble the depths of a chasm either. Suddenly, the old mother asked him, "But who is this uncle?" Just as Sun Quan realized this was Xifi VM's memory, the scene shifted. He was climbing a tall tree to catch a cat. After completing the task, the little girl emotionally thanked him. Next, another slender foot was running away. The weak girl was being chased by a group of rabbits, and suddenly the entire bunch of rabbits was sent flying. It was Daitek VM who had come to the rescue in time. The girl blushed and looked at him with emotion, while Lataifi VM remained cold and indifferent. Next, he was alone using stones to plug a broken dam. That day came, and the flatterer respectfully recounted that he was born different, with a mother who was a lost lady. What made Zexi VM special was his immense strength, and no matter how much he was hurt, he would recover in just a few seconds. Even with bleeding, he felt very intrigued. I have heard of people like that before. That person is a natural genius. Someone who can grasp everything even without being taught. Their body has already matured. He felt it was wonderful to meet someone like that here. That guy added his own commentary. As long as you are satisfied, sir. Even if this guy is stupid, he will surely be useful. He then grinned wickedly. I will make the most of his value in this wretched place where such talents emerge. From now on, this village will be the headquarters of our heavenly demon sect. The streams of energy began to radiate from his cloak. The villagers started to feel threatened. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed. Among the crowd was the deranged mother of Xifi VM. Seeing him agitated, the people from Heaven Demon Sect pulled her back. However, Xifi VM directly shattered his hand. I do not want to. That guy immediately screamed. My hand. Meanwhile, Xifi VM had run towards the villagers. The people from Heaven Demon Sect drew their weapons, not realizing how powerful I am. Are you refusing to comply? Just then, someone intervened. No need to kill. The order was changed to capture him immediately. Chains glowing red like molten lightning wrapped tightly around Zsef VM's body. The binding ropes covered in suppression charms caused him to stop. His old mother was still his only point of focus. In this situation, she wore a merciful smile. With Xifi VM's fate had changed. Trapped under a blue liquid, he felt immense pain and despair while waiting. At that moment, they clearly observed that even using illusions, he still could not forget. Xifi VM was then lured. They were all safe as long as he could endure until the end to see them. Whether he could see them or not depended on his performance. Xifi VM silently repeated in his mind, as long as I persist, I can meet mother. But little does he know the scenery has long been devastated. Back here, he saw the long torture. Yet Xifi VM still endured. It was a sign of someone transcending, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. The goal of Heaven Demon Sect was to merge evil and demonic paths into a demon god. While Xifi VM remained pure, he thought if he could use Xifi VM's innate energy as a vessel and pour in demonic energy, this land would welcome the first demon god. Meanwhile, as Xifi VM kept asking about his mother's whereabouts, he remained silent in response to Xifi VM's pain. Back here, No Kwang ordered that not a single beast should be left alive. His subordinate explained that it was a village of mortals, but he only saw them as a bunch of demons helping the wicked. He coldly commanded to kill them all. The situation in the prison remained unchanged, but the iron chains no longer creaked. Furthermore, the control charms were being eroded. They then lost all connection and snapped. Xifi VM lost his balance and fell. Inside, toxic substances were emitting smoke, and a thin bone was igniting flames, transforming Vike VM into a non-human shape. He staggered like a zombie, his slow steps trailing the heat of the poison. His hand touched the golden barrier. A second later, a wet spot appeared, allowing light to seep in. In a brief moment, the thin glass shattered. Outside, the followers of the Taoist were standing on a mound. While Zaicha Vim had arrived late, his eyes were hollow, devoid of life. The Taoist curiously asked, "There is a barrier inside. Could it be that you are also aiding the enemy in helping the demon realm create poison?" Then he directly pierced his sword through IFF VM. But the wound oozed dark mist, the Taoist shattering 7 orifices blood and fell. While Daifefium stood there, lifeless, the others recognized the toxic gas and warned each other to be careful. Then they all lunged at you at once, releasing even more poison. And they logged out. The survivors realized their mistake and wanted to retreat. Meanwhile, IFVM was nearing the townsfolk. Upon seeing the little girl, old memories flooded back. Suan-sen, I secretly brought this for you to eat by yourself. The girl innocently said she would share next time. Then a soft voice. The teacher said if there were shortcomings, they must be addressed. Although I have many shortcomings, we can learn from this book together. The heroes yet to emerge are pure gems. The last thing she said was to praise him as a hero, which perhaps impacted his current steps. Then, Xifiam continued to climb higher. The sounds from years ago softened his heart. My treasure. You are the precious one that I will protect for life. My own child. My precious Xifiam trembled and did not dare to touch it, and he seemed to be acting strangely. Just then, Nquangchan and Nan ordered his subordinates to retreat because they were too useless. He said that the death energy had corroded this place, so everything needed to be turned to dust. Then he lamented that El Sun had shattered the ground, and he frantically increased his power despite the disciples fleeing. A flame erupted above, the scene resembling some volcanic disaster, and the fire engulfed Xifiam within. He felt rage inside. We were clearly living very well. Meanwhile, rocks continued to fall into the lava. The sorcerers were leisurely enjoying their magic, but suddenly flames erupted from the deep pit. Nquangchan and Nan had not had time to comprehend everything when a painful roar echoed. Why had Ven Xifiam taken such a form? His flames immediately devoured the enemy, in pain. He still thought of Ho Sun, but his flames did not give him another chance. The members of Thin Quo Un were furious about the broken plan, but everyone knew the most important thing was to keep their lives. While he was still pondering the once-in-a-millennium talent, something happened. Xifiam was spreading out, or rather, chasing after them. Thus, the people of Thin Quo Un had to pay with their lives. He stood still before death, but his pupils managed to catch sight of something, the figure of a young man hidden behind the flames. While Sun Quan was also soaring toward it, Xifiam was about to completely transform. Now he realized Sivam was not inherently sentient, as the one named Sun Sign was indeed Ven Tin Xifiam. Thinking of that deep-seated reason, his gaze turned cold, and Ho Jian asked him, was that just Exton Quan confirming? Yep. It is. Xifiam was not born with sentience, but that child transformed into Zikufiam, using his body to burn the heavenly energy. Next, Xifiam recounted. At the time I was sealed for 1,000 years. If someone had helped me break free, I would only kill those who harmed me, but no one came to release me, for 3,000 years. He remained determined to repay hatred with hatred. It was just that after 10,000 years, Xifiam's will began to fade. He decided to burn this land to ashes. Later, it is unclear how long he stayed there, but to avoid forgetting, he reminisced every day. In his mind, there were only 5 words: hatred and revenge, followed by thoughts of destruction that burned everything to ashes. He wanted to burn the entire land, because that was how he was treated. Then his voice slowed down. But why did someone like you appear? Clearly, you took everything from me. I want both gods and demons to suffer. I am filled with hatred. Song Quan simply thought he could not let him do as he pleased because, to this world, he was a disaster. Doc VM stood still as he saw Song Quan rush forward. Song Quan continued. You should not exist. Go back to where you belong. Song Quan's wings drooped slightly, so he suddenly embraced Doc VM's body. Moreover, he declared that he would not allow his tragedy to repeat. As long as he was here, it would not happen. Something like tears fell. Is that true? Song Quan sincerely replied. I am willing to trade everything for you, so you do not have to suffer. Just rest. In those empty eyes, hesitation appeared. And finally, his existence faded away. Okay, I trust you, but I won't leave just like that. I will leave this cursed power to you. Doc VM gradually released all the white light he had left for him. Van Ho was enveloping the flames, while below the ground, the foxes were watching. It was worried because it heard no more sounds. Just as the red began to fade, someone guessed that Song Quan had won. His green flames had wrapped around the purple lightning. Upon seeing this, there were gasps from below the ground. The fox was surprised by the sudden thunder. Ong explained that the thunder was generated from resonance, which was Than VM and Hong VM merging. They were most surprised that fire combined with fire could produce thunder. However, their concern for Song Quan still lingered. A massive bolt of lightning erupted fiercely. As everything gradually dissipated, Doc VM spoke up, and remember that we coexist here. Song Quan was still trying to control the lightning. Seeing him struggle, Ho Jian asked, are you okay? Despite the pain, he reassured that he was fine. After a while, Song Quan exhaled a hot breath. He stared blankly at the changes below. Ho Jian hesitantly asked, is that in your hand? Song Quan replied, that is Doc VM. In short, when he merged, the toxin still remained. He named it Doc Loi VM. Ho Jian felt very happy. Yet you unexpectedly acquired thunder technique. However, Song Quan thought that even if he said that, he found this fortune too troublesome. Just then, the other 3 were flying over, and the fox's call startled him. All 3 encouraged and praised his prowess. However, Song Quan said it was not over yet. He briefly stated, I will be back shortly. Then he vanished from their sight. The fox called out to him as it watched the dissipating aura. The sky here was indeed much quieter. It seemed that where he was headed was this sect. In the room, the sound of chanting echoed. Just then, the wall suddenly cracked open, and everyone below jumped in shock, the hole in the wall widening, causing them to instinctively shrink back in fear. Sasun Kwon spoke coldly. So you are here, hiding beneath Mount Hoa. You may not know this, but the power you have unleashed will lead to your demise today. A massive lightning bolt shot straight into the sky, but thankfully the nearby rooftops remained quiet. Transitioning scenes. Someone asked curiously. So it was all caused by the ancient Ghost Gate. Is that why Xifi Vem is looking at Mount Hoa? To slaughter the Ghost Gate. Sun Kwon nodded. They probably hid there to save their lives. But do not blame them. Without them, Xifi Vem would still burn everything down. Evely hesitantly asked. But do you really have to leave right away? It thought having him around would be good, and even volunteered to share a piece of the ashes. Although this place is desolate now, it believed everything would soon flourish. Sasun Kwon coldly replied. Have you forgotten? I am the Mountain Lord of the 100 Mountains. Of course. Once my task is done, I must leave. Hearing him mention meeting again in 3 years, Eflay realized he had to go to the 100 Ghosts Night March. In fact, Sun Kwon only wanted to explore, not to join. Eflay quickly suggested. Don't you worry. Now you are a spirit reincarnation. As long as I recommend you, you can become the Ghost King. Sun Kwon looked at it softly for a long time, but then his thoughts grew cold. The 100 Ghosts Night March is a ghostly trial to become a Ghost King, and ultimately all Ghost Kings die at Liuna's hands. That is why I avoid interacting with Thapachi Lone, who loves ghosts. But remember, the Ghost King still has 3 places to support, and Hefli is also a Ghost King. If we gather them all, it would truly make one feel uneasy. Meanwhile, Overlord was still looking at him with an innocent face, and in the end, he sighed, realizing he could not leave it here. Efli did not know. It was angry for feeling underestimated. Sun Kwon quickly denied it and told it to go back. Also reminding, do not you dare collapse after just one drink. The mountain echoed with its shout. You are looking down on me. And so, this chaotic event passed just like that. Fire cloud is drifting across the sky. The fox gazes at it longingly, but after it disappears, a dark expression surfaces. At that moment, someone approached. It should be fine to follow directly, Ong advised. Now that the poison flame has dissipated, we are no longer in danger like before. Let me handle those matters, the fox sadly replied. I want to go there too. After all, I have waited 200 years to see him. But now I am the demon king of the 10 lower lone ghosts. I have to take care of those under my command. Those words are no longer as innocent as before. It said that saving the cursed land would be very busy. So it urged Hong Jian to hurry and take care of it. She watched it thoughtfully for a long time. But after many years of attachment, she was willing to agree with it. Everything changed a month later. Song Quan pondered because no matter how he looked at it, he could not understand. You are getting a headache from the Buddha's sheep, great demon. You do not understand the sinister aura. So you do not know what the evil path wants to use it for. His eyes were fixed on the treasure. Sung Quan remembered after viewing the 10,000 form poison pool. It reminded him of past events. He recalled it was a rage and pain that nearly made him faint. Before he could think, he had already incinerated that person. Then he rubbed his head for a while. And the heart demon spoke. Even if you escape from me. So what? Their memories and feelings have lasted for 1,000 years. You have only lived for 100 years. How can you endure it? Sung Quan bit his lower lip, the darkness obscuring one side of his face. At that moment, an excited face was appearing. He jumped when he saw the other person appear. This pink-purple light was very familiar. It ultimately led to a face-off situation. He quickly remembered he had a rule. Looking at it with interest. So he was sure this item had some effect. Sung Quan asked, do you want it? Its small head nodded, and its eyes sparkled. Song Quan generously offered it on the condition that it must listen. But seeing the urgency of the rule, and not hearing the full sentence, he felt a bit annoyed. A few minutes later, Truong Thien announced his arrival. Sung Quan looked down with a sullen expression. Their destination was Bach Sun, where the tall mountains stood proudly in the lush green of the forest. Then he was asked, are you really planning to leave? Truong Thien said that the mission was done, so he had to go back, while Sung Quan wanted him to stay and talk a bit more. He sighed. We have talked quite a bit already. Plus there is an enemy here I do not want to meet. The friendly face of Theodho appeared, and Song Quan explained. That is not my doing. But it did start with me. And you did not add anything else. Truong Thien also remained silent. In the end, both said their farewells, awkward yet sincere. Then Truong Thien clasped his hands. All right, see you again. Song Quan repeated the greeting out of courtesy, and he quickly flew away and vanished. He focused on watching his comrade. Ho Jian keenly asked, do you miss him? You did not deny it. Actually, at first, you found it annoying, but Sun Quan now feels lonely. And she understands because they have been together for a long time. She believes Tridongthen would not want to part ways either. Which is why he followed her here before saying goodbye. Sasun Kwon gently turned around. All right, he looked toward the mountain peak and said, let us go home. Sun Quan's wings were also ready to fly. He walked slowly to feel the ground, the cool breeze gently caressing him. Sun Quan thought to himself, I used to stroll leisurely here. I wanted to sneak up and scare them. Just then something big brushed past him. More and more people were gathering, which made him a bit curious. Plus there was a long line behind. On the mountain peak, several buildings appeared faintly, and the crowd was standing in front of the gate. Ho Jian wondered how they were everywhere, but he did not know either. Moreover, some people had spirit beasts, so he thought they were aiming for Butch Sen. Although they were from the east, he saw them as just a mixed bunch. Just then someone called out to him. Venemu spoke up. You are also of mixed blood. Do you want to join us? He was a bit surprised and confused. He continued to explain. We do not have any masters like those people, so to test for admission, we need to work together. The mention of a test caught his attention, and then everything started to make sense. He found it quite interesting. Sun Quan agreed to them. You said we are both mixed blood, so let us work hard together. Venemu brightly shook hands right away. We will definitely enter together. Then he introduced himself. I'm Viniem. No surname. And this is her. She shyly continued. I Luan. Sun Quan still chose the name Faioi. Venemu was very happy to find someone with mixed blood. He knew the sect here was not discriminatory, but he still felt a bit disheartened upon arrival. Sun Quan and Luoan responded half-heartedly, while he excitedly recounted how upon entering, he felt spiritual energy everywhere. Above was definitely a fairyland. Venemu was determined to reach the peak to cultivate. He eagerly said, so let us all strive together. Sun Quan quickly nodded, telling them they must reach the peak. It seemed there would be a new journey at these architectural structures. In front of the mountain gate, many people had gathered. A representative stepped forward and announced loudly. Attention everyone. Before you proceed to the entrance test, I want to announce a prohibition. Although you are in competition for qualifications, you must absolutely not rob or take any property here, let alone take another person's life. Aside from those things, you can freely showcase your abilities. Someone holding a spear asked, so it means as long as you do not take lives, you can do anything else. Right. He clasped his hands behind his back and confirmed. That is right. Whether you want to humiliate others or obey orders, it is up to you. In short, the last one standing will be the winner. The road to cultivation is filled with thorns. If you can even pass a small test like this, you want to survive on the path of cultivation. If you sincerely want to continue, then from now on, focus 200%. The entire square suddenly fell into silence. Bidding Ho Nun continued to shout loudly. The test consists of 3 parts. The first challenge is a difficult path. You need to start here and head straight to the destination. Those present here include mortals and sword immortals. The difficulty of the match will depend on your levels, and will be divided into different difficulties. The destination is 20 li away. The moment the sun sets marks the end of the challenge. The first to arrive will get a reward. I hope you all can make it. As he finished speaking, the crowd surged forward like a storm. They only avoided each other to announce their presence, while competing fiercely to get ahead. Bakshir Nekrin pondered for a moment, glancing back and sighing inwardly. Earlier, he had discussed with someone in the room. What is wrong? Is it because of that guy named La Xizhuang? She gently stroked the characters on the scroll, listening to him lament. They are now openly oppressing our Baiche son. Given the current situation, do we really need to recruit new disciples? Senfai and Thifa are not here right now. Perhaps closing the mountain gate or setting traps to wait for the enemy is the best strategy. That person smirked slightly. And it seems that the sects will start bidding against each other. Although the 2 elders, Avinasam and Ho, are present now, Lesung is still at the Tai Immortal level, regardless of whether we are talking about influence or combat power. We are no match for them. The more disadvantageous the situation, the more we must deal with it quietly. If our power is insufficient, we must recruit more forces. Mihin Ho Nun contemplated further. But perhaps someone is hiding their identity to infiltrate. If they find out that the 2 esteemed leaders Sen Quan and Sen Fai are not here, what should we do? She pondered and said. We will take advantage of this point. If their people are busy investigating the situation, they certainly won't act recklessly. As long as we persist, we will eventually wait for the master. Li Nai glanced at him. I am counting on you for this entrance examination. Bakshio Nun sighed. You are really a troublemaker. I never expected that I would owe you a favor before, and now I have to go through so much trouble to repay it. He suddenly recalled the time when he transformed into a fierce rabbit to intimidate. Don't he think that just because you are older, I want to take action? Do you want to taste the sharpness of my claws? Bai Ho Nun slightly bowed in greeting. Then I can only follow your orders. Returning to reality, all he could do was silently watch the crowd rush toward the destination. A voice from a celestial being reminded everyone. Everyone began to check. Bishan Ho Nun responded quietly, then transformed back into the rabbit form. His eyes were filled with determination. Next, we will officially act. Everyone spread out. If anything unusual is detected, report to me immediately. The group of celestial beings responded in unison and then dispersed. On another path, The trees surrounding it were dense in a fog. The silhouette of a person dashed by like an arrow. He greedily looked ahead. My lightness skill is indeed impressive. No one can keep up with me. If this continues, I will be the champion. Just as he was proud of his speed, another person flew above, riding a sword, laughing mockingly. This is what they call a thick orange peel with sharp nails. You just keep crawling down there. After saying that, the person shot off like an arrow in the sky. Van Ma stood frozen, watching the sword wielder. Someone still has a magical artifact with them, but bringing a magical artifact is not a violation. Right. Luon spoke up from behind him to explain. Didn't we say that as long as it does not endanger lives? Anything goes. A magical artifact is considered part of a cultivator's strength. One by one, people rushed forward, and he let out a soft "oh." So that is how it is. Suddenly, the figures disappeared behind the cliff, causing him to hesitate slightly. But even though the formation had activated, it seemed like nothing was happening. If no one speak, then fine. But as soon as they do, a wave of pressure descended upon them, forcing them to bend over to brace themselves. Van Ma tensed his whole body. Suddenly feeling so heavy, Suong Quan looked at the pressure weighing down on him, pondering. Is the first test a test of spiritual pressure? Ordinary people and sword cultivators probably can't handle this. Right. He chuckled and sighed. But it is useless against me. Just feels a bit annoying. But the other ordinary people were not as at ease. Some were crawling on the ground, struggling to move forward, while the ordinary people were writhing. 2 others strolled by calmly, covered in a light green aura, their eyes hidden behind a cloth. A chubby boy was being carried by a senior disciple, shouting, "I can't take it anymore. Hurry up." He is just trying his best to keep climbing while reassuring his young master. Others lay flat on the ground, complaining, "Damn it. How are we supposed to get up the mountain like this?" Countless people screamed, "I want to give up." "Me too. Let me up." Suong Quan glanced at them, assessing. So some are already giving up. Van Ma was completely different. He calmly reassured them. "Everyone, do not panic. Eliminate distractions. Focus on taking one step at a time. Even you should pay attention to him." Luon behind him continuously agreed. Suong Quan smiled with satisfaction. "Not bad at all. Just stabilize your mindset, step by step, and you will definitely change yourself. Since that is the case, I won't lend a hand. What I can do is encourage you." Those in front of Van Ma and Luon slowly got up and continued to drag their feet forward. The golden sunlight above the mountain was almost fading from the sky. At the lower gate, ordinary people and sword cultivators lay exhausted, some laughing, others retching. A Taoist stood right at the gate, counting. Only 100 out of 400 could pass the first test. "You have worked hard." Checking the first part, he was about to announce when suddenly a voice shouted out to interrupt. A Taoist standing at the edge of the wall announced, while the child continued to climb. He hesitantly stepped up the stairs, looking in the direction the person was pointing. Only 2 people, Van Ma and Luon, were still striving to move forward. The eyes of the Taoist lit up. Are they half-breeds? Truly impressive. They are so young. How could they climb all the way here? He trembled as he looked up at the 2 Taoists standing on the steps. Luon looked and said, "It is the lower gate." She clutched her chest, feeling a sharp pain. "Van Ma, I can't hold on much longer." He quickly reached back to grab my hand. His eyes were filled with determination not to leave her behind. "I will lead you." Li Huang's green eyes looked up at Van Ma, hiding thoughts no one could know. In the end, she held on to that hand. The pressure continued to weigh down heavily, as if wanting to crush both their bones. Van Ma gritted her teeth, letting out painful cries, while the ground beneath his feet was already smoking. Van Daoxian frowned. Although they did not give up, climbing like this was really too slow. Showing great perseverance, Van Ma had managed to climb up 1 step, then 2. But after that, it seemed she used all her strength to jump up. He stared at the scene for a moment, while Daoxian behind him also felt a bit anxious. Van Daoxian decisively turned away, ending the first round with a total of 102 people passing. After stepping out of the pressure zone, Van Ma collapsed under the stairs, and he still held tightly to Luon's hand. He fainted, and the Daoxian above could not help but feel delighted. "Congratulations to you all." The sound of people running frantically through the dark forest was heavy with breath. The pursuers shouted, "I found it." "Hurry up." A woman's voice echoed. She grabbed Van Ma's shoulder tightly. "Van Ma, listen carefully. You are still young. This path was not chosen by you. You have never lived as you wanted, so you must keep living." Saying that, she pushed him into the abyss. Behind her was someone wielding a shining silver sword, their gentle voice leaving a farewell, promising to keep living. Immediately after, splashes of liquid burst forth, shattering into a haze. Van Ma's eyes widened. Awakening from the dream, his face was dotted with sweat. Not just fear but also amazement. A voice next to him suddenly asked if Van Ma was awake. He looked around in confusion and saw Liu On. How did our test go? Sung Quan, who was also there, answered for her. We all passed. This is the lower gate of Baksh Sun. Van Ma's eyes could not hide his surprise. He clenched his fists in joy. We did it. The three of them were placed in the same room. Van Ma could not help but wonder where Sung Quan had gone, as he suddenly disappeared, making him anxious. Sung Quan just smiled warmly, saying he had followed Van Ma's advice to focus on every step. By the time he woke up, he was already in this infirmary. Ultimately, it was thanks to his guidance that they succeeded. Suddenly, Liu Hong stepped forward, offering a box containing a green gem. For you, Van Ma. He looked up with curiosity at her. What is this? Liu On slowly explained. It is a spirit pill. Each person who passed the test gets one. They told us to drink the spirit pill and train hard before the second test. Van Ma joyfully exclaimed in delight. Really? I have never seen anything like this spirit pill before. The two did not notice Sun Quan's knowing gaze quietly slipping outside. He began wandering through the infirmary, still in the central courtyard, where even the sun and moon gate only had two entrances to go up and down. A voice echoed in his mind. Are you happy? My lord, Sen Quan replied slowly. While he did not hate this situation, it had indeed improved a lot since he left. Suddenly, he paused in front of a room, where a chubby young master was being forced by his servant to swallow a green elixir in distress. Sun Quan could not help but widen his eyes, surprised as he hid behind the wall. These kids managed to pass the test. Moments later, Sen Quan stepped out of the infirmary into the night light. Anyway, those guarding Bech Sun really have it tough. Trot Ho Jian asked a question that left him stunned. Do you think maybe your absence has given Bech Sen a chance to achieve glory and prosperity? Sun Hung Quan pretended to cough, looking up at the starry sky. Changing the subject, let us talk about something else. Sun Quan glanced at Bech Sun standing tall in the mist. The spiritual energy at the entrance was very strong. This place is no longer the nameless little mountain it once was. Bach Sen now truly evokes some emotion. He stood silently, gazing at the high sky lost in thought. And she is still there. Right. I really want to finish this test and see her soon. Under another pavilion in the guest area, a shady figure lurked in the night, smiling smugly as he opened a jar. A strange creature that looked like a beetle crawled out from inside, under the bright moonlight. It burrowed into the ground with incredible strength. The man grinned. That is done. And I will place another one at the upper gate tomorrow. Suddenly, a creature emerged from the soil. Grasping the beetle and lifting it into the air before him, a mole held tightly onto the beetle and murmured softly, "Oh ho. Is that an Mg Trung?" A crow perched on the roof spoke up, "Mg Trung? I think I have heard of them. They have a part under their shell that can store sound, making them excellent for spying." A white rabbit paw also appeared, surrounding him mockingly, not knowing whether to commend the person for being impressive or to call him foolish. Bachuneku Nan leapt up and kicked him in the face, daring to make a move on the first day. One kick from was enough to send the mysterious man tumbling to the ground. Under the silver moon, he ordered the other two to take him away. In the inmate cell, he was tightly bound to a chair, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly yelled with all his might. Damn it. Do not think you can extract information from me like this. I am a cultivator and will never yield. I will absolutely not bow my head to you. Two people stood in the shadows, watching him continuously yell and discuss. Are you going to keep going even if he keeps making noise? Bakshun Heku narrowed his long, narrow eyes slightly. I will interrogate him myself. His figure emerged from the darkness before the man. You really have nothing to say to us. He did not hesitate to shout that they would never get any information out of him. After a moment of silence, Bakshun Hekunan stepped into the light. Dragging something along, he placed it down in front of him and said, Let us talk about another story. I once read something interesting in the manuscript of Fimin Nen. Bakshun Hekunan jumped onto the chair to be at eye level with him. Do you know what it says? He could not help but wonder what nonsense he was talking about. Suddenly, Bai Ho Nan's eyes locked onto him, answering that it detailed methods of interrogating criminals. Just peel off a layer, then rub salt on it, and the salt will absorb the water, leaving the person dry and able to pull out their fingernails and toenails while they are conscious. If it ended there, it would be boring. Next, you could use stones to crush the body or directly smash it, then use a hot iron to brand them, and you would hear sizzling sounds. It writes about many interrogation techniques. Bishan Ho Nun smiled and added, But for old folks like us, we are not really interested in tooth extraction methods. The criminal seemed about to say something with a face glistening with cold sweat. But before he could speak, he stuffed a piece of cloth into his mouth. I really hope you can hold out a bit longer. Maybe we can come up with a new interrogation method. I am starting now. The criminal's eyes widened in terror as if he was about to crack. His defiant shout echoed throughout Bh Sen in the darkness. Earlier, Bai Hyo Nun had handed a list to Lian Nai, suggesting that the Nung Then faction in La Xiong was acting on its own. He seriously explained that although they were from La Xining, there was definitely some ulterior motive behind it. This time, He came to investigate why Botch Sun was overflowing with spiritual energy, and there might also be spies with different intentions. Luna closed the list in her hand. Was that so? When checking the first part, did you find any suspicious individuals? Bakshu Nekunun recalled standing on the lookout. And indeed they were paying attention to a few people. But up until now, they had not shown any unusual behavior. Perhaps they were waiting until they ventured deeper into the mountains to act. She looked down at him gently, saying not to worry. As the checks for the second and third parts were different, Elder Manhwa had agreed to return to assist, but back to reality. The criminal was laughing so hard that his eyes were red and about to burst, continuously pleading for it to stop. The mouse still used spiritual bugs to tickle him during interrogation. And Lin Hai could not help but shudder. Are you planning to continue interrogating him? Bakshu Nekunen shouted. Of course. He is the one who wants to destroy our Bh Sen. Pour all the spiritual bugs in. His screams continued to echo in a deep spring inside Bh Sun. A figure was quietly soaking in the water. The Taoist above called out, Elder Manhwa, everything is ready. Please proceed. After getting dressed, he led the way and heard the Taoist convey. Lian Road Master specifically instructed me to tell you this. Manhwa coldly asked what it was, and he replied, the Roadmaster said this time it is not about selecting talents, but about finding spies. Manhwa could not help but sneer. The people of Lukdong have been restless lately. I never expected they would dare to send spies. Just as I thought of a plan to expose the spy, the large gate in front of him slowly opened, then fully swung wide right before Manhwa. In front of him were those who had passed the first test, standing in line. Seeing someone stepping out, they all began to chatter. This was the central gate. The spiritual energy was overwhelming. I was almost unable to breathe. I did not expect the difference between the central gate and the lower gate to be so vast. The upper gate must be much more formidable. Manhwa stood before them and shouted, thank you all for traveling so far. I am Elder Manhwa of the Bachin sect, and also the examiner for the second test. He held up a scroll before them. The exam for the second test was about to begin, and Van Mao and Luon swallowed nervously in anticipation. The scroll only had 2 words. Dream or illusion. The crowd below frowned in confusion. What does that mean? Does dream or illusion mean to be bewitched? What is dream or illusion? Manhwa continued to explain loudly. As disciples of Bachin, we bear great responsibilities and must not be easily swayed. Spiritual power is indeed important, but the strength of will to resist temptation is even more crucial. Song Quan lowered his gaze to assess the situation. No wonder they prepared precious elixirs for the participants. It turns out that receiving unexpected magical power can lead many to become arrogant and reveal their true nature. Manhwa looked down seriously at them. I will unleash the space of dream or illusion that can disrupt one's mind. Only those who pass can proceed to the upper gate. Those who do not pass, please descend the mountain immediately. The second test officially begins. The Taoist announced loudly. Listen carefully. I am about to set up the illusionary realm. He extended his hand to command. Everyone, quickly sit on the ground. Van Ma knelt down, slightly suspicious, and asked Luon, an illusionary realm. We have to sit down. Luon, what do you think this test will be about? She quietly replied that she did not know, then turned to speculate. But this might be a good opportunity for us. Other sex tests usually have participants duel each other, in which case we would not have any chance at all. That big muscular guy sarcastically thought it was not for us to practice against each other, but to do some confusing tasks. All my muscle training would be in vain. Others donned luxurious clothes and boasted with their beards. I have been practicing in solitude, far from the mortal world in the mountains, enduring countless hardships, and there is nothing that can truly tempt me. 102 people sat quietly, meditating in an orderly manner. The Taoist then spoke to the higher-ups. Elder, everything is ready. The one above lightly acknowledged, as if already knowing. Then he extended his hand, and a stream of spiritual energy began to flicker. Manhwa began chanting incomprehensible spells. The staffs arranged around seemed to be absorbing the energy. After a while, the sky above everyone gradually darkened. Strange incantations echoed in the air. A golden light suddenly flickered, sweeping across the gathering. Each person seemed to fall into a dreamscape. Unusually quiet. One of the participants began to furrow his brow, sweat dripping down his face, his tightly shut eyes trembling. In the dreamscape, his hands were covered in a sticky fall liquid. Chi Lam stared at his trembling hands in horror. Right in front of him was the person he had just stabbed with the Than Lone dagger. Outside the dreamscape, Chi Lam was coughing and shaking, his hands trembling like a leaf. When did the Taoist appear before him to announce this? Coming from the upper valley, Chi Lam turned out to be a fugitive murderer. Even if you leave your hometown to become a Taoist, you can't wash away your crimes. Tears streamed from his eyes, his voice trembling with regret. I did not mean to kill him. It was just an accident. But no one believes me. Therefore, the Taoist before Chi Lam interrupted him. I can see the consequences of your past actions. But that does not mean you are innocent. You should atone for your sins first. And only after escaping your troubles should you come here. A self-assured figure, who believed in himself as Than too, was still sitting quietly. In the dreamscape, he was joyfully surrounded by beautiful women and wine. Then this is quite enjoyable. Let us have a drink. His face flushed from the fine wine. His satisfied laughter echoed throughout the place. The Taoist looked at the drunken man, clearly not impressed, and decisively spoke out. Nearby, another person was struggling with all their might. Suddenly, his eyes widened in fear. Duongfeng, observing, announced. Lungzong Taoist from the Tai Mountain La Si Zheng. Hearing his name mentioned made him astonished. How do you know? Another Taoist stepped forward with a dismissive tone. We already knew you would try something during this opportunity, so just obediently come with us. Meanwhile, the plump young master was fearfully clinging to the pants of a Taoist. Spiders are spiders. There is no spider to save you here, he shouted in panic. You are out. One by one, people were eliminated, from the human race to the sea race. Among them, Suangquan sat quietly, unfazed. Inside the dreamscape, he was lying back and waiting comfortably when he heard a voice call out. You really are too relaxed. Are not you? Suangquan casually scratched his nose. After all, I used the Menon technique to conceal my realm, so of course, I also did my best. The mirror connecting to the outside displayed each person, with Ho Jian watching together with him. As another person was eliminated, she suddenly thought of something and asked. It has been 250 years. We have not seen Men Ho. Have we? Suangquan leaned to look at the mirror. That is right. Men Ho has become an elder now. Indeed, power nurtures people. He has become quite serious. Fortunately, he seems to be doing well. I am a bit curious about how Venisam and Lian Nai are doing. And who else? Ho Jian found it puzzling. If you think about them like that, why not just go out and confirm your relationship with them? Suangquan just tapped his foot. Then would not my efforts be in vain? As if thinking of something, Suangquan hesitated for a moment and then spoke. Wait, but why does not Men Ho recognize me? She gently speculated. After all, he currently looked just like a child. And he was even more upset that Black Tiger recognized him right away. Ho Jian subtly acknowledged. That seems to be true. Suangquan felt a bit sad and scolded, which made me feel a little heartbroken. She had to defend him, but is not it better to not be recognized? You could surprise them. Senquan's thoughts drifted away when he heard Ho Jian's worry. He blinked and asked, Are you talking about Vietnamavu and Elju Oan? If they do not pass, then they should not be doing this at all. This path is not easy. If you are not determined to overcome countless difficulties, it is better to give up. She looked at him unwillingly. But they were still young. Just passing the first test would already be a miracle. Their bodies and minds have not matured yet. Accept this kind of test. Sungquan shifted the observation mirror to Lelduoan and VNMU and interrupted her. Everyone has their own destiny. This illusion is a dream but also a reality. It can see through the troubles in people's hearts, desires, distractions, and also anger. These are the 7 emotions and 6 desires of humans. Wanting to give them up is not possible. In VNMU's illusion, a raggedly dressed woman was desperately clutching his leg, pleading. Veniamemu, I want to live too. The dark shadows, shackled with golden chains around their necks, reached out towards him. Their distorted faces resembled a haunting ghost in Venimemu's mind. So Sungquan looked at that panicked face, thinking they would be trapped in the past, yet could still break free from the chains and move forward. They needed to quietly observe their performance. Both fell into a moment of silence. Suddenly, Sungquan spoke, startling Ho Jian. But that child really did have a soft heart. No matter how tangled the worries and pain, he could not escape the word love. In the dream, Venomu was not afraid but proactively reached out. He jumped up and hugged the woman he was closest to. He cried out in agony. I miss you so much. But I have things to do now. I can't meet everyone. His voice trembled, and a pair of warm white hands gently placed themselves on Vina Memu's cheek. Those who shared the harsh fate appeared before him in their original forms. Smiling lovingly, a gentle voice rang out in the dream. That is why you must keep trying to live. In an instant, Vivinamu's eyes widened, breaking free from the dream. There was not a single soul around him. Suddenly, Venamemu looked up at Zio Tin, checking himself in confusion. Dio Tin announced that Venamemu's bloodline had passed. After the announcement, the space fell silent for a long time. Venamu quietly wiped the tears from his cheeks, then slowly pushed himself up, his small but strong figure looking straight ahead, nodding as if responding to Zio Tin and the important person in his dream. Suangquan was sitting quietly in front of the lower gate, his eyes closed and trembling slightly. Then he opened his eyes, filled with deep sorrow. Dao Tin observed Suangquan and announced that the mixed blood tiger had passed, and they had quickly finished the second test. Meng Ho withdrew his spiritual power and let out a sigh of relief. Dongfeng approached to report, and Meng Ho asked him for the results. He reported slowly. Out of 1,002 participants, 88 were eliminated, leaving only 14 who passed. Meng Ho could not help but feel disappointed. Was it really only 14 people who met the requirements? Even though this was not the best time for testing, the number of people who passed was far too low. Dongfeng quietly added more information that startled him. Among those 88, 30 were spies. But what was surprising was that there were even spirit beasts among the spies. This made him feel a bit worried. Mengho furrowed his brow. Even the spirit beasts were starting to covet Batch Sun. He thought to himself, just in case, but ultimately ordered to end the trial, capture all the spies, and report to the union leader. He quickly announced to the participants that the second trial had concluded. Those who were eliminated should head to the other side, while those who qualified should come this way. The chubby young master sobbed uncontrollably, and his servant had to console him further. He looked seriously at his young master and said he would take the boy home. The chubby young master still could not help but sniffle. But did not you pass? He replied sadly. I am here to protect the young master. Of course. I have to go down the mountain with you. The chubby young master firmly refused. No need. You stay here. He was startled and scared. But I am a servant. If the master finds out, I will be beaten to death. Please do not say things like that anymore. The chubby young master smiled awkwardly. I will talk to my father about it. A fierce Taoist shouted at the servant. What are you standing there for? Those who are qualified, move to the upper gate immediately. The chubby young master held his hand tightly one last time. The boy instructed. You must endure until the end and become a Taoist. The boy wiped his tears and waved goodbye to his servant. Hurry and go. The slave child was freed. He was so moved that he cried uncontrollably. The Taoist turned to urge him to hurry, as they were still waiting at the upper gate. Suong Quan followed behind, feeling bored and silent. As they moved, the Taoist guided them, saying the door was not located on the main mountain of the Batch San sect, but in a very secluded area. Therefore, there would be prohibitions along the way, and they must be careful to observe. At the large Batch Sun gate, carved with a tiger image, the participants marveled. This place is very different from the other two. It is so spacious. This is the final testing round. We must pass. We absolutely must pass. Luon stood frozen and called out softly. Van Ma and the others quickly spotted the familiar figure with wings approaching. He joyfully exclaimed. It is indeed the great tiger. I knew you could get through the second trial, Luon added. You have no idea how worried we were not seeing you. Sung Quan pondered as he watched the boy ramble on, never expecting that these two little brats could pass the exam thanks to their mixed blood heritage. Ho Jan's voice echoed in his mind. To get through this assessment, they had to put their lives on the line more than anyone else. Could it be that they have their own struggles? Suddenly, a loud call broke their train of thought. Everyone, listen up. Next, you will go to the deepest part of Batch Sun, specifically to Quan Hat Sun of Batch Sun. The crowd was taken aback. Quan Hat Sun. They are actually opening Quan Hat Sun for us. Could it be that the teachings above are confirming their thoughts? That is right. You are officially disciples of Batch Sun. The group cheered joyfully below, but Song Quan was a bit contemplative. Never expecting there to be Quan Hat Sun at Batch Sun, Ho Jan quietly added. It seems Batch Sun became famous because of this. He could not help but wonder. But the exam for accepting disciples seemed too simple. Was opening Quan Hat Sun a bit too hasty? It seems I need to say a few words to them later. Duong Feng shouted loudly. The first two trials tested your perseverance and determination. But the final trial will be completely different from the first two. All you need to do is go in there, find the most precious item, and bring it back here. This is the final test. The group was a bit skeptical. Is that all there is? Is there another purpose? At this point, Duong Feng added, for a cultivator, opportunity is also an important factor. As long as the opportunity comes, it can bypass 100 years, or even 1,000 years of cultivation. Being able to enter Quan Hat San is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That is your luck. As he was speaking, the door behind them suddenly swung open, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted inside, causing a huge commotion. Duong Feng was momentarily stunned as he saw someone step out. You are awake, Elder Van Samyong. Looking bored. Over here, Ho Jian quietly said. Is that Van Sam? Sung Quan slowly confirmed. He glanced at Duong Feng with disdain. What am I supposed to do? He then cowered submissively. I won't be a bother. I have explained everything to them. You just need to take them inside. Duong Feng intended to introduce him to the crowd. But before he could finish, Van Sam turned and walked away. He quickly called for the group to follow him. Once inside, a massive ball of spiritual energy appeared before them. The crowd gasped in awe. Oh my god, that is Quan Hat Sun. The place that is compared to the core of the mountain. Right. Van Sam coldly glanced back at them. Next, I will transport you into Quan Hat Sun. He raised a finger. Before that, there is something I need to say. It clenched its fist menacingly to warn. All the spiritual grass on this mountain is meticulously cared for by me alone. If you recklessly cause chaos everywhere, you will perish at my hands. The crowd of people fell silent, not daring to say another word. Then Van Sam wished them good luck. And suddenly, a transport circle lit up under their feet unexpectedly. A different scene unexpectedly appeared before them. A divine tree so large it seemed to pierce the sky. The crowd stared in awe at this spiritual energy, feeling as if they could reach out and touch it. Venomu looked around with interest, while Elguoan remained silent without commenting. He eagerly turned to find Sazun Kwon, but that figure had vanished without a trace. The crowd frantically pointed in one direction. Oh my. Look, all of them are spiritual herbs. Everywhere here is treasure. Great. I will find the most precious spiritual herb. Venomemu was swept away by the crowd's excitement. Shouting, Liuon, let us hurry up. The shadows of the two children are searching diligently in the night. Van Ma looked around awkwardly at the rare herbs, unsure of what to choose. Liuon pointed in one direction. That white tree is the Henbo, then MSC's. I clearly remember he said the divine tree only grows at the Ngite Amun. Although I do not know why it appears here. Any leaf that falls to the ground has significant value. Van Ma's eyes sparkled. So that is how it is, then let us hurry over there. Liuon, but she just gently plucked a stem of herbs and refused. This much is enough for me, Van Ma hesitantly asked her. Aren't you coming with me? Liuon just lowered her head, hiding all her emotions. That is right. I will stay here. You go ahead. Just as he hesitated, Luon's gaze suddenly turned fierce. Hurry up. With no other choice. Van Ma had to agree with her. Under another giant tree, a green source of spiritual power enveloped the trunk. The short-haired figure, blindfolded, spoke. Lord Jialin absolutely does not use this. He looked up at the tree and smiled. Indeed, this is our high tribe's divine tree. So it turns out to be here, the person following him explained. I heard this mountain was normal, but for the past few hundred years, it has become a soul-sucking mountain. So I came to check it out. I did not expect this place to have a divine tree. If this is the stronghold of that guy, then let us just move forward. He pondered the words of the other person and decided. It is still too early to go back, but since this is his territory, we must be more cautious. For now, let us gather some branches to make a talisman. The rest will follow what Long Vong instructs. On this site, Sen Kwon had taken flight near the peak of the divine tree. Su Trung Engyam looked at it in surprise, not expecting Hung Bro then a Masai to grow this much. They even planted a divine tree in the management area. Ven Sum really has worked hard. Ho Jianthon joked. How does Sen Kwon Kwang Sigon look down at Kwon Het Sen from here? He smiled. Are you teasing me? It is indeed beautiful. But it is a bit regrettable that this place is no longer our BH Sen, she gently replied. Still, the unchanging thing is that we are together. Right, Sen Kwon hesitated to admit it. Suddenly, a figure appeared abruptly behind him. Growling. Who are you? This place clearly has restrictions. No one should be able to enter. Who exactly are you? Sung Kwon stiffened, turning to look at the newcomer. The boy's butterfly wings flickered with powerful spiritual energy. It seems you really won't easily tell me. The butterfly wings began to attack him. Then I will make you speak, Sun Kwon exclaimed in shock. What is happening? The spiritual pressure is too strong, Ho Jian quickly warned. Sahong Kwon, please be careful. The opponent must be at the spirit tribulation level. His eyes widened in shock. Inside the mountain jurisdiction, there are people like this. Who on earth is he? Sung Kwon observed the opponent for a long time before suddenly asking. Tenkomo. He quickly approached with joy. Oh my. It really is you. The boy suddenly froze for a moment. How did you know my name? Then Ma Laozhu looked at Sen Kwon's face for a while, and suddenly stuttered in recognition. The boy's expression returned to normal. You are Uncle Ziaev. The petite figure of Love Yuan was teleported back to the upper gate. She lowered her head slightly. Not saying a word, the overseeing Taoist finally spoke. You are out. Let us see what you have brought from the mountain jurisdiction. Lu Owen held a bright red herb that looked like a gem. The Taoist examined it and pondered. This is not bad. But there are many treasures inside. It seems she can't distinguish these things well. He then pulled out a small lens, just the size of his palm, and shone it directly on Eldu Owen. After the light reflected for a moment, he assessed. Very good. Quite clean. There are many treasures inside. You understand the principle of letting go. Unlike those who still stubbornly beg behind him, the Taoist happily called Lalzuoan to follow, and she asked casually, isn't the test already over? He chuckled. We still have the initiation ceremony to do. Suddenly Loguoan asked, without context. Does that mean I get to see the sect leader of BH Sen? The Taoist led the way, and by then the elders and the road master would arrive. If lucky, she might even meet Sen Quan and Gaievan Sen Fai. She would be able to see everyone in the sect. The door leading into the upper gate glimmered with light. Outside was where everyone was holding the initiation ceremony. A Taoist approached Luan with a ceremonial robe. Congratulations. This outfit proves you are a member of the Bichi Sen sect. You just need to hold this and stand with them. There are already 4 people waiting, continuously chattering joyfully about the road ahead. Suddenly one of them pointed at the high platform. He whispered, quick, look at that silver-haired person over there. She seems to have a high status. Could she be the legendary Xiaonan Sunfei? The group immediately refuted when they saw Li and I. Isn't it said that the Xiaonan Sunfei has snow-white hair? The Taoist on the platform angrily scolded them for being disrespectful. Thinking the Taoist could not hear the newcomers gossiping. Seeing this, Li and I hurriedly intervened. She explained to the four below that Sefan Quan and Senfai were supposed to come to observe their initiation. But they had delayed due to other matters. So she stepped in. Lu Guoan stood silently behind, listening to their regrets for not being able to admire the beauty of the two great figures. Her eyes gleamed with a cold light filled with killing intent. Inside the mountain jurisdiction, Venomemu continued to search for the giant tree. Previously, she had not realized it was so far away. She had already climbed 2 peaks. He happily held the bright silver leaf in his hand. Luckily, the fallen leaves had blown all the way here. All right, let us hurry back. Up on the Malou tree. They keep asking about Sen Quan. Your appearance now is so different from before that I did not even recognize when you returned. Sefan Quan smiled at the boy. I just got back a few days ago. You are the one who has changed. Could it be you? Malou lowered his eyes slightly in acknowledgement. That is right. I have undergone 2 transformations. I thought it was because of my mixed blood that I ascended. But now I see I resemble a dual caterpillar butterfly even more. Sen Quan praised. That is impressive. To undergo transformation twice. I guess no one will dare look down on you anymore. Malou's face briefly showed a hint of worry. Seemingly because the divine altar tree had drained our nutrients, affecting us significantly. If I could awaken this power quickly. Sesen Quan consoled the boy. It is my fault regarding your sister. I have no face to meet you. Malou quickly interrupted. Please do not say that. If not for you, I would have died long ago. Besides, they are all at peace here now. In sync. This place is the most serene and comfortable in the world. My sister feels the same way. Sen Quan listened silently as the boy spoke, then shifted the topic. Then I will go outside first. Malou could not help but feel regretful. So soon. The Sen Quan had already turned to leave. Yep. Now is not the time to be idle. Malou was about to say more when Sun Quan dashed off in another direction, not hearing any more from the boy. Quan Hete Sun relied on him. Malou watched his silhouette alone. Every time he saw him, he looked very busy. But that was fine. It was not too late for him to return. Ho Jian anxiously exclaimed. I did not know Senfai had left Beach Sun. Sen Quan furrowed his brow in worry. Indeed. There is something strange about La Xiang's situation. I need to know why he left. Let us hurry. Outside Kun Het's son, Lu Han stood still, holding a map, softly muttering to herself. So that is it. Then, she let the map fall to the ground. The Taoist priest shouted angrily. What are you doing? You just threw away Butch Sun's robes. Lal Guoan, bowing her head, walked over and coldly told them to shut up. When she looked up, a third eye sprouted from her forehead, and a fierce red spiritual pressure emanated, suppressing all the Taoists present. Both Li and Hai and Manhwa were no exception. One Taoist could not withstand it and collapsed, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. Li and panicked. Realizing the source of the spiritual pressure, she looked towards Guoan. This was the spiritual pressure of the spiritual tribulation. She opened her 3 eyes wide, staring at them. From now on, Bitch Sen belongs to me. You all get out. The Lian group protested, claiming this was clearly the territory of Beach Sun, and Sen Quan was the true master. Who are you? She coldly replied. I am the one who can seize Beach Sen from that tiger. Hearing this, they were left stunned in shock. Right after, Lu Guoan said, as long as you all obediently come down from the mountain, I will spare your lives. But if you resist, having said that, she demonstrated her words with action. The people of the Ho Fate were extremely surprised by El Guoan's power. After her performance, she concluded, so do not blame me for being rude. Just then, Venomu appeared, calling out confusedly. Lal Guoan, seeing her a bit tense. He asked, what is wrong? Lal Guoan, she saw Venomu appear and snap. Good. Do not block my way. You need to come down the mountain too. And do not ever think about becoming a Taoist again. He was taken aback and asked, what are you talking about? Lal Guoan, why do you say that? Then she boldly declared, from now on, there will be no more Butch Sun sect. Whoever mentions the name Butch Sen again will lose their life immediately. After saying that, Lu Guoan unleashed her power to drive them away. The people around were instantly thrown far away by her force. Even Lin Hai was no exception. Luckily, Men Ho caught her, or she would have fallen hard. Right after that, he asked her if she was okay. Lin replied that she was fine. What she was worried about was how to stop Al Guoan now. Men Ho said desperately, she is a spiritual calamity. Even if we act, it would be useless. Let us retreat first, then gather the scattered Taoists. If we include Vin and Sam and the demons of Quan Het Sen, we might be able to fight her. Just then, he saw Venomemu standing in front of Al Guoan and exclaimed in surprise. What is that kid doing? Her expression had been cold and indifferent all this time. Facing this, he still did not show fear and stepped back. After a while, Seeing Venema not move, Lu Owen spoke with lethal intent. Looks like you are tired of living. After hearing that, he began to ramble. My past was that of a slave chained down. Even though I have freedom now, what good is it? I was born a hybrid. So I am destined to be looked down upon my whole life. Only this place is willing to accept me. I have passed the test to become part of Butch Sen. So I must protect this place. Finally, Venemu concluded. I won't allow you to make a move. Lulgu Owen. Hearing that, Lu Owen gritted her teeth, speechless with anger. Just then, Sen Quan appeared and praised. Well said. They were surprised to see him suddenly return. The Taoist who was once suppressed by Aldu Owen's magic was now freed. He raised his hand in confusion, confirming that the spiritual pressure had disappeared. Lulgu Owen, seeing this, asked, So you have been hiding your true level. Who exactly are you? Sen Quan calmly replied. I won't waste any more time. I will let you understand who I am, the other man. Witnessing this, was stunned and exclaimed, Oh my, is not that? They cheered joyfully upon seeing him. It is Lord Sen Quan. Lu Owen was even more surprised and questioned. Are you really Sen Quan? He spoke casually, not expecting a spiritual being to be mixed in. Now was Lo Huan's turn to reveal her identity. She was not afraid. Instead, she angrily said, You really can't see your own enemy even with all this time. Veniamemu, standing aside, was confused. Enemy. A moment later, Lu Guan said, I do not need to waste words with you. With that, she straightforwardly admitted she was Chi M Zexum. Sen Quan was taken aback and exclaimed, You are Chi M Vix, one of the 4 great spiritual clans. But before she could let him finish, she charged at him fiercely. That is right. You wiped out my clan. I am the last orphan of Chi M X. And I have come here today for revenge. With that, she unleashed her attack and cursed him to die quickly. A fierce battle erupted immediately after. Lu Guan yelled while attacking. You killed Vi Ying. And that betch Hait Kuth wiped out my clan. Sen Quan continuously dodged her deadly blows, but soon after, Lu Wan used a spell, revealing her true form and continued to scold. You all made me a wanderer without a home. With that, she launched a fatal strike at him. Venemu watched the blue light spreading across the sky from below. In that situation, he could only mumble the names of the 2 people. A moment later, Sen Quan lost and fell. But he was not focused on fighting. He was deep in thought. Sen Quan nearly forgot everything related to Chiemzex. That was the consequence he and Choa had created. Lu Oan noticed his dazed expression and mocked him. You seem hesitant. Are you starting to feel guilty? How disgusting. It would be better if you stayed like before, from today on. I will search everywhere for the Butch Hait Kudu Thayu. Then I will take her head and give it to you. After hearing this, Sen Quan's expression changed drastically. He immediately charged at her and struck down with a fierce blow, then resolutely said, This is all my doing. If you dare touch a single hair on her, I will tear you apart. Lu Owen burst into maniacal laughter. That is right. Just like this. With those eyes full of hatred and killing intent. Today, it is either you die or I die. Just like when you wiped out my clan back then. With that, the battle between the 2 reignited. The Bone Warrior attacked her mercilessly. And Eldu Oan was equally determined to fight to the death. They charged at each other like 2 moths to a flame, resulting in another explosion. At that moment, Sen Quan unleashed his ultimate move, the Tiger's Roar. He then used it to injure Ulgo Owen. She took a full hit from Sun Quan, quickly finding herself at a disadvantage. But immediately after, Lu Guan countered with her tail. Unfortunately, before her tail could do anything, he noticed and blocked it. Meanwhile, Lu Guan wondered. Clearly she had attacked. So why was she the one getting hurt? It was evident that they were both at the same level of spiritual reincarnation. So what was happening? After she was at a disadvantage, the Bone Warrior seized the opportunity to advance. Seeing this, Lu Guan raised her voice dramatically. Truly impressive. Now I want to see if you can handle this move of mine. With that, she unleashed her ultimate technique with overflowing confidence. Waves of power continuously wrapped around Sen Quan, restraining him from making a move. But at the same time, a shield appeared around his body amidst the storm. A second later, a Sen Quan erupted with power, breaking free from her restraint. Lu An was utterly shocked at this sight, while Sen Quan, after being attacked by her, was genuinely furious. The fierce battle between the 2 escalated even more. Livani watched and exclaimed, This is the first time I have seen something like this. It feels as if the whole world is shaking because of it. Manhwa, upon hearing this, said, Look, Sen Quan has reached the realm of spiritual reincarnation. Then asked, What is happening? I can't see anything clearly. Although they could not see clearly either, they still remarked, Our Sen Quan is gaining the upper hand. In other words, this is no longer a competition. Sen Quan is teaching the opponent a lesson. Lu Guoan was continuously beaten down to the point of having no strength to resist. A voice suddenly rang out, "The one who invaded my butch son." On the other side, as she prepared to fall, he pulled her back. However, Lu Guoan was still significantly injured. Although she had stopped fighting, she was still coughing up blood. Her once deadly sharp hands were now trembling, unable to do anything. Lu Guoan reached out toward him, wanting to continue the fight. But that voice rang out again. She should have been killed by Sen Quan long ago. Without saying a word, he directly lunged at her. Attacking. The power Sen Quan emitted was so immense that it created a massive explosion. Venomu watched from below. Feeling powerless, he stood there, wide-eyed, witnessing the battle without knowing what to say. Moments later, Venomu began to worry. This is not good. What should I do? I want to stop them, but I can't even fly. I need to find a way. He spoke while scanning the surroundings. Then his gaze landed on the sword lying alone on the ground. Venomu muttered, "I remember it being a magical weapon that could fly." The battle between the two continued above, neither willing to back down. They fought from the sky to the ground, showing no signs of stopping. The force of their attacks was so great that the nearby rocks shook violently. Soon, Sen Quan, leveraging his advantage, pinned her down beneath heavy stones. But then Elduoan rose up again by herself. His expression grew increasingly serious. Finally, Sen Quan helplessly said, "You and I are different. You are not my match. If you agree to stop, I can spare your life." "Go back." Though battered, Lu On stubbornly replied, "What makes you think you can tell me to stop? Our duel is not over yet." He retorted, "You came here for revenge, but did not even bring a weapon. If you were strong, you should have hidden and waited for the right moment. Why risk your life like this?" A second later, he snapped, "Why did you come here in the first place?" Lu On coldly responded, "Do you feel sorry for me? Do you think if I were exhausted, I would leave and not kill you? But you are actually my enemy." She concluded, "You really are a proud fool." Hearing her insult, Sen Quan said nothing in reply. Seeing this, Lu Guoan continued, "Before I can kill you, I want to take a step back. It is either you die or I die. Otherwise, our grudge will never settle, so hurry up and make your move." Sen Quan fell silent, pondering her words. Initially, he intended to spare her, but after hearing this, he changed his mind. Just as Sen Quan was about to act, Venomu flew in from somewhere, shouting for them to stop. Immediately following was his signature landing, crashing down from his sword, fearing they would continue. Venomu, ignoring the pain, quickly ran between them. He anxiously said, "You both stop fighting. Sen Quan, you can kill Elduoan." Sen Quan then indifferently advised, "Venomu, step back. This is not something you can interfere with." Venomu stubbornly replied, "I have the right to intervene in this matter. I have become a part of Beach Sezen, and Elguoan is also a disciple of Bech Sen. How can you, as the master, kill a disciple of your own sect? And Elzuan, you should stop too." Upon hearing this, she retorted, "What do you know? Get out of the way." Facing her callous words, Venomu shouted in frustration, "I know what it feels like to lose everything. I may not hurt as much as you do, and I do not know how to comfort others. But I can be your family." He then pointed to his chest. Luoan was taken aback by his words. She scoffed. "Family? What nonsense are you talking about?" Then, Venomu tried to convince her that we could look for the Chi Mxa together, insisting that somewhere in this world, there were still surviving members of the Chi Mcxi clan. "I will help heal your wounds. What is going on? How did you get so seriously injured?" Lulguoan, upon hearing this, not only felt no sympathy but also mocked him with laughter. She quietly said, "Every time I see you, I think of him. Which is why I can't strike." But after saying that, Luguon immediately attacked Venomu. Then she coldly said, "Get out of my sight. Do not make it hard for others to see." After being injured by Lelduoan, the guy fell helplessly. Sun Quan witnessed this scene and shouted his name. On the other side, she remained indifferent and spoke, "Along with the one who slaughtered my clan, and the one who killed Viangin." She paused for a moment and then angrily affirmed that they would never coexist peacefully. Immediately after, Sen Quan launched the Faiji Nufe Then Hado attack. His target remained the same, which was Elguoan. This move was so powerful that it shook the heavens and the earth. The attack blazed fiercely with such might that she found it hard to resist. His once fair hand had turned dark. This time, Sen Quan no longer held back and fought back fiercely. After a while, only Sun Quan remained standing in shock. Ho Jian, seeing this, worriedly called out to him. In her arm, she was still cradling Venomum, who was exhausted from injuries. A second later, Sun Quan turned back, his eyes still red as before. A voice suddenly rang out. "The contract existed before I was born. That is why the Chimem Fikes of clan lives in the south of Gosen. I have gotten used to this. Each day just passes by like this. If I want to live here, then I will live like this. It is just a pity that others do not think the same. Although we all belong to the Chixiam Fikes. The infighting among kin is the clearest proof of two members of the same clan fighting each other. Chu Nun and Tem devoured his own kind just for food. Just when Loguoan was about to strike, someone shouted loudly, "Wait! Loguoan, stop right there." On the other side, Vegan cursed while attacking, saying that lucky for that kid, Luoan ran into him. And thanks to him, they avoided many disasters. In response to that enthusiasm, Luoan only said one sentence, "Is it you again?" Hearing this, he asked back in confusion, "What do you mean?" He was an odd character, firmly believing that these events arose from mental illness. Only by healing the mind could the current situation change. She sighed lightly, finding Vegan really hard to deal with. Then Luoan turned and walked away. Up ahead, a monster was attacking its own kind. They panickedly urged each other, "Run, or it will eat us." Just then, Vegan appeared, commanding it to stop. A boy saw him and shouted, "Vegan uncle." Immediately after, he used illusion magic on that monster. From a distance, a figure had witnessed everything. Luoan stood at a distance, watching in deep in thought. Finally, she sighed helplessly, realizing that this guy really loved to seek trouble everywhere. The dark clouds gathered more and more, filling the vast sky, and raindrops began to fall, forming tiny puddles. Soon, the sky unleashed a heavy downpour, soaking Vugu. Luoan, standing nearby, silently observed him and murmured. The elder suddenly twitched, despite Vungan's efforts to stop it. He desperately pleaded, "Master, please come back to your senses." Luoan's voice echoed in his mind, but he ran outside the territory, ultimately causing his head to be in one place while his body was in another. Vugan stood under the pouring rain, mumbling, "I thought that the mental illness could be cured, but illusions can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. It can only suppress the condition, but can't cure it completely, and in fact, it makes the mental illness penetrate deep into the bones. It turns out my method has always been wrong." Then Vungan continued, "I must find a way to save my people." At this point, his expression suddenly changed, feeling like it was not enough. He further affirmed the method to escape this damned reality. Since then, Vungan disappeared. Luoan could not find him, and neither could the other clansmen. Vungan vanished without a trace, just before she was about to leave in disappointment to enter seclusion for cultivation. He reappeared, the one Luoan had searched so hard for. Vungan gently said, "Wait until you come out of seclusion, and it will be the spiritual tribulation." "Right. Finally, our clan will have a spiritual tribulation, just like we have always hoped for." She did not respond but only wondered, "Where had you been for so long?" Then Luoan snapped, "Don't you know what will happen if you go outside without a mask?" Faced with her anger, he calmly replied, "Aren't I fine? I have been quite busy lately with many matters to handle. But did not you come to see me?" Vungan then suggested, "Would you like to talk with me?" After that, the two of them chatted side by side like many times before. A moment later, Luoan questioned, "What have you been so busy with that I have not seen you for so long?" Vungan just smiled faintly and replied, "I have been thinking of a way to break the contract." Seeing that she did not understand, he had to explain further. "But you said I have been traveling all over, and then I discovered something." With that, Vumoon looked off into the distance. After a while, he continued, "I have seen the vast, magnificent scenery of rivers flowing endlessly. After witnessing that sight, my instincts told me that this is our true home, the forgotten shell we once had. Only by returning to that place can our Chi Moxa survive. Once you come out of seclusion, I will take you there to see. I came here today to tell you this. Of course, I also hope you can exit your seclusion safely. See you again." At that moment, Luan did not hold him back, as her own cultivation was more important. The scene then shifted to 300 years later, when the once majestic mountain suddenly erupted, and a dark figure boldly stepped out from it. At that moment, Luoan had officially reached her spiritual rebirth, but when she emerged, she found no one outside. The members of Loguoan's clan, Vingwen, and the bond that tied them were all gone. 300 years ago, the battle between the great morning serpent, the demon path, and the faceless ones shook the entirety of Gosen. 300 years have passed, and now it is just a tale passed down through folklore. Luoan did not know how long she had been standing on the rock ledge. She looked at the scene before her, feeling emotional. This was the river that Viang had mentioned. And indeed, it was long and wide. Suddenly, Luoan recalled his promise. "The year you emerge, I will take you to see it." "Why am I here?" she murmured to herself. "What meaning does it have for me to come alone?" Luoan had lost everything. She was all alone, and the only place she could go was, for some reason. She blurted out the names Buk Hait Kuthiru and Sen Quan. The place Luoan could go was Bich Sun, so she wandered off to Bich Sen in a daze. Once she arrived, she found herself puzzled. What should I do next? You could wipe out the entire Bach Sen sect or destroy Beach Sen entirely. A clear voice rang out. Hello. Are you here to participate in the entrance exam too? The voice belonged to none other than Vnmu. Although they had only journeyed together for a short time, Lu Oan could see the shadow of Viangon in him. In the past, Vian had shone just as brightly. But her memories of him were too faint for Ulgu Oan to recall anything. Her mind was completely blank. If only during that time when Viankon stood in the rain. Utterly despairing. She had reached out just once. If Ulvu Oan had held on to him, things might have been different. That was also the reason Lelju Oan came to Beach Sen. To avenge her kin and Vianying. Yet, Lu Oan believed the one who truly deserved to die was herself. She was the one who had witnessed everything unfold and remained indifferent. The scene shifted to a delicate white hand suddenly reaching out. Then lowering to touch Van Amu's small face, Lu Oan gently said, "You should not cry for someone like me. Live your life well. Shine bright." After she finished speaking, he also woke up. Tears continued to roll down Van Amu's small face. He silently shed tears, not knowing why. The scene shifted to a place with a white flag fluttering in the wind, where a man stood next to it, looking very dignified. Shortly after, Bishan Ho Nun raised his voice. "A Sung Kun has arrived. Our disciples welcome the sect leader." Thousands of disciples below echoed. "We greet the sect leader." A Sung Kwon and the Ho family watched this scene, deep in thought, when suddenly others appeared behind them. The group, Live and High, joyfully cheered. Sen Kwon Yi Nun. Finally, Lin Hai reunited with Sen Kwon after many years apart. She still did not forget to respectfully greet her master. He said nothing and walked straight up to gently stroke Lin Nai's graying hair. A flicker of guilt crossed Sen Kwon's eyes as he said, "You have worked hard." She looked at him with tearful eyes as if wanting to say something more. "You slowly turned around and said you had heard a bit about the situation in class, but you would discuss it more once inside." Lin Nai smiled brightly. "Yep. Master." The disciples below shouted, "We come to see the sect leader." "Of course. We will shed blood for Baksh Sun, despite being very tired with dark circles under your eyes." You replied, "Good. You have worked hard." The disciple respectfully said, "It is my honor." As soon as Sun Quan heard about the second-generation disciple, he turned and asked, "How much longer do I have to sit here?" Luna calmly replied, "Until all the disciples have paid their respects to you." You found this confusing and asked again. She then explained, "Of course. Otherwise it would be quite funny if the master and disciple did not know each other." Even though Sun Quan already knew the answer, he still curiously asked, "Isn't this a bit too much?" Li Ni immediately frowned and retorted, "Who said it only comes back every 300 years? After that, Sun Quan had to sit and listen to the familiar phrase, "The disciple comes to see the sect leader." After being freed, you sighed, "I am done. This whole sect leader thing has nothing to do with me." Seeing Sun Quan so tired, Nai said, "You have worked hard. Have some tea and rest." Just then, you were thirsty and quickly grabbed the teacup. While drinking, you observed the signs of aging on Lai Nai's face. Her once shiny black hair was now nearly half gray. After looking, Sun Quan quietly lowered his gaze and finished the cup of tea in his hand. After finishing, you apologized, making Li Nai freeze momentarily. Then Sun Quan continued, "After all, I am your master, and I left back Sun to you and ran away. If you could focus on your training, then maybe." Li Nai understood your feelings and replied, "You know how ordinary my talent is. Van Sam gave me precious elixirs, and Manhwa taught me how to channel spiritual energy. But I keep standing still, which shows I have no talent. And then there is Sun Fai." Hearing her name made you waver, and you confirmed, "I know she is no longer at Baksh Sun. I want to hear how this happened." Li Nai then began recounting the events 100 years after the master left Baksh Sun, and a curious voice suddenly chimed in. "I have never heard the name Bechlain before. Is there someone by that name at Baksh Sun?" The other person cursed. "Can't you understand human speech? The Sun Fai you are talking about is Bech Lian. Now the elder from Bangkong has come personally. Hurry and tell her to show her face." The Taoist heard this and retorted, "You want to meet Sun Fai? Who do you think you are?" Just then, Tivithe shouted, "What a racket. Get lost." After that, he forced the door open and stormed in. How could the wooden door withstand his immense strength? After smashing the door, Tivithe mocked, "Is Baksh Sun something special? A little-known sect dares to block the path of Bangkong." With that, he shouted for someone to drag her out to meet him. The alarm of intruders just rang out, and the long-unused torch was ignited. The footsteps of the demon beasts were noticeably quicker. They screamed that someone was causing trouble, urging their brothers to get ready. The Taoists were just as energized, knowing the enemy was at the north gate, telling their disciples to hurry there. And so the disciples rushed out to greet the people from the four shu. He noticed this and wondered, "The scale is bigger than I thought." But how can demon beasts blend in with the Taoists? What does this mean? Just then, the fate flower appeared and shouted. Everyone, stop. The aura emanating from it made everyone cautious. The four Shu were taken aback and asked. Illusory immortal. So you are the leader here? Fate flower ignored his words. Only pondering. Who dares to come to our 100 mountains to flaunt their power? The four Shu said calmly. I am from the Ice Palace. Here to bring Bailian back. So quickly bring your mountain spirit out. Fate flower thought to itself. Bailian is the alias of the mountain spirit. Thinking this, it politely said. So you are distinguished guests from the Ice Palace. What brings you to take our mountain spirit? He arrogantly replied. Because she belongs to our Ice Palace. Bailian is an object of our Ice Palace. Just as the four Shu was about to finish speaking, someone grabbed his neck. Immediately after, he let out painful screams. The Taoist following him rushed to tell everyone to stop, but she merely shot him a glance. The Taoist accompanying him was also crushed by the supernatural strength of the Iron Tiger. The four Shu panicked and exclaimed. Could it be that you are the Supreme Immortal? How could a small sect like this have a Supreme Immortal? She did not respond but questioned. Who do you call an object of yours? The lady no longer has any ties with your Ice Palace. She has always been our mountain spirit. At that moment, he had to humbly admit. This is not something I can control. I am just the manager of Bailian. The Gentle Moon Immortal has a mission. I am merely acting on her orders. Hearing the four words Gentle Moon Immortal, the Iron Tiger froze. And just then, appeared, telling her to stop. The Iron Tiger looked at her in disbelief, but could not utter a word before letting the four Shu go. She threw him to the ground like a dog, then stepped toward him. As she passed, the Iron Tiger sighed. I never expected you to have relations with someone like the Gentle Moon Immortal. She heard this and could only remain silent, unsure how to respond. Afterward, I silently watched the four Shu struggling to catch his breath. After recovering a bit, he arrogantly said, no one can oppose her. Bailian, come back to the Ice Palace with me. The Gentle Moon Immortal is waiting for you. Saying this, the four Shu reached out toward her. She heard this and said nothing to the four Shu. After a while, I finally spoke. You go back and tell her that I can't return right now. He then asked. You do not want to go back. Are you planning to oppose the Gentle Moon Immortal? Faced with his impatience, she calmly replied. When the time is right, I will return to the Ice Palace. So please ask my senior brother to leave Bitch Sen. After her words, the Ice Palace Taoist left. But since that day, Lord Senfai often fell into deep thought. Later, Lin Hai repeatedly asked. Are you really going to leave right now? Master is not here. I understand her meaning, but I can only say, I am doing this for Bitch Sun. If I stay here, the disciples of Bitch Sun will also be in danger. At that time, I knew I had chosen the wrong path. But since there was no other way, I tried to endure and continue down that road. This disaster was caused by me, so I must resolve it myself. Hearing this, she hesitated and said, I have heard that the T-Ram fairy is very fearsome. Let me tell you, Lin Ai is worried, so reassure her. Don't worry. I am Senfai of Bitch Sun. Where else could I go? I will definitely return. Therefore, she left Bitch Sen, and Thide, not willing to let her go alone, accompanied her. Returning to the present, after Lin finished speaking, she fell silent. Sesen Quan began to sink into thought. The Ice Palace Fairy. I have heard of her. If I said I did not know her, that would be even stranger. She is the one who ascended to the realm of Earth Immortals, known as the goddess of the continent. Someone like that targeting your friend. I do not know if it is her innate talent, or the power of the white blood demon beast. If it were not for those things. Thinking about it, his expression suddenly turned cold. After a while, Sen Quan finally tiredly broke free from his thoughts. He began to wonder what had happened to Venom Mu. Li Nai then asked back. Are you talking about the child who obstructed the snake's ambition? Sen Quan immediately spoke seriously. Now he had opened the spiritual eye, that only the snake's ambition ascended to the spiritual realm could obtain. His body can withstand it until now. It is truly not easy. But if the power of the spiritual eye starts to manifest, Venomo's body may not be able to hold out any longer. But just then, Nai said, you do not need to worry. We have prepared early, and thankfully he has also recovered. It could be due to the influence of the spiritual eye that at first he lost control quite a bit in one day. Right now, Manhwa is beside him helping him circulate his energy, and conveniently teaching that child how to use spiritual power. Hearing this, Sesen Quan sighed. Operating spiritual power must not be easy. He must surely struggle for a while. Who would have thought she would reveal that? In fact, he did not find it hard but rather enjoyed it, because he had accepted Viana Mu as his direct disciple. Hearing these 4 words, he was taken aback. She saw Sen Quan did not believe her and explained. Previously, Men Ho saw Vin Assam had a direct disciple and also wanted to take on a disciple. Not long ago, during the entrance examination, he had set his sights on Viamamo. Now that this event has happened, he feels even more that Viramemu is his destined disciple. After hearing this, he thought helplessly. Do not tell me they are comparing their disciples with each other. But right after that, San Quan said, all right, next, I will have to do my own business. With that, he stood up. Upon hearing this, Lini asked, is it your private matter? He casually replied with 2 words. Luk Dong. Then Sun Quan asked, you said earlier that it is a force gathered by the Eastern Immortal Tao sect. Right. She immediately replied. Yep. But how do you plan to deal with them? He responded nonchalantly. What else is there to do? Didn't they come to provoke us at Bak's Sun? Of course. As the master of Bak's Sun, I have to take action. So I sent them a sound transmission talisman. The scene quickly shifted to the Taishan sect, where the Taoist rushed to report, and immediately spoke respectfully. Master. The Bak's Sun sect sent a sound transmission talisman, and the sound suddenly erupted. Bak's Sun, haven't they always been quiet? Then the one called the master ordered him to bring the sound transmission talisman here. He began to mumble, wanting to meet privately with the master. A second later, the man angrily crushed the sound transmission talisman in his hand. He angrily scolded him for being arrogant. The scene shifted to a majestic mountain. Many people were already waiting here. The master of the Nung Than sect sighed, saying it seems Sun Quan is late. Master Van of the Dao Sun sect was worried. Even though we arrived, did that guy really come alone? The master of the Thuk Ko sect replied fiercely, that is why I say, Bak's Sun always keeps quiet. I think they sent the sound transmission talisman to buy time. Master Min Tri of the Kok Sun sect also chimed in. If they dare to play tricks, do not blame us for being rude. We have waited long enough. We can't hold on any longer. Min Vian from the Ho Then sect calmly said. After all, it is only just the appointed time. Let us wait a bit longer. The one who had refrained from joining the conversation of the masters until now was Kun Tung, the master of the Taishan sect. After some time passed, he suddenly spoke up. He is, after saying that, a ray of light descended from the sky. The event happened so quickly that the masters could not react in time. Then, Sun Quan leisurely stepped out and said, looks like I am late. He casually sat down on the vacant chair. His demeanor showed no regard for anyone. A moment later, Sun Quan introduced himself. For the first time, I am Dao, the master of the Bak's Sun sect. They saw this and transmitted to each other. What? That is the master of the Bak's Sun sect. I have heard of him. But I did not expect him to be a great spirit like us. Over there, Sun Quan spoke. It is like this? I have wanted to meet you all for a long time. An old man replied. For a while now. I have wondered if the rumors were true, since I have not even seen your shadow. I thought it was just some made-up stories. But today I finally meet the master of Bak's Sun Mountain. He replied without hesitation. That female immortal is my only disciple. In the past, all matters were handled by my disciple. But may I ask which sect are you from? The old man replied. I have not introduced myself yet. I am the master of the Nung Than sect. Tung exclaimed how young you are, and introduced himself as the leader of the Hoa Shen sect. Then Men Cheat spoke up, Song sect. And he thought to himself, in just 150 years, has it already reached the level of spiritual tribulation? When it was his turn, he boldly introduced himself as the leader of the Tho Si Tru sect. After finishing his introduction, Bifi Ven thought to himself, was he daring or arrogant to come alone? Finally, Min Vin straightforwardly said, you just need to call Elder Eng. Let us get straight to the point. Since you showed up today, it means you accept our request. Right. Sasun Quan coldly asked, is it the secret behind Bach Sun's increased spiritual energy? Min Vin began to propose. If you share that secret, then Beach Sen will be our brother. We will provide resources and treasures. If you are on our side, you could live for over 1,000 years or even 10,000. He was twirling his ear as he hesitated to speak, along with Lassie's Vine. But why do I hear it? Isn't it just spilling Beach Sun's secret and then going down for 1,000 years? 10,000 years. The group of sect leaders immediately scolded him. How rude. How dare you twist our good intentions? Bai Fi Vun, who had been silent, also spoke up. I have heard that Bitch Sen even accepts spiritual beasts and souls. Even if it is peaceful now, what if they harm humans? We won't let this go. Hearing this, Sasun Quan burst into a hearty laugh. After laughing, he puzzled. Are you trying to use this to pressure Bh Sen? Why beat around the bush? Just say it plainly. Hand over Bh Sen. The sect leaders were in an uproar. How dare you speak like that? Just cultivating to the level of spiritual tribulation, and you dare to be so arrogant. Faced with their anger, he continued without flinching. I am saying this out of concern that you might not know. Is there another reason to target Bh Sen? Or is there some other benefit that I am not aware of? Min Trit could not take it anymore. Frustrated, he said. Do you think we are after just that little benefit? It is all just to restore order in the immortal way. Thinking that saying this would make him retreat. But Sun Quan said, great. If that is the case, I can directly end you all. Sect leader Nung then was stunned, staring at him without blinking. Min Chit's group also did not expect Sun Quan to be so straightforward. The group of testers was not any better, all wide-eyed. Only Min Vin huffed, showing no surprise at his words. A moment later, he dropped a shocking statement. From this moment on, Bh Sen declares war on Laksang. After a moment, sect leader Nung then panicked and asked, "Declare war. Do you know what you are saying? This is a battle between sects. A fight that must continue until one side is completely annihilated." Sun Quan nonchalantly replied, "If it were before, I would run away or kneel down and beg for mercy. But now I have enough strength to protect it, and do not use that condescending tone when you want to take someone else's territory." Min Vin, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Fine then." Immediately, he accepted Sun Quan's declaration of war, but as he turned back and forth, he saw the enemy charging at him first. He shouted loudly, declaring the start of the battle, and just like that, the humiliating strike was immediately unleashed. In the face of his overwhelming attack, the warrior effortlessly parried with one hand. The pride that was blocked made him widen his eyes in astonishment. On the other side, Mintrit rushed in to explain that this was to restore the order of the celestial Tao. Before unleashing his ultimate sword strike, he warned that he should not even think about escaping. Kinda Ting, before joining the fight, also said that while suppressing a talented young man was not ideal, he could not just stand by and watch his disciple get hurt, so he has to be killed right here. With that, the elder unleashed a powerful hand seal. The two remaining sect leaders, who had not yet joined the fight, whispered among themselves, "Is it arrogance or sincerity? If he dares to declare a one-sided war, they won't spare him, or he might defeat us all. It is a pity that we can't uncover that secret. But capturing Mount Beach Sen is enough. We need to end this battle quickly and gather the disciples at Beach Sen." Min Chit laughed arrogantly. "The Tome of Luxus is truly remarkable. They all failed miserably. But I have crushed his body. I wonder if any traces can be found." Just as he finished speaking, Sen Quan sprang back up, leaving the sect leaders behind in shock. But Min Chit still did not understand their expressions, even as the boy approached him without realizing it. Just as Min Chit turned his face to confirm, it was already too late. When the Xie and Kaizen Tung launched their defensive moves and warned of danger, it was also the moment he struck. Right after that, Sen Quan remained unscathed despite just undergoing 2 moves from the 2 sect leaders. And where Kain Tung's sword was, no one knew. This surprised the elder greatly. The Xie was still suspicious, wondering how he could strike him but still be cut. Sun Lung Quan's words made the 3 men jump. "I do not care how many people there are. Life and death are at stake. Should I care about such trivial matters? Bring it on." At that moment, he had shifted into an extremely aggressive state. Following Sen Quan's lead, all 3 sect leaders charged into attack from 3 sides. Befivan on the other side panicked and asked, "3 of you can't handle one spirit trial." Before anyone could respond, Sen Quan went into counterattack mode. Those useless sect leaders were immediately blown away by his combined strike. They soared while communicating. "This kid is no ordinary opponent, if that is the case." Mintrit got into position and said, "Even though I do not want to, let us finish this quickly." The Kexei began to channel his powers, and Kainja Teng also poured all his strength into the next move. 3 attacks with impressive names were immediately launched towards Sen Quan. He swiftly executed the Tiger Net Sword and other attacks from La Sex Thun to block them. His eyes, once bloodshot, turned white. This was enough to show that his attacks were becoming increasingly explosive. A second later, you launched the Vin and CC Kim straight into the sky to counter them. The other 2 masters were equally stunned by your power. But before they could react, the terrifying strength of Sun Quan swept in all directions. You directed your attack upward, creating invisible spiritual swords. It immediately pierced through Min Chit's ultimate move. This left him dumbfounded, uttering a gasp at my Van Trafang. Shortly after, Mintrit's attack shattered completely. The next person preparing to break through Sen Quan's technique was the Ra. But as soon as it breached the barrier, he quickly retreated. His eyes gleamed with a bright golden light. And then he threw an attack down towards you. A powerful surge of spiritual energy flowed down, tearing the ground apart. Sun Quan was using the Venix Seekheim, quickly employing it to break through the attack. The 2 powerful techniques clashed, shaking the sky and sending the world into chaos. After the collision, dust and debris erupted into a cloud, and the Sez labored breathing suddenly echoed. Before long, he could not hold on any longer and spat out blood. Then the Xexe calmly thought that he must have released his power too hastily. But he had been hit by my flame attack, so he could not escape unscathed. Unexpectedly, less than a second later, Sun Quan returned and attacked him. The attack you prepared suddenly emitted a mysterious light. But unfortunately, what the Dia Sun Quan touched was not the Xie but a sharp weapon. Qifeng Munhung Than, while blocking your attack, said, "This is not the time to worry about honor." Bivien chimed in, "Don't let your guard down against a beast at our level. Since he declared war, we can't let him escape here." After that, the 2 others counterattacked. After being knocked back, Sen Quan only took a moment to recover. You began to mock, finding it ridiculous that 5 people were trying to cling to me and said such words. Sunkern Quan looked at the 3 others and coldly asked, "Is this how you maintain the order of the immortal path? What kind of morality is that? Where exactly is the boundary of the order of the immortal path? You speak of principles, But your actions are no different from bandits. A bunch of hypocrites. As soon as you finished speaking, the three of them charged in a rage. Outside, the gusts of wind intensified the darkness of the mountains and forests. At this moment, Min Chit's hand holding the sword trembled. He was astonished, thinking, can my sword really break so easily? Kind Tung saw this and urged, Chufeng Mun Than, what are you doing over there? Quickly join forces and attack. Min Chit looked far away and thought deeply. Does the invisible sword have substance? That is right. It is the sword of Haim Lines Low. Not even I can. Yet that beast was chosen by the grave of 10,000 swords. A beast that has sword skills higher than mine. Min Chut found this unforgivable and jumped back into the fight. As he approached, he declared, today, I will definitely end you here. The five masters surrounded Sen Quan and continuously unleashed their combined attacks. The first person Sasen Quan responded to was the head of the Nung Than sect. But a second later, he was struck by the Sa's hand. A burst of red light suddenly surrounded Sen Quan's attack. Moments later, he was hit again by Beefy Van. Attacks kept coming in waves. This time it was the Sa. He slammed down hard on the ground, making it seem like the earth would crack. Thinking he had hit, the Sa let out a satisfied breath. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared from the rubble. Watching him, seizing the moment when the Sa was distracted, Sen Quan successfully ambushed him. Kam Tung sighed, while Min Chit rushed in anxiously. The head of the sect is in danger. We must keep attacking him. However, when they saw Sasen Quan unleashing a flurry of punches, everyone hesitated to strike. After feeling satisfied from hitting the Sa, Sen Quan turned to settle scores with the others. Witnessing this, Min Thit was astonished. How did things come to this? We clearly had the advantage in numbers. So how could he? Right now, Sen Quan alone was overpowering all five renowned sect leaders. Out of the 6 sect leaders, 5 had made their move, leaving only one yet to act. That person was none other than Min Vin. Just when the 5 were in a precarious situation, he boldly spoke up, unable to hold back any longer. A second later, Min Vin joined the battle with a powerful lightning strike. Although the distance was considerable, with his speed of light, the Inli quickly reached Seven Quan. When he turned around, the Loki was right behind him. Immediately after, he unfortunately got hit by an attack from Min Vin. As Min Vin appeared, warning shouts rang out continuously. Lui Thinis, he is not just an ordinary foe. The guy replied nonchalantly. He must be severely injured from that earlier lightning strike. We need to suppress him quickly to prevent any chance of resistance. I will be the one to put an end to this. Meanwhile, Sen Quan was quite battered after taking a hit from him. He sighed inwardly. Lightning. The power is incredible. Far beyond what I expected. Before Sen Quan could catch his breath, the sect leaders lunged at him again. Some attacked his legs, others his arms, and one even attempted to punch him in the back of the head, but he managed to dodge just in time. Unfortunately, right after that, he was restrained by 5 people using their spiritual pressure. In front of Sen Quan now stood Min Vin, ready to strike. He coldly said, I have seen through a bit of your skill, but that is just child's play before me. Be honored to die under my lightning. Faced with his aggression, Sen Quan suddenly smiled mysteriously. Min Vin was utterly shocked to see what was before him. Sen Quan suddenly said, if it is lightning, then I have it too. What was calmly resting in Sen Quan's hand now showed fierce signs. A second later, it unleashed a wave of destructive lightning that rivaled Min Vin's. The technique Sen Quan just unleashed was beat thin but Fitch. Tung thought this battle was about to end, so he was not prepared at all. The leader of Nung Than faction shouted a warning. Everyone, get away from him. Hurry. But before they could escape, he was hit by the first attack. The power of Buk Thien Bite Futch spread in all directions, shaking the heavens and earth. The lightning was so strong it destroyed a large mountain, leaving the 5 leaders in shock at the scene before them. At this moment, the lightning grew even stronger, instantly incinerating the 5 leaders. From within the storm of thunder, a figure leaped out. It turned out to be Min Vin from the Thai Sen faction. He shouted and spoke in a trembling voice. Your body. Min Vin thought to himself. After reaching the realm of Thai Tin, my physical form has surpassed that of an ordinary human. The physical body is immune to swords, so of course, it is also immune to all poisons. He questioned other leaders. Sasen Quan coldly replied. They have all turned into countless forms of poisonous flames. His face darkened. It is astonishing. Even Thavai Tin or Thapafai Lonthech Ku could not withstand this kind of poison, and yet you can endure it. You are truly very close to the peak level of the earthly immortal realm. Min Vin shouted angrily. This despicable beast dares to use poison. How low? Sasen Quan frowned. Despicable. 6 immortals attacking me at once. Do not you think that statement is a bit excessive? After countless life and death battles, this was the first time he witnessed such a meaningless fight. So he wanted to end it here. After hearing this, Min Vin agreed. Let us end it here. As he spoke, he poured his energy into his weapon with his ultimate technique. Min Vin continued. I will send you into eternal sleep. Suddenly, a flash of golden lightning surged, and he summoned the thunder god to manifest a colossal thunder. Min Vin sneered. Before this ultimate move, the poison you are so proud of becomes useless. Sun Quan was secretly astonished. The body can transform into lightning. I have heard of this technique. A skill that melds the body into the void. Sun Quan slowly raised both hands. Without a physical body, it would just be an empty shell. Min Vin summoned his thunderclaps. No matter what technique you use, I will crush you with this overwhelming power. With that, the two thunderclaps in his hands rushed straight towards Sun Quan. You will vanish along with Hakaleleo. The two thunderclaps roared as they charged directly at Sun Quan. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed between his brows, and a sword named Venenet Seeks Hide Kim appeared. Sun Quan swung the sword decisively into the air. At that moment, Min Vin also charged in to unleash his technique. The two powerful techniques collided fiercely, instantly shattering Min Vin's Thunder God technique. He was terrified, unable to believe that just one sword could do this. As Sun Quan explained, this sword is forged with divine consciousness, and his face clearly showed his determination. My will surpasses yours. Min Vin spoke, just one step away from reaching the final realm, but in every aspect, I have been overshadowed by you. He denied the final words. Out of respect for your solo victory over us, I will give you a warning. Be cautious of the sun and moon sect leader. A loud explosion went off, and Min Vin instantly burst into rays of light. Moments later, everything around was eerily quiet. Sun Quan pondered for a long time before letting out a sigh. He looked up at the sky and said, "It is really over." Ho Jian approached from somewhere and asked if he was okay. The Mountain Lord casually replied, "Of course. It is nothing serious." Well, after hearing this, Ho Jian lowered her voice and asked, "Is that?" Then she quickly threw a punch at the Mountain Lord. "Take one of these." Ho Jian shouted. "You fought 5 people alone. Are you crazy? You can't call for help or break any rules, and then dare to do that. What about all the treasures you have worked so hard to accumulate? Are you just going to throw them away?" The Mountain Lord's expression showed confusion, and he immediately apologized to her. After being scolded, Ho Jian sighed in relief. She gestured for the Mountain Lord to extend his hand. Sun Quan was startled. "What now?" Ho Jian took out a handkerchief, saying that with just a little oversight, they could have lost their lives. She gently took the Mountain Lord's hand. Worried. His hand was quite injured. Seeing this, Sun Quan fell silent. Ho Jian hesitantly said, "I just wanted to cry. But thankfully you are safe." She asked, "Are you feeling any better?" Sun Quan laughed heartily. "Thanks to the fierce battle, I was able to vent my anger, so my mood is not too bad." Ho Jian continued, "Are you really that worried about the Chiha Mus to business?" Sun Quan replied seriously, "A little. But even if I could go back to that moment, I would make the same choice. I will still protect my people. It is just that he does not know how Van Wu will take this." Ho Jian reassured herself. "He is tougher than we think. He will get through this." Sun Quan responded, "I guess. Well, we should head back to Bitch Sun now." Meanwhile, the Lachuvang sect had been sealed off. They had failed in their battle against Bitch Sun sect. A mysterious figure spoke up. "Bitch Sun sect? This is the first time I have heard of it. Bitch Sun sect has won against the Lai Shaimun sect." The scene shifted with a sigh. "I think they will have to be recorded in the history of this cultivation world." Trapping Thin transformed the paper in his hand into water, but he did not expect they would cause such a big ruckus so quickly. He stood on the mountain, looking up at the sky, truly deserving of the title of Great Tiger. Moments later, the scene shifted to Nugai White Mun, and a voice rang out. "La Si Zing." Inside the gate, Mahan spoke up. "I remember now. Those are the sects that allied out of fear of us taking over. Just insignificant little guys. His subordinates are cautious. Although alone they are not a threat. Their alliance is still a force to be reckoned with. Yi Sen needs to be watched." After saying this, another person rushed in a panic. "Ilderma." Mahan's face was cold. "Oh really? Did the demon cultivators succeed in that?" The other person shouted. "Oh really? What the hell? Do you think we left Huashan to join the Sun and Moon sect because it was easy to resolve? If we could handle it, we would not have left in the first place. It is not like we were almost exterminated or anything." "Watch your words. You could not deal with the 10,000 forms poison flame. So you agreed to our leader's request, did not you?" Upon hearing this, Naquang Cha Nun showed anger. The elder immediately said bluntly, "I want to see the leader of the Sun and Moon sect. Where is he? If he just wants to exploit those of us who sacrificed for the greater good." Mahan's expression turned cold. "What do you mean by that? Is he the one who disregards everything for the sake of living beings?" Naquang Cha Nun stammered in fear. "That is not what I meant." Mahan smiled slyly. "Don't worry, even if something unexpected happens. It is just a minor issue. Our plan is still progressing well. When everything is over, we will not only take back Huashan but also, alongside the Sun and Moon, eliminate the 10,000 leagues of demons, and become heroes renowned throughout the world. Just keep believing in the Sun and Moon. Trust in the leader. The 10,000 leagues of demons will surely be wiped out by the leader of the sun and moon. At the same time, on the majestic Baishan mountain, the morning sunlight streamed through the window. At this moment, Sen Quan just woke up and yawned widely. He thought drowsily, "Indeed, I am the leader of Baishan." Sen Quan sat alone on a large chair. But is being a leader really this boring? He observed outside. Everyone seemed busy. While he sat here in a daze, feeling so isolated, it was too lonely. But Sen Quan could not say these words out loud. Next to him was Lin Nai, a disciple, working diligently. Sen Quan glanced at her. Does she really have to handle so many tasks? There is no time for cultivation, and her level is not progressing at all ever since she accepted him as her master. It seems like she has been busy cleaning up after him every day. After a while, a group of people wanted to see Lin Nai. They were discussing matters within the sect together. While they were discussing work, Sen and Quan, sitting nearby, grew angry. Another person rushed in, wanting to find Lin Nai, but was scolded by Sen Quan. What now? After hearing this, the disciple stood frozen, saying nothing, nervously greeting the path leader. Sen Quan got straight to the point. No need for that. What is going on outside? Suddenly, the disciple shouted. There is a group of Taoists outside. At the same time, there was a voice outside saying, "They are from Lidong." Oh my. There must be hundreds of them. Below, the elder of the Tine Phi Susan sect shouted loudly, "We play fair. Losing means losing." Their former sect had been lost, and now they had become a bunch of wandering immortals. So they wanted Baishan to take them in. Hearing these words, the Baishan group was taken aback. Do they want to join us at Baishan? The disciple next to Lian suggested that they are all part of the elder forces of Lukdong. Although they are just a fraction of it, their numbers are almost as great as Bakshan's. If there is conflict and fighting, it would be tough. Another person countered, but accepting them like this inevitably brings danger. Not long ago, they were still our enemies. Who knows if they have their own plans? Lian heard that someone was pulled in without reason by Master Loi Thean. Refusing them would be equivalent to creating enmity. So she decided to accept them and deal with it after autumn. She felt this approach was not bad. With the Batch Sun faction, they could grow stronger, not just embellishing their achievements. As long as it does not interfere with the disciples' training, Lin would not mind. Song Quan was secretly amazed. She really figured out a solution so quickly. Could it be that during the time I was not here, Lian has matured? Song Quan felt that Lian was more suited for the position of sect leader than he was. Lian turned to ask for advice. Master, what do you think? In the past, I handled all matters big and small for Batch Sun. Now that you are back, please decide their fate. Song Quan did not know what else to say, so he agreed with her approach. Suddenly, a loud drumbeat echoed. Everyone shouted in unison. There is an invader. All disciples, heed the command. In the distant sky, a group of monsters was flying towards them, surrounding the area. Song Quan thought to himself, they are taking advantage of our recent battle to attack. This tactic is not bad. Thinking of this, his eyes widened in astonishment. The crowd below was in an uproar. That alone like demons. And they never expected even demon beasts to come to Batch Sun. The fox sat on a majestic beast looking down, and it stood up to say, That alone likes demons. I am here to punish those who threaten Batch Sun. The fox looked at the crowd below and declared, You are the ones trying to encroach on Batch Sun. Right. I will let you taste my power. The people below trembled in fear. We came to surrender. The Demon King truly is a Demon King. Song Quan held his head. It is Lukdong. Can you assess the situation and speak? Hearing this, the fox felt something was off. It turned to Hong Jian hesitantly. But it seems like a fight is about to break out. Ong was blushing and could only cover his face with his hands. Everyone around fell silent, creating an eerie atmosphere. Then a voice rang out. You esteemed Taoists have traveled far. This is the territory of the Great Tiger, a friend of the Demon King. So please feel free to rest. After that, everyone gathered around a fire and started talking. One of them spoke up. They are friends of the Demon King. We did not mistakenly ask the wrong person. Did we? Tong unexpectedly approached. What is going on? Isn't it impressive? She affirmed that he was the one they chose to follow. The one who defeated all 6 of the Taixian. Absolutely not simple. Tong continued. Moreover, who does not know that the Vice Sect Master also supports the outcome of that match? In short, whether it is demon beasts or Taoists, everyone admires the Sect Master of Batch Sun. After speaking, Tong turned around and smiled. Just like me, the moonlight shone brightly in the sky, and the newcomers gradually began to understand. Meanwhile, in another place, Sun Quan sat talking with Holai and others, saying that he had truly defeated both Lu Dong. Holai heard that the leader of Lu Dong, Master Loi Thean, was about to enter the Earth Immortal realm. Sun Quan straightforwardly said, Stop talking about trivial matters and get to the point. Don't you have something urgent to discuss with me? Ong recounted that things were progressing quite quickly, saying that the 8 ghosts and 10 ghosts were dead. Sun Quan was stunned. 2 demon kings died at once. Could it be that there was also a sect battle on that side? Hong pondered. Onghai has 3 demon kings. Perhaps it is a struggle between those 3 factions, with someone wanting to profit from it. Exun Quan wondered. To kill 2 demon kings, they must have mobilized many Taoists. Right. Such a large action and no one noticed. A voice rang out. Killing the demon king was just a reckless Taoist. These words made Sun Quan unable to believe his ears. Holy heard that he hated the spirit beasts and demon beasts to the core. And now he had become the sect master of the Sun and Moon sect, attracting various sects to collaborate. Holy worried that Sun Quan was being watched, so he hurried over. Sun Quan looked thoughtful. Lu Jing, I have remembered you. I had guessed beforehand that there would be a battle between him and the Tenafli Lone, Thech Ku. Could it be that the battle between the sects has already quietly begun? And at this time becoming a demon king is equivalent to directly participating in the fight. Song Quan said nothing and stared at the 2 of them for a long time. Sighing. She came to protect herself. And she still had time to run over to protect me. Originally, Exun Quan intended to go find him. He stood up abruptly. The 100 Ghosts Night is in V. Lian. Right. Exun Quan thought that now Lu Jing was recruiting troops everywhere. Relying on himself, he could not win. If he did not stop him, it would also be dangerous for him, leaving only the option of finding allies. In the end, Sun Quan agreed to go with Ho Lai and Hong the next day. After saying that, Sun Quan's expression darkened, and he silently turned away. He went outside and leaned against the wooden railing. For now, he was at the underwater palace. Perhaps he was safe at this moment. Sun Quan lowered his head helplessly and sighed. He looked up at the sky. I am sorry for you. I can't go find you just yet. Please wait for me. I will be there soon. The scene shifted to early morning at Baksan sect, where Sun Quan was talking to Lin Hai. Apologizing for having to leave so soon after returning, Lin Hai sympathized. You do not have to be like that. I understand that everything you do is for Batch Sun. But she is worried. You fought alone before, never giving up. And I am a bit concerned that this might exhaust you physically and mentally. Sun Quan wondered. Are you still worried about me? Before Sun Quan left, he had an item he wanted to give to Lin Hai. These were items he had gathered from traveling. The Feng Yen Lun taken from that clan. First, the talisman can heal wounds. The elixir boosts spiritual power by 1 level. And the outfit is a defensive artifact that cannot be pierced by swords or blades. The fox lady waited outside for a long time and became angry, saying, if you keep dawdling, the sky will fall down soon. Lin Yi gently replied, you do not need to worry about BH Sun. I will wait for you to return. Sun Quan fell silent for a long moment after hearing this. Then said, I will be back soon. He turned away and called out to the distant horizon. The Sun Quan tossed a vial and a red gem to Butch Ahu Nen. He held the vial and the red gem. Looking confused, Sun Quan heard that Butch Kao Ran, who was following Lin Nai, was constantly busy and struggling. They could help him cultivate the 2 Min Fa. Sun Quan was sure Butch Yao Haogu Nun could easily ascend to the spiritual realm. Hearing this, Bean Ho Nun was taken aback. He shouted, thank you, Sen Quan, for the reward. In this life, I am willing to dedicate myself to you. The sound of flapping wings from demonic beasts echoed as a flock of them flew away from BH Sen. Meanwhile, someone somewhere else was reading the secret letter. That person clenched their fist, causing the secret letter to vanish. It turned out to be Mui Han with a cold expression. The secret letter has arrived. Finally, the day of Bech Kuvahain has been decided. Everyone has endured difficult times with Night Might Men over the past few days. On the day of Bech Kuvahain, they will gather their strength to resolve the grievances that have lasted for thousands of years between the demon and human clans. In recent years, they have shed much blood, forming a deep hatred with them. This last time, blood debts can be repaid with blood, seeking revenge and settling scores. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed through the sky. Min Hun appeared unexpectedly, powerful and imposing, with a large scar on one side of his face. Mahun recalled the memories of the past, thinking of avenging his master's and brother's grievances along with the lingering pain from this scar. At that moment, in another land, the sky was clear. But just seconds later, dark clouds gathered, and a tear appeared among them. From that tear, a massive bolt of lightning emerged and shot straight down to the ground, striking it hard and causing the earth to crack. Dust filled the sky. From the smoke emerged a figure along with 5 swords. That person raised their hand, enduring the heavenly tribulation for opposing the heavens. Truly painful. They continued. If it were not for the item that Kim O gave me, the power I cultivated for tens of thousands of years would likely be destroyed today. The blood demon people. Curious. Approached to take a look. Is that a Taoist? This person is Kim Tyne. He spoke up. I thought something had fallen down. It seems to be forbidden for anyone to enter here. How did I end up here? A gigantic foot approached Kijim Tun. Vo Wu was surprised that Kim Tun had such a good item. He sneered. This is the realm of the demon world. It is rare to see so many good materials. My luck is not bad. But your luck is terrible. Hearing this, Kim Tin replied. Not bad. He raised his hand and waved it lightly forward. The demons were bewildered by the actions of the sword immortal, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, a flash of light cut through the crowd of demons. The power of the sword immortal flattened everything. Half of the demon beast's body was sliced in two, floating in the air. He pointed two fingers at Havu, causing his body to stop instantly. The sword immortal spoke. My luck is truly terrible. It is hard enough to return to the human realm. Yet here I am in a place filled with dark energy. He questioned. You are from the demon realm, so you should not die so easily. Right. Then answer my question properly. I have returned here after tens of thousands of years, and there are many things I do not understand. Kumu thought to himself. In tens of thousands of years, even spirit beasts close to divine beasts can only live for 1,000 years. But he is indeed very powerful. The sword immortal threatened. Where exactly is this place? Where is the nearest immortal Tao sect? If you answer obediently, I might spare you. Atua laughed loudly. Do you think I am afraid of death? I was born in the demon realm. Death is just a form of liberation, he shouted. But I can tell you something. This is the northeastern demon realm. If you want to reach the immortal Tao sect, you have to pass through countless gates. No matter how powerful you are, you might still die along the way. Atuna taunted. If that is the case, why did not you just die at my hands? After all, you will die in our territory anyway. At that moment, the sword immortal seemed to lose patience. Good. I have one last question. I am looking for a man named Zai who knows how to use the fiery blade. The sword immortal remembered that he usually takes human form. Vonu was secretly surprised. Then Hapshaya. Could it be the kid I met 400 years ago at the Tiwai Valley? The sword immortal's expression turned dark. You really do not know. Then you should just die. With that, he drew a line with his fingers, and Hanuwu was instantly split into several pieces. He was furious. Damn it. I was just about to say something. Just a moment later, Ampuna's body exploded into tiny fragments, and the demon beasts behind him shouted for their leader. The sword immortal's face darkened as he slowly turned around, and the demon beasts behind him were terrified by his expression. The sword immortal originally did not want to get entangled with the demon beasts, but the dark energy was too nauseating. As soon as he finished speaking, two swords flew out of their sheath. The two swords shot up into the sky and transformed into two gigantic, sharp blades. The sword immortal's gaze became frightening. He could only flatten this place. As he spoke, a sense of death enveloped the surroundings. The two giant swords decisively struck the ground, leveling the mountain. The sword immortal did not even look back as he left. The sword sheaths behind him suddenly glowed, and the two swords shrank, flying back into their sheaths. The sword immortal looked ahead, realizing he might be going the wrong way. It seemed he had to hurry. He sighed. As the senior brother, I am traveling just to meet my junior brother once, somewhere in a dark, starless night sky. A demon beast suddenly soared past, followed by countless spirit beasts flying in. The fox wondered. But why did you transform into that form? Songquan replied. I am just being cautious, so I changed my shape. He thought to himself. He needed to be more careful. After all, there was a high chance someone would recognize that he killed the three demons. Even if he got recognized, it would not be the end, but it would put Black Tiger and Hong in danger. The fox innocently said, but it is true. Wherever you go, trouble always follows. Suddenly, it exclaimed as if it saw something. I see it now. The fox shouted across the way. It is over there. On the other side is Vin Dine. Sun Quan thought. Vin Dine was the lair of the Ten Seas demon lovers. Just then, a flash of light appeared along with a figure blocking the path of Sun Quan and the fox. Welcoming Lord Nine Demons, an old man sitting on a lantern spoke. Long time no see. The fox smiled cheerfully at him. It has been a long time. He had heard that the fox was assigned to a dangerous area, but it seemed the fox's power was growing stronger. Last time he met Hongun, and this time, next to the fox appeared a six-cycle spirit envoy. He smiled slightly. The position of Demon King was still vacant, and he never expected so many potential sorcerers to come here, which indeed comforted him. While speaking, he gestured. Please. This way. Immediately, there was a scene of a group of spirit beasts. Countless types of spirit beasts rushing in. Song Quan remained silent. Watching the spectacle, the fox explained. Those fire birds are the soldiers of the second demon, and those young ladies belong to the fifth demon. You have met them before. I am giving orders. We must return to the 9 demons now. You all can retreat. He invited everyone onto the prepared carriage. Right at that moment, at the entrance of the lair of the 10 Seas demon lovers, a carriage carrying everyone soared into the sky. The carriage flew around the beautiful city. The bright light sparkled, enveloping the city. Song Quan could not help but gasp, exclaiming, this is indeed holy. He looked at the fox, puzzled. Where are you two going? The fox quickly replied. To the residence of the Demon King. The fox pointed across. Look over there. There are huge towers. That is where the Demon King and some others reside. You just need to follow us to the 9 demons. After a while, they arrived. Lord 9 Demon, we are here. So I will take my leave now. This place was indeed the den of the 9 demon fox. It looked glamorous from the outside. But inside there was nothing, Sun Quan thought. It was so high that it felt comparable to the height of the Yu-Long management of the Heavenly Gate. The fox was excited. But the celebration here was worth seeing too. Seeing this, Hongun reminded. Master, did you forget? The fox could not recall what it had forgotten. Ong Dian continued. You should go greet the Demon King. At that moment, the fox finally realized what it had forgotten. Sun Quan told the fox to go to the king's meeting. Anyway, he would wait here. No need to hurry. Hearing that, the fox handed Sun Quan a ring. His expression was full of disdain. Why are you giving me a ring? The fox blushed in embarrassment. That is not an ordinary ring. It is a magical item. Something I made for protection. Ong instructed to take this ring. In case the matter between humans and the 3 demons is revealed, we can quickly respond. As Sun Quan coughed. Indeed, if it gets exposed, it would be troublesome. You put the ring on your finger and showed it off. Look, is not it beautiful? Over here. Heverly pulled out a badge marked with the character CU and turned to Sun Quan, saying, well, we are off now. You stay here quietly and do not cause trouble. Effele reminded that if anything happens, just shout CU Ku's name. With that, they immediately moved, leaving Sun Quan alone. After all, I am not like Exisa, who would cause trouble for no reason. A wisp of green smoke appeared with a voice saying, she is really adorable. As Sun Quan turned around and replied, adorable. It is so noisy. You suddenly show up just because of my comment. Ho Jian taught you a lesson. I just think this ring is really beautiful. So I appear to take a closer look, even though it is a magical item. The way Sun Quan received the ring from another girl was quite haughty. Even if you see a treasure, your eyes lighting up does not have to be like that. So Sun Quan covered his ears with both hands, not wanting to listen. First, Sun Quan wanted to go see the celebration of the demon beasts. The scene shifted to the bustling inner city, where many spirit beasts and spooky lanterns flew around together, drinking and playing. As Sun Quan looked on with admiration. It truly is the celebration of the demon beasts. Watching the demon beasts play together, he felt like he was in another world. Previously, Ho Jian had only heard about the fame of this place. This was her first time coming here. Only at midnight do the demon beasts light the candles. The entire Vidian palace is bright as day. The images of the demon beasts curled gracefully, looking very peaceful. Sun Quan thought the holy place of the demon beasts would be quite gloomy. Now it seems the celebration of humans and demon beasts is not much different. Suddenly, something shot out from Sun Quan. A small hand grabbing his shirt and pulling. The little demon pulled Sun Quan and pointed ahead. Quick. Look. A moment later, at a stall full of delicious food. The little demon had bought a lot of snacks for Sun Quan. You asked if it tasted good. If it is good, then eat a lot. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching Sun Quan's attention. Another demon king has arrived. The demon beasts below were in chaos. This look is the 4 demons. The 4 demons are here. The carriage carrying the 4 demons flew through the sky. Sun Quan stared at the carriage of the 4 demons in the sky. He did not know what to say. Just sighed. Then Sun Quan looked down at the 2 of them. Just enjoy this moment. Dark clouds gathered like a mouth wanting to swallow the mountain, and the atmosphere around was also gloomy and quiet. Inside the clouds is Thit Kong's son Faizang. From below came a sigh. How sad. It turns out that although the demon kings had gathered, there were still many empty seats. But what he thought the most was that the first demon had not yet appeared. And this one was the demon king of the 3 demons. Just then, a deep voice echoed. I have been waiting for a long time. A red wine-like crack slowly appeared, expanding further, with black lightning shooting out more. A pale foot emerged from the crevice. The character that appeared was the demon king, exuding an air of nobility like a celestial being. The 3 demons glanced at him with sharp eyes. Next, the 4th demon thought that Long Height used a teleportation array to forcibly twist the connecting space. But the pressure was too great for them to survive, while the first demon stepped out easily. Immediately after, the fox urged to get started as it was quite busy. There was still one person not introduced, the 2nd demon, who also had an extraordinary presence. Only the fox seemed to sulk like a child. But Hong, his subordinate, had a very frightening expression. After sensing, the 2nd demon let out a cold huff. The next character is the 5th demon, who always enjoys embellishing his armor with sharp fangs. Now the 1st demon stated he would keep it brief. First, a new enemy threatens them. The 4th demon quickly understood that it was the leader of the Sun and Moon sect. He nodded, as the way the 6th demon was killed was still unclear, while the incidents of the 8th and 10th demons being possessed by souls were all too clear. They believed Liu Tana was a formidable opponent, one who would stop at nothing. The main reasons could be narrowed down to 2. Revenge and the Heavenly Yang treasure. After hearing this, Lu No was deemed a blind fool. The 3rd demon was furious because clearly, over thousands of years, That thing had been destroyed, except for one. But they never kept it. Then he mentioned the previous generation of the 3 demons. But sadly, there was no news. After hearing this, he clicked his tongue. And then the first demon mentioned the 100 Demons Night March. Noting that there had never been 3 vacancies at once like now, and he heard someone was being nominated this time. He emphasized that they should test the candidates through the demonic tribulation. As they seemed untrustworthy, the fox immediately interjected. They are nominating candidates at the same realm as us, which seems a bit unbalanced. The first demon replied coldly. Don't think you are the only one nominating. I also nominate 3 candidates. The 7th demon scoffed at the number. Is the demonic tribulation now as common as stones in the road? He raised his voice. I know what you are worried about, so we will join in together to observe and assess. The second demon decided to go along with it, if he was firm. The proud third demon chose not to respond, and the others remained silent as well. The first demon concluded that they had agreed and added that they would start the 100 Demons Night March in half an hour. Suddenly, he exclaimed, the movements of those priests are extremely unstable. They are plotting to harm us, and we can let them act freely. Gathered at the peak of Thit Kong Mountain for half an hour. The vibrant green clouds still swirled around the mountaintop. The fox was the first to fly up, followed by Hongjian. And finally, the mountain lord. She instructed that there were no treasures up there, so he needed to bring the lawn from the palace back. The mountain lord understood, but wondered why he was nominated yet still had to compete for the demonic tribulation. The fox angrily chimed in. How would I know? The first demon said it, so I had no other choice. Then Hongjian explained that it was angry because it could not participate in the 100 Demons Night March with him. The fox's frustrated scream echoed again. So annoying. About 10 minutes later, they reached the peak of Thit Kong Sun. Below them was a mass of demons and monsters gathered together. Xung Kun was surprised because there was no spiritual energy here, so he knew this was no ordinary mountain. He wondered even more at the sheer number of demons that exceeded the demonic calamity. At that moment, a sound echoed from above. After placing his hand on the stone slab, everything began. The others followed suit and placed their hands on it. The fox, being a demon king, also participated in the ritual. Ancient texts began to emit light, and a black hole appeared in the sky. The heart of the void was the glowing stone pillar. Rarely seeing this scene, the beast marveled. The largest demon declared loudly, the path to becoming a demon king is open. It is up to you to seize it. Claim the throne with your own strength. Shadows began to rush inside. Hundreds of demons hurried in, fearing they might miss the opportunity. Just as he was still in shock, Ho Jian called out to him, understanding the hint. Sesun Quan quickly replied. He started to step forward into the center. Sungren Quan felt like a star being pulled into a black hole. The emerald light inside was blinding. It was emitting true energy to draw in Sen Quan. His body shook violently before contracting. After a moment, he slowly spoke. This place is Thit Kong Mavi Kong. And so, Xung Quan stood watching the challenge about to unfold. At a glance, he noticed that this place was unlike the dangerous Spirit Island. Ho Jiang was also surprised because there was a karmic dragon here, and its appearance surely was not coincidental. As far as he knew, it originated from a divine beast, and its appearance here was indeed strange. While pondering, he was unaware of something rolling toward him, but his instinct kicked in, and Sun Quan blocked it just in time. It turned out to be the shell of a cunning demon. If that was the case, it seemed there was no one intentionally attacking him. When he saw others starting to take action, he became more interested. Jun urged, you better hurry. Even if your level is high, you won't become a demon king without seizing the karmic dragon. So Song Quan quickly set off. Strangely, a voice emerged. I keep smelling something familiar. He immediately prepared for the worst. He calmly continued. Turns out it is you, back here. The demon kings were about to disperse, seeing the fox looking for Sun Quan, and Ku immediately blocked him. Then it began to yell and quarrel with that guy. Nupi Ku, finding it strange, asked if they had seen him. Both had encountered him. In Ku did not like him, while Thet Ku only saw that he was strong. Tam Ku added that with 3 demon kings acknowledging his prowess, and being a friend of Siwu Ku, it was even more surprising. The fox angrily snapped. What do you mean by that? Why are you acting so weird? He declared he would go see who Nut Ku had nominated, which was a member of the Lasset tribe. Then he and the others split up, and Tam Ku went ahead. Everyone had clear assignments. Only the fox was held back for insisting on going to see the mountain lord. It was furious but could only sulk and scream. On this side, the demon fell completely silent, while his eyes shone strangely. Returning to the mountain lord for a moment, he jumped in surprise as the other party suddenly appeared. But he felt no presence, even when very close. Nothing could be sensed. The celestial young lord asked, haven't you heard what I said? Why are you silent? Immediately, the mountain lord used lightness skills to retreat, summoning all the magical tools and spells he had. Right now, even with his divine sense, he could not detect anything, so the person must be communicating through thoughts. Definitely stronger than him. He was quite interested in the protective spell array of the Mountain Lord. But of course, those things would not stop him. The Mountain Lord had to communicate. Who exactly are you? The celestial young lord thought he should ask back. Since he carried such an aura. He bluntly replied that he did not understand the other's meaning. To which he stated he was talking about the Phoenix Music Azure Fire. The fact that the other party recognized his unique move made him uneasy. So the Mountain Lord immediately asked, "Did you mistake it for something else? This flame only resembles the color. In reality, it is quite ordinary." He had seen it with his own eyes. So he could not be deceived. Then scolded him for being a bastard for inheriting the Phoenix Music Azure Fire from that person. Doubts filled his heart immediately. Having seen it meant he must have lived from tens of thousands of years ago. The Bone Lord found it absurd, as being overly cautious was also a matter of hundreds of thousands of years. He wondered if they all existed from the mundane world. Then how could there be Yang longevity? Suddenly, a figure emerged from underground. "No matter where you are, I can hear your voice. Though he will die soon, he naturally must live joyfully," the Bone Lord fearfully asked. What does "will die soon" mean? In truth, he had a seal on him. He did not realize it, so he had no idea how long he could still live. Meanwhile, the Mountain Lord was still frozen on the ground. He kept questioning himself about this seal. He did not even know who had done this. Then he dismissed doubts about Hein Mang, since if he wanted to kill him, he would have done it directly. He muttered to himself. Yet he saved me from despair. It turned out it was normal for him not to know. It was a seal placed by the heavenly realm. Something a mere 6th rank like him would hardly know. Hearing this, his heart gradually shifted towards doubting Gov Than Bro Ho. In fact, that seal was not complicated. It was just that the person who placed it was a figure from the heavenly realm, making it hard to detect. The celestial young lord even said that person either wanted to kill him or wanted to restrain him. He immediately recalled the sword formation at the dangerous Spirit Island. Perhaps from the very beginning, they wanted to swallow him whole. His expression turned completely stiff. Next, the celestial young lord said, "You do not think you would receive something from the heavenly realm for free, do you?" Perhaps even now that person still wanted to devour your lifespan. Now he understood their obsession was beyond his imagination. Everything turned into a magnificent sword, driving deep down to destroy mountains and rivers. Just then, death was imminent despite this guy calling for help. The assassin shot an arrow, and he joined the corpses below. And who could this figure be? Beyond the sword of immortality, where he stands is illuminated by glory but feels very gloomy, and below are countless demons watching. In this situation, it is hard for anyone to speak up, because those who were killed were elites from the Heavenly Gate, the Demon Gate, and the Ghost Realm. Yet they still failed. Then everyone heard the encouraging words not to panic, as there was only one enemy. He breathed a sigh of relief, but it was enough to make a sound. The demons below all shouted that they were doomed. They continued to be ordered not to panic. Death was considered a good thing for them. The sword suddenly struck the countless demons, the massive blade splitting everything in two. The sword of immortality spoke in a low tone, truly seeking its own demise. On this side, the celestial outside Yang monarch repeated, "That person wanted to devour your lifespan." And where the tip of the sword pointed downward, there seemed to be a shadow of him. The sword immortal sounds noble by name, but the image is like a hellish demon. The celestial outside Yang monarch warned that obsession had exceeded imagination. Exum Kwon hesitated, thinking, have I caught the attention of the celestial world? Why are they interfering in the human realm? But in this world, nothing is absolute, you see. He just looked and knew your inner strength. Even if you use divine sense or whatever, you would not know where that sound came from. Exum Kwon coldly asked, "Who exactly are you?" The celestial outside Yang monarch smiled lightly. "I am a sinner descending from the heavens. Long forgotten who I am, but I am also a divine beast. You may call me Senior." Sexton Kwon tried to piece together everything he said, feeling relieved that they were both divine beasts. And then he respectfully raised his hands. Exum Kwon said the junior should pay respects, but since he did not reveal his face, it was inconvenient. He heard your voice and knew you had endured quite a bit of hardship. And just as you guessed, he could not reveal himself, so he would not cause any harm. You did not need to be on guard. Then Exum Kwon questioned the reason for his punishment. In his mind, he estimated that at least he was a spirit origin, perhaps even a celestial being, an unparalleled existence. So how could he become a sinner? At this moment, the celestial outside Yang monarch appeared from the ground. He spoke in a deep voice. You inherit that divine power. Knowing this is not a problem. Then he asked if you knew what punishment celestial beings faced for wrongdoing. Of course. You had never heard of it. And in your heart, you were busy checking if he was using harmony spirit or illusion technique. The celestial outside Yang monarch replied casually. How could you know? Beings in the human realm only know that everything is created by heaven. You could hardly contain your impatience and asked, what do you mean? He continued. When you cultivate, do not you usually enter a trance? Just like that, nesting in the celestial mountain day after day. But have you ever thought about where that spiritual energy comes from? Sen Kwon also questioned that with a hint of doubt. You had never questioned it, seeing the celestial mountain spiritual land merely as a place to cultivate. The celestial outside Yang monarch explained that knowing the sins celestial beings committed would reveal where that came from. What you were practicing actually originated from the essence of the celestial mountains, blessed land, or traced back to the original source. The complex language left you feeling empty. Right now, you just wanted to know about the restrictions. So you stated that you did not know anything, but looking at the presence through this sound, it is clear he has been trapped here. Then you directly ask him what he wants. Just break the seal for you, and he will help. The celestial outside Yang monarch laughed loudly at the idea of a tiny spiritual life, wanting to break a heavenly calamity. He had not heard such a joke in over 100,000 years. However, it is not impossible. As long as you have the 9 heavens moon treasure, it is enough. Thoughts of what he mentioned swirled in your head. Knowing this, he explained, the 9 heavens moon treasure is something all cultivators desire. It is the strongest law in the laws of creation. Seung Kwan immediately questioned. You mean the technique that creates countless objects? Does such a thing even exist? Then he suddenly remembered. That sounds a lot like the left moon ritual. Actually, he did not know why. But being able to replicate it could be considered a form of creation. So it was somewhat miraculous. Seung Kwan quickly expressed doubt about whether the concept of replication could be considered creation. The celestial outside Yang monarch nodded, saying that if one could break the time limitation on replicating items, it would be close to the 9 heavens moon treasure. If the replication only resembles the form without time, then it is meaningless. Seung Kwan immediately realized that the left moon ritual had no such restrictions. The celestial outside Yang monarch told him not to worry, because he deserved to be punished. That was his fate. If he could not fight back, he would turn into a solitary heavenly mountain in the void of heaven and earth. Seung Kwan immediately understood the entire concept of the heavenly mountain and blessed land in this world. He nodded in response. They are all deities. At that moment, someone stomped down. In front of you stood a horned monster, accompanied by several others. Seung Kwan felt a bit annoyed for being so caught up in conversation that he did not notice them. So now he had to face the danger. When he wanted to say more to the celestial outside Yang monarch, all that was left in front of him was a green mist. While the opponent let out a fierce sound, he had eyes filled with killing intent, snorting like a beast. After a while, he said, even the 6th envoy of the spiritual calamity is involved. How can we compete? So we must join forces. Cooperation is the only way to survive here. Then he told you to look at the 6th envoy in front, revealing it to be the former power of the 8 demons. Following them would allow you to obtain the lien of karma. Seung Kwan also thought it would be best to follow them for now. At that moment, he tried using his spiritual sense to find the celestial outside Yang monarch. Fortunately, he responded, he thought if the heavenly mountain and blessed land truly came from the flesh and blood of deities, why care about the seed of the mountain anymore? The celestial outside Yang monarch quickly replied, what else can be done after the ocean of chaos? When the flesh and blood of the deities dispersed, they had to gather again. So the seed of the mountain had to be cared for. He continued to ponder. Every heavenly mountain and blessed land was filled with spiritual energy. Yet there was none here. Thus, the truth was revealed. The thin Ngoi Dazun Quan is sealed beneath the mountain, and he has not died, which is why there is no spiritual energy here. If it were someone else, this place would have long turned into Lin Sen, but his sins are heavy, and he refuses to give up, leading to this situation. At the beginning, when the heavenly tribulation appeared, he laughed, but now he feels powerless. In short, he must endure the heavenly punishment. His mind spiraled deeply into those 2 words. Heavenly punishment. Then, Changai Youngjun said dark, in a few hundred years, I will gradually lose my consciousness and become this mountain. He bluntly asked, can you inherit my will? Fortunately, before I disappear, and I can pass everything on to you. Seung Jun asked in panic. What do you mean? 6 words were transmitted to your mind. Taichina Yang divine skill. At that moment, you led the alliance to a halt. They began to discuss as they saw no way out, while others doubted everything, even fearing there was a secret path. Kim Gong said in a deep voice, with this many, it should be enough. Then a halo like the dawn appeared, and that light also astonished Sun Jun. Rays of light pierced through the mountains and lifted the beasts, while the sword fighters helped to enjoy the joy of slaughter with the treasures in their hands. Behind him, there were also several explosions. But the scariest part was the cracks in the ground that were engulfing the beasts. Next, the sword fighter threw something into the river of blood. He spoke as if in a daze. All for my great cause. But there was something that made him vigilant. A figure still existing after he ambushed him. So he immediately said, I should hold back, lest you all get lost. It seems you are still alive. Seung Jun was in a defensive stance, the treasure in both hands glowing, his eyes red like a fierce beast. Are you the spirit of calamity? Meanwhile, the sword fighter boldly faced him. His face was cold and emotionless, and his lower body had already begun to gather energy. Seung Jun directly questioned, why do you want to kill us? You could spare us, the sword fighter coldly replied. For no reason at all. Demon beast must die. And besides, he advises you to obediently accept your fate. After a shout, the small blade was lifted. From then on, shockwaves from the cracks struck him. Sung Jun had to use the Ka Thun Ba Ho to shatter it, which startled the sword fighter. He now understood. It turned out that beyond us, you are also a spirit of calamity. Sung Jun remained very calm in front of him, a long streak of metal slashed down. Dijin Kwon reflexively caught the blow. The blade struck precisely at his wrist. The sword fighter was surprised that his technique was blocked with bare hands. He then attempted the 12 breaks sword. Countless sword strikes crisscrossed and landed on him. Sung Jun's figure seemed to blend into the darkness. Then his fist manifested the essence of the sword. Blue rays of light shot out before him. Moreover, they appeared both graceful and sharp from the outside. Thus, the sword fighter was repelled a distance and crashed into the mountain. White dust enveloped the area from the hidden spot. Something like a purple jade pendant rang out, followed by a white streak quickly striking it. Sung Jun looked at it for a moment and then spoke. Are you using this to conceal your body scent and aura? Over here. His stubby legs came to a complete stop, and half of his human body was already exposed. The sword fighter angrily asked how he discovered him. So it turns out that the spirit beast does not claim to be a demon beast and does not hide its spiritual power to deceive. He did not expect that. But he does not know why the other demon beasts are not suspicious. The Mist Prince told them to trust the most demonic one. So he looked down on them. Then he remembered that he had used the term we, so he must have accomplices. Do you want to see what their purpose is? The gaze of the sword master was narrow and piercing like a hunting bird. He muttered, you have made such a lowly mistake. But it is clever of you to notice that item. Then he told you to use all your abilities. While in his mind, the sword master was quite wary because from that counterattack, he could see that your strength was not lower than his. Everything was beyond expectations. Moreover, the others did not notice. Only you knew he was hiding. Knowing that the mountain prince would be an obstacle for this plan, he was determined to eliminate him. But at that moment, he felt a little panicked as the sky suddenly darkened. Suddenly, countless swords appeared, lighting up the space. But it seemed the sword master was in danger. All he could see were swords. Several swords pointed closer. And he was frustrated to see there was no way to escape. Finally, the space echoed with cries of pain. A moment later, those swords also vanished. There was no sign of awareness on the sword master's face. The Mist Prince leisurely floated up like a sword deity, while the sword master was coughing continuously on the ground, shocked that a demon beast like you knew sword techniques. And they were quite advanced. The Mist Prince casually recounted a past failure, the scene from that time unfolding before his eyes. You asked him directly why there was demonic energy on this object. The sword master, originally a Taoist. Why would he have something from the demon realm? He shook his head, not knowing because it was given to him by someone else. You immediately threatened him. Who's it? If you do not speak, I will tear your soul apart. You will die and never be reborn. The sword master laughed foolishly, daring you to act, as if he moved. He would lose his life as well. He spoke cryptically. We are just lonely beings entering enemy territory. How could we not be prepared for even death? You ask me why I came. Do you even need to ask? We came to kill demon beasts. And over here, as soon as our feet hit the ground, we immediately stepped into sticky liquid. The three demons gazed into the distance, his whole being radiating energy from within his essence. The scene before him was truly shocking. Over here, the sword master reported that their goal had been achieved. Many beasts had already perished. And he believed that even if the mountain prince was powerful, he would not catch up. Two figures looked down from the high mountain, while the sword master gleefully recounted that if the demon king discovered and charged in, he would meet the same fate. His arrogant words sounded like deafening thunder to you. The sword master continued in pain. My family and brothers all died at your hands, but I can no longer avenge them. Such regret. And then the person before you bowed their head, their body also going limp. The mountain prince remained frozen in place, his back shrouded in an inscrutable depth. Shifting the scene slightly, the wind and sand here were blowing quite strongly. The three demons casually said that they were not good people, but if someone got in their way, they would kill. However, that smug look was a bit too much. They stared intently at the ruined existence of the beloved beast. The guy from the K-Lian sect saw that they were supposed to die, so he had no problem sending them off. As for the three demons, they were also destined to die, so the three demons tilted their spear, preparing for a decisive battle, swinging it powerfully at the enemy. The three demons also accurately blocked the attack. He proclaimed with great arrogance, do you know who I am? But of course, to him, the three demons just looked like golden-haired monkeys. The three demons shouted angrily, you know I am the demon king. How dare you? Immediately, the opponent retorted, so what if you are the demon king? The three demons quickly jumped out of that toxic mist. Meanwhile, the subordinates of the K-Lian sect mockingly commented, you are just a demon beast. The three demons thought he was ignorant of the heavens and the earth, relying on their demon backing to look down on everyone. In reality, he could spare them, but he had to make the arrogant ones suffer a bit. Then that guy remembered he did not need to maintain his image anymore. His upper body transformed into that of an 8-pack old man, which was his true form he had hidden. Upon discovering he was human, he questioned how he got in here. The situation on this side was the same. As the intruder casually said, "Do I really need to ask?" "Of course. I sneaked in here. This seductive human is Masteru, the third infiltrator in this contest." "Over here," the three demons shouted in anger. "You dare mock the Iron Void Mountain?" The tip of his spear swelled with rage. In contrast, the 8-pack old man laughed mockingly that he had seen this move long ago. Above was the spear emitting golden light, but the only thing daring to confront it was a human arm, yet the spear of the three demons was bent upward. Meanwhile, the guy from the K-Leon sect was completely unharmed. The three demons were taken aback by the counterattack. Meanwhile, the opponent's fist was about to fly towards them. A rumble shook the heavens and the earth. The three demons could not dodge the blow in time. A burning sensation from his throat caused him to spit blood. Then the enemy cheerfully asked, "How's that? My strikes can shatter iron fists." Just then, the three demons let out a loud roar. Transforming, a larger-than-life object shot up, its shaft piercing through the ground. The spear of the three demons now measured up to the staff of Sun Wukong. The move was quite exhausting, making him breathe heavily. "But of course," the opponent whispered, "I know that too." He quickly jumped high. While below, the three demons frantically chased after him. Meanwhile, the four demons were also not having an easy time. The guy's hand transformed into a giant and slammed down, while the 5 demons below were ready. She calmly commented on the technique as if it were a game, for no matter how powerful it was, it could not hit her, especially standing before her technique. The guy's strength was insignificant. The 5 demons thought they were far away, also got hit a few times by her. Back to the sword fighting a bit. The Mountain Lord was maintaining a straight posture, perhaps contemplating everything around him. The 2 people, one above and one below, created a rather tragic scene. And finally, the Mountain Lord descended to the ground. You secretly did not expect him to sneak into the headquarters of the 10 evil fox spirits. Nor did you expect he was a Taoist with items from the demon realm. Besides him, you knew there were others. In short, now you want to find the fox. Then, the Bone General called upon the Celestial Yang General. Luckily, he was still there. The Bone General thought the whole mountain had merged with him, so he could see every corner of the mountain clearly. Indeed, the Celestial Young General said he could see every flower and leaf. And he knew you were looking for someone. The Bone General briefly described the distinctive black hair of the fox. He gently said to wait a moment. The mountain began to emit signals, dark spots in the sky sweeping across the peaks, as if needing to go further for enough. Finally, the Celestial Young General found it, and the Bone General urgently asked for its location. But in reality, even if you knew, it would be hard to reach because it was a constantly changing maze. The Bone General hesitated to ask, "Aren't those formations part of your body?" The truth was yes. But he said they also sealed him. The Bone General was very angry because those people had started to act, and they definitely had prepared well. So you wanted to chase after them as quickly as possible. Finally, you hesitated and said, but unexpectedly, a pit of red liquid appeared behind you. On this side, he was going wild like a beast enjoying a hunting feast. He said the 3 demons would suffer more as they became more depraved, and it was best to hand over the elixir and die. Suddenly, 3 beams of light shot past him. The 3 demons unexpectedly manifested from behind. Then he unleashed a powerful strike towards the old man from the Kilian sect. Looking closely, this strike looked like a gigantic claw, a long bone wound that oozed blood from his head. The 3 demons softly said, "Indeed, my technique can't do anything to you." Then how about this? This is not a technique. On the other side, they also realized they had to resort to beast transformation. The 5 demons then transformed. The right fairy stood stunned looking at the 2 monstrous manifestations in front of her. Then she rolled and slashed with her weapon. Meanwhile, the 5 demons quickly swung a claw at her, and looking closely, you could see the arm that blocked the attack was perfectly intact. The truth is that the weapon could not penetrate the fur. The 4 demons declared, "No matter how much you struggle, you can't escape our grasp. You dare to come here alone. Truly brave, but it only leads to your demise." The right fairy lightly smirked mockingly. Then a smooth voice rang out. "Who said I came here alone?" Behind the right fairy, a terrifying surge of power erupted. On this side, the old man's mouth was also smoking, and that fiery technique was performed by him. Of course, a strange cloud of dust also erupted. The Bone General stood facing a deep red spatial hole. His face showed extreme seriousness. The red liquid was swirling more and more. The Bone General smelled the stench, and knew it was the blood of the spirit beast. Gradually, the previous dent transformed into a bright shining area. Then it exploded like a bomb. A strange rain began to fall on the mountain, with the liquid leading the way for a step forward. In the rain appeared countless shadows of humanity. A pleased sorcerer spoke up. "This is the center of the demon beasts. Have we finally succeeded?" Seeing so many people, he realized he had used a powerful teleportation array to cross through the void. At that moment, The sorcerer announced for everyone to look at him. They were shocked to see that Sword Master had fallen. Immediately, they knew that Mountain Lord was the one who had struck, and he needed to be eliminated. Then suddenly, an order came down. Everyone close your eyes. Remember the sacrifice of the Sword Master, who harbored deep hatred for this demon beast. Letting go of their anger and hatred. As the final echoes faded, tears awakened them. That demon beast, with the battle cry of murder. Dozens of priests charged forward. They rushed toward him in the name of the Sword Master's death. The leading figure had a clearly cruel face, and his sword strikes were decisive. 2 glaring slashes descended at once. But Mountain Lord merely stepped back lightly and was safe. Then they were weakly sent flying by his palm. Then another group rushed in, their slashes cross-cutting him. But Mountain Lord simply stepped lightly and jumped away. The recoil from the kick cracked the ground. But he was slightly alarmed. Those priests charged at him without caring for their lives. Their resentment made him shiver. Even though hundreds of priests had fallen, there were still some among the illusionary immortals, looking for opportunities. Just when he thought of the supreme immortal, they truly appeared. The size difference was somewhat excessive. He was like a mad giant swinging his sword. And although Mountain Lord dodged, the unfortunate stones shattered. Soon, faint glimmers of swords shot out. The spirit army charged like rockets. But the man showed no fear. A powerful impact resonated. 2 red beams shot out in a long line. And then a sharp object like a red missile shot up high. Upon closer inspection, it was a sword. Its master shouted, "He is the spiritual tribulation. Do not let him escape from here." The illusionary immortals surrounded him. The spirit army was quite annoyed, because he no longer had time to waste here. At that moment, the outer heaven Yang Lord shouted, "How hateful. Those priests are dancing all over my body." Yang Lord immediately asked, "Does that mean there are priests in other places?" He began to explain. That is a teleportation using blood objects as intermediaries. This method has long been lost. But someone has revived it. I have to watch as these spiritual beasts are taken down by those priests. If they were not sealed, I would have wiped them all out. Moreover, he also mentioned that other demon kings were being hunted down. Transitioning a bit, a stone tablet embedded with jewels was appearing here. The priests shouted in unison. Use the talismans to continue suppressing him. Do not let him widen the gap. They are using talismans attached to shields to trap the 3 demons. Over here, the command to throw the talismans was also issued. Chains emitted light upon contact with the bodies of the 4 and 5 demons. The illusionary immortals reminded each other to stay away to avoid being crushed. Over here, he spoke in a deep voice. Thank you, Master you immortal. I must. His plan is indeed flawless. It is hard to believe that the 4 and 5 demons came to us, and those trained to deal with them, along with the protective seals. They often avoid instincts they despise. The 4 and 5 demons are herbivores, steering clear of us carnivores, donning the guise of the Natai tribe. In short, she smiled cunningly, for deep down she felt a thrill. At this moment, Sun Quan clenched his fists. As the Demon King was being hunted right in the middle of this battlefield, the one he worried about the most was Hefrielai. He remembered its adorable face. Currently, Ongen sensed the restlessness. It felt like someone was calling it. Then Heverly hesitantly said, "By the way, the battle inside the maze is still fierce." It mentioned that things were a bit noisy. Nuku reassured that Not Ku had already taken action, so there was no need to worry. The noise before the 3 kings appeared was understandable. Netku also noticed the noise, so Noku suggested checking it out. But he said not to bother, as the more intense it got, the stronger the Demon King would become. The words of the leader were final, so Noku said nothing more. Currently, the dark clouds were still shrouding the mountain, and Notku was quietly observing below. As the scene shifted, a voice echoed. He looked worried. Or was he giving up? Xung Kun slowly admitted it was a strategy he had not anticipated, especially when the sorcerer dared to borrow the power of the dark path. Muhan believed that eliminating the demon beasts was more important. Then he said that everything was unfolding as planned, infiltrating the base, dragging the Peishlai Lone Thechku to the deepest part and isolating it. Once separated from the forces, it would be the opportunity to kill the remaining 5 demon kings. As Sun Quan mumbled, 5 demon king. He guessed that one of the demon kings was a fake, because currently there were 6 demon kings existing. Miu-hun did not respond but did not deny it either, knowing it would not change anything, even if he was not a demon king, being a demon beast of the same level. He wanted to treat Song Quan appropriately. The sorcerer instructed the others to search for the demon kings, while the mountain lord was reserved for Thai Tin. So he ordered the illusionist of Night Unguite to follow, and to cooperate with other peers to complete the encirclement. But then everyone had to fearfully retreat. Sasung Quan spoke up. Your plan is perfect, but you have overlooked one thing. And none of you can escape this place. A representative immediately retorted. There are 7 great immortals here, over 10,000 illusionists. Do you think you can do anything? Either way, we will die. But for Sun Quan, that number does not matter. He emphasized each word, because he was the last of the 9 circles to be drawn out. The last 2 words Sun Quan shouted particularly loudly. as the amount of purple-black energy had caused a terrifying backlash to those present. The space had nothing but the source of black-purple energy. The lightning struck down at them, leaving them all frozen in place. Even the leaders furrowed their brows in astonishment. Sung Kwon alone generated a force that oppressed thousands. From the darkness emerged a sharp horn. Sung Kwon was ready to confront all the sorcerers. The screams of fear rang out. Where did those demons come from? You just lightly reminded me that this is not everything yet, because as the danger level rises, more giant demons will appear. Indeed. More and more monsters are stepping out from the shadows. The shimmering purple light reflected on Mahan's face. They heard him commanding all the Taoists to fight together. But he was met with doubt, because they should have quickly joined forces. Mahan retorted. After seeing that beast demon, you can still say such things. He is definitely the closest to becoming the Demon King. If things continue like this, think about it. If he becomes the Demon King in the future, we must kill him before he reaches that status. Mahan growled with all his hatred. Charging forward. And they were informed that it had now turned into a power struggle. The three sects, Sun and Moon, Sword Sect, and Fuck-Du had to advance. And the Mountain Lord coldly ordered them to devour them. The demon beasts roared in response to him. While on the other side, the human Taoists began to surge forward. One strike shooting out golden light at the demon beasts. And elsewhere, Taoists used sword techniques, while some humans were suppressed by the demon beasts. Then, someone flew up and unleashed a chant of demon slaying. He angrily declared, "All you vile demons, disappear." But soon someone fell down below. The giant demon beast continued to crush his radiance. Meanwhile, on another side, the enchanting beasts found it hard to attack, the reason being there were powerful illusions skilled at using shields. He was extremely frightened. Were these demons just one of the creatures controlled by the beast, and already had such strength? Mahan loudly reminded everyone. This is not a battle with ordinary beast demons but with demonic forces. Quickly set up formations in advance. Clear the way for our celestial immortal to get closer to him. Following the call, many illusions rushed to the front lines. The Mountain Lord's eyes glowed red. Continuing to observe, the celestial Yang Lord then spoke up. Even if you can face 1,000 Taoists alone, you are just buying time. You can't resist them all. He replied that he knew. So he had a proposal for him. While he was still pondering, the Mountain Lord hinted at a smile. The celestial Yang Lord hesitated and asked, could it be? At the same time, a bright red streak flew towards him. The giant sword was quick but only managed to graze him. The Mountain Lord flashed with sharpness in his eyes, and the crowd erupted in challenge. Why are they still standing there? He reflexively turned towards them. Mahan sneered. Do you think these phantoms can deal with us celestial immortals? The Mountain Lord gently replied. No way. Then he called out each name of the demon law. Next were the beasts of calamity. The demon law quickly manifested, looking at the enemy with murderous intent. Meanwhile, the beasts of calamity appeared somewhat soulless and hollow. The trio was ready to face the celestial immortals. And they even had the Than Ko Hon Dao. He challenged loudly. Come on, you uninvited guests, over here. Dozens of sharp points were thrusting forward, and the fresh blood of the three demons fell down in abundance. He groaned a few times but still tried to hold on. He was even more horrified because all his techniques were completely blocked. At that moment, the opponent smiled. Finally, you have slowed down. The echo makes the three demons' hair stand on end. My two strange weapons slammed down hard, the impact driving straight into the ground, causing pressure to burst out. The flesh of the three demons tore apart like paper. They rushed in unison from both sides. While the three demons could only stand still, their eyes filled with dark despair. Just then, a few feathers flew by, and the gigantic wings with red spots flapped up, and down the one coming to rescue him was the 7 demons. Then, a command rang out, neither too heavy nor too light. Holding firm, a whirlwind suddenly spiraled in the wings of the 7 demons, creating a vortex that swept the enemies away. He angrily announced that another demon king had appeared. Before he could react, the 3 demons in front of him had vanished. They were extremely frustrated for having missed it, and also realized that the one who had come to their rescue was the 7 demons. The scene shifted, and now his knees felt weak. The 3 demons spoke emotionally. Thank you. I never expected a sorcerer to be in the maze. How did they get in here? He was terrified to hear that the entire maze was taken over by the sorcerers. The 7 demons also explained that the other demon kings were in a similar situation, prompting the 3 demons to urge for assistance, claiming his body would recover quickly. However, the 7 demons insisted they must go to the first demon during the demon calamity, which only those who achieved spiritual fate could attend. He knew they had precisely targeted the demon king, so he deduced there would be spies among them. He believed the enemy's target was the first demon, a source of the 10 harmful Luangxi demons. If the first demon dies, there can be no second chance. Above all, the safety of the first demon is the top priority. The demon calamity no longer holds any meaning. The 7 demons believed they must gather the living spiritual fates. Meanwhile, other sorcerers were also searching for the Nirvana demon. Over here, The 7 demons continued forward before they arrived. In his mind, he could only think of the first demon, the figure standing in deep thought outside the maze. Dark red blood was flung out by the force. As 2 sorcerers joined forces to stab the beast, the sorcerer infused inner power into the cover. The searing flames quickly burst out, and then the hot air began to erupt. The beast was about to be roasted to a crisp, their resentment causing them to howl. Why can these sorcerers be in our maze? He mocked that since they were about to die. Why be curious? Just hand over the inner core and die. At that moment, a strange sound echoed from behind. A dominating figure swept by behind him, but he clearly had not felt anything yet. Next, the 3 demons gently discarded a chunk of flesh, and that sorcerer was no longer in this world. The beast cheered joyfully upon seeing the 3 demons arrive. He reported that the situation had changed. The demon calamity had stopped, and everyone should follow him. Then, the 7 demons transformed into a giant bird, soaring up, spreading their wings powerfully, creating a wind that lifted the enemies high. The demon shouted, "The great demon has cleared the path. Everyone charge in and break the sorcerer's formation." At that moment, those outside also realized the defense had been breached. They recognized it was the demon king leading the demons out. Panic erupted, with blame being tossed around for the negligence. Just then, someone from the merchant sect urged everyone not to panic. No matter how many demons gathered, they could not match their strength. He advised to just watch the direction. The demons were crawling right into the trap. And indeed, that was the case. So he guessed they were looking for the first demon, driven by blind faith, knowing they would die but still risking it. Another person replied, "Indeed, these beasts are just like a dog that tries to crawl into its master's arms when it dies." At that moment, another illusionist noticed the commotion. It turned out those people were from the Killian sect, responsible for hunting the 3 demons. He yelled, "Is that the merchant sect? Have you seen the 3 demons? We just let them slip away." He paused and simply said, "I saw them." Then he recounted how the 3 demons had broken through the defense and charged in. The astonished cries from the Killian sect rang out. "Back on this side. Mahan encouraged. Listen up. Glory can wait. Strategy comes first. Let us wrap up this battle quickly." Another group of sorcerers jumped into his face, and Shenjun's expression showed no mercy. The glutton was chewing on some food, when suddenly someone approached and said, "Your opponent is me. I know this appearance is just a disguise. Inside you is a wicked monster. Let me tear you apart with my own hands." On this side, another sorcerer spoke up. "Poor wandering soul. Are you not at peace?" He dares to seek liberation for the demon. It was indifferent, focusing solely on its weapon. Meanwhile, the opponent was slashing with a phantom sword technique. The golden blades were aimed at him when another person shouted, "Let me hold him off. You all aim at him." Shenjun struck down with one blow, and the opponent before him was split in 2. His voice rang out, "Very good. I do not have time to waste on you." Then he called for them to all come together. Seeing that arrogance, an elder wanted to use a phantom world crystal to attack him, and there were also allies using the Supreme Sun. Shenjun decided to use the Phoenix Song's clear fire to incinerate them. Then the giant flame tiger claw emerged from the fire. Hundreds of sorcerers felt the terrifying heat, and the pressure from that blow was immense. The clear fire had never been weak before anyone. The flames roared and engulfed the entire space. At that moment a precious artifact seemed to be stuck in water. They were horrified to see that even the defensive artifacts could not withstand this power. The continuous screams echoed, fearing that the artifacts would be burned, and it seemed the elders were also in danger. In the thick smoke, his figure flickered. Mi-hun heard the powerful thumping from within his chest, and one eye of Sun Quan glimmered with a brutal red light. As the heartbeat echoed, his pupils constricted. Right now, Sun Quan was gathering about 4 orbs at the center, his figure gracefully rising off the ground. Mi-hun sensed an invisible fear through the heartbeat, but from the outside, the mist concealed the battlefield. On the stone, a few people stood watching, the small ears of the fox twitching to listen. It quickly realized someone was approaching. As a cloud of dust rose from the distant bushes, the figure flying towards them was that Ku, with Tamku leading a pack of beasts. Niku was somewhat surprised to see the 2 of them. When he heard that Ku mention something about being safe, he became even more confused. A decisive hand pointed forward, and Nutku briefly announced that there were uninvited guests. Indeed, there were people stepping onto the stone, the savage laughter wafting through the leaves. The martial artist from K-Lin sect had chased them here, followed by nearly a dozen faces filled with killing intent. All were human sorcerers, while the demon kings also began to be on alert. But the scale of the battle seemed even more terrifying. Layers upon layers of humans were surrounding them, all ready to clash with the demons. Above, the high peaks looked quite peaceful, but the situation below was filled with immortal soldiers. While on this side, there were only 6 demon kings by the cliff. They stood there in the wind brushing past them, the sorcerers burning with resentment, and behind one of them had arrived. He only mentioned the leading Not Ku, then shouted on behalf of everyone. "Everyone listen. I have finally reached the root of all grievances. Napiku. It is time to end the sorrow of losing our families. Let us unleash all the pent-up hatred and wipe out those despicable demons. Move forward. He urged them to advance and take revenge with all their flesh and blood. That encouragement sparked a terrifying battle. The Tku also loudly commanded to stop the sorcerers. The demon beasts full of courage with the demon king by their side. Then they all opened their mouths to roar, each one unleashing their primal instincts to the fullest. The clash of swords and blades echoed in the air. Countless people and demons began to intermingle. Niuku finally reacted upon seeing the sorcerers. Tamku then spoke about the blood teleportation array and how the enemy used dark magic. Ong was somewhat disbelieving because dark magic and Taoism were enemies. The fox asked in confusion, "Isn't that not allowed?" At this moment, Tamku interrupted. Enough to show how determined they were. If it was not dark magic, how could they outmaneuver me? He glanced subtly, implying the question. Isn't that right? Netku was momentarily at a loss for how to respond satisfactorily. Nku reminded. Is now the time you want to discuss that? That Ku also thought it better to wait until they escaped before looking for the traitor. After hearing that, he felt like he was struck by lightning, and right after, a loud explosion erupted in the battlefield. Tamku yelled, in the end, we are still being cornered. Let me hold back the Thai Tun. Nuku is angry because he can't find T and Neku anywhere. Right now. There are two theories. Either they are in a similar situation or there is a traitor. Finally, the Ku decides to support Tamku. He reminds them to find a way to escape. Niuku falls into a thoughtful silence again. He decides to consult Nukoku, and then proposes to break through the encirclement first. Nitku speaks up grimly after a moment of silence. He adds two words. Chaotic potion. And unleashes his inner power. The energy immediately swirls around his body, pushing the air away to a great distance. The Taoists immediately realize something has changed. The wind only adds to the fear of the demons. Niku angrily declares. Do you think I am someone to be trifled with? Where I stand is the origin of the 10 harmful demon-devouring ghosts. The foundation of the demon beasts. Listen up, all demon beasts. Wipe out every prey that dares to enter our territory. Behind you is me. Napiku. Seeing them panicking, the Taoists step back. But the higher-ups look down on them slightly because they have too few soldiers. Niuku stares intently at the leader, thinking to himself, that is right. Niku is the incarnation of the 10 harmful demon-devouring ghosts. How could I dare to waver? With Nutku by my side. I volunteered. Let us return to the battlefield on Senquan's side. Right now. The Manhwa has risen above the mountains. The blue light flooding the stunned faces of humans. And the oppressive force also frightens the demon beasts. Only Ephelai knows that the one is Senquan, and then below, an explosion of attack erupts. Ephelai knows he is alone in battle and wants to come to his aid. Ongdian instinctively calls out to Hekshi Hate. Niku is also surprised because he has felt that power. He does not know which demon king can control fire like that. Then he becomes frightened, thinking that ability belongs to a human Taoist. Inaku then turns to Nutku, first noticing his trembling hand, and calls out again. After that, Ninku speaks coldly. Is that? Suddenly, a streak of light flashes across his throat. Nitku strikes without hesitation. His eyes gradually reveal terror. Finally, Nuku collapses before him, and Hongan has witnessed everything. He mumbles to himself, initially planning to wait a little longer to confirm, but the plan changes. The huge staff is emitting thick black smoke, and Nutku coldly orders a restraining spell. His face remains as cold as ever, while the metallic rings on the staff fly out, trapping Noku's 2 body parts. Next, they aim to capture the fox. Ong panics and rushes to tell it to get away, so she has shielded it. The black ring begins to be resisted by her strength, but then it suddenly curves down, ultimately turning into a thin, soft state. Ong is again wrapped in black cloth. The fox shouted in panic when it saw her fall, then turned to question the first ghost about what he was doing. Moreover, it realized it could not escape the circle. The first ghost calmly explained, that is a solid barrier. It is not easy to escape. The second ghost stuttered and asked, Master, what is happening? He was extremely sarcastic because you still believe he is the best demon. In the end, he said he would use the appearance of the best demon to send you down to the underworld. What he held was one of the 10 most toxic poisons of the petrifying stone beast, which turned the spiritual energy in the body into solid stone. He claimed it was hard work to find the poison to wipe them all out. Right after that, a rock dragged along the ground for a long distance. And in the blink of an eye, it exploded like a bomb. The shadow emerged from the dust. Furious because the fox dared to attack him, he screamed in rage. Damn fox. But the fox stood defiantly in front of Hong John. Then he hinted, it dares to harm the sacred body of the best demon. The fox angrily retorted, you said you are the best demon. You are not him. So he commented that it was different from other demon kings, because it did not show respect to the best demon. After feeling too uncomfortable, he decided to shed that facade. Isn't this character Liu Jing? He said that pretending to be a demon disgusted him. Then the mask was quickly swiped away by him. The second demon had probably already lost its spirit. The other demons also realized that the best demon was just a human in disguise. The third demon had no different expression from them. The seventh demon hesitantly asked, "What about the best demon?" he shouted, questioning Lu Jing. "Who are you really?" But in this appearance, he clearly showed no fear. On this side, that Taoist found it ridiculous, because he thought he would meet someone at the peak. But unexpectedly, Lu Jing was in the midst of the demon kings. Everyone slowly voiced that the person was the leader of the sun and moon. Lu Jing. At this moment, the second demon was still very dissatisfied as to why he appeared as the best demon. Lu Jing also gently chimed in. "So where is the best demon? Can't you see anything from this?" The fox felt an ominous premonition rising in its heart. Lu Jing recounted that the best demon had been torn apart by him. The bones and scales taken to forge into weapons. The soul was split in two, one part absorbing memories, and the other forming a body for him to wear. Moreover, he even dug up the inner core, leaving nothing behind to destroy the demons. The arrogance made them exclaim. "You dare." Lu Jing said he initially wanted to tease but was now bored. The person he wanted to find was also here. It was time to end it all. He claimed the plan was a true scheme, then gently released his hand, and that fragment gradually condensed into intricate patterns, with a red light shining down on the treachery within him. Below was a chilling atmosphere to add to the drama. He said this formation used blood as a medium to activate, but because it was a large formation, it required a huge amount of blood, and that was the reason he had people spilling blood everywhere. The target transmitted would be all living beings in the maze, and fresh blood was increasingly drawn into the formation. Lu Jing disdainfully said that the target included those demonic beasts, and the next place was the land of the Taoists of the Feng Gu, where thousands of Taoists were waiting to tear the beasts apart. Lu Jing laughed savagely because with this opportunity, he would subdue the demon kings. His flowing hair adorned the cruelty. Ong looked fearfully at his master, while the fox still displayed an expression of anger. The second demon was almost desperate, mumbling about the first demon. Lu Gu Tan glanced over and saw there was not enough blood to activate the formation, and immediately he shouted, "What are you doing? Hurry up and keep spilling blood." The elders could not help but admire him. Then the sorcerers began to draw more blood, intending to slaughter more demon beasts. Suddenly, the fox shouted, "Are you planning to take us to the sorcerer's land? I won't let you have your way." It unleashed the power from its 6 tails. The fox was determined to break the formation before it was completed. It lifted huge stones high into the air. Lu Ting casually remarked, "What a nuisance? You should have just submitted quietly." A blinding white light appeared, and a massive lightning bolt shot down from the mountaintop. He believed that if they submitted, at least they could maintain their lives. Then, lightning bolts began to gather increasingly on the gem of his weapon. The place where he stood left only a streak of light, and Ligu Tinu transformed into a lightning bolt that struck the opponent. He claimed the fox had shortened its own lifespan, and a sharp, electrifying object was about to hit it. The powerful lightning seemed ready to tear space apart. With his strike, a purple lightning bolt sliced through it. His hair flew wildly in the wind, but that handsome look was soon extinguished. The fox suddenly appeared from another spot. "You are too slow." For a moment, Lu Tin was startled, but the fox said it was not time for it to confront him yet. After warning him to be careful, it dashed towards the formation. Lu Tin still remained sluggish in his previous stance. It turned out the fox knew to prioritize the teleportation formation. It thought if it could destroy what sustained the formation, the thing it was planning suddenly became unclear. But then, suddenly, 2 strange arrows pierced its body. Lu Tinet could not help but sneer at its inability to distinguish between illusion and reality. He laughed and told it to just accept its fate. Meanwhile, the fox was losing spiritual power rapidly. Shifting scenes. Sen Quan's arm was ablaze, and his eyes were filled with hatred. Blue flames surrounded the sky, and he frantically clawed at everything around him. At this moment, 3 of the 4 immortals from Thai Sen had been burned to death, with only Mevhun standing like a statue, while the surviving ones were trying to escape. They did not forget to urge the elder, asking what he was waiting for. "Do you want to die?" He was still brooding, clearly wondering how a demon beast like him could reach that level in such a short time. The sword in his hand had snapped in 2. Mi Hun gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept the situation, and he screamed in frustration. Sen Quan was also very close, and he slashed down again, the recoil from the strike blasting straight at his opponent. Mhan's hair mixed with the blue flames, the figure before him dark, only seeing a red circle, and the hem of his robe was burning hot. Over here, the formation was beginning to expand, and Sundrin Quan had also escaped from the battle. He stared thoughtfully towards the horizon, and when he turned back, he heard a savage laugh. He smugly spoke, "Even if we die here, your plans for the Thapi-RC Lone Thechku will end. The real plan is to take you all down first. Thousands of Taoists are waiting to send you to your deaths. You may win this battle, but the ultimate victory will still belong to us." An angry girl shouted, "Those who entered here have lost their most precious things to you. Damn beasts. We risked our lives to come here." A flash of light appeared above her head as she raised her large blade high. Our sacrifices are enough for the plan to succeed. That is all that matters. Meanwhile, the chaos continued around them. The surviving people urged each other. They have lost all willpower. Let us push them back and wipe them out. The three demons shouted in anger. Get a grip. It is not over yet. You have to fight with everything you have got. Understand. What are you hesitating for? The 7 demons hesitated, voicing their fears. If even the first demon is dead, what will happen to the future of the Thatopili Lonexich coup? The 3 demons remained extremely agitated. If the demon king loses his composure, where will we find support? The formation above kept shifting, continuously absorbing blood into the core. The 3 demons furrowed their brows, silently calculating. They needed to break that formation first. If drawn into the territory of the Taoists, they would all be doomed. Just as he was strategizing, a man from the K Lian faction suddenly attacked. The man shouted, "Where do you think you are going? We have unfinished business to take care of." A technique flashed in the air as he attacked, yelling, "You belong to me." Meanwhile, the fox, bound by the seal, screamed in pain. Ong, tightly bound and desperate, cried out, "Master!" Lu Du Nen next to her mocked, "Your master is done for. That poison is the only thing powerful enough to finish off those beasts. Even if you cut off their limbs or decapitate them, they won't die like you." Hearing his mockery, she was furious and wanted to kill Liu Tin. Her anger transformed her into a powerful and fierce spirit beast. Liu Tin exclaimed in surprise, "The master of Hunglukai. I never expected to witness such a mysterious spirit clan up close. To stand up despite being bound by the sealing cord is truly remarkable. If it were not for that fox taking the sealed spot, things would have been much more troublesome." Pulling the staff deeply embedded in the ground, Lu Du spoke in a deep voice, "Because you are a rare spirit clan, I want to kill you. Just stay still." Saying that, the staff shot towards Hongun, piercing her body and making her scream in pain. The fox was slowly losing its life, its eyes hollow and vacant. With all obstacles cleared away, the formation above continued to absorb blood into the core. Lu and I spoke calmly. Now they just needed to prepare for him. The energy was growing stronger, and the patterns of the formation were shining brighter. Lu Gu Nun observed from below, feeling very satisfied. Finally, the formation was complete, and he smiled with delight. "Shall we end this on this side?" Mahan laughed with delight. Just a moment longer. Everyone would witness the demon king of the 10 evil dragons being torn apart right before their eyes. No matter how powerful a demonic beast with strong spirit summoning abilities might be, once pulled into that, it would all be over. At this moment, Song Quan was drawn to the ring on his hand, a soft golden light emanating from it. He knew it was the signal that the ring was resonating. He froze when he realized that Black Lake was in danger. While Mahan kept talking incessantly, "Even if I can't witness your demise, I have no regrets." He mouthed the words still, and in the end, he nearly shouted, "It is not over yet." His unusual behavior caught Mahan's attention. At that moment, dark energies began to gather. In the center of the dark energy, something was glowing fiercely. An object shaped like a furnace revealed itself. Mahan was still in a state of astonished disbelief. After the furnace closed, the voice of the celestial outsider Yang Jun echoed, "Finally, the time has come." The scene shifts to a completely different dimension. The voice of celestial outsider Yang Jun resounded. The harmony spirit swore an oath. Sung Quan immediately affirmed his words. But he seemed to have something difficult to say. He did not mean to press him, so he simply stated that it was enough. The celestial outsider Yang Jun could not help but sigh. "A strange one. Tell me, why do you want to make this oath?" "I am someone who will eventually become a celestial mountain." The jade pendant on his back suddenly glowed. He responded to his words, "Because I hold the 9 heavens moon treasure that can break the seal of the senior celestial." Right now, 7 figures suddenly appeared behind him. Slowly approaching, Song Quan spoke, "I told you." "Right." Mahan was stunned. The footsteps were slowly coming closer. Song Quan said, "Your plan is indeed perfect. But you missed one point. Here. The corpses are lying scattered on the ground." The group of mountain kings looked down from above at Mahan's head. It was over here. The formation was still continuously emitting powerful energy. The righteous faction cheered excitedly. "It is finally here. Our victory. The moment of conclusion has come. Everything has arrived." A red light shone down on the demons. Lu Eno relished this historic moment. "Finally. My wish has been fulfilled," he shouted arrogantly. To our territory, the sky suddenly became strangely peaceful, as if the abnormal phenomenon had never occurred. Lu Tin was bewildered. Not understanding what was happening, he frowned tightly. The teleportation array was destroyed. The group gasped in shock. Why did the formation suddenly disappear? They began to panic. Was not everything already settled? What on earth is happening? Can someone explain it to me? Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky, startling everyone. The wind blew fiercely, tossing the hair of the Taoist group. The demons also looked up at the sky. Another person who noticed the commotion in the sky was Liu Tinan. The fox spirit broke free from its seal, falling freely through the void, as a hand caught its tiny body. The mist soldier called out softly to it, "Black Tiger." A stream of green energy rose from a hand's body. He still does not understand what just happened to him. He silently screams. He can't let him go. The image of the mountain god gradually fades, just out of his reach. He should have stopped him. The sect master, before he could finish speaking, was choked at the throat, the green light growing stronger, eventually dissipating all around. Over here, the mountain god holds the fox, confronting Lu Jing, his cold gaze looking up, as he looks down again, facing you once more. Lu Jing. Lu Jing below also looks up at him. Lu Jing and the mountain god exchange glances. The air feels frozen. He thinks to himself, inside the iron void maze, even flying magical artifacts can't be used. But unexpectedly he was able to use spatial powers to come here. Suddenly, he turns his head to look in a certain direction, lost in thought. Even the ground that had been constantly moving suddenly stops. It seems that the teleportation array being suddenly destroyed is related to this. The perfect plan. Now just after thinking that, he channels force into his fan. Lu Jing tightly grips the fan in his hand, silently making a decision. But it is okay. We outnumber them and have a strategy. Moreover, I have scattered the demon kings. They can open the door to the treasure. Now, they are no different from rats trapped in a dark cave. Nothing changes, even if it costs time and sacrifice. As long as we eliminate each demon beast in here, it is enough. Looking up again, the mountain god is still trying to call for the little black fox. Can you hear me? He gently touches the fox's fur, its face suddenly showing signs of fading, drifting away from his hand. The mountain god's eyes widen in shock, the spiritual power within him nearly gone. He wonders, has the poison spread all the way to Hagaline? He falls into despair thinking he can't save the fox. The mountain god is shocked, asking, have I come too late? Can I only watch you die slowly before my eyes? I swore that I would never lose you right before my eyes. I must think of a way. The more he thinks, the more frightened he becomes, grinding his teeth until they bleed. His whole body sinks into darkness. The figure of Huofeng appears behind him. He remembers what that person once said. The heavenly communication technique. When close to death, you will reverse growth, returning to the form of a child. Thus you belong to me. Remembering that, the mountain god's eyes suddenly clear up, transcending reincarnation. His mouth starts to chant incomprehensible incantations. His hand gathers a small ball of light. Even if I do not know what you will look like in the future, let us deal with the outcome later. He releases the ball of light towards the fox's chest. Little black, do not be afraid. Take it. The ball slowly enters its chest. Right now, the mountain god has only one thought. The important thing is to save the fox first. After the orb fused with the body, the fox's eyes lit up, and thin threads surrounded its body. The threads combined to form an egg cocoon. Sun Quan felt a bit relieved as the cocoon formed. All right. I do not know how long it will take, but at least your life is safe now. He remembered Ho Feng, all thanks to his senior brother's memories. After settling the fox, he focused his energy towards Liu Tun. He landed on the ground, dark energy swirling around his body. His gaze was sharp, and a deep voice rang out, time to deal with the one who has to pay for this. Lu Tining. Lu Ten still had not realized the danger. Calmly assessing Sun Quan, sensing the immense killing intent. His opponent was far from ordinary. He spoke mockingly. But even if you showed up now, what do you think you can do? Among those about to die, even if one survives, they are still just a fading light. Do you think you can take us on alone? Sun Quan scoffed. I do not need to confront all of you. Lu Gu next still did not understand the meaning behind his words when suddenly, something silently happened. Startling him, the ground beneath his feet cracked, and the group fell into panic as they could not understand the source of the glowing cracks. The situation was similar for the demon beasts. Blue light enveloped everywhere, including the spot where Liu Tan and Sen Quan stood. The light erupted fiercely and powerfully. The scenery changed in the vast space, and voices rang out. Where is this? This is no treasure. It is the master of Feng Thit Kong's son. The demon beasts roared. We are back. The righteous faction gasped in shock. No way. Is not that Fang Sis? We have fallen into the center of Venedian. Lu Tina could not believe this situation. Venedian is impossible. He looked at Sen Quan, who remained still and motionless, doing nothing at all. He wondered if there were others. Suddenly, Sen Quan looked in a direction and shouted, they are coming. Their gaze focused on the stone tablet inscribed with ancient characters. A glowing orb flickered from the tablet, forming a vortex in the sky right above the orb. The orb acted like a lightning rod, continuously absorbing the descending lightning bolts. The golden light from the lightning illuminated a portion of the sky, causing those below to cry out in shock. That can it be heavenly thunder? It is even more powerful than that. The three demons have guessed that it is heavenly thunder. Luanho thought in astonishment. How can this be? The legendary heavenly thunder appears at this moment. Did you know beforehand? Sen Quan replied. I knew a little. But I did not expect to witness heavenly thunder with my own eyes. Heavenly thunder combined with the glowing orb. Powerful energy erupted, lighting up a corner of the sky. The divine beast, the fire unicorn, appeared in everyone's sight. The crowd gasped in awe. It is the divine beast. The demon beasts shouted. It is the fire unicorn. In legend, the fire unicorn made all the beasts kneel and shout in reverence, paying homage to the eternal fire unicorn. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. A swirling light shining down, directly illuminating the fire unicorn. Sahung Kun, filled with astonishment, wondered to himself, that five-colored divine light is the pinnacle of the Tao, and also the path of the heavens. The celestial sovereign spoke. Indeed, the lower realm is truly small. As he descended, even this small action carried immense power. Lu Tin was stunned, not knowing how everything had come to this. The people below gaped in shock, while the beasts revved in pain and howled. Lu Ten questioned, could a single phrase create such powerful shockwaves? The celestial sovereign spoke again. It seemed that with his current body, enduring this was indeed quite difficult. He transformed into human form, holding what the mountain sovereign had received earlier. A cauldron. Utineses looked up at the sky, where the light had appeared when the celestial sovereign emerged, and the man beside her shouted. Hu Utin. Did you just see that? Did I just see a divine beast? He stared wide-eyed in horror. The teleportation array had vanished. What is that? Over here. The four demons unleashed chains towards the crowd, their cries echoing throughout the space. On the other side, the five demons also forcefully threw out iron chains. One of them shouted angrily, contrary to your wishes, we all fell into Vnazian. Not foeing if my army is waiting at the entrance. They will quickly catch the scent of your group of Taoists and rush in. Finally, he shouted, all of you will die here. Hu Tines and the old man beside her immediately turned to look back. The celestial sovereign was still hovering above. While the crowd below looked up with their heads held high, the old Taoist murmured gravely, a divine beast? The internal struggle within the Thangbuai faction began. Their perfect plan had failed at the last moment. They started blaming Lo Tin. You started all of this. In the midst of the argument, a figure suppressed them. Silence. He spoke. We all risked our lives to avenge the beast demons. Though we failed, we managed to kill the top demon. This act will serve as a lesson for other Taoists in firing Kusar. Embrace the end that befits a Taoist walking the great path. At this moment, the celestial sovereign finally spoke. Those lowly beings dared to trample upon my body for so long. All 96,542 Taoists here will die. As he finished speaking, he unleashed his power, and cries of pain surged from below. Someone Quan shouted up to the celestial sovereign. Please stop. He looked down and asked why he should stop. He continued. Please send all the Taoists here back to Fan and Kus. The celestial sovereign repeated his words. Send the Taoists back to Fangses. Over here. The Taoists were astonished to hear what he had just said. What did that beast demon just say? Does he want to release us? More importantly, is the divine beast talking to that beast demon, like the others? Luan also appeared extremely astonished. The heavenly outer general asked in a deep voice. They have invaded our territory and slaughtered our spirit beasts. How can we let them go? Exen Quan replied. Too much blood has been shed already. Let us settle our grievances in the mortal realm. He pretended to think for a long time before responding, even if I do not understand the intricacies. Since you say so, I will have to accept it. He extended his hand. For the fortunate ones, I do not want to see you again. Get out of here right now. After that statement, a surge of green energy erupted from his hand. The people below were engulfed and controlled by that energy. Those within the light gaped, not understanding what was happening, looking far away. The heavenly outer general still hovered above, while the horizon below was ablaze with light. The demon beasts looked up in shock. Before their eyes, the heavenly outer general had vanished. Over here, Sen Quan's whole body was shrouded in darkness, and the image of those on the perilous island resurfaced in his mind. In this way, I have maintained the bare minimum of righteousness towards my brothers. The whirlpool in the sky began to retract, the light within gradually dimming, letting out only a few rays. Here, the heavenly outer general looked up. It was time. He turned to look at what was hovering, and a voice suddenly rang out. Tiungait de Hung. Siu Thin Nungait Bao carried the law of creation, the treasure of treasures, even in the upper realm. Although it swore an oath of peace with the spirit contract, it had no effect on me. If I wanted, I could take behind that treasure a peculiar form, with bright blue eyes. The heavenly outer general exhaled and spoke. The heart. I return it to you. Saying that, he struck that treasure down. The treasure flew at great speed. Sen Quan stood below and reached out to catch it. After receiving it, he reminded the heavenly Tao, which was unintentional but never overlooked anything. The flow continued to flow. The lines connected to each other. Heavenly wheel harmony and human wheel formed a world interconnected with the heavens. Our meeting. Your meeting is certainly not a coincidence. He listened silently to everything. His words of guidance continued. When you ascend to the heavenly realm, look for me in the 6 realms. In the beast realm, seek me out, heavenly outer general. After saying that, he shot straight up into the sky. He had left, but he still gazed in that direction. The demon beasts exclaimed to each other. Goodness. He just spoke to that 6th teacher, telling him to come find him. They wondered if that 6th strength would become a divine beast. At this moment, a Sen Quan had turned back. He said to Li Yutun, who was standing opposite, "Is it time to settle our grievances?" Here, Lu Tin also cast a cold glare at him, shifting the scene to a place called Thui Nguait Mun. The green light led the Taoists to this place. They looked around in shock as they realized they were at the Water Moon Gate, incredibly excited to know they were alive. Meanwhile, at the Hon Sen sect, the people were still in disbelief. The K Lian sect was in a similar state. Everyone thrilled to have passed through the gates of death. The scene shifted to the Masen sect, where Ho Tu Sista stood alone, something heavy crashing down onto the ground. The bald man from the K Lian sect was furious. Had the demon beast let them go? His eyes lit up. He spoke each word carefully. A demon beast. The scene changed to the Phais Du sect, where the people were just as joyful. Back on the battlefield, Lu Una spoke up. What about our grudges? The mist soldier affirmed. I specifically kept you alive. He smirked and added. Of course. How could there not be grudges between Taoists and demon beasts? So what tribe do you belong to? I can't remember every demon beast I have killed, he replied. It is no surprise you do not recognize me. It has been over 300 years. Then what about this? Lu Tina's eyes widened in surprise at something he saw. The mist soldier, towering before him, unleashed his power. How could I forget? I have searched for you more than anyone else. And now you appear right in front of me. He remained silent for a moment. Then both spoke in unison. All right, as you said. We will settle this grudge. Lu Yutun stood still, gazing at Sen Quan with bright blue eyes. The mist soldier looked back at him with fiery red eyes. They stood there, not making any further moves. Tamku could not help but think. It has been a moment now. Just standing opposite each other radiates an unapproachable aura. He seemed to ponder something. Looking at the back of the soldier, he silently sighed. The one chosen by the messenger is incredibly light-footed. That sudden appearance changed the fate of our Tha Pi Hai Vinixich demons. Truly a person who defies the heavens. But he thought of something that made him furrow his brow. However, the opponent is the leader of Night Gait Amun, who killed the strongest demon and possesses countless treasures of unknown origin. He had once cornered us. And even if he was alone now, it was unpredictable what tricks he might use. After thinking, Tamku shouted towards him. Sahong Kun, let me help you. At that moment, the two, who had been silent, suddenly moved. The two launched their weapons towards each other, a massive force clashing together, rocks and dirt flying high, illuminating a part of the sky. Tam Ku and the demon beast were blown away by the aftermath of the battle. He was taken by surprise by this. They fought from the ground, colliding techniques with one another, ultimately battling up into the sky. After one round, both retreated to their respective sides. Lu Tining, drenched in sweat, exclaimed in disbelief. Incredible. The little tiger cub who used to run away with its tail between its legs is this strong now. Sun Quan was also a bit tired, but his voice was steely. So different from back then. Right, keep holding on to your hopes. He gathered his strength and weapon, shouting. I admit, I never expected that sparing your life that day would lead to this outcome. He unleashed a chaotic strike towards Sen Quan, declaring, I won't make the same mistake as that day again. The powerful move struck with a fierce shout. Today, I will definitely kill you. You calmly raised your hand. A purple lightning bolt appeared from one eye. The move was unleashed, and thunder roared across the sky. Lu Na's move was shattered. You held a glowing object formed from the lightning. The object resembled a long spear. The bone warrior hurled it forward. Lu Gong glared ahead. The light from the object illuminated his face. He prepared small shields around him, not dodging but blocking directly. The power you unleashed struck directly against the shield Liu Tinan had just created. The surface of the shield began to show increasingly long cracks, spreading wider and wider. Even Liu Tina could not believe you could unleash such a powerful move. His eyes wide in shock. The move pierced through the shield, heading straight for him, and in the distance, he could only see a purple light falling from the sky. The light's endpoint was the ground. A heavy thrust. Lu Hun braced himself against this strike of yours. The purple light vanished. The shield shattered into pieces, and his fan was torn to shreds. He stared in disbelief. Both the shattering mountain and the girl were destroyed, in an instant. His lips pressed together, and he heavily spat out a mouthful of blood. After spitting blood, he felt utterly incredulous. Poison, the one who has achieved immunity to all poisons like me, not letting him be dazed for too long. Sun Quan continued to unleash a fierce flame attack. The flame claw created a set of sharp claws. Sun Quan continuously attacked, thinking that he had to keep pressing him. This was not enough yet. Suddenly, he froze in place. His attack rhythm disrupted. as a massive hand appeared out of nowhere, sending him flying. Countless hands like illusions reached out around the two. Liu Nun regained the initiative, his entire body engulfed in darkness. That damn than dim. He frowned and said, "This is something special I prepared just for you. If you can burn it away, then go ahead." Countless arms reached towards Sun Quan. He frowned, thinking, is the evil flame not affecting him at all? Those hands are not spiritual energy. It is a different aura from another realm. But if it is hands, I have more strength than you. Saying that, he also created arms with sharp claws. He stood on one of those arms. The arms they both created clashed together, and Liu Tini stared with furrowed brows. He raised his staff. Above it was a bronze bell. These intangible things would shatter if struck. The bronze bell emitted sounds that distorted the arms Sun Quan created. He was shocked to see Liu Nai using sound attacks. But it did not faze him. Sun Quan also took out a lute. You think I would let this slide? The lute emitted golden light in midair, a clash of gold and green opposing each other. Liu Tin exclaimed in shock. The five-element pipa. The legendary treasure I have been searching for is in his hands. He wondered. How many treasures has this guy hoarded? So far, I have used countless treasures to crush and overwhelm my enemies, using the connections between various techniques to make the opponent focus only on defense and unable to counter. However, against him, treasures, techniques, sound attacks, and poisons could not touch him. On the contrary, he used even stronger techniques to counterattack. I have never been cornered like this before. Taiba emitted golden light. Surrounded by arms radiating purple light, he silently calculated. The evil flame was useless against him. The all-direction and all-barrier could not be used anymore as he had exhausted all his strength. Now, there were barely any treasures left, so he had to be cautious. The spectacle above was grand, but the atmosphere below was dim. Sun Quan stared in shock. What was going on? Is he retracting his power? What are you planning, Liu Ting? What is it this time? Liu Ting was enveloped by a strange light. You thought in shock. This aura is demonic. By then, Liu Ting had transformed into another form. A massive black energy erupted from Liu Ting's body. Xuan Jun exclaimed in astonishment. Demonic energy. What is going on? Liu Ting squinted and pressed. Why can I sense demonic energy from you? The last question he nearly shouted. Aren't you a Taoist? Liu Ting looked up, his voice laced with sarcasm. Why is it like this? Isn't it all thanks to your demon beasts? His words left you feeling confused. Liu Ting replied. I once did not understand why I hated demon beasts so much. Just thought it was instinct. Thanks to you. The one who falsely accused me of being the killer of the 3 demons. I faced countless bloody battles, and at one point, nearly lost my life, and so, I rediscovered the reason I was erased and the power I had forgotten. The more he heard, the more confused Xuan Jun became. He suddenly asked, have you ever cried? Drops of blood tears fell on his face as he recounted it in despair. In the memories I regained, I cried. Tears dried up and turned to blood. Each drop of blood tear fell. My blood. The blood of my kin. My sorrow. The screams, and the pain, the rage. All of that I forged under the cold moonlight to create a sword. It is the sword of suffering. My sword that I have regained thanks to you. Feel the hatred and fury I have poured into this sword. His sword swung out. Xuan Jun was still in shock, itching in place, as the powerful sword energy struck towards you, shifting the scene to a bustling town of demon beasts. The demon beasts rushed toward this direction. What? What is this enormous amount of spiritual energy? The caught beast exclaimed in astonishment. If I get closer, I will be swept away. Hold your position. The giant is fighting. The Ju Hun knife was knocked down. Xuan Jun took a hit, his arm trembling in immense pain. You thought in disbelief. If it were not for my body instinctively dodging, I would have been sliced in half. I did not expect he was hiding this strength. This is not the Liu Ting I know. When you were not paying attention, the space above you suddenly cracked open. Liu Ting dove down from above, swinging his knife to attack you from above. At this moment, something crawled out beside Xuan Jun. The Demon Law and Sam Ho appeared simultaneously. Xuan Jun shouted. Retreat. They shielded you from an attack. The technique pierced through them and struck the ground, causing dirt and rocks to fly everywhere. After that block, they fell freely downwards. You screamed their names in despair. Liu Ting continued to attack. I have swung this sword twice, and you are still unscathed. But this final blow will have no miracle to save you. I will slice you in the battlefield behind you in two. Sun Quan's eyes widened in shock. This was the moment Kigam Tup appeared, drawing his sword and shouting loudly. I won't let you do that. Lu Na raised Kao Than Kim Hub Dian high and shouted at him. I will also give it my all to counter your attack. I will accept your hatred and resentment. Lu Tang charged in this direction, and the mountain soldiers rushed in to engage. The two swords clashed mid-air, light flashing before striking the ground. He gritted his teeth, enduring. The Hud Dynap's Sai sword felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Is this hatred so deep and heavy? Luo Tining. Luo's forehead shone bright. Seven Quan's gaze held surprise. This time, Luo Ting used the Vian Kakauf Neat Kim technique, attacking directly towards Sen Quan, whose eyes were filled with excitement. He smirked. The invisible sword. You surely do not know this, which is why victory belongs to me. Before he could finish his words, Luo Tunen responded with the Vene KK Kim. Luo Ting exclaimed in shock. Vinhan get Kim. How can a demon beast like you wield this sword? Samson Quan replied. Not just capable. This sword consists of 5 branches. The Void Sword, Blood Shadow Chaotic Sword, Slaughtering Armor Sword, and Bone Transformation Chain Sword. Luo Tunen gritted his teeth against his technique, and he added, I do not know what you did to him, but now I understand a part of the deep-seated hatred within you. However, that does not mean I will let you harm my people. I will protect my own. No one is allowed to touch them. Breaking Heaven Demon Chain. Deng Chine clashed against Liu Kev's sword. Sung Quan shouted again. This sword is my will to protect what belongs to me. You should accept it. Luo Tining. A source of light enveloped his face, his figure merging with the sword energy. Wherever the sword energy struck down, the ground shattered. The sword passed, leaving a deep mark. Smoke rising. The valley was also shrouded in smoke, and the demon beasts were in a frenzy, asking each other, It is quiet now. Is it over? Who could it be? Has the divine beast appeared or what? A little fox tugged at its mother's dress and softly called. Mother. She hugged it, gently reassuring. It is all right. Everything will be fine. Transitioning to the battlefield. A mouthful of black blood was spat out. Sasun Quan knelt, coughing hoarsely, then wiped the blood from his hands. He struggled to stand. Not far away lay Lucan's arm. He turned to look at the spot where the arm had fallen. Missing an arm, the sky was clear, and the green mountains and blue waters were incredibly peaceful. Below, a deep pit had formed. Luo stood amidst the crowd, which was abuzz with whispers. The leader of Night Unguide, Luo Tining, had been defeated. How much resources have we invested in this defeat? How could we fail? Someone shouted. How do we handle this? Wasn't it said this was a foolproof plan? Ninkota Nuguite. He raised his hand to scratch his head in embarrassment. That is right. Who would have thought there was a divine beast hiding beneath the battlefield? He smirked and continued. Anyway, killing most of the demon lords and the top demon is still a matter of pride. Hearing this, the others got excited. You think I sacrificed my disciples just to maintain that little pride? What about the treasures we put in? One person grumbled. This investment was indeed a total failure. From today, our heavenly self-sect will leave this alliance. We bid you farewell. With that, a flash of light appeared. The members of the heavenly self-sect disappeared, and then the others also said their goodbyes, stating that their sect would only go this far. One person called out to Hong and then left. So Mthethi said, his talent is not bad, and his strength is outstanding. I originally intended to choose him as a partner, but a broken item cannot be used again. She also left with her disciples. Everyone vanished, leaving only Liu Tinail. Somewhere, a voice full of questions echoed. By the way, where is the sect leader of the moon sect? Luo Tining. The scenery shifted to the mysterious Shatgong mountain, and a voice suddenly rang out. Is everyone gathered? Shakku replied. Seeming to confirm it was enough, he looked toward the stone pillars in front of him, and then turned away. The chairs symbolizing the positions of the Thaphe alone were on the stone pillars, but lacked figures standing there. Shatku sadly lowered his head. After Suku, how could Notku be like this? And Ku also spoke up. I still can't believe Notku has bid us farewell forever. Tvku also silently bowed his head. Only Tamku was excitedly shouting. Don't talk as if everything is over. Our power is still intact. We just need to select a new demon lord to re-establish the Thapi Hai Vin Nngzech Ku. And Ku agreed. Just as Tamku said, selecting a demon lord is not hard, but replacing Nutku won't be that easy. Tamku voiced his thoughts. I recommend Zi Lesasat for the position of Nujit Ku. The other demons erupted in chaos upon hearing this. How could he become Not Ku? Tamku expressed his thoughts, saying that without him, the demon lords of Thapi Hai Venexich would not be here now. He defeated the Taoist Liu Tin. And you have killed Not Ku, proving his strength is not trivial. One demon rejected that proposal, and that was Nuf Ku. Tamku coldly asked, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Well, do you want to compete for the position of Net Ku too? Nu Ku believed that the position of Net Ku was not so easy to fill. He added, Tam Ku, as you said, our Thape Vivinixech Ku has not ended. We cannot let such a thing happen. Now that Shak Kaingavihang has been destroyed, the karma of Longlan is no longer effective. I will use a new method to choose the demon lord. As for the position of Not Ku, it must be for someone with the spirit of sacrifice for our leaders. Someone who inherits the will of Not Ku, who established the Thapi Hazai Vinex Ku. With that, Nu Ku fell into deep thought again. Later, he added, indeed, It is difficult. Today's Demon King conference ends here. And I will finally appoint the six-striped tiger as the sixth demon as the prophecy foretold. Over here, Sefquan looked up, raising something like large incense sticks to the sky, countless ghost-like objects soaring upwards. Emitting a powerful light, an explosion occurred where the two fox mother and child were. An image of the mother holding her two children appeared, an image of a demon beast holding a national emblem. An image of footprints passing through. The three of them lay in a pool of blood. An image of a beast with a large eye appeared. Tears of anguish fell as he witnessed the murder of his wife and children. All those images were captured in the smoke he had released. The smoke rose high into the sky. Glowing fiercely, a woman screamed, blood splattering across her face. A wide-eyed stare filled with shock. An image of a demon beast chasing and tearing at a human appeared. Blood splattering everywhere. The dead piled up. A person sat up from the heap of corpses. The child's face was filled with amazement at what was happening before his eyes. All those images were captured in the flames he created. He thought deeply, wondering if it was because he learned the one sword of 10,000 extremes or due to his increasing realm. He could faintly see the souls being absorbed in this then Hud Dayan Hashai sword. Everyone has their own story. Once I realized it, I could not bear to use these souls any longer. That is right. This world is like that, whether you are a Taoist or a spirit beast. If you are not strong, you will die. If you can't accept it, you will be swallowed by this world with no rebirth. Thinking about that, he spoke up. Who should I blame? It is this world that is wrong. I hope to be reborn in a peaceful world next time. Those sparks dissipated, flying straight up into the sky. Ong approached from behind Sen and Quan, silently watching him. After some exchanges, he asked, "Do you want to hand over the black tiger to me?" She replied, "Yep. Aside from you, no one else can take care of my master." Sung Quan wondered, "May I ask?" Ong replied, "I am beside my master but cannot protect him. I can only watch him die slowly before my eyes, but the sixth demon saved my master in an instant. It is all because I have not cultivated enough. I will enter seclusion to prepare for the eternal true water and bright fire, though I have prepared for a long time. The rest depends on fate. I do not know what will happen. But being with the sixth demon, you will definitely be safer." Hearing that, he was very surprised. The true water and bright fire. Yet, the thought of the enemy handing over his master to someone else was truly unimaginable. Ultimately, he still agreed. "You can rest assured about your master. Focus entirely on your cultivation." She bowed her head in gratitude upon receiving his agreement. He reached out to take it, and she murmured, "My precious master, we are just parting for a while. I will definitely return." As she spoke, she embraced the cocoon to her chest. Hong presented the cocoon to him with both hands, then decisively turned and left. He watched her silhouette, mumbling each word. "Please return safely." The scene shifts to a dark forest, where Liu Tin lands. His face darkens with anger, beads of sweat rolling down his face. And suddenly he bursts into mad laughter. The gloomy forest echoes with his dissatisfied voice. Unable to take revenge and forced to flee, he mutters to himself, "I need power. I need power." His hands claw at the ground beneath him. "If the path I have taken leads to such failure, then for revenge, I won't hesitate to walk the path of demons." The scene shifts to the two demons, and a voice rings out. "Has the sixth demon left the dragon formation?" The three demon replies, "To leave so casually while selecting the demon king." The two demon wonders. He claims to be a wandering immortal and even refuses to accept power. Right after saying that, he thinks to himself, perhaps it is unnecessary to accept him as he is already a moving force. He voices his thoughts. The 10 Seas and 10,000 Threads are merely a collection of incompatible tribes, each with their own uniquely difficult personalities. If we keep calculating everything based on Chai Lai, then the 10 Seas and 10,000 Threads demons would not be able to survive. So let us just overlook this. The three demon wants to add something. Indeed, but he remembers the question the Mountain Lord once asked. It is said that among the demon kings being selected this time, there is also the 9 demon. He replies, "Yep. As you know, currently the 9 demon, but is interrupted. Do you know why I became the demon king at that time? You said it was to protect the 9 demon in times of danger like this. If the 9 demon is not a demon king, then I have no reason to be a demon king either." The 3 demon is taken aback and asks, "What?" The Mountain Lord slowly walks away. "Indifferent to me. The title of demon king is nothing more. Just that." He pauses to leave a remark, "But do not worry. Regarding the national fate of the 10 Seas and 10,000 Threads, I will definitely give it my all." That was when the 9 demons still held the position of demon king. That was the last thing he said before leaving. At this moment, the 3 demon silently remarks, "Do you really underestimate the position of demon king so much?" The 2 demon sinks into thought. If only looking at the 9 demon, it might be so. But with the 6 demon present, the story is different. Besides, next to the 9 demon is Hongan. Both are not easily lost. That is why I can comprehend why my first impression of the 9 demon is truly an ordinary person. I thought he was someone insignificant, just with a high realm. The image of the fox in the mind of the 2 demon is filled with contradiction. His thoughts continue. But alongside the 9 demon are such formidable figures. Or rather, it makes him even more admirable. After clarifying his thoughts, the 2 demon makes a decision. There is no other way. The position of the 9 demon must remain unchanged. He turns to look far into the distance. Let us focus on selecting candidates for the Demon King to build a new 10 Cs and 10,000 threads demon. The scene shifts elsewhere, where Eka Van and Du is rushing through the sky carrying the Mountain Lord. Hojan asks, "Are you going back to the mountain?" He replies, "I am heading north." When she wondered why they were heading north, he replied, "To find it for you." He said he had delayed too long and needed to go to the place she mentioned for training first. After saying that, he urged Eka Van and Du to hurry up. The scenery changed to another place, and an eagle appeared in the sky. Diving straight down, a light flashed, and the eagle transformed into a human shape as it landed on the ground. The disguised person shouted to the one above, "The Taoist with the giant sword has passed through the Tula sect and has now arrived at Dd Than Mun. We predict he will soon pass through this place." Another disguised person asked, "The Tula sect?" The person next to him also wondered how many sects he had wiped out by now. Suddenly, they called out the name Chartong Thivan. At this moment, he was thinking, from Jiang Thro in the far northeast to En Sen in Baiki Nenek, and now Dite Vin Amen right here. Several dozen evil sects had been wiped out. Could this be something an ordinary Taoist could accomplish? Tropin then vaguely speculated. It could be a newly emerged Chi Tin or an old Chi Tin that just reappeared. Whichever it was a Chi Ting we had never known. His eyes were filled with determination, which is why it was even more necessary to verify his true nature. Was he someone following the path of Taoism, or just a madman bent on killing? Suddenly, a disguised person approached with a red orb. He said to him, "Deputy Master, this is a message from the Grand Master." Tropin Thin curiously asked, "From the Grand Master?" Saying that, he reached out toward the orb. A light flashed from the orb. Hai Mang turned his back to this side and said, "That person does not belong to this sky. He will soon return to where he belongs. Do not approach. Keep your distance from him." Tropin Thin was still in a state of shock. He pondered, "Does not belong to this sky." What did the meaning hidden in those words signify? I do not know. But the Grand Master's words. You can see things we can't perceive. They are always absolute. He turned back. Long had made a decision, without a doubt, to just follow through. Having thought that, Tropin Thivan raised his voice to give the order. All troops returned to the palace. The disguised people shouted in unison, obeying the command. Suddenly, Tropin Thin paused. Lowering his head as if remembering something, he stared wide-eyed, wondering, if the Grand Master has reached the advanced stage of Chi Tin, can he sweep through the evil sects like him? The scene shifted to a place filled with smoke and ruins. Kim Tin stood alone on a cliff, finally escaping that damn evil land. He stretched his arm out. Before him lay a path. The path once covered by evil energy now revealed itself. He thought to himself, "Wait for me. Little brother, it will be soon." He reached out to touch the light, and the entire body of Kim Team sank into darkness. Meanwhile, Sen Quan was in seclusion to cultivate. Feeling the connection had been severed, after a while, you exhaled heavily, smoke billowing from your mouth. Song Quan looked down at his hands and murmured, "I have chanted the Tai Thien and Goi Duong divine art as taught by my elder, and engraved it into my body. But will it actually work? I did not even know if I could learn the divine technique of the upper realm." Ho Jian announced. "Shan Quan, we are almost at the place you mentioned for training." They arrived at a snow-covered mountain. A Vmandu was carrying you on his back, your eyes filled with determination. "Over here." The cheerful sword spirit covered his face and laughed loudly, clearly delighted, repeating, "Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful." It was unexpected that he could break the Master's seal. Something all the bearers of the celestial quintessence could not do. He gazed into the distance and said, "Still, this remarkable feat means you have stepped onto the same path as me. A cultivator in the lower realm cannot withstand the immortals of the upper realm. No one can escape this priceless hell. Everything lies in the hands of the gatekeeper of the perilous island." Outside, snowflakes kept falling, one foot stepping onto the white ground. As soon as Song Quan set foot on the ground, he saw something that left him utterly shocked. Ho Jan was equally astonished and called out to him. Before him were images of intertwined ice pillars in utter chaos. He slowly approached, and even from a glance, he could tell there was still a lingering scent and aura of the fox spirit, traces left behind from its divine technique. And there was something else that caught Shan Quan's attention. He reached out towards the ice surface, where smoke was rising. The melting ice revealed a needle. Jan said, "Isn't this the Mu needle that you gifted to Sun Tai? The item she always carries with her." The Mao needle floated in the air. Song Quan looked at it, his gaze dark and mysterious. After a moment, he spoke, noting that the cold aura still enveloped everything. The divine technique capable of freezing this spiritual power belonged to the ice bow. and the chill was at the level of a true immortal. Shen Quan's eyes were filled with determination, all pointing towards the ice bow. The scene shifted to a snowy expanse, where a house appeared in the distance. A man led a reindeer walking on the snow, urging, "Quickly." Before sunset. Suddenly, he noticed a light emanating from the sky. That source of light struck down, startling the man. A figure appeared before him. Sun Quan stood straight, his bright red gaze fixed on the man. The man hurriedly bowed his head in plea. "Please spare my life. I am just an ordinary mortal. I beg for your mercy." You suddenly called out the name of the ice bow. These two words made the man's eyes widen in shock. You continued, "I am looking for the ice bow. Do you know where it is?" The man was still in disbelief. After that moment of shock, the other replied, "How would the esteemed Taoist know? If you lived in the North Sea and did not know, that would be strange. Just find the biggest mountain in North Sea." The man repeated the phrase "the biggest mountain," and the person quickly affirmed, "That is right. The largest and most sacred mountain is North Sea Poga Mountain." You pondered for a moment, contemplating the man's words. Finally, you left a thank you and 3 jade blocks as a token of gratitude for the man. The man was astonished by what you left behind. Then he looked in the direction where you had departed, and expressed his thanks. A bright dot appeared in the sky. That dot was you, moving on wings. You asked Ho Jian, "Do you know anything about the Ice Palace?" She responded, "Since it is located at the northernmost edge, there is not much information. But I have heard a bit about North Sea Poga Mountain. It is a mountain filled with the chilling essence of the world, called the Deep Grief Mountain. It is where the Ice Palace was established and countless deities appeared. The power of the Ice Palace is so great that it cannot be compared to ordinary sects. Aren't you planning something by going there alone?" Your expression after hearing Ho Jian's words was quite unpleasant. She spoke up again. Her expression clearly looked like it could explode at any moment. A hand reached out. "Recently, your actions have been too reckless." She embraced you, her voice filled with reliance. "Still, I trust you and will follow you." You hesitated for a long time before saying 2 words. "Don't worry.
You are sure?"
This time I won't take risks. Just need to bring it back." The scene shifts to a majestic mountain filled with chill, transitioning inside the Ice Palace, which boasts a massive architecture, where a boring and dull sound of sighing came from the guards. The 2 guards of the Ice Palace talked to each other, not expecting that after the 3 demonic forces I have battled for years retreated, each day would become so dull. You appeared on the city wall, and when the 2 guards saw you, they were astonished. A figure appeared behind them and commanded, "Silence. Put away your weapons and retreat. This is not something you can meddle in." At this moment, the elders of the Ice Palace all appeared simultaneously. The 2 guards were utterly astonished. What is happening? The elders, including the Grand Elder, all appeared, looking to the opposite side. Even the sect leader showed up. The leader of the Ice Palace spoke. "It seems today we have an uninvited guest. May I know the name of this esteemed master?" You introduced yourself as the Great Tiger of the 100 Mountains. The elders of the Ice Palace appeared extremely surprised. "Isn't he the 100 Mountains a newly rising sect where Taoists and demon masters coexist?" One person concluded. "Then this person is not a Taoist but a demon." The sect leader turned back to remind. "Maintain decorum, a demon master or not. He is still the sect leader of another sect." She thought deeply. "I have heard of someone called the Eternal Cycle Demon Master, who defeated 5 sect leaders alone. Although at the same level, he is much stronger than the Grand Elder. But this aura is not inferior to that of the pure yin fairy of our palace. Before entering this palace, he only exuded enough pressure for my master to sense it, intentionally invading my territory. Isn't this arrogance to think he can take on the Ice Palace alone?" After thinking for a moment, she asked, "So he has reached the realm of eternal life. But for some reason, he suddenly came here." Samson Kwon replied, "I am here to pick you up." She turned to ask those behind her if anyone knew. The person behind answered, "I have never heard that name." The head of the Ice Palace turned to him and said, "There is no one in our palace by that name. It seems you have misunderstood something." He muttered the words, "I do not know." He clenched his jaw and spoke each word clearly. "If you do not know, then call Estrin Taijan here." The elders reacted with excitement, shouting, "What? How dare you?" Each person shouted in anger. "How outrageous! To barge into our palace and say such things. This is clearly a provocation. Even the leader of a sect cannot be forgiven." Just after he spoke, a blinding light hit him. Sasen Kwon unleashed an incredible power, his momentum surging. He spoke, "Because you said you did not know, I called for someone who might, and I won't rely on you." Finally, he coldly commanded, "Bring her out." The aura radiating from Sasen Kwon's body was extremely powerful. The head of the sect stared in shock, his power terrifying. He shouted with fierce energy, "I will say it again. Bring her out." The people of the Ice Palace hurriedly called for the master, even though it was the same words. This time it felt completely different. At this moment, the head of the Ice Palace asked sternly, "Are you declaring war on the Ice Palace right now?" He did not respond but countered, What if I do? One person spoke up. I can't believe the head of a sect is so arrogant and reckless, defeating 5 small sects. Do you really think you can look down on our ice palace? He coldly asked. There are dozens of masters here, and thousands of disciples waiting for orders. Do you think you can handle all of us by yourself? Sung Kwon coldly repeated the word arrogant. He unleashed an even greater power. The dual forces of disaster and discipline appeared together, and you still think this is arrogance? As soon as they appeared, they exuded a tremendous aura and looked over the crowd. The discipline rode atop the disaster. The massive disaster surrounded Sung Kwon. Countless gazes from the dark looked over here. The people of the ice palace stared in astonishment. The elders were also extremely shocked. At this moment, Sung Kwon spoke coldly. Can you understand my feelings right now? Not just the ice palace, but even all the Taoists of Bungkes. I am ready to fight. I won't say any more. Until I find her, I will break down the walls of the ice palace and tear up every stone to find her. At this point, the head of the sect realized the seriousness of the situation, because she knew he was not just talking. The group began to take out their magical weapons and prepare for battle. Sung Kwon slowly moved forward when suddenly someone shouted, "Stop!" Sung Kwon. Your footsteps came to a halt. Bai was panting as if he had used a lot of strength. The leader of the ice palace wondered, "Who is that person?" You answered that it was the secret immortal from the divine palace. The cold prince coldly asked Bai, "What are you? How do you know me?" Bai replied, "Do you remember the Taoist master Kolun and the child who followed him to the Baich Sich cave 350 years ago?" His gaze returned to normal. The Beach H cave. He recalled the image of a boy standing with Trentamin Chi. Could it be that little Kolun from back then? The boy immediately clasped his hands and replied, "Yep. It has been a long time." The cold prince softened his tone. "I have heard about your family background. Now I remember." Bai added, "Thanks to Butch Lian, I was able to become a Taoist of the ice palace." The cold prince suddenly asked, "So what about Butch Lian?" Bai replied, "No one here knows about her. Only a few from the divine palace of the Sesarmem immortal do." He asked seriously, "So where is she?" The boy replied, "Perhaps you have heard of the solar eclipse." He countered, "How could I not know about a solar eclipse?" Bai recounted that eclipses happen once every 1,000 years. But unlike regular eclipses, they create spatial rifts everywhere. Those rifts open a gateway to a place called Kim Hon Tianjung. Kim Hon Tekshing. The heavens, the Bung realm, the Trong realm, the water realm, the death realm, and the human realm all exist in one space. If there is a chance, one could step into the ultimate realm, a land of opportunity where every dream can come true. But that is just a story for the few. In reality, it is just a grave for those blinded by greed. For hundreds of thousands of years, perhaps since the world began, it has been a field of slaughter. The cold prince seemed to realize something. Could Bai really confirm it? Indeed. The Sestrom immortal sent Away to enter the soon-to-open Kim Hon Tin Hajirung. At that moment, his eyes filled with astonishment and anger. Kim Hon Tichung is full of opportunities, but equally dangerous. Even a great immortal like the Sesrm immortal cannot guarantee safety. Yet she sent her there. He clenched his fists until they trembled, then suddenly turned to the people of the ice palace. He bowed his head and clasped his hands sincerely. "I apologize for my rudeness earlier as the leader of Butch Sen." The leader replied, "All right. It is not that serious. If so." Suddenly the mountain prince added, "Let us set that aside for now. I will act to take my people away." She was astonished by his change. He stated, "Since I set foot here, I sensed the aura of the Dong tribe." His eyes were fixed on a tall tower nearby. His body enveloped in a blue light. He soared up towards the tower. The people of the ice palace immediately shouted, "Spatial magic! Leader! He is right in front of the divine palace." The leader snorted dismissively, "Let him be. That barrier was set up by the Sesramem immortal herself. No matter how many times you knock, it is useless. Let us see what he can do." The cold prince stood in contemplation, thinking that unlike other places, there was an incredibly strong barrier here. If that is the case, create a double-headed spear and launch it straight ahead. Tear through space and dash toward the divine palace, using fierce wind and flames to demolish it. The people of the ice palace looked up in complete shock. One of them turned around to call the palace master. The master was also wide-eyed in astonishment. They frantically rushed to stop him. "Grab that damn demon sorcerer." A calamity appeared, blocking the way of the ice palace's people, with dark laws emanating from its nine-fold blade. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and everyone froze. Hojian raised a hand to stop them, saying, "Don't come any closer, we are only here to take our people. If you try to stop us, 3 will block the way of the ice palace." The ice palace's people halted, as the divine palace was destroyed by his energy. On this side, the people of the ice palace wondered, "What is going on? Who dares to intrude into divine palace?" Meanwhile, the mountain army unleashed their power, and the doors of the divine palace were shattered by that force. Inside, Thit A sat curled up, her eyes closed in complete tranquility. But soon she glanced up. Sesung Kwon landed in front of her. "You are here?" Vid8 looked at him with astonished eyes. He softly said to her, Vid8 fainted. Sung Kwon quickly reached out to catch her. He looked down at her and said, she is out cold. But those wounds, they are from the enemy's dark magic. And importantly, Vid8 has lost her senses. His eyes suddenly turned red, filled with murderous intent. He unleashed the power of fierce wind and flames, tearing everything apart. That power was enormous and incredibly strong. The people of the Ice Palace stared up in confusion. The master of the Ice Palace, seeing this, shouted in anger, you monstrous beast. She screamed. A newly formed sect dares to touch the great Ice Palace. Do you realize how mad your actions are? At this moment, Sung Kwon spread his wings and soared up, telling her to be quiet. She still did not understand his intent. He coldly said, the one you touched is not only mine, but the last of a race that has been extinguished. The only one left in the human realm, the Ba clan. The people of the Ice Palace were utterly shocked to hear that, the last of a clan. So he is not just an ordinary tiger. They repeated the words he just said. The Ba clan. At this moment, Sung Kwon held Vid8 in his arms, his eyes filled with rage. I really want to tear you apart right here. But I will personally settle this grudge with this SRM fairy. He gathered with the Flower clan and warned. Now I will leave peacefully. Do not pursue. He lowered his voice, emphasizing, anyone who opposes will die. After saying that, they vanished from the sight of the Ice Bow group. One excited person shouted, Master, are we just going to let him go like this? We have to catch him immediately. Right. The master stood still, pondering something. She thought to herself that she wanted to mobilize all the disciples of the Ice Bow to capture him. But each of his subordinates was as strong as the Supreme Immortal. A giant, murderous zombie, and a woman exuding the aura of the Supreme Immortal. Definitely not human, not just one. But all of them were like that. And they were all subordinates of a demon beast. Not to mention, what he just performed was the spatial shifting technique. She cursed inwardly. Damn it. How can a demon beast use spatial shifting technique? To find him, we will have to scour a vast area, which will only put us in more danger. Finally, she bit her lip in resignation. Bitter as it was, she had to let him go. After thinking it over, the master ordered to prioritize handling the aftermath in the Ice Bow first. Quickly extinguish the fire. The scene shifted to a mountain peak with an open lake, where the Iron Tiger was soaking in the water. The Bone Warrior stood on the shore, asking, Iron Tiger, how do you feel now? She replied, well, I can now dispel the cold energy. You looked at her with deep concern. You stepped into the water, wading toward her. The Bone Warrior clearly saw the wounds on Iron Tiger's back still smoking. You thought, the wounds have not healed easily. This cold energy must be very toxic. Not just the wounds. It is hard to believe this fragile woman was the powerful Iron Tiger before. You can be sure that she has endured suffering worse than death. Iron Tiger's lips trembled. She weakly said, well, it is not so bad. Since you finally decided to look at me, you remain silent. She added, more importantly, you must want to know about the lady's condition. You replied, first, let us recover your strength. She refused. We must act quickly. Listen to me. She began to recount. After you left, the lady and I went to the North Sea to cultivate. The first 200 years went smoothly. Both of us were close to reaching Taixian, but then, suddenly an old woman appeared. Samson Kwon asked, was it the fairy Sam? Iron Tiger confirmed. Yep. That old woman is a powerful immortal. I was completely helpless against her. At that moment, SM had tightly gripped Iron Tiger's neck and warned, stop. If you let her go, I will follow you obediently. So she replied, whether you follow or not, is not your decision. You just have to do as I say. She increased her grip, and the foolish beast that dared to unsheath its claws would pay dearly for it. Iron Tiger screamed, if she died, I won't be able to live either. S&M immediately stopped her action, turned her head to look at her. She smirked and said, well then, that is not allowed. You know how to threaten too. Finally, she sadly concluded, so the lady and I were captured and brought to the Ice Palace. The lady was held as a hostage. Fairy Sojram regarded her as a treasure, but she definitely wanted something in return. She tried to say, I do not know what it is, but it definitely relates to the white blood demon tree. Then they set off for Kim Hon Tin Drung. Just telling the story had already exhausted Iron Tiger. Sung Kwon supported her, gently urging her to stop. You softly said, that is enough. Do not try to say more. Suddenly, her arm reached out. She wrapped her arms around you. Your eyes filled with shock. Iron Tiger weakly spoke. Please do not leave me alone. You looked down at her. Her face flushed with embarrassment. The space fell into silence. You leaned closer to her. The mist from the spring rose ethereally, from a distance. The silhouettes of the two seemed to meld into one, the cold air enveloping the mountain. Sung Kwon gently spoke to her. Use the fire transport to return to Baichsen. That place holds warmth. Better for dispelling the cold in your body than this frigid land. Moreover, the 10,000-year spirit herbs there can help you fully recover. Hearing your advice, Iron Tiger just nodded without replying. In her mind, she still remembered the image of the two entwined in the water, looking at Iron Tiger's face. The Sun Quan also involuntarily recalled the intimate moment from earlier. You felt a bit embarrassed, apologizing for not being able to accompany her, knowing there was less than a month until Kim Hone not the sea before you could finish. She interrupted. I understand. Of course you have to go. Please bring the lady back safely. I will wait at Bitch Sun. After saying that, Iron Tiger decisively flew away on the fire transport, leaving no farewell. Sun Quan stood there in silence, watching her figure disappear into the distance. Behind, Ho Jian watched, puzzled, as each emotion flashed across his face. Her eyes suddenly widened, and her cheeks flushed pink as she learned of someone else's embarrassing secret. Under Hogi's intense gaze, Sen Quan felt uneasy. What is going on? Say something. Is it all good? She suddenly burst out laughing. Teasing him. Sen B had said to accept it, yet he stubbornly refused. Who would have thought he would take the initiative instead? Du Quan felt embarrassed by her jabs, shouting, Don't tease me. I never expected things to turn out like this. Ho Jian sighed and continued. What can we do? After all, a man should shed his worries in a woman's embrace. Sun Quan felt a bit annoyed by this, but did not know what to do. Just telling himself he heard nothing. Noticing he did not respond, she stopped teasing and asked, So what are you planning to do now? He replied seriously. There is another guy coming to Kim Hone Nanat. We can't find Zestan Nan in such a short time. Ho Jiang agreed with his words. That is true. Sun Quan added. So I will go into Kim Hone Teen Hevering myself. She was a bit shocked to hear that. What? But how will you know where the entrance is? He answered. I have to use the Thaha Vinexaiku right now. It was tough for me to reach the Demon King just in time. The Tamku just sent a message. Ho Jian immediately asked curiously. What did it say? He replied. He wants to invite me to his territory, which is not too far. Since I received the invitation, I should go see what it is about. Not long after, at Hokuo, Sun Quan arrived at this desolate mountain forest on Tamkuyu's invitation. As soon as he saw Sun Quan arrive, he immediately came out to greet him. Welcome. Lasix Ku. Sun Quan followed Tamku into his territory, politely thanking him for the invitation. Tamku chuckled twice and politely responded, It is nothing much. You must be tired from the long journey, so please rest first. Follow me. Sun Quan observed the surroundings, pondering how such a space could exist inside a mountain. It felt like another world. The guards below, seeing Sun Quan being led in by Tamku, could not help but feel suspicious. Is that the Lox Ku? The one from the long formation? But why is he here alone? Even if he is the Thahai Vinexa Ku, going into someone else's territory alone is still too dangerous. The commander nearby, hearing them chatter, coldly shouted, Are you idiots? He suddenly appeared next to them, causing the guards to cry out in fear. Lotsin. His gaze darkened as he watched Sun Quan's figure, and memories from the past flooded back. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I might have thought the same. But he does not need an escort. He himself is a power. If he makes a mistake, we are the ones who will be devoured. At the banquet venue, the loud call of the three demons rang out. Quickly bring out the fine wine to entertain the esteemed guests. He raised his cup of wine towards the mountain lord, his attitude warm. Let us have a drink. After the three demons finished speaking, he downed the cup of wine in his hand. The boy then spoke up. Since the great battle, it seems everything here has stabilized. Mentioning this issue, he immediately said, I have almost completed the selection of the new Demon King. There is only one position left. The mountain lord then curiously asked, The first demon? Right. The three demons crossed their arms, appearing troubled. That is right. But the second demon remained stubborn, refusing to accept anyone, constantly criticizing this and that. Do they want to choose or not? The mountain lord straightforwardly said, You did not schedule a meeting at the Demon King conference and instead invited me here. There must be something important. No need for pleasantries. Just say it. Hearing this, he suddenly laughed loudly. So direct. Just your style. Then I won't be shy anymore. Let us get straight to it. Are you interested in the Celestial Sun treasure? Without making him wait long, the boy immediately replied, The Celestial Sun treasure. If I said I was not interested, that would be a lie. But through the generations of Demon Kings, most have lost their treasures. Right. In the eyes of the mountain lord at this moment, there was deep contemplation. He thought, I have one treasure. But if they find out I possess the treasure of the three demons from the past, they surely won't let it go. The clear voice of the three demons echoed again. That is true. But what if I told you I know where the treasure is kept? Upon hearing this, his expression could not hide his surprise. You know where? He replied. I found a record in the archives of the great battle. Reading is my hobby. That record states that the first generation of the 4 demon kings disappeared at Kim Hong Hart of Evengurg along with the celestial sun treasure. As you know, on the night of the 100 Demons Night March, when the Taoists launched their attack, countless ghostly spirits were annihilated. During that time, power was dispersed, especially that of the treasury keeper, Lu Tining, who caused us significant losses. Others only cared about consolidating their own power. But I am different. We need overwhelming strength, a symbol that cannot be shaken. I want to restore the status of the demon bag from back in the day, and to do that, I need to find the lost celestial sun treasure. Seeing his determined attitude, the mountain lord suddenly became thoughtful. The heavenly yang treasure. I truly understand its power better than anyone else, as it has saved my life multiple times with its immortality technique. The 3 demons paused for a moment, then continued. But not just the heavenly yang treasure. Within the golden haze immortal fragrance, there are countless spirit herbs and spirit insects. Even relics from the immortal beings of the 10,000 treasures era. What do you think? Do you want to cooperate? The golden haze immortal fragrance is very dangerous. But he stopped speaking at this point, the wine cup in his hand swaying back and forth, seemingly waiting for the boy's answer. Given the power you displayed at Long Chine, I think you have nothing to fear. This was something he only thought to himself. The general closed his eyes to think, then replied, I have to enter the golden haze immortal fragrance anyway. You know where the entrance is? Right. Hearing this question, the 3 demons knew their intention had been achieved. A satisfied smile crept onto his lips. Do you think I chose to settle in this northern border area for no reason? This is where the entrance to the golden haze solar eclipse will open. Just as he finished speaking, a subordinate entered to report, Lord 3 demons. The demon king has arrived. Upon hearing this, he exclaimed just in time. The general slightly asked curiously, Demon king. The 3 demons immediately explained, not just you. The 4 demons and the 10 demons who have been selected will also participate. A red light suddenly appeared before the banquet hall, and 2 figures quickly emerged before the 2. The 3 demons said loudly, Come in quickly. With his permission, the 2 demon kings quickly entered. The killing intent radiating from them was palpable. The silver-haired one was the demon king of the 4 demons, the Shadow Clan, while the fierce-looking one, with 2 horns on his head, was the demon king of the 10 demons, the red wave of the Dragon Clan. As soon as the 2 demon kings appeared, their imposing aura immediately caught the attention of the general. He frowned tightly, thinking to himself, 4 demons and 10 demons. So they are the newly selected demon kings this time. The 3 demons quickly introduced them. Having traveled a long way, let me introduce. This is the 6th demon. You have decided to accompany us. Hearing this name, the shadow god could not help but feel perplexed. While the 6th demon was still in a daze, the 10th demon suddenly stepped forward, striding toward the general, stepping heavily on the ground with an oppressive demeanor, coldly repeating the name of the 6th demon. The ominous voice of the 10th demon echoed, Let us have a duel. The general was caught off guard by this challenge. Surprised, he coldly replied, I have heard enough about your achievements on the dragon battlefield. You have displayed the valor worthy of a demon king, before all the 10,000 miles of demons. Right, let me feel that strength directly. Faced with the 10th demon's provocative attitude, the general thought to himself that this guy must not be normal. His gaze suddenly turned toward Tam Ku, seeing him sitting there leisurely sipping a cup of wine, not looking at him at all. Seeing this, he could only sigh in frustration. Competition is not necessary, but how about exchanging a move? Just as Sung Kwon finished speaking, the Biku suddenly burst into laughter. Anything goes. My Crimson Dragon clan has absorbed lava countless times to refine our scales. My scales are like steel armor. Try to pierce them. I will let you take the first shot. As he spoke, he laughed maniacally. Sung Kwon remained calm, and if that is the case, he would not hold back. A streak of light suddenly appeared in the sky. He leaped off the banquet table. Standing before the Vavo Kubaho Ein Thin, Sung Kwon attacked first, throwing a punch at his stomach, the fist rushing like a storm toward him. The Baku's eyes flashed with sparks, and he was sent flying over 100 meters by the punch. Soaring past the guards and deep into the dark forest, shouts of astonishment rang out. Ku has been knocked away. The Piku. What are you standing there for? Hurry and help him. Lung Thun gazed at Sung Kwon with deep eyes. Hard to believe. One strike. Just one strike blew away that Ku. It seems the rumors about La Suko are not exaggerated. The reality is even more terrifying. Looking at his straight, cold back, she felt a bit of fear. After the recent display, Tam Ku suddenly laughed loudly. Truly a fierce greeting. How harmonious, I told you. Messing with Lox Ku will have consequences. It seems the hierarchy has been clearly established now. Lung then looked at him with disdain. Really? You men are always like this. Her gaze turned to where that Kuku had been knocked away, mumbling to herself, so pitiful. Sung Kwon turned to Lung then, his eyes calm, devoid of any emotion. I will take my leave now. Tam Ku immediately asked, so soon? This is just the beginning. Then why do not we play together? He explained while turning to leave. There is still a month until the solar eclipse. I have a lot to prepare. Watching his departing figure, he did not insist on keeping him any longer. All right. It is up to you then. See you again in a month. The servant of Tam Ku came forward to guide Sung Kwon. I will lead you to where Las Ku will stay. This path is on the peak of Hokuo Sen, where that Biku was knocked back, crashing into the mountain, creating a large dent in its body. His body felt painful, but he still laughed maniacally. Truly astonishing. He never expected to be this strong. He really is a monster. The shot of Thapi Ku echoed throughout the mountain. In the dark of night, 3 mysterious shadows appeared on a mountain. On the arm of one of the 3 appeared strange writings. The disciple anxiously asked, "Is something wrong, master?" Sesram lightly turned her foot, responding, "I heard that the head of Baich Sen has sought out the Ice Palace. He has burned down the Divine Palace and declared war on me." She was a bit shocked to hear that. Baich Sen, that beloved beast, dared to touch the Divine Palace. Did my disciples let him run rampant? The dark tone of Suyama code. He has reached the eternal realm. Could he really break through in such a short time? It seems there is indeed a reason you see him as your husband. Suddenly confronted by the sword of that disciple, she shouted, "It is all your fault. At least chop off his hand." Sesanem immediately spoke up to stop her actions. "Calm down, disciple. It is just a palace. We can rebuild it." The disciple, hearing this, reluctantly sheathed his sword. Looking very unwilling, she continued, "I do not know if this is lucky or unlucky. There has been no news for decades. Yet just when I am away, he shows up. I thought your husband had abandoned you. But who would have guessed he bravely came here alone?" Her eyes became slightly teary. She emotionally whispered the word husband. Her hand clutched tightly at her clothes to suppress the turmoil in her heart. Isodrem turned and walked down the mountain, calmly saying, "No matter how strong you pretend to be, it is useless in front of me. You can't hide your true nature. The trust of men is ultimately as light as a feather." In the quiet, dark space illuminated by the moonlight, she suddenly asked, "It seems you have been abandoned before, have not you? By that so-called husband, right?" Suram. Under the night sky, her cold gaze was fixed directly on her. The disciple beside her screamed in panic. "Are you out of your mind?" She remained unfazed. She continued, "He is the one who gave me a reason to live. The one I fell in love with, the one I chose. Even if he uses me, I will still love him, even that abandonment. Unlike you, someone who has covered their memories of love with hatred and turned into a monster." Every word she spoke was like a knife stabbing into her heart. The disciple could no longer contain her anger. She yelled, "I can't forgive you anymore. I will." Before she could finish, a shadow suddenly darted past her eyes. At that moment, she still showed no sign of fear. She stood still waiting for her fury. Only when Estram approached did she close her eyes in a bit of fear. A space veil was knocked into the air. Her arm reached out in front of her, coldly warning, "Don't provoke me, child. Even if you do, I want to kill you. At least not now." Everyone thinks that the one they love is different from others, but that is just an illusion, a painful illusion. So I look forward to seeing that, the scene of you being abandoned by the very one you risked everything to protect. Her eyes widened in shock, staring intently at her. As Sehram's hand quickly left her chin, she turned away and calmly said, "Knowing and truly experiencing it are 2 completely different things. Will you be able to say these words again when that time comes? But we need to see if he can make it in time." She looked at the retreating figure of the woman in surprise, unable to come up with a retort. In the Touchdagon library, inside a small eatery, the shocked voice of the waiter rang out. "What? A blue flame?" The sword immortal replied, "That is right. Have not you ever heard of it?" "I heard that is a magical beast." The waiter scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. "But even if he were to ask me, a regular person, about those cultivators, I would not know anything." He mumbled the last part to himself. Hearing this, he fell into thought. If someone has reached the stage to step into the sword spirit path, then the rumors must have spread even among the common folk. The ban on his body has been lifted, so I can no longer track him down. According to the laws of heaven, I can use flying magic, but wandering around aimlessly like this is not a solution either. Guess I will have to borrow someone else's hand to try and meet him. The sword immortal then asked the waiter if the sword flower sect on Mount Inugait Ni still exists. He exclaimed in surprise, "What mountain are you talking about?" He pointed toward the distant mountain and repeated his question. "That mountain over there. Mount Guait Nech." Teiyu Nexi looked in the direction he was pointing, confused, and said, "Master, that is Mount Geolax." The sword immortal was a bit surprised. "Mount Geolax," the waiter explained. "Yep. Since my father's and grandfather's time, this mountain has always been called Zeolax, and no one lives there. Occasionally, a few cultivators stop by during their pilgrimage." But hearing this, his face suddenly went blank. Mumbling, No one. The waiter noticed the sword immortal did not intend to ask anything further. So he placed the food on the table and prepared to leave. The wind is picking up. Eat quickly. I will take my leave now. Looking at the steaming bowl of noodles placed right in front of him, the sword immortal's eyes suddenly darkened. He grabbed the chopsticks neatly placed on the table and quickly dealt with the hot bowl of noodles. Everyone around looked at the sword immortal in astonishment, and even the waiter looked over in confusion. After finishing, he placed 3 gold coins on the table, then stood up to leave. Thank you. I am done eating. Watching the sword immortal's retreating figure, the waiter felt a bit dazed. Yep. I hope you visit again. That master is really strange. Eating as if he has been starved for years. Just then, a servant passing by saw him staring after the sword immortal and mocked. Wait. How can a cultivator eat like that? It looks impressive outside, but he is just a fraud pretending to be a cultivator. The waiter immediately retorted, Is that so? But I do not think he seems like a fraud. The servant, slightly impatient, urged. Stop dawdling. Get back to work. Hearing that, the waiter hurriedly turned to go inside. In the dim forest of Mount Juolex, the sword immortal was standing, throwing up all the food he had just eaten, some remnants still on his lips. The sword immortal wiped his sleeve and sighed. It is really overwhelming. After countless years, my body still can't accept food anymore. Standing at the base of Delac Mountain, he stared blankly up at the peak. This place. This is the spot. He reached down to scoop up a handful of dirt from the ground and let it scatter in the wind. Even the foundation stones have been eroded and washed away by time. There is not a trace left of that day. It is only natural. Countless years have passed. The place I was born. The place I grew up. Even the fragile memories I tried to hold on to have faded like a dream. The sword immortal suddenly remembered the words of that old man. A weak kid walking the path of the Tao could not let go of those things. That is why among the swordsmen, you are the weakest. Let go of your delusions of desire, anger, and rage. He looked up at the dark night sky. His eyes suddenly shone like headlights. He called out, and the sword aura appeared. The 5 swords on the sword immortal's back suddenly flew out of their sheaths, circling above his head. At that moment, the sword immortal's face looked even colder and darker. His inner self was gradually becoming frantic. Sorrow. Himself. All would be sent into the sword to be carried away by the wind. The sword immortal's arm pointed straight up at the sky, and the 5 swords shot up like they received a command, piercing through the center. Light from the forest shone straight through the night. He sat down on the ground. The energy in his body began to surge. The sword immortal's face looked incredibly terrifying. His laughter had a hint of madness. Damn it. Another thing cut off. But I only feel regret. Nothing else. My emotions have become indifferent. Only the joy from the understanding of sword intent remains. Am I gradually becoming a monster like them? The sword-like felt its master's turbulent emotions, and suddenly moved closer to the sword immortal. The gloom on his face suddenly vanished. You are saying it is fine. Don't worry. As long as you are still with me. The sword immortal was speaking when he abruptly stopped. His gaze sharpened towards the mountain range behind. His voice was filled with vigilance. Who's it? The sword immortal unleashed a wave of spiritual power sweeping from the base of the mountain to the peak. His vigilant gaze remained fixed on the source of the sound. Then he calmly said, It seems I need to control my power better. 2 Taoists hiding in the forest narrowly escaped a strike from the sword immortal. Hearing this made them stunned. What? Seeing that they had revealed themselves, he approached and coldly asked, Who are you? Why are you sneaking around watching me like rats? Sensing the oppressive aura emanating from him, the 2 were extremely frightened. After listening to their explanation, the sword immortal immediately spoke up. So you are looking for the portal that leads to the Golden Lotus immortal fragrance, which will open during the Golden Lotus solar eclipse. And someone like the person I am looking for is in the 10 seas and 10,000 chains of demons. A sage replied. We can't be sure if it is the same person, but I heard my senior brother speak of a demon beast that uses green flames. Not long ago, there was a battle between a sage and a demon beast at Long Trun. Because of that person, the campaign to eliminate the demon beasts failed. So even though no one dared to talk much about him, it is a fact everyone knows. He murmured to himself as if memorizing it. 10 seas and 10,000 chains. Golden ring eclipse. It seems I should start from there. The sword immortal coldly said. Take me to the entrance of Kim Hon Tien Rang. The full moon illuminated the quiet night. When suddenly, darkness emerged as if to swallow the moon. The space gradually sank into cold darkness, and a solar eclipse suddenly appeared. Inside the forest on the Dao Leki mountain, a mysterious golden light suddenly flashed in the middle of the forest. The door to Kim Hon Tazan Peng has been opened. A group of people gathered outside the door joyfully shouted, The gate is open. I told you. It must be this place. Upon receiving the news, the 2 sects immediately acted in the night. Damn it. This is not it. Move to the next predicted location. Quickly, a group of sea folk appeared outside the door. entering inside. After a moment, the group from Sun Quan also reached the location of the door. The mischievous fox ran ahead. So that is the gate leading to Kim Hon, Tiffen and Zhang. It feels like destiny is calling. I will take the lead. Everyone follow me. The fox eagerly volunteered to go first. Sun Quan tiredly chuckled twice, thinking about having to wake up at this hour, and sighed. He walked over to the fox, suddenly lifting its ear boldly. Ignoring the loud cries of the fox, he said coldly, "We will go first. You just need to follow us." It stubbornly protested. "I am going my way." "Who are you to meddle in my business?" Sun Quan immediately replied. "I am your father." "Got it." After being pinched painfully, it yelped a few times and reluctantly called out, "Dad." Lung then coldly observed the foolish actions of the fox. She could not help but wonder if she was the nine-tailed fox king. The three demons beside her replied firmly, "That is right. Although her power has weakened, she definitely is the nine-tailed fox king." Hearing this, Lung Thun was even more puzzled. So has she lost her eligibility to be the nine-tailed fox king? Why does she still hold the position? The three demons stepped forward and answered, "There is a valid reason for that. Should we go into Kim Honteen Hevering now?" She pondered for a moment, then spoke to the person beside her. The Piku. "What do you think? Letting the fox follow us will only add to the burden." Not hearing him respond, Lung then turned to see him gazing dreamily at the fox, mumbling, "So beautiful." Seeing the scene, she could not help but sneer and sighed. Men are truly something. Meanwhile, the fox and Suzun Quan were still bickering. It was being extremely stubborn. "How can a tiger be my father? Are you stupid?" You are a bit annoyed by their scolding. It is just an expression. Do not take it literally. Then you are left wondering, how foolish. Did she just call me foolish? Lang then coldly steps past the two, feeling incredibly frustrated inside. The nine-tailed fox has just reached the spirit slaying stage, and with a single move, her arm suddenly twitches, radiating a few sharp energies. The bone commander grips the fox's ear, seemingly having lost all patience. "Stop talking and follow me." The loud noises pull Lang then out of her negative emotions, and she breathes out helplessly. The cold, warning voice of Sun Quan rings out. "Fuck. I will let you go this time. But if you do it again, you will die by my hand. Remember that." You let her go and walk straight ahead. Lang then suddenly feels a tremor in her face, her eyes filled with intense killing intent. Suddenly, the demon's hand rests on Lang then's shoulder, calling out, "Wait, fuck." His face is slightly agitated as he steps forward quickly. "Not yet. But what if I find a chance to surpass the 6 demons at Kim Honteen Hong? Then we have to hurry to Kim Honteen Hong." At that moment, a group of Taoists appears in another passage of Kim Honteen Hong. Is this inside Kim Honteen Hong? Oh my. Look at that spiritual energy. It is all meteorites. Leading the group of Taoists is an old man with white hair, who shouts, "Everyone, listen up. This is just the entrance to Kim Honteen Hong. From now on, no one knows what might happen." While the old man was instructing, a young Taoist among them suddenly became greedy. "Meteorites. Just one of these and I could obtain treasures." The old man shouts an order. "Gather up, line up, and take action." As soon as he finishes, he suddenly notices the action of that young Taoist and shouts in alarm, "Stop, do not touch that." The moment his hand touches it, the space suddenly cracks. Then it completely shatters. A force pulling from outside seems to want to swallow them. The space has been torn apart. The old Taoist anxiously shouts, "We are about to get sucked in. Get away from it. The force is too strong." One by one, people are being sucked in, disappearing into the darkness. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the group of sea folk is facing a fierce monster. Than Duong grits his teeth, yelling at his subordinates behind him, "Run." He thinks, a monster is standing between life and death. If that thing eats me, I won't even make it to the afterlife. With that in mind, Than Duong runs even faster. He shouts, "Leave those behind." He is in a panic, desperately looking for a way out. There has to be an escape somewhere. If you do not want to die, hurry up and find it. Back with Sun Quan's group, they are standing in a completely white space. Looking around, Dap Kwai exclaims in confusion, "Is this really Kim Honteen Hong? Why is there nothing here?" Tam Kwai seems thoughtful. Something feels off. This is just the entrance. After going a bit further, Dap Kwai asks again, "But even if we get treasures, how will we divide them?" "We can just split it into different parts." Tam Kwai calmly replies to that. "Whoever finds it first gets to keep it." The 10 devils seem a bit suspicious. Is it really that simple? But that is not an easy decision to make. Are you searching for something else? He just finished speaking when Tam Kwai's lips suddenly curled into a smirk. "All right then. Since you have come with me to this dangerous place, I will tell you. My goal is the immortal herb. The 10-life golden fish herb." Sun Quan looked confused. 10 what? Lung then, equally puzzled, said, "The 10-life golden fish herb. I thought that was just a legendary herb. Does it really exist?" Tamku explained. At first, I did not believe it either, but after reading countless ancient texts, I learned about the stories of the 10-life golden fish herb, he said seriously, then added with a joke, reading is my hobby. After gathering and referencing information from other ancient books, I concluded that it truly exists. Apiku turned to Long Yuthen, asking curiously, what is it? And replied, it is a divine herb that can elevate a sorcerer to the realm of earthly immortals and take us to the eternal realm. He felt truly horrified upon hearing this. Eternal. That is incredible. Tamku continued walking and speaking. It can take you to the highest realm. According to the scriptures, those who consume the 10-life golden fish herb can even recall their past lives. Hearing this, Sen Quan suddenly froze. Recall past lives, he pondered. Isn't he that an essential item for Hakshavan? You have lost your memories due to divine reincarnation. No matter where you go, Sun Quan suddenly became serious. Even though we are together, casually revealing such valuable information is strange. This is a secret worth taking the grave. Tamku suddenly laughed and said, I can do it alone. Once we cooperate, I am not even sure we will succeed. But if we do it like this, it is not like the heavenly Yang treasure. We can divide it evenly. We all can ascend to eternity without any incidents. To gain such power, we must accept significant risk, with 4 or rather 5 demon kings. What is there to fear? Yet, he pondered the question of what the actual risk is. But I have no choice but to go with him, as my purpose is to help Heftsa since I was the one who caused this. The group continued forward along another path in Kim Hon Tizen Endrang, where the corpses of dead sorcerers floated in space. The group of sea people entered and could not help but exclaim in surprise. Then Devning stared wide-eyed, showing excitement. It is truly foolish. Those sorcerers entered here without realizing it was their grave, only to be annihilated like this. Vakun also spoke up. It is really fortunate. They will become excellent nourishment. Princess, do you think so? She did not respond to the two but silently observed something. The corpses of the dead sorcerers hovered in space. The sea people looked at them with disdainful smiles. Those foolish sorcerers. Besides humans, there are also other races within. I have heard that the monsters were terribly defeated by the ancient immortals. Yet they still have the strength to come here. It shows that the allure of the golden lotus immortal fragrance is truly irresistible. Anyone can reach the ultimate realm if they have the right opportunity. Xingyang also spoke up. As long as he could seize that opportunity and survive this place, they are all offerings without even realizing it. The princess of the sea tribe suddenly shouted coldly, silencing everyone, even with the arrangements of the immortals. No one knows what will happen from the first floor onward. This is a crucial event that determines our tribe's long-held wishes. We must not be careless. They were frightened by the killing intent emanating from her, and quickly responded. The princess turned back to the group of mountain soldiers. They saw an entrance ahead. Finally something had appeared. The 3 demons looked at it, pondering for a long time, and then 4 more paths appeared. Now that they had reached here, the road had branched out. 4 doors. How troublesome. I do not know how dangerous it is. But we can't split up. So what should we do now? The fox immediately expressed enthusiasm. What is there to think about? This lady will grant you insight. She pointed towards the second entrance on the right and suddenly exclaimed. One of these 4 paths must lead to the golden lotus immortal fragrance. So if we try each path, we will eventually find the way in. How about that? Isn't this a foolproof plan? Hearing this, Sasen Kwan's face immediately turned gray. The Poku also foolishly chimed in with the fox. Indeed, it is a simple yet effective method. Lung Then, who was standing nearby, felt powerless and speechless after hearing it. The fox was delighted to have helped him realize the truth. Do you understand what I mean? Not bad. The Piku, praised by her, immediately became cheerful, because I am indeed very outstanding. The others, hearing their foolish chatter, secretly cursed. These 2 fools seemed oblivious to the disdainful glances around them. The fox pulled that Piku to one entrance, feeling very confident. My sharp intuition points to this direction. The Thuoku immediately trusted her. All right. Sen Quan shouted angrily at them. Do not just rush in like that. The 3 demons did not know what to do. Forget it. Let us just try it out. Sitting here thinking one yield any answers. After hearing this, Sundrin Quan could only sigh as they followed each other inside. The surrounding space had a strange red hue, giving a spine-chilling feeling. The atmosphere had completely changed. It felt quite eerie. The fox started to breathe heavily after walking for a while, continuously complaining, I am so. How long do we have to walk? Sezin Quan said helplessly. You chose this path. That guy. How did you come to accompany Hong? Hearing that unfamiliar name, the fox curiously turned to ask. Honggon. Ong Jian. Who are they? Looking at its confused face, he was taken aback, then sternly reminded. And see he Trei. You must remember this. Hongun is the enemy's main spirit of the mysterious spirit tribe. When you were still a spirit beast, she always saw you as her master and devoted her life to you. Now I am by your side. But one day she will return. When that happens, make sure to welcome her joyfully." After hearing that, the fox's face went blank. Behind them, the three had found a place with light. The light seems to be getting closer. After a while, they found a door, and someone exclaimed, "That door is magnificent. I wonder what is inside." Lang Shen coldly remarked, "A door with strange patterns. Am I the only one who finds it unusual?" Sung Quan approached and touched the door, quietly assessing it. The surface was smooth and cold like metal, but had a wooden scent. Maybe it is the scent of flowers. Anyway, this thing does not belong to the lower realm. He pushed the door with force. "All right, let us open it." But it did not budge at all. It won't open. The three demons were puzzled. Why were they still standing there? "Hurry up and open it." He channeled spiritual energy into his hands and said, "Step aside. Let me open it." The three demons rushed forward to try to open the door, but it was still useless, and he could not help but feel surprised. What the heck? I used quite a bit of spiritual energy. Yet the 10 demons saw that they could not open a door and scoffed derisively. So useless. Can't we just break this door down? He charged forward, wanting to smash the door. The spiritual energy from the 10 demons radiated strongly. He shouted, using all his strength to break it. But it had no effect at all. The 3 demons saw he had reached his limit and quickly spoke up to stop him. If he could not break the door, his body would shatter first. And the 10 demons were so angry they wanted to curse. "Damn it. If it won't open, what is the point of having this door?" The fox playfully approached, tapping on the door a few times. "It seems sturdier than I thought." Lang Shen stood still. His cold voice rang out. "It is not easy to open. Perhaps we should turn back and try another way." As soon as she finished speaking, someone immediately agreed. "I think so too." Just as they were preparing to turn around, the fox suddenly called out, "Wait! The door is opening." The door gradually opened right before their astonished eyes. From inside, thousands of eerie hands reached out. The fox was pulled in, screaming in fear. Those standing nearby were also pulled in one after another. "Damn it. I am getting sucked in. Help me." Suong Quan yelled anxiously. "Black Tiger, grab one of its hands. Then hold on tight and try to pull it back." Suong Quan shouted to calm the panicking fox. "I have got it. Do not worry." It was being pulled in by those hands, screaming in pain. "It hurts." Suong Quan's eyes widened, a bit frantic. "This is not good. The pull is too strong. Black Tiger's current body can't handle it." He gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it." Suong Quan quickly thought of a solution, then suddenly hugged the fox tightly. He whispered in its ear, "Don't let go. No matter what." The ghostly hands quickly pulled closer. They grabbed Sen Quan and Hai, dragging them inside until the door was completely shut. Outside, Tam Ku and Long Than were the only two who escaped. After being pulled into the space behind the door, they felt like they were falling freely, the 10 demons screaming in panic. A few seconds later, the ground erupted with a loud crash, rocks and dirt flying everywhere. The 10 demons stood up, angrily shouting, "Damn it. This cursed door is as hard as steel when closed. But as soon as it is open, it drags us in." A Sun Quan stood up, brushing the dust off himself. While the exhausted Hevlai beside him was still panting, in the quiet space, he suddenly sensed strange auras surrounding them and quickly warned everyone, be careful and look around. Something's not right here." Darkness enveloped them, with red dots suddenly appearing like pairs of eyes watching them. Sen Quan's group was surrounded by a strange group of people. In that eerily silent and empty space, the Sen Quan group stood still. Thubuko looked ahead and asked, "Aren't there just them here?" He could not sense any aura at all from within the pitch-black darkness, deep and seemingly willing to swallow them whole. Suddenly a creature resembling a monster crawled out, its entire body stained a blood red. Sharp teeth bared as it let out a low growl. Thupiku stared at the monster in front of him, exclaiming, "What is that?" Meanwhile, Evely fearfully jumped onto Song Quan's back, shouting, "A monster is coming." Then, from the darkness, bloodthirsty demons charged at them, ready to tear them apart. But before they could even touch a finger of the others, Thupiku struck back fiercely. After the strike, he muttered a curse. These soulless demons dared to be so bold. Thupiku's gaze was filled with killing intent as he turned angrily to look back, only to see Shiolai still clinging to San Quan's neck, wide-eyed and letting out a sound of admiration. Thupiku felt a bit embarrassed, but also proud. The 3 of them were about to turn away, leaving behind the splattered pools of blood from the demons on the ground. Suddenly, each pool of blood began to rise, transforming into black smoke. More and more of them turned into another group of demons that were gradually forming. The 3 of them were startled to look back. Realizing they had transformed almost completely, they were astonished to see the demons coming back to life. This time, they seemed even fiercer than before. opening their wide mouths with sharp teeth to attack the ones in front of them. The scene suddenly shifted to a large stone gate. Two people were standing in front of it. Those two were Tamku and Lung Thun. She lamented that the 3 demon kings had been taken away all at once. So what should they do now? Tamku replied that they could not recklessly go looking for the others, especially since they did not even know where they had been taken. That door did not seem to be the right way. It would be best to turn back and find another path. Lang Shen was startled and asked, "You mean we will abandon them?" The 3 demons told Lang Shen that they could not even open that door. And even if by some luck they did, what if everyone was wiped out, no matter what? They had to continue for the goal they had set. Right. After saying that, he thought to himself that they gathered the 4 demon lords to face the upcoming dangers. So they could not waste them like this. If it was just the 2 of them, obtaining the life golden fish grass would be impossible. Should they really wait another 1,000 years? Thinking this, the 3 demons immediately turned around and told Lang Shen to head back. For now, they needed to get the heavenly treasure of the previous 4 demons first. Just then, a blinding light suddenly erupted from below the gate. In the next moment, the stone door began to rise high. The blinding light made the 3 demons turn back to Lang Shen, unable to believe their eyes as the door vanished right before them. The 2 moved closer to the corpse to observe what was on the other side of the gate. In front of them lay a scene of a space that had been almost completely destroyed, with not a trace of life. It seemed this was not the glory meant for them. The scene shifted to Sun Quan. The 3 of them were fiercely fighting against the ever-increasing number of demons. The 10 demons, angry, slammed their hands into the ground, turning the earth into lava. He shouted angrily, calling the demons a swarm of flies. After fighting for a while, the demons were not only alive but had multiplied, exhausting the 10 demons. They kept coming in waves, not stopping for even a second, leaving them no moment to relax. The fox spirit, seeing so many demons, screamed in fear. Suong Quan rushed up to shield it and reassured the fox spirit not to panic. Suong Quan stared intently at the demons in front of him, thinking that no matter how many he eliminated, they would never run out. He grasped the staff in his hand, as if Sun Quan had thought of something. Then he conjured a blue flame from his hand. If that was the case, he would burn them all at once. In the next moment, a massive blue fire erupted, incinerating all the demons rushing toward them. In an instant, they were all reduced to ashes. Only 3 figures remained in the space. The fox spirit was awestruck, marveling at Sun Quan's attack. As for the 10 demons, he realized this was no ordinary fire. Even the Long Huka tribe could not compare to Sun Quan. The 10 demons was shocked that he possessed such a terrifying spiritual technique. After defeating the demons, the fox spirit behind him smiled proudly. Truly, a long-time friend makes a difference. Yet, in the current space, there were still faint wisps of black smoke lingering in the air. Just then, thousands of demons appeared, roaring thunderously. The 10 demons could not believe it. But why did he see them multiplying like this? Suong Quan was also taken aback. He had completely burned them, had not he? Suddenly, an idea struck Sun Quan's mind. If his previous fire technique had no effect, then he would use the heavenly army's raging fire instead. After Sun Quan swung his arm, countless blades shot up from the ground, slicing through the demons. They were cut down so quickly that they did not even have time to scream. Yet, just a moment later, from the wounds appeared black smoke connecting the heads and necks of the demons together. Of course, Sun Quan sensed that something was off. Indeed, the demons that had been cut down immediately revived, doubling in number. They charged forward to attack once again. You quickly yelled for the other 2 to get behind you. At that moment, a blue sword appeared beside Sun Quan. The bloodthirsty demons rushed forward, jostling for the prey. But before they could reach it, Sun Quan had enclosed the 3 of them in a protective sphere. The 3 inside looked on in shock at the demons howling menacingly outside. The fox finally dared to relax. It slumped down, sighing in relief, saying it had survived. The 10 demons also laughed, saying, "Just as he hoped from you, indeed. The magic and the treasures are truly abundant." Sun Quan remained serious, reminding the other 2 not to celebrate too soon. This is just a stall tactic. Not to mention that Kim Hon Teen Hong itself only lasts for a week. If they are trapped here for too long, do not even talk about escaping. They might get stuck here for 1,000 years. The 10 demons and the fox listened intently as a demon howled and scratched at the spherical shield. But it seemed unable to break through and turned to look beside it. Soon after, the demon, seemingly driven mad, slammed its hands against the shield, but still could not break it and ended up breaking both its arms. Seeing this, Sun Quan frowned, thinking that even spiritual power and divine consciousness had no effect. And instead, they seemed to multiply. What should they do now to escape this hell? In this vast space, a shield sphere was formed, surrounded by bloodthirsty demons howling outside. The demons clawed at the surface of the shield, opening their wide mouths full of fangs as if wanting to devour their prey immediately. The 10 demons inside were panicking as well. It seems they are becoming more ferocious. Even if their bodies are torn apart, they still revive and charge forward to attack without hesitation. He was so panicked that he yelled at Sun Quan, asking, "Don't you have any way to deal with them? Don't you have any treasures to eliminate the demons?" He turned around, speaking in a serious tone to the 10 demons, saying that the sword with the aura to slay demons he had was all he had. Sun Quan had done everything possible. He even asked the 10 demons back if he had no way either. The 10 demons, upon hearing this, looked at Sun Quan in shock. Unable to say a word, he looked around at the sea of demons surrounding them, wondering how they ended up in this situation because of these wretched creatures. Sun Quan remained silent, knowing that even the killing sword could not last forever. They did not have much time left. He glanced at the 10 demons, seeing him grinding his teeth in helplessness, then turned to the fox, deciding to let it go. This was someone he needed to protect. Looking at the demons outside the shield, he clenched his fists, trying to think of another way. Calling for the Forest Lord did not work, and the 10 demons turned to the fox to see if it had any ideas. The two kept arguing back and forth, neither willing to take action. The Forest Lord beside them was furious, wondering why they were engaged in such a strange conversation when he was being serious. It was unknown how the 10 demons had empowered the fox, but it roared, "I will show you." With that, the fox raised its fists and charged toward the edge of the shield to attack the demons. They were overjoyed to see it running towards them. Those wide mouths and sharp teeth were ready to tear the fox into pieces. It punched a demon in the face from inside the shield, yelling as it did. After taking down one, the fox quickly ran back to the Forest Lord and the 10 demons. It shouted excitedly, "I got." Did you see that? As it approached the Forest Lord, the fox quickly ducked behind him. It shyly peeked out, smiling and saying, "You must be so scared." Right. The Forest Lord was now so angry he was trembling. He asked in a low voice, "What did you just do?" Yet, the fox remained oblivious to his anger and continued to chatter. Since there was no viable option, I decided to let them know the taste of my fist. The Forest Lord struggled to keep his anger in check. He felt utterly helpless and told her this was not the time for joking around. If just one punch was all it took. When the Forest Lord turned to see the demon's corpse on the ground, he froze. The Forest Lord stared at the demon's body, which showed no signs of revival or life. In shock, he could not believe they had actually stopped. The demon's corpse on the ground gradually disintegrated and floated up. The 10 demons gaped, saying, "They have vanished." Saying that, the 10 demons also swung their hands to attack the remaining demons to see what would happen. But, like before, the demons quickly revived and were even more aggressive. The 10 demons were bewildered. How could this be? The Forest Lord over there then spoke in a low voice, telling him not to use spiritual energy but to fight barehanded, using claws if necessary. The 10 demons looked at their hands, muttering, "No spiritual energy." "All right then. No energy." With that, he swung his hand and punched the nearest demon in the head. Instantly, it fell over, its head crushed with no signs of revival. The 10 demons felt incredibly satisfied looking at the demon before them. They truly were not reviving anymore. The 10 demons' eyes sparkled as if they had found the right path. They would show these demons what they were made of. Immediately, the 10 demons charged into battle with the demons in a brutal manner. They decided to wipe them all out. Inside, the excited fox cheered for the 10 demons without noticing the Forest Lord watching it. He stared at the fox with an intense expression, saying nothing at all. Flashing back to the Forest Lord's previous memories, he seemed to have talked to Hong and asked her why she followed the black fox. Although you guessed part of it, now that he has entered glory, Sun Quan feels it even more. He looks at Hong Jun and tells her she is at a level he can't reach. Yet, treating Black Tiger as a master is something Sun Quan just can't understand. Hong closes her eyes and says, "Maybe I should tell you my story." Before Hong Jian met the fox, she had already reached an eternal realm but still felt unsatisfied. In fact, Hong Jian craved more, a burning desire to reach a higher realm. But no matter how hard she tried, Honggen's realm showed no progress. That is why she started hunting and devouring everything, until her greed led to a fatal wound. But she was lucky not to perish. And while Honggen struggled to stand, a small injured fox approached her. It was in that moment, when their eyes met for the first time, that Hong Jian saw the fox's clear and pure eyes. In those eyes reflected her image, an eternal spirit beast, yet filled with killing intent and vigilance as if trembling in fear. Hong noticed something very unusual in the fox's eyes, pure eyes containing absolute kindness. At that moment, as she truly looked into herself through those eyes, the emotions weighing on Honggen suddenly vanished. That was when she truly achieved clarity. Sun Quan still seemed unconvinced. Is that all it takes? Honggen told him something. That absolute kindness is considered the way. The fox's foolish actions contained hidden potential. But Sun Quan had said earlier that she had reached an eternal realm. Not only that, but now Hong Jian was also surpassing the middle realm toward the upper realm. In just 100 years alongside the fox, she had come so far from the initial realm. Sun Quan was astonished to hear the term upper realm. Ong then added that she also had to thank him. After hearing that, Sun Quan clearly did not understand anything. She smiled lightly and let out a small huff. Not sure what she was thinking. Finally, Ongun concluded by saying that the fox was her guide. Back in reality, Sun Quan was still lost in thought. In the past, he thought those things were absurd. But it was the fox who opened the door. The one who found a way to eliminate these demons. You are the guide. That might be a very accurate assessment. The 10 demons seemed to be exhausted at this point. He turned around and yelled at the other 2, calling them to come help him. Even for a demon, fighting these guys barehanded was too much. Sun Quan exhaled, looking toward him as he spoke. He gently twisted his wrist and muttered, I can't waste time here. It has been a while since I have moved. So let us stretch a bit today. After that, Sun Quan and the 10 demons attacked the swarm of demons like a storm. That year, while Hong Jian was struggling with a fatal wound on her body, the fox approached her. It quietly said, You are hurt too. Even more than I am. The fox cautiously put one foot forward. Getting closer to Honggun, she also tilted her head, staring intently at the small creature in front of her. Holy! It was comforting her instead. Honggun told her not to be afraid. Then it held a gem in its hand, saying it would give her this. The small hand brought the gem closer to Honggun's mouth, saying it was a magic pill. If you eat it, you won't feel pain anymore. It said although it was also in pain, it could still bear it. She accepted the magic pill from Holly's hand. After feeding Hong Jun, it coaxed her like a little child, praising Honggun for being very good, despite being injured. The fox smiled so wide that its eyes squinted. Hong stared at that innocent face, silent and saying nothing. Then she slowly closed her eyes, feeling very peaceful now. In the dark night, a little fox and an eternal spirit beast leaned against each other to heal. The fox watched as the 10 demons and the mountain lord fought against the demons. The mountain lord was so fierce that his eyes turned red, charging at the demons without hesitation. He swung his claws, slicing through the demons, leaving their bodies severed. On the other side, the 10 demons were also very aggressive, their eyes blazing with fury as they shouted and attacked. He was like a giant, one hand crushing a bunch of demons tightly, while the other raised a demon high above, trampling countless others beneath his feet. The hand high above lifted a demon, and the 10 demons crushed it to pieces. He looked ahead and saw another swarm of demons rushing in like a tidal wave. The 10 demons glared at them angrily, feeling really annoyed in this form. Then, the 10 demons began to transform his body. Although this was not the form he wanted to show these demons, he decided to confront them in his true form. After transforming, the demons saw a gigantic foot raised above their heads. That foot pressed down, crushing the demons, blood splattering everywhere. The 10 demons had transformed into a beastly form, specifically a mighty fire dragon. He looked down at the writhing demons below and said, I will sweep them all away. Then the 10 demons used his dragon tail to sweep across, sending countless demons flying. The mountain lord on the other side saw that he had transformed into his beastly form, and thought about something. He realized that when he could not use spiritual power, this form was no different from being hopeless. If so, the mountain lord would also transform like the 10 demons. Immediately, he transformed into his beastly form, which was a white tiger with 2 horns and a pair of wings. He slashed through the demons with his claws. The fox stood there, astonished, staring ahead with her mouth agape. In front of her, on one side was the 10 demons trampling mercilessly, while on the other side was the mountain lord roaring loudly. The scene abruptly shifted to inside a cave, where a foot was rushing out quickly. The person quickly rushed out of the store, heading straight ahead. Once outside, they stopped abruptly, gasping for breath. It seemed they had to run quite a distance, so they were a bit exhausted. After that, the person shouted loudly at the store entrance, We have discovered a large amount of celestial gas inside. The people on the other side received this news and were overjoyed. A man who heard the report turned to look at a woman standing on another cliff. Just as T-Betch predicted, it seems this cave contains a large amount of ore. We will ensure safety before starting the excavation. Then he ordered his team to split up for the extraction. The rest will use this place as a base and expand the area. The woman who was standing on that mountain peak was the elder of the Thefty Sesson sect. Name and Trivit at Kim Hong Tin Lottie. A group of people gathered at a cliff, shouting. Feeling that this place indeed had a lot of celestial energy, the leader shouted loudly, Surely there will be countless treasures here beyond our imagination. With this, the Tamangite bro could rise to the top of the sect. The scene shifted to another land with countless individuals in uniforms flying on swords toward a certain area. These were members of the Zai High sect. Their leader flew quickly ahead and loudly declared that their target was celestial herbs to enhance their levels. So they must not respond to any provocations from other sects, and should quickly avoid them. The group obeyed, and he continued to approach that land. The scene changed to another place in that space. There was a group of people in a dark forest. An excited voice rang out, saying, This is really making me thrilled. A white-haired man was raising both hands high, sounding very enthusiastic. I wonder what we will encounter. Beside him, A woman glanced at him and said that although there were some obstacles, they had finally entered Kim Hon Tifan Hejuning. The one speaking was Hetojing En, a beloved leader of the Hang sect, but the friction was still decreasing. Another deep voice rang out, accompanied by a giant foot stepping forward. He was Beat Thian, the leader of the Bait Thin sect. As he stepped out, he cursed loudly, but Thian recalled when a crazy Taoist ruined their good plans. If they met him again. The person standing near the cliff turned around to tell the two behind that were not they all supposed to run away. Because of that crazy Taoist, if we meet again, it will probably be the same. That is also the reason they came to Kim Hon Tian Hejing. Fortunately, after the battle at Longtron, the Taoists and demon beasts were busy cleaning up the aftermath. At most, only a few minor sects were left, so they posed no real threat. The one speaking was the future leader of the Ku Sidong sect. Effing En agreed with what he said. She had great faith in his words. Suddenly, he turned around to say to someone behind, "All of this is thanks to your efforts." The person being talked about is Liu Tian, but he ignores the comment and walks away. Liu Tian says he is only doing it for himself, not for them. Dian probably guessed his cold reaction, so he just smiled and said, "Of course he knows." Then Shinon wondered aloud to Liu Tian if he could let his guard down a bit, since they have been together for so long, but all he got in response was Liu Tian's indifference. Beat Thin, leaning against a tree, angrily asked Diachin Ma why he could not understand why they had to team up with such a despicable sorcerer. After hearing the question, Dihe immediately turned around and asked Bet Thin if he really did not know. He actually enjoys it. Diachin did not hold back in expressing his fondness for Liu Tian. He really likes this sorcerer. Then he continued in a somewhat sad tone. Unfortunately, that person does not understand D100's feelings, but still, that very thing adds to Liu Ti's unique charm. Back in the fierce battle between the mountain troops and those demons, with a single swipe of his claw, countless demons were severed. The mountain troop, now in the form of a horned tiger with wings, stood proudly looking around. At this moment, the demon side had also wiped out all the demons. He panted and asked, "Is that all you have got?" Sung Hong Quan transformed back into human form and said it seemed that way. The two stood looking at the dead demons scattered over a long distance. Vapaku cursed, wondering why he, with an immortal body, still felt so tired. His gaze landed on a demon head still gaping with its teeth bared. Vapaku stared intently at that head, wondering, could there be something else? Suddenly, a flash of light appeared behind the two, startling them as they turned to look at the brightening streak. Sung Kuan and Thapi Ku cautiously observed what was before them, wondering what strange event was about to unfold. The light seemed like a portal opening up before them, shining even brighter. After seeing what was inside the portal, Sung Kuan and the Thakao were left speechless. Upon witnessing the grandeur within, both exclaimed in awe. There were also floating lands in the air here. Could this place be? Before he could finish, Afili came running in, excitedly shouting, "Finally, we have made it." It dashed into the land through the portal, announcing it would go ahead. Seeing Henlai happily running down a path, Thahubku was extremely angry. He had just lost his chance to be the first. Sung Hong Quan looked at these two and felt speechless. Then he took his first step onto this magical floating land. Sung Quan walked slowly while looking around. Is this really the legendary Kim Hon Tivan engine? This is indeed a mysterious and strange place. But one thing is for sure, the spiritual energy here is much denser than on Kim Lin Island. Suddenly, Sung Quan looked ahead and noticed something. They were sitting at a table full of food. They were eating like they had never eaten before, continuously grabbing food from the plates and shoving it into their mouths. Ding Quan asked them what all this food was about. Av Lanhai replied that he did not know either. It was already laid out on the table. The two of them happily ate. This is truly a delicacy that must be savored. Sung Quan's face darkened upon hearing that. Don't these people have any caution? At the very least, they should have surveyed the area first, but then he could only sigh in helplessness, reminding himself to stay alert. Sung Quan looked around and saw some plants he had never encountered before. From the wooden beams forming the shrine to the tiles on the thatched roof, the trees planted around and the peculiar rocks at a glance. There was nothing special, but the aura emanating from them was extraordinary. It seemed like Sen Quan had seen this kind of aura somewhere before. He remembered. It was the celestial aura that Duvern Quan had emitted. Or to put it another way, these items here are all tools of the immortal. Right at this moment, Enlai and Thap Kuo were full and called him over to eat. Sung Quan turned back to see they had nearly finished everything. Then Efele took out another plate and said, "There is still some for you." He added that he intended to finish it all. But thinking of you, he left it there. The Piku, now round as a ball, patted his belly and said that he had chosen the beautiful flower pastry on that plate. Sezin Quan looked at the food on the plate and thought it was clearly leftovers. But why did just the smell make him feel hungry? Could it be that even having reached this level, he still felt hungry? Was it because his body was exhausted? Or did these dishes have such an effect in any case? He had to try to find out. With that thought, Sen Quan picked up a flour pastry and took a bite, unexpectedly. As soon as he took the first bite, his eyes widened. Then Sen Quan's face scrunched up. Saliva dripped from his mouth uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Aphili and Thap Ku were laughing joyfully. He looked at the pastry in his hand, unable to believe that its bitterness exceeded his imagination this much. So this is why they saved some for him. Sen Quan angrily grabbed the plate of pastries and rushed over to stuff them into the mouths of the other two in revenge. But after a few steps, he suddenly stopped. It was unclear what Sen Quan was thinking to suddenly halt like that. Then he thanked the two and said he would eat well, leaving Thapok and Hevley in shock. After saying that, Sen Quan immediately cleaned the plate of everything. Aphili watched with a twisted expression. He did not think Sen Quan would actually eat that stuff. Could it be that his taste buds were off? After finishing, Sen Quan gently brushed the crumbs off his chin and said it was nothing. He closed his eyes and told the two that the food was beneficial for the body. Indeed. Shortly after, Sen Quan emitted a lot of strange celestial energy. Thupku was stunned to see that. He could clearly feel the aura of Sen Quan fluctuating. It was like swallowing a heavenly elixir. After finishing his words, Thupku suddenly realized something. The elixir that Sen Quan just consumed was definitely an elixir. The two stared at Sen Quan, who was emanating an intense aura, looking dumbfounded. So that bitter dish was indeed the elixir, and yet they had personally stuffed it into his mouth. It truly was fate. Those chosen by the heavens tend to be lucky no matter what they do. But who can they blame now? They were the ones who missed the opportunity right before their eyes. After absorbing the elixir, the Sen Quan gradually descended to the ground. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking at his own eyes that were glowing brightly. Then, Sen Quan's whole body suddenly radiated an incredibly strong aura. In the silent space, only his satisfied breathing could be heard. Sen Quan had completely absorbed the power of the elixir, and all the fatigue in his body had vanished. Not only his spiritual energy but his entire body had become sturdier. The aura of the elixir seeped into every cell of Sen Quan's body, completely different from any elixir he had consumed before. Could this really be the elixir of the immortals? At that moment, Sen Quan heard the delighted laughter of Thap Ku. He was digging something up from the ground. There were plenty of celestial herbs here, so he just needed to concoct the elixir from these. Sen Quan ignored what he wanted to do and looked around for the fox. Thaiku was still tirelessly digging, but replied that it had just gone into that house. Sen Quan looked toward the house he mentioned. It was just a very ordinary house. He approached the house, noticing the door was tightly closed. Sen Quan gently opened it and saw a struggle happening inside. He heard the fox gnashing its teeth at something. When he fully opened the door, Sen Quan saw the fox struggling with a book. He asked what it was doing. The fox replied that it was hunting this book. Sen Quan stared intently at the object. Is it a living book? How strange. Then he snapped his fingers and flicked a small blue flame towards it. His flame quickly flew towards the living book. After the flame touched it, the book immediately began to hover in mid-air, causing the fox to lose balance and fall back. Then the book fell to the ground without any movement. The fox rubbed its etching head, looking at the motionless thing in front of it. It panicked and turned to Sen Quan, asking if he had killed it. Sen Quan sighed, saying, "I just gave it a little help." Unexpectedly, the fox snapped back, saying it was having a fair fight with that book and Sen Quan had ruined everything. After hearing the fox, he did not respond but merely focused on it. Then he suddenly smirked, thinking it had been a while since he heard the term match. And even with amnesia, the fox had not changed at all. Sen Quan turned to ask if it wanted to compete with him, and the fox pouted, saying that once it restored its true level, it would crush him with just one finger. After hearing that, Sen Quan smiled with squinted eyes, saying he would remember that. Uli did not think he would actually laugh after hearing that, so he looked a bit confused. Then he shyly turned away, scolding Sen Quan for laughing like that. He was now holding the book from earlier, opening it to read. But no matter how he looked at the words in the book, he could not understand anything. Suddenly, the astonished voice of the fox called out for Sen Quan. A bright golden light emitted from his chest. Sen Quan now realized there was something glowing in front of his chest, and he was extremely surprised. Was this the Thai Thin Gawi Dohiao Thun Qinglong that he had sealed in his Dan Dian? Immediately after, the letters in the book gradually began to glow and emitted golden smoke. Suddenly, those letters flew out of the book and grew larger. Sen Quan could feel that the letters on this book were resonating with his technique. The light coming from the house illuminated an entire window outside. After that, it shrank down until only tiny golden sparks floated in the air. Sen Quan unexpectedly disappeared right before Ho Lai's eyes, leaving it bewildered. The fox loudly called out his name to see where he was, but no one answered. Though Peep Ku outside heard the call, and turned to look at the house to see what was happening. But he looked for a while and then ignored it, continuing to gather the fairy grass. Meanwhile, Sen Quan was still falling somewhere, as if he could not see the bottom. Ho Jiang was also worried and called out, "Sen Quan, You reassure her, do not worry. But even if I try to flap my wings to fly up, it is useless because the force is pulling me down. Sun Quan gritted his teeth, speculating that if he fell to the ground at this speed, he would not be in one piece. He then used his wings to stabilize himself, with the skill Phi. Sun Quan spread his wings and managed to hold himself up a bit. The wings significantly reduced the pulling force below. He thought at least this way he could slow down. But why were the wings unable to support him anymore? Sun Quan realized that the pulling force below was getting stronger. Ho Jiang saw something strange. Sun Quan. That light is you flying straight into that dazzling beam. And then you immediately passed through it. You fell into something like a barrier, which made it shatter. And golden light scattered everywhere. While the Than Ha below appeared and rolled out, he regained his balance and flew in the air, while Ho Jiang seemed impressed. Sun Quan. You must be a bit surprised too, indeed. Fengeki Thana. A voice echoed from somewhere. Come here. Fate has connected with me. Sun Quan realized that voice was calling him, and turned to find where it was coming from. The voice continued. Don't be afraid. Little flame. I am a feather of Feng Opthen Thui. The origin of the fire you are holding. The Than Ha then gathered into something strange. Floating, Sun Quan also saw it and wondered. A feather. Could it be that this so-called feather was expressing itself? Unfortunately, there was no physical form here. Only me. And I was the one needing help from you. He questioned that plea for help. What do you mean by assistance? That fiery shape transformed into a different form. You must be used to this appearance for conversation. Right, for me. I am the master of this feather. And I am also the soul fragment of the feather separated from the main body. His words left Sun Quan confused about the term soul fragment. He thought to himself, a feather is still just a feather. So what is a soul fragment of a feather? At least I do not feel any killing intent from it. Looking at him, he felt the opposite. The feather continued. You truly astonish me. Overcoming nearly impossible odds from a tiny spark to stand before me. This sealed one. Sun Quan then asked. Getting here was not easy. But what exactly is the reason you were trapped here? He replied coldly. I do not know. For some reason, I left my main body. And when I woke up, I was shattered into 4 pieces and imprisoned here. The only thing I know is that I need to recover the remaining 3 soul fragments to return to my main body. You guessed the intention of the feather. You want me to help recover them. Right. He confirmed. Exactly. At this moment, Sun Quan pondered for a moment. I have always been grateful for the evil fire. Thanks to it I have overcome many dangers. But this is a matter of divine beasts. That immense presence exceeds my imagination. I cannot bear this alone. I just need to break the seal. Seeing Sun Quan deep in thought, the feather added, if you do not want to, I will put it another way. For the sake of your existence and mine, we must work together. He was somewhat puzzled. For the sake of my existence. What do you mean? He clarified. You have formed bonds with 2 beings in the celestial realm, whether willingly or under duress. Once a bond is formed, it cannot be severed. Even if you have resolved the golden realm of the celestial realm. Upon hearing this, Sun Quan's expression showed a hint of surprise. The feather then asked him, can you see it at this very moment? There are threads still binding you. Sun Quan recalled the incident. Are there 2 people? Could it be the celestial Yang outsider I saw with my own eyes before? Is it the mysterious one who placed the golden realm on my body? Could it be that breaking the golden realm is not over yet? On this side, the feather continued to explain. When you level up, things you could not see before will gradually reveal themselves. If you trace the thread connected to the celestial techniques you have learned, you will see everything clearly. Without my help, you won't be able to escape it. The fire around them continued to blaze. Sun Quan thought for a while and agreed. All right, I will accompany you. What should I do first? He asked for Sun Quan to restore his body. He needed to borrow a treasure from him. Sun Quan let out a light sigh. What do you need? Even if it is just some ordinary treasures, I would not hesitate if necessary. But deep down, I know it feels like flesh is being cut. The feather appeared calm and quickly took what he needed. Don't worry. I will take it myself. An important treasure of the Mountain Lord appeared right in his hands. He was startled when he saw it. What? That is my Sangguite sacrificial offering. Longvu reassured. Don't be too tense. The current owner of this treasure is you. I have no intention of stealing it or taking it. Rest assured. I just need to borrow some divine energy from this treasure to recover a bit. Don't worry. I am just using it to access the creative rules hidden within the Sangguite Tahang. You just have to wait helplessly for him to finish. Sun Quan pondered. But it is the Sangguite Tahang again. Last time when I released the seal for the heaven outside Yang Lord, it was the same. Longvu reminded him. Right now, you can't use the creative rules yet. You won't be able to understand them. I will teach you later. Sun Quan felt a bit regretful about the past. That would be great. Last time with the heaven neglect Yang Lord, the situation was too urgent for me to grasp any clues about those rules. He chuckled coldly, contemplating the next steps. Now that we need each other to accompany, depending on how I dig into it, We can turn danger into opportunity. I will show it that the human world is not so easy to deal with. I will do my best to pluck your feathers. Then he urged him to leave this place. He still had someone he needed to find urgently. Longvu agreed with Sun Quan. And he asked about his name. What should I call you? He also contemplated his own name since, at his core, he was just a feather. What should I be called? Then Longvu named himself Fuang. Call me Fuang. The scene shifted to a dark room, where light began to flicker in the night. It brightened intensely. And Sun Quan gradually stepped out of the light. He appeared quietly on the wooden bed. Looking around, Sun Quan realized that the black fox could not help but run outside. He went out of the house, shouting, Demon Fox, hurry up and leave this place. After a while of calling, no one answered, and no figure appeared. Sun Quan felt a bit worried. What is going on? Where are they? On the small island of Kim Hon Tai No Ing, only Sun Quan was left. The other two had vanished at some point, shifting to a distant crimson scene, where someone was running quickly. The fox was screaming in fear. Run faster. Faster. The 10 demons accompanying him were also panicking. Don't rush. I can't focus. Both were being chased by a horde of monsters. The 10 demons were running at full speed to escape them. While running, the 10 demons were cursing. What were we doing chasing after the 6 demons to end up like this? The fox behind was just as angry, asking him if he was blaming it for this mess. Clearly, you followed it yourself, did not you? Didn't the 10 demons touch something strange? He yelled, recalling the blood-red bag in front of him earlier, thinking it was a treasure. Who would have guessed it had that weird thing inside? The fox shouted. 10 demons. Crush them with your huge body. The 10 demons wanted to do that too, but he pointed out that it should look at his arm, which had shrunk to half its size. The sturdy armor of the 10 demons had been pierced and drained in the blink of an eye. The fox looked down at his arm now. The 10 devils gritting their teeth and silently cursing in their heads. These guys were not affected by his magic. They did not seem like creatures with souls but moved like living entities. Clearly, they wanted to impress by finding the 6th devil. Yet now he was bringing shame upon himself. As the 10 devils ran away in panic, the fox on his back suddenly urged him to look. It pointed out that in the middle of the desert, someone was walking alone and suggested asking for help. The 10 devils turned their heads to look at where the fox was indicating. Indeed, there was a figure in the distance at the desert. But the 10 devils shouted, he is just a human. They are devils and would rather die than beg a human. As they looked closer, the fox asked, are you sure he is a human? It then looked to the side, paused for a moment, then said, he does not seem very human. Suddenly, a light burst forth from a sword on the person's back. Even the 10 devils running fast had to stop and look forward. Suddenly, a massive light shone down from the sky, illuminating the spot where the two were along with those mosquito devils. They all gasped in astonishment. Even the swarm of mosquitoes behind them halted in unison. Immediately, the ray of light swept through the mosquito swarm, severing some from their bodies. A gigantic sword pierced through the mosquitoes flying all around. Even the 10 devils were swept away by the force created by that sword. The fox, being carried away, kept its eyes wide open, staring in one direction. It clearly saw that the person had swung a sword from their back to slash, then sheathed the sword and turned to leave. The fox fainted from the overwhelming shock. In the desert, just by the swing of a stranger's sword, a massive whirlwind was created, sweeping everything away. On another side of the desert, it seemed quieter and more peaceful. A long, slender hand gently buried itself in the sand. It seemed to scoop up a handful of sand to observe, saying, is this desert again? It did not seem like sand, did it? Just then, Bat Thean, standing on the other side, spoke up, saying he had struck luck right upon arrival. He asked if there was something going on. The members of the Ku Sika men approached Bat Thean to observe. Was that not the Hai Long tribe? Below the Havai Long tribe, there was a person who was the princess of the sea tribe, saying they were about to reach the entrance to the 3rd floor. The journey from the 2nd floor to here was still easy, but it would be different from now on. The members of the Hai Long tribe listened intently to her, but before the princess could finish her words, suddenly a weapon flew straight towards the Hazai Long troops. It was a sphere that had been forged to possess great power. It swayed slightly after smashing into the body of a dragon, accompanied by an eerie laugh. Seeing the Hai Long tribe appear on land was indeed rare. Efigunoniyu, holding the chain attached to that sphere, licked her lips hungrily. Immediately, she swooped down toward the Hai Long tribe, yelling, I will enjoy them thoroughly. The members of the Ku Sijongyard looked down as Echenener caused chaos among the Hai Long tribe and found her temper quite fierce. Then the whole group of Ku Sijongavan jumped down to attack. The blood party of theirs has begun. However, hesitated and turned back to look at Liu Tian, who had her back turned. He asked Liu Tenin if she was not planning to go. After all, the inner elixir of the Hai Long clan is very rare. He coldly replied, I am not interested. You all can take care of yourselves. Dai found this quite strange. This guy usually goes crazy over treasures. So why is he suddenly changing his tune today? Liu Tina did not turn back, walking alone on the red sand. On the other side, the Hai Long clan was caught off guard, unprepared for the sudden attack, quickly being torn apart by the group from Ku Sidong men. The Thinvi, with a spear in hand, looked at the bloody scene around him and laughed, feeling extremely satisfied. Suddenly, he spotted Liu Tina walking in the distance, standing tall with his back turned to their group. Liu Tina always kept himself separate from these crazed demons, but this only made Bethine feel displeased. He thought, was he planning to act like a carefree immortal? Just then, a dragon from the Hai Long clan charged in, trying to attack Bethine from behind, but just before it could bite him, Bethine swiftly turned and dodged to the side. Then Bethine grabbed the reins around the dragon's neck and shouted, "I won't let you do that." He then mercilessly threw the dragon straight ahead. It turned out Bethine had a purpose in throwing it. He aimed to throw it at Liu Tun in the distance. As soon as he turned around, he saw the dragon's wide-open mouth, but then stared ahead without blinking. He did not want to miss the scene of Liu Tinan being caught off guard. However, contrary to what Bethine wanted to see, Liu Tinan immediately turned to attack the dragon, causing a blinding light to erupt. The Hafsai Long clan members stared in shock at the source of the light. Even the members of Kudo Sigungar paused to look at Liu Tian. His entire body now radiated numerous lightning bolts around him, but Thiman also stared at him, speechless. Liu Tinai did not respond to him but simply turned and walked away. Seeing everything, sneered and said, "I did not expect he was hiding his talents. Truly a man that makes her want him to the point of trembling." Back to the battle. A member of the Haizai Long clan was trying to stop his princess from riding the dragon into the fray. He urged her to leave this place quickly. Saying this, he continued to shout that he would lead the charge and asked everyone to follow him. They were willing to sacrifice their bodies to fulfill the wishes of the Haizai clan. Meanwhile, as the Hai Long King and Ku Kuzjaiman fought chaotically, Liu Tun had stepped further away. He looked up at what was before him, lost in thought. In front of Liu Ti now was a massive skeleton buried in the sand. He murmured, "Is this the corpse of a spirit beast?" "So that is what it is." Near the large skeleton, there was an unknown object emitting a powerful aura. This was what released the aura that caught Liu Tina's attention. He approached to grab the object buried in the sand. And as he pulled it up, something fell out. It fell to the ground, letting out a cry that caught Liu Tina's attention. He picked up the cloak and looked down at the object on the ground. This is the token of the first great 10 Seas demon king. So this skeleton is the corpse of the first great 4 demon. In other words, the cloak in Liu Tai's hand is the heavenly Yang treasure, meant only for demon kings. It is buried beneath a land of pure red sand in Kim Hon Tizen Endrung. On the sandy surface, a dragon was racing across the sand as if something was chasing it. The princess of the sea dragon tribe was riding this azure dragon, urging it to go even faster. They had to quickly get away from this place. Suddenly, the princess turned around to look behind her. Behind her was the bloody battle of the sea dragon tribe against the Sidanga men demons. The princess gritted her teeth, thinking that the sacrifice of all their people would surely be before she could finish her thought. The princess hesitated and then charged forward. At that moment, the azure dragon she was riding suddenly roared. It had been tainted by demonic energy. The princess of the sea clan was thrown off and let out a scream. At that moment, a man stepped forward and calmly said, 5 years ago, he heard news that the princess of the sea dragon clan. Before he could finish, a palm strike flew straight to his face. It turned out the princess had raised her hand to attack him. She immediately turned around. The princess had no time to waste on this. Without any flying artifacts, she needed to get out of there quickly. But suddenly, a cry rang out behind her. Dian was using demonic energy to heal his face. Wondering if his face was really torn, he was talking to the princess when he suddenly launched an attack like that. It was too much. Indeed. After hearing Dihan's voice behind her, the princess was startled and turned back with an incredulous expression. John continued to share the news he had heard that the princess of the Sea Dragon clan had reached the Eternal Realm. As soon as he finished speaking, she launched another attack aimed at him. The princess stared wide-eyed, asking him if he knew she was an eternal being yet still stood in front of her. Then she would let him taste the power of her technique infused with spiritual energy. Immediately, a palm strike shot straight at Dihan. The blow was so strong that it pierced through him and struck a large rock behind, causing it to crack. The princess of the Sea Clan was still very angry. It was he who had brought this death upon himself. Indeed a reckless fool who did not fear the Eternal Realm. Diechin had a hole through him. But he continued to say that he understood the terror of eternity. He also guessed the princess's mood. She had just stepped into the Eternal Realm. So apart from her father, she probably thought of herself as someone beneath one person but above 10,000 others. Right, at this point, he had nearly healed his face and smirked at the princess, saying that perhaps she felt like the world was at her feet, which was why she was dragging along that ragtag group. The princess of the Sea Clan would not let him continue speaking, and launched another strike. But before her strike could even reach him, Dian's hand intertwined with hers. He looked at the princess with gentle eyes, and said that although he was not easy to kill, he still had to endure the pain, which he did not want to feel. The princess should comply and let him capture her. Then he began to channel demonic energy into her hand. The pupils of the Sea Tribe princess contracted. She felt the dark energy infiltrating her body. The figure whispered to her, "In this world, there are countless things that cannot be understood. So if you only trust your own realm and act recklessly, you might lose your head in the blink of an eye." By the time Themthotha realized this, it was already too late. The princess was now screaming in pain as he infused dark energy into her. Both the figure and the Sea Tribe princess were enveloped in his dark energy. The scene shifted to another side, where Liu Tin was holding the cloak in his hand, whispering that with the heavenly Yang treasure in hand, he could not do much. He recalled when fighting against Sun Quan. He noticed that he could use command techniques with tremendous power. He looked at the cloak fluttering in his hand. After all, Liu Tuna had to figure out the utility of this treasure first, and then he began to channel his spiritual energy into it for a test. Immediately, the cloak seemed to come alive and wrapped around his back. Liu Tin draped the cloak over himself and stood still, looking at the cloak on him. He noticed it could conceal his aura and appearance. Moreover, there was one more thing. Liu Tinet felt as if he was observing the world from above. He wondered what would happen if he channeled more spiritual energy to expand his field of view. He began to channel more spiritual energy into the cloak to see how far he could see. Back with the figure, he was tossing the Sea Tribe princess's compass ball, asking her if this was a compass made from precious iron. Understanding this, he realized that these people had a very clear purpose for coming here. Unlike them, it would be better for the princess to speak honestly. In front of him stood the Sea Tribe princess. Immobilized by his binding, she shouted, "I have nothing to say to you who have killed my kin. You won't get anything from me." The figure did not rush to scold or get angry but simply stared at the princess with a grunt. The scene abruptly shifted to the Vukao Vun clan members of the Hai Long tribe, who were being drained of spiritual energy, screaming in pain. The more spiritual energy was drained, the more painful it became for him, until there was no spiritual energy left in him. The head of Viku Daozen burst right in front of the other person. Ung En licked the blood on her face lightly, cursing that this was useless. He had been bound in his soul, so she could not extract any information from him. She thought the rest were probably the same. In front of Hefshin was the young man of the Hazai Long tribe, gritting his teeth while looking at her. This guy was lifted by Achin Ungo with one hand around his neck. Her pupils contracted, and she muttered, "Don't waste food. Eat it all." At this moment, her left eye revealed a mouth bearing its fangs. Indeed, just a moment later, Than Dejung of the Sea Dragon tribe was torn apart right before the eyes of the projection and the princess of the Sea tribe. At this moment, Bethin approached the princess and said, "He will accept this." Princess of the Sea Dragon tribe. What a fitting name. Surely this will be an interesting item on his journey. The Sea Tribe princess seemed frightened and shouted that her father was one of the 3 kings of the Eastern Sea, and she was of pure royal lineage. So how dare he speak so recklessly? Hearing this, Bethin burst into laughter and told the Sea Tribe princess that in the Eastern Sea, she may be a princess, but once she leaves there, she is just an ordinary Taoist. He mocked her for living in the sea barrier, saying she was like a frog sitting at the bottom of a well. The projection beside her gently reminded the Sea Tribe princess that if she did not obediently confess, he would have to hand her over to But Thin. He added that the guy had a very particular taste and would not spare even animals or objects. The Sea Tribe princess might as well end her own life, because if she lost her body, she could no longer consider herself a princess of the Sea Dragon tribe. Moreover, since the water demon had 2 lives, the princess certainly would not die easily. Could someone as noble as her endure this? By this point, his words had completely shattered the princess's defenses. She stammered and shouted that she would speak. The Sea Tribe princess promised to reveal the purpose. Upon hearing this, the projection smiled and said, "She has made a wise decision." The Sea Tribe princess was now pale with fear, unable to say a word. The first thing the projection asked her was to tell him how to use the compass in her hand, and what it pointed to. Just then, Liu Tina suddenly appeared, startling the projection, who noted that he had come close without realizing it. The projection looked at Liu Tine and felt as if only his head was floating there. But Liu Tine saw this as mockery and said it was not funny at all. It was only then that the projection remembered the Sea Tribe princess was present and told Liu Tinen to greet the new member of their group. Liu Ting ignored his words and focused on the captured princess. The Sea Tribe princess stared wide-eyed at him, and suddenly the projection clapped his hands and said, "Now that we have delayed for quite a while, let us hurry up and set off." Then the people of the Demon Steel sect walked together across the Red Desert, in a land within the Golden Blossom fairy fragrance. A voice echoed, claiming that this was the first time in 1,000 years. That person recounted that when he first arrived, he was just someone who had stepped into the fairy realm, It turned out that the one speaking all this time was Esser Jamais. She walked ahead and asked her disciple if she wanted it. The disciple replied that she truly felt regret, knowing it was a divine herb, yet had to pass it by right before her eyes. Before she could finish her sentence, Asuram interjected that it was understandable, for in the cultivation world, one rarely had the chance to see such divine herbs. She added that not only divine herbs, but this place also held countless unexplored opportunities. However, she was not here to collect such things, as there was a treasure far beyond all hidden in this place. The disciple of Zesrum was astonished, wondering if there was a treasure so great that nothing could compare. After hearing this, she replied in a deep voice, "Only this Kim Hon Taishing has such a herb. Its name is Thopsin Kim E Thro." When Choa heard this name, she frowned in thought. Sesdroameba pulled a strange light from her mouth with her finger, claiming that compared to this, the herbs here were no different from weeds, as they had no time to be enchanted by such things. With that, she used the light to make a circle around herself. Then, a layer of blue light appeared beneath the feet of Choa and the disciple. The three stood on the back of a large light snake that SRMM had just created. She quickly set off. They had to be the first to reach it. The snake swiftly slithered through the air. Moving forward, Sesanum stood on the snake's back, thinking that time was short, so she had to quickly obtain the Thopiopsin Kim Neng Thro and leave this place. They had to act quickly before that monster awakened. The scene shifted to the group of Ku Segrung Mun, who had reached a strange ruin, looking up and saying, according to the princess, that this place held treasures beyond imagination. Is that really true? The servant beside her rebutted, saying that no matter how one looked at it, it was just a pile of ruins. To be honest, coming here for treasures, but not knowing what the treasure is makes it hard to believe. The princess of the sea tribe told them to think however they wanted. After all, her compass had led them here. At that moment, a man stepped up behind the princess, laughing. How could lowly beings like us dare to speculate about the treasures of the immortal realm? He placed an arm over the shoulder of the sea princess, saying that if there were traps here, they would all die together. No one would be left alone. Our souls will merge into the Bung Jaide, which is not so bad, Dihan said with a smiling face. Looking at the sea princess, she stared at him in confusion, not understanding what he was thinking. One of the Ku Sigaman members said that death is a rebirth. Suddenly, he shouted, "Death is a rebirth." Then the whole Ku Sigaman shouted a dark yet bright slogan. At this moment, Dian hugged the sea princess and pushed her forward, urging her to go. His eyes were filled with excitement. "I can't wait to see what comes next." The princess's compass pointed straight toward the gate. They did not know whether what awaited them on the other side was a treasure or death. The closer they got to the gate, the stronger the green light emanating from it became. Moments later, they indeed reached a land that looked like a palace. Dien seemed a bit disappointed. He felt that there was nothing here. How boring. This place looked less like a ruin and more like a tomb, or perhaps a site for conducting rituals. Just then, a member of Ku Sigzan pointed at the top of a nearby pillar, calling out to Be Thin to look. Above the pillar was Bung Maki. They felt as if they had been enlightened. But Be Thin looked at his subordinate, who was pointing, and he could not help but smile. They had waited so long and finally found Bung Maka. Although those people were very excited about the item, it seemed that did not care much. Then he began ordering his subordinates to collect all the items. But they had to be careful not to let the demonic aura touch them, or else even the slightest contact could crush them instantly. Entering, Nenku looked at the first item being brought down and marveled at how each piece was infused with a dense demonic aura. If used for cultivation, it would surely make breakthroughs much easier. But Thivin agreed with her, saying that with these items, he could reach the legendary sound magic realm. Suddenly, But Thin turned to Princess Hai and said he found it very strange. These items were all tainted with demonic energy, so the Hai Vailong clan would definitely find them useless. So what were they really after here? Dee concluded that the High Sea Princess was trying to lure them into a trap. With no way out, she had no choice but to drag them down with her. The fact that she was willing to die with them made him feel quite regretful. Dee stared into the princess's eyes and said that everything here was contaminated with demonic aura. They were useless to ordinary people and a threat to cultivators. But for them, it was the greatest opportunity. He realized the High Princess's scheme. Dee said that if he were in her position, he would do the same. In the cultivation world, if you wanted to survive, you had to act like this. He even asked about the High Princess's next plan. Of course, this question carried no good intentions. At this point, she was so scared she was about to cry, but still stammered to ask what he was talking about. But in his ears, Dee thought the princess had another backup plan. He wanted to know what she planned to do next to kill them if her plan failed. Dee threatened the High Zai princess to tell him the truth. If she lied again, he really would. Just then, a rock at the highest point of the palace emitted a strange blue light. The light started from the bottom and split into 3 branches as it rose. But then below wondered if it was just an ordinary rock. Even Dee and the Heizai princess paid attention to this event. The light emitted from the stone grew brighter and eventually illuminated the entire space. It seemed like this was affecting the gate outside as well. On another side, someone seer was sensing the aftershocks of that light. The three spirits along with the wandering god all noticed the commotion. Even Trekkie Ven on the other side felt this. The person accompanying him asked what was happening. Trekkie Ven felt something but did not know what it was. So he replied that there was nothing. Back to Dee's area. The earth and rocks had been blown away. From within the swirling dust, the silhouette of a person gradually emerged. He stood up straight, with a pair of wings behind him. This was the slaying of immortals. He then opened his eyes wide. Looking around at the immortal's house, a figure was standing outside in the yard. Sung Kwon was standing there with arms crossed. Saying nothing, he kept staring ahead. An hour had already passed. The 10 demons had reached the eternal realm, so it was fine. But the fox was only at the eternal bond level. Wandering around like this is too dangerous. Ong entrusted him to you for safekeeping, and now Sun Quan has let him get lost. Many thoughts raced through Sun Quan's mind. What should he do now? Should he continue waiting or go looking for him? But in such a vast place, how could he find him? Moreover, he also had to look for a... Just then, Ho Jan's voice rang out, telling him that sitting still would not help Sun Quan find them. He was startled and quickly asked, "What do you mean? Did the Ho family see the future?" She interrupted Sun Quan, saying she only caught a glimpse of its flow. He asked Ho Jan if she could see where they had gone, and she replied that this place had water properties, and water always flows down to gather into the sea. Upon hearing the words down below, Sun Quan suddenly realized something. He understood now. But first, Sun Quan needed to gather a few things. Suddenly, the ground here shook violently, then cracked open in some parts. The entire area was enveloped in a light blue sphere. The light became increasingly bright, and the sphere shone brilliantly. Shortly after, the entire area vanished as if it had never existed. Ho Jian saw him doing this, and could only stay silent for a moment before saying 3 words. Justice and fairness. He was left confused, not understanding what she meant. Sun Quan asked Ho Jian if there was something she needed to tell him, but she hesitated and replied that there was nothing. He pursed his lips for a moment, and then stopped the conversation. Then, Sun Quan spread his wings. He needed to move quickly now. Sun Kun rushed forward, telling Ho Jian to lead the way. He soared through the air, weaving through the floating lands. He flew straight ahead, frowning, thinking, wait for me. On one side was a fox trapped with mosquitoes in the red desert, and on the other was Sun Quan's beloved. He was almost there. Meanwhile, Sun Quan had fallen into another area in Kim Hon Tin Echen, spreading his wings and flying in the sky. While flying, Sun Quan frowned, observing everything around him. Ho Jian's voice echoed, saying Kim Hon Tin Henjing was a magnificent archway situated between the mortal and celestial realms. Some bet their final fate just to hope for a breakthrough, while others hunt for treasures and rare herbs, seeking wealth and fame for a lifetime by entering here. Some wish to seize forbidden knowledge never before seen, while others thirst to explore uncharted lands. Each person has their own unique karma as they enter. They all spoke of the image of Trekkie Vine intently looking forward. This place was arranged by the immortals. If they pass the trial, they will obtain treasures. But in reality, it is just a grand illusion. Nothing in this world is given for free. Everything is merely bait to lure moths into the flames. Sun Quan said that although it is called bait, everything here is a treasure beyond imagination. Ho Jian told him that for the immortals, this is probably just an ordinary thing. At that moment, Sun Quan was flying when he suddenly realized something. He wondered what it could be. Why does it feel so vivid yet heavy like this? Ho Jian told him that what should not awaken has indeed awakened. Sun Quan did not understand her meaning, so he asked what she meant. Ho Jian replied that it was an immortal, a being that just manifested as the immortal slayer, an existence from a higher realm tasked with eliminating the cultivators who trespass here. To put it in simpler terms, he is the guardian of this place. If we want to say it harshly, he is the one who carries out the purging. After hearing this, Sun Quan stared wide-eyed, wondering why an immortal was sent to do such a thing. Who assigned him this task? Ho Jian replied. Who else could it be? He is the master who created this place. Of course. A being even higher than that immortal slayer. He was utterly shocked, unable to believe that there was an existence even higher than the immortals. Ho Jian told it. Why would not there be? Immortals are just those who tirelessly cultivate on their path. There are naturally distinctions in realms. Sun Quan always thought that reaching the immortal realm meant he could escape the hardships of cultivation. But it turned out this was just his wishful thinking. Ho Jian reminded him that the guy is about to act. So for the safety of the person Sun Quan is looking for, he should leave quickly. He naturally chose to heed her words. Turned around, and instead of flying forward, he swiftly flew backward out of this land. The scene shifts to where the immortal slayer is hibernating. The atmosphere here is extremely gloomy, and he has not said anything at all. Suddenly, the immortal slayer stirred. seemingly awakening. The people of the Ghost Steel sect were startled, staring at him. At this moment, the Immortal Slayer turned to the other side again. Both the seer and the Princess of the Sea tribe were focused on him. The Immortal Slayer opened his eyes and looked down, lamenting that another millennium has passed. Sabathien stood beside him, staring and asking who he was. After hearing the question, the Immortal Slayer tilted his head and asked back. As soon as he finished speaking, the Immortal Slayer lunged in front of Bathien, threatening him for daring to ask about his identity. When the Immortal Slayer approached him, he had already flown past countless soldiers of the Ghost Steel sect. As soon as he finished speaking, they were all startled, sensing something very strange. Immediately after, their people were severed into many pieces. The Immortal Slayer declared that his name is not one that lowly beings like them have the right to mention. Bathien was astonished, not knowing when this guy had come before him. His whole body now could not move. The Immortal Slayer pointed at the middle of his forehead and said, "You all perform your roles well." Immediately after, the Immortal Slayer swung a sword, causing Bathien's people to die. The remaining members of the Demon Steel sect were panicking, but before they could react, they were sliced into pieces by the Death Scythe. At that moment, Lung Anku suddenly shouted Bithien's name. I looked at the back of the Death Scythe, standing there like a death god. I yelled out, not understanding how Beat Thin fell with just one strike. Meanwhile, the Death Scythe dashed towards her like a flash of lightning. He approached a group of Demon Steel sect members and shouted, "It is so noisy. You are about to die, and you still want to scream." Immediately after, he began his massacre of the Demon Steel sect soldiers, none of whom could escape the Death Scythe's blade. The Princess of the Sea clan stood frozen in fear, witnessing the scene. She had no idea there was a monster sleeping here, and even those undead could not resist and were completely slaughtered. They must have awakened something they should not have. Then she suddenly noticed the figure beside her was trembling. Even that gloomy guy was shaking, but when she looked at the figure's face, he was grinning with excitement. The Sea Clan princess was astonished. How could he still smile in such a situation? Witnessing her people being slaughtered en masse, and still smiling was truly insane. Everyone here had lost their minds. She told herself she had to escape immediately. Just then, a hand was placed on the shoulder of the Sea Clan princess. The person told her not to act recklessly. It turned out to be Liu Tina who had held the Sea Clan princess back. He glanced at her and said that if she wanted to survive and leave, she absolutely could not make a sound or do anything. Liu Tini told the princess to entrust her body to him. The Sea Clan princess turned to look at him intently. Not saying a word, she lowered her head, pursed her lips, her expression unclear. Just then, the cloak on Liu Tina flew to envelop the Sea Clan princess. The members of the Demon Steel sect were now terrified, screaming. They did not have the strength to fight the Death Scythe, and were trying to escape, but none could escape his claws. The scene shifted to another space where SMM Jiang led her disciples to fly to a location. She murmured that luckily her memory was not wrong. The three of them approached an ancient vine tree, growing in the middle of the desert. Cesarem did not know whether to call this a maze or another level. Beneath the desert, intertwined with countless vines. Once entered, they would step into a majestic dense forest. What they were hunting was hidden within this place. Last time they retreated, but this time they would definitely seize it. The person in the hooded cloak stood behind, silently watching Xiang, then raised their hand to remove the hood and said, "Please rest assured, Master. This disciple will surely fulfill your wish," she said clearly. Sezum turned to look at her and smiled, saying, "That is more like it, as long as you get the 10 life golden fish grass. You will break through to the realm you desire." Her disciple smiled proudly at this, and Sezdramu then glanced over to the other side, continuing, saying that she would soon become her offering. The scene begins with the crew of Trakao Vien on the first floor of Kim Hon Tianjung. They are transporting something out of a cave. A large number of soldiers were mobilized to transport the strange-shaped orbs. Bipir Rudri turned to tell the people behind him that their supply of solid iron had reached its limit, so the rest had to be carried by hand. Tutri Ven did not show much emotion after hearing this, only stating that the disciples would have to endure hardship this time. But Bierup could not help but laugh, saying, "A little hardship is fine. This kind of hardship is always welcomed by them." He did not respond to Bierup, but just kept looking straight ahead. Suddenly, a Trek Venin sensed something and startled. Turning around to look, it seemed he had felt something, but when his subordinate asked, he said there was nothing. Tutri Ven clearly sensed it, the aura of his presence emanating from his divine law residence. Then Tutri Venin muttered, "Indeed. You have entered here." That bastard shifted to the gate of a ruin on the second floor. A blinding light began to emit from the gate, growing brighter until it suddenly flashed. It shot out something with great force, causing it to fly far away across the sand. At that moment, Lu Jing had stood up, while the princess of the sea tribe was still sitting below. Coughing weakly, she expressed her gratitude to him. The princess cautiously asked Lu Jing why he saved her but left his companions behind. Lu Jing replied expressionlessly that in this realm of survival, there is no such thing as an unprovoked favor, Everyone acts with their own motives. After hearing this, the sea princess understood what Liu Jing wanted from her. He said something very confusing, referring to the fire clan that uses blue flames. Remembering before falling into the place where the celestial slayer lay dormant, Liu Jing also asked the princess if, being of the sea tribe, she should have brought more sea dragons with her. Could it be that she only trusted her own eternal realm? After hearing this, the sea princess replied that he was not. She recounted that 150 years ago, due to the invasion of a beast, her clan suffered severe losses. Even those who had reached the nascent soul level. Hearing this, Bathian found it somewhat ridiculous. Was it really just because of that invasion? The sea princess retorted to his mockery with a sharp glance. Let us see if you can say that when you confront that beast face to face, that beast had burned all its spiritual power with blue flames. Its body was a massive cursed dragon. And moreover, it possessed powerful treasures within. Liu Jing turned his back on the group. But perhaps he also paid attention to what she had just said. Meanwhile, Bathian burst into laughter, unable to believe it was just because of one beast. If so, the reputation of the sea tribe had truly fallen to the bottom. Back to reality. The sea dragon princess realized something after hearing this. Liu Jing spoke on her behalf, stating that they indeed had a common enemy. Liu Jing said he would help the princess achieve what she desired. In return, he would need help from her in the East Sea. Upon hearing this, she said that even with the blood of the sea dragon, even the princess herself was unsure about it. Liu Jing naturally knew this, so he would not make unreasonable demands. His goal was simply to eliminate the 10 seas and 10,000 red demons. After hearing this, the princess's round green eyes focused intently on him, as if searching for something in his words and expression. But that gaze, along with the chilling murderous intent emanating from Liu Jing, was certainly not fake. She murmured softly, "So that is it. You led the recent battle of the dragon blood match. Even though you did not win, you killed the one demon at the center of the 10 seas and 10,000 red demons. So it turns out, the Taoist Liu Tina is you." After saying this, the princess of the sea clan closed her eyes, stating that although she hated the Taoist, it was just the people of the Eastern Sea. Then she gestured towards Lao Tin, saying, "They should work together, because this is Kim Hon Tai Dung." With one big hand and one small hand shaking hands, Lu Yun asked, "So what do they need to do now?" The princess replied that they would now go down to the 3rd level. Lu Ten was very surprised, not expecting there to be another space below. This place, as the princess explained, is a cave with 5 levels. And they are currently on the 2nd level and need to reach the 3rd. He listened carefully to her explanation and realized that the princess really knew this place well. The answer he received was the princess's natural demeanor. She said the cave was originally created by the distant ancestors of their sea clan. The two of them continued walking together on the 2nd level, heading towards the 3rd. The scene shifted to the 2nd level. But on the other side, Senenquan was flying swiftly over the desert. He found this place quite strange, not expecting to find such a spot in the middle of the vast desert. And the sand here was also red. Ho Jian told Sen Quan that this was not ordinary sand. She explained that this sand is mixed from the flesh and blood of those who once sought their fortune here. Sen Quan was stunned and could not believe his eyes. So this is what he was looking at. The endless red sand stretching out to the horizon. And he did not know what to say. If that is true, he could not fathom how many people had been here. While Sen Quan was soaring above the sea of sand, someone jumped down from above. Due to the glowing chest, he could not see clearly who it was, but he heard the person shout, "Finally, I have found you." That person flew very close to Sen Quan and cursed him as a wicked brat. Then the person's spear stabbed straight into Sen Quan, catching him off guard. That person attacked Sun Quan, causing him to fall backward into the sea of sand. But Sun Quan managed to brace himself for the hit, so he was not injured. He glared and asked the opponent who they were and why they ambushed him so suddenly. But when he saw that the person in front of him was Trichery Vevan, Sen Quan was extremely shocked. While he began launching another attack, Sen Quan was knocked back once again. Traki Van stood in place, looking at where he had knocked Sen Quan down. His gaze was dark and filled with hatred as he said, "I thought you had reached Vinan Kip, yet you can't even withstand this." Sen Quan had gotten back up, but he kept his head down. Then he glared at Treki Vine, asking in a deep voice what was going on. He did not answer Sen Quan's question, but prepared another strike below, saying that it is no surprise for Taoists and demon beasts to kill each other, just like how you killed the disciple of our sect. So Sen Quan was taken aback. He had to ask himself if he had really killed True Ven's disciple. He angrily pointed his sword at Sen Quan and shouted, "Are you still trying to deny it? Didn't you kill Trekaman and Kun?" Sen Quan stood frozen, staring at Treki Van in shock. He clearly remembered knowing someone named Treki Mun Kun. The aura of Treki Van radiated killing intent and overwhelming hatred. He claimed he had trusted the boy to accompany his disciple and Sen Quan on their journey to seek the spirit path. Yet, not only had he betrayed that trust, but he had also become the demon king of Thap Hai Ven Exich Ku. No matter how high his level was, a beast would always be a beast. Trusting Sen Quan was the most foolish thing Tree Van had ever done. Today, He would kill the boy to soothe the soul of his disciple. The killing intent from Truckee Van was overwhelming. He even referred to Sun Quan as the demon king of the 6 demons. Sun Quan and Truckee Van exchanged blows. He charged to attack while the boy defended himself. Truckee Van continued to create another attack from below. Then he launched a strike straight at Sun Quan, but the boy dodged it. Trutrine Ven yelled in anger, asking why he did that. What was this all about? Sundrin Quan did not know what to do other than try to defend himself and explain to Truckee Van An that he had not killed his disciple. Sun Quan also asked what evidence Truckee Van had to think he killed his disciple. He did not stop for even a second, saying that since Truckee Man was dead, and Sun Quan was clearly still alive, was not that the clearest evidence. Not only Menkan Khan, but everyone from Kim Lin Eo had been drenched in blood, yet only Sun Quan had survived unscathed. Hearing this, he was utterly stunned, unable to believe that all the disciples of Kim Lin Eo had been slaughtered. Could it be that the one who chased Sun Quan caused this? If so, there was no time to waste. He shouted at Trek 5 Van that they could not continue fighting right now. But before he could finish, a Trek Van interrupted him. Trefi Van soared into the sky, determined to take Sun Quan's life for revenge and to reclaim his honor. Then countless roots shot down from the sky towards Sun and Quan. The roots began to gather together, forming a dome around him. A voice of a flower echoed, telling Sun and Quan that each branch contained spiritual power equivalent to a divine tree. So if he continued to be trapped like this, Sun Quan would be extremely angry. He had lost all patience and shouted, "I told you it is not me. Why did this old fool insist on fighting to the bitter end?" At that moment, the gem in his hand glowed brightly and emitted bolts of lightning. This is what he brought upon himself, so he should find his own way to survive. Saying that, the dazzling light from the gem in Sun Quan's hand pierced through the roots, shocking Tri Vem. Then, a massive bolt of lightning shot straight up into the sky, destroying all the roots he had laid out. Finally, the light from Sun Quan grew even stronger, causing the dome formed by the roots to explode. After Sun Quan's attack, the desert was filled with dust and roots swirling in the air, and Truckee Ven was affected, coughing and collapsing. Sun Quan stepped forward and asked if he had calmed down now. Although you have controlled your strength, the poison is still taking effect, so it will be hard for you to move in the near future. Truckee Ven is still kneeling below, gritting his teeth and speaking in disbelief. He did not expect that during this time you would learn such a terrifying technique. If Trek Ven had his family's ancient talisman earlier, the outcome might have been different. He finally had to admit that he had been defeated. Then Utra Ven retracted his killing intent and bowed his head to Sun Quan, telling him to kill him. Upon hearing this, he stared wide-eyed, not believing that Trivavine would say such a thing. Perhaps because he currently looked like a young girl. He hesitated, unsure whether to truly kill him. Sun Quan was feeling very confused at this moment. He had many things he wanted to say and ask, but now was not the time. However, it seemed that Truckee Vine took this as an insult and told Sun Quan to give him a dignified end. He explained to Truckee Vine that what he thought was just a misunderstanding. You were the one who left the sword spirit path first, while Trekka and Munenkind stayed behind to cultivate. If you still have doubts, why not ask that I Trojing Thin directly? The Treg Ven hesitated and asked Sis Quan if he was not lying. Right. Then he agreed to pick up the sword from the ground. Truckee Van would temporarily trust him. But even though he did not harm anyone, as Sun Quan was now also a demon king of Thapai Venenexich Ku. Therefore, as a top, how could Trek Van maintain their relationship? Hearing him say that, Sun Quan felt a bit disappointed and called out to Truckee Van. He continued, "Today I have been defeated by you." Truckee Van knew that Sun Quan had great potential, but he did not expect to be surpassed so quickly. A Trek Van admitted defeat and asked to withdraw quietly today, but do not think that when you meet him next time he will back down like this. Now both of them have no choice but to be adversaries. After saying that, Truckee Van immediately turned and left. Sun Quan also watched his figure slowly fade away. Watching Trek Ven's figure grow smaller, he sighed quietly. Life is inherently unpredictable. But if it is fate, perhaps there will still be a chance. Suddenly, Sun Quan sensed something and looked ahead, yet he saw Truckee Van running quickly towards him. Could it be that he had something left unsaid? Upon closer inspection, Sun Quan noticed that Truckee Van seemed to be chased by something behind him. A Trek Van was sprinting towards Sun Quan, screaming in fear. He looked on, not understanding what was happening, coming to the moon sphere. At this moment, Hojan explained to Suzan Quan that this is a celestial insect. Right now, with your strength, you cannot fight against them, so you should run away. After hearing this, Sun Quan cursed under his breath and quickly turned to flee. He shouted to Truckee Vine, telling him not to run towards him. Didn't he want to sever ties with Sun Quan when you spoke those cold, heartless words? How could you still run to him now? Truckee Vine shouted as she sprinted ahead. After all, there is still some old feelings left, and right now, who else does he have to rely on besides the military bones? The two of them ran like mad, one in front and the other behind, to escape the swarm of mosquitoes. The scene shifted to another land. Beneath a deep hole filled with countless roots of ancient trees, the fox was now tightly closing its eyes, and let out a cry before waking up, rubbing its eyes and saying it was so itchy. It seemed that when swept away by the sandstorm, the fox had been blown into this place. It observed its surroundings and saw that this place was filled with gigantic ancient trees. The fox remembered being chased by mosquitoes in the desert. At that moment, the voice of Thapku suddenly echoed, startling the fox. If you are awake, then let go. Si Wu-ku. Thapku was leaning against a tree, his body covered in wounds, all of which were life-threatening. The fox stared at him in shock, stammering and unable to speak. Yet Thapku just scoffed, saying he was really unlucky. The fox looked at Thapku's body, nearly devoid of any intact skin, and stammered. Is it because he protected it that he ended up like this? But Thapku said, just consider him unlucky. After hearing this, the fox innocently said, then he should die quickly. I will bury him in the ancestral grave out of gratitude for the past. The Piku scoffed, saying, with these wounds, you think you can kill him? He is the Thapku of Thapai Venixich Ku. Then suddenly he shouted, no one can kill me. The Thapku. I won't die from these wounds. It is just that my lifespan has run out. After letting out a shout, the Thapku was exhausted. Breathing heavily, the fox asked him if he intended to escape. If it was just about finding a new body, it could help. But at this point, Thapku was too weak. He said he did not need it, and the spirit was even escaping from his mouth. Thapiku had suffered severe injuries from the fire spirit, and could neither escape nor had the strength or means to recover his body, but he still had enough energy to be reborn, as if returning to the high heavens. Atopi Kuku recounted that he had once painted a fiery death in the midst of a bloody battle that the world must remember. So this was definitely not the death he wanted. However, sacrificing oneself for someone else is not a bad thing. Thapaku knew he would not survive, so before going, he wanted to ask the fox for one last favor. Hearing this, the fox bit its lip tightly, unsure of what to think. Then the fox returned to its usual spoiled demeanor, urging Thapku to hurry up and speak. He raised his shriveled arm, gasping, if there is still time and opportunity, that guy is neither a Taoist nor a spirit beast. So the one who brought me to this state. Make sure to give him a beating. The fox stared at Thapku's trembling hand tightly clenched in silence, then reached out to fist bump him, saying that even if Thapku did not say it, it would still do so. He seemed to want to say more, but only managed to utter one word before falling silent, his arm dropping. Thapku's eyes were closed. He had passed on before he could say anything more to the fox. It stood frozen in place, silent. Then the fox gritted its teeth, biting its lip tightly. He shouted, do you know who I am? I am the one accepted by the enemy Lord Lang as their master, the commander of the demon general Hong Hai, and the 9th demon king. As long as I regain my memories, no one can withstand a single blow from me. No matter if the sky splits, the earth shakes, the sea dries up, or the stones wear away. Exhausted from shouting, the fox paused to catch its breath, as long as it regains its memories. So he should just sleep peacefully. A Kim Hon Tifanjong. The first floor had strange floating lands in the air, on the red sand beach. A foot rushed by, sending sand flying everywhere. Sung Kwan and Truck Van were being chased by a group of fairy insects. Running desperately ahead, he ran behind the boy, saying it was impossible to push them back. Hearing this, Song Kwan shouted back that it was thanks to someone that they ended up in this situation. Truck Van did not bother to argue, just cursing that there was nowhere to hide in this desolate place. Suddenly, he remembered to tell Sun Quan to use the communication technique to break through the ground below quickly. When the boy asked back, Truck Van replied that when he cast the technique on him, he felt a huge space beneath the sand. Sun Quan seemed unconvinced by Truck Van's suggestion, but he shouted, "You need to do it quickly, or we will all die running like this." Truck Van swore with his whole arm that there really was a space beneath the sand. With no other choice, Sun Quan had to comply. He did not see any better options either. Saying that, Sun Quan activated the stone in his hand, making it glow and produce lightning. He then directed his hand straight down into the sand to cast the communication technique. Instantly, a huge hole appeared in the sand, causing it to fly around. Truck Van was also surprised. Covering his mouth with his hand to avoid inhaling the toxic gas, the two looked down into the hole they had just created, revealing another land filled with tree roots surrounding it. Sun Quan looked down, his eyes full of astonishment. Was this in another land? Was that a vine? Before he could gather his thoughts, a truck van quickly called for him to jump down. The group of fairy insects followed closely behind them, determined not to let these two escape. As soon as the two flew into the hole, the entire swarm followed suit and dove in. They quickly formed a swarm heading forward. They had already reached the third level. Suddenly, Truck Van turned back, looking behind him with a sharp gaze. It was then that he created a blue flame in his hand. Meanwhile, Sun Quan also activated the stone in his hand, preparing to attack. He saw the swarm gathering in one spot, so he focused his spiritual energy to the limit. On Truck Van's side, Small blue spheres swirled around the largest gem. Then both of them simultaneously unleashed their attacks straight at the swarm of insects. On one side was the communication technique, and on the other were the fairy insects colliding in the air, creating a magnificent scene. After seeing Song Kwan's attack, Truck Van excitedly laughed, saying, "He truly is the man," he acknowledged, but with just one strike from them, all those pests would turn to dust. Yet from the thick cloud of dust, a fairy bug emerged. Hojian spoke up, saying it was pointless. Sung Kuan and Traki Vine were utterly shocked and could not believe it. She explained that although it was a bug, it was a fairy bug, and the distance between the realms was not easy to cross. So the two of them continued to fly away, escaping from the bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Traki Ven shouted in panic, saying he had already tried and it had no effect. If Tamthi and Geha was intact, at least it could buy them some time. But in this situation... While speaking, Trucky Van suddenly gasped as if he had been injured somewhere. Then he suddenly grabbed Sen Kwan's shirt, cursing him as a little brat. At that moment, a Truck Van shouted for Sun Quan to quickly return the Ji family artifact to him. Sen Quan was left confused after hearing this. Sen Quan seemed to have forgotten what it was, but Truck Van continued, saying it was his magical artifact. At that moment, he remembered it was the treasure obtained by defeating Truck Ven's true form in 80 How You Mean Nung. Once he realized, Sen Quan asked if he was really thinking about it in this situation. Trefi Ven shouted that he had a solution. Indeed. Sen Quan immediately took note of this point. He asked again if there was really a solution. Trekti Ven quickly told him to bring it out for him. As soon as he finished speaking, Sen Quan took out the weapon and handed it to Treasury Venan. Seeing his weapon again, Triffy Ven could not hide his excitement. He then controlled the artifact to hover around him. A Trek Ven cut his finger to let the blood flow. He was supposed to slowly refine the artifact with Tamthi Ngc Ahar. But there was no time left, so he just needed to pour all his essence into it for a chance. Trifi Ven glanced at Sen Quan and told him to buy him some time. Sen Quan was startled and looked at Trekkie Van, asking what he meant. After seeing him in meditation, Sen Quan shouted out in anger. Then he turned to see the swarm of fairy bugs getting closer to them. So Sen Quan swung his sword, striking the nearest mosquito. It was quickly stabbed and fell dead on the spot. But just a second later, the mosquito opened its eyes and revived. It had come back to life and was about to charge at Sen Quan. Seeing this, he clicked his tongue, realizing it was a real blow to his pride. Even though he acted quickly, he could not even leave a scratch. Just then, the hidden creature in Sen Quan's clothes let out a cry. He knew it wanted to get out, but the opponent was a fairy bug, and even if the creature had shed its form, it would still not be a match for them. Sen Quan looked up at the swarm of fairy bugs above, which were growing in number, and let out a deep breath. Now he could not use the 9 return map to counter each one individually, so he had to fight poison with poison. He needed to match their numbers to have a chance of victory. Then Sun Quan unleashed a technique using countless blades, piecing straight up into the swarm of mosquitoes. The scene suddenly shifted to the second level, where a person was stopping on a red ground. The sword fairy stood in place, gazing into the distance, seemingly sensing something. This was the aura of the 10,000 extreme sword, which the sword fairy could feel from afar. He looked toward the source of this aura, his face filled with excitement. The sword fairy muttered, "I have finally found it, the last inheritor." The scene shifted once again to the third level of the Golden Crown Fairy Fragrance. The group of So Am and her subordinates were walking through the dense forest. Her disciple was amazed by everything around them. It was already strange to have a vast space beneath the desert, but why was it so quiet in the forest? In such a dense forest, not a single insect sound. Just then, So Am spoke up. "Indeed. The nutrients from the dead above have flowed down here, which is why this place can thrive like this." The disciple did not understand what she meant. So asked her if she had ever paid attention to the red sand grains. She replied that they were just ordinary sand grains. Upon hearing this, Soam's voice grew serious. She told her that all beginnings stem from observation. "And you say it is just ordinary sand. That is actually bones accumulated over the years, worn down by the wind, forming the desert. And you still claim you have paid attention. So you have not even taken a step into the realm of earth fairies." After saying this, Soam turned and left immediately. The scolded disciple felt anger arise within her. She yelled at him, asking what he was still standing there for. "Hurry up and follow." He stared at the two people in front of him, showing little emotion. She watched the disciple, who was looked down upon by Soam, hurriedly turn to leave. Then she also started to walk after those two. Suddenly, she looked up and saw something. The two in front had stopped, leaving him wondering why they were suddenly standing still. After walking up and seeing what was below, everyone was surprised to find a flower resembling a dragon's mouth blooming. That flower was the 10-life golden fish herb. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Golden Crown Fairy Fragrance, Langdon was searching for something but found nothing in this area. The three demons, standing with their backs turned, said that they had still gathered quite a few items from the celestial beings. The two suggested going to the other side to check. The three demons and Langdon were still scurrying everywhere for the 10-life golden fish herb. On the third level, Soem's group had found the 10-life golden fish herb. Now they were approaching to take a closer look. Seeing the herb in front of him, he was extremely amazed. Isn't that the 10-life golden fish herb? That disciple was thrilled to see this plant. Its strange shape was indeed exactly as recorded in the ancient texts. Moreover, it radiated a brilliant, inviolable spiritual aura. Even ordinary people could recognize this as a precious plant. Just as she was about to rush in to pick it, Soem raised her hand to stop her. She stared intently at the plant before her and said, "It truly is just the 9 life." The disciple still did not understand after hearing that. Could it be that Jusheng should not be picked? Soem explained that the number 9 is sacred and the closest to perfection, yet also the most unstable. Even retaining 10% of life force does not guarantee survival. How could picking half of it not be a disaster? The disciple gritted her teeth in anger and clicked her tongue in frustration. Soem, not wanting to linger here any longer, felt no need for regrets. She sensed that there was more spiritual energy from the golden fish grass ahead, and suggested they go check it out. She felt that this beginning was not bad. Having come this far, they would surely find a complete golden fish grass. The disciple looked after her with hope, then quickly ran to catch up with her master, leaving the other one standing still. Head down, silent, and slowly lifting her gaze to the tree in front of her. She glanced to the side, her thoughts unknown. She wondered how terrifying the true essence would be if Jusheng's spiritual energy was already so powerful. She thought that if she could absorb all that spiritual energy, she could change her fate. With that in mind, she turned to leave. The scene of the blooming golden fish grass in the forest was truly magnificent on this level. But on the other side, a figure stood shrouded in mist. Where is the fox observing its surroundings? After wandering for a long time, is it still just forest ahead? Where could this so-called golden fish grass be? It then glanced to the side. Noticing something, in front of the fox now was a cliff with a flower blooming vibrantly. The scene abruptly shifted to the side of Sun Quan. The swarm of mosquitoes continued to attack ferociously. Sun Quan's sword stabbed continuously at them. Several mosquitoes from the front line had been pushed back, but the swords could not stop them all. Some still managed to slip through and charge forward. Sun Quan was feeling somewhat exhausted now. He gritted his teeth as he noticed they were closing in on him. He hurriedly turned to ask Truck Van if he was done yet. At this rate, it would be hard for Sun Quan to hold out, but Truck Van was still focused on his training and could not respond. Just a little longer. He was now drenched in sweat. Sun Quan was surprised by the aura radiating from him. It was warmer and gentler than he expected. Yet, it still carried a powerful pressure that made others wary. Meanwhile, Truck Van was gritting his teeth, gradually losing strength. At this point, it still was not enough. Indeed, just with blood essence, he could not surpass this limit. Suddenly, a voice rang out, claiming it was not ordinary. As a little boy flew and stopped right in front of Truck Van, he spoke up, even with just a flicker of strength left. You managed to grasp the essence of the law. At this moment, Sun Quan was also drawn in by the strange voice and immediately turned to look at him. He was taken aback to hear the 2 words the boy just said. Even Truck Van was stunned. This person did not seem ordinary. At this moment, Fuang asked him what the name of the divine technique he just used was. Truck Van hesitated for a moment but eventually said it was Tanthu Vi Chine. Upon hearing this, he raised a hand, releasing a thin blue mist, commenting that the name was not bad. Then Fuang offered to help Truck Van, since he was still quite weak. Before Truck Van could say anything, he was stunned by a blinding light. Then all 3 of them were enveloped by an immense light that illuminated everywhere. The first mosquito that touched that light flew towards it without stopping. But right after, it was knocked back, its body crushed. The light from the 3 of them shone into every nook and cranny of this forest. After a while, the light finally subsided. The 3 of them were still hovering at the entrance of the 3rd floor. Sun Quan looked around in disbelief. The fairy insects had vanished without a trace, though immortal and indestructible. That wicked fire was the divine fire of the sacred beast. Never before had anyone managed to escape that flame unscathed. Fuang, flying behind Sun Quan, mocked him for having a face that seemed unable to believe he was beaten so badly. He turned around and glared at Fuang. Indeed, he was quite surprised. But more importantly, Sun Quan wanted to know what he had just done. He heard Fuang mention the law in his words. At this moment, Fuang was still hovering, while Truck Van seemed to have passed out beside him. Then he explained that Truck Van's divine power contained the laws of guidance and restraint. He had merely activated it to help him unleash a stronger force, without further interference. The founder of this technique must be an extraordinary genius, or someone who practiced the celestial arts of human rebirth. At this moment, Sun Quan was astonished, not thinking that technique could be so formidable. Fuang remarked that in the upper realm, it was not particularly special, but in the lower realm, it was extremely rare. Sun Quan immediately asked him if he could use the power of the law. But before he could finish, Fuang bluntly said no. He explained that Truck Van seemed to have transformed his physique, using a special secret method, which is why he could use it even if it meant risking his life. If not, truck van would have been consumed by chaos. Even his soul torn apart and vanished into nothingness. Song Quan fell silent upon hearing this. Not saying a word, Fu Hong added that great power always brings great disaster. So do not get swept away by that temporary strength. Power is meant for you to control, not to be devoured by it. With steady steps, you have already excelled in the present. He told you to be proud of yourself, and one more thing. Then Fu Hong immediately reached into truck van's chest. Song Quan panicked and awkwardly tried to stop him. You watched him rummaging through the man's jacket pocket, thinking, even though truck van is a man, this body is still that of a woman. A moment later, Fu Hong bowed his head silently and said to Song Quan that he had already mentioned it. This is a nemesis. The bond between you and truck van has led to you becoming each other's nemesis. This is how it is. Fu Hong took out a small notebook and turned to look at Song Quan. Immediately, a blue light radiated from a corner of this notebook. And then the notebook in his hand transformed into an incomplete feather. Song Quan widened his eyes. Realizing something, Fu Hong did not hide anything from you. His true form is a severed feather. Then Fu Hong pressed the feather against his chest. And immediately his whole body turned blue like that notebook. The light grew stronger, illuminating a corner of the forest. Song Quan had to cover his eyes from the brightness. Once it softened a bit, he began to open his eyes and look. Fu Hong was now floating in the air, surrounded by green smoke. Is he transcending? It can be. This is even more beautiful than transcendence. This is divine. Song Quan was astonished but had to admit it. The fox stood before the cliff where the 10-life goldfish flower was blooming. Staring intently, it gaped at the flower above with its round eyes. Then the fox joyfully looked up at the flower in front of it. This can be wrong. This is definitely the 10-life goldfish flower. It quickly leaped over the rocks, approaching that tree. At this moment, the fox had jumped right in front of the 10-life goldfish flower. It reached out to touch the tree. Suddenly, the fox's hand twitched a few times, and before it could touch the petals, countless light yellow tentacles reached out from beneath the flower, wrapping around the fox. It looked at the tentacles coiling around its hand, thrashing up and down but unable to break free. What the hell is this? The fox shouted. Why won't you let go? But right after that, it was pulled down. The fox was dragged into the blooming petals. It let out a loud cry. As the tentacles pulled the fox inside, the outer petals closed, trapping it. The bud at the top of the 10-life goldfish flower reached forward. It bloomed to reveal a golden pearl inside. The scene suddenly shifted to the palace of the Sword Slayer. He spoke in a deep voice, feeling quite strange. This place should not have anyone else besides him. The weak celestial energy that appeared proved someone dares to disrespect the unspoken agreement among the realms here for tens of thousands of years. This is the first time he has encountered something like this. Could the appearance of this object here really not be a coincidence? Saying that, he took out a small notebook. Then he turned around to look at the person on the ground, asking why he had brought this item. After hearing that, his hand moved slightly. Then he used both hands to locate his head, telling him to wait a moment because he could not see yet. Once he lifted his head to see clearly, he replied that this was indeed the demonic book of their evil spirit sect. After hearing this, he fell silent for a moment before disdainfully saying, Indeed. Just a cultivator from the lower realm who knows nothing. After all, a person like you can't understand the true value of this. Then the notebook in his hand ignited with blue flames at one corner. This was the fire of a divine beast. Even a piece of incomplete feather carried such pure primal energy, proving it truly is a divine beast. He had hidden here for tens of thousands of years, only dealing with filthy affairs. And now he encountered such an opportunity. Then it is time to collect the remaining pieces. After saying that, he turned to leave, telling him to quickly disappear from his sight. The person on the ground sat there in a pitiful state, being chased away. But he did not respond. Then he bowed his head and said to him that since he had helped him obtain the treasure, he hoped he would be willing to answer a few questions. He turned back to look at him without saying anything, and he took this as a silent agreement. He asked if it was true that in the pure light realm, there is a belief that those who believe in demons will be led to the realm of the dead upon death. Could souls be brought back from the realm of the dead? Before he finished speaking, the sound of his laughter echoed throughout. He laughed because there are still those who think that merely believing in demons could lead them to the realm of the dead. Is it really that easy? After hearing this, the pupils of his eyes immediately contracted, and his face lost all color. The blood surged in his eyes, filled with disbelief in his trembling voice. Isn't that the case? Unexpectedly, he turned and left, leaving behind a treasure he did not understand. The beings of the realm of the dead are inherently in conflict with them. So how could they know what it is? But then again, who knows? They are dreamers. Perhaps they could truly reverse the flow of life and death. After hearing that, he could only sit there speechless. The scene shifted to the third floor, where Fi Yunyu was integrating the feather into himself. He looked intently at him, thinking that just having found a fragment of memory, the aura was already completely different. If he gathered enough pieces to form a complete feather, then he would be. Just then, Tri Ven suddenly shouted, a true celestial being from the upper realm. Sun Quan watched Trocky Ven admiring Fi Eng, thinking he did not expect that such a feather would be in his hands. Up there, Fi Zhengyu seemed to have completed the integration of memories. He gently exhaled a thin stream of smoke. Thanks to this feather, he was able to unleash some of his powers. After that, Trocky Ven respectfully bowed to him and introduced himself. Seeing this, Sun Quan wondered why it had to be so serious. Fi Ying opened his eyes, looked down at him, and said, "You are quite polite." Unlike someone. Sun Quan sighed. Why look at him when you say that? What did he do? Either way, thanks to him, we have found a peace. Fi Dengi agreed, saying he never expected to find it so quickly. Just then, Fi Zhengying suddenly turned around as if intending to go somewhere. He told the two of them to act quickly because the woman with the white blood demon beast that Sun Quan was looking for was in danger. The scene shifted to the one who punched the novice. She seemed to be looking at something with a very happy expression, shouting out that she had found it. In front of them were 100 flower buds. This was the complete 10-life golden fish grass. At this moment, her disciple swung her sword. Looking ready, she rushed into the middle of the lake, shouting that she would go pick it. The disciple looked at the flower in front of her, thinking maliciously that she would take a petal or two first. Just then, a shout from the novice rang out, warning her to be careful of her feet while flying over the water. Suddenly a bud shot straight up towards her. It emerged so suddenly that the disciple could not react in time, but fortunately for her, a rope was swung to pull her back to the shore. The novice on the bank controlled the rope while scolding the disciple for being so obsessed with the golden fish grass that she forgot everything around her. Once the disciple was brought back to the shore, she was more alert this time. But the situation was not over yet. There were many tentacles rising from the surface of the water. The disciple stared at them, not knowing what they were. In the middle of the lake, a whirlpool suddenly appeared among the tentacles. From that whirlpool emerged something resembling a cocoon, but white and layered. Once it fully emerged, it was supported by a strange black flower platform. The novices looked at the object in the middle of the lake, wondering if it was another type of flower. The cocoon in the lake stood still, creating an eerie atmosphere. Then, the layers of the cocoon slowly began to separate, opening one by one. The layer that peeked out from inside the cocoon was the silhouette of someone whose face was unclear. The novice stared intently at the object in front of him, speaking in a low voice. No wonder there was no life force around here. It was because that thing was hiding here, all ready to lose its life, because what was inside that cocoon was a spirit grass. And the spirit grass spread all its tentacles over the surface of the water. Those standing there were horrified, frozen in place, stopping in her mind. If it was spirit grass. She remembered that this name belonged to the celestial beings of the upper world. And just by looking at the clothing and the aura around it, she could guess. The novice silently cursed, because the treasure that could help her was right before her eyes, but she could not touch it. She felt that this place belonged to the spirit grass territory. The wave of death energy was also clearly visible. After that, the novice gestured to perform a spell for a small pieces of liddy were escaping from her body, and the energy from within was also revealing itself on the outside. So she had forbidden the use of free spiritual power, because Throtain was neither an enemy nor someone she was protecting. Immediately, the ground was left with a single column of light. Asumam reminded her to take care of her own life, and the sword was already thrown in front of her. Mumbled to herself, "What if we are ambushed from behind?" She bluntly said that everyone would be killed by Throtain at that time. In fact, she had lived for 3,000 years, while the girl was just starting to learn how to live. So what choice would she make? Back here, the surface of the lake was being violently attacked by the tentacles. And suddenly, her vacant gaze lit up. Sesanum was alert and warned them. Immediately after, the writhing tentacles lunged at them with incredible speed, piercing like sharp tips. Sesjoramemer reminded them not to focus on seeing each strike, but to sense the hidden killing intent to respond. Ko began to dance with her sword techniques. She thought to herself that she would not swing the sword for her. First and foremost, her priority was just survival. The disciple of Sun Vamam found Thoutin's techniques too simplistic and not scary at all. Meanwhile, the tentacles on this side were being chopped off. Asumam was frantically gathering her internal energy to block those sharp tentacles. Moreover, looking closely, this attack contained nothing but killing intent. Even though she had awakened, Throtain still felt like a child. At that moment, she thought it was an opportunity to absorb Throtain's spiritual energy. Suddenly, sharp spikes shot up, directly piercing towards the center. Asumam panicked as she realized this strike carried no killing intent, so perhaps she had begun to develop awareness. Then, Throtain's two main tentacles swung up, transforming into two streams ready to shoot out. The disciple barely managed to stammer that they probably knew this attack could not be dodged. Just a second later, fresh blood shot out from below. The tentacle pierced through the chest of Estermum's disciple. The internal injuries were so severe that she coughed up blood. Her eyes were bloodshot with despair. It turned out that in a situation where both were in danger, she was the one who remained safe. It was Estrom herself who chose to protect her. The mix of rage and injustice made her exclaim, "Master." Theotin shows no mercy to her subordinates. The entire bright area in front obscured the vision of humanity. Then, a sudden downpour came rushing in. The raindrops splashed down, causing the lake's surface to ripple. A let herself get soaked in the rain. Her distant gaze was hard to read, while Sevram was crying out in pain. "Watch out," she coldly spoke. "I did not expect you to save me." A person who discards their disciple like an old shoe acts unworthy of a master. However, she retorted that the path of cultivation does not dwell on such matters. As long as one can ascend, it is all considered legitimate cultivation. Sesenum lived her life to the fullest. She thought, who would be like her? Someone who has given up their life. A coldly admitted that it was also for that reason she had been manipulated by her. But she decided no longer to be the person she was years ago. She took the sword and walked away, leaving Sestrom behind. Her shout rang out. "Where do you think you are going? Hurry back here. Do you want to give up your life and seek death?" Her small mouth exclaimed, "Death." At the same time, her hair tie loosened, allowing it to reply that she would not do that. At this moment, she had entered a state of demonic beast lymph. She said she had a place to return to, so she would not die there. Next, a cluster of cold blades appeared along a sword. Meanwhile, the grass spirit showed no reaction. She coldly commanded the tentacles to begin their hunt. The sharp spikes were aimed at her. At the same time, the delicate cuts struck true, but they continued to recover, only to be destroyed again shortly after. After a fierce battle, a sword was quickly destroyed by the grass spirit. Its gaze still coldly directed at her as it continued to command the red lights to attack. Taking advantage of his distraction, the grass spirit ordered the vines to ambush her. Even so, a gritted her teeth, using all her strength to break free from her chains. The situation returned to a stalemate. A looking wary while the grass spirit remained calm and continued its assault. The grass spirit waved down for a finishing blow, while stood resigned to her fate like a statue, but suddenly thinking of something. Reacted. She shouted, entering her final attack state. All that was left before her was a blinding white void. Sendrom beside her screamed in response, "Don't." In that moment, a familiar figure appeared. It was none other than Sen Quan. He immediately embraced it in his arms. The grass spirit was also shocked by its own retraction. Sung Kuan continued to smile, not forgetting to flirt. "Are you okay, little sis?" Then the dark foot descended, declaring it was pointless. Sen Quan looked toward Sazam mockingly. "She only wants my wife's body." Sezram questioned in frustration, "You bastard. Do you know who I am?" But her brain froze as she realized how strange his way of saving her was, because in that situation, there was nothing she could do. Moreover, she had not seen Sen Quan appear. Then another person appeared. "Damn you. Zia. How could you fly off alone?" At this moment, Esenum realized he was the leader of Biech Sen. Trakoven was silently astonished. The space technique just now was the legendary teleportation technique that had been lost. Even if it is a new technique, to cover such distance in a short range, Sesenum immediately guarded against Sen Quan. Trakoven shared the same thoughts as her. They finally realized that the title Sun Quan belonged to him. Then spoke up, "Why did you come? This place is extremely dangerous. If you think about it, Lung Kuan could go anywhere to follow his wife." Right. After hearing that, she hesitated to explain that she did not mean that. Sesung Quan gently replied, "I know you want to handle everything yourself. You left and used the talisman to block me from following." Everything she did was to avoid bringing disaster to Butch Sen and me. Her expression frozen. Then blaming someone else for everything. She believed her ignorance caused this disaster. And although she did not want to, she dragged him into danger. Sen Quan's gentle hand touched her face. "It is not your fault. I was the one who said I would come back but did not stay by your side. They say a couple should support each other. Yet I only live for myself." Ignoring her suffering, his voice dropped, admitting his fault. Seeing their deep bond, the person nearby instinctively clenched their fist. Then, Sesamim angrily shouted, "Are you so blindly in love that you can't see the danger right in front of you? That terrifying thing comes from the upper realm." Indeed, Theotian is becoming more frightening. Choa suddenly realized something was wrong, while Trekvinen innocently asked, "It comes from the upper realm." Choa also warned him about Throatine, a celestial being from the upper realm. Even Sevrem could not contain her fear. She said they had to escape from there at all costs. He looked at Throatine, mumbling about the information he just heard. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her deadly expression. Then, a barrage of spikes shot down simultaneously. The target was the spot where the couple was reuniting. Xung Kun was startled, mumbling something. Then, instinctively, he pushed Cho away from him. He did not forget that Fiasi Trucky Van was taking care of her. Then, in the next moment, the sharp black spikes pierced through his body. Cho was lucky to escape but still screamed for her husband. Surprisingly, The sharp spikes were cut into small pieces. This was because his claws had countered just in time. Sesamem could only stand still and watch. Over here, Trafi Van coldly stated that Sun Quan knew how to protect himself. So she did not need to waste her effort worrying, seeing she did not recognize him. He introduced himself as the master of Trek Sen, a friend of his, but deep down, he saw him as a rival, with a complicated relationship. Back to the battle. The black spikes grew out again. Sun Quan transformed into a chef. Continuously slicing, the spikes all became bits of vegetables chopped by him. Next, Sun Quan also noticed that Thro Tien unleashed the killing intent of a fierce, celestial being with just a glance. Fiang also saw her moves as cold as a chilling wind. But he knew Thro Tien was a pitiful being, always envied by other celestial beings. So when she was not fully awakened, she perceived everything around her as an enemy. He did not expect she was not awake yet, and then asked Fi knew what to do. But Fi Yang simply replied, I do not know. He explained that he only observed fate and pointed out directions. But he could not interfere in every little detail. While Sun Quan was confused, Fi Yang warned of danger. 2 sharp points emitting red light were thrusting towards him, and both attacks were incredibly fast. 2 beams of light like falling meteors. When they hit him, the air was immediately pushed back. Sun Quan was also knocked back into the water. The storm roared, causing the viewers to panic. The sound was sarcastic, thinking he had some skill. But ultimately he could not hold on. Only Thao Hien maintained a face devoid of any mortal emotion. The space below was initially very tranquil, but with 2 attacks coming down simultaneously, it became turbulent. The shadow of Sun Quan still held a proud stance, while Thao Tien seemed to be searching for his collapse. However, Sun Quan had now grasped both sharp thorns, his eyes flashing with deadly light, and then he used his agility to retaliate. Thao Tien remained grim, her lips exhaling a deadly aura. Then she shot a beam of light straight towards Sun Quan. Its power was so great that it shook the desert floor on the 2nd level and caused a deep cut on Sun Quan's body. Though Tian remained calm as if she feared no one, Sun Quan had returned to his normal state. But it seemed he was seriously injured. She walked over to hold his hand, looking at her husband to encourage him. Hang in there. Receiving that encouragement, Sun Quan regained his spirit. A fierce surge of power erupted from within his body. A beam of light shot straight down from the sky. After an unknown amount of time, a foot appeared. It was none other than Sun Quan. Exuding confidence,